A bizarre journey through time and space transformed her into a cat with a coat of resplendent yellow. Initially astonished by her metamorphosis, she remained unaware of the deeper manipulations and causality hidden behind this extraordinary event. The kind-hearted Zhou Yuzhao seemed to gaze through her towards another person. He indulged her in every possible way, and when his feelings were genuinely sincere, mysterious patterns would appear on his face amidst the blooming flowers of the valley. However, after their marriage contract was established, the truth began to unveil. He was not the ascetic he appeared to be, and her presence was merely a pawn disrupting his meticulously planned tribulations. Ultimately, she beseeched the messenger of the underworld, only to learn the truth. The king of hell was indifferent. Their meeting in this world was merely an act of pity, and their names had never been inscribed upon the stone of 3 lifetimes. Chapter 1. Transformed into a cat, summoned for a bath. Master, the underworld has grown suspicious. How should we proceed? The figure before her was cloaked, concealing their identity. Gazing at the girl on the ground, she wore a white, knee-length doll dress, but he extended a hand, calculating with a murky voice. In that case, send her back. After their fates intertwine, I refuse to believe he can escape unscathed. Understood, as he spoke, a magical array appeared beneath the girl, and a beam of light enveloped her, causing her to vanish. A shriek echoed through the valley of Zhou Yuzhao Mountain as osmanthus blossoms drifted down from the branches. At the edge of the mirror-like lake stood an orange cat, with round, sparkling eyes fixed upon the water's surface, its tail held high. The lake reflected its beauty. Meow. Why do I resemble a cat? Where are my hands and long legs? Where am I? A journey through time? A dream? A sword flew from the distance, embedding itself beside the cat, startling it nearly into the lake. Meow. It yowled, baring its teeth in distress. Suddenly, a masked man appeared beside it, grasping the scruff of its neck and lifting it off the ground. You actually ate it? Spit it out. The cat's whiskers bristled and its claws extended. Meow, meow. Take that with my cat paw. The scene around her became chaotic, filled with the clanging of swords. After a dizzying whirl, the man holding the cat appeared on the opposite side of the lake. The cat opened its eyes to find the once clear water now tainted with blood. Several corpses lay by the lakeside, their blood seeping into the pristine water. Meow. The cat covered its mouth with its paw, tears welling in its eyes. What has transpired? Officer, I wish to report this. The man holding the cat lifted it again, his gaze falling upon the cat's soft white belly, his brow furrowing slightly. The cat quickly removed its paw from its mouth and covered its belly instead. Meow, meow, meow. What are you staring at? I'm still a maiden. Eyes off limits. Little cat, do you think I would do anything to you? The man raised an eyebrow, observing it as it drooped its ears, and he smiled gently, brushing its whiskers. Ultimately, he carried it with him. Upon arriving at the inn, the room was already prepared with warm water for bathing. The man placed the cat on the table and turned his back to undress, preparing to bathe. The cat, previously despondent, perked up at the sight of the man's enticing back. Meow. It adjusted its posture, gazing at the muscular contours of his back, its mouth slightly agape, drool trickling down. A handsome man bathing. Suddenly, darkness enveloped it as the man's cloak was tossed over. Indeed, even a handsome man's clothes are fragrant. The cat eagerly pawed at the garment atop its head, and by the time it looked up, the man was already submerged in the water, a screen separating them. The cat's exuberance quickly faded, its ears drooping in disappointment. It lay on the table, its tail dangling over the edge, swaying in boredom. This fellow is truly stingy, providing no view but only a bath. It glanced down at its front paws, its orange for prompting a soft sigh. A fleeting glance caught sight of a mirror beside the bed. Suddenly invigorated, the cat leaped from the table to the ground, approaching the copper mirror. Staring at its reflection, it sighed, its tail drooping as it lay before the mirror. I never expected my stunning beauty would be squandered in a bar, only to be unwittingly transported into the form of a cat. This journey through time is utterly perplexing. The man, now fully dressed, pulled back the screen. After surveying the room, he spotted his target in the copper mirror. The cat, lost in the tragedy of its transformation, was abruptly seized by the scruff of its neck by the man. Meow? What is happening? In the next moment, the cat's hind legs and rear became wet, realizing it had been lifted into the water. Meow. Meow, oh no. Cats are terrified of water. The cat struggled, splashing water everywhere. And as the man relaxed his grip, it tumbled into the bath. Soon, it was lifted out once more. Poof! Bubbles escaped from the cat's nose as it sneezed repeatedly. Handsome sir, I must inform you that this constitutes feline abuse. Poof! The cat used its short front paws to wipe its face, droplets hanging from its whiskers. Stop your meowing. Do you think I would let you drown? Seeing the man about to submerge it again, the cat executed a pull-up, gripping his arm tightly with its tiny claws. Meow. The cat widened its eyes, attempting to appear submissive. Handsome sir, let's discuss this amicably that I'll wash you. But be good. The man's voice was melodious, and the cat obediently nodded, allowing him to gently cleanse its fur with water. Brother, is it truly appropriate for you to attend to my bath? The cat half lay on the back of the man's hand, its body submerged in water, as he tenderly stroked its form. Wait, sir, is this not the water you just bathed in? Before the cat could register, it tensed as the man inadvertently tugged at its. Initially, the man thought it was merely dirt in the fur, but upon closer inspection, it was something else entirely. The cat reacted swiftly, breaking free from his grasp, flipping over, and darting up his arm to escape into the bed covers. I have never encountered such a lecherous individual who would dare to lay hands on a cat. In the afternoon, the masked man, clad in a form-fitting blue garment, departed the inn with the orange cat nestled in his arms. The cat, snuggled in the man's embrace, entered the Huailon building. The air was thick with the scent of cosmetics, prompting the cat to twitch its nose, sneezing repeatedly. What are these women up to now? The man muttered softly, glancing down at the cat in his arms. Just as he was about to inspect, a throng of women surged towards him. Upon seeing their approach, the cat's fur bristled, burrowing deeper into the man's embrace. Internally, it mused, this man is undoubtedly a lecher, strolling through a flower house. The man extended his hand, conjuring a barrier that obstructed their path, calmly stating his purpose. I am looking for Haitang. Several women covered their mouths with silks, exchanging sly smiles. Young master, do not presume that wearing a mask elevates your status. You seek our master. Sister speaks truth. Why not sample our talents? Surely, we can capture your interest? The man did not respond, nor was the barrier lifted. Seizing the moment of leisure, he glanced down at the cat nestled in his arms, which appeared to be just fine. However, upon meeting its gaze, he noticed its once round, glistening eyes now seemed to be half closed, imbued with a hint of emotion. To think you not only visit the flower house, but also indulge in courtesans. He mused that he pressed his hand gently upon the cat's head, seemingly reluctant to accept that he had been looked down upon by a mere feline. Bring him up. A woman in red appeared on the staircase, adorned with a hairpin that swayed gently with her movement. Her alluring fox-like eyes held a trace of coolness as they arched slightly. Meow. The courtesan's sister. The man noticed the cat's unusual cry, reminiscent of a cat in heat, and reached out to stroke its head. Upon entering the room, the door was shut behind them, and he placed the cat on the table. Haitang spoke first. Zhao, did you not go out in search of Songyu? Why have you returned with a cat? As she spoke, Haitang reached out to pat the cat's head, and to her delight, it nuzzled against her palm, bringing her joy. How perceptive! Zhou Yuzhao regarded the cat. This is Songyu. Both the cat and Haitang were momentarily taken aback. What? Meow. Chapter 2. Ah, indeed, this is how you counter her. It is Songyu. Zhou Yuzhao's words prompted the cat to lift its head to look at him. When I arrived, there was a scramble. Songyu had already been consumed by this cat. The cat perked up its ears, its whiskers twitching as if recalling a memory. Upon arriving in this world, it seemed to have been struck on the head by a green orb. Meow. The pain made the cat open its mouth, causing the orb to roll off its head and into its mouth. What sound was that? Ugh. The cat lowered its head, panic rising as it prepared to spit it out. Just then, the hilt of a sword came flying towards it, striking its head. The orb slid down its throat effortlessly. After a cough, the cat approached the mirror-like lake, gazing at its reflection, its fur bristling in shock. Why do I look like a cat? The memory abruptly ceased as the cat, resting on the table, blinked its eyes. Noticing Zhou Yuzhao and Haitang staring at it, it swallowed nervously, an ominous feeling creeping into its heart. Zhao, You should cut it open and retrieve its demon core. The cat instinctively shrank back, its rear bumping into an obstacle, Zhou Yuzhao's hand. It froze up, then turned around, nuzzling against Zhou Yuzhao's hand with a soft meow, as if pleading for affection. Zhou Yuzhao, stroking the plush head of the cat, expressed his reasons for not wanting to perform surgery. Sangyu is not yet fully formed. Having been swallowed by this cat, it has already become one with it. The cat leisurely swayed its tail, rubbing against Zhou Yuzhao's palm, thinking to itself that surely surgery was off the table now. Perform the surgery and extract its demon core. Hai Tang's words made the cat freeze in place, glancing at her with a slight tremor. Beautiful sister, do you have an obsession with surgery? It requires you to perform a cesarean section. Noticing the cat's reaction, Zhou Yuzhao paused his hand momentarily before gently stroking its back, soothing its anxiety. That is not permissible. This cat is still young and lacks a demon core. The cat raised its whiskers, as if nodding in agreement. Ah yes, this is how to counter her. Then what do you suggest? Hai Tang extended her hand towards the cat, but it evaded her, seeking refuge beneath Zhou Yuzhao's hand. I shall keep it with me for now and decide later. Hai Tang nodded, and the cat exhaled a long sigh of relief. Zhao, I apologize for troubling you so. Hai Tang extended her hand towards Zhou Yuzhao, her slender fingers adorned with vibrant colors. As her hand neared his face, Zhou Yuzhao stepped back, evading her touch. A hint of mild regret flickered across her face. I have not seen your true self in so long. Zhou Yuzhao nodded, remaining silent. The cat sprawled on the table, lifted its head, its tail swaying lazily. What is this, meow? The cat was lifted by Zhou Yuzhao and cradled in his arms. I apologize for the intrusion today. I shall take my leave. I will visit again another day. Zhou Yuzhao, holding the cat, turned to depart, while Hai Tang watched his retreating figure, extending her hand, her lips parting as if to speak but hesitating. A thin veil of mist covered her eyes as she observed Zhou Yuzhao leave. Cradled in his arms, the cat journeyed into the valley. The valley was lush with trees and greenery, exuding an untouched beauty, devoid of any blossoms or even buds. The air was fresh, invigorating, a stark contrast to the city's atmosphere. The cat leapt down from Zhou Yuzhao's embrace, elongated its body, and stretched lazily. This place possesses spiritual energy and a spiritual spring, conducive to your cultivation. Upon hearing this, the cat froze mid-stretch, wide-eyed as it regarded Zhou Yuzhao. Its mind raced. Cultivation equates to becoming a spirit. Becoming a spirit means possessing a demon core. Thus, cultivation equates to dissection and extraction of the demon core. Zhou Yuzhao crouched down, gently patting the cat's head. Do not worry. Since I brought you back, I will not resort to dissection. Before departing, Zhou Yuzhao reminded the cat to diligently practice. Song Yu is the most spiritually attuned treasure. For a low-tier beast like you, it is a rare gem. Soon as the man left, the cat climbed a nearby tree, curling up among the branches, yawning widely before drifting off to sleep. Cultivation? Huh, man. I intend to take it easy as the sun set. The valley was bathed in a delicate golden haze. When Zhou Yuzhao arrived beneath the tree, he looked up and saw the cat perched on a branch, a lake-blue light swirling on its forehead. Even while napping, it did not forget to cultivate. He extended his hand, directing a flicker of spiritual energy towards the cat perched in the tree. Like a small pebble, the energy startled the cat awake. Meow. The cat stood up on the branch, losing its footing and tumbling backward, falling from the tree. A cat has 9 lives. Its soft paws served as a cushion. As long as I flip over quickly enough, I won't land on my back. The cat's mind raced, but its body's unresponsiveness hindered its swift reaction. Meow? Its entire body was ensnared in a magical circle, suspended in mid-air. Zhou Yuzhao then reached out, cradling the cat in his embrace. Next time, do not be mischievous and sleep in the tree. As he spoke, he caressed the cat's fur, turning to carry it into a small courtyard within the valley. The cat lay lazily in Zhou Yuzhao's arms, its ears drooping. All right, fine. I admit you are a good person. A complete, warm-hearted gentleman, indeed. A bowl of freshly cut raw meat was placed before the cat. Eat up. The cat gazed at the raw meat in the porcelain bowl, lowered its head to sniff, its whiskers twitching. Sashimi. The cat swatted it away with its paw, sitting on the table, turning its head in defiance of the evening meal. Man, I apologize. I retract my earlier high praise for you. Must I fetch you a live one instead? The cat shook its head, leaping off the table and curling up in Zhou Yuzhao's embrace, finding a comfortable position, seemingly treating him as a cat bed. Oh well, I suppose I can skip this meal, the cat thought to itself as Zhou Yuzhao carried it to the prepared grass nest, placing it inside. The cat looked up at Zhou Yuzhao in confusion, then glanced at the grass nest beneath. No need to thank me. This was prepared specifically for you. The room's light was extinguished and the man had already retired for the night. The cat lay in the grass nest, gazing at a chipped porcelain bowl filled with water placed in front of It. It bore a blank expression, its ears drooping. What difference was there between it and the beggars on the street? I had never felt so constrained in my life. With such thoughts lingering in its mind, the feline gazed at the sleeping Zhou Yuzhao on the couch. It left its nest of grass, leapt onto the bed, curled up, and settled by his pillow. What kind of grass nest was this? Unworthy even of a dog's attention. Let those who care sleep where they wish. Slumber enveloped the cat. Its consciousness drifted into a realm of pure white void. Within this ethereal space, the cat had transformed into a young maiden. Her raven tresses, slightly curled, cascaded down her back, adorned in a pristine white knee-length cake dress, as immaculate as a porcelain doll. The girl stood barefoot, her closed eyelids fluttering open, as a chilling system voice resonated in the void. Greetings, host. I am System 886. Welcome to the wearable system. Point 886 will guide you. Chapter 3. Brother, if you care for me so dearly, Global won't be angry, will she? The girl's eyes opened, still somewhat bewildered, yet her ears were acutely attuned. 886. System 886. The cat examined its palm, a smile illuminating its face. It turned its arm, reveling in its human form. I've transformed back. Host, please listen. This crossing service is provided by 886. May you enjoy a delightful journey through realms. Is it merely a travel experience? Indeed, dear. The corners of the girl's mouth lifted slightly, a mischievous grin forming as she seized the floating system. On what grounds? Others who traverse are either pampered heiresses or White Lotus supporting characters. Why must I be a cat? As she spoke, Luo Shu tightened her grip on the system's rounded, mouse-like body, leaving only its two tiny tails flailing. Do I not even deserve to be human? Hey, host, calm down. Being a cat will surely bring you unique joys. Besides, you can cultivate to become human. What is there to cultivate? The day I become human is the day of my cesarean. Sensing the girl's grip slackening slightly, the system abruptly vanished from her grasp, reappearing in midair. That will certainly not happen. The system's eyes darted, swiftly changing the subject. Are you not at all surprised that you have crossed over? Don't you have any questions? For instance, the cat scratched its neck, unfazed by the notion of crossing over, exuding calmness. Then, with pride and excitement, it proclaimed, since I was 5, I have fantasized about traversing realms, as I have always felt I did not belong to that world. Thus, I studied various crossing novels and devised numerous strategies. And then, the system stammered, alarmed. If she had been strategizing since childhood, she must possess considerable knowledge. Was she to ascend to godhood here? Then, I found it particularly absurd. How could it possibly be real? I simply gave up. The girl helplessly spread her palms, shaking her head, her tone tinged with regret. 886 was momentarily speechless, yet the girl's response seemed devoid of flaws. To avoid any slip-ups, the system hastily sent the girl's consciousness back. You may return now and truly experience life. Wait, won't you grant me a golden finger? If not, at least a skill would suffice. Don't be so stingy. The cat's eyelids grew heavy, its vision blurring. Faintly, it heard the voices of 886 and others in conversation. Has she become suspicious? Not at all. She seems quite composed about her crossing. Could it be that she already knows? She cannot possibly know. No need to worry. Let her forge her own path. As her vision cleared, the cat found itself nestled beside the pillow. Stretching its body, it inadvertently kicked something soft. Curious, it nudged with its hind leg, rolling over its petite feline form, only to discover that the soft thing was Zhou Yuzhao's face. Cat, you seem rather audacious. The cat blinked in a daze, as Zhou Yuzhao affectionately ruffled its head. Do not touch me. The cat unsheathed its claws, pushing against Zhou Yuzhao, who only pressed harder in playful rubbing. Little one, still not tired of being petted? Throughout the morning, the cat lounged on the wooden floor, shaking off fallen leaves from its body before approaching Zhou Yuzhao, who sat at the stone table. Meow, what is it, cat? He reached over, lifting the cat by its front paws and placing it atop the stone table. The table bore an assortment of scattered items, resembling components from weaponry. Meow. The cat extended its tongue, licking Zhou Yuzhao's hand, gazing up at him. Brother, I truly cannot endure this. I am so hungry. Are you hungry? Instantly, the cat's ears perked up, nodding vigorously as it followed him into the small kitchen beside the wooden house. Here, on the table lay a basin with a fish merrily swimming about. Zhou Yuzhao, do you intend to feed me raw fish again? I caught this fish alive for you. Be a good kitty and eat. With that, he affectionately patted the cat's head before leaving the kitchen. Oh, don't go. Meow. The cat leapt towards Zhou Yuzhao's departing figure, only to tumble to the ground midair. What a misfortune. Shaking its head, the cat jumped onto the table, engaging in a fierce struggle with the fish before triumphantly carrying it out of the kitchen. If I wish to eat, I must rely on myself. With this thought, it clutched the fish and made its way to the riverbank in the valley, placing the fish on the shore. Time to gut it. Thud! In a split second, a sound of something splashing into the water echoed behind. What was that noise? The fish on the shore had vanished, and, as the cat turned to the lake, it noticed the unbalanced fish swimming away. I merely turned my back, and my lunch has disappeared. I shall become the first to starve upon crossing over. 886. Grant me a skill for sustenance. The cat lay on its back, gazing at the clouds racing across the sky. In a daze, it extended its paw toward the heavens, standing not far from the cat. Zhou Yuzhao observed the cat's gesture, finding it oddly reminiscent of a human action. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. I must be going mad. How could a mere cat, one that cannot even speak, possibly cultivate into a human so swiftly? Moreover, this cat lacks any cultivation, unable even to communicate in beast language. As the sun began to set, the cat finally returned from the valley, spotting the wooden house aglow with light, where Zhou Yuzhao stood outside. Is he waiting for me? The cat, carrying its prize, wagged its tail joyfully as it dashed toward Zhou Yuzhao. Hurry, it's nearly dark. Meow, I'm coming. Zhou Yuzhao crouched down, intending to pick up the cat, but noticed it was muddy, with something clutched in its mouth. He scrunched his nose in disapproval, lifting the cat by the scruff. Where have you been playing? Why are you all muddy? The cat, unbothered, dropped the fruit it had been holding in Zhou Yuzhao's hand. Meow, 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 look, I brought you some fruit. It's delicious. As he gazed at the adorable cat, he realized the fruit in his hand looked increasingly familiar. Did you eat the Su-Hua fruit I planted? Meow. What's Su-Hua? Is it this? Oh no, this item appears rather precious. I can't afford it. Seeing the cat's bewildered expression, Zhou Yuzhao swiftly carried it inside, quickly washing it clean and wrapping it in a towel. Was that it for the bath? A speedy version of bathing. Are you feeling unwell? The cat, wrapped in a towel, shook its head with great effort, looking quizzically at Zhou Yuzhao. Could it be that the fruit had some extraordinary effect? Zhou Yuzhao furrowed his brow slightly, gently stroking the cat's back, a hint of concern etched upon his features. The cat tilted its head, looking up at Zhou Yuzhao, and inquired, Brother, you seem so worried about me. Would Guogua be upset to know? Noticing the cat's prolonged silence, and as the night deepened into tranquility, he placed the cat in a grassy nest and covered it with a towel. Su-Hua is indeed a concoction of alchemical properties. How could you consume it so recklessly? The Su-Hua bears no flowers, yielding but a single leaf every 3 years. With your delicate frame, I wonder if you can withstand its effects. Yet the cat did not take his words to heart. Instead, it playfully nuzzled Zhou Yuzhao, already forming its own conclusion. After all, based on my deductions, this traveler possesses inherent advantages. It is unlikely that such a one would easily meet their demise. However, as the night wore on, the cat abruptly sensed an unusual chill enveloping its body, the towel weighing down upon it like a stone, hindering its breath. Drowsily, it awoke to find Zhou Yuzhao asleep on the bed. Casting a pleading glance in his direction, a faint blue orb of light appeared at the center of the cat's brow. gradually enlarging, its spinning accelerating like a miniature whirlwind. The aura it emitted ultimately stirred Zhou Yuzhao from his slumber, and he turned over, gazing at the sole source of light in the room, and approached the cat. With a gentle sweep of his sleeve, the orb dissipated, and he extended 2 fingers toward the cat's brow. "Are you feeling unwell now?" He cradled the cat, the warmth of his embrace easing its tense body. Returning to the bedside with the soft little creature, he nestled it within his blankets, caressing its fur while channeling his spiritual energy into it. "You just swallowed Sangyu, and yet you promptly consume my Suhua. Should I deem you greedy or foolish?" Chapter 4. I shock you by transforming into a human. As he spoke, he gently tapped the tip of the cat's nose. "Are you trying to throw away your life?" "Enough, enough. I have never felt pain before. This must be level 12 pain." He removed his shoes and climbed into bed, pulling the blanket over the cat, his palm continuously channeling spiritual energy to alleviate her suffering. "Hurry and sleep. Don't wet my bed." As dawn approached, the sleeping cat was awakened by the heat. She stammered, trying to express something. "Zhou Yuzhao, don't cover me. I'm so hot. I can't move my body." A faint blue spiritual light appeared again at the center of the cat's brow, enveloping her form. "Here it comes again. Zhou Yuzhao, wake up. Don't sleep. It's really hot." Her body began to heat up, the source of warmth gushing forth like a spring, clearly making her feel her blood boiling. And then her entire body turned warm. The heat gradually dissipated, her fur receding to reveal skin as delicate as cream, while her soft black hair lengthened, some strands slipping into Zhou Yuzhao's collar. "So hot." The girl's lips parted slightly, her cheeks tinted with an enchanting pink. Tilting her head back, she revealed her snow-white neck. At dawn, Zhou Yuzhao was startled awake by a hand that slapped across his face. He initially wished to ignore it, but something felt odd, and he turned his head to see the girl's fair skin before him. "Who are you?" He flung away the cat's arm, intending to pull the blanket back, only to discover her bare shoulder, causing him to hesitate. "She isn't wearing anything under here, is she?" Zhou Yuzhao thought to himself, his grip on the blanket loosening. Zhou Yuzhao, I'm in so much pain. Stop making those noises and get up." Zhou Yuzhao's voice was exceedingly loud, tinged with a hint of panic, causing the cat a headache. "What is all this noise so early in the morning?" The cat touched her neck and examined her hands. "I've turned back." "Hey, don't move." The girl, filled with joy, attempted to rise, only to be pressed back onto the bed by the man, blanket and all. The cat widened her eyes, a mix of surprise and confusion. Zhou Yuzhao looked at the cat, now clad in his outerwear, and felt a headache coming on as he propped his head up. "You've transformed into human form." "What human form? I was human to begin with." The girl gripped her clothing, attempting to get out of bed, but Zhou Yuzhao restrained her. "Don't, stay still." As he spoke, Zhou Yuzhao stepped back. "Just stay here. I'll go to the market and buy you some clothes. Don't move." After saying this, he hurriedly left the room. The cat sat at the head of the bed, staring at the still swaying wooden door, curiously flicking her ears, which couldn't be tucked away. At the market, a man dressed in black and wearing a silver mask appeared. Most of the crowd consisted of women, all gazing at Zhou Yuzhao's arrival. Even with his mask, he could not conceal the captivating aura surrounding him. Instead of heading directly to the clothing shop, he entered a narrow alley. "Come out." As the words fell, a figure dropped from the rafters, obscured, rendering his features indistinguishable. "Master, all the spies in the pavilion have been captured, awaiting your orders." Zhou Yuzhao nodded, lightly stating, "No need for interrogation. I am not interested in the people behind them. Just deal with them according to the pavilion's breach of contract spirit." "Understood." Upon receiving Zhou Yuzhao's command, the man prepared to climb the wall, but was halted by Zhou Yuzhao. "Wait, is there anything else, master? Next time you come out, could you be a bit more discreet? Flying over that roof, it's as if you want everyone to see you." The man looked perplexed, glancing at Zhou Yuzhao, thinking, "Isn't this discreet?" Zhou Yuzhao merely waved his hand, signaling him to leave. After saying this, the man climbed over the wall. Zhou Yuzhao watched him depart, feeling a headache coming on. He turned and exited the alley, entering the clothing shop. Fine silks and satins hung before him, overwhelming his senses, making it difficult to choose a suitable style. "This young sir, How about considering this piece of silk? A woman in her 30s assessed Zhou Yuzhao, stepping forward and pointing at a silk fabric hanging from a wooden rack. This silk is a recent arrival, not a boast, but many dignitaries from the palace have come to see it. Is this fabric available for garments? Yes, yes, yes. The woman beamed, delighted at the nobleman's generosity. She presented various garments, unfolding them one by one. Zhou Yuzhao's brow furrowed deeper. Are you not satisfied, esteemed guest? I have simpler and lighter RU skirts. But I suddenly forgot how to address him. The words caught in his throat, leaving him uncertain how to express himself. The shopkeeper, noticing his hesitation, produced another garment. This is the most fashionable Lu Yun Yenya skirt shirt in the city recently. I'm sure your young lady would adore it. Zhou Yuzhao's ears turned slightly red as he picked up the Lu Yun Yenya skirt, clearing his throat to say, "Wrap it up. No, it's not for my lady. Not yet married? There is nothing to be embarrassed about. It will be yours soon enough." As she spoke, the shopkeeper instructed her assistant to quickly fold the dress, presenting a plate of hairpins. Guest, a girl at this age must be particularly concerned about her appearance. Why not buy a few hairpins to match your sister's dress? Just wrap it up. All right then. The cat waited until noon for Zhou Yuzhao to return. Dressed in his oversized outerwear, she sat beneath a tree, shielding her eyes from the sun, watching the sunlight filter through her fingers. This is still my appearance. Didn't the book say that when a demon transforms into a human, they can paint their own form? The girl withdrew her hand, yawning delicately at her lips. She had exhausted too much energy last night and had dozed off against the tree. Green leaves drifted down, settling on her clothing. Her hair, unbound, cascaded over her shoulders. Zhou Yuzhao's gaze lingered on Luo Shu's delicate features, and unknowingly, his eyes began to glisten. The sound of his heartbeat echoed in his ears. He touched his chest, looking back at the girl with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Have I seen you somewhere before? Cut. The cat, in a light slumber, heard the man's voice and opened her eyes, her hair flowing across her face with the breeze. With drowsy eyes, she gazed at Zhou Yuzhao, who was squatting before her. You're back. Her voice was sweet, the remnants of sleep giving it a charming lilt. Yes, I'm back. Noticing the cat's eyelids growing heavy, showing no intention of rising, Zhou Yuzhao gently grasped her slender wrist. The energies of Tsang Yue and Su Hua within him slowly intertwined. If someone with ulterior motives were to capture her, she might become a furnace for them. Zhou Yuzhao sighed softly, wrapping her in his arms and carrying her back to the wooden house. It seemed this body also possessed the characteristics of a cat, soft as if boneless. After placing the cat on the bed, Zhou Yuzhao looked at his hand, reminiscing about the sensation of holding her. Are all girls this soft? As he stood by the bed, lost in thought, Zhou Yuzhao felt a gentle tug on his clothing. Looking down, he saw the cat slightly opening her eyes, clutching his garment. What's wrong? The young girl remained silent, initially just watching him with her eyes half open. Then she simply closed them again, drifting back to sleep, still holding tightly onto his shirt. As the sun set behind the mountains, the golden light streamed into the wooden house, casting shadows of green leaves on the floor. The light filtered through the sheer bed curtains, and the man's gaze settled on the girl lying in bed, deep and contemplative. After pondering for an entire afternoon, Zhou Yuzhao lifted his hand, gathering spiritual energy in his palm, intending to act, but upon seeing the girl's tightly furrowed brow, he ultimately lowered his hand. He extended a delicate finger, smoothing out her slightly wrinkled forehead. If her demon core were to be extracted at this moment, her spiritual roots would be utterly destroyed, and her life would be in jeopardy. Even if she were to escape death, she would become a mere remnant of a demon, forever devoid of the possibility of transformation. The man cautiously withdrew his fingers from the grip of the feline and rose from beside the bed, just as another man approached from outside the valley. Xixiao. Zhou Yuzhao greeted the person before him with a bow. Qinxiu extended his hand to lift Zhou Yuzhao's hand, indicating he had no intention of entering the valley. I heard from Haidang that you have found Sang Yue, but she has been devoured by a cat. Indeed, Qinxiu observed Zhou Yuzhao's expression, perceiving the hesitation etched upon his face. Zhao, I understand your affinity for animals, your compassion for that cat, and your reluctance to take its life, but what of Haitang's ailment? I wish to wait until that cat has cultivated into human form before extracting her demon core. This way, it will not compromise her foundation, and she will still have the potential to cultivate further. Qinxiu interrupted Zhou Yuzhao's thoughts, voicing his own perspective. You are utterly mistaken. Those who cultivate should slay demons and eliminate evil. You are merely granting that cat demon a second chance to cultivate. Our master has said that humans can be divided into good and evil, and the same applies to demons. If she has not harmed others or herself, then she is innocent. How can you be sure she will not harm others in the future? If she brings suffering to living beings, will you shelter her or protect her? Faced with Qinxiu's relentless questioning, Zhou Yuzhao straightened his back and declared earnestly, she will not. Very well. This is ultimately a matter between you and Haitang. I have come merely to inform you that on the day our sect recruits disciples, you must return. Understood. After bidding farewell to Qinxiu, the sky had grown somewhat dark. As Zhou Yuzhao turned to pass by a large tree embraced by two figures, he spotted the cat hiding behind the trunk. She was adorned in the moonlit dress he had purchased for earlier that day, her hair cascading loosely. Song Yue concealed her aura, leaving Zhou Yuzhao unaware of when she had arrived or how much she had overheard. Cat, he called softly. Uh-huh, the young girl replied, lifting her head in confusion. Their gazes met in silence, and it was the cat who broke the quiet first. She extended the hairband in her hand and said, Zhou Yuzhao, I cannot tie my hair. The girl was aware that Zhou Yuzhao had brought her back with the intent of discovering a flawless method to extract her demon core. However, hearing his unwavering conviction at this moment stirred an indescribable feeling within her. Zhou Yuzhao's gaze faltered, but he ultimately accepted the hairband from her hand. Turn around, he instructed. The cat turned her back to him. As he grasped her hair, his fingers inadvertently brushed against the skin of her neck, causing a tingling sensation. He threaded the hairband through her long hair and simply tied a knot. His hand, holding the hairband, lingered without releasing it. Only when he sensed the girl's impending turn did he let go. Why are you in a daze? She asked, looking up at him. It is nothing. He intended to lead the cat back into the house, but she wriggled free from his grasp. I have napped today. I do not wish to sleep now. I want to walk around the valley. Very well. Watching Zhou Yuzhao's figure recede into the distance until he was out of sight, the cat finally let go of her forced smile and patted her chest. She turned away, choosing a path opposite to his. Who would be foolish enough to remain here, waiting to have their demon core extracted? According to the usual pattern, he would likely be unable to protect her. It was better to slip away first. In the moonlit valley, the wind lifted the hem of the girl's dress, and her steps quickened. What is happening? She murmured, glancing back to find that the wooden house was no longer in sight. Continuing forward, she wondered why, after walking for so long, she was still within this valley. Her pace slowed as she surveyed her surroundings, seemingly questioning the correctness of her path. Gao! A branch protruding from the ground tripped the cat, causing her to tumble to the earth. Looking back, she saw only the offending branch. I'm truly exasperated. As she spoke, the cat got to her feet, brushing the dirt from her clothes. Who has taken the script of the second female lead from a youth drama, asking me to give my demon core to heal someone else? What a ridiculous dream. A hand landed upon her shoulder, causing the cat to freeze, her pupils widening in surprise. Whose demon core are you giving to heal whom? A bewitching voice echoed in her ear, its breath brushing against her. Hero, regardless of whether you are human or ghost, let us converse peacefully. Peacefully? The hand on her shoulder withdrew, and sensing the opportunity, the cat dashed forward. What is that? She exclaimed, glancing back to see a creature with the head of a fox and the body of a human standing there, its eyes glowing eerily green. What is this thing? A fox. Why can this fox speak? Is it not forbidden for creatures to attain sentience after the Republic? In a flurry of disarray, the cat ran ahead, stopping only when fatigue set in, only to find herself in a bamboo grove, utterly lost. Above her, the mournful caw of crows echoed. Run! Why did you stop running? Hearing the fox's voice, the cat immediately turned, only to see a fiery red fox approaching her with an elegant gait. Do not come any closer. The cat steadied her trembling legs and stepped back, but the fox seemingly amused by her fear, deliberately slowed its pace. "Are you a cat demon?" Yes, yes, yes." The cat stepped on a small stick behind her and fell to the ground with a thud. The fox circled around her, sniffing her scent, weaving around her in a curious dance. "What treasures do you possess? Your aura is remarkably well concealed." "And nothing at all." The cat fluttered her eyelashes on the verge of tears. "Is someone about to cry?" "Of course not," she retorted, though her eyes were already reddening, making her appear rather vulnerable. The fox, with a cunning thought, fluffed up its fiery fur and opened its mouth wide. Cat meat must be quite delectable. It licked its lips hungrily. At this, the cat burst into tears and cried out, "Zhou Yuzhao." Upon hearing her, the fox immediately retracted its fangs, and a flash of white light appeared. A man clad in dark garments materialized before the cat. Seeing this, the fox took several steps back, bowed its head to Zhou Yuzhao, and then turned to vanish into the depths of the bamboo grove. As Zhou Yuzhao turned to face her, the cat, feeling guilty, dared not meet his gaze. Lowering her head to the ground. "Get up!" Zhou Yuzhao extended his hand towards her. She looked up at him, the moonlight streaming from behind him, casting a gentle glow around her. His soft voice carried an almost divine quality, and with a mask upon his face, he exuded an air of mystery. On their way back, Zhou Yuzhao tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, reassuring her, "Do not be alarmed. That fox will not harm you." "How can you be so sure? It just tried to eat me. It must have perceived you as easy prey and sought to tease you." He noticed the tear glistening on her eyelashes and reached out to wipe it away, but hesitated, ultimately withdrawing his hand. Instead, he playfully pinched her ear. In an instant, the cat's face flushed crimson. Her mind buzzed as she heard Zhou Yuzhao chuckle. "Why can't these little ears of yours seem to go down?" "I don't know." "All right, I shall return to rest. Do not wander too far this time." The cat gazed up at him, pondering whether he had come out specifically to find her. Did he truly know she was missing? Was this not a form of gentle captivity? To keep her voluntarily by his side, waiting to be disemboweled? This felt no different from euthanasia. "No, my journey through this world has only just begun." Chapter 6. My saliva is about to drip as dawn gently broke. Zhou Yuzhao had already awakened, seated at the table beside the bed. The cat, having fallen asleep at an unknown hour the previous night, remained blissfully unaware at that moment. Perhaps inheriting a feline trait, the cat's ears twitched slightly, catching the faint sound of Zhou Yuzhao's footsteps. Soon enough, she felt him approach her side. But due to her laziness, the cat did not open her eyes. However, the man's fiery gaze lingered upon her face, compelling the young girl to open her eyes reluctantly. In her drowsy gaze lay the inherent languor of a cat, intermingled with a hint of allure. "Good morning, Zhou Yuzhao." Good morning." He gently pinched the cat's ear, soft and adorned with delicate fluff. The cat's nerves instantly tensed. "Zhou Yuzhao, please do not pinch my ear." "All right." Clearly, the man merely acquiesced verbally. Yet his hand returned to tease the girl's ear once more. "I don't care. I want to go too." In the valley, the girl's voice was particularly resonant, startling the birds perched in the branches. "Zhou Yuzhao, I want to go with you. Please take me to the market." The cat sat on the ground, clinging to Zhou Yuzhao's legs, pleading desperately for him to take her along. Unmoved, he allowed her to tug at his sleeve, crying and clamoring. Ultimately, he could only sigh in resignation. "Fine, I will take you. I will take you." "Thank you, brother." The cat released her grip on his clothing, standing up and brushing off the dust from her attire. "What did you just call me?" The cat paused her actions, gazing at Zhou Yuzhao with a puzzled expression, producing a single syllable. "Huh?" Observing him, the cat awkwardly chuckled. "He, I didn't call you anything." She had intended to teasingly refer to him as Geijai, but it seemed to have backfired, inducing a sense of embarrassment. On the path out of the valley, they were accompanied by lush green trees. Though these peculiar trees bore only verdant leaves, flourishing yet devoid of flowers or buds. Do these trees not bloom? A light sensation brushed against her ear, and the cat promptly tilted her head to evade it. "What are you doing? Please do not keep pinching my ear. I'm helping you conceal your ears. In your current state, you might frighten people on the streets." A fleeting hint of shame flickered across the cat's face as she lowered her head closer to Zhou Yuzhao. "You need not lower your head. I can see you just fine." catching the mocking tone in his voice. The cat took advantage of their proximity and playfully punched his chest. Zhou Yuzhao, do not be excessive. I will grow taller. Just as his hand descended from her head, she delivered another playful punch. With a muffled sound, he covered his chest. You will grow taller. Although he spoke thus, he could not resist measuring their heights with his hand. Zhou Yuzhao, she attempted to strike him again, but he effortlessly blocked her with his hand, preventing her from getting close. If you have the ability, let me go. I do not possess such ability. The cat crossed her arms defiantly, glaring at Zhou Yuzhao as he pressed his hand against her forehead. All right, let us go. Zhou Yuzhao retracted his hand and led the way, with the cat trailing behind him. Upon entering the city, the sights before the cat dazzled her senses. Is this truly the mortal realm of the cultivation world? How utterly breathtaking, she murmured in admiration, while Zhou Yuzhao, walking ahead, turned back, unable to discern her words. What did you say? I said nothing. Let us go. Let us go. She stepped forward and linked her arm with Zhou Yuzhao, oblivious to the peculiar expression on his face. Throughout their journey, the cat was easily captivated by the street vendors, constantly alternating between clinging to Zhou Yuzhao's arm and releasing it to inspect the wares. Eventually, she became so engrossed that she failed to return to his side, prompting Zhou Yuzhao to turn around in search of her. Ultimately, he discovered her at a stall selling porcelain dolls. Miss, why not buy one? These are all handcrafted by us. Look at the quality. In her hand, the cat held a white porcelain cat, its cheeks adorned with pink brushstrokes, possibly meant to resemble blush. To Zhou Yuzhao's eyes, however, the porcelain cat appeared foolish and daft. Owner, wrap it up. Certainly. Zhou Yuzhao handed over the silver coins, only to turn and find the cat gazing at him, her eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. Upon receiving the porcelain cat, the young girl seemed less than thrilled, trailing behind Zhou Yuzhao as he quickened his pace, her steps gradually slowing. Does he think I am being somewhat unreasonable? The cat pondered, glancing at the wrapped porcelain cat in her hands, biting her lower lip slightly. Although she adored it, a thought of returning it began to form in her mind. What are you doing? Why are you walking so slowly? Can you just look at it when we get back? Noticing the cat had fallen behind, Zhou Yuzhao promptly turned around to find her standing still, entranced by the porcelain cat. Her expression resembled that of a child. Yet, through the packaging, what could one discern? Zhou Yuzhao suddenly felt she was akin to the porcelain cat, both foolish and daft. He grasped the cat's wrist and led her forward until they entered a swordsmith's shop. Zhou Yuzhao, you finally made it. The speaker was a man clad only in a purple robe, his dark skin and muscular physique causing the cat to retreat behind Zhou Yuzhao in a flustered manner. Zhou Yuzhao assumed she was frightened, unaware of her true thoughts. Such a physique is truly impressive. It makes my mouth water. Today, I found some free time and thought to come by. As he spoke, the fabric of his clothing tightened across his back, and it was evident that the cat had tugged at it. Ah, you have brought a girl with you today, the blacksmith observed, as the cat withdrew even further upon hearing him speak, prompting the blacksmith to chuckle awkwardly. My apologies, Zhou Yuzhao. I did not mean to frighten your sister. No worries, the cat is naturally timid. The burly man ushered them into the back room, calling for his wife, while he himself went to change his attire. Wenyang, Zhou Yuzhao is here. All right, a gentle voice resonated from within. I will be right there. Having a moment to spare, Zhou Yuzhao reached out to pat the cat's head. What is wrong? I bought it for you, yet you seem unhappy. I'm not. The girl shook her head, extending her hand to mimic a muscular pose. However, the slight flesh on her arms hardly conveyed her meaning. Oh, come closer. The girl leaned near Zhou Yuzhao's ear, slightly covering her mouth with her hand. Look at his muscles. They are truly amazing. Zhou Yuzhao gently pinched her cheek. Her skin felt soft and plush. He grinned, teasingly responding, I thought you were hiding behind me out of fear. You little lecherous cat. He has a wife. I merely admire. How could I ever be a third party? Chapter 7. The 886 system initiates memory erasure, forcibly rooting out memories before long. A woman clad in purple emerged. The cat sat beside Zhou Yuzhao, observing Wenyang, who appeared to be in her 20s, exuding a serene elegance in her simple attire. My, what a beautiful woman. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in her mind. 886 is clearing your memories. Progress is at 15%. What progress bar? Progress is now at 25%. Memories flashed through her mind like a film, the rapid movement leaving her grasping for clarity. 886 is clearing. Progress is at 30%. Cat, do not daze off. Zhou Yuzhao's hand was tightly gripping the cat beneath the table. The cat blinked rapidly before regaining its composure. Wen Yang placed the teapot and snacks on the table one by one before finally taking a seat. It had been a long time since she had seen him, and she had thought he had abandoned that thing. Recently, an unexpected incident during her outings had caused a delay. Her gaze shifted to the young girl beside Zhou Yuzhao, and she pushed the plate of snacks toward the cat, encouraging her to eat without reservation. The cat nodded, but did not reach for the food. Her eyes fixed on Wen Yang, displaying a hint of innocent bewilderment. Zhou Yuzhao, where did you find this little wife? What's her name? Where does she live? Wen Yang propped her head on her hand, gazing at the cat's face, her smile widening. A trace of awkwardness appeared on both Zhou Yuzhao and the cat's faces, with Zhou Yuzhao's ears turning crimson. I found her on the mountain a few days ago. She has lost her memory, so I've kept her by my side. As he spoke, Zhou Yuzhao reached to pat the cat's head, but the young girl evaded him, tilting her head away from his hand. Just then, a burly man emerged, dressed in a plain black shirt that concealed his muscular frame, rendering him unrecognizable from his previously fierce demeanor. The cat clutched the porcelain cat bag in her hand, her fingers fidgeting beneath the table. Wasn't it true that undressing reveals flesh while dressing makes one appear slimmer? Was Zhou Yuzhao also like this? As she pondered, she turned to look at Zhou Yuzhao, only to find him pinching her cheek. Why are you daydreaming again? He whispered in her ear, shaking her cheek playfully. Are you still half asleep today? Zhou Yuzhao, may I take my sister to the backyard for a stroll? Wen Yang, unable to suppress her fondness for the cat, spoke up. Upon hearing this, the burly man tugged at Wen Yang's hand, signaling her. It's nothing. I apologize for troubling Madame Chun. With a relaxed grip on Wen Yang's hand, she slipped away from his side, running to Zhou Yuzhao and taking the cat's hand to lead her away. Hey! The cat exclaimed softly as the porcelain cat slipped from her grasp, fortunately caught by Zhou Yuzhao. Watching the two girls depart, the burly man spoke to Zhou Yuzhao with a hint of apology. I apologize, Zhou Yuzhao. Ma Wen Yang can be a bit reckless. No witties. Madame Chen's personality is quite straightforward, Zhou Yuzhao replied. They hurried to the backyard, where Wen Yang finally released the cat's hand. Breathing a little heavily, she turned to apologize for her slow pace, but was taken aback to find the cat showing no signs of fatigue. How do you have such good stamina? The cat looked down at her legs and smiled slightly, choosing not to respond. Perhaps it is because I am a cat. Wen Yang led the cat into her room, seating her in front of the vanity and gently pressing her shoulders while gazing into the copper mirror. Did Zhou Yuzhao tie your hair? Let me style it for you. Wen Yang's enthusiasm overwhelmed the cat, who repeatedly waved her hands, attempting to rise. However, she was pressed back into the chair. It's fine. There's no need to be polite among sisters. As she began to undo the cat's hair, she inquired, Does Zhou Yuzhao treat you well? Yes. He even bought me a lovely porcelain cat earlier. Wen Yang teased. So a porcelain cat is enough to win your heart? Because no one has ever bought me anything before. They always said to be obedient, and when I was about to speak, I suddenly forgot what I wanted to say, like snowflakes on a television flickering in and out. Zhou Yuzhao, didn't you say you lost your memory? Do you remember anything from the past? Just a little bit, the cat replied, patting her head in an attempt to grasp something elusive, but ultimately grasping nothing. Ah, don't move, Wen Yang said, removing the cat's hand to continue styling her hair. The cat observed her reflection in the mirror, which grew increasingly vivid, revealing a 5- or 6-year-old girl with disheveled hair and bruises on her face. The ornate vanity gradually faded to black and white, and everything on the table vanished like dust in the wind. The voice of the little girl echoed from the mirror, causing the cat to feel a sudden wave of panic. She saw a belt striking the girl in the reflection. The birthmark at the corner of the girl's eye stood out, as she bore a similar mark. The cat's pupils dilated in an instant. Who are you? She lowered her head to avoid seeing the scene in the mirror, but found it impossible to escape the sounds reaching her ears. Her hands fell weakly onto her knees, as if she had lost control of her entire body. Fixated on the table, she noticed a cracked and worn belt lying atop it. The fear within her magnified, and her toes gripped the floor tightly as she heard the voice of 886 again. 886 is clearing this memory. Progress at 10%. Who are you? Warning. Warning. Memory hard drive will initiate forced eradication. A buzzing sensation overwhelmed her mind, and when clarity returned, the cat looked into the copper mirror once more. When Yang had finished styling her hair, creating two butterfly-like arrangements on either side and carefully placing beaded flowers in her hair. Does it look good? When Yang asked, inserting the last flower atop her shoulder as they both gazed into the mirror. The cat blinked several times, and finally, the mechanisms in her mind clicked into place, bringing her back to reality. It looks beautiful. When Yang seemed unsatisfied, turning her around to examine her face. How about I apply a bit of powder? Huh? The cat was momentarily taken aback, only to see Wen Yang already at work. Sister, it's all right to have lost your memory. Look at how great Zhou Yuzhao is, handsome and wealthy. Have you ever seen him without his mask? Wen Yang paused, straightening her posture as she thoughtfully recalled. It seems I haven't tea, but Zhou Yuzhao must be a very good match. Then why don't you marry him? After saying this, the cat awkwardly bit her lip, wondering if it was appropriate to voice such a thought. Chapter 8. Don't be afraid. Host, 886 will protect you. I meant to say, all right, I understand what you mean. It was just a slip of the tongue. No need to panic. As she spoke, Wen Yang set down the lip pencil and turned the cat back towards the copper mirror. Look, it's beautiful. In the mirror, her face was adorned with a subtle blush that visually widened her features, and the lip color was strikingly vibrant, accentuating her youthful appearance. It looks lovely. When Zhou Yuzhao arrived in search of the cat, she was in the backyard with Wen Yang, observing the fish swimming in the pond. The sight of the two girls was quite heartwarming, reminiscent of sisters. The young girl was so engrossed that she did not notice his approach. Her head tilted side to side in a manner that was entirely cat-like. However, as he continued to watch, he noticed a tail gradually appearing behind the cat. Alarmed, he rushed forward, standing behind her and pinching her waist. The cat jumped in surprise, instantly retracting her tail. What are you looking at? The man's voice emerged beside the cat's ear, causing her to gently turn her head, nearly bumping into his chin. After a moment, she pushed him away and stood beside Wen Yang. The young girl's face flushed red as she looked up at him, her speech faltering. Why are you so close to me? Wen Yang observed their intimate interaction, smiling silently. Are you staying here for the night? Luo Shu, still somewhat taken aback, gazed at Zhou Yuzhao for a while until he extended his hand, prompting her to join him. Oh, all right. As they reached the doorway, the two bid farewell to the burly man and Wen Yang. The cat glanced at Wen Yang with a hint of reluctance, gently biting her lip. Suddenly recalling the hairpin atop her head, she was about to remove it. Sister Wen, your hairpin. Wen Yang stopped the young girl from taking the hairpin, saying, It's a gift for you. As she spoke, she reached out to pinch the cat's face, and the two exchanged smiles. Can I come and play with you again next time, sister? Of course, you're always welcome. Until the cat followed Zhou Yuzhao away. It remained in a state of playful delight. She caressed the porcelain cat in her hands, feeling quite elated, when suddenly she heard Zhou Yuzhao's teasing remark beside her. I will come and play with you again next time, sister. The cat froze in place, momentarily dazed, then grabbed Zhou Yuzhao's clothing, asking, What are you doing? Nothing much. Just noticing how well you get along with Madame Chan. You're lying. Zhou Yuzhao snorted disdainfully, then added, After taking care of you for so long, I haven't seen you act this way towards me. He glanced at the cat, unaware of the amused expression on her face, and led her into a guest house. Boss, 2 rooms, please. Certainly, right this way, ladies. The young girl hugged the porcelain cat, clutching Zhou Yuzhao's sleeve with one hand, and softly inquired, Are we not going back today? No, we won't be going back for the next few days. Dear guest, how do you find this place? The waiter asked with a smile. Zhou Yuzhao nodded and waved for him to leave, stepping into the room himself. Why not? Zhou Yuzhao countered. Where would we sleep if we went back? Do you expect to sleep with me? Why do you look so aggrieved? I haven't taken advantage of you. Zhou Yuzhao pinched the cat's face, leaning down to say, Once you sleep comfortably, your tail will show. After all, you're a young girl now, still wanting to cling to your father for sleep. The cat slapped Zhou Yuzhao's face away, rubbing her own, and said, Zhou Yuzhao, you shameless rogue. You still want to be my father. How can you say that? I have saved your life. Calling me father wouldn't be too much to ask. No way. The cat shook her head. If you want that, find someone else to give birth. Zhou Yuzhao suddenly laughed, leaning down and asking, what if I want to have a child with you? Is that all right? The cat's face flushed crimson, leaving her speechless. Then she noticed Zhou Yuzhao's gaze wandering over her. She covered her chest and glared, saying, what are you looking at? Do you think I want to do anything? I'm still just a child. Speaking of being a child, the cat found it peculiar. She vaguely remembered being 20 years old, yet after transforming from a cat to a human, she appeared only 14 or 15. Madam Chun, you made me quite beautiful. She slightly raised her head and saw Zhou Yuzhao sitting on a chair, resting his arms on the table, looking at her. Zhou Yuzhao, did you think I looked unattractive when I wasn't made up? Why would you say that? He reached out his hand to beckon her closer, taking her small hand into his and playing with it. The cat's voice grew softer as she recalled how someone once called her a seductive fox. Did you transform before? Zhou Yuzhao asked, noticing her silence. The cat did not respond. She did not know how to explain her time traveling. Her face was the same as in modern times, and she feared that the trajectory of her fate would become identical. Zhou Yuzhao observed the girl standing before him, her hand grasping the porcelain cat, her fingers fidgeting nervously. Calling you a seductive fox is a compliment, isn't it? The cat looked at Zhou Yuzhao in confusion, hearing him continue. Isn't it said in stories that foxes are increasingly alluring? That means you are as beautiful as a little fox. Saying this, he playfully scratched the girl's nose, and she muttered softly, who comforts people like that? Our cats are naturally beautiful. Once we grow up, we will surely be stunning. You just know how to flatter. Luo Shu murmured, her slightly puffed cheeks resembling a pufferfish. Wait until you have charmed me, little fox. At night, the moon hid behind clouds, casting only a hazy glow. Inside the guest house, a girl lay sleeping on the bed, her dark hair spread across it, her brow furrowed as her fingers tightened around the bedding. Seemingly trapped in a nightmare. Let me go, seductive fox. You gave birth to you. How useless are you, only knowing how to seduce others. Just watch me tear your face apart today. No, why do you look like a white lotus? Let me go. Memories flashed through her mind like fragmented scenes from a film, magnifying and flickering. You still want to jump off the building? Do you believe I won't kill you? Did you steal your brother's pocket money? It wasn't me. I didn't do it. Host, do not be afraid. 886 is deleting memories for you. A gentle voice entered the cat's ears, yet could not soothe her restless emotions. The resistance within her consciousness prevented 886 from successfully erasing the girl's dark memories. The same resistance deepened the girl's entrapment. Alert! Alert! The host is trapped in memories, unable to erase them. The small orb of light on the cat's forehead spun faster, flickering and sparking. The door to the room opened from the outside, causing the orb to vanish, and the cat's struggles gradually ceased. Cut! Zhou Yuzhao called her softly, placing his palm on her forehead, which felt icy cold. The girl bit her lower lip, reluctant to release it, as if unwilling to let her voice escape her lips. Cat, wake up! He shook her gently, calling her name several times until she finally opened her eyes. She looked at Zhou Yuzhao, her gaze filled with confusion and panic, shifting her body as if she wanted to escape into the bed, perceiving him as a flood or a ferocious beast. Cat, it's me. I am Zhou Yuzhao. Chapter 9, please don't go, okay? Don't leave me again. Let me go. The cat's softly trembling voice reached Zhou Yuzhao's ears, causing him to furrow his brow. He grasped her wrist, forcefully pulling her into his embrace, which only elicited her vigorous struggles. He channeled his spiritual energy into her, but it only intensified her frantic resistance. Her nails suddenly elongated, scratching Zhou Yuzhao's skin on his neck, seemingly agitated by the interference of his spiritual energy. Entering childhood memories for deletion, progress at 75%. As the voice of the 886 system echoed in her mind, more childhood memories surfaced, familiar sounds emerging in her ears. Mom, that's mine. You're already so grown up. Stop playing with those. Tell me, why did you keep abandoning me again and again? The cat, in a dazed state, questioned Zhou Yuzhao, her deep-set eyes filled with helplessness. Unable to distinguish who the person before her truly was, she pressed for answers, desperately yearning for a resolution. "I will not abandon you." "You will, you're lying." The girl spoke with conviction, as if she knew the answer, yet still craved confirmation. Memory deletion progress at 85%, 886 system is working diligently. Zhou Yuzhao patted the cat's back, gradually infusing his spiritual energy from her nape, slowly relaxing her nerves. "I will be here, don't be afraid." Memory deletion speed accelerating. Progress at 99%, deletion complete. As the 886 system's voice faded, the cat's nerves gradually relaxed. Zhou Yuzhao cradled her neck, laying her back on the bed, pulling up the quilt, and gently wiping away the tears from her lashes. After completing these tasks, Zhou Yuzhao rose to leave her side, only to find her hand gripping his clothing, unwilling to let him go. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes once more, and a choked voice escaped her lips. "Did you not say you wouldn't leave? That you wouldn't abandon me?" The girl's fingers tightened gradually, desperately clinging to Zhou Yuzhao's garment, pouring all her strength into retaining him. Without receiving Zhou Yuzhao's assurance, her voice trembled increasingly. "Please don't go, okay? Don't leave me again." Zhou Yuzhao settled beside the bed, gently reaching out to touch her forehead, assessing her temperature while softly murmuring reassurances. "It's all right, I won't leave." With his promise, Luo Shu finally felt at ease and gradually drifted into slumber under Zhou Yuzhao's gentle coaxing. Meanwhile, with his other hand, he formed a seal, summoning a small orb of blue light that flickered like a flame, yet emanated an aura of tranquility. As he gazed at Luo Shu's face, he found it peculiar that her unusual ability had ceased. Once he was certain she was deeply asleep, Zhou Yuzhao carefully pried her fingers apart, liberating his garments from her grasp and tenderly placing her hand back under the covers. As dawn broke, the little cat had already risen, feeling sore all over. She half-propped herself up, attempting to gather her thoughts from the thick fog of confusion. After lingering in a daze for a considerable time, the sounds of the street gradually grew louder, jolting her back to reality as she surveyed her unfamiliar, yet oddly familiar surroundings. Pulling aside the covers, she donned the clothes hanging on a rack. A knock sounded at the door, and Zhou Yuzhao's voice called from outside. "Luo Shu, are you awake?" Though uncertain of who it was, instinctively she replied, "I am." As she looked towards the door, it swung open, revealing a man in a white robe adorned with a mask, who approached her and placed a brocade box on the table. "Are you feeling unwell?" he asked. She shook her head, remaining silent as Zhou Yuzhao extended his hand to gauge her temperature. Zhao, she pronounced each syllable of his name, prompting a soft acknowledgement from him. He then guided her to sit at the vanity, placing the brocade box in her hands while he began to style her hair. "Don't move. Let me create a beautiful hairstyle for you." As she opened the box, vibrant hairpins dazzled her eyes. She almost exclaimed, "These must be expensive." "Not at all. Which one do you like?" Zhou Yuzhao replied. As she gazed at the colorful pins, the world around her began to fade, reminiscent of an old television show flickering before her eyes. Rubbing her eyes, she turned to the bronze mirror and saw Zhou Yuzhao earnestly weaving her hair. The mirror rippled, revealing an image. A beam of light descended upon a forest, and as it faded, a cat appeared on the ground. It was her. The images in the mirror flashed by like a film reel, and she began to recall. "Luo Shu, Luo Shu." Zhou Yuzhao called repeatedly until she finally snapped back to attention, meeting his gaze as he half-squatted before her. "Still not awake?" he inquired. In a daze, she replied, "Zhou Yuzhao, I want to daydream." "All right," he smiled, nodding. He took the brocade box from her hands and extracted a pair of hairpins, inserting one on each side of her hair. "You resemble a young lady of noble birth in the city. Let us return to the valley." Luo Shu, still in a haze, placed her hand in his as he led her out of the inn. Upon stepping into the street, she looked up at the crowd, observing the animated lips of the people around her, feeling as if she were in another world. Zhou Yuzhao held her hand, which trembled slightly as she grasped his palm. Noticing her reaction, he gently pulled her from his right side to his left, where there were fewer people, hoping she would feel more comfortable. Once they left the city, The passerby became scarce. They traversed a grove and soon found the path leading to the valley. As she surveyed the trees, she sensed something unusual about them. Tiny buds seemed to be emerging on the branches. Next to the wooden cabin, a new small house had been constructed. Blinking in surprise, she remarked, "That small house wasn't there before." "It was newly built," he replied, continuing to hold her hand. "You can't expect me to sleep with you every night, can you? Did it really take only a day and night to complete?" She questioned. "The spirit master I found does not require months like others," he explained. Zhou Yuzhao led Luo Shu into the adjacent room, opening the door to a waft of sandalwood that filled her senses, causing her to wrinkle her brow slightly. Inside, there was a large bed, a vanity, a screen, a wardrobe, and a small wooden table by the window. "Do you like it?" he asked. "I do," she replied, releasing his hand and moving around the screen to the window, gazing at the bed that could comfortably accommodate two, adorned with misty, delicate curtains. "This truly resembles a princess's bed from ancient times," she mused, yet a nagging sense of forgetting something lingered in her mind, rapping her knuckles against her forehead. Zhou Yuzhao approached her from behind, saying, "Luo Shu." She turned, puzzled, and saw him reaching for her forehead. Instinctively, she tilted her head back. "Don't shy away. Let me take a look." "Oh," she murmured, gripping the porcelain cat in her hands as she felt his warmth on her eyes. As he withdrew his hand, she sensed a gentle warmth in her brow, followed by a small orb of light materializing in the air. Zhou Yuzhao focused for a moment before lowering his hand. As the light dissipated, Luo Shu opened her eyes, revealing a faint blue hue flickering in her dark pupils. "How curious. Why is your spirit perception so clear now?" Zhou Yuzhao wondered aloud, observing as she touched her brow. "Such clarity in your spirit perception suggests your memories might have been disturbed." Chapter 10. Zhou Yuzhao. "Why do you care for me?" Zhou Yuzhao. "Is there something wrong with my body?" After a prolonged silence from him, Luo Shu finally inquired. He shook his head, replying, "No harm done." Though he spoke reassuringly, thoughts raced through his mind. Could it be that her memories had been affected last night? The young girl seized Zhou Yuzhao's clothing, glancing up at him with curiosity. "Am I strange?" "Not at all. I merely feel something is off and worry for you." "Why do you care for me?" she retorted, her gaze fixed on him, making it difficult for him to meet her eyes. He found himself at a loss for words. Such a question was not easily answered. Days passed, and Luo Shu gradually adapted to her new surroundings, yet her demeanor felt different to Zhou Yuzhao. Once lively and spirited, she now exuded an air of melancholy, as if she had retreated into herself. A pleasing personality, an introverted nature, Zhou Yuzhao mentally categorized her. Perhaps his gaze lingered on her a moment too long, for she turned to him, asking, "Zhou Yuzhao, why do you always stare at me?" He lowered his propped-up hand, smiling. "It's nothing." He rose and moved closer, brushing aside a stray lock of hair that had fallen over her face. "Today, your hair is not styled well." "Zhou Yuzhao, why are you so kind to me?" She pressed again, her eyes following him as he settled into the chair beside her. "Am I truly kind to you?" he questioned. She nodded earnestly, "Yes, very kind." Suddenly, a smile broke across his face, leaving her bewildered. Just as she opened her mouth to respond, his expression shifted, and his eyes darted towards the window. "Luo Shu, change back." As he spoke, he extended his hand, channeling spiritual energy, and in an instant, she transformed back into a cat. The porcelain cat slipped from her grasp, wobbling momentarily before finally settling on the table. As Haitang entered the valley, she spotted Zhou Yuzhao emerging from the wooden cabin, cradling the cat in his arms. And she offered him a gentle smile. "Why did you not come out today? It turns out you were amusing the cat." Zhou Yuzhao smiled faintly, reaching out to caress the cat's fur with great affection. "What brings you to my place today?" The business in the building has not been thriving lately, and the number of people coming to customize weapons has significantly diminished. Only a few are involved in trade. She gazed at the newly constructed wooden cottage and inquired, "How has a new house arisen in just a few days?" "You know I enjoy crafting small items, so I built a little house to store them." Haidang nodded, allowing Zhou Yuzhao to lead her into the guest room, placing the cat on the table to brew tea. The cat lay on the table, reflecting on its initial impression of her. She is not a courtesan, after all. Looking up, it saw Haitang reaching out her hand toward its head, seemingly wanting to pet it. The cat tilted its head to evade her touch, unwilling to be touched. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Haitang's face. Zhao, what has become of that Sanyue matter? Zhou Yuzhao, maintaining her composure, handed a cup of tea to Haitang and then sat down. This cat is rather foolish. It has yet to cultivate into human form, thus unable to extract the demon core. The cat turned to look at Zhou Yuzhao, a trace of skepticism in its eyes. To prevent Haitang from noticing anything amiss, Zhou Yuzhao cradled the cat once more and continued. The world is not solely reliant on Sanyue. When the opportunity arises, I shall seek something even better for you. You know that the medicinal value and spiritual energy of Sanyue are incomparable to ordinary treasures. She twirled the cup in her hand, intentionally revealing her wrist, which bore a blood-red pattern hidden within her sleeve. Has your poison spread so rapidly? Zhou Yuzhao's inquiry inadvertently fulfilled Haitang's intent, and she replied with a melancholic expression, My body, day after day, year after year, remains difficult to heal. Zhou Yuzhao slightly lowered her head, conveying her sympathy, while Haitang set down her cup and sighed softly. It is all right. I know you cherish these small creatures and do not wish to harm living beings. My condition is not urgent. It is better to address it sooner rather than later. After saying this, her gaze was drawn to the porcelain cat on the table, remarking that it was quite a unique little thing. As she spoke, she reached out toward the porcelain cat. The cat, startled, bristled its fur and attempted to leap toward Haitang, only to be held back by Zhou Yuzhao. Alas, cat! Haitang was momentarily stunned, a hint of coldness in her eyes, which vanished a moment later, replaced by her gentle demeanor. She held the porcelain cat in her hand, her fingers gently toying with it, while observing the cat in Zhou Yuzhao's embrace, emitting soft sounds of protest. What is it? Is it still yours? I bought it for the cat, Zhou Yuzhao clarified, causing a flicker of surprise on Haitang's face, which soon returned to normalcy. You seem quite attentive to this cat. Haitang propped her chin on her hand, playing with the porcelain cat. You do not intend to keep this cat by your side forever, do you? Zhou Yuzhao remained silent, gently stroking the cat's whiskers. The cat continued to vocalize its discontent, fixating its gaze on Haitang, appearing poised to pounce. Be good, cat. Zhou Yuzhao attempted to soothe the cat's agitation by petting its paw, but to no avail. Haitang, observing the cat's reaction closely, devised a plan. Zhao, why not gift me this one? The cat protested, its front paws resting on the table, ears perked up in defiance. This cat has become quite adept at understanding human speech. Haitang twirled the porcelain cat in her hand, when suddenly her fingers slipped, causing the porcelain cat to fall. She reached out to catch it, but only managed to grasp it a few times in midair before it shattered on the ground. Meow! In an instant, the cat darted from Zhou Yuzhao's arms, lunging at Haitang. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly, narrowly avoiding the cat's claws. What are you doing? For the first time, she found herself in a standoff with an animal lacking intelligence. Cut! Zhou Yuzhao's brow furrowed slightly as she rose and walked around the table toward the cat. Haitang, this cat is truly unreasonable. Had you not provoked it first, would there have been such a situation? Zhou Yuzhao's cold tone caused Haitang to tremble slightly. In her memory, Zhou Yuzhao had always been mild-mannered. I have stated that this cat is now under my care, and you have no authority to interfere. I shall not forget the promise made to you. Defeated, Haitang left the valley, and when Zhou Yuzhao entered the room, the cat had transformed back into its human form. The young girl bowed her head, cradling the shattered porcelain cat with a broken head. Throw it away. When we next enter the city, I will buy you another one. The cat remained silent, her fingers continuously stroking the broken porcelain. Zhou Yuzhao squatted down, gently ruffled her hair, and spoke in a tone meant to comfort child. Be good, we shall do without it. I only want this, the young girl replied, her voice tinged with tears, catching Zhou Yuzhao off guard as she looked up, revealing her tear-filled eyes. Are you not capable of spells? Cannot it be restored? She tugged at Zhou Yuzhao's sleeve, as if in supplication. Zhou Yuzhao merely took the broken porcelain cat from Luo Shu's hands and softly replied, Cat, spells are not omnipotent, especially not for something devoid of spiritual energy. Chapter 11. beautiful as Luo Shun, the quiet lady, Luo Shu. It is merely a trinket. I shall buy you another one later. The cat, holding a shard of the porcelain cat, whispered, you would not understand. The next day, when the cat awoke, a brand new porcelain cat, more vibrant in color, lay on her bedside, while the broken one had vanished without a trace. Cat, are you awake? Zhou Yuzhao's voice came from outside the wooden door. The cat, clutching her new porcelain cat, opened the door. Looking up, she saw him holding a pair of new hairpins. Quickly, let me style your hair. I have made you new hairpins. Zhou Yuzhao took the cat's hand and guided her to sit at the vanity, excitedly picking up a comb, seemingly having learned the art of hairstyling from somewhere. In just a moment, her long hair was elegantly styled by Zhou Yuzhao. The man held her shoulders, both gazing into the mirror. Look, do you not find these hairpins beautiful? Of course, your creations are naturally beautiful. What kind of talk is that? Zhou Yuzhao turned the cat's body around and pinched her cheek. Our cat is the most beautiful. Zhou Yuzhao, my porcelain cat is missing. Did I not buy you a new one? Zhou Yuzhao's voice bore a hint of confusion that, to her ears, sounded like impatience, and she dared not speak further. All right, I did not throw it away. I kept it in the room, but the broken porcelain could easily injure your hands. What do you think of this new one? After hearing his explanation, the cat pursed her lips and nodded slightly. Under the shade of the trees, the cat held a brush, preparing to capture the fleeting images racing through her mind, seemingly trying to grasp something elusive, yet helplessly watching the ink drip from the brush onto the paper. You are not holding the brush correctly. A voice from beside her belonged to Zhou Yuzhao. The cat looked up to see the man in white attire, his waist adorned with a delicate belt, appearing like a scholar from Jiangnan. Zhou Yuzhao extended his hand, adjusting the cat's fingers to correct her grip on the brush. Gulme, I shall teach you. The man moved behind the cat, holding her hand from behind, guiding the brush as he wrote the character Zhou on the paper. His breath brushed against the cat's neck, causing her to instinctively shrink back. However, he seemed oblivious, his lips moving as he earnestly taught her to write. Do you understand? Turning around, he found himself gazing into the cat's starry eyes, the proximity causing Zhou Yuzhao's ears to flush slightly. Why are you staring at me? With a smile dancing on his lips, he lightly shook his head, prompting the young girl to gaze at the paper. Did I have something written on my face? This time, be serious. The young girl observed Zhou Yuzhao holding her hand as he picked up a brush and wrote the character for cat. Yet in her mind, she pondered, why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face? Read? Why should I read? Look at me. Familiar and rhyming phrases echoed in her mind, causing her to tilt her head in contemplation. As she tilted, she inadvertently bumped into Zhou Yuzhao's chin. The man inhaled sharply, placing his hand gently against her forehead, pushing her back. You silly cat. Moments later, Zhou Yuzhao noticed a smile bloom on the cat's face. In his usual disdainful tone, he remarked, why are you grinning like an idiot? You silly cat. Despite his words, Zhou Yuzhao found himself charmed by her smile. What are you smiling about? The girl gently shook her head and handed her brush to Zhou Yuzhao. Please give me a name. A name? Yes. The young girl nodded vigorously, her accessories bobbing like lively butterflies with her movements. Can I take your surname? That one do. Zhou Yuzhao removed his hand from the paper, looking at her earnestly. How would you bear my surname if you're not part of my family? Very well. The cat nodded, mulling over his words about family. He seemed to have an epiphany, and while speaking, he began to write something on the paper. Mei Ruo Luo Shun, Jing Nu Chi Shu, suggesting, how about we call you Luo Shu? As he inquired, he wrote the 4 characters, and the cat noticed he had inscribed Zhou Mu Luo Shu. She was slightly taken aback, glancing at the 4 prominent characters, then turned her head to ask him, so you don't have the surname Zhou? No wonder she always calls you Zhao. Otherwise, he retorted, only to see the girl suddenly shiver. You said that if you're not part of the family, you cannot take the surname? Zhou Yuzhao's gaze towards her grew profound, yet he kept his thoughts to himself. Well, now you are family. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will include you in the Zhou family genealogy. Is that agreeable? The girl's voice carried a hint of sweetness, and when she smiled, the softness of her cheeks gathered on her apple-like face, appearing delicate and petite. Come, I will teach you how to write your name. Halfway through writing with the young girl's hand, he heard her complain, "This name is too difficult to write. Who will be called this? It's just a surname. If you don't introduce yourself, simply go by Luo Shu." After several attempts of guiding her hand, Zhou Yuzhao finally released her hand. "Now write it yourself." Luo Shu, still influenced by modern habits, twisted the 4 characters, abandoning the idea of tracing and opting for contemporary script instead. "What is this you have written?" Zhou Yuzhao looked at Luo Shu's 4 characters, which to him appeared as mere scribbles, with none correctly written. In the valley, Luo Shu's complaints echoed intermittently. "Can I stop writing? Huh? Zhou Yuzhao," under the shade of the trees. The paper on the table bore the rugged strokes of the man and the tender script of the girl. "Why are you staring at me?" Zhou Yuzhao fiddled with the jade in his hand and looked up at Luo Shu, whose transparent eyes expressed a sense of bewilderment. "Huh?" Luo Shu withdrew her gaze, obediently sitting in the chair. "Oh." Zhou Yuzhao then produced a pouch from his hand and handed it to her. "Go to Chengdu and help me retrieve the parts. Casually visit the shops in the north of the city and buy some snacks." "What snacks should I get?" "Get whatever you like." He continued to polish the jade, too preoccupied to lift his eyes to her. "All right." After taking only a couple of steps, she turned back, standing beside Zhou Yuzhao, blocking the light coming from the side. "What's wrong? Can't find the way? It's quite far to the north." Luo Shu replied softly, gently biting her lower lip. "Then let us not go. When I have time, I will buy it for you." "That is not what I meant." Zhou Yuzhao set down the jade, a slight smile curling on his lips as he looked at her. "Don't girls usually enjoy pastries? Don't you like them? It's too far. When I come back, will you still be here?" Zhou Yuzhao paused for a moment in polishing the jade, then said, "I will be here. I will definitely wait for your return." With those words, Luo Shu finally left. However, as she turned back, she confirmed once more, "When I come back, you must not leave." "All right, I'll wait for you." Upon entering the city, the bustling crowd made Luo Shu realize Zhou Yuzhao was not by her side, and an unexpected sense of trepidation washed over her. The path to Wenjie's house seems to be this way. Lost in thought, she collided with someone ahead. Sorry, miss." Hearing a familiar voice, Luo Shu looked up and saw Wen Yang's face. "Sister Wen." Wen Yang grasped Luo Shu's hand, chatting as they walked. "Why are you alone?" "He is busy with his little projects, and I'm sent to find Chengdu for some items." Wen Yang, already accustomed to Zhou Yuzhao's craftsmanship, remarked, "Is that so? Zhou is quite fond of mechanical arts. It's good he has his interests. But isn't he a cultivator? It's normal for a person to have their own interests. Besides, Zhou Ji's skills are quite formidable. When he first arrived, he captured several demons here." Capturing demons? Only then did Luo Shu recall that Zhou Yuzhao was a demon catcher, while she herself happened to be a demon. "What are you thinking about?" "It's nothing." Luo Shu shook her head, the hairpin on her head immediately capturing Wen Yang's attention. "This hairpin? It seems there's none like it in the city. Is it from somewhere new?" Luo Shu touched the hairpin atop her head and replied, "It was made by Zhou Yuzhao. Why didn't he expect him to even make hairpins for girls?" Wen Yang touched the hairpin on the cat's head, her eyes brimming with delight. Luo Shu observed Wen Yang and, after a moment of contemplation, reached for the hairpin in her hair. "If you like it, then I'll give it to you." Saying this, she removed the pair of hairpins from her head and handed them to Wen Yang. Her visible delight was palpable. "Really?" Luo Shu nodded earnestly, following her to the shop, where she collected the small parts Zhou Yuzhao had ordered. After a brief chat, she prepared to leave. "Sai, miss. How should I address you?" "Luo Shu prodli replied, no ruo luo sen, ying nuzis hu." Luo Shu. A lovely name. Have you remembered your name? Not really. This was given to me by Zhou Yuzhao, with the surname Zhou and the given name Luo Shu. Chengdu and Wen Yang exchanged glances and chuckled. "Zhou Yuzhao intends to include you in his family tree, it seems." Luo Shu nodded, not quite grasping the humor behind their smiles. "He said that when he has time, he will give me a name." Wen Yang reached out to pat Luo Shu's head, tucking away her tousled hair. "This means you will be living with him from now on? You must treat us to a meal in the future." Luo Shu took their words literally, nodding vigorously. "Okay." After exchanging a few more words, she departed toward the north of the city. The silver Zhou Yuzhao had given was ample, and the young girl selected a few items, placing them into a bag before casually tucking it into the ornament at her waist. This is Zhou Yuzhao's talisman. As she passed by a narrow alley, she spotted a familiar figure heading into it, the presence unmistakably akin to Zhou Yuzhao. Following his silhouette into the alley, she soon lost sight of him. Taking another step, it seemed she stepped on something, and as she looked up, a large net descended from above. Forced to reveal her true form, the ornament at her waist flickered slightly. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuzhao, situated in the valley, opened his eyes from a small mound. So it was a cat demon. The figure emerged from the shadows, gazing at Luo Shu ensnared on the ground. Luo Shu gazed at the approaching figure, her familiarity with the face igniting a flicker of recognition. It was the person who had come to the valley, seemingly named Qianxiu. The instant the net was cast open, Luo Shu dashed into a narrow alley, with Qianxiu's attack closely trailing her, landing a blow on her rear paw. After rolling several times on the ground, she managed to regain her footing and scurried up the city wall, weaving through the alleyways. "Cat demon, where do you think you are running?" she heard Qianxiu call out. Despite sprinting through several alleys, she could not shake off Qianxiu. As she passed through a wall, she transformed into human form, but found herself struggling to keep up the pace. Leaning on her knees, Luo Shu glanced back, internally communicating with the system. 886. I can't run anymore. Should I just wait to be caught? Shocked, she limped forward. 886. Are you seriously suggesting I give up? She thought, feeling abandoned. Qianxiu's voice grew nearer. I've been hunting you for quite some time. Luo Shu reasoned internally that Qianxiu had mistaken her for another demon. Observing the wound on her foot, she was at a loss as to where to flee next. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind, covering her lips, pulling her into the alley. A kidnapper, she thought, pressing her back against the wall, her mouth muffled by a man's hand. Just as she was about to resist, the sounds of Qianxiu echoed from the alley outside. Lifting her gaze, she met the man's face and felt her heart flutter. 886, are all the handsome and beautiful beings in this realm just around the corner? After all, this is a journey through time. I might as well enjoy it, she mused. Her eyes greedily roamed over the man's features, tracing along his smooth jawline. That chin seems somewhat familiar, a bit like Zhou Yuzhao. However, she quickly dismissed the thought, realizing that it was her earlier misjudgment regarding Qianxiu that nearly led to her capture. Once Qianxiu had moved on, the man released his grip on Luo Shu's mouth. As he was about to speak, she beat him to it. Thank you for your rescue, my lord. With that, she attempted to drag her weary legs home. As the sky had darkened, and she didn't want Zhou Yuzhao to worry, the man held onto her arm, chuckling. Thank you, my lord. Luo Shu nodded in confusion, watching as the man smiled and glanced at her foot, squatting down before her. Come up. No, it's all right, she protested, her feeble attempts to escape evident. Just as she took a step back, he embraced her, his strength surprising her as she found herself lifted onto his back. Internally cursing, 886, you unscrupulous merchant. How could you make me ride on this man's back? In her moment of panic, she was about to voice her thoughts when the man spoke. Little cat, can you truly not recognize me? Luo Shu froze for a moment, before peeking out to scrutinize Zhou Yuzhao's face. Is that really you, Zhou Yuzhao? Why aren't you wearing a mask today? I simply didn't wish to. Her head rested on Zhou Yuzhao's shoulder, her gaze fixed intently on his profile. You're truly Zhou Yuzhao? Zhou Yuzhao turned his head, meeting her eyes. Why would I not be? I simply noticed how handsome you are. Luo Shu wrapped her arms around Zhou Yuzhao's neck, whispering softly. Zhou Yuzhao heard her clearly. Have you bought some snacks for yourself? I have. On your way home? Yes. As they walked, Luo Shu recounted her conversation with Chun Dage and Wen Yang. Sister Wen said that since I took your surname, I will have to live with you from now on. Is that not permissible? Zhou Yuzhao replied, a hint of concern evident in his voice regarding her potential disagreement. Of course, I wish to be with you. Zhou Yuzhao smiled slightly, her words seemingly touching his heart. Shall I call you brother from now on? At this, Zhou Yuzhao protested. You shall not call me brother. Why not? We share the same surname. Why can't I? Zhou Yuzhao remained silent, sensing the atmosphere between them grow noticeably cooler. If I share your surname, should I then call you father? Zhou Yuzhao's expression darkened, and upon hearing her follow-up, even if you were to adopt a daughter, that would be too much. He replied, little cat, if you keep talking nonsense, I might just drop you. Upon hearing this, Luoshu withdrew her hands, wrapping them around his neck instead. Chapter 13. Give me a hint. This trick truly is mischievous, as the sun gradually descended beyond the mountains, casting a warm glow that kissed the cliffs. The shadows of the two elongated. It was not until they entered the house that Zhou Yuzhao finally set her down. He crouched down and reached for Luoshu's shoes and socks. Oh no, don't take them off, Luoshu exclaimed in a fluster, nearly kicking him in the face, prompting Zhou Yuzhao to look up. What's wrong? Do you not want your feet anymore? Awkwardly, Luoshu scrambled for an excuse, replying hastily, I have athlete's foot, so it's no trouble for you. With that, she attempted to leave, but Zhou Yuzhao pinned her to the chair, gripping her ankle. Do you have athlete's foot? Do you think I wouldn't know? Luoshu's eyes widened in disbelief. He knows I don't? How does he know? As she pondered, she felt a cool sensation on her feet as Zhou Yuzhao removed her shoes and socks. A small red bump on her ivory ankle revealed a faint bluish hue. Swollen? She wondered, cautiously moving her foot, and gasped at the sudden pain. Don't move, Zhou Yuzhao commanded, and before she could respond, he grasped her leg, twisting her ankle back into place. Ah, Zhou Yuzhao sighed as he observed her foot had returned to its proper position. Your senior brother is too rough. You're equally rough, Luoshu retorted. Zhou Yuzhao looked up to see tears brimming in her eyes. He smiled gently and stood. I will go fetch some medicine. Do not move. Okay. Watching Zhou Yuzhao depart, Luoshu retrieved items from the ornament at her waist and placed them on the table. Twisting her wrist, she felt some relief. She unwrapped the oiled paper, took out a piece of cake, and placed it in her mouth. Its subtle fragrance was soft and delicate. When Zhou Yuzhao returned with a medicine bottle, she held out a piece of cake to him. Have one. The man bent down, using her hand to take a bite. His soft lips brushed against her fingertips like a feather's caress. He is so charming, Luoshu thought, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks as she glanced at the half-eaten cake in her hand, then back at Zhou Yuzhao, who was diligently applying the medicine. The blush crept down her neck. All done. As he tidied up the medicine bottle, he looked up to find Luoshu's face flushed like a ripe peach. Little cat, are you feeling warm? Even the way he addressed her, as little cat, felt somewhat intimate. No, it's nothing. In her fluster, she shoved the half-piece of cake into Zhou Yuzhao's mouth. Her fingers brushed against his lips, and her ears began to burn. You should leave now. Zhou Yuzhao, chewing the cake she had given him, noted her evasive gaze but did not press further. He picked up the parts she had retrieved from Chundage and exited her room. Only after the sound of his footsteps faded did she lift her head. Releasing a soft sigh, she looked down at her feet, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Joyfully, she swung her legs, only to be met with a sharp pain shooting from her foot. Oh, it truly hurts. The wooden house in the valley emitted a thin wisp of smoke. As the man in the kitchen began to prepare dinner, Luoshu leaned against the wall, limping towards the kitchen, and along the way, she transformed back into her original form. As she walked, the discomfort in her feet became evident. Suju, perhaps you should refrain from overexerting yourself and rest instead. Standing at the doorway, Luoshu leaned against the wooden door, observing Zhou Yuzhao's silhouette. The man lifted the wooden lid off the pot, stirred its contents with a wooden spoon, replaced the lid, and then turned to face Luoshu. Can you walk over by yourself, little cat? I cannot. Transforming back into her feline form, Luoshu intended to approach on her own. However, as soon as she acknowledged his request, Zhou Yuzhao picked her up and placed her on the counter. Can you chop vegetables? Just as she was about to affirm her capability, Luoshu reconsidered. It was unreasonable to expect that upon transforming, she would have mastered all human skills. I cannot. Then I shall teach you once your legs are healed. Luoshu nodded, perched on the counter, watching him cook. Zhou Yuzhao, is there anything you cannot do? He placed a ladle on the side of the pot, contemplating. There are indeed many things I cannot. For instance? She inquired, noting how swiftly he had learned to style her hair. Zhou Yuzhao smiled faintly, such as shaping eyebrows and applying powder. Luoxu's ears perked up, as if she heard a buzzing mosquito nearby. Observing Zhou Yuzhao's fluid movements, the little cat happily wagged her tail. I wish to remain with Zhou Yuzhao forever. As she opened her eyes, Zhou Yuzhao entered from the kitchen, lifting her into his arms. Tell me, why is this cat so lazy? He. After placing Luoxu on the table, he gestured with his finger, and she transformed back into human form. Here, chopsticks. Taking the chopsticks from Zhou Yuzhao, she noticed a small cut on his fingertip. Did you cut yourself? Whose kitchen knife causes such a tiny wound? It's just a minor scratch. Reflecting on the hairpins she wore, she said, Please do not make me any more hairpins. Speaking of hairpins, Yu told me why the pair on your head has vanished. Surely, both did not run away. Noticing the affectionate look in his eyes, Luoxu dared not utter another word. So, you gifted them to her? Yes. Biting her lower lip, Luoxu poked at the rice in her bowl with her chopsticks. Forget the hairpins then. Zhou Yuzhao sighed softly, ultimately resigned to the situation. It's time to eat. Luoxu nodded, cautiously observing Zhou Yuzhao, sensing his displeasure. This stalemate persisted until bedtime. Lying in bed, Luoxu tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She rose, donned the outer garment hanging on the rack, let her hair down, and headed towards Zhou Yuzhao's room. He was still awake, a candle flickering in the room. Hesitating at the door, her hand paused midair as she bit her lower lip. Just as she was uncertain, the door swung open, revealing Zhou Yuzhao. Do not linger outside, come in. Following him inside, she turned to close the door. She saw Zhou Yuzhao seated by the window, and, as she limped to his side, she noticed he was working on the jade beads for the hairpins under the candlelight. Stunned, she stood frozen in place, realizing the value of the jade beads, which she had not anticipated would be so precious. Approaching Zhou Yuzhao, she stood there dazed. The system softly reprimanded her. Suju, react a little. Luoxu clutched the hem of her garment, biting her lip. What should I say? Perhaps you could suggest a devious plan. I was waiting for you to say that. No sooner had she spoken than a sharp pain shot through her foot, causing her to lose her balance and tumble into Zhou Yuzhao's embrace. Alarmed, she struggled to rise from his lap, internally lamenting, this tactic is truly underhanded. Upon standing, her knees buckled, and she found herself seated once more on Zhou Yuzhao's lap. Embarrassment colored Luoxu's face as she attempted to escape, but he held her firmly. Do not move. His warmth enveloped her, dispelling the chill that clung to her. Do not speak, Zhou Yuzhao instructed. Luoxu looked up at him, noticing the seriousness etched on his face. Earlier, she had thought him handsome, but now he seemed somewhat cold. Her gaze fell upon the hairpin he was crafting, observing as he heated a wire-like object over the flame and threaded it through the delicate jade beads, one by one. At that moment, she had no inclination to admire Zhou Yuzhao's appearance. Chapter 14. Do not speak. Allow me to compose myself before I console you. Luoxu felt a profound pang of guilt, reaching for Zhou Yuzhao's hand. Do not continue. I do not like it. He turned his hand to grasp hers. So, you gave away the hairpins because you dislike them. Is that correct? No. Zhou Yuzhao misinterpreted her intent, and Luoxu hastily sought to clarify, yet words eluded her. Then why? He pressed, his tone noticeably colder, embodying the demeanor of a stoic practitioner. I simply noticed you like them, but I desire your approval. Luoxu struggled for the right words, merely gazing at their clasped hands in the candlelight, feeling an emptiness within. Zhou Yuzhao released her hand, sighing softly. It is my fault for not consulting you before making the hairpins, neglecting to inquire if you like them or not. That is not true, Luoxu stammered, flustered and uncertain how to convey her emotions. Let's return to sleep. No. Zhou Yuzhao sighed again, wrapping his arms around her and carrying her towards her room. Kicking the door open, he placed the girl gently on the bed and stood to leave, only to have Luoxu grasp his arm. Do not go. Zhou Yuzhao sighed gently. Speaking slowly, I will be here tomorrow as well. Do not overthink. He reached to pry her fingers away, but she held on tighter. But there are no buts. Each bead I carved for you, every detail painstakingly crafted with a rare black gold thread, was imbued with my care. His voice rose, revealing his frustration. Luoshu then realized that the hairpins she had carelessly given away were the culmination of Zhou Yuzhao's effort and thought. Looking up at him, she held onto his shirt, about to speak when he interrupted her again. Do not say anything. Luoshu released her grip, feeling the weight of his dedication, knowing she could never repay it. Would he perceive her as ungrateful and cast her aside? The system, sensing her distress, reassured her, Suju, do not overthink. This is merely a moment of anger. It is precisely because it is anger that it feels so genuine. Contemplating this, Luoshu stared at Zhou Yuzhao's shoes, too timid to meet his gaze. This way, should he leave, she would immediately notice. Suddenly, she heard Zhou Yuzhao speak again. Allow me some silence. I shall console you later. Luoshu stirred slightly, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Moments later, she felt Zhou Yuzhao's tall figure sitting beside her on the bed, enveloping her in his arms. I am sorry. I should not have raised my voice at you. Forgive me. His hand gently patted her back, soothing her like a child. Luoshu cried even harder. Realizing that despite her fault, Zhou Yuzhao lowered himself to apologize. I am sorry. It was my mistake. His head rested atop her hair, and his embrace seemed to envelop her entirely. Once her sobs subsided, he cupped her face, using his thumb to wipe away her tears. Do not cry. Tomorrow morning's appearance will be less than favorable. Zhou Yuzhao, I apologize. There will be no next time. Zhou Yuzhao nodded, gently pinching her soft sides, and reassured her. It is all right. It is my fault. Do not cry. Do not cry. The more he spoke, the more guilt filled Luoshu's heart. The young girl lunged forward, wrapping her arms around his waist. Zhou Yuzhao responded with a soft, him embracing the girl who nestled into his arms. He tenderly stroked her silky hair. After a while, her sobs gradually subsided, and she slowly inquired, Do you think I'm being unreasonable? Not at all. Our little cat is still young. Luoshu murmured softly, But you're not that much older than me. However, I can care for our little cat, and that is enough. Once Luoshu's tears had ceased, Zhou Yuzhao finally released her, helping her lie down and gently covering her with a blanket. All right, sleep now. Can I sleep with you? The young girl spoke with a hint of boldness. Luoshu's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she did not release her grip on Zhou Yuzhao's clothing. Eventually, Zhou Yuzhao acquiesced. On the bed, Luoshu wrapped her arms around Zhou Yuzhao's arm, snuggling against his side. After a moment, he withdrew his arm from her embrace, extending it to pull her into his own. Sleep now. The rhythmic sound of Zhou Yuzhao's heartbeat filled her ears, lulling Luoshu into slumber as she counted each beat. In the middle of the night, Luoshu, nestled in his embrace, suddenly became restless, pushing away from him. She curled up at the far side of the bed, resembling a small beast deprived of protection, seeking solace in a familiar posture. Little cat, Zhou Yuzhao softly called, turning her body back towards him. Luoshu drowsily opened her eyes. Do not hug the blanket. Hug me. At dawn, Luoshu awoke from her dreams, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to Zhou Yuzhao's embrace. Fortunately, she did not disturb him. Looking up, she found Zhou Yuzhao's delicate skin exposed to the light, revealing the fine hairs on his face without the mask's concealment. Zhao Zhao. Just as he was about to open his eyes, she uttered the next phrase. It is wonderful to have you. Her fingers lingered on Zhou Yuzhao's brow, gently tracing the shape of his eyebrows. His hand clasped hers, guiding it to rest upon his chest. All right, time to rise. What did you wake? Luoshu, feeling a bit flustered, speculated that everything she had just said had likely been overheard by him. I awoke long ago, remembering the pair of hairpins. Luoshu felt a pang of guilt as she approached Zhou Yuzhao, who was seated at the table perusing blueprints. Zhou Yuzhao, I wish to go out and play. Go ahead. As she turned to leave, Zhou Yuzhao added, Do not venture into the city. It is best not to leave the valley. However, her destination was indeed the city. Perhaps sensing her hesitation, he raised his head and explained, Recently, there have been disturbances in the city caused by malevolent spirits. My senior brother is hunting them down. I would not feel at ease if you went. Then I shall not go. Zhou Yuzhao nodded and returned to studying the blueprints. Luoshu moved behind him, observing the items spread across the table. Is this a map? In a few days, I intend to visit Penglai. You must stay in the valley, all right? Luo Shu hesitated. There are foxes with human faces in the valley. Zhou Yuzhao smiled slightly, teasing her about her timidity. You are a spirit yourself. Why fear other spirits? Luo Shu bit her lower lip, and noticing her reluctance, Zhou Yuzhao asked, Do you wish to accompany me? Luo Shu nodded, for this aligned with her desires. Moreover, she truly wished to see the legendary realm of Penglai. Zhou Yuzhao regarded her, observing that the flower pin in her hair had become slightly dislodged. He reached out to adjust it. From outside, a woman's voice called, and Luo Shu turned towards the sound. I will go see, she said, receiving Zhou Yuzhao's permission before stepping outside, where she encountered Wen Yang holding a small food box. Upon seeing Luo Shu, she waved with a smile, her steps noticeably lighter. Wen sister, what brings you here today? I have come to return something. As she opened the brocade box, revealing the pair of hairpins inside, Wen Yang wore an apologetic expression. I sincerely apologize. I was unaware of their value and acted rather thoughtlessly. Saying this, she also presented the food box. I noticed you enjoy sweets, so I brought some. Please do not reject them. Luo Shu shook her head, assuring her, I certainly do not mind. Suddenly noticing Luo Shu's slightly swollen eyes, Wen Yang asked with concern, Did Zhou Yuzhao speak ill of you? Luo Shu shook her head and offered a faint smile. Not at all. He is always very kind. That is true. Wen Yang, having arrived in a hurry, exchanged a few brief words before departing. Luo Shu returned to her room, placing the food box on the table. She approached Zhou Yuzhao with the small box containing the hairpins. I've returned this. Her voice was soft, tinged with a hint of guilt. Opening the box, she revealed the hairpins within. Zhou Yuzhao nodded, saying simply, You may keep it. All right. Initially, she thought that with the return of the hairpins, Zhou Yuzhao would cease to craft them for her by candlelight. Under the moonlight, Zhou Yuzhao's room remained illuminated, the candlelight softening the contours of his profile as he continued to polish the jade. Luo Shu could not comprehend why he found such delight in tinkering with these feminine items at night. Zhou Yuzhao, could he not continue? He was still engaged in his work, and she did not understand why he preferred to labor over these trinkets in the evening. I was thinking of making you another step shake. Cannot that be done during the day? Doing it at night strains the eyes. Zhou Yuzhao merely smiled, presenting her with the roughly shaped step shake he had just crafted. The spirit light within this jade can only be seen in candlelight. Look here. Through the flickering light, Luo Shu took Zhou Yuzhao's hand and truly beheld the faint glow within the jade, though the light was delicate and required significant focus to see. But during the day, it cannot be seen. What purpose does it serve? Merely to be aesthetically pleasing? When you encounter misfortune one day, you will understand its utility. Luo Shu rested her chin on her hand, studying Zhou Yuzhao's face in the candlelight. Perhaps her gaze was too intense, for Zhou Yuzhao looked at her and asked, Why do you keep staring at me? She lowered her hand, earnestly inquiring, Why are you so kind to me? Zhou Yuzhao simply smiled, continuing his work without interruption. Where do all these questions come from? I wish to treat you well, so I do so. His response seemed both revealing and evasive. Consequently, Luo Shu chose not to press further, knowing that she would likely gain no clarity. On the day of their journey to Penglai Island, the sun shone brightly, and the trees in the valley appeared increasingly verdant. Little cat, hurry! From a distance, Zhou Yuzhao called to Luo Shu, who leisurely closed the door of the wooden house. I'm coming. The hem of her skirt brushed against the wooden steps, stirring fallen leaves on the ground. Feeling something amiss behind her, Luo Shu turned, but found nothing unusual. Perhaps she had misjudged. She then hurried to catch up with Zhou Yuzhao. Once their laughter faded into the distance, a fox concealed behind the wooden house revealed its head. Watching the direction the two had departed, it glanced back at the wooden house and softly uttered, The coward has left. With that, the fox leaped away into the depths of the valley's forest. Is Penglai truly an island? Does it harbor a grand palace? Is there indeed an elixir of immortality? Luo Shu incessantly inquired, while Zhou Yuzhao could only shake his head in resignation, pressing a hand onto her head. Why are you so talkative today? The journey to Penglai Dao was a maritime route, serviced by dedicated merchant vessels. A worker stood at the shipyard entrance, handing over a room number sign. Young master, Your little lady is indeed quite lively. As Luo Shu attempted to defend herself, Zhou Yuzhao swiftly covered her mouth and tucked her closer into his embrace. Being a young girl, it's quite normal to be a bit restless. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the worker, Zhou Yuzhao guided Luo Shu toward their guest room. It was not until they reached the corridor that he finally released his grip from her mouth. "Why did you allow others to misinterpret my relationship with you?" Zhou Yuzhao asked with a smile. The young girl felt too shy to articulate her response. He pinched her cheek gently before moving to the window, opening it wide, and hearing her voice from behind. "Zhou Yuzhao, you can't possibly be thinking that way, can you?" He chuckled, his gaze sweeping over Luo Shu's form, finally settling on her face. "You? So small, I wouldn't consider you at all." "Zhou Yuzhao." Luo Shu puffed her cheeks, resembling a pufferfish as she glared at him. "What did you think I meant by small?" Zhou Yuzhao stepped closer, deliberately distorting the meaning of her words. Luo Shu turned her head away, avoiding his gaze, and muttered softly, "You're twisting the facts." Zhou Yuzhao merely smiled in silence, taking a seat on a nearby chair. A gentle knock sounded at the door, and Zhou Yuzhao gave Luo Shu a knowing glance, prompting her to answer it. "Here is the wine you requested, esteemed guest." The worker entered, carrying 2 jars of wine, and even through the bottles, Luo Shu caught a whiff of the fragrant liquor. "Thank you." She placed the wine on the table, watching as Zhou Yuzhao uncorked a bottle. "Are you planning to drink 2 jars alone? Why not? Should I share with you 1 jar each?" With a wave of his hand, a set of drinking vessels appeared on the table, significantly larger than those provided on the ship. She observed as Zhou Yuzhao filled a cup to the brim, then swirled it mockingly before downing it in one gulp. These cultivators are truly peculiar, even carrying their own drinking vessels. "Could it be that you wish to indulge?" Luo Shu nodded, only to hear Zhou Yuzhao refuse her without hesitation. "What does a child like you need with alcohol? You can wait until you're older. You're hardly much older than I am. Why do you drink?" Zhou Yuzhao chuckled at her words. "You think I'm not much older? By your age, I had already mastered 53 methods, while you're still wandering through the cycle of reincarnation." Luo Shu was momentarily speechless, resting her chin in her hands before asking, "Aren't you going to have some snacks to accompany the wine?" "Snacks?" Luo Shu nodded, prompting Zhou Yuzhao to retort, "What do you think about cat meat?" She glanced at herself, propping herself up to declare, "Cat meat is sour." "How do you know? Have you tried it?" "I don't want to talk to you anymore." Zhou Yuzhao finished his drink, just as footsteps echoed from the corridor. "Go open the door." "Oh, all right." As Luo Shu stood to open the door, she caught sight of the worker about to knock. "Miss, you truly have keen hearing." She stepped aside, allowing the worker to place the dishes he carried onto the table. "Please enjoy your meal, young master." As he exited, he did not forget to close the door behind him. "How did you hear that?" Luo Shu curiously inspected Zhou Yuzhao's ears, earning a reprimand from him. "As a cat demon, are your ears merely for decoration?" Chapter 16. Once these words are spoken, they shall remain but a memory. Perhaps feeling that drinking alone was rather dull, or perhaps he was a bit tipsy, he picked up a small cup, poured a drink, and offered it to Luo Shu. "Cut!" He shook the wine glass slightly, spilling a few drops onto the table, resembling dewdrops glistening in the soft morning light. Luo Shu accepted the cup Zhou Yuzhao handed her, observing the faint blush on his face. "Are you drunk?" "No." He shook his head, nudging the cup in her hand. "Drink up." At that moment, Luo Shu was unconcerned whether Zhou Yuzhao was intoxicated. She gazed at the exquisite wine in her hand, which suited her desires perfectly. She took a gentle sip, smacking her lips like a cat. "It's a bit sweet." Luo Shu looked up to find Zhou Yuzhao standing before her, his cheeks slightly flushed as he pinched her face. "Is it good?" Luo Shu nodded affirmatively. Her soft flesh still pinched in his grasp as he playfully kneaded it. "Stop pinching." Zhou Yuzhao released her, standing up to pat her head. Though Luo Shu felt exasperated, she refrained from saying much, attributing his behavior to drunkenness. Lowering her gaze to the now empty cup in her hand, she felt she hadn't tasted enough and reached for the wine jar to pour another cup. "Hand." Zhou Yuzhao swatted her hand away, clutching the last remaining jar of wine protectively against his chest. Who would have thought that even while drunk, you could still be so clever? Luo Shu sighed internally, retracting her hand that had been poised in midair. While she nibbled on some dishes, she glanced at Zhou Yuzhao. He placed the wine jar on the table, not drinking, simply resting his chin on his hand as he watched her. Zhou Yuzhao. Luo Shu tentatively called his name. To her surprise, he responded. Would you like to have some? She nudged the pastries in front of her toward him. Zhou Yuzhao waved his hand dismissively, expressing his distaste. I don't like sweet and sticky things. I distinctly remember that each time I offered them to you, you ate them. Zhou Yuzhao switched arms to support his chin, pushing the pastries back toward her. If you offer them, I can't refuse, can I? Though his reply was sincere, Luo Shu detected an underlying meaning. Then I want to offer them to you next time. Zhou Yuzhao nodded, his fingers lightly tapping the table as he gazed out the window, lost in thought. Zhou Yuzhao, I want a drink. No. He shook his head as he spoke, looking rather endearing. You're not drinking now. How about just a little for me? What if you get drunk? Zhou Yuzhao's gaze returned from the window to meet Luo Shu's. Noticing her cheeks had flushed slightly. Isn't it fine since you're here? Besides, I'm not going anywhere. I won't cause any trouble. Luo Shu slid down from her chair, sitting beside Zhou Yuzhao, tugging at his clothing and playfully pouting. She placed his hand on her head, revealing her ears, looking up at him with a charming gaze. After some coaxing, Zhou Yuzhao finally relented. After a few cups, Luo Shu showed no signs of inebriation, still toasting with Zhou Yuzhao. The breeze from outside carried a refreshing chill, contrasting with the warmth inside, and Luo Shu comfortably perked up her ears. The next moment, her ears were pinched between his fingers, those two fingers gently rubbing against them, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth, as if he had become addicted. Zhou Yuzhao lost track of when Luo Shu had become tipsy. When he finally focused again, he found her quietly resting her head on the table, her delicate fingers poking at the cups laid out before her. He reached out, ruffling her hair gently. Luo Shu turned her head, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, appearing adorably tender. After a while, she softly called out Zhou Yuzhao's name. Zhou Yuzhao. She propped herself up, attempting to sit upright, feeling her head heavy as it hung slightly. What's wrong? He reached out to feel her face, which was slightly warm. He then closed the window halfway. Actually, I don't want to leave the valley at all. Didn't you cry and insist on leaving with me? Why are you denying it now? Luo Shu blinked, taking a deep breath as she rose from the table. Because I'm afraid you want to come back. According to the general narrative, once one departs from the valley, returning to that initial serene existence becomes impossible. One may drift further away. Zhou Yuzhao did not comprehend her words, assuming her inebriation led to her ramblings. Yet he still lowered his voice to soothe her. I will not leave. I shall remain by your side. In her intoxicated stupor, Luo Shu pointed at Zhou Yuzhao and remarked, once this phrase is uttered, it is most likely destined to become a mere memory. The young girl swayed precariously, and Zhou Yuzhao embraced her, allowing her to rest her head upon his shoulder. Neither spoke further. The unshuttered window allowed a gentle breeze from the river to disperse much of the alcohol's fumes. Suddenly noticing a ripple upon the river's surface, Zhou Yuzhao turned to lift the slumbering Luo Shu into his arms, gently placing her on the bed, though he inadvertently roused her. Zhou Yuzhao, where are you going? I shall rest here. I am merely stepping outside for a moment. I will return shortly. He whispered softly, adjusting the corners of her blanket. Yet, sensing her lingering unease, he performed a hand gesture, causing Luo Shu to sink into a deeper slumber. Upon exiting the room, he quietly closed the door, setting a protective barrier at the threshold before he felt at ease to depart. On the deck, the calmness belied any extraordinary occurrences. The man rested his hand on the railing, feeling the ship sway suddenly. A figure leaped onto the deck from below, wielding a sharp sword. It was an assassin from Jingshong. Zhou Yuzhao stood at the bow, observing the bustling Jingshong, now evidently expanded to include merchant ships. A commotion erupted. The assassin, however, did not target Zhou Yuzhao, but rather another woman amidst the crowd. The princess of Penglai Island? What's she doing here? Miss Run. A maid drew her sword, engaging in combat with the assassin. It was evident that such a blatant entrance indicated the presence of more than one assassin. Miss, A cry arose as the woman on the deck turned, only to see a figure in black above her, raising a sword to strike. Her left foot was ensnared in a crack in the deck, rendering her immobile. There was no time. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as the black-clad figure's sword was struck down by a diamond-shaped dart. Seeking the source of the projectile, the man standing on the deck revealed himself, Zhou Yuzhao, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. The assassin, undeterred, continued their assault on the princess. Zhou Yuzhao cast an appreciative glance. The target was unmistakably defined, as the assassin refrained from harming anyone other than the intended victim. The assassin made several attempts but was thwarted by Zhou Yuzhao's intervention. Realizing that this outsider could not be ignored, the assassins huddled together, with the leader sheathing his sword. The master has instructed us not to harm innocents. We shall retreat. With that, several assassins leaped from the ship, plunging into the river. Zhou Yuzhao stowed his small weapon and brushed off the dust from his clothing. The assassins were utterly inept, yet oddly compliant. "Thank you for saving me, sir," Heng Luo said, stepping forward to reclaim her sword, expressing her gratitude while retrieving a token from her waist. "This is a personal item. Should you ever require assistance, please feel free to seek me in Penglai." She lifted her gaze, cautiously appraising Zhou Yuzhao. Chapter 17. The young lady's instant affection for the gentleman Heng Luo cautiously regarded Zhou Yuzhao, assessing his appearance while her heart raced with her own calculations. Zhou Yuzhao raised his hand, acknowledging her courtesy, yet did not accept the jade pendant she offered. A faint smile graced his lips. It is said that in Penglai Island, gifting a jade pendant signifies affection. If accepted, it binds one's heart. Heng Luo's face flushed with embarrassment, perhaps not anticipating that he would be aware of such customs. She ceased to conceal her feelings, boldly expressing her admiration. "I have fallen for you at first sight." "At first sight?" Zhou Yuzhao interrupted, his brow arched in confusion. "My dear lady, such sentiments can easily lead to lifelong misconceptions. One must tread carefully with such declarations." With that, he turned and departed, ignoring Heng Luo's calls, feeling somewhat helpless. "I merely wished to gauge their abilities. Rescuing you was a mere coincidence." As he traversed the corridor, an eerie atmosphere enveloped him, prompting him to hasten back to the room. The protective barrier at the entrance now obstructed his entry. He beheld a ragged figure seated at the head of the bed. Upon hearing the noise, the figure turned, revealing a face obscured by shadows. The specter, Zhou Yuzhao, swiftly waved his hand, unleashing a talisman that transformed into flames, targeting the specter. The entity released its grip from Luo Shu's brow, dissipating into a cloud and fleeing through the window. "Cat!" Zhou Yuzhao rushed to Luo Shu's side, noting that the blue spirit pearl on her forehead was enveloped in dark smoke, which, as it began to disperse, was absorbed back into Luo Shu's body. "This is bad," he thought, realizing the urgency as he attempted to extract the spirit pearl, only for her to awaken suddenly. "Zhou Yuzhao?" she inquired, eyes fixed on his hovering hand. "Are you about to strike me? Do you intend to seize my demon core?" Her expression remained placid, contrasting with the tension that eased from Zhou Yuzhao's face. Could Song Yu possess purifying abilities? He enveloped Luo Shu in an embrace. "No, but your hand. No. Is there any discomfort in your body?" "Not at all." Luo Shu gently pushed him away, meeting his gaze, where she perceived a fleeting sadness in his eyes. "There was someone by the bed. Did you know? Are you referring to that ghost?" Zhou Yuzhao expressed mild surprise. Hadn't he placed a spell on Luo Shu? Not only had she awakened suddenly, but she had also been pinned down by the specter. That was a specter skilled in beguiling hearts. "Do you understand what it was attempting to do?" Luo Shu calmly replied, "It did not harm me." "How could you be so certain of its malice?" Zhou Yuzhao grasped her face, treating her like a naive child. Strangely enough, a specter emerges in broad daylight. He scrutinized Luo Shu, recalling that the spell he cast should have deterred the specter, yet it dared approach her. As the ship neared the shore, the gangway descended, and amidst the diverse travelers, a masked man led a young girl ashore. Moments later, they vanished into the throng. Zhou Yuzhao paused before a stall, while Luo Shu curiously glanced around. "Zhou Yuzhao, why are we disembarking early?" "To spare you from boredom." We shall enjoy ourselves here for a while, and then I will take you to soar through the skies on my sword." Luo Shu smiled gently, accepting a bag of roasted chestnuts that Zhou Yuzhao had purchased. She tugged at his sleeve, and as he bent down, she whispered in his ear, "Zhou Yuzhao, I know you're avoiding someone." Zhou Yuzhao looked at Luo Shu, who triumphantly waved the greasy paper bag. "I am not." Luo Shu placed her finger to her lips, whispering softly as she nudged his arm, "Shu, I know you care for me the most." Zhou Yuzhao, belatedly comprehending her words, extended his hand towards the girl. Yet she nimbly dodged him, slipping away with a teasing glance over her shoulder. "You can't catch me." Luo Shu weaved through the crowd, occasionally peeking at a stall before slipping away again. Zhou Yuzhao eventually spotted her at the far end of the street, head lowered, gazing at the fish swimming in the lake, while still foolishly clutching the bag of roasted chestnuts. As Luo Shu lifted her head, she was playfully flicked on the forehead by Zhou Yuzhao's middle finger. With a feigned anger, he exclaimed, "You run so fast. Aren't you afraid of getting lost later?" She confidently replied, "Not at all. I know you will surely find me." Zhou Yuzhao shot her a glance, then resignedly grasped the young girl's wrist and led her towards the other end of the stone bridge. "Let us go. We must find the inn first. Otherwise, you'll have to sleep in the wilderness tonight." "I don't mind. After all, I am a cat and can sleep anywhere." In the distance, a girl's voice echoed, "Hey, Zhou Yuzhao, wait for me. Don't run." However, Zhou Yuzhao did not stop, only turning back to check if she was keeping up. A playful thought entered her mind. "Tonight, you will sleep in the wilderness." The two had departed from the inn on a night after spending 3 days enjoying themselves in the quaint town. At the dock, Zhou Yuzhao pressed 2 fingers together in front of him, and a sword materialized. He extended his hand to Luo Shu, beckoning her to climb aboard. Luo Shu transformed, revealing her true form, and gracefully climbed up his arm to perch on his shoulder. With a flick of his fingers, Zhou Yuzhao stepped onto the sword, soaring towards the direction of Penglai Island. "Zhou Yuzhao, I never expected you, a cultivator, to have such poor swordsmanship. Everyone has their shortcomings. What of it?" Luo Shu teased, playfully placing her paw against his cheek, taking on a mentor's tone. "A cultivator with inadequate sword skills. Does your master know of this?" Zhou Yuzhao cast a sidelong glance, and in a blink, the cat on his shoulder had vanished. Lowering his gaze, he held the cat in his hand, his left grasping the scruff of its neck, while his right hand traced the trajectory of the sword. Passing through a veil of mist, Zhou Yuzhao landed on solid ground, and with a wave of his hand, the sword disappeared. Luo Shu, having transformed back in her feline form, tidied her fur and murmured, "Zhou Yuzhao, it's the first time I think you're rather stingy, and it's the first time I feel I've been too indulgent with you." Catching Zhou Yuzhao's gaze, Luo Shu quickly donned a cheerful expression and cooed, "Oh, but please continue to indulge me." As anticipated, Zhou Yuzhao gently pinched her cheeks, kneading them playfully. "Why do you only eat and not grow? Such a waste of food." "Not at all. I have grown." Luo Shu straightened her back, gesturing to indicate Zhou Yuzhao's height, which elicited a slight smile from him. "But it seems you haven't grown at all. Is this how it will be from now on?" "Absolutely not. I will definitely grow." Just as she finished her sentence, Zhou Yuzhao covered her mouth with his hand and tucked them both behind a tree. The suddenness of it all left Luo Shu half reclining against his chest, listening to the rhythmic beating of his heart. Chapter 18. My feelings for her are a blend of truth and pretense, and I need no judgment from you. Zhou Yuzhao concealed himself and Luo Shu behind the tree, straining to catch the conversation of several individuals nearby. However, Luo Shu focused on the cadence of Zhou Yuzhao's heartbeat, her fingers lightly tapping the air in sync with it. Suddenly, Zhou Yuzhao shifted, causing Luo Shu to nearly lose her balance before steadied herself. "This way." He led her by the hand in the opposite direction of the group, and it wasn't until they had distanced themselves that Luo Shu dared to speak. "Why must we be so secretive?" Zhou Yuzhao parted the leaves before them, guiding Luo Shu along the mountain path, lifting his gaze through the foliage to the full moon above. "Tonight, the Tian Wei will appear, and we must obtain its demon core. Today marks the opening day of Penglai Island, We must seize the opportunity to acquire the Tian Wei's demon core. Another demon core. Just as she prepared to respond, Zhou Yuzhao swiftly turned, gripping Luo Shu's shoulders, and with a powerful motion, lifted her off the ground, spinning her in mid-air until she landed behind him. Regaining her senses, she noticed Zhou Yuzhao holding a glowing blue arrow. Just as he prepared to release it, the arrow shattered like glass. Zhou Yuzhao. Luo Shu grasped his hand, pushing away to reveal bloodied marks on his palm. It's nothing. We must hurry. We cannot linger here. With that, Zhou Yuzhao grasped Luo Shu's hand and utilized his technique to navigate through the trees until they neared a lake hidden within the forest. When they finally paused, perched on a branch, they concealed themselves among the leaves. Luo Shu retrieved some medicine and bandages from her pouch to tend to Zhou Yuzhao's wound. You seem quite well prepared for this outing, because these are essentials. They lingered in the trees a bit longer, observing as several individuals entered the area, swiftly hiding themselves. The rustling of leaves whispered around them. Their eyes met briefly, both knowing that others were present, waiting for their moment. Moments later, the full moon finally emerged, casting its reflection upon the lake, which was soon disturbed as a pair of antlers broke the surface, revealing the majestic creature beneath. Luo Shu stifled a gasp, her eyes widening in astonishment. Is that a Nyo? As the Tian Wei gradually emerged from the water and ascended the shore, various cultivators hidden in the shadows surged forth. The creature, adorned with long horns and a massive frame cloaked in regal fur, sparkled with droplets of water in the moonlight, resembling glistening pearls. Its long, dense tail, reminiscent of a fox's, added an air of mystery. It raised its head and let out a roar, akin to that of a wolf king atop a cliff. Zhou Yuzhao. Luo Shu, observing the encircled Tian Wei, clutched Zhou Yuzhao's garment, worry etched on her brow. Don't move. He misinterpreted her intent, fixating intently on the group of cultivators. Luo Shu watched the unfolding drama, initially feeling the Tian Wei had the upper hand. But as the cultivators unleashed a barrage of artifacts, the creature began to struggle. With a fierce howl, the Tian Wei let out its final cry before crashing to the ground. The cultivators began to bicker among themselves, each eager to claim the Tian Wei's inner core. Sensing the opportune moment, Zhou Yuzhao summoned a set of 6 spinning darts, which materialized in his hand. With a swift motion, he hurled them into the fray, targeting the cultivators. Stay here and wait for me. Oh, before Luo Shu could finish her sentence, she witnessed Zhou Yuzhao leap from the tree, his figure slicing through the chaos like a hawk. This tactic proved effortless for Zhou Yuzhao. He subdued his opponents with ease, pointing his finger at one fallen cultivator's throat. Fellow cultivator, spare me. I will let you go. Just move forward without looking back, or else. Yes, yes. Before Zhou Yuzhao could finish, they hastily agreed, clearly valuing their lives. He retracted his blade, watching as the cultivators fled. Gathering a sphere of light in his hand, a small dagger appeared, and he turned towards the Tian Wei, only to find Luo Shu had somehow descended from the tree and was crouched beside the creature. God! He dashed forward, pulling Luo Shu away from the Tian Wei, anxiously inspecting her for injury, relieved to find no wounds. You must not be so reckless. Raising his gaze, he met Luo Shu's eyes, which were fixed intently on the Tian Wei, or more precisely, its eyes. Do you truly wish to be with humanity, little cat demon? Unaware of the peril, the Tian Wei's nostrils flared as it struggled to rise from the ground. He is good. Humans are all greedy beings. The Tian Wei suddenly lifted its head, roaring at Luo Shu. In response, Zhou Yuzhao launched an attack from his palm, striking the Tian Wei and knocking it to the ground. Zhou Yuzhao clutched the dagger in his hand as he approached Tianhu, channeling spiritual energy through his palm. Suddenly, he heard Luo Shu's voice from behind, asking if it would die without the demon core. Zhou Yuzhao did not turn around. He merely lowered the dagger slightly, his eyes darkening as he replied, I know that without the demon core, it will perish. What? Luo Shu gazed at Zhou Yuzhao's towering silhouette, which appeared somewhat desolate at that moment. He then raised his arm again, moving towards Tianhu, and with a swift gesture, ensnared it in a great net. The heavens shall cover, the earth shall imprison bind. Zhou Yuzhao formed seals with his hands, and the net plunged deep into the earth, constricting until Tianhu could no longer move. Zhou Yuzhao don't. Luo Shu dashed forward, positioning herself before Tianhu, gripping Zhou Yuzhao's arm, her eyes pleading. Zhou Yuzhao sighed in resignation, saying, I grant you this to spare its life. He pushed Luo Shu's shoulder aside, sheathing his dagger and opting for his hands instead. With a series of hand seals, a magical array appeared beneath Tianhu, radiating a golden glow. A light point emerged above Tianhu, which began to emanate starlight all around, converging at that single point. Aove! Tianhu's claws dug into the ground as it let out a mighty roar directed at Zhou Yuzhao. Luo Shu instinctively raised her hand to shield herself, her hair lifted by the wind, understanding Tianhu's words. Mixing with humans, you will eventually die by their hands. The coexistence of humans and demons is merely a lie perpetuated by these hypocrites. Just as Luo Shu was about to retort, Zhou Yuzhao slightly turned his head and said, Mao'er, go check the surroundings. If anyone approaches, come tell me. Luo Shu glanced at Tianhu, then back at Zhou Yuzhao's retreating figure, replying softly, all right. Once Luo Shu had moved away, Zhou Yuzhao raised his head, continuing his incantation as he addressed Tianhu. Mao'er is someone I brought back. How I treat her, the truth and the facade, is not for a beast like you to judge. Tianhu was taken aback. Though it did not speak, it understood. You have already cultivated to the divine transformation realm. Zhou Yuzhao shook his head honestly, stating, I have promised her not to take your life. After extracting the inner core, I will let you go. Indeed, a human seeks to take what belongs to me, and yet is so arrogant. Zhou Yuzhao intensified his spellcasting, and Tianhu's howls gradually subsided into silence, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. He continued, let's make a deal. You give me half of your demon core, and I will take you away from Penglai, granting you freedom. Although Tianhu was tempted, it was aware of the prohibitions imposed upon it by Penglai and scoffed. You naive child, do not think you could deceive me. I know you lack the certainty to extract my demon core, hence you resort to this scheme. Zhou Yuzhao remained cautious, replying, Mao'er possesses Sanyue. I trust you have noticed. Concealing your aura and slipping past them is not a difficult task. Eventually, Tianhu relented. Zhou, many guards are coming. Luo Shu hurriedly approached Zhou Yuzhao, who noticed that the inner core above Tianhu had grown slightly, its pure golden hue radiating immense power. Zhou Yuzhao nodded, preparing to retract the net when Tianhu suddenly thrashed about, its tail swinging towards Luo Shu. Mao'er. He was in the midst of gathering the net, unable to extricate himself in time. Luo Shu, however, reacted swiftly, leaping into the air to evade Tianhu's tail. Upon landing, she saw the ground where Tianhu had struck, now split open, with soil loosening and sliding into the lake. Such a powerful attack. Chapter 19. Injured after the battle. Luo Shu exhibits abnormalities. Zhou Yuzhao gazed towards the direction from which Mao'er had come, his expression darkening. He extended his hand towards the demon core above Tianhu, and it floated into his grasp. Mao'er, we must take Tianhu and leave quickly. The master of Penglai is approaching, and he is formidable. Is this considered theft? Luo Shu asked, turning to look at the fallen Tianhu, which had shrunk significantly, resembling a small dog. Is this a dog? She mused, lifting the diminutive Tianhu into her arms as they prepared to depart. As they distanced themselves from the approaching figures, Luo Shu noticed Zhou Yuzhao holding a dart. Zhou Yuzhao, what is wrong? She inquired, seeing him murmur, they are here. He lowered his head, drawing forth a surge of power from Sanyue within Luo Shu, enveloping it around Tianhu. Do not let it stray too far from you. Understood. Turning around, they were confronted by a group of individuals, led by a middle-aged man clad in luxurious attire, exuding authority. Fellow cultivator, please hold. Zhou Yuzhao instinctively shielded Luo Shu behind him, asserting, does Penglai not honor its word? The demon core you seek to take belongs to this island and cannot be removed. Zhou Yuzhao raised an eyebrow, readying the dart in his hand for an attack. I believe the hunting announcement did not feature such clause. Just as the Lord of Penglai was about to speak, Zhou Yuzhao denied him the opportunity. Could it be that the Lord lacks the ability to extract Tianhu's inner core and seeks to intercept it from me? Utter nonsense. Luo Shu tightened her grip on the demon core in her hands. She thought, isn't the extraction of this demon core a task for ordinary people? Yet Zhou Yuzhao seems to manage it effortlessly. The demon core nestled in her arms seemed to respond. Forcefully breaking my body will lead to the core's explosion. Only with a person's spiritual dispersion technique, softening my power, can it be extracted. Luo Shu absent-mindedly stroked Tianhu's fur, surprised that it had revealed the method to extract its demon core. In the next moment, however, it reprimanded her. Not everyone can wield the spiritual dispersion technique. Even if they could, few possess the confidence to undertake such a perilous task. A misstep could lead to one's own dispersion or backlash. Realizing the danger of the dispersion technique, Luo Shu looked up at Zhou Yuzhao, noticing a faint bloodstain on his back near the butterfly valley. Zhou Yuzhao. Suddenly, Zhou Yuzhao turned around, embracing Luo Shu and swiftly dodging to the side, narrowly avoiding an attack from the Lord of Penglai. What is happening? Why has it escalated to violence? Zhou Yuzhao landed on the ground with Luo Shu in his arms, taking a few steps back to stabilize himself. You young one are exceedingly unreasonable. The Lord of Penglai's beard quivered with anger as he saw Zhou Yuzhao's reluctance to surrender. He gestured, and his disciples launched an assault on Zhou Yuzhao. Zhou Yuzhao held Luo Shu close, evading attacks with quick reflexes, summoning his sword as he spun, landing firmly on the ground. A transforming sword flew towards him, and in the ensuing chaos, he pushed Luo Shu aside, sustaining a cut to his arm. The sword circled in the air, altering its trajectory to strike Luo Shu, who lay on the ground. Hand it over, little priest, or your friend shall remain here. Zhou Yuzhao attempted to advance, but a resonance surged through his chest, causing his joints to weaken, and he knelt before them. Mao'er, he called out, fearing the sword would pierce her body. Yet, to his astonishment, Luo Shu reached out, grasping the transforming sword, her palm bleeding as droplets fell to the ground. She caught the sword with her bare hands. Not only was the Lord of Penglai shocked, but Zhou Yuzhao was equally taken aback. This is the transformation sword of Penglai Island. Upon entering the island, outsiders find their spiritual power diminished. How could one possibly withstand it, especially someone like Luo Shu, whom he had never instructed in the ways of cultivation? With a sharp crack, Luo Shu shattered the transformation sword, its fragments scattering across the ground. At her feet lay the delicate Tiangao. Zhou Yuzhao soon discerned something amiss with Luo Shu. The young girl tilted her head, gazing at the island master, her lips curling into a chilling smile. From Zhou Yuzhao's vantage point, he noticed the dark mist coalescing around her hand. It was a manifestation of an evil spirit. The last malevolent entity that invaded her body had not been purified by Tsangyue. It had remained within her all along. Zhou Yuzhao propped himself up, a sword materializing before him, which he grasped firmly by the hilt. He could not allow them to discover the presence of the evil spirit within the cat. The island master remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, waving his hand and preparing to engage with his disciples, intent on capturing the Tiangao's demon core. Suddenly, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area, obscuring their vision. Within the haze, Luo Shu saw Zhou Yuzhao charging toward her, his spiritual energy gathering before dispersing. She witnessed his sword thrusting toward her side, yet nothing transpired, though she distinctly heard a sound of pain. Her vision finally returned to normal, and before she could utter a word, Zhou Yuzhao embraced her waist from behind and kicked forward, cradling the Tiangao in her arms. Hurry! By the time the island master regained clarity, he saw that Zhou Yuzhao and Luo Shu had already leaped off the cliff. Someone go find them. You must retrieve the demon core. As those words left his lips, a figure appeared behind him, a white-haired Taoist clad in deep blue, arms crossed as if he were a celestial being. Is the reputation of Penglai, built over millennia, to be ruined by a mere junior tonight? The island master immediately shifted his demeanor, bowing respectfully while suppressing his anger. Elder Hingyu, that Tiangao is from Penglai. Before the island master could finish, Elder Hingyu interrupted him. Since the island master has stated that those with the capability shall prevail, it would be inconsistent to retract such a statement. If that young man successfully extracted the Tiangao's inner core, it is indeed his merit. The island master wished to add more, but after a moment's reflection, he conceded. Elder Hengyu continued, the inner core in that young man's possession is clearly only half, indicating that the Tiangao is not yet dead. This statement seemed to illuminate the island master. A Tiangao missing half of its inner core would undoubtedly be weakened for a considerable time. With a wave of his hand, he led his followers into the forest. Once they departed, Elder Hengyu approached the cliff's edge and peered down, where only the waves crashed against the shore. With no sign of Zhou Yuzhao or Luo Shu, he extended his right hand, his fingers moving as he calculated, gazing out toward the sea's expanse. With a flick of his sleeve, he transformed into a beam of light and vanished from that place. Meanwhile, on the shore where the waves lapped, two sets of footprints, one large and one small, were imprinted in the sand. Drops of water on the ground still carried traces of blood. Chapter 20. One day, he will personally kill you. The silhouettes of the two figures on the beach were illuminated by the moonlight, appearing particularly diminutive. Zhou Yuzhao held Luo Shu's wrist as they walked along the shore, moving like a machine. Zhou Yuzhao. She called his name several times, but received no response. Growing concerned, Luo Shu reached out and gently tapped his shoulder. She felt the grip of his hand around her wrist gradually weaken, and soon his towering figure collapsed. Zhou Yuzhao. Luo Shu knelt beside him, attempting to lift him from the ground, only to find his back sticky with blood. Upon examining her hand, she discovered the crimson fluid. Memories of the bloodstain she had seen while standing behind him flooded her mind. Was it from that wound? How could he have lost so much blood? The Tiangao shook off the seawater on its body and glanced at Zhou Yuzhao's back. He had suffered the backlash of the dispersing technique. How could this happen? I told you that if the dispersing technique is not executed with caution, it can harm the user. This was merely a backlash, and he was fortunate it had not escalated further. Luo Shu dragged Zhou Yuzhao into a sheltered crevice after a brief rest, reaching out to feel his forehead. Touching his palm, she found it chillingly cold. Judging by his current state, unless a miracle occurred, he would either die by dawn or exhaust all his spiritual energy, becoming a useless shell incapable of cultivation. Clutching Zhou Yuzhao's hand, she gently rubbed her thumb across his knuckles, tears welling in her eyes as she observed his pale lips. Is there truly no hope? Does he not possess half of my inner core? While healing may not equate to the essence of the heavens and earth, Sangyu, it still brimmed with vitality. Yet, considering his current condition, even invoking it would prove problematic. Sangyu, Luo Shu seemed to have an epiphany, forming hand seals as a faint halo appeared at her abdomen, and a white inner core materialized in the air. You intend to use your demon core to save a human. Were you not just doing the same? I merely spoke offhandedly. After all, you currently lack the ability to harness the ancient demon beast's inner core. Pain surged through her abdomen, accompanied by the sound of a snapped string. As her own demon core was successfully extracted, in her consciousness, 886 was awakened by Luo Shu's call. Host, please be aware that such actions could very well end this journey of transmigration. Then let it end. She formed seals once more, the demon core radiating a soft glow as the dispersed spiritual energy floated around Zhou Yuzhao's body like gossamer. Why can't I infuse it? This is a protective mechanism activated by those in the cultivation world when they fall into a coma. Foreign spiritual energy is rejected by their bodies. The Tiangao glanced at Luo Shu and candidly remarked, he does not trust you. Luo Shu offered no reply, merely transforming her finger into a blade. She sliced open her palm, letting her blood intertwine with the spiritual energy to forcibly breach the protective barrier surrounding Zhou Yuzhao's body. Do not waste your efforts. His power cannot be broken by a mere little demon. Just as those words left her lips, the sound of shattering glass resonated, and the Tiangao raised its head. Witnessing the spiritual energy she had released continuously flowing into Zhou Yuzhao's body. Suddenly, it caught a whiff of Luo Shu's inner core, and the Tiangao's nose twitched with delight. Sanyue, no wonder the island master of Penglai did not detect it when Luo Shu held it close. Initially, I thought it was merely some artifact on Zhou Yuzhao that temporarily concealed its spiritual beast aura. Yet, it appears that it is Luo Shu's Sangyue that has masked its presence, preventing detection by the island master. Glancing at Luo Shu, the Tiangao couldn't help but lament. This cat demon's magic is so rudimentary, yet she engages in such foolishness. It yawned, shook its head, and leapt to the top of the windbreak stone, settling down. Luo Shu's hand trembled in the air, but she paid it no mind, noticing that Zhou Yuzhao's complexion had improved significantly. Maintaining her hand gestures, she augmented the flow of spiritual energy, only to taste iron on her lips as a trickle of blood began to seep from the corners of her mouth. That should suffice. Cease now. At the sound of the evil spirit's voice, Luo Shu finally withdrew her hand. Her hands quivered as she reclaimed the inner core. But in her haste, she inadvertently blocked the path, causing the demon core to surge into her body, crashing against her dantian. A pool of fresh blood formed on the ground, and just as the evil spirit on Luo Shu's shoulder prepared to strike, it vanished upon seeing the Tiangao awakening. Upon awakening, the Tiangao detected a strong scent of blood in the air, finding Luo Shu wiping the corner of her mouth. The Tiangao calmly regarded her before casting a glance at Zhou Yuzhao. This is the backlash. Do you understand? Luo Shu nodded, cleaning the blood from her face before sitting beside Zhou Yuzhao, pulling him close so that his head rested on her shoulder. The Tiangao looked down on her loyalty with disdain, leaping to the top of the windbreak stone. One day, you will perish at his hands. By then, regret will be futile. Those who cultivate and demons shall not have a favorable end. It is evident that Luo Shu did not take it to heart. She merely extended her hand to gently probe Zhou Yuzhao's pulse. Turning to look at Zhou Yuzhao, she noted that he had not worn a mask in recent days, and his handsome features were generously displayed before her. Suddenly, Luo Shu discovered a faint blush at the corners of Zhou Yuzhao's eyes. What could this mean? Although she intended to investigate further, her eyelids grew increasingly heavy. By dawn, sunlight cascaded over the two of them, and Zhou Yuzhao had awakened. His gaze fell upon the young girl's dress as he lifted his head from her shoulder. Tianpai, lying before them, appeared somewhat restless from the weight, yet was relieved that one had finally awakened. Zhou Yuzhao flexed his wrist, stood up from the ground, and closed his eyes to bask in the sunlight for a moment before turning back to Luo Shu, who was leaning against the rock, his expression imbued with an enigmatic emotion. Are you truly going to disregard her? This little cat demon sacrificed her own demon core to heal you. Zhou Yuzhao glanced at Tianpai, extending his finger and swirling it in the air before casting a spell that rendered it mute. Frantic, Tianpai began to jump around, exclaiming, "Release me!" However, Zhou Yuzhao paid it no mind, instead wrapping his arms around Luo Shu, lifting her from the ground, and heading toward the town. After changing clothes, Zhou Yuzhao sat beside Luo Shu's bed, placing his hand gently on her dantian, where her demon core had settled into tranquility. He lifted his gaze to her face, caressing her cheek with his hand, and softly kissed her on the center of her brow, murmuring, "Cat." Luo Shu's eyelashes fluttered slightly, as if responding to Zhou Yuzhao's affection. In his heart, he quietly admonished her, "You need not go to such lengths. I will not perish." Zhou Yuzhao's thumb caressed the delicate skin of the young girl. Tianpai, perched on a chair, observed Zhou Yuzhao's tender demeanor with a shiver running down its spine. As a cultivator, surely you do not harbor affection for a cat? Zhou Yuzhao shot a glance at Tianpai, who sensed impending doom and promptly leapt from the stool, only to be struck in the abdomen by a spell Zhou Yuzhao sent flying, rolling several times on the ground. You, a cultivator, cannot afford such frivolities. You are so petty. As Zhou Yuzhao raised his hand, Tianpai, still feeling intimidated, dashed beneath the table to hide. After Zhou Yuzhao departed, a dark shadow appeared on Luo Shu's shoulder, transforming into a wisp of fine smoke that entered her dream. Her dream was shrouded in gray, thick with fog, obscuring the path ahead. As she parted the swirling mist, an apparition finally beheld Luo Shu. She knelt on the ground, her gaze vacant as she stared at the earth. "What are you looking at?" Luo Shu lifted her head, only to see a figure cloaked in black. His face was indistinct, yet there was a sense of familiarity. Chapter 21. I thought you were the only redemption in my dull existence. The apparition, clad in a tattered cloak, appeared behind Luo Shu. Upon seeing it, the girl did not panic. She merely indicated before her and said, "Father told me to kneel." The apparition followed her gesture, and the void before them suddenly unfolded like a scroll. It revealed a small building, its open door spilling warm light onto the ground, while the flower bed outside lay overrun with withered weeds. "Where's this?" The apparition pondered, glancing at the first-floor window, where unfamiliar iron bars and cracked glass could be seen, accompanied by a small fan covered in grease. "What is this place?" The apparition was utterly baffled. It intended to enter through the door to discover the interior, but was ensnared by an invisible barrier at the entrance. The dream did not extend into this space, and it could not enter. Turning back, it gazed upon Luo Shu, who had transformed in appearance, now resembling a child of 7 or 8. "Get away from me!" A man's voice echoed from behind, and the apparition turned to see a chipped bowl flying toward it, passing straight through its form. Upon glancing back, it spotted the blood streaming from a wound on Luo Shu's forehead, the ground littered with shards of the porcelain bowl she had shattered. Luo Shu awakened. 2 tendrils of black mist emerged from beneath the apparition's cloak, grasping at her arms. Luo Shu merely bit her lip, striving to stifle her cries. Yet tears slipped from her eyes, falling softly to the ground. "Wretched girl!" A kick sent Luo Shu sprawling to the floor, and the apparition reached out with black smoke, attempting to lift the child from the ground, but it could not touch her. Turning to seek the source of the torment, it found the man's face obscured, only his beard belly visible. The apparition stared at the fallen Luo Shu, astonished. She could no longer recall the man's features, yet the pain he had caused her was etched deep within her bones. What was unforgettable was not what it beheld, but the terror Luo Shu felt in her very marrow. No, this cannot continue. To aid Zhou Yuzhao, she had activated her demon core, and now her consciousness was unstable, risking her being lost in her own fear. What to do? As if recalling someone, the apparition departed from Luo Shu's dream. After Qianpai's departure, a rounded system materialized in the dream, transforming into Luo Shu's likeness. It gently lifted the young Luo Shu from the ground. Host awakened. Luo Shu raised her eyes to meet its gaze, tears glistening within her eyes, brimming with unspoken emotions. "Who are you?" The system regarded the young Luo Shu, extending a hand to touch her brow. "Why do remnants of your memory persist, despite having erased them?" "Luo Shu, look at me. You do not belong here. Your name is Luo Shu, Zhou Luo Shu. Do not dissolve into your nightmares. What does it mean to perish?" Luo Shu's voice emerged, laced with disdain and a sing-song tone. The system turned back, only to find Luo Shu smiling at it. No, this was not Luo Shu, but rather her shadowed self. "Depart." Her darker side reached out to the system, and the ground below transformed into something akin to a swamp. The system swiftly evaded, just managing to escape. The shadowed version of her looked down at the small Luo Shu on the ground, disdainfully puffing from a cigarette in her hand before turning to leave. "Here shall be your resting place, my dear. Allow me to take your place." The apparition materialized in the inn's room. Tianpai, perched at the window, turned to find a towering figure cloaked in black smoke. "Apparition." Hearing Tianpai's voice, the apparition was startled. It merely sought Zhou Yuzhao, yet had encountered Tianpai instead. Tianpai clumsily slipped from the windowsill, tumbling down with a cry. "Ah, apparition, wait for me. I haven't done anything to you, so go call Zhou Yuzhao." The people in the street heard the barking from above and looked up to see a small black dog tumbling from the third-floor window. "Bark, bark, bark. Wretched Taoist. Hurry and help me. I cannot use spiritual power in front of these mortals." "Bark, bark, bark." Thud the dog landed in a basket of vegetables. "Oh dear, whose dog is this?" An elderly vendor lifted it from the basket, and the dazed Tianpai regained its senses in the man's grasp. "Zhou Yuzhao, hurry. The apparition is after the little cat." Tianpai wriggled free from the old man's grip and dashed toward the inn, scanning the first-floor hall. "Zhou Yuzhao, where are you? Stop eating, don't eat. Where are you? Oh, where did this dog come from? Go away." Tianpai's view was obstructed by the innkeeper, and it bobbed its head around, spotting Zhou Yuzhao making his way upstairs. Foolish human, step aside. I have no time for you now. Ah, just as the innkeeper was about to pursue, he was stopped by the manager. Do not chase. That is the dog of that esteemed young master. He is quite generous, and we cannot afford to offend him. Indeed, Tianyi, in a flurry of movement, dashed toward Zhou Yuzhao's feet, unable to halt in time, nearly causing him to stumble and fall. Why are you in such a hurry? The Inhuan resides in the room of the little cat demon. Hurry, hurry. As soon as this was uttered, Zhou Yuzhao hastened towards Luo Shu's chamber, inadvertently kicking Tianyi to the ground. You wretched Taoist, are you colluding with that Inhuan? God! Zhou Yuzhao burst into the room, only to see the Inhuan standing beside Luo Shu's bed. Upon hearing the door open, the Inhuan glanced back at Zhou Yuzhao before slipping out of the window. Zhou Yuzhao paid no heed to the Inhuan and rushed to the bedside, discovering Luo Shu in a deep slumber. Grasping her hand, he felt her pulse. The young girl had succumbed to another nightmare. With his hands forming a spell seal over her chest, he finally pressed it against her brow, entering her spiritual consciousness. Soul returns home, transforming with spirit, guide, clear heart incantation. Zhou Yuzhao slowly closed his eyes, searching for Luo Shu's figure amidst the fog. Why was her spiritual sea so dark? Cat. Luo Shu halted, feeling as if she had misheard. Cat, turn back, I am behind you. Obediently, Luo Shu turned around to see Zhou Yuzhao not far behind her, extending his hand. Come here. Luo Shu ran towards Zhou Yuzhao, embracing his waist. Only upon seeing him did the strength in her heart waver. Zhou Yuzhao, I cannot find a way out. With me here, nothing will happen. Luo Shu nodded, nuzzling against him. Only in his embrace did she find refuge. After a moment, she heard Zhou Yuzhao speak. Cat, can you do me a favor? What? Luo Shu lifted her head from his embrace, only to feel a sudden pain in her abdomen. Looking down, she saw a sword plunged into her belly. Its hilt gripped by Zhou Yuzhao's hand. Zhou Yuzhao's lips moved slightly as he replied, Give me your adorn. Why? Luo Shu frowned at him, and a faint apology crossed his face. I need Tsang Yue. Haitong has favored the Zhou family, and she suffers from chronic ailments, requiring rich spiritual energy. But what of your kindness towards me? Luo Shu tentatively inquired, only to receive his affirmative response. It is all false. Zhou Yuzhao withdrew the sword from Luo Shu's body, drops of crimson blood falling to the floor. My kindness was merely a wait. I awaited the fusion of Tsang Yue and your Yaodong, ensuring I could extract Tsang Yue. Clutching her abdomen, Luo Shu looked at the blood staining her palm. Yet you could have imprisoned me, waiting for the right moment. Why pretend to care, making me believe you are my unique salvation in a life devoid of light? Zhou Yuzhao waved his hand, casually retracting the sword, replying indifferently. I merely sought to pass the time. You lie. Luo Shu trembled as she spoke, her voice almost accusatory. How I wish you had some unspeakable secret. Yet Zhou Yuzhao's next words shattered her hopes entirely. Tianyi was right. Those who cultivate and draw too close to demons will meet a grim fate. But you once said that humans are divided into good and evil, and so are demons. Zhou Yuzhao scoffed. Do you truly believe the words I idly spoke to my senior brother? He lifted Luo Shu's chin, his thumb caressing her lips. Luo Shu, those who fear loss are destined to lose everything doubly. A child without candy will easily fall for a mere ruse. Tears finally spilled from Luo Shu's eyes, and when she looked up again, Zhou Yuzhao had vanished. Did you not say you would never abandon me? You lied. Chapter 22. Let me become you, to live in your stead. By the bedside, Tianyi observed Luo Shu's increasingly pale lips, growing ever more anxious. What on earth was this wretched Taoist doing? How could he not release her from the small cat demon's spiritual sea? In the endless night, Luo Shu's figure appeared as diminutive as a dot. Releasing her hand from her abdomen, she gazed at the bright red blood, droplets trickling down her fingers to the floor, creating ripples. One day, he will kill you with his own hands. This phrase suddenly echoed in her mind, reminiscent of something Tianyi had once said. How coincidental. Luo Shu's vision gradually sharpened, and her lost rationality returned. She reached out to touch her abdomen, finding the wound healed, devoid of blood. The Yaodong remained. Zhou Yuzhao had not taken it. Seemingly struck by a thought, she removed the flower hairpin from her head, holding it in her palm. The small jade bead on the pin emitted a faint glow, dispersing the blood in her hand like drifting sand. Fake. If you trust him, how can you be frightened by your own fears? A voice emerged from behind, prompting Luo Shu to turn. Standing before her was a woman, bearing the same visage and voice as her own, as if a reflection. You. Luo Shu gripped the hairpin in her hand, her eyes glistening with a hint of red as she looked at the woman, who wore a mechanical yet warm smile. It is false. How do you know you are real? What do you mean? The woman caressed her long hair, cascading down her chest, circling behind Luo Shu, resting a hand on her shoulder. I mean, let me live in your place. Stunned, Luo Shu spun around, just as the woman pushed her shoulder. Tendrils from the inky ground reached out, ensnaring Luo Shu, who had only just regained her balance. The ways of the world are unpredictable. I shall test whether Zhou Yuzhao is good or bad for you. The woman vanished, reappearing before Luo Shu, lifting her chin. Isn't that so? You cannot deceive him. With that, Luo Shu tossed the hairpin into the air. The jade bead's light forced the woman to shield her eyes, retreating repeatedly. Luo Shu transformed back into her original form, instantly breaking free and leaping into the air, capturing the hairpin and fleeing in the opposite direction of the woman. Ultimately, her four legs could not keep pace. The ground erupted with an inky spring, morphing into a humanoid shape, and the spilled ink charged towards Luo Shu. The young girl dodged, swiftly transforming back into her human form. In midair, she executed a somersault, her delicate foot shattering the incoming ink. The droplets that fell to the ground instantly transformed into towering vines, preventing Luo Shu from moving freely. What do you think you're escaping to? Even if you see through the fake Zhou Yuzhao, you cannot leave here. Who are you? I am you. You are me. As she spoke, the woman raised her hand, the hairpin in her palm mirroring Luo Shu's. See? What you have, I possess as well. With that, the woman crushed the hairpin in her hand, waving it upward. Stay here, prisoner. The surrounding vines converged around Luo Shu, tightening as if to form a cage. Spotting a gap, Luo Shu hastened her pace, narrowly avoiding a sudden attack that nearly struck her shoulder. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly. After rolling in the air, she landed, leaving a 1-meter-long scratch on the ground. Looking up, she saw the cage had formed and continued to close in. Glancing upwards, the top of the cage remained open. It's time to take a chance. Luo Shu inserted the hairpin back in her hair, utilizing her cat-like agility to leap towards the walls formed by the vines. The distance to the exit shrank rapidly. She was almost free, yet the woman suddenly appeared at the entrance, smiling and snapping her fingers. Luo Shu's hind legs were ensnared by the vines that burst forth from the earth, and just a step away from the exit, she was yanked back down. Farewell, my dear. The young woman waved her hand towards the fallen Luo Shu, disappearing into the cave's entrance. The vines that had receded from the cave mouth swiftly spread like a plague, engulfing the area entirely. No, they vanished completely. The cage tightened around Luo Shu, who released her spiritual energy to resist the constricting confines. Surely, she would not perish here, crushed by this cage. The girl parted her delicate lips, initially breathing softly, but as the cage pressed down, her breaths quickened. With a clang, the cage halted its contraction, and the girl retracted her weary arms, collapsing onto the ground. She pounded her chest lightly and gazed at the cage, through its gaps, witnessing the boundless darkness outside. As she regained her breath, she removed the pair of floral hairpins from her head, caressing the jade beads that emitted a faint glow, a smile gracing her lips. A warmth blossomed within her heart. Indeed, they were precious items. Reflecting on this, a pang of guilt surged within her, her delicate fingers tracing each part of the hairpins. With a creak, the sound of an iron door closing echoed from above the cage. Luo Shu reinserted the hairpins into her hair and looked up, only to see a vine descending straight towards her. The girl rolled and scrambled to the side, narrowly evading the advancing vine. After several attempts to dodge, she braced herself against the ground, glancing up to see the vines, once merely a cage, now animated and attacking her, revealing an escape route. The vines seemed to perceive her thoughts, attacking in unison, nearly catching her. As she landed again, The girl found herself cornered at the edge of the cage, her tail standing upright like a braid. Spotting an opening behind her, Luo Shu swiftly turned and leapt through it. The pursuing vines were evaded effortlessly by her tail. Like a swing, she leapt forward, dodging the onslaught in midair, and successfully burst forth. Luo Shu's feet touched the ground outside the cage, as light as a dragonfly skimming the water, taking several steps before finally stabilizing. Did she truly believe she could escape her own fate? A formation appeared beneath her feet, and in an instant, numerous vines erupted from the ground, intertwining and crossing, ultimately forming a new cage. This all transpired too rapidly for Luo Shu to react. When she looked up, the vines above had already intertwined. Through a small gap, barely the size of an infant's fist, she glimpsed the woman outside. "Why hasn't Zhou Yuzhao come to find you yet?" As she spoke, the cage continued to constrict. "What are you doing? Stop." The woman merely extended her hand to inspect it, indifferent to Luo Shu's plight, stating that it was her own problem. Luo Shu's fingers transformed, spreading out to envelop herself in a protective barrier. Her expression reflected the strain she was under. "I'm leaving now. Take care. Being consumed by yourself must be quite interesting." Chapter 23. Perhaps that beam of light has illuminated me as well. The protective barrier Luo Shu supported gradually weakened, her arms trembling as she released her grip, falling to the ground. The surrounding cage tightened incessantly. She thought she might be crushed into paste when suddenly a familiar voice rang out. "With this as the boundary, all realms are void, spirit guardian, open." A flowing yet nearly transparent barrier materialized around Luo Shu, safeguarding her within. "Zhou Yuzhao." The girl propped herself up, scanning her surroundings, yet she could not find Zhou Yuzhao. Looking up, she saw her hairpins shining brightly. The cat's eye glimmered as the jade beads radiated a powerful yet gentle light. Suddenly, she recalled Zhou Yuzhao's words, "When you find yourself in dire straits, you'll know the purpose of these hairpins." Just as she felt relieved, a chilling wind swept around her, the vines rustling like branches, exuding an eerie black mist. The darkness effortlessly penetrated the barrier, swirling around Luo Shu. Uncertain if it was merely her imagination, she felt a chilling breeze, as if a ghost were blowing cold air against her neck. Suddenly, a force hurled Luo Shu into the air, her limbs feeling the painful tug, her head buzzing. Her entire body felt numb, as though under anesthesia. Even her eyelids grew heavy. The voice of 886 echoed in her ears. "Host, don't sleep. Zhou Yuzhao is on his way, but I'm so tired." On the brink of unconsciousness, she heard the sound of glass shattering nearby. Looking up, she saw the hairpins spinning above, cracks appearing in the barrier beside them. Though the vines had not penetrated the barrier, they still caused her harm. The young girl hung in midair, the hairpins revolving, casting a soft glow that brought a slight smile to Luo Shu's lips. "Perhaps that beam of light has illuminated me as well." Zhou Yuzhao traversed through Luo Shu's spiritual sea, which was engulfed in an endless black void, devoid of boundaries. He had visited other spiritual seas, some flourishing with blossoms, others desolate, yet none resembled this eerie abyss. He could no longer afford to linger. It was time to try again. Zhou Yuzhao extended his palm, revealing an octagonal white jade pendant, adorned with blue tassels. After pricking his finger, he allowed a drop of blood to fall upon it. Placing his fingers on his brow, his lips quivered, seemingly uttering a spell, and as he opened his eyes, he pointed at the jade pendant. A wave of spiritual energy radiated from the pendant, but Zhou Yuzhao gazed around to find only the interminable black void, devoid of any effect. Upon entering another spiritual sea, his own powers were diminished. The higher his power, the greater the reduction. The ground beneath him seemed to soften again, and looking down, he noticed a small ripple forming beneath his feet. It deepened further. Zhou Yuzhao focused ahead. Perhaps that was the depths of Luo Shu's spiritual sea, and she might be there. 886. Tracing the fluctuations of spiritual energy, rushed towards Zhou Yuzhao's direction, but was suddenly scattered by the opposing Luo Shu that appeared in the spiritual sea. "You traitor!" "What? I am also Luo Shu. Can I not command you?" "Zhou Yuzhao." Luo Shu lightly patted Zhou Yuzhao's shoulder, her hands and body bearing wounds, as if cut by some sharp object. Zhou Yuzhao remained silent, his gaze fixed on the hairpins nestled in her hair. Not her. Zhou Yuzhao's right temple throbbed, his eyes darting forward. There was no time left. Why aren't you speaking? As she spoke, Luo Shu extended her hand toward Zhou Yuzhao, inching closer. Zhou Yuzhao still remained silent, retreating to avoid her touch. With a swirl of his fingers beside him, he prepared to leave. In the shadows, she realized that Zhou Yuzhao had recognized her, knowing she was an imposter. She called out to him, "Zhou Yuzhao, I'm also a part of her. Can't you accept me?" Zhou Yuzhao's hand, poised to cast a spell, halted as he met Luo Shu's gaze. Though their appearances were identical, her eyes lacked the innocence of Luo Shu. That purity was nurtured by him. How could he possibly be mistaken? Zhou Yuzhao, you cannot accept me. You cannot accept all of her, because you see her only as a means to an end. Do not attempt to deceive me in the cat's spiritual sea. The woman observed Zhou Yuzhao's expression, seemingly finding an opportunity. I know her better than you do. I understand what she desires. Zhou Yuzhao, you cannot satisfy her cravings. She advanced again, yet he continued to retreat and evade her. I am different. I have no desires. I am more perfect than she is, and I will only become more perfect. Even if she stands on tiptoe, she cannot reach you. The pulsing in her wrist intensified, and Zhou Yuzhao's hand began to lose strength. Time was issuing a warning. She is perfect as she is. There is no need for further perfection. I am willing to bow for her. In a moment of the woman's astonishment, Zhou Yuzhao had already vanished from his original position, leaving her to slowly savor the experience. Was it delightful? Bending slightly, she pondered, gazing at her own fingers, a genuine smile gracing her lips. Zhou Yuzhao had been forcefully yanked from Luo Shu's spirit sea. His figure landed on the floor of the inn's room, where Tian Fei, resting on the table, looked at Zhou Yuzhao with a sense of pride and remarked, "Young man, you owe me a debt of gratitude. If you had truly entered the spirit sea and failed to return, you would have found yourself in dire straits without my intervention." "Thank you," Zhou Yuzhao replied, approaching the bedside to observe Luo Shu, who lay there. Her lips had lost their color, turning a pale white. Her hands clasped over her abdomen, a faint upward curve of her lips resembling a slumbering doll. Upon noticing Luo Shu's condition, Tian Fei leaped onto the bed and settled in a corner, stating, "This is a sign of being lost. If this continues, she may never awaken. And even if she does, she will be like a fool." Zhou Yuzhao furrowed his brow. Entering the spirit realm was not a requisite for Taoists. Moreover, the current situation was already quite precarious. That said, have you seen the little cat demon? Zhou Yuzhao shook his head, and Tian Fei, taken aback, exclaimed, "It's just a small cat demon. Her magic is not formidable. How could you not find her in such a vast spirit sea?" Recalling the pitch blackness within Luo Shu's spirit sea, Zhou Yuzhao earnestly remarked, "Her spirit sea is entirely shrouded in darkness. There is nothing there. I fail to perceive what it is that she truly fears. What a commotion you are making." Tian Fei extended his claws, resting them on Luo Shu's leg, leaning forward inquisitively. In the next moment, Zhou Yuzhao grasped him by the nape and lifted him off the bed. "Young man, hey, let me go." Zhou Yuzhao relaxed his grip, and Tian Fei fell to the ground. "Let's try once more." With that, Zhou Yuzhao formed the hand seals anew, preparing to enter Luo Shu's spirit sea again. Tian Fei quickly interjected, "Her condition is already dire. If you go in now, there is a high likelihood you may not return. Nothing in this world can confine me." Just then, an escaping shadow spirit suddenly returned through the window. "You dare to come back?" The spirit evaded Tian Fei's pounce, scattering into a cloud of smoke before reassembling before Zhou Yuzhao. It presented a branch of the Bianhua, making muffled sounds as it nudged Zhou Yuzhao's hand, seemingly beseeching him to bring Luo Shu back. The Bianhua, Tian Fei leapt from the ground to the bed, his eyes glinting with sharpness. The Bianhua blooms along the road to the underworld, near the souls of the deceased. This presents an opportunity. Grasping the branch of Bianhua in his hand, Zhou Yuzhao re-entered Luo Shu's spirit sea. The Bianhua appeared oddly vibrant in the pervasive darkness. Outside the spirit's sea, the shadow spirit lingered at Luo Shu's bedside, reaching out to grasp her hand, only to be swatted away by Tian Fei. What are you doing? What are you doing? You may remain here due to your offering of the Bianhua, but that does not grant you the right to take liberties. The spirit cast a scrutinizing glance at Tian Fei, its expression incredulous. Hey, what kind of look is that? Outside the cage, the woman observed Luo Shu floating in the air. She extended her hand toward the cage, and the moment she touched it, the black-purple vines turned completely black. Chapter 24. Zhou Yuzhao, severely injured, Luo Shu awakens. The woman clutched the vines of the cage, watching as it transformed into a deep black. Luo Shu had fallen into a deep slumber. I intended to confine you here forever, yet I have never witnessed anyone fighting so fiercely for you. After a moment, a chilling wind swept through, carrying the ethereal fragrance of the Bianhua. The woman's lips curled slightly, as if she had come to a realization. However, human hearts are fickle. Her fingers slipped through the gaps in the cage, brushing against the barrier adorned with hairpins, which had already begun to show numerous cracks. We must not easily trust others. Once this layer shatters, your fears will penetrate your body, and then, boom! The woman withdrew her fingers, catching sight of a faint red glow in the shadows. He has arrived. With a wave of her arm, she transformed into a stream of light and vanished. The Bianhua in Zhou Yuzhao's grasp grew increasingly vibrant, as if sensing something. The closer he drew to the cage, the more brilliant the flower became. Looking up, he beheld the cage resembling the fangs of a devil, surrounded by a faint black smoke. How could such dark entities exist within her spirit sea? Approaching the cage, he observed that the barrier emanated from the jade beads adorned with hairpins. Cracks had appeared around the barrier, and Luo Shu, suspended in the center, resembled a shattered doll within a crystal sphere. Cat! Zhou Yuzhao grasped the vines of the cage, feeling a sharp pain in his palm. Opening his hand, he discovered a wound from which blood flowed. Looking up, he noticed the vines sprouting thorns, akin to rose thorns piercing his hand, his subconscious resisting the proximity of others. Crack! The sound of the barrier within the cage, shattering, echoed, as the thorns had pierced through the barrier, and its destruction was imminent. Zhou Yuzhao released the Bianhua from his hand, channeling spiritual energy to attempt to extract Luo Shu from the cage. The energy coalescing in his palm caused the ground beneath him to twist into a swirling vortex. A wind suddenly surged through the spirit's sea, seemingly protesting Zhou Yuzhao's actions. The hairpin's glow flickered erratically, reminiscent of an old light bulb. Crack! The vines converged, successfully piercing the barrier, causing more cracks to form. In an instant, the barrier shattered entirely. The sharp vines lunged towards the center where Luo Shu stood. The next moment, within the cage, Luo Shu transformed into the Bianhua, pierced and shattered by the vines. Luo Shu appeared in Zhou Yuzhao's embrace. A new scar marked on her neck from the vines. Instantly, the ground began to tremble, as if the mountain deity were enraged. Outside the spirit sea, the shadow spirit and Tian Fei, who were guarding the bedside, noticed the scars appearing on Luo Shu's neck, followed by numerous wounds on her hands resting over her abdomen. The injury sustained in the spirit sea had materialized. How much longer must that young man remain inside? As he pondered this, Zhou Yuzhao materialized within the inn, swaying unsteadily for several steps before finding his footing. Young man, before he could finish speaking, Zhou Yuzhao suddenly collapsed, kneeling on one knee with his hand braced against the ground, spitting out a mouthful of congealed blood. As Tian Fei attempted to leap from the bed, Zhou Yuzhao raised a hand to stop him. First, check on the cat demon. After wiping the blood from his lips, he glanced at the shadow spirit, then felt a sense of relief. Tian Fei promptly approached to inspect, placing his paw on Luo Shu's arm, a soft glow enveloping her. She's fine now. Zhou Yuzhao nodded and stood, moving toward the door. Tian Fei's gaze remained fixed on Luo Shu, while the shadow spirit poked him in the back, causing him to leap up. Glancing at the black mist swirling around his fur, he exclaimed, "What is wrong with you?" Tian Fei grumbled, directing his gaze at the shadow spirit, which waved its smoky arm, pointing toward the entrance. Following its gesture, Tianfei beheld Zhou Yuzhao's silhouette. The man's back was stained with blood. Evidently the previous injuries had reopened, and new wounds marred his body, as if something had pierced him. "Hey, young man!" Zhou Yuzhao clutched his chest, lifting his right hand while gritting his teeth. He declared, "I am fine. You keep an eye on the cat demon." Tianfei hesitated before nodding, watching Zhou Yuzhao's figure gradually fade at the door. "All right." He then returned to lay down on Luo Shu's quilt, while the shadow spirit remained by the bedside, refusing to leave. Could this cat demon truly coexist with a Taoist? When Luo Shu awoke, night had fallen. She stirred slightly, and Tianfei immediately roused. "Little cat demon." Tianfei joyfully leaped to her pillow, gazing at her. "Little cat demon, how are you? How are you?" "I'm fine." Luo Shu softly uttered these words, propping herself up from the bed and gazing at the healed wounds on her arm. "It was I who tended to your injuries." Tianfei hopped around her playfully, reveling in the moment. "Thank you," she said, reaching out to gently ruffle Tianfei's head, finally comprehending why Zhou Yuzhao so cherished this affectionate gesture. "Do not mess with my head. Can a mere kitten demon like you do that?" As she dodged and slipped toward the edge of the bed, Tianfei then noticed that the shadowy spirit had vanished without her realizing it. "Ah, kitten demon, a shadowy spirit has brought you the beyond Bianhua. Thanks to it, that young man's life was spared from your grasp." As Zhou Yuzhao pondered this, Luo Shu lifted the blanket. "Oh, do you know that shadowy spirit?" To avoid being discovered, Luo Shu casually replied that she did not know, slipped on her shoes, and was about to leave when Tianfei grabbed her foot. "Where are you going?" "I'm going to find Zhou Yuzhao." Tianfei scanned Luo Shu from head to toe, shaking its head disapprovingly. "You should wash up first. Look at yourself. You bear no semblance of a young lady." Just as Luo Shu was puzzled, Tianfei pushed her towards the copper mirror. Gazing into the mirror, Luo Shu's pupils dilated in shock as she clutched her dress. "Why is there blood on it?" Not only was there blood, but the dress was also torn in several places. It was clear that this garment was beyond salvage. "These are the injuries you sustained in the Ling Hai, all manifested." As she spoke, Luo Shu felt a dull ache from the wounds beneath her clothing. Remembering the events in the Ling Hai, a sense of urgency washed over her. "I cannot discuss this now. I need to freshen up." She hurriedly changed while Tianfei lay on the table. After a moment, it began to zone out and daydream, when suddenly a figure darted past. "Huh, isn't it said that women take an hour? How could you be so quick?" Luo Shu's steps quickened as she arrived at Zhou Yuzhao's door, steadying her breath just as the door opened from within. "Finally awake, I see," Zhou Yuzhao said as he ushered her inside. The room's windows were wide open, yet a lingering scent of blood still permeated the air. Chapter 25. In the face of danger, run to me. The room was thick with the residual stench of blood. Luo Shu looked at Zhou Yuzhao, who wore a smile as if nothing had transpired. "How is your body?" "I am fine. What are your wounds?" "They are trivial. Mias kaitis. However, you must refrain from removing your demon core again." Clearly, Zhou Yuzhao did not regard his own injuries with much concern as he methodically poured her tea. "I saw everything, Zhou Yuzhao." His hand, which held the teacup, froze in midair. "Your back is covered in blood. I saw it embedded within." As she spoke, Luo Shu's fingers brushed against the bandage on his back. Zhou Yuzhao immediately turned, shifting the conversation. "The shadowy spirit has not harmed you while accompanying you. Why is that?" Luo Shu felt as though her tail had been stepped on, struggling to articulate a response. It was just the last time on the boat, before she could finish. Zhou Yuzhao interrupted her with a stern tone. "The consequences of shadowy spirit can range from siphoning the life force of living beings to even claiming lives. Do you comprehend the peril of being in its company?" The young girl's fingers nervously twisted her dress, her lips parting to argue, but finding no words. Ultimately, she could only whisper, "Zhou Yuzhao would not." Luo Shu murmured, feeling as if she were a child denied a toy. "What are you murmuring about?" Zhou Yuzhao bent down, leaning closer to her, prompting her to shake her head vigorously. "Nothing, nothing. I said nothing at all." Zhou Yuzhao raised his gaze, and the faint pink hue at the corner of his eyes deepened, resembling a captivating fox. "What is that at the corner of your eye?" The young girl pointed. startling him into retreat. It is nothing. Observing Zhou Yuzhao's flustered demeanor, Luo Shu changed the subject, producing a hairpin. The once bright jade bead had lost its luster. Can this be repaired? Zhou Yuzhao merely waved his hand, searching for a chair to sit down. It cannot be fixed. The jade's spiritual energy has been entirely depleted, rendering it useless. Will you not even take a look? He intended to say that it would be pointless, but upon meeting her gaze, he could only respond with a resigned tone. Hand it over. Luo Shu placed the hairpin in his open palm and sat beside him, turning her head. Yet her gaze was not on the hairpin, but rather on Zhou Yuzhao's profile. As her gaze traveled from his profile to his neck, she unexpectedly noticed a faint pink mark on the skin near his collar, akin to the core of a flower. Zhou Yuzhao was contemplating how to restore the jade bead sheen, thinking it would look more appealing atop a head. However, he felt an itch at his neck as Luo Shu, akin to a curious kitten, nudged at the spot, diverting his attention. Kitten, what are you doing? The man still bore a flush on his ears, turning to look at her while the young girl reached out to touch the skin at his neck. What is this? How peculiar. It resembles your eye's corner. Zhou Yuzhao's eyes flickered with a hint of panic as he covered the spot on his neck with his hand, and by the time he removed it, the mark had vanished. Gone again? How strange. It looks like a delicate flower stem, soft and pink. Speaking of flowers, Luo Shu seemed to recall something, her hands resting on Zhou Yuzhao's arm. When we went out last time, I saw the trees in the valley budding. If we return in a few days, we will witness the flowers bloom. Buds? Blooming? Zhou Yuzhao paused in his enchantment of the hairpin, turning his head with a mixture of confusion and surprise at Luo Shu. Indeed, while you were busy crafting those little trinkets, you must not have noticed. Did you not know your trees would bloom? Zhou Yuzhao concealed his astonishment, managing a slight smile as he infused the other hairpin with spiritual energy. I know, just have not witnessed it. So, this tree will bloom for the first time? How fortunate I am. Zhou Yuzhao handed her the pair of hairpins, stating, I have infused them with spiritual energy. They will look more attractive, but without the jade's spirit. These hairpins can no longer protect you, understand? Zhou Yuzhao, I am sorry. Luo Shu, unaware of the countless nights Zhou Yuzhao spent crafting these hairpins under candlelight, felt unable to compensate for her oversight. With me, there is no need for apologies. The man gently pinched Luo Shu's face, tenderly rubbing it. Ultimately, they are meant to protect you. However, you, little kitten demon, are rather impressive. Even the barrier forged from spiritual jade has been shattered by you. Yes, I'm a little scared. Just a little. Luo Shu fidgeted with her fingers, finally murmuring, well, perhaps a tiny bit. You articulate quite well. Holding Luo Shu's hand, he added, do not fear. If danger arises, just run to me. The young girl nodded, yet her heart remained troubled over Zhou Yuzhao's injuries. Zhou Yuzhao, are you truly unscathed? What could possibly happen to me? Can a mere kitten demon like you harm me? But you're back. Zhou Yuzhao propped his face on his hand, squeezing her cheeks. Tianfei must have informed you about the backlash of the dispersal technique. I already had injuries. Otherwise, how could a little kitten demon like you inflict harm? He then continued, it is not a serious injury. A few days of rest will suffice. MHM, MHM, MHM. On the third day at dawn, Zhou Yuzhao set out with Luo Shu and Tianfei back to the valley. However, midway, Zhou Yuzhao unexpectedly received a confidential letter from a sect. Glancing at it briefly, he waved his hand, causing the letter to vanish. Kitten, I must depart for a while. Standing by the window, Luo Shu turned her head to look at him upon hearing his voice. Tianzhai, lying on the ground, raised his head to observe their expressions before placing it back down, seemingly unperturbed. The day for the sect to recruit disciples was fast approaching, and I must return for a few days. Will you be all right returning to the valley on your own? Can I not accompany you? Did you not say that Song Yu has concealed my presence and that others would not notice? That is indeed the case. But with the master residing in the sect and numerous magical artifacts at hand, I cannot guarantee your safety. Luo Shu nodded, and silence enveloped them. Tianzhai turned to glance at Luo Shu, then rolled over on the floor. The little cat demon seemed on the verge of tears. The nearest dock to the sect would be available early tomorrow morning. That night, Luo Shu found herself unable to sleep and quietly climbed out of bed, inadvertently stepping on the sleeping Zhou beside her. "Hush!" Zhou grit his teeth, stifling the pain in his leg. "Sister, you stepped on me." Stealthily moving from one side of the room to the other, she crouched beside Zhou Yuzhao's bed, quietly admiring his serene, sleeping visage, as tranquil as a solitary eagle on the icy plains. "Zhao Zhao." She called out his name in her heart, yet dared not utter it aloud. Just the thought of him leaving at dawn, disappearing for several days, made her eyes feel dry. Zhou Yuzhao was not in deep slumber upon hearing Luo Shu's voice. He made no move to rise. At dawn, the young girl sleeping in the bed finally awoke, feeling the blanket draped over her. Recalling the events of the previous night, she experienced a sense of dreamlike disorientation. Sitting up, she noticed that Zhou Yuzhao was already absent from the opposite bed. Zhou sat on the wooden floor, gazing at her, seemingly having awakened long ago and waiting for her. "Has Zhao Zhao left?" Zhou nodded, picked up a box from the table, leapt onto Luo Shu's bed, and placed the box on her lap. "This was left behind by that boy. He asked you to take it to someone named Hai Tang in the building, so she wouldn't take the opportunity to enter the valley while he is away." Luo Shu opened the box, revealing a demon core inside. She looked at Zhou, only to find him unresponsive. "This is your demon core. Why would you willingly give it to someone else?" Zhou jumped on the bed, landing in front of her. "Why does that sound so sour? You don't want that boy to take risks just to help someone named Hai Tang, do you?" Luo Shu closed the box and replied, "I do not. I merely think that demons protect their own cores, yet you are so willing to give yours away. That is not entirely true. Penglai Island has restrictions that bind my spiritual power, forcing me to remain imprisoned there. However, your arrival, taking half of my demon core and bringing me away, has granted me freedom." After speaking, Zhou's gaze fell upon the box in Luo Shu's hands, and lifting his head, he generously stated, "Consider this a token of gratitude." After disembarking, Luo Shu directly took Zhou to the Hualan building where Hai Tang resided. Cloaked in a white cape, she concealed herself beneath it, wearing a mask that obscured her features. This time, the Hualan building lacked the pungent fragrance of rouge, and upon realizing it was not a brothel, Luo Shu's discomfort diminished considerably. "Guest, what would you like? Perhaps you might try my newly developed poison. It is concocted from 99 types of poisonous herbs, colorless and tasteless, and the onset of its effects is gradual, so others will not notice." The woman, twisting her serpentine waist, approached, resting her hand on Luo Shu's shoulder, causing her to flinch slightly. "I can tell by your attire that you are a woman. Sister, do you need something?" She leaned closer to Luo Shu's shoulder, catching a hint of the delicate floral fragrance emanating from her, and whispered near her ear, "Do you require a charm to ensnare a man? I have the finest." At that moment, Luo Shu could not help but break out in goosebumps. Retrieving a hairpin from the sleeve of her cape, she realized it was the one Hai Tang had given Zhou Yuzhao last time. The surrounding sounds abruptly quieted as the woman led Luo Shu upstairs. Once inside, the door was closed from the outside. Through the screen, a graceful silhouette could be vaguely seen. That was Hai Tang, for some unknown reason. As she watched Hai Tang approaching, Luo Shu felt a flicker of anxiety in her heart. It was no longer the delight of being awed by Hai Tang upon their first meeting, but rather a genuine fear. "Zhao, did he not come?" Luo Shu placed the hairpin on the table. With a slightly hoarse voice, she explained, "The sect is about to hold the recruitment of disciples, and my senior brother naturally must attend to maintain appearances, leaving him no time." Saying this, she placed a box containing Zhou's demon core on the table. "This item is Zhou's demon core. My senior brother asked me to convey that its value surpasses that of Song Yu, and I hope it can aid you in your difficulties." Hai Tang expressed her gratitude, reaching for the box, but took the opportunity to brush against Luo Shu's hand, prompting Luo Shu to retract her hand immediately. "He merely intends for me to refrain from pursuing that Song Yu and to not seek the cat's demon core. I heard that when Zhao took half of Zhai's demon core from Penglai, he was accompanied by a young girl. Do you know who that girl is?" To Luo Shu, Hai Tang's words carried an inquisitive undertone. Displeasure flickered in her heart, yet she could not express it through words. My senior brother was gravely injured while using the dispersing spirit technique for the sake of the demon core. I am fully aware of that. I thought he was so devoted because of that young girl by his side. It turns out it is for me. Clearly, Luo Shu, no matter how dim-witted, could decipher the implications in Hai Tang's words. Zhao particularly adores small animals. Today, I also have a noble cat in my building. Why not help me bring it to him today? That sounds rather appealing, Luo Shu replied inwardly, but politely responded. The sect does not permit the keeping of such creatures. Creatures? This is not just a creature. It is quite noble. Speaking, Hai Tang blew on the steaming tea on the table and took a sip. The one in his valley cannot compare to mine. She set down the teacup, feigning an understanding demeanor. Never mind, I will not force you. When Zhao comes next time, let him fetch it himself. My senior brother is busy with matters. Who knows when the next time will be? Hai Tang did not expect this person to retort before she could voice her thoughts. She heard Luo Shu continue. My senior brother asked me to convey that friends should maintain certain boundaries. That Zhao is not a name you can freely utter. With that, she turned and left. Hai Tang's palm slammed against the table, exclaiming, "Is that his intention or yours? I have known him since childhood. The bond between us is not something a disciple of the sect can interfere with." Luo Shu firmly asserted that this was her senior brother's intention. Upon reaching the stairs of the Hualan building, Hai Tang's associate stood at the top, seemingly attempting to block her. The face hidden beneath Luo Shu's mask resembled another layer of painful disguise. "Do not fear. It is merely a fight if it comes to that. Let her go." Behind her, Hai Tang's voice rang out. Turning back, Luo Shu saw Hai Tang leaning against the doorframe, her slender fingers holding the returned hairpin, carefully inserting it back into her hair. Luo Shu smoothly exited the doors of the Hualan building, and upon turning into a small alley, she found Tian Zhai waiting for her. Upon seeing Tian Zhai, Luo Shu leaned against the wall, her body immediately feeling weak. Tian Zhai initially thought Luo Shu was injured, hurriedly inquiring, only to learn that she was merely weak-kneed. Finally, he remarked, "A cat is just a cat. Look at your lack of courage." After Luo Shu left the Hualan building, one of Hai Tang's subordinates hurriedly descended the stairs to her side. "Hong Jia, why did you let her go? She humiliated you so." Hai Tang merely adjusted the hairpin atop her head and turned to return to her chamber. After all, she belonged to the Zhao clan, and her actions could inadvertently disturb the harmony. With a fleeting glance, she picked up the box from the table and opened it, revealing the demon core within, which elicited a subtle smile from her lips. This was indeed the Tian Zhai's demon core. Hai Tang nodded, holding the core in her hand. "Young Master Zhou, you truly cared for Hong Jia. This was far superior to Sangyu. Do you also think that Sangyu pales in comparison to this?" Chapter 27. Even dogs would shake their heads. Not even a dog would eat if the efficacy of the Tian Zhai was undoubtedly superior to that of Sangyu. The two could hardly be compared. Moreover, the Tian Zhai was inherently savage, and the method of extracting its inner core was highly intricate. As Hai Tang held the Tian Zhai's demon core, her gaze sharpened considerably. "I still believe that Sangyu is a fine item in itself." Hai Tang's implication was unmistakable. She still desired that Sangyu nestled within the cat's body. The woman beside her was not taken aback, only responding with utmost respect. "Shu Li will certainly do her utmost to assist Hong Jia in reclaiming Sangyu." A smile graced Hai Tang's face as she sat down in a nearby chair, her delicate fingers playing with the inner core. Contemplating, "The individual I encountered earlier must not have been his junior sister. I have heard no whispers of him being particularly close to any female disciple within the sect. By your words, who might that person be?" Hai Tang shook her head and then recalled the cat from the valley, a smile creeping upon her lips. With Zhao returning to preside over the recruitment, the valley was deserted. "Let's take a look. Perhaps we may indeed find something of value." Upon returning to the valley, Luo Shu went directly to inspect the flower buds on the branches. Curiously, after their absence of several days, the buds showed no signs of blooming, only having grown significantly. Why hasn't this tree blossomed yet? Could it possibly be an iron tree? Indeed, it was an iron tree. The Tian Zhai glanced around calmly, surveying the surroundings before continuing forward along the path cleared by the trees, heading towards the wooden cabin. "What?" Luo Shu continued to observe the Tianjai as it ventured deeper towards the cabin, glancing back at the branches before her. An iron tree? Upon reaching the wooden cabin, the Tianjai lifted its head and remarked proudly, "It appears to be quite presentable." With that, it made to enter Zhou Yuzhao's chamber, when in the next moment, Luo Shu seized it by the scruff, lifting it off the ground. Hey, that is Zhao Zhao's room. You cannot go there. Come this way." "Fine, just let me go." Just as the Tianjai pondered where it would sleep, Luo Shu placed a makeshift nest of grass and a chipped porcelain bowl before it. "What does this mean?" The Tianjai looked up at Luo Shu, hoping it was not what it feared. With a serious expression, Luo Shu pointed to the two items on the ground. "These are for you to sleep on. See, I am quite considerate." A worn porcelain bowl and a grass nest. Are you truly expecting someone of my esteemed status to slumber in a grass nest? You have followed us all this way, sleeping on the floor. Now you have a grass nest for warmth, and you are still ungrateful. The Tianjai pierced through Luo Shu's hidden thoughts. This was meant for you to sleep on, wasn't it? Indeed, there was some truth to that. But now Luo Shu spread her arms, indicating the room. This very room was specially constructed for me by Zhao Zhao. Upon finishing, Luo Shu surveyed the Tianjai with pride. "You likely have not been fortunate enough to have Zhao Zhao build you a house, so I am willing to take you in. You should be content, okay?" "Okay." The Tianjai jumped onto the windowsill, utterly bewildered by Luo Shu's peculiar pronunciation. Yet, it remained focused on securing its sleeping arrangements. "This grass nest you prepared for me. Even a dog would shake its head at." Luo Shu scrutinized the Tianjai, noticing its chest puffing in and out in irritation, resembling a balloon. "Why aren't you shaking your head?" "Dog." The young girl pointed at the Tianjai, shaking her own head. Her finger rested on the Tianjai's head, and with a flick of her wrist, she made it nod artificially. "Cat demon." The Tianjai lunged forward, prompting Luo Shu to step back, causing the Tianjai to tumble to the ground, landing face first. Yet, the Tianjai's misfortune extended beyond its sleeping arrangement. It also faced the culinary creations of Luo Shu. On the table lay a plate of items charred on both sides, while Luo Shu emerged from the kitchen with a bowl. A sense of foreboding washing over the Tianjai as it perched on the table, swallowing hard. Turning to survey the kitchen behind her, shrouded in thick smoke, it glanced at the bowl before it, which contained the only salvaged porridge. However, its appearance was rather unappealing, a murky shade of dark blue. "Eat up." The Tianjai gazed at Luo Shu, whose face bore the soot of firewood carelessly smeared across her cheeks, as the young girl generously offered the sole bowl of porridge. Tears welled in the Tianjai's eyes. "Little cat demon, thank you. It's nothing, just eat." As it took a bite, the Tianjai could not help but internally lament. This should be rice. It should be soft and sticky. Why is it somewhat crunchy and has a burnt taste? Observing Luo Shu seated across from it, propping her chin with an expectant demeanor, the Tianjai swallowed another mouthful. "Fine. It seems this is the little cat demon's first attempt at cooking. I cannot discourage her." With this thought, it lowered its head to take a second mouthful. Catching a glimpse of the pancakes on the table, the Tianjai could only pray, "Please do not make me eat that." Creak! The Tianjai jolted at Luo Shu's sudden sound, realizing she was not calling it to eat the pancakes, and thus relaxed. However, upon raising its head, it locked eyes with Luo Shu, who had her cheeks puffed out, having to pause and fixate on the Tianjai while continuing to stuff her mouth with fruit. Creak! Another bite. "You have fruits to satiate your hunger. Why give me this?" Faced with the Tianjai's inquiry, Luo Shu felt a twinge of panic, taking another bite. "I have a weak stomach. I can only eat fruit." With that, the Tianjai's expression grew serious, as Luo Shu immediately dashed off with the fruit in her hand. "Stop!" As Luo Shu ran ahead, the Tianjai chased for a moment, extending its paw to snatch the pancake from the table. With a forceful throw, the pancake landed perfectly atop Luo Shu's head, causing her to collapse to the ground. In the distance, the Tianjai seemingly heard the crisp sound of the pancake hitting Luo Shu's head. It turned to look at the pancakes on the plate, tapping them with its paw, the deep sound eliciting a smirk from the Tianjai. "Is this a stone? Thankfully, I didn't eat it. Otherwise, my teeth might not survive." Luo Shu sat across from the Tianjai, nursing the bump on her head with a mix of resentment in her eyes. Little cat demon, do not look at me with such disdain. How dare you eat behind my back? Luo Shu appeared somewhat calm. Indeed, there is only one. If you want to split it, one tea suffice. Just take the whole thing. As she defended her case, she continued, moreover, since this is your first time here, it is better to eat something warm. Besides, that was truly a bit unpalatable. The rice was not fully cooked. Gradually, Luo Shu's voice became softer as she cautiously observed the Tianjai. However, the Tianjai's keen ears caught her whisper, the food you made. Not even a dog would eat. Chapter 28. Nonsense that makes perfect sense. The Tianjai disdainfully lamented Luo Shu's culinary skills while complaining about her selfishness. Enough. Do not say another word. Luo Shu interjected, extending her hand, pulling out a small embroidered pouch from her waist. What are you up to now? With 2 fingers? Luo Shu theatrically wiped them before reaching into the pouch and producing a copper coin, waving it in front of the Tianjai. Do you know what this is? Human currency? As Tianjai remained unresponsive, Luo Shu seized the nape of his neck and began to lead him outside. I will take you to savor some delicious food. It was only then that Tianjai reacted, breaking free from her grip and striding towards the valley's exit. If you had brought this out sooner, we wouldn't have had to struggle so much. If it weren't for your fussiness, I wouldn't have been so reluctant to use it. Upon hearing this, Tianjai's demeanor soured, and he retorted, would you be pleased if that fellow cooked you a pot of this? Luo Shu, playing with her hair, replied with a hint of pride. But Zhou Yuzhao can cook. Unlike me, I can't even start a fire. Just as the two were getting into the rhythm of their conversation, Tianjai abruptly halted, casting a hostile glance towards the valley's exit. Little cat, there's something ahead. Luo Shu became alert as well. The barrier within the valley was not accessible to just anyone. Moreover, no matter how powerful a demon might be, they could not detect the entrance. Could it be a human? And certainly not an ordinary one. With this thought, Luo Shu could only surmise that the only thing that could have caught Tianjai's attention was the begonia from Hualan Lu. Could it be that woman? Tianjai sniffed the air, shaking his head as he replied, no, it's a fox. A fox? Luo Shu looked skeptically at the cave entrance. Zhou Yuzhao had mentioned that no demon could discover this place. How then had the fox entered? Wait. Luo Shu suddenly recalled the half-demon she had encountered on the night of his escape, who bore a human body and fox face. She immediately bent down, scooping up Tianjai, and sprinted back in the direction they had come. Cat demon, what are you doing? As she ran, she glanced back, relieved to see that the half-demon had not followed. It's a half-demon with a human body and fox face. Run. What are you so afraid of? It's merely a half-demon. I am Tianjai. All right. Luo Shu abruptly stopped, turned around, and cradled Tianjai in her arms, gently stroking the nape of his neck, which she had held for quite some time. Come on. Do you think I fear you? Luo Shu shouted into the void where the half-demon had not yet appeared. Tianjai shifted his head slightly. Little cat demon, your hand. It was only then that Luo Shu realized, removing her hand and placing Tianjai on the ground. Oh, okay. Luo Shu surveyed her surroundings, having spoken her piece, yet receiving no response. Just when she thought all was well, a green-eyed fox suddenly appeared before her. In a flash, Tianjai spun around, swiftly striking the unprepared half-demon, who fell against a nearby tree, causing its leaves to tremble and a few to flutter down onto the fox's face. Tianjai bristled, arching his back as he glared at the half-demon now sprawled on the ground, seemingly ready to charge like a bull at any moment. Observing the half-demon struggling to rise, it ultimately transformed into an ordinary fox. Tianjai instantly relaxed, lifting his gaze towards Luo Shu, who was now visibly shaken. Little cat demon, this is merely a fox that struggles to even transform. Why are you so anxious? As he spoke, Tianjai elegantly licked his ruffled fur and approached the fox lying beneath the tree. The fox, nursing a slight pain in its chest, struggled to rise, but appeared to have sustained no serious injuries. Luo Shu approached the fox, and it trembled as it extended a front paw, pointing at her. I never intended to harm you. Then it slightly closed its eyes, reopened them, and directed its paw towards Tianjai. And you truly were too harsh. With that, it succumbed to unconsciousness. Luo Shu gazed at the fainted fox, pondering, did it truly not mean to harm her? There are always ill-intentioned individuals in this world. Luo Shu and He exchanged several glances, finally speaking in unison. What do we do with it? What do we do with it? Both looked at each other in surprise, repeating, why are you mimicking me? Why are you mimicking me? Who is mimicking you? Who is mimicking you? With an exasperated roll of their eyes, they glanced down to see the fainted little fox, from whose mouth white bubbles were now emerging. Ultimately, Luo Shu carried the fox inside, retrieving the grass nest she had earlier prepared for He to sleep in and placing the fox within it. He, with a look of disdain, rolled his eyes several times, nearly toppling over before scoffing, I knew it, this grass nest is for whoever you choose to use it on. Oh, you are mistaken, Luo Shu replied, squatting down and patting her thigh, making a grand gesture towards the grass nest. For you, this is a treasure left by our ancestors. Oh, which ancestor would that be? Did the little Taoist, Zhou, ever raise other small animals? TSK. It seems you're not the first. Luo Shu reached out, pinching Tianhai's mouth shut, placing a finger to her lips. First, his surname is not Zhou, it is Zhou Yu, and I am called Zhou Yu Luo Shu. Second, she held up a finger, indicating the grass nest beneath the fox. This was personally crafted for me by the little Taoist Zhou Yu. I am its inaugural user, thus I am, in essence, your ancestor. And you, all of you, have received my legacy. With his mouth pinched and unable to speak, Tianhai attempted to wrench himself free from Luo Shu's grasp. But to no avail. He could only emit muffled sounds of protest, expressing his dissatisfaction. All right. Observing Tianhai's muted protest, Luo Shu adopted a serious expression. I recognize your admiration, but please do not become too infatuated with me, for I am merely a legend. Tianhai suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Though he had something to say, he could only swallow it back in resignation. Finally, Luo Shu released her grip on his mouth. Tianhai gazed at Luo Shu, who stood there in a daze, then glanced up at the unconscious fox. Should we not tend to its wounds? I may have been a bit too harsh. He then looked at Luo Shu with skepticism. You can heal, right? Chapter 29. In the depths of the valley lies a hidden paradise. How could I not? As she spoke, Luo Shu extended her hand, gesturing in the air. A flicker of spiritual energy briefly emanated from her hands before vanishing. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward as she noticed the questioning look in Tianhai's eyes. Let me try again. Watch closely. Luo Shu waved her arm once more, a crystalline blue mark appearing on her brow. As she gathered her spiritual energy between her fingers, she formed a seal, gradually channeling it into the fox nestled within the grass nest. See, has it worked? Yes, not bad. Tianhai nodded, offering a modicum of praise. Their plans to visit the market had been disrupted by the fox's arrival, and with the day waning, they reluctantly abandoned the idea. Then we shall go tomorrow. That works. As the two conversed, the fox had already awakened and immediately voiced its objection. You cannot enter the city. They turned to see the fox sitting upright in the grass nest. Why not? In recent days, a Taoist named Qianqiu captured a wicked demon in the city, and the authorities have since tightened their control. If you are discovered to be demons, it would mean your demise. Is it really that dangerous? The fox nodded and stepped out of the grass nest, moving to their side, gazing towards the kitchen, as though it sensed something. It began to descend the stairs step by step. Follow me. Following in the fox's footsteps, they ventured deeper into the bamboo grove within the valley, where the darkness grew ever denser. Luo Shu could not help but feel a sense of trepidation. However, recalling the sight of the fox bowing its head before Zhou Yuzhao, she speculated that perhaps they were acquainted. Otherwise, how could Zhou Yuzhao permit the fox to roam freely in the valley? The fox seemed to sense Luo Shu's apprehension, gradually stepping deeper into the shadows while reassuring her. Do not worry, I harbor no malice. Neither do we. It is Mr. Zhou Yu who saved us and allowed us to dwell here. Upon hearing these words, Luo Shu felt a wave of relief wash over her, for she had not heard of any small animals that he had rescued in this valley. Then the fox continued, Mr. Zhou is unlike other Taoists. He never sought to gain anything from us. Even if I were to offer him my entire lifetime of cultivation, he would not accept it. On the contrary, he heals our wounds, sparing no expense on precious herbs. Zhou Yuzhao has always been a truly benevolent person. As they traversed through the bamboo grove, they arrived at the entrance of a cave, where a faint light flickered in the depths. Luo Shu suddenly halted, asking, "In there?" The fox raised its head to gaze within, saying, "That is our paradise. Come with me." Just as Luo Shu hesitated, Tianzai tugged at the hem of her skirt, half dragging her inside. She remembered that with Tianzai by her side, nothing untoward would happen. Yet, halfway through, she bent down to scoop up the little creature, admitting to herself that she was indeed frightened. The passageway felt interminable, sloping slightly downward, as if leading to the depths of hell. Suddenly, the surroundings brightened, and she could faintly hear the sounds of birds chirping and water flowing. Upon emerging into the light, Luo Shu beheld fireflies dancing near a brook, resembling tiny sprites in the moonlight. Nearby, a cicada lowered its head to drink, its antlers appearing somewhat damaged. A small dog nestled on the ground awoke lazily at the sound, yawning with a stretch. Birds sang merrily in the trees, their branches adorned with several colorful fruit shells, which appeared to contain treasures, glowing like delicate lanterns. The harmonious scene before her starkly contrasted with the tranquil valley outside, giving Luo Shu the surreal impression of having stumbled into a fairy tale. Upon seeing the fox arrive with a person and a dog, the small creatures immediately gathered around. Among the throng of little sprites, Luo Shu felt somewhat out of place. "Red Fox, who is this? Is this the little cat? And is that a puppy? Little Gua, you have a companion now." The little sprites were excited, and Tianzai soon found himself in a heated debate with them, vociferously asserting that he was not a dog. In such an exuberant atmosphere, the human presence felt a tad odd, and Luo Shu transformed back into a cat, tumbling to the ground. The little sprites eagerly reached out to pinch her ears, stroke her whiskers, and swish her tail, ultimately concluding after much commotion that she was indeed a complete sprite. The little sprites were overly enthusiastic, and the red fox led the transformed Luo Shu towards its dwelling. Everyone, disperse now and rest early. Upon reaching their abode, Luo Shu finally voiced her confusion, asking why they all maintained their original forms. The red fox spread out dry grass in the center of the cave, with Luo Shu and Tianzai assisting. Maintaining our original forms is more conducive to cultivation. At night, sleeping in our true forms is more comfortable, and it takes up less space when we all rest together. After setting up the bedding, the fox returned to its pile of grass, stretched lazily, and added, "Some may have trouble transforming at all, much like myself." Luo Shu then realized that most of the sprites here bore some imperfections, much like the cicada with its damaged antlers she had seen earlier. A commotion outside drew her attention, and she saw a small white ball darting across the ground, rolling to the feet of the red fox and leaping onto its head. Upon closer inspection, she recognized it as a snow-white rabbit. "Fox and rabbit!" Luo Shu exclaimed in astonishment as the red fox lifted the rabbit by its long ears, glancing at it with an exasperated expression. The little rabbit, unperturbed, cheerfully waved its tiny paws before the red fox. After a brief exchange, the fox placed the rabbit back on its neck, where it nestled comfortably, clutching its ears with its fluffy paws. "This is the offspring of the rabbit spirit that Mr. Zhou Yu rescued. What of its mother?" Luo Shu wondered, realizing she had not seen a rabbit spirit among sprites. "She left after giving birth, and we have all been raising the little one." Luo Shu caught the sigh in the red fox's voice and looked up to see the small rabbit tugging at the fox's ear, whispering something in its ear. Tianzai leaned in close to Luo Shu and whispered, "Many Taoists hunt sprites to rapidly enhance their cultivation, exploiting their spirit cores for training." As they spoke, they observed the red fox playing with the little rabbit. It is common to see such orphan beasts in many forests. The dead young ones, if not lost to fate, are often captured by Taoists for alchemy. We are fortunate to have encountered Zhou Yuzhao, both of us. Chapter 30. Every cell in her body lies for you. Luo Shu rested her head on her cat paws, watching the red fox and its little rabbit. Seemingly reminded of someone, she whispered, "I also feel very fortunate." Awakening in the middle of the night, Luo Shu found herself momentarily disoriented. Groggily rising from the bed of dry grass, she noticed a fiery red mass with a hint of white nestled within. Rubbing her eyes with her paws to dispel the mist, she soon recognized that it was the red fox, curled up with the little rabbit nestled in its embrace. Perhaps due to the intensity of her gaze, the little white creature abruptly awakened, its fluffy ears perking up in Luo Shu's direction. Startled, she gasped, "Can that rabbit's long ears stand up so high?" The rabbit cautiously extricated itself from the red fox's hold and began to move toward Luo Shu. Carefully stepping over Tianzai, she followed the rabbit. The little creature's long, white ears brushed against Luo Shu's back as it gently patted her before leaping down and scampering outside. Luo Shu followed closely behind, and, as they exited, the slumbering red fox opened its eyes, as if it had already been awake. Outside, a serene hush enveloped the surroundings as the sprites slept soundly. The little rabbit waited not far from Luo Shu, and upon seeing her approach, it began to move away. As they traversed through the trees, they transformed into human forms. And the cheerful rabbit sprite appeared smaller than Luo Shu, resembling a 12-year-old child. "Where are you taking me?" Luo Shu inquired. The rabbit seemed to find Luo Shu's pace too slow, grasping her hand and attempting to pull her forward, only to discover that she still walked at a leisurely speed. The rabbit glanced at Luo Shu's feet, noticing her long skirt, which was adorned with gossamer-like fabric, making it understandable why she moved slowly on the grass. "Your dress is quite lovely, but it does hinder your speed." As they continued their conversation while walking, they navigated around plants cascading down the slope, eventually arriving at a magnificent tree. Its leaves were an extraordinary green, vibrant as if painted in an oil painting. Yet, it did not appear heavy. Rather, it exuded a sense of lightness. Luo Shu was captivated by the sight, and the little white rabbit tugged at her hand, saying, "Sister, what are you daydreaming about?" Luo Shu snapped back to reality, wearing a slightly apologetic expression. "I was a bit mesmerized. In truth, I was thinking of Zhou Yuzhao." The little white rabbit proudly declared, "That is quite normal. This is our sacred tree, and Mr. Zhou, you specifically instructed that this little valley is protected by this divine tree." At last, Luo Shu voiced her confusion. "Why do the trees here not bloom? If they simply do not flower, that would be one thing. However, I have seen them bear buds. Yet they remain unblossomed. Blooming?" The little white rabbit looked at Luo Shu with delight, for the trees outside had indeed formed flower buds. "Yes," Zhao Zhao stated. "These trees have never blossomed." The little rabbit grasped Luo Shu's hand and said, "Brother Honghu mentioned that such trees, like this divine tree, are exceedingly difficult to flower. Even if they do bloom, the likelihood is particularly slim." "Why?" The little rabbit shook her head. Brother Honghu had not elaborated, merely noting the miraculous nature of a tree bearing buds, signaling the possibility of blooming. "I wish to go outside and see." Luo Shu was infected by the little rabbit's smile and inexplicably felt a surge of happiness herself. "So close, let's go take a look. But have you always been here? I have never seen you outside." Because Brother Honghu said Mr. Zhou Yu prefers tranquility, we should not disturb him. Moreover, if we are outside, should anyone enter the valley, we might be exposed to danger, which could implicate Mr. Zhou Yu. Luo Shu seemed reluctant to accept what she had heard. For example, Mr. Zhou Yu preferred tranquility. Yet he had never scolded her for her usual rambunctiousness, but rather joined in her merriment. "By the way, you should come and pay your respects too." The little white rabbit took Luo Shu's hand and brought her before the divine tree, where a row of smooth stones lay, suggesting frequent worship by visitors. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Honghu said, "Xiaoyan, no mischief allowed." Luo Shu turned to see the figure of the red fox with a human body and fox face, and she was startled. Yet the little rabbit was unafraid, running up to him and wrapping her arms around his hand, earnestly declaring, "I am not misbehaving." The red fox spoke softly to the little rabbit. "She is different from us. She is by Mr. Zhou Yu's side, and we cannot allow her to bow." From the expression on the little rabbit's face, it was clear she did not fully comprehend, yet she nodded in understanding. As the red fox departed with the little rabbit, he bowed slightly, but the little rabbit executed a deep 90-degree bow, prompting Luo Shu to wave her hands repeatedly in protest. Luo Shu did not return. instead standing alone beneath the divine tree, unafraid of its imposing presence, feeling a warmth emanating from its sturdy trunk. Suddenly, the little rabbit returned, breathless yet serious, saying, "Sister, do not fear Brother Honghu. He is not a wicked demon, but a good one." His inner core was harmed by malevolent beings, resulting in his current transformation issues. The little rabbit's eyes reflected urgency, yet her innocent gaze carried a stubborn desire to protect the red fox. "All right." The little white rabbit finally returned Luoshu's smile, saying, "Sister, do not linger here too long. It gets cold at night. Return early." "Understood." After waving goodbye, the little rabbit dashed after the red fox. Luoshu walked around the stone slab to stand before the divine tree, placing her hand against its bark. The moment she made contact, an inexplicable sensation surged within her, a strange familiarity. As she lingered on the tree, she felt a pulsing rhythm at the point of contact, an astonishing sensation that seemed almost like an illusion. "Zhou Yuzhao, I miss you." 886 heard Luoshu's heartfelt whisper and unexpectedly inquired, "Host, does he truly treat you well?" "Very well, extraordinarily well. In my nightmares, his steadfastness makes me feel like the cherished one." "Host, when you encounter nightmares again, do not be disheartened. Do not hastily give up. We all cherish you. Every cell in your body lives for you. You are not alone. We are all here. I understand. It will not happen again." After spending several days with Tian Feng, Luoshu felt an increasing longing for Zhou Yuzhao. She yearned to return to the house he had built for her. Upon her departure, the red fox cautioned, "You must not leave the valley. The demon catchers in the city have not yet departed. We must not cause unnecessary trouble for Mr. Zhou Yu in his absence." "Thank you." Luoshu was about to leave when the red fox spoke again. "I will occasionally come out to keep watch over you both." A slight twitch crossed Luoshu's lips. It felt as if she were a child under supervision. "One more thing." Tian Feng, nestled in Luoshu's embrace, conveyed a message through her spiritual energy. "This red fox seems to have a knack for authority, as if he were our guardian, overseeing everything and incessantly advising us." The red fox ceased speaking, and their gazes met. The words he uttered made Tian Feng wish to find a hole to hide in. "I can hear what you are saying. Little cat demon, save me." Chapter 31. Haitang arrives at the valley for a confrontation with Luoshu. After a few peaceful days in the valley, a person arrived. Luoshu held a wooden basin filled with freshly washed ingredients, ready to be cooked. Two women approached from outside the valley, clearly observing Luoshu's direction, rendering any attempt to hide futile. Tian Feng rushed up from the river, soaked and colliding with Luoshu at her ankles. "Run! How dare you leave me in the river? She is coming." Tian Feng finally halted, biting at Luoshu's skirt, searching for her gaze. Haitang, adorned in floral attire, approached with her entourage. With a single glance, Tian Feng discerned the strength of the individual. "Is this the one from Hualan Tower?" "Yes, just don't speak. Stay close to me, or she will detect your aura." "Understood." Before long, Haitang stood before Luoshu, and the expressions on their faces revealed neither was particularly pleased. "I am looking for Zhou Yuzhao," Haitang asked knowingly, her eyes fixed on Luoshu as if searching for something amiss in her countenance. Unfazed, Luoshu met Haitang's gaze, a smile gracing her lips, exuding refined poise. "Mr. Zhou left some time ago and is not in the valley." "I see." Haitang lowered her gaze to Tian Feng, whose fur was entirely soaked, dripping wet, and a hint of disdain flickered in her eyes. "You are Zhou's newly purchased maid?" Luoshu offered no response, merely smiled slightly. Every word she uttered felt like a calculated move in a game of chess, each placement irrevocable, determining life and death. Seeing Luoshu's silence, Haitang exchanged glances with Shuli before bending down to place her basket on the ground and reaching for Tian Feng. Haitang immediately covered her mouth and nose, stepping back slightly, feigning delicacy. "This dog is so wet, do not dirty your clothes." Upon hearing this, Tian Feng slipped out from Luoshu's outstretched arm, shaking her fur in front of Haitang's feet, seemingly controlling the trajectory of the water, ensuring it splashed only on Haitang and Shuli while avoiding Luoshu. "Get away, you mad dog!" Haitang retreated repeatedly, while Luoshu's heart raced, fearing Tianfeng would be exposed. After all, she had lost half of her demon core, and the Red Fox had warned her that Haidang was not to be underestimated. Who knows what hidden weapons she might possess? As her heart raced, she saw Tianfeng bouncing playfully before Haitang, wagging her tail and sticking out her tongue in a clumsy manner, as if trying to charm the humans like a playful dog. How ungrateful are you, dog? Haidang reached out to pat Tianfeng's head, but was stopped by Shu Li, who shook her head, her eyes filled with scorn. Yet Haitang merely shook her head, reaching out again, only to have Tianfeng deliberately evade her. You still want to touch my head? Haidang finally realized she had been outsmarted by a mere dog. Luo Shu picked up Tianfeng and led both women into the house to sit down. Luo Shu intended to pour water for her guests, Haitang and Shu Li, but her actions were preempted by Shu Li. With a smile, Luo Shu retracted her hand, likely understanding their unspoken sentiment that they found her hands unclean. She retrieved a clean cloth, cradled the Tianji in her lap, and gently wiped its fur, striving to make it pristine. By the way, a few days ago, a junior sister of Zhao came to my building and brought me an inner Dan of the Tianji. Are you aware of this? Luo Shu discerned the probing nature of Haitang's words and silently retorted within. Do you think I am a fool? Such an obvious test is hardly lost on me. Yet, her outward demeanor was a stark contrast to her inner thoughts. I have remained in the valley and thus am unaware of the master's affairs. Even 886, upon hearing Luo Shu's reply, could not help but exclaim, Impressive, your ability to change expressions is remarkable. Modestly, such theatrics are merely superficial. Haitang's lips curled slightly upward, her gaze tinged with disdain. He suffered greatly to obtain that item. Upon returning from Penglai, he hurried back to the sect without pause. Surely you must know this? Luo Shu maintained her serene smile, responding calmly. Thank you for the information, but not long ago the master sent a message back, requesting that I take extra care of the valley to prevent any unsavory entities from intruding. As she spoke, Luo Shu's gaze rose, clearly fixed on Haitang and Shu Li. Although Haitang understood her implication, she chose not to expose her, as though not due to give Luo Shu an easy way out. Since that is the case, Zhao must trust you greatly. It is likely so, for the master has entrusted only me. Luo Shu deliberately emphasized certain words, casting a glance at Haitang as she spoke. A faint smile appeared at the corners of Haitang's lips, a blend of mockery and contempt. She caressed the cup in her hand, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns. Do you know that Zhao is currently being punished on the mountain? Haitang's eyes flicked up, and upon detecting a slight shift in Luo Shu's expression, she felt her plan unfolding and continued. Upon his return, he was tainted with a significant amount of demonic aura, clearly a result of prolonged contact with certain demonic beings. As she spoke, she watched Luo Shu's face, noticing that her words had captivated her attention, and proceeded. The sect holds a strong aversion to Taoists consorting with demons. I fear he may not escape this punishment. Luo Shu's previously calm hand resting on her lap finally reacted slightly, while 886 whispered in the shadows, Do not let your emotions get the better of you, sister. In a woman's duel, if you lose your temper first, you have already lost. After that, Haitang raised the teacup to her lips, gently blowing on the tea before leisurely sipping. Why you share this with me? Do you think I would deceive you? Haitang feigned confusion. I also have some connection to the sect. I heard them express concern for the valley he cherishes, which prompted me to come see for myself. As long as you are here, I can rest easy. After finishing her tea, Haitang placed the cup on the table, running her fingers over the imprint left by her lips, then stood to leave. Shu Li adjusted her skirt behind her. I shall not linger. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. However, Luo Shu raised her head, watching Haitang's lips move, startled by her words. Little cat demon. Do not go up the mountain to seek him, lest you inadvertently confirm the truth of Zhao's association with demons. Observing Luo Shu's astonishment, Haitang casually replied, This song you has the ability to conceal demonic aura. I, Hualan Lu, am certainly aware of this, so there is no need for alarm. Furthermore, Zhao has never employed a maid. There cannot possibly be outsiders in this valley, given the abundant spiritual energy here. Even the dimmest of demons should have transformed into human form by now. Surely, apart from you, little cat demon, there is no one else. The Tianji nestled in Luo Shu's lap could distinctly sense the slight tremor in her arm, a clear indication of her rising anxiety. Seeing the expression on Luo Shu's face, Hai Tang felt assured of her victory. Little demon, you are far too inexperienced to contend with me. Just a few steps away. Hai Tang paused and turned her head slightly to look back at Luo Shu. By the way, little cat, do not think that with the protection of Tsang Yu and Zhao, you can run rampant in this realm. One must be discreet in their mischief. That which does not belong to you will never be yours. Chapter 32. Are you still thinking about eating? They have already reached the lair. With that, she glanced at the Tianji in Luo Shu's arms, noting its fur had dried, observing its naive demeanor. She remarked, "This place is not for just any stray to enter, and furthermore, this creature lacks spiritual awareness. You ought to teach it some manners. If even this dog learns to be polite, what need would there be for humans?" Hai Tang was caught off guard by Luo Shu's sudden retort. Momentarily at a loss for words, "Your tongue is quite sharp." With that, she adjusted her sleeves and departed from the valley. As Hai Tang's figure gradually receded along the path, she glanced at the budding flowers atop the branches, feeling a mix of surprise and delight as she grasped the branch. "I recall this tree has never blossomed. What is this?" Both Shu Li and Hai Tang had been in the valley for quite some time. Yet this was their first encounter with a blooming tree. Perhaps it had finally matured, having reached the age for flowering. Hai Tang's fingertips brushed over the delicate buds. Recalling Zhao's words, "I distinctly remember Zhao mentioning that the chances of this tree blooming are slim, so it may never flower in its lifetime." Without seeking a definitive answer, Hai Tang dismissed it, releasing her hold on the branch. Never mind. He simply enjoys cultivating peculiar things. As she finished her thought, she turned back to glance at the wooden house, noticing the newly constructed small abode nearby, recalling Zhao's mention of it being for storing miscellaneous items. It now seemed to be intended for that little cat. Reflecting on her last visit, it was clear that the cat had already transformed. Yet, Zhao had never taken her inner Dan. On the contrary, he willingly risked backlash to travel to Penglai for the Tianji's inner Dan. One might wonder if Zhao is genuinely concerned for her well-being, desiring the best for her, or if he favors that demon. Hongjia, that is the cat demon. The individual who came to deliver items resembled her somewhat, sharp-tongued and cunning. Hai Tang shook her head, reaching up to touch her hairpin. This little demon appeared utterly naive. Zhao would never take a burden like her to Penglai. The woman accompanying him to Penglai must be that false junior sister. This woman is truly something else. No wonder Zhao shines so brightly. Shu Li promptly echoed. Naturally, the one Hong Jia has set her sights on cannot be mistaken. After Hai Tang's departure, Luo Shu placed the Tianji on the ground, brushed off the crumbs from her clothes, and used magic to dry her attire. She then heard the Tianji sneer, "I never imagined you would go to such lengths, risking backlash to obtain my inner Dan, merely for the sake of such a woman." Luo Shu smiled slightly, her composure unwavering, as she picked up a basket from the side and headed towards the kitchen. The Tianji followed closely behind her. "Hey, little cat demon, where are you off to?" It trailed after Luo Shu, concerned about what she might do. She replied, "To prepare a meal." The Tianji paused, momentarily startled, struggling to believe it had heard correctly. "You still have the appetite to eat, even after we have reached the lair?" Luo Shu abruptly halted, causing the Tianji to bump into her leg. Observing that Luo Shu seemed to have something to say, but ultimately sighed, she carried on towards the kitchen. From mealtime to bedtime, Luo Shu remained silent. As if lost in thought, the oppressive silence was unnerving, and the Tianji struggled to find a suitable topic of conversation. One evening, when Tianji returned from outside, Luo Shu had already lain down. It stepped lightly on a cloth placed by the bedside to shake off the mud from its feet before leaping onto the bed. "Little cat demon, are you going to seek him out tomorrow?" Luo Shu turned around to gaze at Tianji, curious about the question. The wicked woman said so. "I think you will go." Tianji did not respond, wrapping herself in the quilt with only her eyes peeking out. After a moment, her voice emerged from the covers. "I'm a bit worried about him." The words of this wicked woman might not hold true. Moreover, She herself admitted to caring for Zhou Yuzhao. It was impossible for her to remain completely inactive. Luo Shu's eyelashes fluttered, likely understanding the unspoken meaning. The two fell into silence once more. Tianji moved to the other side of the bed, finding a corner to burrow into the quilt, leaving only her head exposed. Normally quick to fall asleep, she found herself unable to do so, her heart racing as if something significant were about to happen. Lan, Tianji, sat up from the quilt, attentive to Luo Shu's words, as if she had been waiting for this moment. I am listening. What if what she said is true? Is it because I have been with you for so long that Song you cannot conceal it? If you must say so, then it should be me, for we have always been together since my return. But he still bears wounds that have not healed. I saw it. The darkest depths of my Ling Hai attacked him. The texts say that after being struck by a Ling Hai, healing is exceedingly difficult, and there is no effective remedy. Tianji, somewhat despondent, lowered her head. Human customs were indeed cumbersome. They fell silent once more, and after a long while, Luo Shu tugged at the quilt and sighed softly. Let us sleep. All right. Although she said this, Tianji only began to feel drowsy as the sky gradually turned pale. After an hour of sleep, Luo Shu awakened on the other side of the bed. She gently sat up and, seeing that Tianji was asleep, pulled the quilt a bit higher over her. After carefully stowing away her belongings into her spatial pocket, she closed the door. Turning around, she caught sight of the red fox with a human body and fox face, causing her to clutch her chest. Approaching the red fox, she led it aside. You nearly frightened me to death. Are you going to find Mr. Zhou Yu? Luo Shu slowly retracted her hand from the red fox. You already know? The red fox nodded, gazing at the closed door of the wooden house, seemingly questioning why Luo Shu did not bring it along. I am somewhat worried about Zhou Yuzhao. I wish to see him. Though Lan is a high-tier beast, she cannot hide her demonic aura. If I take her, I fear she may not return. I understand. But if Mr. Zhou Yu is truly suffering, what will you do? Luo Shu shook her head. I do not know, but I wish to see him. Only by seeing him will I feel at ease. Besides, Zhou Yuzhao said he would return soon, and much time has passed. The red fox ultimately relented, watching as Luo Shu's figure gradually disappeared. After her departure, Tianji began to sleep uneasily. In her dreams, a mist enveloped her, and she saw a man. Although only his back was visible, she recognized it to be Zhou Yuzhao. You little rascal, the little cat demon is waiting for your return. Zhou Yuzhao seemed to hear Tianji's voice, slowly turning his body, but then he knelt to the ground as if losing control. Only then did she notice the transformation sword embedded in his chest, blood staining his garments. Not only was there a wound on his chest, but his dark blue clothing was also marred with splotches of blood, suggesting he had sustained severe injuries. Tell her not to wait any longer. Go back. Chapter 33. Tianji and the Red Fox compete, stopped by Xiao Yan. Go back. After speaking, Zhou Yuzhao's sword fell from his hand, and his body began to disintegrate, fading away. Tianji felt a surge of panic and rushed toward Zhou Yuzhao. Zhou Yuzhao, come back. As she lunged, the man's form dissipated like leaves, leaving Tianji falling to the ground. When she looked up again, the scenery around her spun rapidly. The final image froze before a large tree, and the sound of a woman weeping reached her ears. Following the sound, Tianji turned to see a divine tree deep within the valley, though it no longer appeared as it had days prior. The tree was now adorned with blossoms, yet petals fell in abundance, resembling the decay of dusk. Beneath the tree, a woman clutched something in her arms and wept. The woman seemed familiar, yet her features remained indistinct. As Tianji approached slowly, she caught sight of a porcelain cat in the woman's hands. Luo Shu. A buzzing sound filled Tianji's mind. Just as she wished to see more, she awakened from her dream. Little cat demon. Turning her head, she found Luo Shu's figure absent from the other side of the bed. The dream lingered, and Tianji pondered anxiously. Bursting through the door, she indeed found no sign of Luo Shu. Even the kitchen lacked the scent of smoke. Could it be that she has truly gone to find that boy? Panic surged within Tianji as she prepared to pursue Luo Shu, only to be suddenly confronted by the red fox, blocking her path. Do not chase after her. She left long ago. She cannot leave the valley. Misfortune will surely follow her after this departure. As she spoke, Tianji attempted to push past the red fox, but he cast a spell to halt her once more. Red fox, let me go. The little cat demon will certainly face dire consequences. If you know she will meet with disaster, then it is a tribulation that is already destined. How can we alter fate? How can we bear the consequences of this calamity? Tianji fell silent. The intuition of a high-tier beast is often very accurate. If she were to deliberately obstruct her destined tribulation, not only would she face divine retribution, but she could also lead to her demise. Seeing that Tianji had lost her impulsive spirit, the red fox retracted his spell and began to head toward the bamboo forest. Yet, he heard Tianji speak again, more like an interrogation. Who exactly are you? The red fox did not answer, remaining still and unperturbed. Even if I have lost half a demon core, it is impossible for a mere little demon to restrain me. As he spoke, Tianji approached the red fox, slowly closing the distance, her claws gathering strength. You must have sensed that I was no ordinary beast the moment I arrived in this valley. With that, Tianji launched an attack on the red fox, who merely sidestepped lightly, appearing beside her, the swirling fabric of his skirt brushing against the wooden stake. Red fox, let us engage in combat. With that declaration, Tianji's form gradually expanded, her limbs growing larger, and even her fur sprouted 2 horns, while her tail transformed into a majestic wolf-like appendage. The edges of Tianji's eyes appeared to be outlined with watercolor, resembling golden clouds, with an eye-shaped mark in the center of her forehead. The red fox's eyes glimmered with a faint green light as he summoned his spiritual energy, seemingly ready to engage in battle with Tianji. He understood that at this moment, Tianji must be feeling some distress. However, the fox's head turned to survey the surroundings before he finally said, "Let us create a barrier. Do not destroy this place." "All right, I shall create it," Tianji replied in a deep voice, her sturdy paws stomping the ground, causing the formation beneath her to activate instantly. "Do not bully the red fox." A white figure dashed into their line of sight, arms outstretched to shield the red fox. Gazing up at Tianji, she quickly retracted the formation beneath her, concerned that the spiritual energy outside might be too sharp and inadvertently harm Xiaoyun. "Xiaoyun, we are to compete. It is not as you think." The red fox's hand rested on Xiaoyun's shoulder, noticing her turn with a worried expression. "No." The Hong who wished to express further thoughts, yet the Xiao Tuzi remained resolute, insisting. "You have already sustained damage to your spiritual roots and cannot engage in combat with him." After speaking, the Xiao Tuzi turned away, lifting her chin defiantly, unperturbed by the towering Tianpa before her. "You are also forbidden from fighting, otherwise Loshu Jiejie will have to tend to your wounds." Having chastised both the individual and the beast, the Xiaobai Tuzi grasped the Hong Hu's wrist and led him toward the bamboo grove. The Tianpa observed their departing figures, faintly catching snippets of their conversation. "Brother, you cannot fight him. You will be injured, and so will he, which will trouble Loshu Jiejie." "Loshu Jiejie has left." "Left? Where has she gone?" Upon hearing the Hong who mentioned Loshu's departure, the Tianpa's perked ears drooped instantly, and its swaying tail fell limply. A gentle light flickered, and the Tianpa's massive form gradually shrank down to that of a small dog. Whimpering, it dragged its tail toward the wooden cabin, resembling a forsaken pup. "Why didn't you take me when a Xiao Mao'er left? If danger arises, I could protect you and that foul Taoist." Suddenly, a cloud of black smoke obscured the Tianpa's path. Looking up, it found itself facing a Yinhuan. "Hey, why didn't you leave with the Xiao Mao'er?" The Yinhuan waved its hand, gesticulating in the air, but the Tianpa remained oblivious to its intent. Yet, it soon realized, "I remember now. You are a Yinhuan and cannot leave." With that, it sulkily continued toward the wooden cabin. After departing the valley, Loshu retrieved a piece of paper from a pendant given to her by Zhou Yuzhao, having wisely torn it off in advance. "Good thing I am clever and prepared this ahead of time. If it weren't for my reminder, how could you have remembered?" All right, it is your credit. Satisfied?" Comparing the depicted route on the map, Loshu veered toward the opposite side. "Where are you going?" "This way." "This way," Loshu said, glancing down at the map and nodding. "It seems correct." With the system's assistance, her journey proceeded smoothly. As the sun ascended to its zenith, Lo Shu paused to rest beneath a grand tree. But scarcely seated did she faintly overhear human voices. She revealed her cat ears, tilting her head to listen intently in the direction of the sound. Indeed, it was humans. Shaking her head, she made her ears vanish. Biting into a fruit in her hand, she prepared to leap up the tree. A slight spring into the air made her realize something was amiss. She removed the fruit from her mouth, inspecting the bite mark, and pondered, "Why should I hide? My presence would not be detected by these people." With that, Lo Shu took another bite of her fruit and settled back down. Shortly thereafter, the source of the voices appeared, two young men, each wielding a sword, likely cultivators themselves, resting as well. Upon seeing Lo Shu, they paused in their tracks. Their gazes met in the air, and Lo Shu suddenly felt a wave of anxiety. They're Taoists. They wouldn't see through me, would they? However, catching a whiff of their aura dispelled her fears, allowing her to relax slightly. They lacked the prowess of Zhou Yuzhao and bore no special artifacts, so they likely would not discern her true nature. "Miss, may I inquire where you are headed? I am out searching for my elder brother." The two exchanged glances, setting down their burdens and swords. "This place is devoid of inhabitants. Where did you come from?" They scrutinized Lo Shu again, confirming she bore no packages. "Do your family know you are out like this?" Lo Shu glanced at herself, noting her neat attire, finding nothing amiss, yet she contemplated his words. "Where do you reside? From where do you hail?" Lo Shu struggled to recall, feeling as though it echoed a question posed to a monk in robes on a pilgrimage. The answer seemed to elude her until suddenly, inspiration struck. "I am but a humble monk from the Eastern Tang, journeying west to pay homage to the Buddha and seek teachings." Who uttered those words? The name escaped her. She scratched her head, and another man spoke again. "Seeing that you carry no burdens and there are no nearby homes, we cannot help but worry. It is somewhat unsafe for a girl to be out alone." "Oh, so that is your concern. No wonder you were staring at me. I thought you were preparing to attack. I have concealed it within this." Lo Shu removed a pendant from her waist, placing it in her palm and extending it toward them. The moment the words left her mouth, she immediately regretted her impulsive honesty. Why did I say that? Oh dear. The two were captivated by the pendant in her hand, their expressions brightening. The man with a birthmark at the corner of his eye excitedly exclaimed, "May we borrow this treasure to examine more closely?" Of course. The man reached out his hands to receive it, and Lo Shu felt a flicker of fondness for him, appreciating his courteous demeanor. The two examined the pendant, noticing the intricately carved floral patterns on the hollow jade stone. The flowers, though unknown, were beautifully crafted, a rarity in the world. Silver threads intertwined with a blossoming green lotus adorned it, splendid yet not gaudy. As they exchanged hushed words, Lo Shu continued munching on her fruit, displaying a cheerful demeanor. Indeed, the items crafted by Zhou Yuzhao garnered admiration wherever they went. Once Lo Shu finished the fruit, the two finally looked up, coincidentally witnessing her consume the last bite, leaving them momentarily dumbfounded. "Did you just eat a Minghui?" Lo Shu appeared bewildered as she accepted the pendant back, reattaching it to her waist. The brows beneath her bangs furrowed slightly. Did these cultivators regard everything as a treasure? "I merely ate a fruit. Why the grand reaction? If I am not mistaken, the fruit you just consumed is Minghui, renowned for enhancing magical power, beautifying, and promoting health. Truly exceptional, though difficult to cultivate. Its flavor is exquisite, seedless, and thus is incredibly rare." Initially intending to share her remaining fruit with them, Lo Shu reconsidered upon hearing this. "It must be worth a fortune. Forgive my boldness. But may I inquire as to which family you hail from? It is remarkable that you possess an artifact crafted by Mr. Zhou Yu." Surprised, Lo Shu replied, "I am not from any prestigious family. I am in search of my elder brother, Zhou Yuzhao." "So, you are the sister of our esteemed Xixiao." One of them exclaimed excitedly, bounding toward Lo Shu, only to notice her slight retreat and recognize his lack of decorum. Lo Shu was astonished. These two were likely disciples from the same sect as Zhou Yuzhao. The man with the birthmark pulled his companion closer, apologizing, "We did not mean to startle you, miss. To be honest, we are fellow disciples of Xixiao and have admired him for quite some time." Lo Shu felt a bit dazed, gazing at the two, sensing she had found her navigators. The astute man with the birthmark introduced himself. I am Li Ming, and this is Li Xuan. May I inquire your name, fair lady? Li Ming spoke earnestly, the weight of his words pressing upon Lo Shu, who straightened her posture, recalling her classroom days. I am Zhou Yuzhao. Li Xuan pondered her name, curiously asking, does your name carry any special meaning? Li Ming halted him with a gentle tug of his sleeve, sending a discreet glance his way. He then turned back with a warm demeanor. Apologies, he is simply a curious individual, rather abrupt with the young lady. Just moments ago, Luo Shu thought him polite, but now she perceives a certain rigidity in his upbringing. No matter, her elder brother seems to find it inappropriate, Luo Shu remarked in a tone that lacked resonance. Subsequently, altering her form of address for Zhou Yuzhao, her father named her Luo Shu, meaning as beautiful as the goddess Luo, the serene lady of grace. Li Xian promptly responded, a splendid name. You, my lady, will surely surpass the beauty of the peach blossoms in Hualan Lu in due time. Clearly, Li Xian had not finished his statement when Li Ming, standing beside him, hastily covered his mouth. From the man's gaze, Luo Shu discerned his unspoken intentions. What is the matter with me? What do you mean? Do you think I misspoke? Li Ming, filled with remorse, apologized to Luo Shu. Forgive me, my lady. Li Xian is often as blunt. How could you possibly compare with the peach blossoms of Hualan Lu? Numerous questions swirled in Luo Shu's mind, finding the latter part of his statement rather peculiar. Just then, Li Xian pinched Li Ming's hand, causing him to lose his composure. Yet instead of retaliating, he realized his verbal faux pas. In the next moment, he released Li Xian, stood, and bowed to Luo Shu. I beg your pardon, my lady. I do not frequently interact with young ladies, and am somewhat clumsy with words. No. Luo Shu waved her hands repeatedly. Now that he had stood, she felt unsettled remaining seated. I understand your intent. Please do not act this way. It will shorten my lifespan. As she spoke, Luo Shu gently placed Li Ming's hand down. Silently, she wished him well. Being clumsy with words is no issue. Practice makes perfect. Otherwise, you may never marry. She then cast a glance at Li Xian, a faint smile gracing her lips. In truth, I would not mind if you two were together, as both of you are rather tongue-tied. He pinches you, and you do not resist. I could support you both. I would cast my vote for you. Li Ming, oblivious to Luo Shu's inner thoughts, earnestly replied, Senior brother Zhou Yu in the sect has been quite considerate towards us disciples, especially towards Li Xian, who owes him a life-saving grace. You are worthy of such regard. Upon hearing this, Luo Shu appeared to have stumbled upon a significant revelation. Narrowing her large eyes as she looked towards Li Xian, seemingly searching for evidence, she voiced her thoughts directly. Senior brother's life-saving grace towards Li Xian is none of your concern? Or are you implying that since Li Xian has entered the sect later, as my junior, I ought to respect him and by extension, his family? Before she could finish, Li Ming interrupted her, but his explanation seemed disproportionately inadequate. Why the hurry? I had not yet completed my statement when you interrupted me, and your explanation appears to require further elaboration. Chapter 35. If you cannot speak, you need not speak. Li Ming's face displayed a hint of panic as he repeatedly apologized for his previous rudeness. It was Luo Shu who shattered the awkward silence. How is my elder brother faring in the sect? Senior brother Zhou Yu enjoys an excellent reputation, highly regarded by our master and many seniors on the mountain. This person spoke at length, his tone brimming with admiration for Zhou Yuzhao, seemingly intent on showcasing his every virtue. Luo Shu shook her head. No, that is not what I meant. I wish to know if my elder brother has committed any transgressions recently. The two nearly thought they had misheard her. Exchanging glances before responding, Senior brother Zhou Yu has never erred. Moreover, he has spent recent years outside the sect. Had it not been for your presence, we would not have realized he had returned. It appeared these two had been traveling for some time, entirely unaware of the happenings within the sect. Following this brief interlude, Luo Shu ascended the mountain alongside Li Ming and Li Xian. After traversing countless steps, she found herself unable to continue, gazing upward at the long, straight staircase that seemed endless. I can go no further, she declared, shaking her head before sitting down on the steps. Li Xian and Li Ming showed no signs of fatigue, continuing to sit on the stairs. Li Xian remarked, This is not the only path to the mountain. Not the only path. So, there are other routes available? Li Xian nodded, leaving the subsequent explanation to Li Ming. This is the back entrance of our sect. The main entrance is even more magnificent and spacious, and the road is easier to traverse. What? You wish to take me through the back door? Luo Shu furrowed her brow, glancing back at the lengthy staircase, uncertain of when it would end. Do not overthink it. It is not that we do not wish to bring you in through the main entrance, but our master has instructed that upon our return to the mountain, we must take this route, step by step, adhering strictly to the path. As Li Ming turned to face Luo Shu, meeting her astonished gaze, he continued, If we cannot even manage this, how can we discuss the path of cultivation? Luo Shu averted her gaze, propping her chin on her hand, feeling inexplicably as though she were being subtly admonished. Seated beside Li Ming, Li Xian stretched his neck to look over, cheerfully addressing Luo Shu. It is nothing. When I first traversed this path, it took me an entire afternoon. We are moving swiftly and should reach our destination before dark. Before dark? Luo Shu raised her head to observe the bright sky above. Although the mountain path was arduous, with the encouragement of the two, she successfully descended all the steps just as darkness began to fall. At the mountain gate, there were no disciples on guard, which seemed a fortunate circumstance. In her mind, the voice of 886 crackled through, akin to a current. Host, where have you been? It has been so quiet along the way. I am a bit tired and may need a rest. Luo Shu clearly did not believe this. What are you saying? Does the system also require sleep? The only response was a blank silence. Li Ming smiled and praised Luo Shu. You have done remarkably well. The newly arrived female disciples in our sect often do not possess your level of perseverance. Indeed, Li Xian chimed in. My senior brother and I usually arrive at the mountain gate when the guarding disciples finish their shifts. Although we have arrived at dusk, it is still quite fast. Li Xian had intended to say more, but was silenced by Li Ming's hand covering his mouth, who whispered in his ear, You misspoke again. Do you not realize you are implying the lady walks slowly? Unbeknownst to them, Luo Shu, being a cat, had keen hearing and caught every word of their hushed conversation. It is fine. If you two cannot speak properly, you need not say anything, Luo Shu quietly murmured to herself. Upon seeing Li Xian and Li Ming turn to her, she quickly donned a cheerful expression. Since we have arrived, I shall report to the master and also explain your situation, mentioning that senior brother Zhou Yu's sister has come. Luo Shu immediately grasped Li Ming's sleeve, her voice unintentionally rising due to her anxiety. Do not go. After exclaiming, she realized her voice had been too loud. Luo Shu coughed softly, cleared her throat, and released her grip on Li Xian's clothing. What I meant to say is, ahem, it is getting late. Your master may already be resting. It would be rather inappropriate to disturb him now. Li Ming nodded in agreement, finding her reasoning quite sound. You have considered this thoroughly. My lady. Seeing that Li Ming was no longer impulsive, Luo Shu nodded in relief. This fellow was agreeable and truly listened. Yet, before Luo Shu could bask in her joy for even a moment, she heard the obstinate Li Ming speak. Then I shall report to our master tomorrow about our return and will support your case then. Luo Shu intended to voice her refusal, but Li Xian's hand rested upon her shoulder, patting her lightly a few times without consideration. Do not worry. We will escort you to Shixiang Zhou Yu's quarters. He occupies a private courtyard and surely has a bed for you. Luo Shu smiled awkwardly as the two led her towards Zhou Yuzhao's residence. Fortunately, they had missed the timing to encounter the disciples on duty during their ascent, and thus they did not meet anyone from the sect along the way. Despite this, the presence of Li Xian and Li Ming on either side of her made her feel quite uncomfortable, especially being within the sect, openly walking here. She feared that should they encounter a certain master, with profound cultivation, her identity as a cat demon would be revealed through mere scrutiny. Shixiang Zhou Yu. Even before Li Xian arrived, his voice had already reached Zhou Yuzhao's courtyard. Luo Shu, in a panic, covered his mouth with her hand. Meeting the gazes of the two, she awkwardly lowered her hand. I came secretly, hoping to give my brother a little surprise. To play her role as Zhou Yuzhao's sister well, Luo Shu extended her two small fingers, gently pinching the air, signifying the innocence and naivety of a young girl at the tender age of infatuation. I understand, Li Xian replied softly, as if genuinely preparing for surprise. Observing that the two intended to accompany her further, she suddenly spoke. Perhaps you should just leave me here, Luo Shu said tactfully, not wishing for the two to discover that Zhou Yuzhao was absent from the courtyard due to punishment. Should they report to the master, her identity would indeed be compromised. Very well, then you may enter alone. Luo Shu nodded, feeling a sense of relief, only for the voice of Zhou Yuzhao to sound from behind her. What are you all doing standing here in the middle of the night? Chapter 36. Zhou Yuzhao. I miss you so much, just as she felt fortunate to finally send the two away. Zhou Yuzhao's voice echoed from behind Luo Shu. She turned around to see Zhou Yuzhao standing idly, his face obscured by a mask, revealing only the lower half. He had not faced punishment for the matter concerning the demon aura. Zhou Yuzhao was equally astonished. Upon hearing Li Xian's voice, he had risen from the stone bench in the courtyard and approached. Though the night was dim, he recognized the inseparable Li Xian and Li Ming. However, the figure facing away from him puzzled him, resembling a cat in the valley. Yet that thought was fleeting. How could Luo Shu possibly be here? Perhaps it was one of the newly recruited female disciples from a few days ago. It seemed he had been missing Luo Shu, mistaking another silhouette for hers. Fortunately, he had already sent a message to Luo Shu in the valley, which relieved him somewhat. While contemplating this, when Luo Shu turned to face him, his mind went blank. What are you doing here? Luo Shu hurriedly ran to Zhou Yuzhao, slightly opening her arms to catch her should she stumble. I missed you, so I came. The young girl blinked at Zhou Yuzhao, her lively eyes dancing in their sockets. Zhou Yuzhao affectionately ruffled Luo Shu's hair and addressed Li Xian and Li Ming. Thank you both for guiding my little sister. Li Xian waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, Shi Xiao. Recently, we happened to encounter Miss Luo Shu at the foot of the mountain. Seeing a girl alone in the mountains is unsafe, so we brought her back to the sect. After speaking, Li Ming pinched the soft flesh at Li Xian's waist, causing him to wince slightly. Realizing, he then bowed to Zhou Yuzhao. Shi Xiao, it is late, and we shall take our leave. Wait, Zhou Yuzhao called out, causing the two to look up in confusion. Zhou Yuzhao spoke sternly upon returning. You must not mention having seen my little sister today to anyone, including the master. The two were perplexed and were about to inquire further when Zhou Yuzhao tossed each of them a small porcelain vial. Keep your lips sealed. No questions are necessary. It seemed there was no room for negotiation, and thus they refrained from asking more, bowing before departing along the path they had come. Once the two had left, Zhou Yuzhao let out a gentle sigh and turned to look at Luo Shu. Upon meeting Zhou Yuzhao's gaze, the young girl immediately lowered her head. Yet her hands clutched his sleeve, unwilling to let go. Zhou Yuzhao glanced around, ensuring no one was present, and grasped Luo Shu's wrist, leading her towards his room. There was no time to tidy the ink and brush on the stone table. The leaves from the trees fell into the freshly ground ink. Upon entering his room, Zhou Yuzhao closed the door behind him and, with a wave of his hand, set up a barrier, finally feeling at ease to begin his inquiries. What brings you here? Did I not instruct you to stay obediently in the valley? The man's voice lacked the reproach Luo Shu had anticipated. Instead, it was laced with concern. Hai Tang has come to the valley. Luo Shu recounted the news of Hai Tang's arrival, omitting the humiliation she had suffered at her hands. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuzhao could only helplessly pinch Luo Shu's cheek, seeming unsure of the texture, and after a second pinch, he confirmed, You've lost weight. Little one, why are you so easily deceived? You believe there is demon aura around me? Even if I truly had demon aura, it would be quite normal for me to catch a celestial beast and accidentally get tainted, wouldn't it? Luo Shu did not reject the hand that continued to pinch her face this time, her brows slightly furrowing as she looked at Zhou Yuzhao. She had to admit, she was selfish. She truly wished to see Zhou Yuzhao. I worry about you. What if you were punished because of me? Even if I were punished because of you, I would not betray you. Zhou Yuzhao, that is not what I meant. All right, I understand. I see what the cat wishes to convey. Zhou Yuzhao gently patted Luo Shu's head, rising to open the wardrobe and retrieving a blanket, spreading it over the small couch where he usually rested. You shall sleep here tonight, Tomorrow. Tomorrow you will chase me away? Although she understood this was a place for cultivation, and she was a demon who could not linger here, she still harbored some foolish hopes of staying. Tomorrow is not feasible. Master will emerge from seclusion to hold the new disciple conference. There will be too many people, and you won't be able to leave. Zhou Yuzhao felt a slight headache, but Luo Shu was overjoyed, as this meant she could remain by Zhou Yuzhao's side for a few more days. That night, as she lay on the small couch, Luo Shu clutched the blanket, feeling that her current reality was somewhat surreal. She had indeed met Zhou Yuzhao. Excitedly, she kicked the blanket with her feet, pulling it over her head and softly calling out to express her joy. Even late into the night, Luo Shu remained awake, merely calming her exuberant emotions. She revealed her cat ears, perking them up to listen for any sound from Zhou Yuzhao's side. Once she confirmed she could hear his steady breathing, she quietly slipped out from beneath the blanket. To maintain vigilance, she kept her ears perked, ready to catch any noise from Zhou Yuzhao. Finally reaching the edge of the bed, she quietly observed him. Perhaps her gaze was too ardent, as Zhou Yuzhao could no longer maintain his composure. He shifted slightly, causing Luo Shu to mistakenly believe he was about to wake, and she immediately crouched down. After hearing no further movement, Luo Shu peered up, only to find Zhou Yuzhao turned away from her. Oh, he merely rolled over, she thought, her racing heart finally settling. A mere moment later, Zhou Yuzhao heard the soft voice of Luo Shu behind him. In order to hear clearly, he quietly cast a spell with the hand hidden beneath the blanket. In an instant, he could hear Luo Shu's words distinctly. Last time, when we were on the boat, I secretly leaned beside you, and after you carried me to bed, you left quietly. The little girl's voice carried a hint of grievance, prompting Zhou Yuzhao to finally open his closed eyes. Come up. Luo Shu, who had been looking down, immediately raised her head upon hearing Zhou Yuzhao's voice. Her ears perked up with newfound alertness. You're not asleep? Zhou Yuzhao turned his body, gently pinching the little girl squatting beside his bed, resembling a little old woman as she chattered beside him. He feigned a look of disdain and reached out to pinch her cat ears. Come up. Zhou Yuzhao shifted inward, offering the warm space he had created. As soon as Luo Shu lay down, she saw Zhou Yuzhao turn to her and say, While I was away, you learned to deceive me for a spot in bed, didn't you? I didn't. I only came up with your permission. Zhou Yuzhao merely smiled slightly, pulling the blanket to cover Luo Shu. All right, sleep early. Though Luo Shu promised obediently, she turned to look at Zhou Yuzhao again after a short while, her gaze lingering on the intricate patterns of his mask. Following the design, her eyes traced to the edge of the mask, where there seemed to be a hint of red, resembling bloodstains, barely visible like the tip of a petal. Zhou Yuzhao, are you asleep? The little girl inquired softly, not expecting Zhou Yuzhao to turn his head at that moment. Not yet. Luo Shu shifted her body, pointing at the area near Zhou Yuzhao's ear. Zhou Yuzhao, are you unwell? The book says there's a flower sickness, and yours looks a bit like a petal. Zhou Yuzhao did not take it seriously, casually replying, What you're reading is probably not medical texts, but rather tales. He. Luo Shu gently nibbled on her finger, feeling somewhat caught. Can you pray for me a bit of good fortune? You're always worrying about whether I will have trouble. Although Zhou Yuzhao appeared indifferent, as he turned to sleep, he touched the patterns on his face. His lips quivered slightly, followed by a faint smile. As dawn approached, Luo Shu finally began to feel sleepy and murmured, Zhou Yuzhao, I'm going to sleep now. Zhou Yuzhao opened his eyes and turned to look, noticing that Luo Shu had not slept all night due to her excitement. Yet, how was Zhou Yuzhao any different? The man gently tapped the girl's forehead with his finger, a glimmer of light entering before he withdrew his hand and brushed aside the loose strands of hair from her face. After gazing at Luo Shu's face for a while and calculating the time, Zhou Yuzhao, who had not slept all night, got out of bed. Once down, he quietly covered her with the blanket, his practiced movements resembling those of a caring father. Just as Zhou Yuzhao was about to leave the room for the new disciple conference at the front mountain, his gaze lingered on Luo Shu, his eyes so calm that one could not discern his thoughts. When Luo Shu woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. As she opened her eyes and saw the bed canopy above, she was momentarily disoriented. After a series of blinks, it seemed she remembered something and instantly sprang up from the bed. Zhou Yuzhao. Luo Shu looked around the spacious room, but there was no response from Zhou Yuzhao. Instead, she spotted a bowl of red bean porridge on the table outside, preserved by a spell. The moment she touched the protective barrier, it vanished, and shimmering lights arranged themselves into a line of words. Do not wander about. The cat has been troubled. Uncertain of her current state of mind, she knew that Zhou Yuzhao must occupy a significant place in her heart. After tidying up quickly, Luo Shu placed her hand on the door, the leaves in the yard fluttering down in the gentle breeze. Zhou Yuzhao's reputation in the sect is truly remarkable. He lives alone in such a large courtyard. Luo Shu felt happy for Zhou Yuzhao in her heart and closed the door behind her. Zhou Yuzhao returned at noon. Whenever Luo Shu was in his room, his steps seemed to hasten considerably. Upon seeing the house in the courtyard, a faint blue light enveloped it, subtle enough to evade detection. Yet Zhou Yuzhao's keen eyes immediately sensed something unusual. Given Luo Shu's current cultivation level, her body might not withstand such a high intensity of spiritual energy unless there was a leakage of energy, posing a life-threatening risk. With this thought in mind, Zhou Yuzhao quickened his pace. By the time he reached the front of the house, the blue light had already vanished. This courtyard was typically deserted. There should not have been anyone entering. The cat could not have been harmed. Zhou Yuzhao anxiously pushed open the door, and the moment his fingers touched the knob, the door swung open from within. Seeing Zhou Yuzhao, Luo Shu was somewhat surprised. Zhou Yuzhao, you're back. The little girl appeared perfectly fine, showing no signs of injury. Zhou Yuzhao felt a surge of joy and grasped her shoulders. Cat, has your spiritual energy increased? Of course, Luo Shu replied, her head held high with a hint of pride, continuing, seeing how formidable you are, how could I possibly slack off? I was merely hoping for your happiness. I didn't expect you to be so diligent. Absolutely. I want to be the one standing beside you, not hiding behind you. After saying this, Luo Shu realized something felt amiss. Standing beside you? That sounds a bit. Cat, have you encountered any issues in your training? Feel free to ask me. Nope, but you've really gone all out for me. As she spoke, Luo Shu took out a fruit from the pendant at her waist. On my way here, I heard Li Ming and the others mention that this isn't an ordinary fruit, right? Before Zhou Yuzhao could respond, voices from outside the courtyard echoed. Zhou Yuzhao sure Shu. Zhou Yuzhao signaled with a glance, and Luo Shu nodded, tucking the fruit away. With a swift spell, she transformed into a cat and hid back in the room. Zhou Yuzhao concealed his smile and adopted a calm demeanor as several younger disciples approached him, carrying a food box and dragging a portion of scrolls. A boy, grinning brightly and seemingly carefree, dashed up to Zhou Yuzhao. Sure Shu, look what I brought you today. Zhou Yuzhao was no stranger to this and needed no guesses, as the boy would reveal it himself. It's braised chicken, braised fish, and osmanthus cake. Zhou Yuzhao frowned slightly upon hearing this. Why is it so greasy? Since you returned, Sure Shu has been fasting. It's rare for me to have an appetite these days. After the disciple behind the boy set down the scrolls and left, Zhou Yuzhao gestured for him to leave as well. However, the boy seemed unconcerned, waving his hand, wanting to linger a bit longer, only to inadvertently glance beneath the bed. Sure Shu, what is that? The boy squinted at the dark, long figure beneath the bed. A snake? No, that's not right. Hearing the commotion outside, Luo Shu quickly retracted her exposed tail, trembling beneath the bed, silently cursing herself for forgetting it. Zhou Yuzhao took the food box from the boy's hands, maintaining a composed demeanor, and gently pushed his shoulder. You should hurry and go. Sure Shu, are you raising a cat? The young lad continued to press for an answer, determined to obtain a resolution. Chapter 38. 3-part shock, 5-part surprise, 2 parts doubt. The boy's inquiries persisted, even though Zhou Yuzhao had already distanced himself significantly. The lad's neck craned backward, seemingly intent on uncovering something. Had Zhou Yuzhao not been present, he might have dashed beneath the bed to retrieve whatever it was. Senior brother, please answer me. Have you adopted a cat? Zhou Yuzhao let out a deep sigh. He was well aware of the boy's insatiable curiosity. Suddenly recalling how the youth had brought him meals, he realized the lad had likely yet to eat, promptly seizing upon his vulnerability. If you don't hurry, you'll miss your meal. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuzhao's hand immediately lost contact with the boy's back. Uncle Master, I must take my leave. I shall visit you again. By the time he glanced back, the boy's figure had already sprinted far away. Zhou Yuzhao exhaled in relief, returned to his room, and closed the door behind him. Come out, kitty, he has already left. Luo Shu then emerged from beneath the bed, approaching Zhou Yuzhao's side as he began to open the food box, arranging the dishes on the table. Will he expose me for seeing my tail? She asked, only to be lightly tapped on the head by Zhou Yuzhao, who had struck a tad too forcefully. Luo Shu covered her forehead, casting a small, reproachful glance at him. Are you foolish? Your room is so spacious, yet you choose to hide under the bed. Tell me, is that not foolish? Luo Shu wrinkled her nose, somewhat reluctantly conceding, yes, I am foolish. Her voice carried a tone of grievance, prompting a slight smile from Zhou Yuzhao as he guided her to sit at the table, placing chopsticks in her hands. Come now. Foolish one, it's time to eat. Luo Shu noticed there was only one set of chopsticks on the table, and the dishes were all positioned before her. She pursed her lips, guilt creeping in as she asked softly, is it because I came that you gave your meal to me out of fear of being discovered? What nonsense are you thinking? Zhou Yuzhao retorted, sitting opposite her and picking up a scroll, carefully unraveling the thread that bound it. Did you not hear? Since my return, I have been in a fasting state. He glanced at Luo Shu, observing her astonished expression as she stared at the scroll in her hands. If one day I send you out to gather intelligence, you wouldn't be able to extract a single piece of information. Luo Shu remained silent, focusing on her meal. After finishing one scroll, Zhou Yuzhao set it aside. Luo Shu, puzzled, looked up to see Zhou Yuzhao engaged in serious work. What are you looking at? An imperial edict? An emperor? Zhou Yuzhao chuckled. This is the personal roster submitted by the new disciples at today's gathering, and I'm checking to see if there's anyone worthy to take as my disciple. Luo Shu's eyes widened in mild shock, recalling how Li Ming and Li Xian had addressed Zhou Yuzhao as senior brother just yesterday during their ascent up the mountain. So now you are to take disciples? Aren't you a senior brother? How can you now become a master who takes disciples? Zhou Yuzhao seemed to sense Luo Shu's thoughts and explained. Li Ming and Li Xian are not from the same generation as I. I was personally promoted by the sect leader and given the title of Zhou Mu Xianxin. Naturally, I could take disciples now. Luo Shu, confused, asked, so among the disciples of the same generation, must they also refer to you with respect? Zhou Yuzhao nodded, glancing at her, hence, within the sect, my standing is somewhat chaotic. It cannot be helped. My innate talent was too exceptional, leading to my rapid advancement. Luo Shu detected a hint of pride in Zhou Yuzhao's tone. After swallowing her morsel, she declared, I will catch up to you. Yes, indeed. You shall catch up to me, though it will require a bit more effort. Having finished the meal, Luo Shu held a piece of osmanthus cake, intending to ask Zhou Yuzhao if he wanted some, but upon lifting her gaze, she found him deeply engrossed. Is he really going to take disciples? Luo Shu pondered, feeling a twinge of sadness, but quickly reminded herself that this was an arrangement of the sect, one he could not decline. Thus, she popped the osmanthus cake in her mouth, feeling that it lacked sweetness. With a gentle sigh, she caught Zhou Yuzhao's attention, who looked at her with a bemused expression. Little old lady, what troubles you now? Yet at that moment, Luo Shu found herself unable to retort. Have you selected your disciples? Zhou Yuzhao replied honestly. There are several who appear to possess commendable talent. She should have felt happy for him. Yet at that moment, Luo Shu felt anything but joy, even wishing that none of these disciples would catch Zhou Yuzhao's eye. Are there many who wish to become your disciples? Zhou Yuzhao nodded, propping his chin on his hand, adopting an expression of amusement. Do you wish to become my disciple? I am not human, Luo Shu muttered under her breath, stuffing the last piece of osmanthus cake in her mouth. Kitty, Zhou Yuzhao suddenly called out to Luo Shu with seriousness, causing the young girl to cease her chewing and look up at him. I know what you're thinking. Luo Shu smiled awkwardly, attempting to mask her embarrassment with a grin, but she could not escape his perceptive gaze. You do not want me to take on disciples, hoping that none of them will appeal to me. The smile on her face vanished in an instant, leaving her feeling exposed and vulnerable. Luo Shu wished to feign innocence, cautiously glancing up before softly replying. What if you were mistaken? Zhou Yuzhao observed her fidgeting hands and her evasive gaze. Kitty, did you know that whenever you lie, your hands tend to fidget? Instantly, Luo Shu withdrew her hands from the table, hiding them beneath it. She thought this would suffice. Yet Zhou Yuzhao showed no signs of letting her off the hook. In your eyes, they dart around whenever you tell a fib. Luo Shu's face turned crimson with embarrassment. All right, I confess I simply do not want you to take on disciples. She pouted slightly, displaying a childlike petulance as she reluctantly admitted her feelings. Zhou Yuzhao seemed particularly fond of her admission, placing the last scroll down. I never intended to take on any disciples to begin with. Luo Shu lifted her head, gazing at Zhou Yuzhao, her eyes reflecting 3 parts shock, 5 parts surprise, and 2 parts doubt. Are you serious? As Luo Shu eagerly sought confirmation, Zhou Yuzhao firmly nodded. The man's gesture elicited both shock and delight within her, a sensation of being cherished that Zhou Yuzhao might not fully comprehend. Or perhaps he did. However, when Zhou Yuzhao proceeded to explain why he was reluctant to accept disciples, Luo Shu felt an unwillingness to hear his reasoning. Chapter 39. Luo Shu discovers Zhou Yuzhao's madness. Ever since meeting you, it seems I have glimpsed the image of a disobedient disciple. It has already begun to wear me out. Luo Shu's expression darkened immediately as she retorted earnestly, You have never taught me anything. Why do you belittle me so? Zhou Yuzhao chuckled lightly, collecting the remnants of her meal into the food box, leaving only the osmanthus cake on the table. Let me recount this for you. Upon your arrival in my valley, you pilfered my fruits, stayed up late, trespassed into my bamboo grove, and not to mention all the things you have broken. Luo Shu found herself at a loss for words, even feeling somewhat belittled by his words. She quietly countered, Then you could take a more obedient one. Enough. Having you is sufficient. I do not require someone to tend to me in my old age. As Luo Shu raised her head, her gaze met Zhou Yuzhao's warm, smiling eyes, and she momentarily froze, only to hear him say, Kitty, I can never take on disciples in my lifetime. I trust no one. Why? There is no reason. Zhou Yuzhao shook his head and lowered his hand. As his sleeve slipped, Luo Shu caught sight of the scars on his arm, faintly glowing with a reddish hue. Her attention was immediately captivated. What is that on your arm? Have you been injured? Zhou Yuzhao pulled down his sleeve to conceal the grotesque wound. It's nothing. Someone caused a disturbance at the new disciples conference today, and I was inadvertently hurt while trying to intervene. That was directed at you, wasn't it? Luo Shu observed Zhou Yuzhao's face, determined not to miss a single expression. However, Zhou Yuzhao was adept at concealing his feelings. How could a little cat like her easily see through him? The scar on your hand does not resemble an ordinary weapon's mark. That person clearly targeted you on purpose. Luo Shu did not intend to let Zhou Yuzhao off the hook. Her keen eyes seemed to have discerned something. Zhou Yuzhao remained composed, merely complimenting her during my absence. You have certainly learned quite a bit. Zhou Yuzhao, do not divert the topic with me. Luo Shu regarded him with a serious expression, but the man merely smiled and picked up the food box from the table, making his way toward the door. It's just a flesh wound. The person capable of truly killing me has yet to be born. That night, Luo Shu lay on Zhou Yuzhao's bed. Turning to her side, she found his absence unsettling. Reaching out, she felt the bed had long lost its warmth. With no response from Zhou Yuzhao, she sat up and gazed out at the moonlit night. It was midnight. Is he awake? Luo Shu pondered, her heart suddenly racing. Raising her eyes, a thought struck her. Zhou Yuzhao might be in trouble. Without even donning her outer garment, she flung open the door, only to see a thick vine, resembling a snake, slithering past her. Yet, Luo Shu discerned clearly that it was no serpent but a vine as thick as a thigh, heading toward the depths of the courtyard. Chasing after it, Luo Shu followed the vine into the mountains of the courtyard. The vine continued to wriggle away, halting only when it reached the edge of the forest. As if waiting for her arrival, Luo Shu seemed to understand. Is it waiting for me? The air in the forest was chilly, and without her outer coat, she quickened her pace, as the vine sped ahead. The sound of flowing water reached her ears, leading her to a mountain spring. Suddenly, the sound of a weapon striking the ground echoed through the air. Upon regaining her senses, she found the vine had vanished. Bursting from the woods, she finally spotted Zhou Yuzhao. The man held a sword, using it to prop himself up, his arm trembling faintly. Kneeling on the ground with disheveled hair, damp strands clung to his cheek, giving him a somewhat disheveled appearance. The scar she had seen during the day now glowed ominously red, dark energy swirling around it, gradually spreading up his entire arm. Hearing Luo Shu's voice, Zhou Yuzhao immediately looked up, his eyes beneath the mask filled with a fierce intensity, emanating a restrained, murderous intent directed at her. With reddened eyes, he bit down on his lower lip until it turned pale. "Don't come any closer." Luo Shu stood her ground, fingers gripping her clothing, gazing at Zhou Yuzhao, hesitating to take a step forward. "It's cold outside. You should return and put on some clothes." Zhou Yuzhao struggled to contain himself, forcing out those words through clenched teeth. His trembling hand held the sword, while the other clutched his chest, as if he were having difficulty breathing. "What's wrong with you?" Luo Shu took a step closer, wanting to reach him. Yet, Zhou Yuzhao suddenly erupted in fury, drawing the sword from the ground and swinging it toward her. "Get away!" The sword energy cleaved the ground, and fortunately, Luo Shu retreated in time, rolling through the air and landing on her palms. However, she was still unfortunate enough to have her face grazed by a flying shard of stone, a small wound forming a bead of blood on her cheek. Upon seeing the small injury on Luo Shu's face, Zhou Yuzhao seemed to regain a semblance of clarity. "Little cat, go back. Someone is coming." Luo Shu turned her gaze toward the other direction of the spring, hearing faint footsteps. Nodding, she retreated step by step, turning to leave. Moments after Luo Shu departed, Zhou Yuzhao, as if driven mad, wielded his sword wildly, the sword energy striking the spring and causing the water to erupt as if bombarded, splashing up to 3 meters high. In what seemed like a fit of rage, Zhou Yuzhao dropped the sword, and as he began to slip, a woman caught him. Luo Shu had not gone far. She stood concealed behind a tree, watching as a woman dressed in sect attire supported Zhou Yuzhao, overhearing their conversation clearly. "Senior brother, eat this first." The woman poured a pink pill from a small porcelain bottle, pressing it into his mouth. Luo Shu then noticed that the restless aura around Zhou Yuzhao immediately dissipated, his body going limp, luckily supported by the woman beside him, preventing him from collapsing to the ground. "Senior brother, has the Xinyuan clan discovered something, prompting them to test you like this?" Zhou Yuzhao shook his head, wiping the blood that had trickled from his mouth, breathing heavily. "I fear the Xinyuan clan will return for more." "Senior brother, your identity." The woman's words were cut off as Zhou Yuzhao raised his hand, interrupting her. She understood the hint and refrained from continuing, instead scanning their surroundings. Luo Shu, her petite form hidden behind a cluster of leaves, could sense the woman's vigilance and couldn't help but entertain a disquieting thought. Zhou Yuzhao was wary of her. During lunch, he had claimed there was nothing amiss, yet he had vanished for an entire afternoon. Now, he was alone in the mountains at midnight. Chapter 40. Zhou Yuzhao's identity is not simple. The two find themselves in a stalemate. The woman assisted Zhou Yuzhao back to the courtyard, while Luo Shu quietly followed behind them. Watching as Zhou Yuzhao refused the woman's support at the door to his room, he would not allow her in, no matter how she pleaded. "Senior brother, why not eliminate the Xinyuan clan?" Zhou Yuzhao shook his head, seemingly reluctant, but he uttered another phrase. "I cannot leave the sect for now. Acting on this matter may be inconvenient." The woman grew slightly anxious, increasing the pressure of her support on Zhou Yuzhao. "Senior brother, the Xinyuan clan has provoked you multiple times. This time, they even resorted to violence at the new Disciples Conference, becoming increasingly audacious. Perhaps the chill in the courtyard, accompanied by the wind, caused Zhou Yuzhao to cough softly, clenching his fists. "Once the internal matters of the sect stabilize, I will address it when I leave. After today, things should calm down somewhat." "Zhou Yuzhao, will you not disregard this broken sect?" Zhou Yuzhao did not respond. His silence was perhaps the most eloquent answer. Observing Zhou Yuzhao's obstinacy, the woman grew anxious. Do you not realize that the longer you remain in the sect, the more likely you are to expose yourself? Have you forgotten what you truly desire? Or have you already forgotten the humiliation of years past? I have not, the man replied softly, his voice filled with hesitation and reluctance. The woman sighed gently. You understand. The lingering poison in your body remains, and the whereabouts of the antidote are unknown. Time is not on your side. When that day arrives, what will you do? What will become of us? Zhou Yuzhao's temperament seemed excessively stubborn, as if he had not absorbed her words. My master has shown me kindness. I have not forgotten, nor will I. I will leave the sect, but I cannot raise suspicion among the sect members before that. Zhou Yuzhao's voice grew faint, leaning against the door, clearly struggling to maintain his composure. The woman briefly closed her eyes and nodded, as if conceding. With a deep sigh, she remarked, all right. Yet, she showed no intention of departing, raising her gaze to fixate on the mask adorning Zhou Yuzhao's face. Is there something amiss with your countenance? A flicker of panic crossed Zhou Yuzhao's eyes, akin to a cat caught in an act of infidelity. He shook his head. No. It is merely to prevent any residual poison from manifesting when I don the mask again, leading to suspicion. The woman reiterated. There is more than just residual poison that can appear upon your face. I hope you understand this. Moreover, this is something that must not be touched upon. I understand. After the woman departed, Zhou Yuzhao shut the door, carelessly tossing his sword onto the table. As he turned to the inner chamber, he discovered that the bed was merely a tangle of blankets, with Luo Shu nowhere in sight. He immediately intended to seek her out, but upon opening the door, he found the young girl standing at the entrance, her hair cascading down, poison oak. Why have you returned so late? Zhou Yuzhao smiled, a gentle expression illuminating his face, accentuating his increasing fragility. Luo Shu closed the door and followed him into the room. The chamber remained unlit, the cold moonlight spilling over Zhou Yuzhao, rendering him even more insubstantial. Zhou Yuzhao, will you die? The room fell silent. Zhou Yuzhao did not respond, with only the sound of their breaths filling the air. After a moment, he replied, all things in this world are destined to die. It is merely a matter of time. His reply sounded overly formal, his once cheerful voice now devoid of the usual playful banter he shared with her. Are you concealing something from me? Zhou Yuzhao fell silent once again, fearful of Luo Shu's inquiry. Yet still, he found himself drawn into it. He changed the subject. Little cat, it is late. You should rest. I shall take a bath. With that, he gathered his clothes and brushed past Luo Shu without pausing for even a moment. However, as he stood at the door, gripping the handle, he gazed at Luo Shu's silhouette and sighed deeply. Little cat, there are matters I hope you will not inquire about. Hot water filled the bath, and Zhou Yuzhao disrobed, submerging himself within. Above the surface of the water, patterns resembling flowers painted in blood began to unfurl, blooming in concentric circles. At the edge of the bath rested the mask he had removed. When Zhou Yuzhao emerged, he donned the mask, but even the simple act of dressing proved laborious. Once he managed to slip on his sleeves, he found himself in a state of utter exhaustion, his back exposed to the air. Upon entering, Luo Shu beheld Zhou Yuzhao's bare back, marred by several healed scabs, remnants of the wounds inflicted by the vines in her spiritual sea. As her fingers gently grazed his skin, every hair on his body stood on end. He had not even sensed her arrival. Just as she was about to encroach further, as if aware of his thoughts, she commanded, do not move. Zhou Yuzhao complied, allowing her to adjust his clothing. Circling to face him, she tidied his garments and tied them securely. The young girl bowed her head, clutching the knot she had just tied, hesitating to release it. Her face was obscured by her hair, preventing Zhou Yuzhao from seeing her expression. It was Zhou Yuzhao who ultimately took her hand from his clothing, intending to say something, but the words faltered on his lips. Return to sleep. I am weary. Perhaps due to fatigue, his voice had grown significantly colder, sounding somewhat unfamiliar, imbued with a sense of detachment. Luo Shu remained still. Zhou Yuzhao's palm enveloped her fingers, giving them a gentle squeeze. The young girl exhibited no response. He sighed softly. Little cat, would you return to sleep, please? At the sound of his sigh, Luo Shu could not help but feel a twinge of moisture in her eyes. Her heart felt like a clear mirror, reflecting Zhou Yuzhao's various peculiarities this evening. No, it was not peculiarity. She had ventured into Zhou Yuzhao's forbidden territory, provoking his discontent. Luo Shu bit her lip, too afraid to meet his gaze, fearing she could not withstand the indifference in his eyes. Nodding in response, she withdrew her fingers from his grasp and returned to her room. The young girl sat on her small bed, propping herself up, seemingly unwilling to share the night with Zhou Yuzhao. "Little cat, would you sleep with me, please?" Zhou Yuzhao crouched before her, but she turned her head away, wishing to evade his notice. Her throat felt tight, rendering her unable to articulate a word, except for a soft okay. Zhou Yuzhao lay outside, turning to watch Luo Shu, reminiscent of their first encounter, where he occupied the innermost position, leaving a considerable distance between them. Gazing at her figure, Zhou Yuzhao's outstretched hand hovered in midair. Chapter 41, Little Cat. I do not wish for you to carry your emotions into the night. Zhou Yuzhao observed Luo Shu's silhouette, pondering that if they remained silent tonight, some words might remain unspoken. Little cat, I do not wish for you to carry your emotions into the night. I am fine. Luo Shu pulled the blanket over herself. Initially curious, but upon witnessing Zhou Yuzhao's discomfort, she suddenly lost her desire to know. Everyone harbors small secrets. Perhaps she had overthought it. Little cat. Zhou Yuzhao's hand brushed against Luo Shu's back, and she squirmed like a child. I do not want you to know. Some matters, if you were to learn of them, might only bring you displeasure. Luo Shu replied in a faint voice, gripping the blanket tightly. I would not. As long as it pertains to you, I would not. Then we wish to know. Zhou Yuzhao played with a strand of Luo Shu's hair, sensing her inclination to turn around and promptly releasing it. The young girl, her eyes slightly reddened, gazed at Zhou Yuzhao and extended a finger. I will ask just one question. I want to inquire further. Zhou Yuzhao felt a flutter of unease in his heart, unsure how to articulate this sensation, a mix of confusion and apprehension. It seemed Luo Shu had unwittingly stepped into his sensitive realm. I heard that there is residual poison within you, and over time, it could erupt. Has your face begun to show signs of this? Zhou Yuzhao let out a soft sigh of relief internally, akin to a student being called upon in class. He answered earnestly, It is nothing. This poison poses no threat to me at present. However, given time, it may be discovered by those within the sect, which could be somewhat embarrassing. In the latter part of his statement, Zhou Yuzhao had lied. He could not divulge the true consequences he faced. Luo Shu still appeared unconvinced, pointing to Zhou Yuzhao's face, but I truly see something on your face, resembling petals. You are so capable. How could there be poison you cannot resolve? Zhou Yuzhao bit his lip, inhaling sharply. Little cat, that is not poison. It is. The words lingered on the tip of his tongue, yet he found them difficult to express. Should Luo Shu discover his true thoughts, how would she perceive him? Would her reverence for him, viewing him as a deity, crumble? He did not know. In any case, I shall be fine. Little cat, do not worry too much. His tones softened, imbued with gentleness, as if he were soothing her. He gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Do not cry. If I ever feel unwell, I will inform you immediately. All right? All right. Hearing Luo Shu's response, Zhou Yuzhao felt a weight lift from his heart. The young girl's grip on the blanket gradually loosened, and her drowsiness began to take hold. Zhou Yuzhao turned to observe her, noticing she had already fallen asleep. He reached for her hand, placing it beneath the blanket and gently covering it. Just as he had done when they first met, he tucked her in, as if comforting a child. As dawn broke, Zhou Yuzhao had already vacated the space beside her, leaving the bed devoid of warmth. Luo Shu found herself questioning her surroundings, pondering whether she remained ensnared in a dream or had returned to reality. The sound of blades clashing outside assured her of Zhou Yuzhao's presence. Upon witnessing the door swing open, Zhou Yuzhao swiftly pointed his sword in her direction. Luo Shu, quick to react, evaded the thrusting blade, leaping from the platform in front of the house and landing on the gravel path of the courtyard. I thought you were still asleep, Zhou Yuzhao remarked, sheathing his sword as he stood where Luo Shu had just been. Not all, Luo Shu said. stretching lazily with her hair tied back by a ribbon. You startle me so much that I am truly awake now. Then let us continue, Zhou Yuzhao declared, not granting her a moment to respond before charging at her with his sword. Luo Shu bent backward, and as she rose, her palm struck against the back of Zhou Yuzhao's sword hand. You are quite the trickster, she retorted. The man's strength far surpassed hers, and with a flick of his wrist, he sent her reeling backward, propelled by his force and internal energy. Discarding her own sword, she caught it deftly as it flew toward her. If we were truly engaged in combat, who would split their focus with you? She quipped, realizing the truth in her words. Grasping her sword, she swung it at Zhou Yuzhao, her posture suggesting she had practiced in secret. Even Zhou Yuzhao could find no fault in her stance, though it struck him as familiar, reminiscent of someone from his past. Despite her lack of strength, the young girl adeptly dodged Zhou Yuzhao's attacks. As he found himself feinted by her several times, he noted her style was indeed cunning. When he glanced up, he saw her sword heading towards him, and he prepared to parry with his transforming sword. Just as he was about to defend himself, he noticed she had altered the direction of her blade, the edge facing her own body as she brushed past him. He understood that she was attempting a sneak attack. Zhou Yuzhao swiftly withdrew a dart from his sleeve, striking her hand where she held the sword hilt, causing her pain and diverting her attention. Although Luo Shu quickly regained her composure, Zhou Yuzhao seized the opportunity, wrenching her sword from her grasp before she could react. Astonished by the swiftness of his movements, she lost her focus once more. Zhou Yuzhao seized her shoulder from behind, lifting her off the ground. She stumbled backward, losing her footing on the uneven stones and crashing to the ground. Her palms pressed against the jagged pebbles. A tingling sensation surged through her arm, affecting her rear as well. Zhou Yuzhao lightly shook the sword he had reclaimed from her and then offered his hand to the half-reclined Luo Shu. Not bad. Who taught you? Luo Shu placed her hand in his, feeling the delicate calluses on his fingers, a testament to his infrequent swordplay. It was the Red Fox who taught me, she replied. Zhou Yuzhao nodded in comprehension. No wonder your swordsmanship seems so familiar. You've practiced well. With more training, you might just catch up to me. However, Luo Shu did not share in his delight. She dusted off her hands, attempting to rid herself of the dirt. You mentioned might, and besides, swordplay is your forte. Zhou Yuzhao chuckled, bending down to meet her gaze. What do you mean by forte? Indeed, she affirmed, nodding earnestly. If you were to use a different term to describe me, I might actually find your words reasonable. Zhou Yuzhao retrieved his sword once more, offering it to her. Since your swordplay is commendable, I shall gift you this sword. Luo Shu lifted her gaze to his outstretched offering. A prevailing notion struck her. Anything belonging to Zhou Yuzhao must be valuable. Take it. Why are you hesitating? He urged, perceiving her reluctance. I am not particularly adept at swordsmanship, he continued. If you possess a suitable weapon, you shall be better prepared when facing adversaries. With that, he pressed the sword into her palm, resting his hand atop her head with earnestness. You shall forever remain the most foolish person I have ever encountered, without exception. Zhou Yuzhao, you, who are so meticulous about cleanliness, how can you touch my head without washing your hands? She protested, though he only withdrew his hand to pat her head again. In the days that followed, Zhou Yuzhao became increasingly occupied, while Luo Shu spent more time in the courtyard or her room, acutely aware of his impending departure. Lying atop a tree in the courtyard, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon her. The young girl found the light somewhat blinding and raised her hand to shield her eyes. As she spread her fingers, light streamed through, and she mused, indeed, the spiritual energy in the valley surpasses that here, making cultivation far more expedient. Suddenly, her gaze caught sight of new buds sprouting from the branches, evoking memories of the iron tree in the valley. She wondered if it had blossomed yet. Why did it take so long for a single bud to form? Could it truly be an iron tree? Senior brother, Zhou Yuzhao, a male voice called out to her, startling Luo Shu and nearly causing her to tumble from the tree. Grasping the trunk, her claws dug into the bark for support. That voice sounded familiar. Had Li Xian arrived so soon? Time was of the essence. Luo Shu thought to herself as she transformed back into her feline form. Li Xian strolled into the courtyard, knocking on the door. Luo Shu felt a surge of panic at the thought of him entering. Her hairpin lay on the table, easily visible upon entry. "Please don't go in," she whispered to herself. Fortunately, Li Xian merely knocked, receiving no response, and, understanding, turned to leave. Luo Shu sighed gently. A leaf nearby caught the breath of her exhalation and drifted down. Her heart raced as she stretched out her paw to catch the leaf, only to send it fluttering further away. The leaf danced through the air, drawing closer to Li Xian's head. "No!" she silently screamed, her paw instinctively covering her mouth. Ultimately, the leaf landed squarely on Li Xian's head. Luo Shu felt her body go slack, resting against the trunk of the tree. "Well, it seems I cannot escape this fate." As she anticipated, Li Xian reached for the leaf atop his head, slowly lifting his gaze. The feline fur of Luo Shu's attire loosened as she braced for discovery. "Li Xian." Zhou Yuzhao's timely arrival halted Li Xian, causing his gaze to drop back to eye level as he bowed respectfully to Zhou Yuzhao. "Senior brother," he greeted. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yuzhao cast a glance at the hidden cat. Luo Shu, understanding the cue, climbed down the trunk and concealed herself behind it, leaving only her tail dangling in the air. Zhou Yuzhao smirked to himself, appreciating Luo Shu's cleverness. As Li Xian finished his greeting and prepared to look up, Zhou Yuzhao quickly averted his gaze. "What brings you to seek me today?" "It pertains to taking on a disciple. The master believes you should accept one, given the circumstances," Li Xian replied. Peering from behind the trunk, Luo Shu leaned forward, her mouth slightly agape, her whiskers perked, embodying the quintessential curious observer. "And what circumstances warrant this? Did I not instruct you during the last encounter?" Zhou Yuzhao retorted. "I must admit that my cultivation is presently insufficient, rendering me incapable of taking on disciples. I expressed this sentiment, but my master remarked that I was being overly modest." As Li Xian raised his head slightly to gaze at Zhou Yuzhao, he noticed him biting his lower lip, seemingly contemplating yet another excuse. It was evident that Li Xian had already discerned the excuse he intended to offer and preemptively responded. "Master has assured me that it will not hinder you. You may still choose to reside alone in the valley, or you may bring a disciple along if you wish." "No way," Zhou Yuzhao immediately retorted, a reaction Li Xian had grown accustomed to, and he let out a deep sigh. "Brother, you have exhausted all excuses last year. With your exceptional talent, any disciple you teach will undoubtedly surpass you. You certainly have a way with words." Upon hearing Zhou Yuzhao's comment, Luo Shu's lips curled upward, as she had grown accustomed to such exchanges. Indeed, after spending considerable time together, their manner of speaking had become quite similar. Li Xian genuinely believed he was being praised, feeling a touch of pride. Indeed, however, his words were swiftly met with a light tap on the head from Zhou Yuzhao. "Li Xian, how can you still be so clever? I will not take anyone on. Let us discuss it again next year." "Brother." Li Xian's voice bore a hint of petulance that made Luo Shu's lips involuntarily curve upward. He continued, "You said the same thing last year." Zhou Yuzhao's expression shifted to one of slight embarrassment, and upon being exposed, his demeanor became somewhat uneasy, leading him to feign a casual air. Then Li Xian, with a tone of grievance, lamented, "Every time you avoid master at this moment, leaving me and brotherly Ming to face the reprimands. You could simply take on one disciple and let them fend for themselves." Zhou Yuzhao rolled his eyes, crossing his arms. "How can you say it so easily? Why is it not easy? Take me as your disciple, brother." Li Xian ardently promoted himself, his finger pointing insistently at himself. "Brother, I must be your best choice. I noticed that when Mu Guang brought you food, you hardly touched it. It must have been too greasy. Once I become your disciple." "Enough." Zhou Yuzhao sighed faintly. Even from a distance, Luo Shu could sense his exasperation. The disciples within this sect were indeed amusing, each more eloquent than the last. "Li Chuan, please focus on following brother Li Ming diligently. What would your master think if you transferred to my tutelage? I cannot engage in such underhanded tactics." He had hoped this would dissuade Li Xian, but to his surprise, Li Xian countered, "Master said that if I could become your disciple, he would personally present me with a grand gift." Concealed behind a tree, Luo Shu savored the gossip with great delight. This Li Xian was indeed quite eloquent. Chapter 43. Zhou Yuzhao, suspected of harboring demonic creatures. Search and seizure. Everyone was eagerly awaiting to become his disciple. Zhou Yuzhao's face adopted a grim expression, and upon noticing his countenance, Li Xian refrained from pressing further. "Brother, where is your sister?" "Sister?" Zhou Yuzhao looked at Li Xian in confusion, suddenly realizing he was referring to Luo Shu. "She is resting in the room. Is there something you need?" "Nothing at all," Li Xian shrugged, feigning indifference. "I was merely concerned that she might grow weary from lingering in your courtyard for too long." As he spoke, he waved his hand, revealing a delicate wooden lock he had brought back from the mountain. "This is a little trinket I brought back for Luo Shu to alleviate her boredom." Zhou Yuzhao initially intended to decline, but upon sensing the cat's head peeking curiously from behind the tree, he accepted it. "I will thank you on behalf of my sister." "It's nothing, really." Li Xian waved his hands dismissively, but Zhou Yuzhao suddenly drew closer. Li Xian, startled like a frightened deer, took a step back. Zhou Yuzhao's tall frame, looking in Luo Shu's direction, resembled a domineering figure with his little darling. What a delightful sight! Luo Shu's feline paws tapped against the tree trunk, her round eyes sparkling with excitement. "Has anyone spoken about my sister residing in my courtyard to outsiders?" "Brother guarantees that both Li Ming and I have kept our lips tightly sealed," he assured. "Aside from us, no one else is aware of this matter." Zhou Yuzhao nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand, signaling that Li Xian could take his leave. Li Xian tentatively inquired, "Brother, might you reconsider?" Zhou Yuzhao inhaled deeply, preparing to respond, but Li Xian slipped away with remarkable speed. Luo Shu, hidden among the trees, was about to leap down when Zhou Yuzhao suddenly cast a spell. In an instant, the tree bark seemed to have been greased, making it impossible to maintain a grip. With a crash, after a rapid roll in the air, Luo Shu landed on the ground, feeling dazed. So this was the sensation of a cat flipping through the air. Wait, something was off. "Zhou Yuzhao," as she called out, she transformed back into her human form. Zhou Yuzhao seemed to anticipate her words and tossed the delicate lock toward her. For sneaking a peek, the lock, imbued with magic, was caught by Luo Shu after several attempts midair. As her feet touched the ground, she heard Zhou Yuzhao announce, "Tomorrow morning, we shall descend the mountain and return to the valley." "Really?" Luo Shu lifted her skirt and scampered to Zhou Yuzhao's side, seeing him nod. Yet, she noticed he appeared somewhat displeased. "Zhou Yuzhao, have you encountered a problem?" "Upon descending the mountain, we may encounter members of the Xianyuan family." He cast a serious glance at Luo Shu. "Your identity must remain concealed. If discovered, not only you, but I could also face extermination from various sections." Luo Shu grasped the gravity of his words, realizing that the days ahead might hold perilous encounters. That evening, while Zhou Yuzhao was sorting through his belongings, he was suddenly called away by a disciple. To ensure her safety, Luo Shu transformed into a cat, perked up her ears, ready to flee at the first sign of trouble. As she dozed on the table, her ears perked up suddenly, alerting her that someone had arrived. She leaped off the table and concealed herself in the shadows. Shortly thereafter, a young man, accompanied by two others, entered Zhou Yuzhao's room and began searching, holding what appeared to be a magical artifact. "Oh no, that's a demon-revealing mirror." Luo Shu glanced toward the window, realizing it was still a considerable distance away. If she rushed out now, she would likely be discovered. The leading young man spoke. "Zhou Yuzhao Shu has been suspected of harboring demonic creatures. Search thoroughly. The Xianyuan clan shall not tarnish my brother's reputation." This young man, Luo Shu recognized. He was Mu Guang, the one who had delivered lunch to Zhou Yuzhao that day and had seen her tale. His words sounded peculiar, almost as if directed at someone. As she noticed Mu Guang approaching, Luo Shu felt her heart leap to her throat. "Why is it hide and seek? I always lose." She silently recited her invisibility incantation, and when Mu Guang glanced in her direction, it seemed he did not see her. Mu Guang turned away and instructed his two companions, "Search the courtyard." "Yes." The cat let out a soft sigh of relief, but as she observed Mu Guang's movements, he seemed to be turning back. She sighed deeply, feeling more anxious than Luo Shu. Your invisibility spell is insufficient. It cannot conceal you. Moreover, the spiritual energy within the sect inherently suppresses demonic powers. I merely had to take a closer look to discover you. Luo Shu's heart raced, sensing that Mu Guang did not harbor any intentions of harming her. It is prohibited to privately keep small animals within the sect, especially since I was on duty the night you and Li Ming arrived. I saw you with my own eyes, and I noticed your tail peeking out from under the bed. Luo Shu was instantly enveloped by a wave of shame and gratitude. Before she could utter a single word, she heard Mu Guang speaking again, seemingly in a state of urgency. The Xinyuan clan had reported to the sect leader, claiming that her Shu was harboring a cat demon in the valley. For now, you should remain here. They lack evidence and would not dare to act against your Shu. You will be able to leave the sect tomorrow. Before she could even express her thanks, Mu Guang turned and exited, closing the door behind him. His voice echoed in the courtyard, urging others to search diligently, proclaiming her Shu's innocence. After about a quarter of an hour, the courtyard gradually fell silent. Just as she raised her head, a faint light flew in through the window, pausing before her and unfolding. We are leaving. Take care of yourself. Your Shu will return safely. When Zhou Yuzhao returned, it was already deep into the night, and the room remained unlit. Luo Shu still lingered in her corner, having reverted to her human form. Upon hearing the door open, she felt a surge of apprehension and held her breath, only relaxing when she sensed Zhou Yuzhao as presence. Cat. Zhou Yuzhao spoke simultaneously with Luo Shu, who felt her feet growing numb. With a gentle wave of his hand, he lit the candles in the room. He approached the inner chamber, and upon seeing Luo Shu, he crouched down and embraced her. Cat, are you all right? Nestled against his chest. Luo Shu felt Zhou Yuzhao's warmth and was slightly unaccustomed to his affection. I'm fine. Mu Guang saw me, but did not expose me. Zhou Yuzhao repeatedly stroked the back of Luo Shu's head, murmuring reassurances. It's all right, it's all right. His voice trembled slightly, leaving her unsure whether he was comforting her or himself. Chapter 44. On the way back to the valley, Luo Shu's cat form is discovered. The sky had just begun to brighten. In the courtyard of the back mountain, Zhou Yuzhao and Luo Shu were already dressed. Zhou Yuzhao closed the door and approached Luo Shu, gently pulling up the hood of her cloak to conceal her. In an instant, the young girl vanished from sight. As long as we do not encounter the sect master or your master, we shall be fine. After saying this, Zhou Yuzhao grasped Luo Shu's wrist, guiding her along the path before releasing her. Luo Shu felt a bit uneasy. Don't be afraid. This cloak renders you invisible to others, but I can still see you. You want to get lost. Trust me. All right. Luo Shu nodded vigorously, her trust in Zhou Yuzhao unwavering. They reached the entrance of the back mountain, where the time was still early. The disciples at the mountain gate appeared somewhat drowsy. Seizing the opportunity, while they bowed to the disciples, Luo Shu stealthily slipped out. Just as success seemed imminent, a man's voice called out from behind, stopping Zhou Yuzhao in his tracks. Master. Zhou Yuzhao greeted the man, and despite Luo Shu's invisibility, she felt his gaze upon her. Lowering her head slightly, she dared not look at Zhou Yuzhao as master. You're always like this, unwilling to remain within the sect for even a day. Having taken you as my disciple feels akin to a mother who has married off her daughter, yearning for her return. Unable to contain herself, Luo Shu let out a soft laugh. How amusing it was to hear such words from a seemingly ethereal Taoist. Zhou Yuzhao shot her a glance, prompting her to regain her composure, and she respectfully replied, Master, once I have dispelled the residual poison, I will always be by your side to alleviate your worries. His master waved dismissively. Let it be. You are reluctant to take on a disciple now. What will it be like in the future? Just take care of yourself, and do not trouble this old man. His master produced a small porcelain vial from his sleeve and handed it to Zhou Yuzhao. We part ways this time. I do not know when you will return to the sect. Take this elixir. Thank you for your kindness, master. Zhou Yuzhao received it with both hands, and it was the first time Luo Shu had witnessed him express such profound respect. She too bowed in reverence. Zhou Yuzhao tried to ignore the presence beside him, locking eyes with his master, who smiled and offered another small vial. This time, Zhou Yuzhao did not take it but stared intently at his master, his lips moving as he called out, "Master, take it." His master tossed the medicine directly into Zhou Yuzhao's embrace, turned away, and walked towards the inner sect. "Be careful on your way. My dear disciple, pursue your desires without regard for others' opinions." Zhou Yuzhao watched his master's retreating figure and, after a moment, accepted the vial, leading Luosu down the mountain steps. Once they reached the foot of the mountain, Luosu removed her invisibility cloak and exclaimed, "Zhou Yuzhao, you are truly impressive." Even your master did not notice. Zhou Yuzhao shook his head. Luosu, misunderstanding his humility, was about to speak when Zhou Yuzhao interjected, "My master saw you." "Ah." Luosu looked at Zhou Yuzhao in confusion, finding it hard to believe. "How could that be? If your master had seen me, he would have struck me away with a single blow." As she spoke, Luosu playfully mimicked the action, swish, and I would be gone. "How could he allow me to stay with you? My master has always been compassionate. He believes that demons can be good or evil, and thus, he never discriminates against them." Luosu paused, realizing that his kindness towards demons stemmed from having such a great master. Zhou Yuzhao nodded, then shook his head, leaving Luosu perplexed, until she heard him ask, "Cat, how do you perceive me? You are putting me in a difficult position. Is it truly difficult?" Zhou Yuzhao frowned slightly, prompting Luosu to continue, "Because you are wonderful, so wonderful that I cannot find words to describe it. You are the most cherished immortal in my heart." As she spoke, her voice gradually diminished, but Zhou Yuzhao heard every word. "An immortal?" Zhou Yuzhao had intended to respond, but at that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Faced with Luosu's inquiry, he could only bury everything deep within his heart. As they walked toward the valley, footsteps approached from ahead. Luosu and Zhou Yuzhao exchanged glances before focusing on the figure emerging from the slope. "Is that Lan Lan? Lan Lan?" Zhou Yuzhao questioned, looking at Luosu, who spotted Tianpai ascending from the slope. "Little cat," Tianpai exclaimed, bounding toward her with exuberance, its fur billowing majestically in the air. In its excitement, it failed to notice its mouth was agape, revealing its tongue in a comical manner. With a leap, Zhou Yuzhao pulled Luosu aside, saving her from being toppled. Tianpai landed on the ground, rolling in the dirt. "You little rascal, what do you mean by that?" Tianpai barked, while Zhou Yuzhao produced a bone, saying to Luosu, "Let me show you something amusing." Zhou Yuzhao waved the bone in front of Tianpai, which initially turned its head away in disdain. "Impudent Taoist! I am Tianpai, a demon beast. How dare you attempt to lure me with a mere bone?" However, as Zhou Yuzhao continued to tease Tianpai, as curiosity grew, and it finally succumbed. "Do you want it?" Zhou Yuzhao drew circles with the bone above Tianpai's nose. Tianpai was nearly on its toes, captivated by the bone, its eyes sparkling with delight. "Do you want it?" Zhou Yuzhao repeated. "Woof, woof, woof." Tianpai barked joyfully. Luosu's expression was one of astonishment, but what truly amazed her followed shortly after. After tossing the bone several times into the air, Zhou Yuzhao ultimately hurled it far away. "Tianuli Maru, Tong, Jia Chuan Yibin, Tu Jiao Guto. Nija Shi Shenmi Isi, Zhou Yuzhao Jiang Huili de, Shou Pana Cholai, Fan Fuda Tsa Shou Iho, Tai Wei Shen Chong de Shua, Mei Shenmi Isi, Wujio Isi Isi. Nani Daudi Jiga Isi, Luoshu Shual Wan Iho Jiu Yaiwol. Ziji Zenmi Shuan Zhou Yuzhao de Ging Jiu Shua Shalai Ini, Mao'er, Bien Hui Maoshin, Wabao Ni Huaitsu. Ha! Sujuso y higen kaye kiseki seki sachiache de yangsi. Erenes etachene de huidadao. Y fang wan y. Se sunuan su suorika y liki singmen. Bukning jiu ziji likilu. Bievate men fsin de woman de xiomimi. Chapter 45. It is said that Haitong and Zhou Yuzhao are childhood sweethearts. In the forest, Zhou Yuzhao cradled the cat in his arms as he walked towards the valley. His steps were slow, reminiscent of a leisurely stroll. Suddenly, the leaves swayed, and Zhou Yuzhao's eyes behind the mask flickered. They have arrived. Zhou Yuzhao, you are hoarding a demon, and now the evidence is irrefutable. Still, you refuse to admit it. A group of people appeared before him, consisting of the Xuanyuan clan and those within the sect who were notorious for causing trouble. With the evidence at hand, what more can you say? That person pointed at the cat in Zhou Yuzhao's arms. wearing an air of arrogance, as if victory was assured. Are you not afraid of being pointed at and criticized? Among the crowd, others spoke quite rationally, asserting that consorting with demons tarnished the reputation of cultivators. Zhou Yuzhao stroked the cat in his arms, slightly raising his eyes, silently cursing ignorant humans. Seeing Zhou Yuzhao remain silent and composed in place only provided further opportunity for those around him to escalate the situation. Zhou Yuzhao, what are you pretending for? Pretending? Zhou Yuzhao finally regarded those before him, suggesting that they widen their eyes and take a good look. The onlookers exchanged glances until one produced a mirror for revealing demons, which restored their morale. Do you dare to let's verify? Come on. The cat nestled in Zhou Yuzhao's embrace lazily yawned. The Xuanyuan clan approached, holding the mirror up to the cat's face, yet it revealed no reaction whatsoever. How about that? Someone behind inquired, as the man with the mirror examined it again, casting another spell upon the cat's visage, but still there was no response. The man glanced at Zhou Yuzhao's foul expression and returned to the leader of the Xuanyuan clan, whispering something in his ear. The leader's face turned exceptionally grim. Zhou Yuzhao continued to calmly stroke the cat in his arms, his long hair tied high, standing straight like a defiant youth. What now? Have you discovered anything? The opposing party was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond, and could only stammer. You suddenly raised a cat. Who wouldn't suspect it to be a cat demon? What's wrong? I don't keep demons. I merely have a pet. Have I offended you? The man furiously flicked his sleeve, signaling those behind him to disperse and clear a path. You may leave. Consider this a hasty misjudgment on my part. Zhou Yuzhao strode confidently along the path they had opened, approaching the leader's side as he said, "What is the point of apologizing to me?" The leader turned his head, meeting Zhou Yuzhao's piercing gaze, and heard him say, "Make sure to apologize to the Zhou family when you have the chance." With that, Zhou Yuzhao walked further away, and as he stroked the cat, its ears suddenly vanished. The spell had dissipated. "Halt!" The leader's voice rang from behind, and Zhou Yuzhao halted in his tracks, inwardly exclaiming, "This is bad. Could it be that he has been discovered?" A hint of anxiety flickered within him, yet he did not turn around, maintaining his composure as he replied, "What trickery are you plotting now? An apology? Forget it. So that's what this is about." Zhou Yuzhao let out a light sigh, which to the leader's ears sounded like a lament. "Zhou Yuzhao, you had better remain this way forever. Do you believe I can buy your life?" "Heh." Zhou Yuzhao scoffed coldly. The cat in his arms had vanished, leaving only his two hands clasped before him. His voice still calm. "My life remains here. Let us see if you have the ability to claim it." After uttering these words, Zhou Yuzhao lightly pushed off the ground and soared away, leaving them behind. The leader, feeling humiliated, vented his frustration on those beside him. Did you not say that Zhou Yuzhao was consorting with a cat demon? That was clearly just an ordinary cat. The man knelt before the leader of the Xuanyuan clan, pleading for forgiveness. The information was obtained from the esteemed Haitong of Hualanlo. Hualanlo. The elder's tone was laced with curiosity, and he continued to inquire, "Is that the establishment where one can procure many formidable weapons?" The disciple nodded vigorously. "Yes, indeed. That's south the place. I happened to overhear Haitong speaking when I visited Hualanlo." The elder waved his hand, bidding the disciple to rise from the ground, and suddenly recalled that Haitong and Zhou Yuzhao were childhood friends. This disappearance was undoubtedly a mistake. Return to the sect. We shall revisit Hualanlo on another day. At this moment, Luoshu and Tianyu had already arrived at the assembly point outside the city. The two had been waiting there for a while. "Zhao Zhao, why hasn't He arrived yet?" Tianyu, cradled in Luoshu's arms, gazed toward the direction of the sect. "Don't be impatient. Perhaps he truly encountered members of the Xuanyuan clan on the way." Luoshu nodded, her fingers idly toying with Tianyu's fur. Tianyu, not paying attention, continued, "That lad is quite impressive. To ensure your safety, he had a split into two routes. He crafted a false cat using your fur." Luoshu let out a gentle sigh, saying, "Zhou Yuzhao's master may have already seen me, especially when I stood beside him wearing the invisibility garment." Tianyu looked at Luoshu in shock, writhing in her embrace as if seeking evidence of any injury. "Are you all right?" Luoshu shook her head. "No, I'm fine." It was Zhou Yuzhao who informed me that his master had seen me. Yet, I find it puzzling. If he truly saw me, why did he not take me? I heard from the birds in the woods of Penglai Dao that true, righteous individuals do not extend their hands to demons, for in their eyes, we demons and humans are equal. Individuals like them have likely attained enlightenment, and are but a step away from ascension. Ascension? Is that becoming a deity? Tianyu nodded, and Luo Shu thought of Zhou Yuzhao, realizing that someone like him would also ascend in the future. While lost in thought, Zhou Yuzhao's figure suddenly appeared before them. You've returned. Luo Shu's spirits lifted at the sight of Zhou Yuzhao, and as she prepared to approach him while cradling Tianyu, he pushed her away with a spell. What are you doing? Luo Shu exclaimed, and the cat slipped from her hands, falling to the ground. She looked up at Zhou Yuzhao, only to hear him say, Qing Qin Jue. Zhou Yuzhao retracted his hand, performing a cleansing gesture on Luo Shu, which quickly stirred discontent in Tianyu. Stupid Taoist, what do you mean by this? Zhou Yuzhao grasped Luo Shu's arm, drawing her closer to him. It means nothing. Have you ever seen anyone carrying a dog? Chapter 46. Your home and Zhou Yuzhao's home are my home. It means nothing. Have you ever seen anyone carrying a dog? Tianyu cast a glance at Luo Shu, directly rejected by Zhou Yuzhao. She did not understand. You need to learn to walk on your own. Do you understand? What does Qing Qin Jue mean then? It simply means to clean up a bit. What if you have fleas on you? Zhou Yuzhao took Luo Shu's hand and walked towards the valley. Looking at the city gate, he remarked, It has been a long time since we strolled together. Shall we go take a look? Certainly. Luo Shu and the celestial creature, Tian Yin, exchanged an excited glance. Previously, I had mentioned to you that human markets are particularly lively. This time, let us go and witness it together. Tian Yin, understanding Luo Shu's beast language, began to chase its own tail, spinning in circles upon the ground. Luo Shu took a step forward, but her arm was suddenly pulled back. Turning to look, she saw Zhou Yuzhao remaining in place. What's the matter? Didn't we say we would go take a look? Zhou Yuzhao smiled and shook his head gently. Perhaps next time. I find myself lacking sufficient silver today. Luo Shu patted the adornment at her waist and replied, You gave this to me last time, and I haven't spent a single coin. Yet Zhou Yuzhao remained resolute, insisting they should not enter the city today, as if there was something unsightly within its walls. Let us save it for another time, shall we, kitty? Let us return home for now. Luo Shu gazed at Tian Yin on the ground, and the two creatures exchanged glances. Tian Yin looked at Zhou Yuzhao, saw him nod, and then nodded in return. Little cat, shall we come back another time? Very well, let us head home then. Under Zhou Yuzhao's guidance, Luo Shu followed him through the woods, winding their way until they finally reached the path leading into the valley. Why does this path wind so much? Luo Shu questioned, puzzled, as she confirmed that this was indeed the entrance to the valley. It seemed different from their previous visits. This is a magical formation, Zhou Yuzhao explained, extending his hand to push aside the branches blocking Luo Shu's way. I have altered the magical array outside the valley, thus altering the path slightly. Luo Shu nodded, glancing at Tian Yin beside her, asking, How did you manage to come out? When I emerged, the path had not changed. Then does this not imply that Zhou Yuzhao has a form of remote control? Luo Shu turned her head back to Zhou Yuzhao and inquired, You can exert control here even when you are not in the valley? I place my magical artifact within the valley. The two can resonate naturally. That's a lie. Tian Yin interjected, exposing Zhou Yuzhao's response. Without your physical presence, it is impossible to effect such changes. Luo Shu continuously turned her head between the two, observing their debate. Zhou Yuzhao regarded Tian Yin with disdain. Foolish beast, the magical artifacts of cultivators are beyond your comprehension. I truly am unaware of any artifact that allows one to instantly appear in another location. Do enlighten me. As the voices of Tian Yin and Zhou Yuzhao grew louder, resembling a brewing storm, she intervened. Let us not discuss this further. I shall not inquire. That deceitful Taoist speaks nothing but falsehoods. Luo Shu's expression darkened immediately. If you continue to speak this way, I truly will be upset. The two creatures and Luo Shu continued to bicker as they entered the valley. A red fox stood beneath a tree, observing Zhou Yuzhao's return, and promptly approached him with a slight bow. The two beasts ceased their quarrel. Sir, all is normal within the valley. After the alteration of the magical formation, Hai Tang wandered outside, but did not find the way in. Good, Zhou Yuzhao nodded. The fox's keen eyes turned to Luo Shu, at which point Zhou Yuzhao released his hold on her. Kitty, why don't you play with Tian Yin for a while? I have matters to discuss with the red fox. Luo Shu nodded and led Tian Yin away. Upon entering her small room, Luo Shu propped her head up with her hand, curiously peering out, only to find that she was in a blind spot, unable to see anything. Tian Yin groomed its fur and remarked on Luo Shu's inquisitive demeanor. Your curiosity is of no use. He has deliberately sent you away to keep you uninformed. Luo Shu let out a small whimper, feeling somewhat aggrieved, and then said to Tian Yin, I have noticed that recently, Zhou Yuzhao has grown increasingly distant. He has been acting mysteriously. I acknowledge that people may have secrets, but just now, when he mentioned entering the city, he claimed to lack sufficient silver, and we returned. Luo Shu released her support and rested her head on the table, feeling wronged. Clearly, the silver was given to me by him. Why the discrepancy? Tian Yin adjusted its posture and remarked, Is it possible that Zhou Yuzhao is preventing you from entering the city? Due to someone? Who? Luo Shu perked up, casting a curious glance at Tian Yin. This gossip had reached her doorstep, yet she felt no fear. Tian Yin sighed, contemplating Luo Shu's intellect. Come on, is he keeping a little wife in the city? Tian Yin rolled over on the ground. What little wife? Have you forgotten who sent you to the sect? Hai Tang? Is it her? Does she pose a problem? She truly does have issues. Luo Shu pondered aloud, her self-questioning eliciting no surprise from Tian Yin, who allowed Luo Shu to arrive at her own conclusions. After rolling about on the ground, Tian Yin still showed no intention of sitting up, appearing rather lethargic. But why does he not simply tell me? Because you are too naive. Tian Yin shifted positions on the ground, seemingly enjoying the floor beneath it. Little cat, Zhou Yuzhao wishes to protect you. He does not want to burden you with trivial concerns. Luo Shu's heart felt as if it were electrified. She had always known that Zhou Yuzhao treated her well, yet this revelation of his protectiveness deeply moved her. But why is he so kind to me? If you do not know the answer yourself, who else could possibly know? After Tian Yin spoke, it attempted to scratch its back with its paw, but found it unreachable. Little cat, could you help me out? Luo Shu extended her hand, and as Tian Yin relaxed under her touch, it sighed, Ah, home is truly wonderful. I just stepped outside, and already I feel that home is far superior to the outside world. Home? In response to Luo Shu's question, Tian Yin answered earnestly, Indeed. Your home with Zhou Yuzhao is my home as well. The valley is rich in spiritual energy, gentle and nurturing, a splendid place for rest and rejuvenation, unlike the stagnant energies found within those sections. Surely, you have sensed this as well. Luo Shu paused her actions, gazing toward the doorway. Tian Yin closed its eyes. Do not stop, continue. It feels truly delightful. Chapter 47. I can produce natural gas. Tian Yin wriggled its body, continuing to speak. Please help me scratch. Just as Luo Shu was about to respond, she noticed Zhou Yuzhao extending his finger to his lips, signaling her to remain silent. In an instant, Zhou Yuzhao seized Tian Yin's swaying tail, causing it to spring up from the ground instinctively. Woof woof, just as it was about to address Luo Shu. It looked up and saw Zhou Yuzhao's expressionless face, which was the best possible answer. I'm merely scratching. I mean no harm. Tian Yin spoke softly, yet it dared not meet his gaze, only glancing up cautiously. I have matters to attend to. With that, Tian Yin swiftly darted past Zhou Yuzhao's feet, fearful of having its tail caught. I'll be off. Zhou Yuzhao clapped his hands, stating, You need not pay it any mind next time. Why not? Do you not like dogs? Not at all. I quite like them, Zhou Yuzhao replied, turning to face Luo Shu as if playfully pouting like a child, simply choosing not to engage. Zhou Yuzhao, you are quite childish. Zhou Yuzhao's expression darkened. He reached out to lightly tap Luo Shu on the head, applying a slight amount of spiritual energy, causing a bit of discomfort. Is that an appropriate thing for you to say? Or are you implying that I am quite old? Luo Shu rubbed her head and noticed Zhou Yuzhao gently casting a spell, producing a scroll in his hand. This is the sword I gave you yesterday. It contains the sword technique. Study it well tomorrow. Luo Shu nodded, reaching out to take the scroll from him. Holding it in her hands, she looked up at him. A demon's sword technique? Will it not harm me? Rest assured, I specifically sought out this particular technique, which has no adverse effects on demons. However, it may become somewhat difficult to tame in the later stages. Zhou Yuzhao waved his hand, reassuring her not to worry and suggesting they discuss it later. After speaking, he began to move away, seemingly heading somewhere. Where are you going, Zhou Yuzhao? She called out to his retreating figure. To cook. Let me help you. I have missed your cooking terribly. Helping meant standing beside Zhou Yuzhao, watching him meticulously prepare the ingredients. You have no idea when you were gone. I nearly set your kitchen ablaze. Zhou Yuzhao looked at Luo Shu and smiled gently, continuing to chop the ingredients. You can't cook? I thought after spending some time with me, you would have learned. I can't start a fire. Luo Shu pointed at the flames dancing beneath the stove, the sparks seemingly taunting her. You can't even start a fire, then what can you do? Eat? I can handle natural gas. Luo Shu blurted out, and predictably, Zhou Yuzhao wore a look of confusion. Natural gas? What is that? Luo Shu waved her hand dismissively, trying to brush it off. I misspoke. I dreamt the other night that the fire was blue and red, and I called it natural gas. You aren't referring to the low-level ghost fire of the underworld, are you? Luo Shu was slightly taken aback. Could there really be natural gas in this place? Zhou Yuzhao, carrying a basket of vegetables, moved past Luo Shu toward the stove. As the vegetables hit the pan, the water mixed with oil crackled softly. Luo Shu was still lost in thought. Perhaps a trip to the underworld would reveal if natural gas truly existed. Mao'er, pass me the first bowl. All right. Seated at the wooden table, Luo Shu sat beside Zhou Yuzhao, savoring the meal. I still think your cooking is the best. Then eat more, Zhou Yuzhao replied, adding more vegetables to her bowl. Under the table, Tian Shuang raised his head, eyeing Zhou Yuzhao, his bowl already empty. Need more? It was rare for Zhou Yuzhao to ask him, yet tonight, the portion he received was indeed sufficient. Tian Shuang shook his head. When will I ever eat at the table? I want to experience what it feels like to be human. Experience being human? You first need to grow into a human form. Upon hearing this, Tian Shuang helplessly lay on the ground, raising his head and saying, Isn't that too difficult? As a cultivator, you should know that for large demon beasts like us, it's quite challenging to cultivate into human form. Why is that? Luo Shu turned to look at him. Is it because we took half of your demon core? No. Our ability to take on human form is not determined by the demon core. Tian Shuang sighed. In any case, it's quite difficult. Even with powerful magical abilities, we may not necessarily achieve a human form. Luo Shu glanced at Zhou Yuzhao, her brows slightly furrowed. Is it really that difficult? Zhou Yuzhao nodded affirmatively, explaining that large demon beasts have a weak spiritual C, which only allows for a semblance of form. Compared to your kind of smaller demons, we are indeed lacking. TSK, Luo Shu shook her head, looking at Tian Shuang with a hint of sympathy. Actually, you'll be quite happy being a dog for this lifetime. After all, rebirth is not something we can choose. Tian Shuang let out a soft hum, standing up and picking up his bowl as he made his way to the door. Little cat, if you can't comfort someone, it's better to remain silent. Zhou Yuzhao looked at Luo Shu with an approving gaze, remarking, You've learned quite well from me. Luo Shu merely smiled lightly before changing the subject. Can I go to the city tomorrow? No. Zhou Yuzhao directly rejected her. Zhou Yuzhao, I haven't finished speaking. Have you forgotten what I told you? What should you do tomorrow? Oh, Luo Shu suddenly had an epiphany. I need to practice my sword techniques. Since you're eager to learn, you must practice diligently to avoid being bullied when you're out. All right, once I've mastered it, I can take you flying with my sword. As she spoke, Luo Shu, still with food in her mouth, continued, In the future, I'll slay Buddhas and gods alike. All right, let's see how you perform. Don't worry, I'll protect you from now on. Zhou Yuzhao chuckled at this. Protect me? First, learn to cook. Otherwise, you might starve. Luo Shu lifted her head in protest. How can you say that about me? You must believe in me. I will manage the outside affairs while you handle the household. You will be a good man who excels in both cultivation and cooking. Your rhymes are quite amusing. Late at night, Zhou Yuzhao sat before a candle, carving jade. Luo Shu placed a cup of tea on his right side. Why are you carving that again? I just found another piece of jade and thought since your last hairpin broke, I would make you a new one. Zhou Yuzhao spoke without lifting his head, his hands continuing their work. Luo Shu sat across from him, the candlelight casting a soft glow on Zhou Yuzhao's profile, softening the mask he wore. Suddenly, Luo Shu reached out and grasped Zhou Yuzhao's hand, causing him to halt his actions. Zhou Yuzhao, that's enough. You could create something far more useful than a pair of hairpins. Zhou Yuzhao slightly parted his lips as if to respond. But Luo Shu tightened her grip on his hand. You have already treated me well. You've made me pendants, hairpins, and even provided me with exceptional fruits to eat. I know you want to be good to me, but this is more than enough. Please don't trouble yourself anymore, all right? Zhou Yuzhao gazed at the hand held by Luo Shu, listening as she continued. I'm not very good with words, but if you have anything on your mind, please tell me. I don't want you to keep it all to yourself. Zhou Yuzhao could only nod blankly, watching as Luo Shu withdrew her hand. A faint sense of reluctance rising within him as he observed her leaving his room. He intended to call out to her, but quickly regained his composure, feeling he had overstepped. Previously, the sect had refrained from assigning her a separate room, fearing that one day, evidence of her existence would be uncovered during a sect inspection. Now, things were different. Upon returning to her room, Luo Shu closed the door and immediately sank to the floor, covering her face with her hands, her ears flushed. What did I just do? The room was exceptionally quiet, allowing Luo Shu to hear her own heartbeat. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, causing her body to tremble slightly. Just as she was about to speak, a voice came from outside. Little cat, what are you doing? I'm coming in. Hearing Tian Shuang's voice, Luo Shu finally relaxed, standing up to open the door. Come in. Tian Shuang took a step inside, glancing back at Luo Shu, making her feel a bit self-conscious. What's wrong? Why are your ears so red? While watching her, Tian Shuang stepped on a small cloth on the floor by the bed before jumping onto it. Are my ears really that red? Luo Shu touched her ear and, upon contact, immediately released it. Oh my, they do seem a bit hot. Embarrassed, she laughed awkwardly, covering her ears as she approached the bed. Tian Shuang's gaze on Luo Shu became increasingly intriguing. It moved closer, treading on her blanket as she slowly let her hair down. Come on, what happened between you and Zhou Yuzhao? Is there some big news? Nothing. Luo Shu muttered softly, pushing Tian Shuang off the blanket and slipping under the covers. Turning her back to him. You two definitely have something going on. Spill the beans. Really, there's nothing. Luo Shu shifted her shoulders. Try to move Tian Shuang's paw off her. There must be something. What kind of relationship do we have? Little cat, hurry and tell me. Upon hearing the playful voice of Tianfei, Luo Shu immediately turned around, clutching her blanket tightly and displaying a look of disdain. Oh, don't be like that. Just as Tianfei was about to retort, the door swung open with considerable force, nearly extinguishing the candle flames within the room. What are you doing? Zhou Yuzhao pushed the door open and stood at the threshold, gazing at the scene of one person and one beast on the bed. Feeling the imposing presence of Zhou Yuzhao approaching, Luo Shu instinctively tightened her grip on the blanket beneath her, her heart racing as though 1,000 horses were trampling through mud. Why do I feel as if I had been caught in a compromising situation? Just as this thought crossed her mind, Zhou Yuzhao's towering figure loomed over both Luo Shu and Tianfei. Tianfei looked up at him. Meeting Zhou Yuzhao's gaze, it seemed intent on squashing it. What do you mean? We were just talking. Talking? Is that what you call it? You barged into a cat-s room in the middle of the night and are speaking on her bed. What does that imply? Usually adept at understanding subtle mockery, Tianfei, for some reason, failed to grasp the situation and earnestly replied, What do you mean? I have always slept with the little cat. What's wrong with talking before bed? Zhou Yuzhao's face was lined with exasperation. Luo Shu discreetly tugged at the tip of Tianfei's tail, signaling it to stop. Unfazed, Tianfei flicked its tail in front of itself, continuing to gaze up at Zhou Yuzhao. Together, Tianfei nodded. Just as Luo Shu was about to speak, Tianfei's tail inadvertently blocked her mouth. Always, Tianfei nodded more vigorously, its face adorned with a proud grin. Zhou Yuzhao, it's not what you think. Luo Shu pulled Tianfei's tail away, anxious that Zhou Yuzhao might swat Tianfei away. though she knew he never resorted to such violence. Regretting her explanation, Luo Shu thought, why am I even explaining? I haven't wronged him in any way. Just then, Zhou Yuzhao effortlessly scooped Luo Shu from the bed, causing her to gasp softly, and in a whirl of movement, she found herself cradled in his arms. Tianfei lowered its head just in time to avoid her feet, then raised its neck to watch as Zhou Yuzhao carried her away. Once the two figures disappeared through the doorway, Tianfei leapt off the bed, almost flying to shut the door. No need to thank me. You two definitely have something going on. As it spoke, Tianfei joyfully bounded back to the bed and leaped onto it, relishing the luxury of having the large bed to itself. Zhou Yuzhao, where are you taking me? While I'm gone, you've been sleeping with him. Exactly. Why do you care so much? Luo Shu grasped Zhou Yuzhao's collar, which felt a bit loose, suggesting he had been preparing for bed moments ago. Tianfei is male. You can't sleep with it. What kind of logic is that? Are you suggesting I sleep with you? Sure enough, once more, two people lay on Zhou Yuzhao's bed. Luo Shu found herself encircled in Zhou Yuzhao's embrace, her back pressed against his chest, his arms wrapped around her waist. I see that when I sleep with you, you don't say anything, Luo Shu murmured, attempting to inch away from his embrace, only to be held tighter. I'm different, little cat. I like you. The last few words Zhou Yuzhao dared not utter, while Luo Shu gently gnawed on her finger. What is it? My benefactor? That's true. Zhou Yuzhao's gaze gradually darkened as he spoke softly. No. Initially, Luo Shu could not hear his words, but their proximity allowed her to catch them. Zhou Yuzhao's breath brushed against her neck, and whether it was an illusion or not, Luo Shu felt her ears flush, her body temperature rising. Zhou Yuzhao, are you hot? Chapter 49. The patterns on Zhou Yuzhao's face intensified. Luo Shu wriggled in his arms, attempting to evade the breath cascading over her neck. Zhou Yuzhao eased his grip slightly, providing enough space for Luo Shu to turn and face him. The young girl found herself gazing into his profound eyes, feeling a sudden sense of confusion. Zhou Yuzhao, you wouldn't I wouldn't. As he spoke, Zhou Yuzhao averted his gaze, not allowing Luo Shu to finish her sentence, and he pulled the blanket up, wrapping her tightly as if to evade her inquiry. Let us sleep. Oh, fine. Luo Shu closed her eyes, and after a while, upon noticing the surrounding silence, she opened one eye, only to find Zhou Yuzhao staring intently at her. Why do you keep looking at me? Nothing. Zhou Yuzhao shifted his gaze elsewhere and lay flat on the bed. A smile danced at the corners of Luo Shu's lips, her blanket concealing her mouth. But her eyes betrayed her amusement. Her gaze suddenly fell on the edge of Zhou Yuzhao's mask, where a glimpse of skin revealed the floral-like pattern she had seen before. Why do you have them here too? Luo Shu's fingers traced the skin on Zhou Yuzhao's face, her warm touch causing him to shudder slightly. It's nothing. Zhou Yuzhao turned his back to her, reaching up to touch his mask. Is it already exposed? However, the young girl was ready to let him off the hook. She climbed onto him, asking, are you still unwilling to tell me? Zhou Yuzhao responded with an awkward smile, not daring to face her directly. What is there to say? But we clearly agreed that you would tell me if something was up. Little cat, I truly have nothing. It's my secret. All right. Luo Shu pouted and turned her head to look at Zhou Yuzhao, pinching his face. You're so handsome. Why do you wear a mask every day? Luo Shu retreated from Zhou Yuzhao, lying back down and fiddling with her blanket, softly saying, good night. Good night. Time passed, and after an undetermined period, Zhou Yuzhao finally turned to face Luo Shu, who was sound asleep. He gazed at her serene face, slightly entranced. He reached out to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear, as if that strand had disturbed her perfect slumber. As he watched Luo Shu for a while, drowsiness crept over Zhou Yuzhao. In the final moment before his eyes closed, the patterns on his temples began to weave like threads down to his cheek, becoming visible on his profile. As was customary, when Luo Shu awoke, Zhou Yuzhao was not by her side. She stretched languidly, her tail tip peeking out from beneath the blanket. Upon opening the door, she searched around but found no sign of Zhou Yuzhao. Where has he gone again? Little cat. The voice of Tianfei called from behind. Luo Shu turned around, her hair swaying with her movement. the low bun framing her small face, evoking the image of a gentle girl from Jiangnan. I noticed you looked particularly beautiful this morning. A simple compliment sufficed, and she inquired, do you know where Zhou Yuzhao went? He went into the city. Into the city? At that moment, Luo Shu recalled Zhou Yuzhao's insistence the previous day not to enter the city. Well, he didn't go yesterday, but today he ventured alone. Perhaps he is going to confront them for you. They nearly discovered you on your way back from the sect. In that case, neither of you would escape. Luo Shu merely smiled faintly, unsure of what to say. She gently formed a gesture in the air, and a scroll of sword techniques appeared in her hand. She strode towards the stone table beneath the tree, with Qianfei closely following. What are you looking at? You're actually studying? What is so strange about that? Is it odd? Do you think I'm like you, sleeping after eating? Tianshi jumped onto the stone bench and disdainfully remarked, we are equally matched. So let us refrain from pointing fingers at one another, shall we? Moreover, in terms of cultivation, I indeed surpass you. Luo Shu shook the sword manual in her hand, resolutely declaring, perhaps once I complete this volume, I shall ascend directly. As soon as she spoke, Luo Shu inadvertently glanced upward and noticed that the flower buds among the branches overhead had grown significantly, with the petals in the center slightly unfurling, hinting at a potential bloom. This little flower bud had indeed matured a bit. Luo Shu reached out to touch the center of the bud, which appeared to respond to her presence, contracting slightly. This flower must be a mimosa, right? Tianshi, observing Luo Shu's actions, inquired. Upon hearing the unfamiliar term from her lips, what is this mimosa? What does it mean? It's merely the name of a plant. Where did you come across it? I have no knowledge of it. Luo Shu released her hold on the flower bud and redirected her focus to the sword manual. You are unaware of much. Aren't you? Do you know what type of tree this is? She continued. By the way, why don't you ask Zhou Yuzhao, that rascal? He should know about his own valley, wouldn't he? You are right, but I always forget. When he returns, I shall inquire. Luo Shu lifted her head, propping up her chin, seemingly struck by a thought. Lan, did you notice Zhou Yuzhao's face? It seems to have patterns on it, quite attractive, albeit somewhat peculiar. Now that you mention it, I do wish to share something with you. This morning, Zhou Yuzhao did not wear a mask. He directly donned a veil. A veil? Could it be that the patterns on his face are now too pronounced to conceal? Do you know if any residual toxins can manifest on one's face? Huh. Tianshi almost thought she misheard. Historically, such toxins would directly harm the body. How could anything except for a disfigurement potion affect one's face? You must be mistaken. What residual toxins could possibly appear on one's face? Zhou Yuzhao is a cultivator, not a tree spirit. How could symptoms manifest on his face? Luo Shu nodded, recalling Zhou Yuzhao's word from last night. He mentioned it was her secret. A bold idea began to form in her mind as she waved her finger lightly in the air. Is it possible that Zhou Yuzhao is a tree spirit who then entered the path of cultivation? Tianshi burst into laughter, finding the notion utterly preposterous. Do refrain from jesting. Transforming into a tree spirit would still be a demon. Most cultivators are hypocrites. How could one possibly take a spirit as a disciple? Besides, he has a family and parents. The inquiry was met with a perfect retort, and Luo Shu nodded. Chapter 50. Zhou Yuzhao candidly confesses his affection for Luo Shu. In front of Hualan Lo, a man veiled in a headscarf stood at the entrance. He stepped inside, exuding an aura that deterred anyone from approaching him with ease. Quickly, inform Hongjia. Upon saying this, the woman approached Zhou Yuzhao, wearing a smile, cautious not to provoke him. May I inquire, esteemed guest, if I could meet your master? Zhou Yuzhao's voice was cool and imposing, causing the woman's composure to falter, her brows slightly arching. Of course, young master, please follow me. Zhou Yuzhao was led to a private room upstairs while a servant went to summon Haitong, who was lounging on a noble concubine chair, toying with Tianshi's half-inner Dan. She secretly pondered how to retrieve both Song Yue and Zhou Yuzhao, determined not to let an unexpected cat ruin her plans. Hongjia, there's a guest downstairs who appears to be looking for trouble. Haitong rested her head on her hand, reclining on the chair, showing no intention of moving. Her eyes slightly lifted as she softly remarked, troublemakers? The atmosphere in my Hualan Lo has become increasingly unsettled of late. As she spoke, Haitong cast a glance. gently stating, "Why the long face? Drive them out." The servant, somewhat hesitant, lowered his head and replied, "Forgive me, Qinghuan, but I feel that person's aura is somewhat akin to Zhou Yuzhao's." Only then did Haitong rise from her chair, but instead of immediately addressing the visitor, she slowly approached the servant, grasping Qinghuan's chin to compel her to look up. "Similar to Zhou Yuzhao?" Qinghuan nodded, her body instinctively trembling with fear. Observing Qinghuan's quivering form, Haitong released her grip, prompting Qinghuan to lower her head once more. "How closely have you been observing Zhou Yuzhao to draw such a comparison? I merely mentioned it casually. Please do not take it to heart, sister." Qinghuan's hurried explanation did not earn her Haitong's forgiveness, as she continued to deduce. "Or perhaps every time Zhou Yuzhao visits Hualan Lo, you scrutinize him closely?" Haitong leaned closer to Qinghuan, causing her to instinctively retreat in fear. "What are you hiding from? Do you think I would harm you?" Qinghuan shook her head repeatedly, retreating further as Haitong advanced. In a house filled with sisters, none can recognize Zhou Yuzhao's figure except for you. Who dares to speak so boldly? Why? Qinghuan wished to explain, but recalled the words of the sisters in the house and fell silent. "Speak. Why?" Haitong's voice suddenly rose, losing all semblance of her usual gentle demeanor, leaving Qinghuan startled and on the ground. "Do you harbor unclean thoughts? Speak." As Haitong raised her hand, poised to strike Qinghuan, the door was gently knocked upon. A woman stood at the entrance, greeting them before saying, "Sister, Zhou Yuzhao has been waiting for you in the private room for quite some time." Haitong's hand, suspended in the air, suddenly lost its strength and fell. As she adjusted her hair and turned to regard Qinghuan, her narrowed eyes seemed to reflect a multitude of thoughts. Once Haitong departed, the woman dared to approach and help Qinghuan to her feet. Despite her youth, Qinghuan, who should have embodied the innocence of girlhood, found herself sold into the market by her parents. "Qinghuan, did I not tell you? Do not mention Zhou Yuzhao in front of Hongjia, nor claim to know him. Why can you not heed my words? It was my mistake." Qinghuan stubbornly refused to shed tears as she was pulled out from Haitong's room. Standing at the door of the private room, Haitong did not enter immediately, taking a moment to adjust her appearance, transforming her countenance into one of gentility and warmth before stepping through the door. Upon entering the private room, she found Zhou Yuzhao seated, adorned in a headscarf. "Why did you descend the mountain so swiftly? What did you say to her?" Haitong's smile faltered slightly, failing to grasp the meaning behind Zhou Yuzhao's words. She feigned ignorance as she sat across from him, steering the conversation elsewhere. "You used to wear a mask, and now you don a headscarf. You resemble a young lady afraid to venture outside." Zhou Yuzhao slammed his hand on the table, causing the cups to rattle dangerously. The veil shifted, and though Haitong could not see his face, she sensed his gaze upon her, causing her to avert her eyes. "You deceived her into joining the sect, nearly preventing her return. Are you aware of this?" Haitong continued to sip her tea, seemingly indifferent to Zhou Yuzhao's words, as if the matter bore no relation to her. "Haitong, considering the bond between our families, I have always shown you leniency. I care not how you spin tales about our relationship in public. But you must not touch her. You cannot." "Oh." Haitong raised her eyes, letting out a derisive laugh. "Zhou Yuzhao, do you fear that I might become increasingly difficult for her? I possess the ability to protect her and thus have no need to conceal anything from you." Upon hearing this, Haitong could no longer remain seated. She rose abruptly from her chair, her palms forcefully striking the table, releasing the pent-up frustration that had yet to dissipate. "Zhou Yuzhao, she is not human." As she spoke, her finger pointed towards the outside, her emotions spiraling out of control. "A demon, a low-tier cat demon. Zhou Yuzhao, she will bring you ruin. She will subject you to ridicule before the whole world. That is of no consequence." "Of no consequence?" Haitong's lips curled into a sardonic smile. "You are Mr. Zhou Yuzhao, personally promoted by the sect leader, the direct disciple of your master. Engaging in such foolish antics only serves to thrust you into the spotlight." "And what of it?" Zhou Yuzhao stood up, towering over Haitong, his stature rendering any need to look down upon her unnecessary. "When the storms of adversity arise, I have my own plans, and I have no obligation to explain them to you. Zhou Yuzhao, are you infatuated with her? Haitang questioned him, her heart harboring a flicker of hope. She wished fervently that Zhou Yuzhao was merely offering her protection, rather than harboring an affection for a cat demon. However, his response shattered her fantasies. His tone was unwavering, exuding an air of invincibility. I like her. Those two succinct words conveyed the entirety of his feelings. Haidang struggled to suppress the fury surging within her, clenching her fists. You fancy a cat demon? Zhou Yuzhao, you have tarnished the Zhou family's reputation. There is no need for your concern. Haidang, do not presume I am unaware of the clandestine actions you have been undertaking. It would be wise to sever ties with the Xianyuan family sooner rather than later. Otherwise, if your actions truly bring harm to the Zhou family, I shall deal with you as well, for I, the Zhou family, owe you nothing now. Chapter 51. What you desire, we shall seize after Zhou Yuzhao departed. Haitang overturned the table, sending teacups and teapots crashing to the floor, leaving no item unscathed. Such a commotion drew attention from outside. Shuli rushed in, and the sight that greeted her was a disheveled Haitang, no longer exuding her former elegance. Her hair was in disarray, cascading around her like a shroud, her arms hanging limply at her sides, as though she had lost her spirit. The floor was a chaotic mess. A careless step could lead to injury. Hongjia. As Shuli approached, she was seized by Haitang's grip on her shoulder. Her eyes were rimmed with red, and the strands of hair hanging down gave her an air of despondency. Tell me, did that cat demon cast some spell on Zhou Yuzhao? Why? Why would he be enamored with a cat? Though Shuli possessed the answer in her heart, she dared not speak it, for it was a matter of life and death. A careless word could cost her head. Shuli, speak. Do you think I am a mad one? Speak. Sister, please calm down. You are exceptional. There is no need to compare yourself to a cat demon. What you desire, we shall seize. At these words, Haitang's emotions began to settle somewhat. Yes, seize it. Whatever I wish for, we shall take. Slowly, Haitang crouched down, and Shuli followed suit, gently patting her shoulder and allowing her head to rest upon her own. Observing Haitang's wrist, Shuli noted that, with the aid of the demon core, much of the poison had already dissipated from her body. If left untreated, she would surely recover. With this thought, a glimmer of determination sparked in Shuli's eyes, as though a plan had begun to take shape in her mind. After leaving Hualan Building, Zhou Yuzhao did not head directly out of the city, but instead ventured in the opposite direction of the city gate. Upon entering a narrow alley, he emerged from the other end, having changed his attire, save for the veil still draped over his face. He then promptly entered a tavern. Welcome, esteemed guest. The innkeeper, engrossed in calculations, rushed forward to greet the veiled Zhou Yuzhao. In close proximity, Zhou Yuzhao produced an octagonal white jade pendant, adorned with blue tassels. The sight of it evoked a sense of reverence. Judging by his attire, he could very well be the esteemed figure of Jingzhong Pavilion. The innkeeper's countenance shifted dramatically. Through the veil, Zhou Yuzhao discerned the innkeeper's expression, a blend of anxiety and astonishment. The innkeeper escorted Zhou Yuzhao to a private room, and upon entering, he closed the door and bowed respectfully. The man, with his back turned, altered his tone and said, "Bring me the recent assassination orders for my review." Certainly. Zhou Yuzhao settled into a seat, while the innkeeper swiftly opened a concealed compartment within the room. Moments later, he returned with several scrolls, which appeared rather substantial. Zhou Yuzhao instantly regretted his request, the corners of his mouth twitching beneath the veil. How long will this take? The innkeeper placed the scrolls on the table and, noticing the cold tea, remarked, "It has cooled. I shall fetch you a fresh pot." Zhou Yuzhao nodded, gesturing dismissively with his gloved hand. He picked up one of the scrolls, untied the string, and unfurled it. As he perused the names and amounts listed, he tapped his fingers on the table, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. It seems the recent performance has been commendable. Toward the end of one scroll, he spotted the name of the woman from Penglai Island. This old turtle is willing to pay a hefty price to reclaim his daughter's life. Naturally, her life is invaluable to him. However, upon scanning this scroll, Zhou Yuzhao did not find the name he sought, so he rolled it up and moved on to the next. When he reached the third scroll, the innkeeper returned, carrying a tray laden with several dishes and a jug of wine. He placed the items on the table, pouring wine for Zhou Yuzhao as he spoke. Rest assured, esteemed master, this private room is seldom used by outsiders. It is merely brought out occasionally to avoid suspicion. Zhou Yuzhao nodded, hardly paying attention. After recently dealing with traitors, the situation should be stable for now. At last, Zhou Yuzhao found his name on the third scroll, the one whose life was to be purchased by the Xinyuan family, for the sum of 5,500 spirit stones. Zhou Yuzhao's heart soared with joy. Was this not an effortless gain? He gently tapped his finger on his name, inquiring, "Has this individual been assigned?" The innkeeper shook his head, replying, "The person paying specifically mentioned that more demons should be dispatched. This 5,500 spirit stones is merely a down payment. Double the amount will be paid upon successful completion." The more Zhou Yuzhao listened, the more exhilarated he became. The Xinyuan family is so wealthy. Why had he not realized it sooner? The innkeeper continued, "We have investigated, and this Zhou Yuzhao is not only a young master of the Zhou family, but also Mr. Zhou Yuzhao within the sect. No one in the pavilion dares to take on this task, let alone the entire group. Then it shall not be undertaken." Zhou Yuzhao's finger traced his name, drawing a line through it. The innkeeper looked utterly perplexed as he watched Zhou Yuzhao place the scroll down and declare, "Inform them that Zhou Yuzhao has already reclaimed his life." "And what of the payment?" "Payment?" Zhou Yuzhao chuckled, feeling like a cunning businessman reaping a profit. "Surely, you are aware of the pavilion's rules. Once a life is purchased, it is non-refundable. Moreover, it has been stated that this is merely a down payment, making it even less likely to be returned." Indeed, Zhou Yuzhao rose from his seat, preparing to leave when he noticed an untouched pastry on the table. "Pack these pastries for me." As he departed, Zhou Yuzhao, clutching the packaged pastries, added, "I recall that Hualan building is under our management." The innkeeper promptly responded, "It is Haidang who oversees it." Zhou Yuzhao nodded, instructing, "Keep a close watch on her every move. There have been whispers of her discontent lately." "Understood." After bidding farewell to Zhou Yuzhao, the innkeeper, Xuanzai, finally felt a weight lift from his chest, patting it with his calloused hand. Zhou Yuzhao returned just as noon arrived. Upon entering the valley, he noticed the rising smoke from the direction of the kitchen, signifying that it was mealtime. As Zhou Yuzhao stepped back into the familiar surroundings, his pace came to a halt, captivated by the sight of blossoms adorning the trees on either side, their buds partially unfurling to reveal the delicate stamens within. With a gentle touch, Zhou Yuzhao's slender fingers caressed the branch bearing the buds, a faint smile gracing his lips. He then turned and made his way towards the kitchen, where Luo Shu was busy stir-frying, humming a soft tune. Meanwhile, the Tianwei was diligently adding firewood to the stove. Suddenly, Luo Shu's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a white figure standing at the kitchen entrance, causing her melodious hum to abruptly shift to a more subdued tone. Before she could clearly discern the figure, she instinctively turned and called out to Zhou Yuzhao. Startled by her unexpected exclamation, Tianwei straightened its back. Upon turning to see the white figure at the door, the stories Luo Shu had been sharing collided with the reality before them. Chapter 52. The truth cannot be hidden. Perhaps she is waiting for you too. As Luo Shu continued her cries, she finally processed the identity of the figure. Swiftly covering Tianwei's mouth and gritting her teeth, stopped shouting, "It's Zhou Yuzhao." "Owl?" Luo Shu glanced at Zhou Yuzhao, and even through her veil, she could sense the incredulous gaze he directed towards her, both she and the dog sharing an awkward smile. Zhou Yuzhao pointed towards the pot, stating, "It's about to burn." Realizing the imminent danger, Luo Shu quickly turned back to stir the contents of the pot, while Tianwei attentively monitored the fire's intensity. At the dining table, Luo Shu served the rice and placed chopsticks in front of Zhou Yuzhao, saying, "Please enjoy." "Am I that frightening?" Zhou Yuzhao inquired. But Luo Shu failed to grasp his meaning and looked at him in confusion. "Huh? What did you say?" "Nothing," he replied curtly as he rose, seemingly heading back to his room. Before Luo Shu could voice anything, Zhou Yuzhao added, "I want to be eating tonight. You go ahead." Luo Shu exchanged a puzzled glance with Tianwei before shaking their heads in unison. Later that evening, as Zhou Yuzhao stood by the bed, preparing to remove his outer garment. A knock echoed at the door, halting his movements. "What is it?" he asked just as the door swung open. Through the screen, he could see Luo Shu approaching, her face unmasked and exposed to the air. "I made some porridge for you since you didn't eat dinner," she said, placing the bowl down and straightening up, only to be embraced from behind by Zhou Yuzhao, startling her so that she trembled. "You scared me." Trapped in his embrace, she could not turn to face him. Leaning against her shoulder, Zhou Yuzhao eventually spoke. "Cat, are you truly afraid of me? What are you talking about?" Luo Shu thought she had misheard and placed her hand over his. "I was just speaking casually. It was merely a phrase." Zhou Yuzhao responded softly, remaining close to her. After a while, Luo Shu gently inquired, "Are you unhappy today?" "No," he replied, but as she struggled to turn, he insisted, "Cat, don't move. Let me hold you for a moment." She complied, and Zhou Yuzhao asked, "Do you think anyone in this world is truly afraid of me?" "Of course not. How could that be? You are Mr. Zhou Yuzhao. Everyone must admire you. If anyone were to be afraid, it would only be those vile beasts that commit heinous acts. And what about you? Are you afraid of me?" Without hesitation, Luo Shu answered, "Absolutely not. I must be the one who likes you the most." A gentle smile graced Zhou Yuzhao's lips as he released her, pressing down on her shoulders to prevent her from turning, guiding her towards the door. "All right, it's time to sleep. Are you not going to sleep with me tonight?" Luo Shu attempted to look back, but Zhou Yuzhao blocked her. "Why do you seem so eager?" "I'm not." As the conversation unfolded, Luo Shu found herself ushered out the door. Once free from his grasp, she turned only to see the door close behind her. Zhou Yuzhao's voice emanated from within. "You're not allowed to let Tianwei sleep with you tonight. Understood?" "I heard you. Just remember to eat. I'm leaving now." "Okay." Leaning against the door, Zhou Yuzhao exhaled slowly as the sound of receding footsteps filled the air. Once inside, he gazed at the bowl of porridge on the table, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. In the dead of night, Zhou Yuzhao's door creaked open as he emerged, donning a mask that obscured nearly his entire face. He walked towards the bamboo grove in the valley, arriving before the divine tree. Looking up, he noticed the tree's green leaves now adorned with delicate pink flowers, vibrant and reminiscent of a shy maiden's blush. "I believe these flowers will soon be in full bloom," he mused. The red fox with a human body appeared beside Zhou Yuzhao, observing the blossoms overhead, its eyes having witnessed the entire journey from bud to bloom. The red fox turned to Zhou Yuzhao, whose mask nearly concealed his entire visage. Yet, the keen-eyed fox noticed the markings on his neck. Why not simply tell her? Zhou Yuzhao shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his demeanor. In her eyes, "I am a pure and virtuous cultivator. If she were to see my true self, I fear it would frighten her. But how will you know unless you try? The cost of trial and error is too high." In this matter, Zhou Yuzhao revealed an unusual hesitance. The red fox sighed softly, turning its gaze back to the flowers. "Will you merely stand by and watch her love another?" In Zhou Yuzhao's otherwise calm eyes, a ripple of emotion surfaced. This question had troubled him for many days, lingering even as Luo Shu lay beneath the tree, waiting for the stone table to awaken her from slumber while he continued to observe her. Zizi zizi. A crackling sound resonated in Luo Shu's mind, causing her to furrow her brow, only to be smoothed by Zhou Yuzhao as fingertips. Luo Shu showed no signs of awakening, prompting Zhou Yuzhao to retract his hand and continue gazing at her face. She appeared to have matured slightly. Tianwei sat at the door, observing Zhou Yuzhao and then Luo Shu, harboring a significant doubt. Why did he look at the little cat as if he were gazing at someone else? In her mind, the 886 system had re-established its connection with Luo Shu. "I thought you would return." Luo Shu mockingly pointed at the plump system before her. 886 stretched and languidly replied, "I had no choice. It seems something in that sex suppressed me, forcing me to resign." Luo Shu's face was a picture of disdain. "Honestly, whether I'm on duty or off, I feel there is no difference. I have no tasks. Living like a retired old man. Could it be that someone is idling away?" The system flitted around Luo Shu, only to be swatted away by her outstretched hand. "If you have nothing to do, I'll be leaving." "Ah, no, no, no." 886 blocked Luo Shu's path. I have a small task for you tonight. Just outside the valley. Outside the valley. Yes, I can provide more details. This is an essential trial in your life. So thrilling. A smile lit up Luo Shu's face as she looked at 886, unwittingly fulfilling its intentions. Upon awakening from her dream, Luo Shu felt a burning gaze upon her face. Turning her head, she met Zhou Yuzhao's eyes, which held a longing she had never seen expressed in his demeanor before. Chapter 53. Whom is he truly gazing at through me? Upon catching a glimpse of the hues within Zhou Yuzhao's eyes, Luo Shu's heart momentarily faltered. In an instant, the expression in Zhou Yuzhao's gaze altered. He seemed to awaken. He softly inquired after her well-being, to which Luo Shu nodded. Yet as she noticed his hand reaching out towards her, she instinctively recoiled. Standing beside the stone table, observing the emotions that played across Zhou Yuzhao's face, she realized her actions had been too conspicuous. I have yet to practice my swordplay today. I shall take my leave. She fabricated an excuse and hurried away, leaving Zhou Yuzhao with a perplexed expression as he watched her flustered departure, the shadows in his eyes deepening. Luo Shu concealed herself by the lake in the valley, seated beneath a tree, her fingers toying with the wild grass. Little cat. She turned to see Tian Pai descending the slope, taking a seat beside her. You appear rather unhappy, he observed. Luo Shu shook her head, a smile gracing her lips. How could that be? I am well fed and well housed. What troubles could I possibly have? You are lying, Tian Pai bluntly called her out, eliciting a long sigh from Luo Shu. There truly is nothing amiss. I cannot be so selfish. Upon hearing Luo Shu's words, Tian Pai seemed to surmise something and tentatively asked, Is it Zhou Yuzhao you wish to discuss? Resignedly, Luo Shu nodded, ultimately confessing. I sensed something unusual in Zhou Yuzhao's gaze. It felt as if he was searching for someone else within me. Perhaps I am overthinking it. Tian Pai nodded in agreement. I thought you had not noticed. Luo Shu turned in surprise, as if she had found a confidant among her peers. See? I told you. I am not alone in feeling this way. After uttering this, she promptly caught herself. Wait, why am I so pleased about this? She feigned indifference. Well, even if that is the case, what does it matter? After all, Zhou Yuzhao has treated me exceptionally well. Perhaps he sees traces of another in me, due to some unavoidable circumstances that keep us apart. Reflecting on this, Zhou Yuzhao appeared quite pitiable. Tian Pai shook his head disdainfully, showing no mercy in unraveling her thoughts. Your words are quite forced. I doubt even you believe them. I do believe it. Why would I not? She shot a stubborn glare at Tian Pai, as if refusing to concede. Tian Pai could only shake his head in resignation. Rising to leave while glancing back 3 times, I initially thought someone of your intellect would not notice. Once Tian Pai departed, silence enveloped Luo Shu, who found herself ensnared in deep contemplation. 886. Why does Zhou Yuzhao treat me with such kindness? If you're unaware of the answer, no one can provide it for you. With another sigh, Luo Shu lay back on the grass, gazing at the heavens, her hand reaching out as if to grasp the clouds drifting above. In light of this, it seems everything can be explained. Why did Zhou Yuzhao initially treat me so well? It is because I bear a striking resemblance to someone dear to him. As this thought crossed her mind, a wave of melancholy washed over her, causing her voice to tremble. So he indulges me, allowing me to act recklessly. Host, do not dwell on this. If there are questions, simply ask Zhou Yuzhao. However, knowing the answer would only deepen her sorrow, so perhaps it was better to remain ignorant. It wasn't as if she desperately longed to know. The system clearly disbelieved her, deliberately casting its bait. Do you truly not wish to know who Zhou Yuzhao sees through you? All right, I do wish to know, but I shall not inquire. I tell you, the hat is meant for catching mice, and creatures like you with round heads and bodies are my favorite delicacies. After a while, Luo Shu still could not quell her emotions and asked, You are not deceiving me, are you? This is not a pleasant journey through time. You have handed me the script of a supporting character, one destined to sacrifice her heart and soul to elevate the female lead. 6. The 886 system had no retort to Luo Shu's thought process, prompting her to ask again, Am I correct in my assumptions? You have been trying to deceive me all along. Have you ever seen a supporting character with such favorable treatment? Luo Shu found this reasoning quite compelling. Such treatment must mean she was akin to the male lead's cherished one. The 886 system sighed in resignation, ready to respond. But Luo Shu interjected with a new line of thought. So you have given me the script of a tragic female lead, and then concocted a rival, the beloved one, who exists solely in the male lead Zhou Yuzhao's words. 6. Stop with the 6 already. Am I not hitting the mark? You, right now, are feeling a bit guilty, aren't you? The 886 system, attempting to steer the narrative back on track, stated, you are traversing time, not merely reading a story. Where do these notions of leads and supporting roles come from? Perhaps you should read fewer of those time travel novels, considering you even devised a travel strategy. Luo Shu felt a tinge of embarrassment from this remark, retracting her earlier bravado and murmuring, perhaps I am simply suffering from paranoia. You should return soon. If there are matters to discuss, just speak with Zhou Yuzhao. Why keep it all bottled up? Why can't you disclose the answers? I wish to learn from you. Is it possible that I lack the capability to comprehend his thoughts? Host, focus. This is a journey through time, a complete world, not a mere story. And Zhou Yuzhao is not a mere figment. Oh, Luo Shu replied with an air of calm, feigning understanding. 6. This is absurd. Where did you learn such vocabulary? I must keep up with the times. After all, I am a cutting-edge system, adept at navigating various data networks. I know a bit of English, but not much. Luo Shu rose from the ground, making her way towards the wooden house. Even until nightfall, when they finally retired to sleep, both maintained a tacit understanding, with Tian Pai refraining from making any noise while eating, occasionally glancing up to gauge the tension. Luo Shu tidied up her belongings, feeling relieved that she would soon return to her room. Yet at the threshold, she was suddenly called by Zhou Yuzhao cat. Luo Shu's expression morphed into one of anguish, her grip tightening on the towel in her hands. Taking a deep breath, she adjusted her face before turning around. What is it? Zhou Yuzhao extended his hand, only to find Luo Shu taking small steps back, her slender fingers struggling in the air, prompting him to withdraw his hand. His lips parted, yet no words emerged. If you have no matters to discuss, I shall return to my room. Luo Shu bowed slightly to Zhou Yuzhao before retreating to her chamber and closing the door, releasing a long sigh of relief. Chapter 54. Do not push me away, Zhou Yuzhao. Why do you not harbor feelings for me? Tian Pai observed Luo Shu's reaction with a hint of regret. Are you truly intent on maintaining distance from Zhou Yuzhao? Leaning against the door, Luo Shu toyed with her fingers and replied, honestly, I am not quite certain. Zhou Yuzhao has treated me exceedingly well, yet. Luo Shu lowered her head, and Tian Pai already understood what she was about to say. Yet when you realize his kindness is directed at another, it brings you unhappiness. Luo Shu nodded, her voice tinged with a sense of grievance. How could I feel happy? No one has ever treated me so well. After finally encountering such kindness, I surely cannot be greedy. Tian Pai was at a loss for how to comfort her, contemplating his next words when Luo Shu shook her head and approached the bed, shedding her outer garments in preparation for sleep. One day at a time. I shall simply pretend I am unaware of this matter. Tian Pai shook his head and leaped onto the small bed Zhou Yuzhao had provided. Just as he was drifting off to sleep, he suddenly heard the sound of Luo Shu rising, reluctantly lifting his head to glance at her, his eyes heavy with sleepiness. Where are you going? Luo Shu donned her outerwear, organizing herself as she spoke. I feel that Zhou Yuzhao is behaving strangely. You are overthinking it. Tian Feng yawned and lay down again, resting his head. If you wish to see him, why not just go and do so without seeking an excuse? The sound of the door, closing in response, belonged to Luo Shu, who appeared to be in quite a hurry. In this flurry, the youth bore no heaviness at all. The night was dark, devoid of the moon, and Luo Shu quickened her pace. She intended to knock on the door, but hesitated, fearing she might disturb him. Yet her concern lingered. She sensed that Zhou Yuzhao was still awake and not yet asleep. She could perceive that something was amiss with Zhou Yuzhao at that moment. Ultimately, she knocked on the door. Zhou Yuzhao, I know you are still awake. Inside, upon hearing Luo Shu's voice, Zhou Yuzhao felt a sudden pang of panic. Yet he lacked the strength to rise. Enduring the torment of his own body, he replied to Luo Shu outside, "It's late. Let us discuss this tomorrow." Although he managed to control his tone, Luo Shu, through her recent training, could discern the instability in Zhou Yuzhao's breath. Without further inquiry, she pushed the door open, and as she closed it behind her, she was met with Zhou Yuzhao's barrier. "What do you want?" "Go back," he said, his voice colder than before. Luo Shu instinctively clutched her clothing and replied, "I feel your breath is off. I wish to help you." With that, she suddenly cast a spell, breaking through the barrier Zhou Yuzhao had erected. Shocked, Luo Shu seemed to struggle to believe her own strength. "Is your magic truly this weak?" She circumvented the screen and was met with a sight that filled her with dread. Zhou Yuzhao was seated on the floor, his arm resting on the bed. His once black hair now turned white, cascading at his sides. His exposed skin bore pink markings, with white lines at the center, nearly covering his entire body. He was not wearing a mask or headscarf, revealing a face adorned with floral tattoos, vibrant yet not gaudy. The patterns she had seen beneath Zhou Yuzhao's eyes were indeed accurate. Luo Shu's ability to perceive the night was exceptional. At that moment, Zhou Yuzhao exuded a fragile beauty akin to a flower fairy. Yet observing his frail form filled her with trepidation. Zhou Yuzhao dared not meet her gaze, inadvertently noticing her trembling hands as she clutched her clothes. She was indeed frightened, and he felt the worry he had harbored had come to fruition. Yet, at that moment, he did not feel panic, but rather a strange comfort. He had long known that Luo Shu, with her timid nature, would indeed be frightened. "Why are you still here?" Zhou Yuzhao's words finally prompted Luo Shu to move. The man's gaze fell, unwilling to witness her retreat. Regret lingered in his heart. In the next moment, Luo Shu hurried towards him and threw herself into his arms. Embracing him tightly, his body felt cold, devoid of the usual warmth. Zhou Yuzhao was taken aback, unable to lift his weak arms, merely turning his head to look at Luo Shu, at a loss for words. Luo Shu remained silent, holding him close, until her soft cries echoed in his ears. "Zhou Yuzhao, I am afraid." "Then why do you not let go?" She tightened her embrace, noticing the pink markings on his neck deepening into a crimson hue. The young girl clung to him, her sobs resonating in his ears, prompting him to gently push her away. Taking a deep breath, he coldly stated, "Do not whimper in front of me. It is quite bothersome." As soon as he spoke, her cries began to diminish. He lifted his gaze to find her wiping her tears, momentarily perplexed by her emotional state. While he pondered, Luo Shu once again nestled against him, cupping his face with her hands and kissing his lips. Zhou Yuzhao's heart raced, and in fear, he pushed her away, attempting to distance himself. Luo Shu released him, still holding his face, tearfully imploring, "Do not push me away, Zhou Yuzhao. I like you." The man's eyes widened in astonishment as he met her unwavering gaze, pure and sincere, yet he found it hard to believe. Her head lowered slowly, approaching his lips, tentatively kissing him. When she noticed he did not resist, she became bolder. The young girl, lacking any finesse, questioned him when he did not respond. "Why do you not like me?" Zhou Yuzhao's defenses crumbled in an instant as he pulled her into his embrace, cradling her head and kissing her in return. Through his actions, he conveyed his affection. He did not dislike her. In fact, he cherished her deeply. Outside, the trees began to bloom, petals unfolding layer by layer. And in an instant, every flower in the valley blossomed. Even the divine tree deep within the valley began to sprout, buds appearing on its branches, revealing vibrant blossoms. It was only when the young girl gently pushed against him that Zhou Yuzhao released her. Her cries caught in her throat, her cheeks flushed. "You made my lips swollen." Chapter 55. Zhou Yuzhao, you must not die. I do not wish to be a widow. Zhou Yuzhao reached out to touch Luo Shu's lips, noting yes, they are indeed a bit swollen. Luo Shu evaded his hand, gazing at his head full of white hair. Her sobs resurfacing. "Why is your hair turned completely white? Are you going to die?" Just as he intended to reprimand her, Luo Shu interjected, "You cannot die. If you do, I will become a widow." Zhou Yuzhao found this amusing, a light chuckle escaping him as he held her hand but dared not meet her eyes. Do you know what a widow is? I do not care. You must not die. Well, I do if you do. As she spoke, her tears streamed anew, prompting Zhou Yuzhao to embrace her once more. The young girl nestled against his neck, crying earnestly, Zhou Yuzhao, do not die. I am truly frightened. Luo Shu's heartfelt plea struck Zhou Yuzhao deeply, and he tightened his embrace. Perhaps her fear was not of him, but of his permanent departure. Cat, I will not die. I will stay with you, always. With that, Luo Shu freed herself from his embrace, looking at his white hair with a hint of disbelief, asking, Then why have you become like this? Why do you lack strength? Because this is simply how I am. Is that true? Indeed. He extended his hand, sealing their promise. I would never deceive you. Luo Shu's sobs gradually subsided as she reached out to join him in this childish vow. Cat, why are you not afraid of me? Why should I be afraid of you? She replied, once more cupping Zhou Yuzhao's face, observing the floral markings on his skin, earnestly stating, I find it not frightening. Do you not think it resembles blossoming flowers? It is quite beautiful. Only then did Luo Shu realize, so you wore a mask because of this on your face? Zhou Yuzhao nodded. Luo Shu grasped his hand and lifted his sleeve, revealing that his arms were adorned with similar floral patterns. Seeing her attentively observing, Zhou Yuzhao's heart felt a sense of redemption. Cat, you truly are not afraid? In the face of Zhou Yuzhao's anxious gaze, Luo Shu confirmed once more, not afraid. Why would anyone feel fear? Have you seen flowers bloom? You resemble the beauty of flowers in full blossom. As she spoke, Luo Shu once again nestled into Zhou Yuzhao's embrace. Whispering softly into his ear, I have actually liked you for a long time, but I dare not tell you. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuzhao's ears flushed crimson, and Luo Shu, buried in the crook of his neck, suddenly noticed a small flower bud sprouting amidst his white hair, which had blossomed. It has bloomed, nestled in Zhou Yuzhao's embrace. She gradually felt his body warming up. So this is the secret you have been keeping from me. Luo Shu lay beside Zhou Yuzhao, her fingers entwined in his white locks. Zhou Yuzhao turned to his side, his gaze fixed on Luo Shu as she turned away. So, you're a tree spirit then? Did no one in the sect discover this? My master knows. He personally took me as his disciple. Our kind of tree is quite special. Once we cultivate to maturity, as long as we do not absorb human essence, we almost have no demonic aura. However, some highly skilled practitioners can see through our true forms when our foundations are unstable. Luo Shu nodded, realizing why those trees in the valley were unknown even to the local creatures. Mao'er. Hearing Zhou Yuzhao call her name, Luo Shu turned her head and nestled into his embrace. Why is it that you, a tree spirit, are so warm? Zhou Yuzhao pulled her closer, ensuring she was well covered. Because I am male. Upon hearing this, Luo Shu lifted her head, gazing at him with a puzzled expression. When you cultivated to maturity, could you not sense your own gender? So, does that mean you could be female? Absolutely not. Zhou Yuzhao retorted, I am certainly male. That seemed reasonable. Luo Shu found a comfortable position in Zhou Yuzhao's arms. Pondering, his type of tree should not be dioecious. Dioecious? Her gaze fell upon a small flower blooming on Zhou Yuzhao's neck, and she gently traced it with her finger. Zhou Yuzhao felt a slight itch and was about to speak to deter her, when suddenly, something soft pressed against his neck. His mind went blank in an instant. Luo Shu had taken the small flower on Zhou Yuzhao's neck in her mouth, accidentally scraping her teeth against his skin, which elicited a soft moan from him. Zhou Yuzhao pushed Luo Shu away, meeting her gaze with a gentle voice that lingered. Mao'er, please do not do that. You resemble a little vixen. Luo Shu chuckled softly, observing the increasing flush on Zhou Yuzhao's face. She bit her finger, thinking to herself, could Zhou Yuzhao be the one below? His thought made her giggle. Luo Shu. Zhou Yuzhao suddenly called her name through gritted teeth. She released her finger, feeling a sense of foreboding, only to hear him say, I am the one above. Luo Shu's mind suddenly felt overwhelmed as she stammered, what do you mean by that? Struggling to escape from the bed, she was pinned down by Zhou Yuzhao, who pressed her into the mattress. A chill suddenly swept through the covers, and Zhou Yuzhao loomed over her, holding her hands down. I do not read your thoughts. I can tell what you are thinking just by looking at your expression. Luo Shu averted her gaze. I am not. She glanced at the precarious situation she found herself in, worried about what Zhou Yuzhao might do next. Zhou Yuzhao, I am still young. You must not act recklessly. Zhou Yuzhao surveyed Luo Shu from head to toe and replied, I never said I was going to do anything to you. What are you expecting? Luo Shu, feeling a mix of embarrassment and indignation, raised her leg to kick him, only to have it pinned down by Zhou Yuzhao's leg. Taking a sharp breath, he said, Mao'er, this habit must change. This is a lifelong matter. I understand. Please get off me. Zhou Yuzhao, however, did not press her further, releasing her hands. The little girl immediately burrowed under the covers, covering her head, and a muffled voice emerged from within. Zhou Yuzhao gently patted her back, only to receive a reluctant shrug from her. Mao'er, do not tell me to sleep. Without a word, Zhou Yuzhao abruptly threw back Luo Shu's covers and, in the moment she tried to evade, pulled her into his embrace. Let go of me, you scoundrel. Scoundrel. Zhou Yuzhao laughed, not angry at all. He was simply pleased to hold her close. Chapter 56. Returning home to obtain a certificate. Zhou Yuzhao parades through the city in the early morning. The trees in the valley had all blossomed, and a gentle breeze swept through, scattering petals across the ground. Overnight, the flowers had bloomed in a breathtaking spectacle. When Luo Shu groggily awakened on the bed and attempted to stretch, she found her arms and legs unable to move. Turning her head, she realized that Zhou Yuzhao had not yet risen. Zhou Yuzhao, why are you still in bed? Let me go. As she struggled, Zhou Yuzhao tightened his embrace, his voice unexpectedly hoarse. Mao'er, I wish to sleep a little longer. Luo Shu squirmed, seeking a comfortable position in his arms, lazily responding, all right. Although she verbally agreed, sleep was the last thing on her mind. Her gaze fell upon Zhou Yuzhao's neck, where a small flower that could be easily held in her mouth had vanished by morning, leaving only a faint red mark where she had kissed him. Gently biting her finger, Luo Shu scrutinized the red mark on Zhou Yuzhao's neck, thinking the color is too pale. With this thought, she slightly raised her head, burying her face in the crook of his neck, and opened her mouth to gently kiss his skin. Zhou Yuzhao was instantly awake, startled by Luo Shu's actions, which elicited a soft moan from him. Mao'er, do not mess around. Saying this, Zhou Yuzhao attempted to push her away, but the little girl was not focused on him. Instead, she bit her lower lip, her eyes still fixed on his neck. This color seems quite nice. Zhou Yuzhao's ears turned crimson, and he lost all desire to sleep, quickly rising from the bed. Luo Shu then realized, reaching out to grab Zhou Yuzhao's outer garment, offering an awkward smile. Just as she sought a reason to explain her actions, she noticed Zhou Yuzhao's face. The markings that had adorned his face were now gone, leaving his skin clean and unblemished, as if nothing had ever been there, making her question if what she saw last night was merely an illusion. Zhou Yuzhao, why have the markings on your face disappeared? At her question, his ears reddened even more as he snatched his outer garment from her hands and donned it, resembling a wronged maiden. As he prepared to leave, Luo Shu's words halted him. Zhou Yuzhao, you heartless man, do you think you can just run away after taking everything? To her surprise, Zhou Yuzhao suddenly leaned down, placing his hand on the back of her head, their faces so close that she could see the delicate pores on her skin. His soft pink lips parted and closed as he said, Why do you always choose your words poorly? Just as Luo Shu intended to explain her teasing, Zhou Yuzhao unexpectedly lowered his head and kissed her lips. His kiss was gentle and teasing, always teasingly out of reach, leaving no opportunity for Luo Shu to speak. With her cheeks flushed and breathless, trapped in Zhou Yuzhao's embrace, she pushed against him. Yet, Zhou Yuzhao did not release her immediately, and Luo Shu's mind began to swirl, suddenly feeling as if she were ascending to the heavens. Only then did Zhou Yuzhao finally let her go. When she regained her senses, Luo Shu found herself lying on the bed, bewildered as she sat up and recalled the earlier scene. She bent down, covering herself with the blanket, muffled sounds escaping from within. Mao'er. Zhou Yuzhao's voice suddenly rang out beside the bed, causing Luo Shu to jump up, looking at him. He held her clothes and hair accessories in his hands. However, the moment Luo Shu raised her gaze, her eyes were immediately drawn to Zhou Yuzhao's lips, causing her face, which had already lost its blush, to flush anew. Yet, it was not merely her face that turned crimson. Her ears seemed to sprout like antennas atop her head. Zhou Yuzhao regarded her with a hint of amusement, reaching out to gently pinch her ear. Once Zhou Yuzhao had donned all his attire, Luo Shu opened the door, revealing rows of blossoming trees adorned with delicate pink flowers. The hue was not overly vivid, nor was it disappointingly plain white. The grass beneath appeared a lush green, speckled with scattered petals, creating a scene that was perfectly balanced. Even the breeze in the air seemed meticulously orchestrated. Luo Shu tilted her head, gazing at Zhou Yuzhao, and remarked in awe, "How are you so remarkable?" Zhou Yuzhao simply smiled softly, holding her hand tightly, and asked, "Will you accompany me back home today?" Luo Shu was somewhat puzzled. Had they not already been at home? Back home? Zhou Yuzhao lowered his gaze, grasping Luo Shu's hand and playfully toying with her fingers. "To my family home. I wish to inscribe your name in the family genealogy." Luo Shu's face flushed once more, realizing this implied they were to register their union. After leaving the valley, Zhou Yuzhao led Luo Shu back onto the boat. Standing at the bow, Luo Shu leaned against the railing, peering down into the sea, then turned to Zhou Yuzhao. "How long will we be sailing?" "Perhaps a little over 2 weeks. If you find it tedious, we can disembark midway and explore along the way." Luo Shu nodded, but her attention was suddenly drawn to a few individuals nearby, whispering and casting glances in their direction. Luo Shu lightly tapped the railing, channeling her spiritual energy towards the murmurs. The voices then reached her ears. "That man dotes on his wife excessively. Just look at the marks on his neck." At that moment, Luo Shu pulled Zhou Yuzhao closer, noticing the unmistakable hickeys adorning his neck, causing her cheeks to redden again. However, their positioning was slightly off, and her spiritual energy was still active, allowing the whispers to filter back into her ears. "Oh dear, look at that." In broad daylight, asking for a kiss from a man, even if he is her husband, one should exercise a bit more discretion. Hearing this, Luo Shu swiftly grasped Zhou Yuzhao's hand and led him in the cabin, waving her fingers to retract her spiritual energy. She could no longer bear to listen. The conversation was simply inappropriate. As she hurriedly led Zhou Yuzhao away, she failed to notice the smug expression on his face, seemingly relishing the misunderstanding. Upon entering the cabin, Luo Shu shut the door, placed her hands on her hips, and confronted Zhou Yuzhao with a blend of anger and embarrassment. "Why are you being so ostentatious?" Zhou Yuzhao, with a smile adorning his face, was fully aware of her meaning. "Who is being ostentatious? You brought this upon yourself. You made me cover up." His expression was one of delight, which pierced Luo Shu's heart. Stepping closer, she rose on her toes and seized Zhou Yuzhao's collar. "What do you mean? Are you saying it's my fault? You clearly have high-collared garments." Chapter 57. "I know, but I did it on purpose," perhaps sensing that Luo Shu's tiptoeing might tire her. Zhou Yuzhao bent down slightly. Luo Shu instinctively stepped back, stumbling, but Zhou Yuzhao reached out to support her waist, helping her regain her balance. Yet, as he leaned closer, the proximity between them intensified, with Zhou Yuzhao's face drawing nearer. Luo Shu could hear her own heartbeat thundering in her ears. Suddenly, she playfully slapped Zhou Yuzhao's cheek, leaving him momentarily bewildered as she awkwardly smiled. Even the system could no longer bear to watch. "Host, are you allergic to romance? You actually peaked. Can you not be so nosy? Sigh, please. I just logged on." Just as she prepared to escape, Zhou Yuzhao embraced her from behind. "Where do you think you're running off to?" At night, the tranquil sea suddenly turned turbulent, awakening Tian Bai from his slumber. He glanced at Luo Shu, who lay on the left side of the bed, and then at Zhou Yuzhao, who occupied the right. Neither showed any signs of waking up. Had he misheard? Tian Bai leapt onto the windowsill, observing the sea, where a dark shadow gradually emerged, drawing closer and becoming more ominous. Tian Bai focused intently, sharpening his claws and perking up his ears, ready to capture whatever emerged from the depths. With a splash, a wraith surfaced from the water. Tian Bai hastily withdrew the magic from his claws, swaying left and right. The sound of falling into the water jolted Luo Shu and Zhou Yuzhao awake simultaneously. They turned to see the wraith floating at the window, while Tianbai had vanished. Luo Shu descended from her bed, approached the window, and suddenly Tianbai leapt from the sea, landing at the window, splashing water that nearly splattered on Luo Shu, only to be magically rebounded back by Zhou Yuzhao. The energy waves emitted mixed with the water droplets aimed at Tianbai, causing him to slip. With another splash, Tianbai fell into the water. Zhou Yuzhao, you knocked Lan Lan down. I know, I did it on purpose. As Tianbai climbed out of the water, Luo Shu handed him a towel to dry off his fur. Tianbai glared at Zhou Yuzhao and the wraith, expressing, I never expected to be involved in such a mess, but you two are truly troublesome. The wraith stared at him in confusion before bowing deeply. Then I shall reluctantly forgive you. After saying this, Tianbai turned to Zhou Yuzhao, his gaze unmistakable, and Zhou Yuzhao could not have misunderstood. You don't expect me to bow to you, do you? Dream on. The wraith, having left the valley due to unsuitable feng shui, returned only to cause such commotion. Tianbai raised his head from between his legs to gaze at the wraith, who bowed its head, sobbing softly, seemingly in remorse. Tianbai coughed gently, extending his paw to pat the tip of his cloak. All right, let us sleep. Upon hearing this, the wraith instantly lifted its head, and the dark smoke emerging from beneath, its cloak transformed into little clouds. After disembarking from the boat, Luo Shu stretched her arms at the shore, exclaiming, finally, we have arrived. I feel as if I have grown soft from sitting. The 886 system chimed in, don't mention it. I'm also tired of sitting. I never want to board a ship again in this lifetime. The wraith possessed a fragment of blackness that protruded from Luo Shu's shoulder, resembling a tail. I cannot take you out to play just yet. We must report back to Zhou's family. He spoke with a hint of regret. Seemingly concerned, he might have overlooked her feelings. Luo Shu grasped his hand and replied, it's fine. I merely mentioned it casually after being on the boat for so long. Zhou Yuzhao nodded, returning her grasp, and together they strolled towards the town. The scenery along the streets was markedly different from what Luo Shu had envisioned. The streets were a complex tapestry, vibrant and diverse, resembling a bustling flea market. Suddenly, Luo Shu's attention was captured by a stall selling sea conchs. Not only because of the rarity of the items, but also due to the small horns protruding from the vendor's head. Excitedly, she tugged at Zhou Yuzhao's clothing, prompting him to bend slightly, offering her a height she could reach. The little girl leaned in close, whispering, Zhou Yuzhao, look, he has two horns on his head. Zhou Yuzhao followed her gaze, spotting the vendor selling sea conchs, then glanced back at Luo Shu with a gentle smile. Holding her hand, he approached the stall, where the vendor greeted them warmly, saying, feel free to take a look. Which one do you fancy? Seeing the sea conchs up close was far more captivating than from afar, and Zhou Yuzhao remarked, my girl thinks your wares are quite beautiful. Luo Shu suddenly lifted her head, her little face slightly flushed, gazing at the vendor with a hint of embarrassment in her eyes. He, she stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts, while retreating behind Zhou Yuzhao. Once she had completely hidden behind him, she pinched the soft flesh at Zhou Yuzhao's waist, though it was merely a gentle grasp of skin. The vendor, however, did not take offense at what Luo Shu perceived as rudeness. He continued to smile and said, Miss, are you from out of town? What I have here is nothing remarkable. If you stay for a few more days, you will see even more exquisite items. Luo Shu nodded, feeling a bit mortified, gripping Zhou Yuzhao's belt tightly. Are you too interested? Zhou Yuzhao patted her hand, encouraging her to choose. She peeked out, pointing to a pair of conch shells displayed on the stall, which she had been eyeing all along. That pair, please. Zhou Yuzhao indicated the shells she had chosen, and the vendor cheerfully wrapped them in a small box and handed them to Zhou Yuzhao. When it came time to pay, the vendor only accepted half of the price, and Luo Shu leaned forward to observe him. Since we are fated to meet, I shall only charge you half. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Thank you, Luo Shu replied softly, accepting the box from Zhou Yuzhao's hands. The vendor remarked again, your young lady is truly shy. The blush on Luo Shu's face deepened, and she clutched Zhou Yuzhao's belt, wishing to flee. After exchanging a few casual words with the vendor, Zhou Yuzhao finally led Luo Shu away. She muttered quietly like an old man, moving so slowly. What are you saying? Luo Shu raised her head to look at Zhou Yuzhao, her cheeks puffed up in frustration. Zhou Yuzhao, how could you just say that? What's wrong with that? Zhou Yuzhao teased, playfully pinching her cheek and pulling her arm forward. The people here are quite straightforward. There's no need for suspicion. If you think someone is good-looking, just say so directly, and they will be pleased. After hearing Zhou Yuzhao's explanation, Luo Shu turned her head, joyfully exclaiming, I enjoy this kind of interaction. Zhou Yuzhao gently nodded, holding Luo Shu's hand as they approached an imposing 5-meter-high palace gate, which stood wide open, with soldiers stationed at the entrance. Suddenly, Luo Shu found herself unable to move her feet. Zhou Yuzhao turned back and asked, What is wrong? Luo Shu shook her head, a smile breaking across her face as she tugged at Zhou Yuzhao's shoulder, saying, Didn't you say we were going to your home? Why does it feel like we are entering a palace? You will find out once you step inside. As they reached the entrance, a guard extended his spear to block their path. No entry into the Zhou family residence without permission. At that moment, a token shaped like a maple leaf appeared in Zhou Yuzhao's palm, inscribed with characters that Luo Shu could not decipher. Upon seeing the token, the soldier immediately lowered his weapon and knelt on one knee, bowing his head in submission. Welcome home, third young master. Zhou Yuzhao nodded and continued to lead Luo Shu forward. When he turned to glance at her, he noticed the astonishment on her face, which he had anticipated. Didn't you? Luo Shu stammered, struggling to form a complete sentence. Zhou Yuzhao simply smiled gently, saying, Don't be shocked. This is quite normal. News of Zhou Yuzhao's return to the Zhou family spread rapidly, and the steward in the palace was already aware, waiting for him to report to the main hall. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuzhao brought Luo Shu back to his residence, which was lavish and spacious. Delicate silks draped from above, adorned with silver threads and a dazzling array of gemstones, fully captivating Luo Shu's understanding of exotic charm. Zhou Yuzhao, your room is so beautiful. This is merely a temporary residence. Once I have your name registered in the family genealogy, we can leave and rebuild our own home, designed entirely to your taste. Luo Shu listened intently to Zhou Yuzhao's words, staring at him in a daze, contemplating whether this could be considered as building a residence after marriage. Zhou Yuzhao retrieved clothing from the wardrobe and stepped behind a screen, where his graceful silhouette could be faintly seen. Mao'er, there are hairpins at the dressing table. Take a look and see if any catch your fancy. Luo Shu, momentarily distracted by the screen, snapped back to attention at Zhou Yuzhao's words and approached the vanity. Oh, okay. Mao'er lay on the ground, observing Luo Shu's retreating figure, remarking, humans and their social interactions are truly complicated. They even have to change outfits just to meet. Luo Shu opened a wooden drawer containing 5 hairpins, each differing in color and style. She glanced at them, finding one particularly peculiar. Picking up a blue hairpin, she gazed at her reflection in the mirror and inserted the pin into her hair. How strange. Why do we have to wear hairpins? At that moment, as she adorned herself with the hairpin, she noticed her attire had transformed. The ethereal blue garment left Luo Shu in awe, even causing Mao'er, who lay on the ground, to gasp in surprise. Luo Shu removed the hairpin and examined it closely, finding it remarkably enchanting. Could this be magic? A one-click outfit change? She set the first hairpin down, picked up another, and inserted it into her hair, instantly transforming into a green dress resembling a snail shell. Mao'er, how do I look? When Zhou Yuzhao emerged in his new attire, he found Luo Shu holding the hairpin, turning to face him, momentarily stunned. I told you her taste isn't quite right. What? Zhou Yuzhao chuckled softly, reaching to remove the hairpin from Luo Shu's head and placing on the table. With a flick of his wrist, a bracelet appeared in his palm. Grasping Luo Shu's hand, he slid the bracelet onto her wrist while saying, Selecting suitable clothing requires my personal touch. As he spoke, a faint gleam flickered across Luo Shu's form, and her outfit changed once more. Before she could react, Zhou Yuzhao waved his hand lightly in front of her, causing her makeup and hair accessories to shift as well. System, I adore this one-click outfit change. The voice of the 886 system carried a hint of exasperation, stating, This is somewhat beyond the scope. Before Luo Shu could respond, Zhou Yuzhao took hold of her wrist and led her towards the door, urging, if we don't hurry, we might miss the appointed time. The sudden turn of events caught Mao'er off guard. Only after seeing Zhou Yuzhao leading Luo Shu out did he realize what was happening. As they reached the entrance, they were blocked by a specter entering from outside. "Hey, what are you doing?" Mao'er attempted to sidle past the specter, only to be thwarted once more. "What are you doing?" The specter gestured with its cloak, mumbling incomprehensible words that Mao'er could not decipher, slowly closing the door behind them. "You don't want us to come along, do you?" The specter nodded. With a sigh, Mao'er turned around and lay down, disdainfully remarking, "Honestly, I'm not that curious about what the Zhou family looks like." He spoke as if to convince himself, repeating, "Really, I don't want to go." The specter stood beside Mao'er, its cloak billowing with swirling black smoke. Annoyed, Mao'er waved away the smoke. "Get away, your foot odor is in my face." Rising from the ground, he looked at the specter, which lowered its head innocently, appearing deflated and sprawled on the ground, lamenting, "I can't keep this up. I want to see what the outside world looks like." Zhou Yuzhao led Luo Shu into the grand hall of the Zhou Yuzhao family. At the top, an elderly man sat, hands clasped around a scepter. Surrounding the hall, a guard stood every 2 meters, their posture erect, exuding an intimidating presence. In the vast hall, with only one prominent figure seated, Luo Shu felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. "System, what should I do? My social anxiety is acting up." As she spoke, Luo Shu tightened her grip on Zhou Yuzhao's hand. At that moment, the system offered no response. Noticing her sudden tension, Zhou Yuzhao glanced at Luo Shu, who appeared visibly nervous. The elder on the platform observed her unease and, in an attempt to appear more approachable, lowered his scepter and shifted his posture. Zhou Yuzhao bowed to the elder on the high platform, and Luo Shu mimicked his gesture. Suddenly, the elder leaped down from the platform and raised their hands in greeting. No need for such formalities. Luo Shu looked up and met the elder's gaze, finding him surprisingly warm and friendly, which eased her worries. The elder wore a congenial smile, and this time, his attention was fixed on Luo Shu. "Little San, who is this?" Although he had a notion in his mind, he saw confirmation from Zhou Yuzhao. "This is the one who has captured Little San's heart." Zhou Yuzhao's response validated the elder's suspicions, and a look of approval shone in his eyes as he turned to Zhou Yuzhao. Pulling him aside, he whispered, "Little San, is she not a bit too young?" Glancing back at Luo Shu and then returning his gaze, the elder's scrutiny made her feel somewhat self-conscious, as if she were a bride meeting her in-laws for the first time. Zhou Yuzhao spoke calmly, "Head of the family, we have returned to register our lineage. We hope for your approval." The elder nodded repeatedly, clearly having anticipated this moment for quite some time. "Agreed, certainly agreed," he exclaimed, patting Zhou Yuzhao's hand with a sense of pride. "You have truly made us proud." Zhou Yuzhao maintained a smile, saying nothing in response. The elder reached out to ruffle his hair affectionately, as if he were a child. "Since there is nothing pressing, you may return for now. I will arrange for the ceremony. It will take place the day after tomorrow at the latest. Just remember, it will be inscribed in your section." Zhou Yuzhao affirmed resolutely. "I have made up my mind." The elder nodded in approval. As Luo Shu observed the two conversing in hushed tones, her anxiety grew. "Is there something wrong with me?" She pondered, glancing at her attire and touching her face. Shaking her head, she reassured herself, "That can't be it. Zhou Yuzhao picked out this outfit for me. There shouldn't be any issues." The 886 system, unable to bear her distress, remarked, "Host, you needn't be so anxious. How could the elder harbor any discontent towards you? It would be normal to feel such, but I am genuinely panicking right now," Luo Shu replied. The system sighed in resignation. "Well, if it truly becomes unbearable, then simply don't marry." "Absolutely not." Luo Shu reacted fiercely, nearly failing to compose herself as Zhou Yuzhao and the elder turned back. Zhou Yuzhao returned to her side, took her hand, and softly said, "Let us go back." "Huh?" Luo Shu almost thought she misheard, glancing from Zhou Yuzhao to the elder. "We are leaving?" The elder nodded, and before she could process what was happening, Zhou Yuzhao led her to bow to the elder and then departed. "Is that it?" The 886 system was also taken aback by the abrupt meeting, Echoing Luo Shu's sentiment, I too find this rather simplistic. Once outside the Grand Hall, Zhou Yuzhao explained. As you witnessed, the Zhou Yuzhao family is quite laid back, devoid of excessive rituals and formalities. You may still be adjusting to this. No, it just feels a bit hasty. Luo Shu replied. Zhou Yuzhao nodded in agreement. When I first accompanied the elder, I too was quite surprised. The people here are very casual, and there is no hierarchy. Outsiders find it easy to blend in. Luo Shu nodded and seized the moment to voice a question that had been on her mind. Isn't the Zhou Yuzhao family a clan bound by blood? Not all. Here, be it human, demon, or creature, all are welcomed, regardless of their acceptance by humanity. As long as they are benevolent, the Zhou Yuzhao family embraces them. Zhou Yuzhao's words deepened Luo Shu's admiration for this place. She gazed at the hand he held, feeling incredibly fortunate. It turned out that this realm of cultivation truly harbored a sanctuary for all forms of life. Upon returning to Zhou Yuzhao's residence, Tianfang lay sprawled on a chair, head dangling over the edge, its neck exposed as if awaiting execution. Ethereal spirits hovered beside Tianfang, never straying far. Upon hearing the door creak open, Tianfang merely lifted its head slightly, expressing a languid discontent. You finally returned. Luo Shu approached, ducking under Tianfang's forelimbs to lift it from the chair. What troubles you, ancestor? I've nearly died of boredom here. Tell me, did you sneak off somewhere without me? Luo Shu feigned innocence, saying in an exaggeratedly sweet tone, I would never. How could I and my brother leave you behind to play? Her tone made it seem as though she genuinely regarded Tianfang as her pet. The eye roll from Tianfang indicated that she had successfully provoked it. Little cat, with Zhou Yuzhao here, I can't provoke you. But once he leaves, I will deal with you. Tianfang growled through clenched teeth, but Luo Shu remained unfazed, pouting, oh, I'm so scared. Having successfully set Tianfang down, Luo Shu clapped her hands and reached for Zhou Yuzhao's hand, only to hear him recite a spell. Qing Chenju. Luo Shu glanced at her hands, satisfied, realizing that it had effectively washed her hands clean. Suddenly, a knock on the outer door interrupted them, and a maid's voice called out, Third young master, the head of the family and the witch mistress request your presence. Understood. Luo Shu grasped Zhou Yuzhao's sleeve, feigning nervousness, fearing that her earlier anxieties might materialize. In mere seconds, Luo Shu imagined an elaborate drama unfolding. In her mind, the head of the family and the witch mistress opposed her union with Zhou Yuzhao. Zhou Yuzhao would defy them, whisking her away from pursuers, only for her to be captured and threatened with her life, forcing him to abandon her and return to the Zhou Yuzhao family. Initially, he would resist, but as time passed, he would gradually let her go, ultimately marrying someone else. Chapter 60. What do you know? This is called new skin. Luo Shu clutched Zhou Yuzhao's clothing, gazing at him with longing. Zhou Yuzhao turned to her and asked, Why are you looking at me like that? I'm just stepping out for a moment. I'll be back shortly. Just wait for me obediently. Luo Shu gently nodded, watching Zhou Yuzhao depart until the man's figure faded from view. The 886 system, seemingly unable to endure any longer, remarked, Stop staring. He's long gone. You're becoming a stone waiting for a husband. Luo Shu waved her hand lightly and turned around, replying, It's not that exaggerated. Upon finishing her words, her gaze shifted to the wandering spirit floating in the room. As she extended her hand, it obediently lowered its head, allowing Luo Shu to stroke it, even nuzzling against her palm. Tianjai looked at the spirit with evident disdain and shook his head, saying, I'm not a sycophant, but you truly are. Luo Shu rolled her eyes, turning back in disbelief that her spontaneous words would be used against her by Tianjai. What are you saying? Do you believe I would strike you? Tianjai turned his head, casting a sidelong glance at the spirit. Luo Shu conjured a pristine square handkerchief from the air and held it before the spirit, saying, Let me give you a new skin. With great enthusiasm, she unfurled the handkerchief and laid it flat on the table. Out of curiosity, Tianjai also turned around, unable to see the table or climb onto it. He transformed into a standing position on his 2 feet. Luo Shu began to cut 2 holes in the handkerchief, holding a pin dipped in red paint. She added splashes of color below the openings. What are you doing? Tianjai asked, observing as she drew a curve on the handkerchief. Are you trying to create art here? If it doesn't work out, let us not bother. As Tianjai looked up, he met Luo Shu's face, which was slightly pouting and gazing at him with an expression that defied description. Tianjai's ears drooped instantly, and he slightly recoiled, still receiving a pat on the head from Luo Shu. What do you know? This is called a new skin. Luo Shu pointed at the altered handkerchief on the table and then turned to the spirit, asking, What do you think? Is it beautiful? The spirit nodded vigorously. Whether to curry favor or out of genuine admiration was unclear. Tianjai shot a fierce glare at Luo Shu, saying, You're quite the flatterer. Hey, you're being rather cheeky today. Are you looking for a fight? Upon seeing Luo Shu's hand raised high, Tianjai jumped off the chair and stood aside, giving her a slight nod, as if to provoke her. Luo Shu retracted her gaze, raised her hand to cast a spell, then brought it to her chest, declaring, Now is the time to witness magic. She formed a seal with her hand directed at the handkerchief. It began to levitate from the table, only to be drawn back down by her magic, landing softly once more. Quickly, He, give it a try. She waved her hand energetically towards the spirit. Upon seeing the familiar gesture, Tianjai remarked, You're not suggesting it should leap out from the cloak and possess this rag, are you? Is there anything wrong with that? As they spoke, the spirit had already entered the handkerchief. Accompanied by black smoke, the fabric floated upwards, and the light in the room dimmed instantly. The black smoke swirled like a cloud, reaching towards the ceiling, accompanied by flashes of lightning. Luo Shu took a step back until she found herself beside Tianjai, with nowhere else to retreat. She asked, Lan, do you think that lightning will strike us? Tianjai perked up his ears, looking at Luo Shu. Please don't joke. There is indeed a possibility. With that, he stepped aside, seemingly wishing to distance himself from her. Oh, don't back away. You can't be serious. Just then, a small bolt of lightning struck Luo Shu, causing her outstretched finger to twitch and her body to tremble, a tingling sensation spreading across her form. Once the electric charge subsided, Luo Shu slightly opened her mouth, wisps of smoke escaping, resembling smoke rings. Tianjai looked at Luo Shu, intending to extend a claw, but upon seeing her shiver again, he quickly retracted it. Are you all right? Luo Shu turned her head to Tianjai, sporting a silly grin as the swirling smoke completely entered the handkerchief. The room's illumination returned to normal, and a neatly wrapped handkerchief fell softly onto the table. Luo Shu stood up and approached the table to inspect it. The spirit, now resembling a small sunny doll, was fully contained within the handkerchief. Seeing her spell succeed, Luo Shu excitedly clapped her hands, unable to suppress her trembling. Tianjai was taken aback by her sudden movements and joined in the trembling for a moment. He bared his teeth at Luo Shu, saying, Could you not do that? It frightens me. I just can't help but tremble a bit, Luo Shu replied, her face showing a sheepish smile as she pointed at the spirit now unconscious on the table. Look, my spell worked. On the table, the spirit had transformed into a palm-sized sunny doll, with wisps of black smoke emanating from the cutouts, and faint traces of paint serving as blush on the white fabric. Tianjai elongated his neck, observing it actually looked somewhat appealing. Luo Shu proudly crossed her arms, stating, Of course, if I can cast this spell, I can surely complete it. Tianjai's mouth twitched as he said, Honestly, I didn't expect you to succeed in this experiment. What do you mean, leaguing me? This spell is considered upper mid-tier, and given your current cultivation level, the chances of failure were significant. After all, spirits cannot possess objects in the realm of the living unless facilitated by someone from this world. The cloak it wears must have been acquired from the underworld. Luo Shu pondered and thought to herself, Does this make me a little genius? So, does this mean I possess a rare talent? Luo Shu tilted her head, eagerly awaiting Tianjai's enthusiastic praise, but he only offered half-hearted commendation. Well, it's only half. Why just half? Luo Shu put her hands on her hips, looking at Tianjai as if demanding an explanation. Tianjai extended a claw and lifted the unconscious spirit from the table, saying, Look, you've knocked it out. You were also affected, weren't you? Luo Shu looked at Tianjai in confusion, refraining from voicing her thoughts, So, was this an overload? Chapter 61. Spice is essential. And Wokawa is the trendiest. Tianjai met Luo Shu's gaze, observing the puzzled look in her eyes, and gently set the spirit down. In other words, your current abilities are insufficient for casting this spell. You were merely fortunate this time. Luo Shu nodded, further confirming her suspicions. Indeed, it was an overload. She picked up the spirit from the table, cradling in her hands, caressing it repeatedly as she exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, this is just too adorable. It's truly my little treasure." Tianjai looked at her with evident disdain when another maid appeared at the door. "Third miss, the officiant requests your presence for measurements." Measurements? Luo Shu glanced at Tianjai, then looked up at the maid. The maid smiled, hands clasped at her abdomen, and said, "When the head of the household conducts your formal initiation ceremony, you must receive the blessing of the esteemed sorcerer. This process is sacred and inviolable, and everything must adhere to the customs of the Zhou family." Luo Shu nodded, but suddenly felt another uncontrollable tremor. The maid's expression changed instantly, and Tianjai looked at Luo Shu, transmitting in a low growl, "Little cat, please stop shaking. It's embarrassing." "I'm not trying to shake. I can't help it." The maid, observing Luo Shu, slightly stretched her neck to inquire, "Third miss, are you feeling unwell?" Luo Shu waved her hands repeatedly, smiling as she approached the maid. "I'm fine, let us go." "Very well." Luo Shu turned her head, extending her fingers to point at the specter on the table, whispering in beast language into Tian Feng's ears, "Behave yourself, or I shall punish you upon your return." Tian Feng made a face, responding to Luo Shu in a teasing tone, "Be careful, or I might just retaliate." As she walked halfway, Luo Shu suddenly found it difficult to maintain her posture. She retracted her butterfly bones, attempting to hunch her back. The 886 system in her mind reminded her, "Host, what happened to the graceful demeanor we discussed earlier? You cannot let others perceive you as uncouth and lacking etiquette, as it would bring shame to Zhou Yuzhao." Hearing the system's words, Luo Shu straightened her back, not solely for Zhou Yuzhao's sake, but also because she had heard the 886 speaking in dialect. In her heart, Luo Shu exclaimed, "Impressive. System, you can actually do this," throwing a couple of dialect phrases. The system confidently acknowledged, continuing to showcase its talents. Spicy is a must, and being fashionable is the trend. Suddenly, a maid by the side called out to Luo Shu, bringing her back to reality from the system's banter. "What is it?" Luo Shu asked, a mix of confusion and concern on her face. "I just think your friend is quite adorable." Luo Shu felt a rush of alarm, as if 1,000 horses were galloping through her heart, sensing a wave of social embarrassment wash over her. After a moment of discomfort, she gazed at the maid with admiration, pondering, could it be that a person as formidable as Zhou Yuzhao can understand beast language? Yet, upon reflection, she realized, no, Zhou Yuzhao is a tree spirit. Luo Shu's gaze towards the maid became more discerning. "Are you also a spirit?" The maid nodded, believing Luo Shu was unaware of the rules here, and explained, "On this island governed by the Zhou clan, there is no distinction between humans and spirits, monsters, or souls. We embrace and welcome all who are benevolent, and thus, our measure of a being's worth is never their origin or race, but rather their morality." Luo Shu nodded. "I never expected Zhou Yuzhao's words to ring true. Indeed, the people here do not harbor prejudice." Upon reaching the entrance, the maid halted, gesturing invitingly. "Miss San, this is the place. Please enter." After thanking the maid, Luo Shu stepped into the room, which seemed peculiar. As she traversed the front area, she discovered a spacious backyard. The backyard was vast, featuring a large tree adorned with wooden plaques tied with red strings, reminiscent of the love trees found in marriage temples, albeit with fewer plaques. Beneath the tree stood a woman, her back turned towards Luo Shu, though her posture was still erect. The white hair at the nape of her neck betrayed her age, intricately pinned with several hairpins and dressed in deep blue garments, exuding an air of maturity and composure. "Master of ceremonies," Luo Shu greeted respectfully. Upon hearing her voice, the master of ceremonies opened her eyes and turned around, exclaiming, "I never expected Miss San to truly find herself." As her sentence trailed off, she paused abruptly, captivated by Luo Shu's appearance. Her pupils widened in astonishment as she murmured, "How could this be?" Luo Shu recognized the familiarity in the master of ceremonies' gaze, reminiscent of the look her grandfather once bestowed upon Zhou Yuzhao. A knot formed in her heart, like an insistent wisp of smoke. While Luo Shu felt a twinge of discomfort, she concealed it, smoothing her brows. "Master of ceremonies, what did you say?" Luo Shu inquired. The master of ceremonies regained her composure, blinking away her surprise, and approached. "I meant to say, Miss San has finally encountered her heart's desire, and I am genuinely delighted for her." Luo Shu offered a gentle, yet polite smile, masking her earlier fluster. The master of ceremonies grasped Luo Shu's hand, engaging her in conversation to distract her while discreetly checking her pulse. "Child, I do not yet know your name." When the topic of names arose, Luo Shu's previous joy and pride dissipated, and she replied, "I am Luo Shu, of the Luo by the river." As in the Serene Lady is beautiful, the Serene Lady is indeed a fine name. However, your Luo should not signify the Luo by the river, as that connotes solitude. According to my grandmother's words, it ought to evoke the beauty of Luo Shun. After feeling Luo Shu's pulse, the master of ceremonies withdrew her hand. "Allow me to take your measurements." "Thank you," Luo Shu replied. The master of ceremonies waved her wrinkled hand in the air, summoning two small birds from the great tree, each carrying a segment of red ribbon in their beaks. As the birds fluttered around Luo Shu, the master of ceremonies seized the moment to inquire, "What is the true form of Shi?" Hearing such an affectionate address from the master of ceremonies, Luo Shu felt a surge of seriousness. The master of ceremonies continued, "It is deemed impolite in the Zhou clan to pry into another's true form. However, I can tell from your aura that you are not human." Chapter 62. I am merely a cat spirit. It is I who have aspired too high with Zhou Yuzhao. Indeed, it is I who have aspired too high. I am but an ordinary cat spirit. Upon hearing Luo Shu's words, the master of ceremonies shook her head. "What do you mean by aspiring too high?" The Zhou clan has never adhered to notions of superiority or inferiority. Mutual affection is a beautiful thing, and in marriage, where is the question of aspiration? Luo Shu nodded, following the master of ceremonies into the guest room, where she personally poured tea and recounted stories of Zhou Yuzhao's past. "I was once quite worried about Miss San." "Why? Was he mischievous in his youth?" "He does not seem like the type," Luo Shu remarked. The master of ceremonies shook her head. "Miss San was found by me and the clan leader at a hunter's home. When he first transformed, the patterns on his face." Enthralled by the tale, Luo Shu was abruptly halted by the master of ceremonies, whose eyes conveyed unmistakable clarity. "I have seen the patterns on Zhou Yuzhao's face." The master of ceremonies nodded gently, continuing with assurance. At that time, he had just transformed, and many aspects were beyond his control. The patterns on his face often appeared, resembling cracks on a porcelain plate. The hunter, being an ordinary man, perceived him as a monster. Upon hearing this, Luo Shu recalled Zhou Yuzhao's frantic gaze that night, repeatedly asking if she feared such peculiarities, and a pang of compassion for him welled up within her. And then, Miss Sin was still young and could not stray far from his original form. We had to break off a branch from him and brought him to the Zhou clan. The master of ceremonies looked at Luo Shu again, her gaze filled with warmth, akin to that of a mother observing her child. She took Luo Shu's hand, reminiscing fondly. You cannot imagine how adorable little San was, though he seldom spoke. He was exceptionally clingy. He possessed remarkable talent, receiving the clan leader's true teachings, and as he grew, he was incorporated into the Zhou clan's genealogy. As he matured, he was sent to the sect for study. Yet unexpectedly, this child became accustomed to the Zhou clan's way of life and could not endure the rigid rules of the sect, frequently descending the mountain. Eventually, he somehow persuaded his master to return to the valley. Luo Shu thought to herself, who would have guessed that Zhou Yuzhao, appearing so composed, would also have a tendency to run down the mountain frequently. The master of ceremonies, now curious, asked Luo Shu, "How did you discover little San?" "That day, he was unwell, poisoned by the Xian Yuan clan, and when I went to find him, I happened to see him." The Xianyuan clan has grown audacious. They dare to target my little San. The master of ceremonies sighed softly, her gaze upon Luo Shu filled with concern. The heart is already a clear mirror. According to Zhou Yuzhao's disposition, he would certainly not reveal his true self to others. She once again reached out to grasp Luo Shu's hand, saying, "Were you frightened to the point of being stunned that night?" Luo Shu shook her head, then nodded, replying, "I was indeed startled, but not because of his appearance. I simply found the patterns on his face to be exquisite." A spark of excitement ignited in the host's eyes, and he tightened his grip on Luo Shu's hand slightly. "Has he blossomed? Oh my, let me tell you, although we may not fully understand the essence of this particular plant, we know that this tree is certainly not one that blooms easily. Does Zhou Yuzhao not succumb to the influences of spring, summer, autumn, and winter? This is also a curiosity I share with the head of the family. Logically speaking, flowers and plants should be affected by seasonal changes. Yet this peculiar one does not, resembling a kind of flora from the underworld that we have yet to comprehend." The host shifted the topic, excitedly stating, "Fortunately, he has encountered you. I once thought that he would never meet his beloved throughout his life until he ascended to divinity, but thankfully, he has found you." Luo Shu suddenly expressed her confusion, saying, "If Zhou Yuzhao were to like someone, wouldn't that imply a significant likelihood? A person encounters countless individuals in their lifetime. Perhaps at some point, he might meet another whom he favors?" The host praised, "To be favored by Zhou Yuzhao is indeed a blessing. How could it be simply described with the term one and only? Oh dear, you silly girl." The host playfully poked Luo Shu's forehead, saying, "How can I make you understand? It is the will of heaven that I should not easily disrupt." Luo Shu sighed softly within, pondering how often the concept of heavenly will is invoked to tantalize one's curiosity. Just then, the host released her hand and retrieved a wooden plaque from the bookshelf, presenting it to Luo Shu, saying, "Why not make a wish for yourself and Zhou Yuzhao?" Luo Shu accepted the plaque with both hands, looking at the host in confusion. "A wish?" The host nodded, then picked up a blood-red brush from the shelf, explaining, "You write both your names on either side. Hang it on the great tree on the cliff, and may heaven bless your everlasting bond." Luo Shu's interest was piqued. She adored making wishes. As she took the brush from the host's hand and was about to write, the host cautioned, "You must not write, Luo Shu. While we may not adhere to the strict customs of mortals, we do borrow one principle from them." The host pointed at the plaque, saying, "You must write Zhou Yu Luo Shu. Mortals say a wife takes her husband's surname. Here, we require you to place Zhou Yu before your name." Luo Shu's hand trembled slightly, as if awakening a distant memory. She recalled that when Zhou Yuzhao named her, he had chosen Zhou Yu Luo Shu. He had said that his surname could not be given lightly, promising to inscribe her name in the family genealogy when the time came. Had Zhou Yuzhao already anticipated this day? But why? They had only just met then. "Host, may I wait until the ceremony is complete before making the wish?" The host took back the wooden plaque and returned it to its place, replying, "Of course. Were you discussing with others, host?" Zhou Yuzhao's voice suddenly drifted in from outside. The two turned to see his figure. The host furrowed his brow, saying, "You little rascal. What do you think I'm saying? I am merely chatting with Shu Shu." The host seemed to have taken to stealing moments with others quite smoothly. Zhou Yuzhao approached Luo Shu, extending his hand toward her. "Come, let us return home." Luo Shu looked at Zhou Yuzhao and slowly placed her hand in his, allowing him to clasp it. The host did not feel happiness for them. Instead, a look of disdain crossed his face as he waved his hand. "Eager to send them off. Oh dear, the youth just loves to show off. Hurry along now." As they emerged, it was already afternoon. The sun was gradually withdrawing its light, casting its remaining rays through the evening glow and stretching the shadows of the two. They strolled slowly, as if engaged in a leisurely walk. Zhou Yuzhao noticed the young lady beside him was silent, and he inquired, "What is the matter?" "Nothing." Luo Shu softly shook her head, forcing a smile. Zhou Yuzhao tightened his grip on her, resolutely stating, "You certainly have something to say. Will you share it with me?" Luo Shu raised her gaze to meet Zhou Yuzhao's. "Why did you choose me?" Zhou Yuzhao furrowed his brow slightly, perplexed by her question, but he discerned the determination in her eyes, Realizing this was no trivial matter, Luo Shu continued, "Your surname cannot be given to outsiders. Yet you still name me Zhou Yu Luo Shu. Is it because you had already envisioned this day?" What should have been a joyful revelation, when spoken by Luo Shu, took on a more profound significance. Zhou Yuzhao held her hand, tightening his grip gently, his thumb caressing the back of her hand. Just as he opened his mouth to respond, Luo Shu lowered her voice, asking, "Zhou Yuzhao, do you see me as someone else? Is it why sometimes your gaze towards me feels?" Her voice trembled slightly. Zhou Yuzhao released her hand, cupping her face, only to find tears welling in her eyes. "Luo Shu, I have never seen you as anyone else. The only person I have ever liked is you." As he spoke, he used his thumb to wipe away the tears from her cheeks. The young girl's eyes glimmered with a hint of red, reminiscent of cherry blossoms. "If you feel that I have treated you poorly or caused you distress, you must tell me directly. Do not hide your feelings from me. I may not fully grasp your thoughts, but I promise to act upon what you express." Luo Shu remained silent, her ears flushed as she touched them, feeling a warmth. The dark clouds that had lingered in her heart began to dissipate. Suddenly, Zhou Yuzhao remarked, "You have unjustly accused me. Thus, a punishment is in order." Luo Shu looked up at him, about to inquire about the punishment, when Zhou Yuzhao leaned down, pressing his lips against hers. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, her mind buzzing with confusion. Suddenly, she felt a sharp sting on her lips. Zhou Yuzhao had bitten her. The day of the ceremony soon arrived. Luo Shu donned a red outfit with a deep blue formal attire, seated before the vanity mirror as her maid applied her makeup. Zhou Yuzhao sat beside her, propping his chin on his hand, watching her intently. Thankfully, the powder concealed the faint blush that had risen on Luo Shu's face. As the maid prepared to apply lipstick to Luo Shu, she suddenly noticed a tear at the corner of her lips. With a look of confusion, she inquired, "Miss, have you been unaccustomed to our meals, resulting in a heat in your body?" "Not at all," Luo Shu replied. "I was accidentally bitten by a dog a few days ago." The maid recalled the small dog she had seen by Luo Shu's side, which appeared quite well behaved and not at all like one that would bite. Moreover, if it had truly bitten someone, how could it have only taken such a small chunk? Could it be that the dog was a metaphor? The maid observed Luo Shu, who was gazing at Zhou Yuzhao, and immediately averted her eyes. Indeed, it was as she suspected. Zhou Yuzhao, catching Luo Shu's gaze, unabashedly proclaimed, "Yes, it was I who bit her." Several maids nearby gasped, astonished that someone would admit to being a dog. Luo Shu's face flushed crimson. She had never encountered anyone so brazenly shameless. After finishing her makeup, the maid stood straight and examined Luo Shu, only to find that the blush on her cheeks seemed rather excessive. She turned to her companion and asked, "Did you apply too much powder earlier?" "Not at all," came the reply. Another maid chimed in, insisting she had not made any mistakes in the foundation, as such a basic error had long been behind her. Luo Shu, feeling increasingly flustered under their scrutiny, was reminded by Zhou Yuzhao, "It is not that you have applied it incorrectly. Rather, she is simply blushing." At this, Luo Shu shot him a fierce glare, her ears now flushed as well. The ceremony was set upon a high platform, and Luo Shu was required to traverse a lengthy path lined with onlookers. Taking a deep breath, she turned to Zhou Yuzhao and asked, "Must I truly walk this path alone?" Zhou Yuzhao released her hand and whispered in her ear, "Do not worry, I will be watching from below." As Luo Shu glanced at the crowd, she thought that having spectators was hardly different from being on stage. Zhou Yuzhao reassured her in a hushed tone, "Although this is recorded in our family genealogy, it is essentially an engagement between us, so it is natural for there to be more onlookers." Before she could fully comprehend his words, he added, "On the day of our wedding, there will be tenfold the number of people present. Everyone from the Zhou family will come to partake in the festivities." Luo Shu turned her head, astonished at his statement. "With such a grand display, I find it hard to believe you are not the true son of the Zhou family." The drums suddenly resonated, signaling the commencement of the ceremony. Zhou Yuzhao stepped back from Luo Shu. She exhaled softly, attempting to steady her nerves. Chapter 64, Showcase of Talent. A starlet on the red carpet as Luo Shu faced the crowd, she commenced her walk forward, feeling the weight of countless eyes upon her, which was decidedly uncomfortable. She exhaled lightly, envisioning a red carpet beneath her feet, allowing her to perform as a starlet. Upon reaching the first step, a girl with two braids extended one hand holding a staff and the other towards Luo Shu. Luo Shu placed her hand on the girl's wrist, who assisted her up the stone steps. The girl stood significantly taller than Luo Shu, and despite her youthful appearance, exuded a sense of composure. Strands of white hair adorned her head, interspersed with bird feathers as decoration, imparting an air of mystery. The drumming gradually gave way to murmurs, as a line of people flanked the steps, speaking in an unintelligible language that struck Luo Shu as peculiar. Upon reaching the family head, the girl who had supported her slowly withdrew. The family head received a small porcelain vial and a cup containing an unknown liquid from a maid. After opening the vial, he dripped 3 drops into the cup. Under Luo Shu's watchful gaze, the liquid transformed into a celebratory crimson hue. Yet as she grasped the cup, an unsettling feeling washed over her. Holding the cup to her lips, she was interrupted by the voice of the 886 system echoing in her mind. "Host, have you made your decision?" It spoke with a hesitance that suggested it had deliberated long before voicing its concern. Luo Shu felt perplexed as to why it would choose this moment to speak. After a brief pause, she resolutely drank, placing the untouched cup on the maid's tray. The family head waved his hand, revealing a hefty tome. With a gentle flick, the ancient book floated into the air, pages unfolding one by one. As Luo Shu observed each page, she noted the varying lengths of text, some half a page, others a full essay. Eventually, the pages settled on one that bore sparse writing, occupying only a third of the page, with the name Zhou Yuzhao inscribed at the top. Compared to the other pages, Zhou Yuzhao's appeared rather solitary. As Luo Shu reached for the pen offered by the family head, a sudden thunderous noise erupted from behind. Her hand halted mid-stroke as all eyes turned to the source of the commotion. "Zhou Yuzhao, do you still dare to claim you have no dealings with the demon clan?" The intruder was from the Xinyuan clan, the leader brandishing a sword high above, displaying it for all to see. The family head furrowed his brow, casting a contemplative glance at Luo Shu's back, pondering how the Xinyuan clan had discovered the Zhou family's concealed entrance. The leader of the Xinyuan clan, Zhao Zhan, pointed his sword at the surrounding crowd, declaring, "Your Zhou family publicly claims to be a commercial household, yet in truth, it is a den of demons." As he raised his sword, he proclaimed, "I have allied with various forces. Today, we shall apprehend your hypocritical Zhou family." With that, Zhao Zhan lowered his sword, and his followers surged forward. Everyone retreat. On the platform, the sorcerer raised his staff, and in an instant, the sky darkened with clouds, a bolt of lightning converging upon his staff. Luo Shu felt an overwhelming sense of oppression as the sorcerer's staff struck the ground, causing the earth to split and advance towards their foes. The lightning surged forth, striking down the enemies in the air, while a 6-meter-high barrier rose from the ground, blocking them from entering. Zhou Yuzhao began to gather his spiritual energy, preparing to act, but the family head called out his name. "Xiao-san, do not make a move." Zhou Yuzhao turned, swiftly appearing on the platform, where the family head stated, "Their ability to find this place indicates that our residence in the outside world has been compromised." Zhou Yuzhao insisted, "We must eliminate them, otherwise they will expose our location." Luo Shu could hardly believe her ears. This was Zhou Yuzhao, typically so gentle, acting so aggressively. Suddenly, she recalled falling asleep on the boat with Tian Yu, only to awaken on another vessel. Could it have been then that Zhou Yuzhao brought her into the Zhou family's protective barrier? The family head countered Zhou Yuzhao's suggestion, asserting, "Unless absolutely necessary, we cannot resort to killing." After a moment of contemplation, he ordered, "Capture them alive." His words, though softly spoken, reverberated throughout the gathering of people and demons. Just then, the barrier they had erected began to be gradually breached by Zhao Zhan's forces. "The sorcerer, please retract the barrier." Just as the barrier was on the verge of being breached, the sorcerer withdrew it, causing several individuals, who had lost their support, to collapse instantly to the ground. Truly foolish. As soon as the barrier shattered, Zhao Zhan brandished his sword and commanded the attack. All capable members of the Zhou Yu family surged forward, obeying the family head's orders. yet they merely defended without countering. Under Luo Shu's watchful gaze, she quickly spotted Zhao Zhan amidst the crowd. His strikes were vicious. Each one aimed to be lethal, and it was clear that one man was about to perish at his hands. With a leap from the high platform, Luo Shu dashed toward Zhao Zhan, rescuing the Zhou Yu family member from his sword's path. With her agile form, she deftly redirected Zhao Zhan's sword and, using his own momentum, threw him aside with a kick. Zhao Zhan, momentarily dazzled by this unexpected maneuver, staggered backward. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Shu scanned her surroundings but found no trace of any demon. No, there were no demons revealing their forms. Not even a hint. This was disadvantageous for them, as exposing their true selves would have enabled low-tier beasts to launch a more effective attack. On the high platform, the family head observed Luo Shu's every move, preventing Zhou Yuzhao from rushing to assist. The sorcery displayed here remains feeble and poses no threat to our Zhou Yu family. Besides, she is the wife you personally trained. Surely there will be no issues, correct? Zhou Yuzhao was about to retort, for he had not truly taught Luo Shu anything substantial, merely tossed her a sword manual. Uncertain of how well she had practiced. Chapter 65. I knew you were carefree, but I didn't expect you to be so careless. The family head extended his hand, inquiring, are you suggesting that you have not instructed your wife in any sorcery or martial arts? Indeed, Zhou Yuzhao replied promptly. The family head's brow furrowed slightly as he pointed out Zhou Yuzhao's shortcomings. You little rascal, what have you done? I know you are carefree, but I did not anticipate you to be this negligent. Are you not worried that one day, when you are not by her side, she might face some peril? Zhou Yuzhao scratched his nose. That won't happen. I will certainly be by her side. A figure appeared on the high platform, cradling a guqin. Family head, I have brought the guqin. At that moment, melodious notes filled the air, prompting Luo Shu to glance back toward the high platform. The guqin floated above. As Zhou Yuzhao plucked its strings, the music emanating from his fingertips. You are that cat demon, aren't you? Zhao Zhan directed his sword at Luo Shu, his voice drawing her attention. Luo Shu shook her head, not confirming, yet Zhao Zhan seemed convinced. It must be you. Zhou Yuzhao has never been close to women. It must be you. Moreover, I have heard news of you from Hualan Tower. Luo Shu's gaze suddenly fixated on Zhao Zhan. What exactly does the begonia from Hualan Tower intend? Luo Shu pondered, linking it back to the Zhou Yu family estate outside, wondering if Zhao Zhan's malicious scrutiny was somehow connected to the begonia. At this moment, Luo Shu spoke among the myriad of people and sects in the martial world. Only your Xianyuan clan remains adamantly opposed to this demon clan matter. Is there perhaps some hidden agenda? Luo Shu's words seemed to strike a chord with Zhao Zhan, who bellowed at her, do not speak nonsense. The moment he uttered those words, a sudden surge of spiritual energy sent him flying. Both Luo Shu and Zhao Zhan turned their eyes toward the high platform, where indeed it was Zhou Yuzhao manipulating the strings of the guqin, casting his gaze in their direction. At that moment, the family head's voice reached Luo Shu's ears. Everyone may gradually withdraw. Zhou Yuzhao subtly moved his lips, conveying a secret message to Luo Shu. Shu, come here. Luo Shu glanced back at Zhao Zhan, who lay bloodied on the ground, struggling to rise, yet failing. As if drained of strength, she looked around and noticed that aside from the Zhou Yu family, all others appeared weary, their strength waning. She withdrew her magical aura and made her way toward the high platform. Behind her, Zhao Zhan seemed to muster the last of his energy to rise, lunging at her back with his sword. Zhou Yuzhao's guqin strings suddenly tightened, the music becoming frantic, yet even with his speed, he could not save Luo Shu in time. Words that Zhou Yuzhao wished to express caught in his throat, unable to escape, as he witnessed Luo Shu execute a backflip. In midair, she swiftly adjusted her posture and kicked Zhao Zhan from behind, sending him sprawling once more. Seeing that Luo Shu was unharmed, Zhou Yuzhao released a breath of relief. The family head on the high platform nodded repeatedly, directing his gaze at Zhou Yuzhao. Is this one incident enough to unsettle your mind? He then looked down at Zhou Yuzhao's hands, noting that the rapid playing had caused the strings to cut into his fingertips. with droplets of blood staining the guqin's pristine strings, resembling roses poised to bloom in winter. The family head admired Luo Shu's quick reflexes and questioned, "Do you still dare claim that you have not taught her anything?" Zhou Yuzhao continued to pluck the strings, responding, "Shu has a high degree of comprehension. Perhaps she has grasped her demon form." At this juncture, he had yet to inform the old man of what type of demon she was. A small wild cat. The family head nodded, watching as Luo Shu approached. Indeed, a cat can attract wealth. As the members of the Zhou Yu family gradually retreated, all Xianyuan clan members and martial artists present, including Zhao Zhun, found themselves exhausted, half kneeling on the ground. As the music began to taper off, the eyelids of the crowd began to droop. Having already expended a measure of their spiritual energy, they ultimately succumbed and collapsed. Zhou Yuzhao smoothed the guqin strings, retrieving the instrument from the air and handing it to the person who had presented it. Luo Shu reached Zhou Yuzhao's side, standing on the high platform, gazing down at the fallen figures, while others struggled futilely to rise. "I find you quite imposing today," Luo Shu remarked, giving Zhou Yuzhao a thumbs up. Zhou Yuzhao merely smiled gently, noticing the girl's disheveled hair. He reached out to tuck it behind her ear. It was then that Luo Shu noticed the faint traces of blood on Zhou Yuzhao's fingertip, a result of the guqin strings. "Your hand, it's nothing, merely a small injury." "Yes, just a minor wound, nothing serious." The family had approached with an ancient tome, forcibly maneuvering Zhou Yuzhao away from Luo Shu. Opening the page that Zhou Yuzhao had been on, he handed him a pen, stating, "Despite the minor incident, the ceremony must be completed." Luo Shu responded verbally, taking the pen from the family head's hand and inscribing her name on the slightly yellowed paper. As she wrote, she felt fortunate. Thanks to Zhou Yuzhao's teachings in calligraphy, she managed to avoid embarrassment. Retrieving her pen, the family head glanced over, clucking his tongue as he looked at Zhou Yuzhao and then at the ancient book in his hands, remarking, "Isn't this your handwriting, little three? All my writing is taught by him, so it can only be said to resemble a bit." The family head nodded, closing the ancient tome, waving his finger at Luo Shu's forehead, causing a flower ornament to appear between her brows. He then turned her around, declaring loudly, "The ceremony is complete." The members of the Zhou Yu family erupted in cheers, joined not only by human voices, but also by those of the spirits. Luo Shu was momentarily stunned. As the 886 system in her mind remarked, "This appears very much like a return to ancestral traits." Luo Shu remained silent, still processing her thoughts when the family head spoke. "Keep a close watch on these outsiders. Within 2 hours, administer the Meng Hui Tang to them all. Send them away from the Zhou Yu Zhao family by dawn." Thus, Luo Shu was led away by Zhou Yuzhao. Along the way, her fingers absent-mindedly traced the calloused pad of his finger. "If you keep touching me like that, my wound will become inflamed," he teased. With a smile, Luo Shu released his hand, pondering the nature of Meng Hui Tang, which sounded strikingly similar to Meng Patang. Chapter 66. Are we all allergic to romance? The ingredients for Meng Hui Tang are derived from a tree perched on a cliffside. The sap of this tree possesses remarkable properties that enable one to forget the past. By employing magical abilities, one can specifically erase a segment of memory, which is precisely why the Zhou Yu family has remained undiscovered for years. Zhou Yuzhao further elucidated. This tree indeed originates from the underworld. At the mention of the underworld, Luo Shu lifted her gaze, her curiosity piqued. Is there really a Meng Puer in the underworld? Of course, but ordinary people cannot easily enter the underworld without the guidance of its spirits. As they conversed, they arrived at the room. Luo Shu deftly retrieved the medicine box from the bookshelf. "It seems you have familiarized yourself with every corner of my room." "Not all. I merely glanced around out of boredom and noticed it," she replied, opening the medicine bottle and applying the ointment to his wound with a gentle touch. Tian Fei perched on a chair, observing Zhou Yuzhao with a clicking sound. "You two went out, and even Zhou Yuzhao got hurt." Tian Fei then turned his gaze to Luo Shu, noticing the 3 droplets of water forming a flower on her forehead, narrowing his eyes. "Little cat, what is that on your head? You Haven Tea formed a master-servant contract with Zhou Yuzhao, have you?" No sooner had he spoken than Zhou Yuzhao delivered a sharp rap to Tian Fei's head. Tianfei, nursing his head with one paw, looked at Luoshu with a hint of grievance. Luoshu took Zhou Yuzhao's hand and continued applying medicine while addressing Tianfei. This is not a master-servant contract. Then what is it? Luoshu was unsure how to respond, but Zhou Yuzhao interjected, "It is a marriage contract." "A marriage contract?" Tianfei exclaimed. His ears perked up in shock and excitement, glancing at Luoshu. The spirit, who had been hiding behind a flower vase, immediately emerged upon hearing the commotion, floating onto the table and bouncing with joy, as if celebrating the news. Zhou Yuzhao, intrigued by this novel sight, reached out and captured the spirit in his palm. The spirit made no attempt to escape, content to remain nestled in his grasp. He turned to Luoshu, who was diligently tending to his wound, and asked, "Did you change its outfit?" Luoshu nodded confidently. "Isn't it impressive?" "Indeed, quite remarkable." Though your craftsmanship, Zhou Yuzhao rotated the spirit in his hand, scrutinizing the face Luoshu had crafted, particularly the two rosy cheeks, and found it somewhat perplexing. "What do you think? Isn't it adorable?" Zhou Yuzhao replied earnestly. "Well, it's passable. Cute in a peculiar way." "What? You dare call it ugly?" "I did say it was cute, but adding that word changes the meaning." Zhou Yuzhao intended to salvage his words, but Luoshu had already finished packing the medicine box and moved away from him. He looked down at the spirit in his hand, feeling quite innocent. "What did I do wrong?" The spirit remained silent, merely shaking its head, while Tianfei chimed in with sage-like wisdom. "Ah, young man, you are too blunt." That night, the moon hung particularly full above the Zhou Yu family, making it a perfect spot to admire its beauty. A shadow flitted past Luoshu's window, swiftly appearing in her room and advancing towards her bed. As the man reached for her face, Luoshu stirred awake. The moonlight cast a glow on his back, obscuring his features in shadow, leaving Luoshu unable to discern who he was. Just as she prepared to scream, he swiftly covered her mouth with one hand, his other finger pressed to his lips, whispering urgently, "Don't scream." Recognizing Zhou Yuzhao's voice, Luoshu exhaled in relief, blinking her eyes in surprise. Seemingly reaching an understanding, he removed his hand from her mouth. The girl sat up in bed, gazing at him with sleepy eyes. "What brings you to my room in the dead of night?" She yawned. "I want to sleep with you," Zhou Yuzhao confessed candidly. She looked at him in confusion. "Didn't you say that sharing a bed with you would tarnish my reputation? What are you doing now?" Zhou Yuzhao bent down, wrapping his arms around her, resting his head on her shoulder. With a hint of grievance in his voice, he replied, "While I cannot publicly affect your reputation, I can come to you in secret. Without you, I cannot sleep." At his last words, accompanied by Zhou Yuzhao's tone, Luoshu felt a shiver run down her spine, the remnants of sleep vanishing in an instant. The 886 system remarked in response to her reaction, "Are you allergic to romance?" "No, I simply have a bit of indigestion," she replied, lightly patting Zhou Yuzhao's back, as if soothing him, while secretly reassuring herself. "Why don't you sleep with me?" Instantly, Zhou Yuzhao released her, his gloomy demeanor lifting in an instant as he readily agreed. "All right." Luoshu stared at him, momentarily stunned, before he waved his hand, prompting her to lean closer to the bed. She mused, could Zhou Yuzhao be feigning a pitiful expression just to share the bed? While lost in thought, Zhou Yuzhao's arms snaked around her waist, and Luoshu felt a jolt of sensitivity, causing her to turn away and create distance. "What are you doing?" Zhou Yuzhao feigned innocence, glancing at his empty hand. "I just wanted to hold you while I sleep." Luoshu narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him. "You can't be the real Zhou Yuzhao. How could he behave like this?" "I am Zhou Yuzhao. How can you prove it?" No sooner had she spoken than intricate patterns appeared on Zhou Yuzhao's face, spreading to his neck. Realizing the truth, Luoshu leaned closer, her finger gently pressing against the blooming flower beneath his eye. The petals boasted vibrant colors, more dazzling than ever. A triumphant smile spread across her face as she achieved her goal. Her fingers danced along Zhou Yuzhao's face, trailing to the corner of his lips. She slowly leaned in, the distance between them dwindling to a mere 2 centimeters. As she closed her eyes, the beauty of the moment seemed destined to unfold. A hand reached out, pushing Luoshu away. Startled, she saw it was Zhou Yuzhao. Displeased, she frowned at him. "Zhou Yuzhao, are you allergic to romance?" Zhou Yuzhao merely embraced her, justifying his actions with, "You are too young." Chapter 67. System. Zhou Yuzhao is out of character. Upon hearing Zhou Yuzhao's response, Luo Shu scoffed. "Ha, who do you call small?" In response to her disdainful retort, Zhou Yuzhao appeared oblivious to his misstep. "If you were a bit older, we wouldn't merely be entering a marriage contract. We would be wed." "Wed? Dream on. Even if you wish to marry me, I might not agree," she retorted, turning her back to him, glancing down at her chest. In a moment of irritation, her lips formed a pout as she questioned herself. Could it really be too small? Surely, there is still room for growth. The host questioned whether it was possible that he remarked on her youthfulness due to her tender age. "Isn't that still young?" She countered. "It's different. Being young signifies vibrancy," Luo Shu asserted, clutching the blanket with a slight force, seemingly resolved to instigate a transformation. "Women should adopt a more mature style by the time they reach 20. I am determined to change." The 886 system emitted a dismissive tone, evidently unconvinced by Luo Shu's declaration. "Come on, I think you're perfectly fine as you are. I don't want your opinion. I want my own. Just look at my usual attire, all pink and delicate. Coupled with this hairstyle, adorned with butterfly clips on either side, I've transformed into a millennium vixen." Just as the 886 system was about to respond, Luo Shu abruptly logged off, having heard Zhou Yuzhao's voice. She attempted to turn her head, only to find her back pressed against him, ensnared in his embrace, unable to move. Luo Shu felt she had misheard and sought clarification. "What did you just say?" "I said, if you don't marry me, I will bind you and confine you in our bridal chamber. I will keep you locked away forever at my side." This revelation astonished not only Luo Shu but also the system, which mirrored her incredulity. "System, has Zhou Yuzhao malfunctioned? How could his warm persona be so out of character?" "Host, let me reiterate, this is not a narrative, it's a transmigration. There's no such thing as being out of character here." Luo Shu shifted slightly, only to be pulled back into Zhou Yuzhao's hold, which tightened further. "Why are you hiding?" "I'm not. I'm just seeking a comfortable position to sleep." Zhou Yuzhao then eased his grip, albeit just a fraction, allowing her some space. "Sleep now." Luo Shu nodded gently, affirming, all right. She bit her nail, pondering. Is this what it means to reveal one's true nature after marriage? But the contrast is rather stark. Perhaps Zhou Yuzhao has always been this way, and you simply hadn't noticed. It's quite chilling. He won't resort to domestic violence, will he? In response to Luo Shu's concerns, the 886 system expressed unwavering confidence, assuring her, "Rest easy. As this is a journey of transmigration, I shall ensure your safety at all times." Seemingly compelled by doubt, the 886 added a crucial assurance. "At the very least, I will preserve your last breath. Then I truly am tied down." With that, Luo Shu yawned, appearing genuinely fatigued. Just as she was about to drift off, her body jolted, awakening her from her drowsiness. Both Zhou Yuzhao and the system were taken aback. "Shu, what's wrong?" "Oh, what are you doing?" "I was about to log off." "Nothing, just a sudden spasm as I was falling asleep." Zhou Yuzhao pulled the blanket over her shoulder, which had been exposed to the air. Luo Shu whispered, "Can I tell you something?" Hearing the slight tension in her voice, the 886 system perked up its metaphorical ears. "Could you refrain from calling me Shu? It feels rather odd." "Where's the oddity?" Luo Shu turned to face him. Noticing the patterns on Zhou Yuzhao's face had faded, she gestured between them. "Doesn't it sound like an uncle's name?" After contemplating for a moment, Zhou Yuzhao acquiesced. Luo Shu nodded, resting her head on his chest, ready to sleep. The voice of the 886 system echoed in her mind. "I thought you had something significant to say. Is that all?" The system's sudden interruption slightly displeased Luo Shu, eliciting a soft whine from her lips, akin to a kitten's mew. "What's wrong?" Zhou Yuzhao promptly opened his eyes and gently ruffled her hair, her soft locks brushing against his palm. "It's nothing," Luo Shu evasively replied, feeling quite embarrassed. The 886 system revealed its mischievous side, stating, "You should listen to the sound you just made." "Ah, please don't mention it. I feel extremely awkward right now." Zhou Yuzhao softly patted Luo Shu, soothing her as one would a child. His gentle touch seemed remarkably effective, rekindling her fading drowsiness. Zhou Yuzhao gazed down at the girl in his arms, his thumb caressing her silky hair, leaning down to place a tender kiss on her forehead. As consciousness began to blur, Luo Shu heard Zhou Yuzhao's soft voice. "Kitten, don't ever leave me. Promise you will stay by my side forever, okay?" Luo Shu parted her lips slightly, whispering a soft okay. That night, Zhou Yuzhao watched Luo Shu's floral adornment for a long while, a smile gracing his lips, suggesting his contentment. His fingertips gently brushed the floral design on her forehead, feeling a profound sense of fulfillment. "Kitten, you are finally mine." When Luo Shu awoke, Zhou Yuzhao was no longer beside her. She reached out, touching the warmth left on the edge of the bed. His body heat was gone. He must have departed quite some time ago. Stretching languidly, she emitted a contented sigh, pulling the blanket closer, preparing to indulge in a nap. Just then, the 886 system interjected, "Host, don't sleep. We're not in the valley. You must maintain your image." Luo Shu jolted awake, sitting up and scanning her surroundings, taking in the decor and furnishings, finally believing she had indeed left the valley. Resignedly collapsing back onto the bed, she gazed at the canopy above, her expression reflecting a sense of despair. "Why am I not in the valley? I wish to sleep in. We will return to the valley soon." Zhou Yuzhao's voice emerged beside her bed. She turned her head to see him standing there, impeccably dressed, clearly having risen long before. Upon seeing Zhou Yuzhao, a pained expression crossed Luo Shu's face, her small mouth pouting. She reached out her hand, and he helped her up from the bed. "How long must I sleep to not feel weary?" Chapter 68. What are you doing? Let us go hiking together. Luo Shu's complaints were such that even the system felt a twinge of inadequacy. How beautiful must someone be to be loved? That is the distinction between you and others. The thing I despise most in life is comparisons with others. Noticing Luo Shu's lack of response, Zhou Yuzhao gently pinched her cheek. "What are you doing?" Booting up. Leaning against Zhou Yuzhao, Luo Shu felt drowsy as he sighed in resignation. No wonder cats are said to be the best at lounging about. "Do you want to see the tree that makes the dream return soup near the cliff?" As anticipated, Luo Shu perked up, curiosity sparkling in her eyes as she nodded eagerly. Let us go, let us go." Zhou Yuzhao nodded, realizing that compared to sleeping, she preferred the excitement of exploration. He led Luo Shu to the grand shrine at the base of the cliff, where rows of individuals brought by Zhao Zhun lay on the ground. The members of the Zhou family were diligently feeding the prepared dream return soup to these people. It resembled a large-scale rescue operation. After a moment of reflection, Luo Shu turned to Zhou Yuzhao. "Why are they being fed? It's so slow." The dream return soup is remarkably effective if it were to be administered through magic. There could be oversights. Internal consumption is the most direct and reliable method. Luo Shu nodded, peering ahead and noticing a staircase ascending the mountain beside the grand shrine, each step seemingly leading to infinity. "Where does that lead?" "That's the cliff I mentioned. Would you like to go up and take a look?" "Can we?" Zhou Yuzhao chuckled softly, guiding Luo Shu forward. Initially, buoyed by joy, she didn't feel fatigued as they ascended. However, as time passed, her initial exuberance gradually waned. "Why haven't we arrived yet?" Zhou Yuzhao turned around to gaze at the young girl who lagged a few steps behind him, resembling a startled cat with its fur bristled, as she lifted her head and shouted towards the sky. Zhou Yuzhao could only manage a wry smile as he descended the steps and extended his hand towards Luo Shu. "Come on, I'll hold your hand." Luo Shu placed her hand in his, yet made no effort to move her feet. "I can't go on, Zhou Yuzhao. I truly cannot." With that, she turned and sat down on the steps, tugging at Zhou Yuzhao's arm. Reluctantly, he sat beside her, holding her hand tightly. The young girl had been walking for quite some time, and her palm had grown warm from their clasp. "Would you like to hear a story?" Luo Shu turned her head to look at Zhou Yuzhao. "Can you still tell stories?" Zhou Yuzhao simply smiled gently and asked, "Would you like to hear one?" "Go ahead." The dream tree on the cliff comes from the underworld. If someone can walk the entire mountain path, their sincerity will move the messenger of the underworld, allowing them to meet a deceased loved one or to have a wish granted. Luo Shu turned to face the stairs behind her, vaguely perceiving the end of the staircase above. Walk the whole way. Isn't that simple? There can't be any hidden conditions, right? Zhou Yuzhao shook his head and replied earnestly, it requires kneeling step by step until you reach the top. Huh? A look of astonishment crossed Luo Shu's face. Which fool would go up like that? Kneeling step by step. There truly are some. Zhou Yuzhao's response left Luo Shu in disbelief, and she turned to look at him. Her expression still one of shock as she saw him nod. Is it really true? Yes, truly. Luo Shu lowered her voice slightly. No way. Really, just to see someone again? Perhaps there are unresolved issues. After all, the messenger of the underworld can grant them a request, right? Surely those who come must be desperate, like those seeking immense wealth or unparalleled martial arts. As she spoke, Luo Shu's gaze shifted to Zhou Yuzhao. You wouldn't be one of those people, would you? What are you thinking? Zhou Yuzhao gently patted Luo Shu on the head. Not everyone who comes succeeds, and besides, hardly anyone knows about this place. The messengers of the underworld cannot bestow wealth or supreme powers. So, some people might tread this bloody path and still not meet the person they long to see. Yes, Zhou Yuzhao nodded, rubbing Luo Shu's head as he continued. When I was young, the family head took me wandering and we met a man whose family had fallen on hard times. He was too afraid to express his feelings to the woman he loved and rejected her affections. Didn't the woman wait for him? And then he successfully rose again and ended up with her? Luo Shu, being a woman well-versed in many narratives, thought that such a happy ending was entirely plausible. However, she was met with Zhou Yuzhao, shaking his head as he revealed the rest of the tale. In the end, the woman married someone else, and he never married. The woman lived in sorrow and eventually fell ill and passed away. Luo Shu sighed softly, playing with Zhou Yuzhao's fingers. Two people who truly liked each other missed their chance, but thankfully, we have not. Zhou Yuzhao nodded, holding her hand in return. Hearing the young girl ask, but isn't that unfair to the woman's husband? He replied, there is no such thing as fairness in this world. That woman was taken as a concubine. Luo Shu furrowed her brow, thinking, what an unsatisfactory ending. Why would she become someone as concubine? It would be better to be with her true love. But the man did not think so. By the time he achieved success, the woman was already gravely ill and he could not take her with him. I think that man is rather foolish. Zhou Yuzhao chuckled softly, pinching Luo Shu's pouting lips. Perhaps he just hoped she would fare better. After all, even a poor life is better than being with him. Luo Shu sighed again, standing up from the steps and extending her hand to Zhou Yuzhao. I've rested enough. Let us go. Zhou Yuzhao took her hand, and together they ascended the staircase. Don't you want to know what happened next? Is this story not finished? Zhou Yuzhao shook his head, holding Luo Shu's hand as they walked, and said, the family head brought him here, and he completed the entire journey kneeling. Did that move the underworld? Did he meet her? No. Luo Shu extended her other hand, saying, all right, let's not speak of unhappy endings. Zhou Yuzhao nodded in agreement. Chapter 69. We must have no regrets. It is best to be together forever. After walking a while, Luo Shu turned and said, how about you just tell me? I'm still a bit curious. Zhou Yuzhao smiled gently, noticing the embarrassed expression on her face. Indeed, he moved the underworld, but did not meet his beloved. Why? He had spoken harshly to her in an attempt to push her away, and the misunderstanding remained unresolved. When she arrived in the underworld, she found peace and became a servant in the underworld palace, not reincarnating nor ever seeing him again. That doesn't seem like true peace. If he had truly moved on, he would have reincarnated instead of staying in the underworld. Indeed, Zhou Yuzhao reached out, gently stroking Luo Shu's head, and softly said, we must have no regrets. It is best to be together forever, you know? Upon hearing Zhou Yuzhao's words, Luo Shu did not nod immediately. She could not provide a definitive answer. She understood that those who possessed systems often face dire fates. They would be forcibly taken away by the system, either erasing their existence or causing both parties to suffer. What's wrong? Luo Shu's hesitation aroused Zhou Yuzhao's concern, causing him to furrow his brow and grip her hand tighter. It's nothing. Luo Shu managed a faint smile. Cat, we've already pledged our union. You wouldn't consider fleeing, would you? Luo Shu looked up abruptly, resolutely stating, how could that be possible? If you were to run, it wouldn't matter. I would always bring you back. An indescribable feeling surged within Luo Shu as she sensed Zhou Yuzhao's hand tighten around hers once more. The dream tree remained unchanged through the seasons. Its leaves, a heavy green, deep and dark, resembled a life one cannot fathom. The dark blue ribbons fluttered prominently against the mountain breeze. This tree was unlike any other, not merely because of its leaves, but also due to its trunk, which twisted in an S shape, resembling the masterpiece of a beautiful artist. Zhou Yuzhao, this tree looks so sacred. No sooner had she spoken than a swirl of black mist appeared beneath the tree, revealing a figure clad in a black cloak, with a pallid face concealed beneath its hood. Luo Shu stepped back until she felt Zhou Yuzhao's body press against her waist, which reassured her. Leaning against him, she whispered, "This wouldn't be the messenger of the underworld, would it? Didn't they say one must kneel all the way up to show sincerity before they appear?" Zhou Yuzhao shook his head and softly replied, "This is my first time here as well." Luo Shu turned back sharply, her eyes widening as she thought, could we have triggered some kind of taboo? The figure removed its hood, revealing unique markings resembling inverted black triangles beneath its eyes. It performed an unusual gesture, seemingly bowing towards them. Luo Shu was startled. "What are you doing?" She quickly covered her ears and whispered to Zhou Yuzhao, "If we receive such a bow, wouldn't it shorten our lives?" Zhou Yuzhao chuckled softly, stroking Luo Shu's head with a tender gaze. "How could that be? You, my dear, are rather superstitious." The emissary of the underworld heard Luo Shu's inquiry, lifted his head, and beheld the scene before him. His eyes widened slightly, as if witnessing something extraordinarily peculiar. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the spot between the brows of the two individuals, where nothing resided. The emissary suddenly comprehended the situation and straightened his posture. He placed his fist delicately by his lips and coughed softly, prompting both to turn their heads in his direction. "I perceive that you two share a remarkable connection, and thus I thought it fitting to introduce myself." Indeed, it seemed the aura of the protagonist had summoned the emissary of the underworld directly to their presence. After Luo Shu finished speaking, she awaited a response from the 886 system, but the silence lingered, feeling rather abrupt. Could it be that it had gone offline and had yet to return? Noticing that neither Luo Shu nor Zhou Yuzhao responded, a hint of embarrassment flickered across the emissary's face as he muttered softly, "In the mortal realm, why are they still so aloof?" Upon meeting their unwavering gazes, he shifted his eyes and inquired, "Do you require any assistance?" Zhou Yuzhao remained unresponsive. Luo Shu, gazing at the blue ribbons tied to the tree, remarked, "I heard the officiant say that one could hang a wooden plaque on the cliff to make a wish. At this moment, the bond of fate between this tree and the Sansheng stone from the underworld can be intertwined. If they are truly in love, their names will appear on the Sansheng stone, entwined for all eternity." Zhou Yuzhao's unexpected interjection caught Luo Shu off guard. Her lips parted, yet she had not uttered a word, though she seemed to grasp the significance of what she had heard. The notion of being intertwined for all eternity echoed in her mind, and as she held Zhou Yuzhao's hand, she applied a gentle pressure, signifying her resolve. The emissary bowed slightly, transforming the fabric in his hands into two blue ribbons adorned with silver accents, each featuring a delicate bell. He presented them with both hands. "These were crafted by Meng Pe of the underworld. I humbly request that you accept them." Luo Shu examined the ribbon in her hand, and then glanced at the ones hanging from the tree, feeling that hers was far more exquisite. "Zhou Yuzhao, do you not find that the one we hold differs from those on the tree? Indeed, the ones on the tree are mere replicas." The emissary explained, without allowing Zhou Yuzhao a moment to ponder. "While both serve the purpose of wishing, those crafted by Meng Pe possess a greater intricacy, ensuring a tighter weave of destiny." Zhou Yuzhao appeared satisfied and, with a swift motion, inscribed his name in gilded letters upon the ribbon. He then glanced at Luo Shu's ribbon, where her name, Zhou Shu Luo, was inscribed. Luo Shu turned to meet Zhou Yuzhao's gaze and said, "The officiant informed me that henceforth my surname shall be yours, for a wife adopts her husband's surname." Zhou Yuzhao nodded, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, betraying his delight. He took the ribbon from Luo's shoe, entwining the ends and pulling them tight, as if fearful that their bond might unravel. Observing Zhou Yuzhao's earnestness, Luo's shoe stifled smile. Standing beneath the tree, they awaited the emissary, who watched as Zhou Yuzhao performed a spell to hang the ribbon at the highest point. The emissary suddenly remarked, "I must caution you both. Though this artifact is crafted by Mengpe and more enduring than those of Yulao, your fates may be challenging to intertwine, perhaps even impossible to sustain." As soon as the words left his mouth, he met Zhou Yuzhao's intense gaze and instinctively covered his mouth with his hand. Chapter 70. Zhou Yuzhao. Your arrogance may lead to trouble. Noticing Zhou Yuzhao's unwavering stare, the emissary promptly closed his mouth and lowered his gaze, daring not to utter another word. Luo's shoe, sensing the tension radiating from Zhou Yuzhao, gently grasped his hand. "Do not be angry." He merely spoke without thought. "Huh?" The emissary raised his head, locking eyes with Luo's shoe, and upon receiving her gaze, quickly amended, Yes, I merely spoke without thinking." After uttering this, Luo's shoe waved her hand gently by her side, signaling the emissary to depart. Zhou Yuzhao observed their subtle interactions, watching as the emissary exited beneath the great tree. His gaze slowly returned to Luo's shoe, who appeared to be a petulant child. "Zhou Yuzhao, I have noticed you are becoming increasingly petty." Zhou Yuzhao turned his head, adopting a serious expression. "He spoke nonsense. He deserves to be reprimanded." Luo's shoe nodded in agreement. "Indeed, he deserves to be reprimanded." Seemingly dissatisfied with Luo's shoe's nonchalant response, Zhou Yuzhao reiterated, "Luo's shoe, I speak the truth." Yes, I understand," she replied, pulling Zhou Yuzhao's hand and directing his attention to the blue ribbons hanging from the tree. "Look, what are you looking at?" Zhou Yuzhao interrupted, pulling her hand to head back. "Goodness, I have yet to express my sentiments." "Ah, Zhou Yuzhao, this tree is untrustworthy. Next time, we shall hang red ribbons at Yulao's temple." Luo's shoe chuckled lightly, just as Zhou Yuzhao continued. "These denizens of the underworld are intentionally contradictory, offering us blessings while proclaiming our eventual separation." He continued to grumble, reminiscent of a cantankerous elder. Soon, they arrived at the path leading down the mountain. As Luo's shoe gazed at the seemingly endless steps, her legs felt weak. Zhou Yuzhao, noticing her trepidation, declared, "We shall not take the stairs." "Huh? Are we to roll down?" Zhou Yuzhao encircled Luo's shoe's waist, casting a spell in midair, and when they landed, they were already at the mountain's base. "Is this manner of descent not disrespectful?" Zhou Yuzhao appeared unfazed, even dismissive. "Ascension is out of reverence." Yet his words are truly unpalatable. Who would be foolish enough to ascend step by step? Luo's shoe shook her head gently, admonishing Zhou Yuzhao, "Your arrogance may lead to trouble outside." Zhou Yuzhao confidently wrapped his arm around Luo's shoe's shoulders. "Those who wish to strike me have yet to be born. Besides, I am who I am, and those who disagree can only stifle their grievances." "Very well, stifle them," Luo's shoe replied, playfully poking his chest with her finger. A figure approached from behind, bowing to them before addressing Zhou Yuzhao. "Third young master, all preparations have been completed. We are ready to depart at any time." "Good." He turned to the young girl beside him, speaking softly. "I will meet with the family head, and we shall return to Huagu shortly." "Really? We can return so soon?" Zhou Yuzhao nodded gently and turned to leave, heading towards the family head. As Zhou Yuzhao departed, the individual who had just arrived lingered, prompting Luo's shoe to question, "Do you have further matters to discuss?" "The Master of Sorcery wishes to see you. Please follow me." Under the guidance of this individual, Luo's shoe was led to a small pavilion by the ship's sails. Upon encountering the sorceress, Luo's shoe's eyes sparkled with wonder. Seated within the pavilion was none other than the girl with twin pigtails wielding a staff atop the high platform. She truly is a sorceress. As Luo's shoe stepped into the small pavilion, she prepared to bow to the sorceress, yet the sorceress preemptively rose from her seat to return the gesture. "Greetings, third young lady." Luo's shoe's bow froze mid-air, while the sorceress remained in her bowing posture, refusing to rise. Observing this, Luo Shu bent lower, until they were both locked in a 90-degree bow, after which Luo Shu straightened her back. Enough of this. Let us dispense with formalities. Thank you, third young lady. Luo Shu felt a sudden unease and twitched the corner of her mouth. What brings you to seek me? The third young lady took her seat, gesturing to the chair before her, and then sat opposite Luo Shu. I dare to venture to divine your fate. Divine? Luo Shu felt a subtle thrill, mingled with a hint of perplexity. She had always been inclined to believe in such matters. This time, the third young master brought you back to forge a marriage contract, and it remains uncertain when she would have the chance to meet you again. I wish to divine your fortune to ensure your safety. Very well. Luo Shu rolled up her sleeves and extended her wrist before the sorcerer. The sorcerer, with an expression of confusion, gazed at Luo Shu. Noticing her raised hand, she inquired, Do you not wish to divine? Please, third young lady, open your hand. Oh, very well. As Luo Shu unfolded her palm, before she could fully comprehend, the sorcerer pricked her finger with a silver needle. Initially, she felt nothing, but the sorcerer grasped her hand and squeezed her finger, drawing forth her blood to drip into a small black dish. Luo Shu inhaled sharply, questioning, why not simply make a cut? Why the need to squeeze? She retracted her hand, watching her blood fall into the ink-like container. Then, she observed the sorcerer's fingers dance in the air like butterflies. At the moment of spiritual energy's movement, Luo Shu noticed the bells hanging around the pavilion began to emit a harmonious, rhythmic sound. The small black dish floated upwards, wisps of faint smoke appearing within. Just as Luo Shu found this spectacle enchanting, she saw the sorcerer's spiritual energy transform, and suddenly an eye appeared at her brow. What? Erlang Shun. The orb within that eye was a soft azure, adorned with beautiful patterns reminiscent of shattered jade, and appeared imbued with serpentine vitality. That wisp of azure smoke entered the sorcerer's eye, and she gradually closed her eyelids. Luo Shu tilted her head, intrigued by the sorcerer's novel method of divination. As she awaited the outcome, the bells in the pavilion began to tremble violently, producing a sound entirely discordant from the previous melodious tone, now fraught with agitation and a peculiar sense of panic, akin to a thief hearing an alarm. The sorcerer abruptly opened her eyes, and the sound of the bells gradually subsided, returning to tranquility. Chapter 71. I simply have not encountered my heart's desire, not that I am heartless. The sorcerer widened her eyes, breathing heavily, as if she had glimpsed something unseen. She looked back at Luo Shu, but her gaze began to evade. Luo Shu, unaware, poured a cup of water from the kettle on the table and handed it to her. Are you all right? The sorcerer shook her head, setting the cup down as she slowly regained her composure. The fate of the third young lady is not something I can fathom. Luo Shu displayed a look of confusion as she regarded the sorcerer, pondering, could it be that I am some powerful protagonist of a fantastical tale? A destiny beyond her comprehension? What do you mean by that? I harbor no intention to offend. My abilities are meager, and I currently lack the power to divine your future. However, I have something I wish to convey to you, third young lady. Speak. The sorcerer lifted her head slowly, her expression turning grave, mirroring the seriousness that had settled on Luo Shu's face. Cherish the present. After hearing this, Luo Shu extended 4 fingers, querying, just 4 words? A single phrase? The sorcerer nodded, prompting Luo Shu to retract her hand, asking, Do you wish for me to cherish Zhou Yuzhao? The sorcerer nodded again, and Luo Shu declared, I shall certainly cherish him. Third young lady, that is not all I mean. What I wish to convey is of even greater significance. The sorcerer's words trailed off abruptly, her demeanor indicating a sudden halt. Why have you stopped speaking? When Zhou Yuzhao encountered the family head, he was watering the flowers and plants with a wooden ladle in hand. Family head. The elder nodded, continuing his task without interruption. You have brought these individuals out of the Zhou family. Who knows when you shall return? He reminisced. I remember when you were young, you were particularly clingy, unable to part from me and the efficient even for a moment. How quickly time has passed, and you have grown so much. The elder's voice bore a certain weariness, reminiscent of a father bidding farewell to his son on a journey. Zhou Yuzhao was at a loss for words. Yet the elder spoke again, as if he had an endless supply of thoughts to share. Do you understand your own heart? Do you truly harbor sincere feelings for Shushu? Zhou Yuzhao furrowed his brow, perplexed by the elder's inquiry. Do you remember when you were young? Asking why you cannot bloom? I remember. Zhou Yuzhao held a vivid recollection of that time. To ascertain his nature, the elder had delved into extensive research, uncovering only fragmented information in ancient texts. The elder had once claimed that his essence likely belonged to the realm of the underworld, explaining that this tree does not bloom, possibly due to a lack of heart, or even the absence of emotions. The elder nodded, hearing Zhou Yuzhao's retort, I simply have not encountered my heart's desire. Not that I am heartless. The elder refrained from further comment, placing the wooden ladle down and turning to ask, Did you go to the cliff? What did the messenger say? You already know? The elder stroked his beard, a gentle smile gracing his face, as if everything were within his control. When the messenger departs, a light will illuminate the azure stone lamp below. He said that the intertwining of my fate with Luo Shu is quite tenuous. Even with the items crafted by Meng Pe, it would be difficult to bind our destinies together. Did you comprehend those words? Zhou Yuzhao raised his head, his expression revealing his discontent. Does the family head also believe in such fabrications? The elder shook his head, seemingly holding an opposing view to Zhou Yuzhao. What is falsehood? The messenger from the underworld is known for his unwavering truthfulness. He hails from the underworld and undoubtedly possesses knowledge of certain souls and their destinies. And so what? Zhou Yuzhao dismissed the messenger's claims, asserting, I have never believed what others say. My future is not something he can easily manipulate. That is indeed the case, but young master the elder's tone suddenly shifted, becoming serious and laden with significance, worthy of contemplation. At the conclusion of their parting words, the elder imparted 4 words to Zhou Yuzhao. Cherish the present. Upon reaching the bank, Zhou Yuzhao found Luo Shu seated in the pavilion, toying with her hair. He approached her quietly, remarking, Why do you appear so displeased? Luo Shu shook her head, forcing a smile. I was just pondering whether the sorcerer's divination is accurate. Her magic rarely falters. Despite her youthful appearance, we still do not equal her age combined. Really? As she spoke, Luo Shu gazed towards the direction the sorcerer had departed. Her lips slightly parted in surprise. I suspect she is akin to Tian Shantong Lao, yet I did not anticipate she is so much older than I. I felt the same way initially. He placed his hand gently atop Luo Shu's head, stroking it softly, and continued to inquire, What did you seek her counsel for? Let me guess, it cannot be for romantic matters. It must be regarding your abilities, correct? Luo Shu shook her head, prompting Zhou Yuzhao to bend down in curiosity, asking, Then what did you seek her to divine? May I know? It was not I who sought her. It was the sorcerer who sought me. Upon hearing Luo Shu's words, Zhou Yuzhao's smile vanished instantaneously. He had feared this might be the case when he guessed, but now it was confirmed. Zhou Yuzhao's expression turned impassive as Luo Shu handed him a small orb she had been cradling in her palm. The orb resembled glass, transparent in appearance, with a bud of an unbloomed flower encased within. Look, this is what the sorcerer gave me. She also said it would ward off evil. Zhou Yuzhao regarded the object in his hand as if it were a hot potato, unable to articulate any words. I believe individuals like you would hardly be swayed by such notions. Luo Shu extended her hand to reclaim the orb from Zhou Yuzhao, swiftly stowing it away. What regard does she hold for you? Luo Shu shook her head and remarked, Her words are so ambiguous that I can hardly comprehend them. And she speaks only in fragments. Zhou Yuzhao lowered his head momentarily before straightening up, saying, Mao'er, let us return to the valley. Very well. The two made their way towards the Zhou family's vessel, when Luo Shu tilted her head and declared, There is one thing I understood. She urged me to cherish the present moment. Is that so? This was a phrase he had also heard from the family head. Fine. Truth be told, I do not understand it well either. She mentioned it is not the literal meaning I grasp. When I inquired, she remained silent. Do all of you from the Zhou family enjoy keeping secrets? In truth, a sorcerer generally does not offer divination willingly. Chapter 72. The underworld governs life and death. It is both the beginning and the end. What? They typically do not offer divination? Does this mean I was singled out by the sorcerer? If a sorcerer volunteers to divine, it may indicate a significant calamity in your fate. Two black lines appeared on Luo Shu's forehead, her expression revealing a sense of misfortune. Upon reaching the boarding area, a servant handed a jingling bell to Zhou Yuzhao. The third young master, take your time. Farewell. Zhou Yuzhao led Luo Shu onto the ship, which was quite spacious, capable of accommodating many passengers, yet only he had brought Luo Shu aboard. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Luo Shu turned to him and asked, Zhou Yuzhao, could what that messenger said possibly be true? What is true? Do you believe those words? Surely, consulting a divination must yield something positive. Zhou Yuzhao grasped Luo Shu's hand, tightening his grip, akin to his unwavering conviction. I do not believe. Those matters are too far-fetched. If we were to learn our fates through divination, would we merely await our demise? That does seem valid. Upon stepping onto the deck, Luo Shu noticed a group of individuals standing aboard the ship, led by Zhao Zhun, a faction of martial artists. The young girl's pupils dilated, her senses heightened instantly. What are they doing here? Do not worry, they have yet to awaken. As he spoke, Zhou Yuzhao shook the bell in his hand, causing Zhao Zhun and his companions to lift their heads, appearing dazed, their eyelids drooping as if in a trance. What has happened to them? Luo Shu pointed at Zhao Zhun, but he showed no reaction. She approached him, waving her hand before his eyes, yet he did not even blink. Zhou Yuzhao rang the bell again, and Zhao Zhun and the others immediately raised their hands, rigid and unyielding. Luo Shu instinctively took a step back, fearing that those stiff arms might penetrate her form. Luo Shu turned back to Zhou Yuzhao, her gaze fixed on the bell in his hand. Zhou Yuzhao, you did this deliberately, did you not? She placed her hands on her hips, glaring at him. The man met her gaze without flinching and with a hint of pride. He shook the bell. Indeed, it was intentional. Come, let us proceed. Zhou Yuzhao beckoned Luo Shu to his side, shaking the bell, and under the melodic chime, Zhao Zhun and his cohorts gradually filed into one or two cabins of the ship. Luo Shu leaned forward, her lips slightly parted. Wow, this resembles a corpse driver. She turned back to Zhou Yuzhao, their eyes interlocking in the air, when he softly inquired, what is a corpse driver? Oh, Luo Shu waved her hand dismissively, muttering to herself, after the Republic, one is not permitted to become a spirit, and besides, with the underworld here, it should also be forbidden. Even with Zhou Yuzhao's keen hearing, he could not quite decipher her murmured words, leaving him perplexed. Just as he was about to ask, Luo Shu spoke again. Is it true that everyone from the Zhou family possesses such formidable abilities? Why do you say that? Look at how effortlessly you subdued such a multitude of people. Zhou Yuzhao shook his head, stating that it was not due to our prowess, but rather that the martial artists Zhao Zhun gathered are not particularly astute. Luo Shu nodded in agreement, acknowledging their apparent lack of intelligence. After a moment, Luo Shu recalled something. Do you know why the people he gathered are so foolish? Intelligent individuals would never harbor enmity towards the demon race like the Xianyuan clan does. As he spoke, Zhou Yuzhao recounted an ancient tale. Many years ago, the ruler of the underworld, representing it, signed a pact with the human realm concerning the coexistence of the demon race. The ceremony was divided into two parts, and during the final rite, the ruler of the underworld vanished, leaving the contract unfulfilled. Why was it that the demon race was not represented, but rather the underworld? Zhou Yuzhao's gaze drifted towards the horizon of the sea, distant and seemingly unattainable. Because the underworld governs life and death, it is the origin and conclusion of all things. Moreover, the demon race was then considerably weakened. The monarch of the underworld took such measures to maintain peace here. Thus, due to the incomplete contract, the demons still lack a foothold in the world today. Zhou Yuzhao nodded, turning back to observe the Zhou family. The island is protected by a barrier, with layers of white clouds drifting at its periphery. As their vessel gradually departed, the traces of the Zhou family faded from view. Why did the monarch of the underworld suddenly disappear? Zhou Yuzhao shook his head and replied, I do not know the precise reasons. It is said that the underworld king had a quarrel with his 3 divine ministers, claiming he did not empathize with the sufferings of mortals and should grant status to the demon race. What happened afterward? Such a lofty deity as the underworld king would not simply abandon his post for such a reason, would he? He did not evade. Zhou Yuzhao shook his head again, saying that it was rumored the underworld king was suddenly struck by divine tribulation, perhaps having descended to the human realm. Luo Shu furrowed her brow slightly, finding it somewhat absurd. Could they not have simply brought the underworld king back? It is impossible. Breaking the underworld king's life trajectory as a deity would invite retribution. Not only would the intervening parties face annihilation, but the underworld king undergoing tribulation would also be affected. Luo Shu, pursing her lips in resignation, puffed out one cheek. Perhaps it is fate. We must simply endure it. Zhou Yuzhao continued. The underworld king possesses 1,000 faces. He presents himself with a mask. How could anyone recognize him upon his arrival in the human realm? At that moment, a voice resonated in Luo Shu's mind. Ding! The system is now online. Greetings, host. Discussion of the underworld is prohibited as it violates regulations. You're aware of being online, I see. The magnetic field of the Zhou family resonates with me. May everything go smoothly for you in Zhou Yuzhao. It has been quite smooth. On the sea, night fell unusually early. As Luo Shu emerged from the sails, she found Zhou Yuzhao and the boatman standing on the deck. The man's silhouette was tall and straight, the wind from the sea gently lifting his garments, reminiscent of a celestial figure in the moon palace. The breeze carried a hint of chill, and Luo Shu lightly wrapped her arms around herself, gazing up at the full moon, pondering whether winter was approaching. Mao'er. Zhou Yuzhao turned to look at Luo Shu, who lowered her head, her lips moving slightly. What is it? We should enter. The barrier is about to activate. As he spoke, a shimmering, transparent barrier appeared before the ship, and, as they drew near, a delicate frost began to form on the deck. Very well. Luo Shu turned and entered the cabin, and the moment she closed the door, the candlelight within began to flicker, casting the silhouette of a towering figure on the cabin wall. Chapter 73. As the candlelight wavered, the shadow on the wall danced unsteadily. Luo Shu's fist tightened slightly, her brows knitting together as she prepared for action. The footsteps behind her were gentle, yet Luo Shu still heard them. Cautiously, her eyes shifted backward, and the sound of approaching footsteps grew increasingly distinct. Without hesitation, Luo Shu turned around. But at the very moment she did, the spiritual energy in her hand had yet to be released, and the entire ship began to tilt. Caught off guard, Luo Shu's body leaned backward, nearly toppling to the ground. Raising her gaze, a blue-black, hairy object flew towards her from a distance, seemingly about to pounce on her face. At first glance, it appeared familiar, but her mind quickly processed the situation. She sprang from the ground, spinning mid-air, and kicked the object away with great force. A faint cry echoed, and Luo Shu stood firm, glancing at the source of the sound, which seemed somewhat familiar. However, the ship continued to tremble, and she had to constantly adjust her stance to maintain her balance. The object she had kicked away was far less fortunate, rolling chaotically across the floor like a deflated ball as the ship rocked. Luo Shu looked out the window, where the sea was close enough to see the waves dancing against the glass, yet the water could not breach the ship's interior. It seemed there was a transparent barrier in place. The splashes against it scattered like droplets from the mighty Poseidon's creation, each one exquisite in its form. Suddenly, Luo Shu noticed something peculiar about the droplets. They were distinct and clear. Just as she contemplated this, a soft white light began to wash over the window, neither blinding nor harsh, allowing her to see its facets, much like a finely crafted piece from a cutting machine. Was this a barrier? The Zhou family had established it to conceal themselves, both near and far. Clearly, it was no simple task for the Xian clan to locate this place. Perhaps the one guiding them from behind possessed far too much knowledge. Turning her head, Luo Shu saw the object rolling back toward her. The ship swayed again, and her footing faltered, causing her to stumble like a bowler tripping over her own feet. As she neared the ground, Luo Shu braced herself with her hands, flipping onto the floor and grasping the window frame. She reached out toward the rolling object, and it immediately landed in her grasp. "Ah, it's really you," she exclaimed, holding onto the neck of Finu, who was now wide-eyed and panting, resembling a toy in her hands. "You actually kicked me." Holding onto the window's edge, Luoxu swayed the squirming Kangoo in her grasp as the ship continued to rock. "Why is this ship swaying so much? When we visited last time, we certainly didn't sleep that soundly, did we? After all, the Xian clan has been here. Perhaps this barrier has been forcibly breached in several places." That seemed plausible. As they drifted further from the Jier family's barrier, the surrounding waves calmed significantly, and the ship gradually stabilized. Luoxu glanced around the room, noticing that none of the items had been disturbed by the ship's movement. Everything remained intact. Not even a single object was in disarray. She placed Tengu on the floor and, supporting her temples, exited the room. "I can't take it anymore. This has made my seasickness flare up. I need to go for a walk." Tengu lay weakly on the floor, watching as Luoxu slowly walked away. In its vision, Luoxu's figure appeared to have several lingering shadows. "Wait for me, Xiaomao. I feel like I'm about to collapse too," it called. As Luoxu opened the door, she spotted Zhou Yuzhao approaching. Upon seeing her state, he furrowed his brow slightly. "Apologies, Mug. The barrier has been breached, which caused the ship to tremor." Luoxu waved her hand, shaking her head gently, feeling a headache coming on. "It's fine, really." Her hand brushed against Zhou's clothing, and she felt the dampness beneath her palm. Turning her head, she noticed that his shirt was mostly wet, likely from splashes of seawater. "You should go change. It's cold, and you might catch a cold." "All right." Luoxu waved her hand and walked toward the ship's edge. Zhou Yuzhao, observing her unsteady figure, reached out to support her. "Are you all right?" He placed his hand on her forehead, finding no signs of fever. "I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. You go change first. I can manage on my own." "Be careful then," he replied, turning to leave, glancing back thrice until he saw Luoxu steady herself against the ship's side. Only then did he feel reassured to depart. Tango, swaying as it watched Luoxu lean against the ship's side, almost sitting on the ground, inquired, "How are you?" Luoxu weakly waved her hand. "I'm all right. Not much of a problem, just a bit dizzy and feeling nauseous." Tango settled beside her, taking a brief pause before turning to Luoxu. "Do you have anything to explain?" "Explain what?" Luoxu tilted her head, responding to Tango just as it extended a claw. "That kick you gave me nearly made me lose my breakfast." "I can explain that," Luoxu replied, gently waving her hand, her speech slightly sluggish, perhaps due to her search for a suitable rationale. "I just thought you looked a bit familiar. But the atmosphere at that moment, you understand?" She raised an eyebrow at him, which merely gazed back, ready to speak when Luoxu interjected, "Wait a minute. When did you board the ship?" Tango's mind suddenly cleared, exclaiming, "So you left with Zhou Yuzhao, completely forgetting about me and that specter, right?" After a moment, it added, "I suddenly feel that Zhou Yuzhao is quite nice to me. At least he hasn't forgotten about me." That was not without reason, given his attentive nature. "Then you must provide me with a reasonable explanation. You aren't seriously considering leaving me behind, are you?" Luoxu's hand subtly reached for the ship's planks, her body slightly shifting. "Actually, I didn't even think of that." With that, Luoxu sprang up from the ground and ran away. Chapter 74. The Little Cat Whines. And Daojal plays with the puppy. Luoxu's sudden movement caught Tango off guard. By the time it chased after her, she had already hidden behind the now clothed With its fur bristling and teeth bared, Tango glared at Luoxu from behind him. Luoxu clung to Zhou's arm, feigning a pitiful tone. "I got up too quickly, and now I feel a bit dizzy." "Stop pretending," barked Tango. Upon hearing this, Luoxu pouted, leaning against Zhou's back, softly whimpering like a wronged kitten. As Tango prepared to defend itself, it found itself silenced by all, causing its heart to feel quite dissatisfied. Watching Zhou Yuzhao approach, Tango remained tense, its fur still standing on end. "This is so unfair." Crouching down in front of Tango, Zhou Yuzhao gently stroked its head, his touch peculiar yet soothing. "Luoxu is just playful and means no harm. You, as a 1,000-year-old demon beast, shouldn't hold a grudge against a little one." As he spoke, Zhou Yuzhao produced a small vial from his sleeve. Upon seeing it, Tango's eyes sparkled, its tail wagging with excitement as it gazed at Zhou Yuzhao. Luo Shu stood still, watching the back of Zhou Yuzhao, tilting her head slightly as if trying to sneak a peek at something. Host, your technique has some finesse and tea art. You do not understand. This move is called the kitten that purrs, while Zhao Zhao deals with the puppy. As Zhou Yuzhao prepared to rise, Luo Shu immediately straightened her posture and softly cleared her throat. How about we return to the cabin for a brief rest? Luo Shu waved her hand and stepped forward to wrap her arms around Zhou Yuzhao's. No need, no need. I'm merely a bit dizzy. Walking around will make me feel better. All right. Zhou Yuzhao lifted his foot towards another cabin, and Luo Shu seized the opportunity to glance at Tianji, only to find it lying on the ground. Upon meeting Luo Shu's gaze, it clutched tightly to what it was holding, fearful of being snatched away. Luo Shu lifted her skirt and followed Zhou Yuzhao's stride, noticing he had opened the cabin where Zhao Zhen and the others were confined. The scene inside was utterly chaotic. The individuals who had previously stood neatly together were now sprawled on the ground like marionettes with severed strings, victims of the ship's violent swaying. Unlike Luo Shu, they were not so fortunate. Their garments were considerably dampened by the splashing waves that had entered through the window. Luo Shu inhaled sharply, looking at Zhou Yuzhao. Will they not wake up like this? Earlier, I was concerned about potential mishaps at sea, so I administered a mild sedative to them in advance. Hence, they remain undisturbed. Just as Luo Shu was about to step forward, Zhou Yuzhao grasped her arm. Do not go in there. Oh, very well. As soon as the words left her lips, a bell appeared in Zhou Yuzhao's hand. With a wave of his spell, the bell floated gently in the air, swaying lightly. Upon hearing the chime, Zhao Zhen and the others slowly began to rise from the ground. Standing in formation like soldiers, they took small steps to align themselves, forming a neat little square after glancing to their right. Having orchestrated this, Zhou Yuzhao led Luo Shu out of the room, closing the door behind them as he remarked, I may be quite busy upon our return. He then raised his gaze to Luo Shu, a slight frown creasing his brow, as if harboring concerns. You attend to your matters. I will patiently await your return. Upon hearing Luo Shu's response, Zhou Yuzhao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Very well. Under the cover of night, Zhou Yuzhao, Luo Shu, and the others escorted Zhao Zhen toward the Zhou family estate. Their voices were remarkably hushed, courtesy of Zhou Yuzhao's enchantment. As they pushed open the estate's door, they found the ground littered with fallen leaves, lending an air of desolation. Yet, the lights within the rooms still burned brightly, suggesting that someone might still reside there. Zhou Yuzhao, do you not find this place reminiscent of a haunted house? As she spoke, Luo Shu gently hid behind Zhou Yuzhao, clutching his garment. Realizing her words might have been inappropriate, she peeked out and said, I did not mean it that way. Do you believe me? It is fine. I know you are timid. With that, Zhou Yuzhao pulled Luo Shu from behind him. His fingers danced in the air, conjuring another spell, and from the bushes emerged a flurry of twinkling starlight. Upon touching the ground, it transformed into the inhabitants of Zhou family estate from before. We welcome the third young master home. Zhou Yuzhao subtly raised his hand, signaling them to forego formalities, and reached out to embrace Luo Shu's shoulder. However, she had already stepped back, hiding once more behind Zhou Yuzhao. What are you doing? Zhou Yuzhao turned his head, quietly inquiring of Luo Shu, his voice low enough for only them to hear. Luo Shu gripped Zhou Yuzhao's clothing, unable to meet the gaze of those before her, and whispered, Are they truly human? Zhou Yuzhao's face displayed a look of confusion. What makes you think otherwise? They were not harmed by Zhao Zhen. As she spoke, Luo Shu mimicked a gesture of slitting her throat. Can we discuss this later, once we return to our room? Very well. Zhou Yuzhao then pulled Luo Shu from behind him, declaring, This is Luo Shu, my fiancé. Upon hearing the emphasized words, Luo Shu turned to Zhou Yuzhao. Her eyes filled with astonishment, thinking to herself, Is this a public declaration? The head steward and his servants bowed to Luo Shu, saying, We welcome the third young lady. Once they stood, the servants parted to create a path. Please, third young master, proceed inside. Zhou Yuzhao handed the bell to the steward, stating, They have been dealt with. Bind them up and present them to the public tomorrow morning. Yes. May I inquire about the current state of the family? Third young master? Just a few ruffians. It is of no concern. A minor adjustment to the barrier will suffice. Understood. Zhou Yuzhao held Luo Shu's hand as they walked through the path created by the servants. The smiles on the servants' faces were broad as they gazed at Luo Shu, particularly at the flower ornament on her forehead. Luo Shu felt every nerve in her body tense, as their smiles seemed to her tainted by a horrific filter. Only after reaching their room did her taut nerves gradually relax. What is the matter? Are you frightened? Zhou Yuzhao turned to look at Luo Shu, who was leaning against the door, exhaling deeply, as though she had survived a calamity. Meeting Zhou Yuzhao's teasing gaze, Luo Shu replied, "Do you not find it terrifying?" "They have been. Well, you know." Zhou Yuzhao feigned deep thought, bending slightly towards Luo Shu, saying, "Is it possible that they're not truly dead?" "They're not dead?" "Indeed." Zhou Yuzhao pushed open the partially concealed window, gently urging it aside, drawing Luo Shu closer to him as he pointed to the flowers and plants in the courtyard. "They are not human at all, but rather flower spirits, having absorbed the essence of heaven and earth to cultivate into magical beings. Thus, their demonic aura is quite faint." Zhao Zhen and the others did not recognize that these beings were not human, and thus did not eliminate their true forms, resulting in no harm done. After speaking, he rested his head lightly on Luo Shu's shoulder, asking, with this understanding, "Do you still feel afraid?" The young lady shook her head, gazing at the flower bed outside the window. "In light of your explanation, I no longer feel frightened." In the early morning, the gates of Zhou Mu's estate, long sealed, finally swung open. A crowd had gathered outside, drawn by the sight of many individuals bound with hemp ropes. The steward, noticing the time was ripe, turned to see Zhou Yuzhao nodding at him, and then faced the crowd, striking a gong. "Everyone, come and see! Come and see!" The sound of the gong was loud, penetrating the ears of several, and Zhao Zhen slowly began to awaken, the dazzling sunlight making it difficult for him to open his eyes as he turned his head to shield himself from the rays. "This is the Xianyuan clan, who, not long ago, intruded upon our estate in the dead of night, intent on our destruction." As he finished speaking, whispers rippled through the crowd. It has long been said that the Xianyuan clan is envious. Unable to tolerate the prosperity of Zhou Mu's estate, they have resorted to such ruthless measures. Indeed, I heard not long ago that Zhou Mu had descended from the sect, only to be accosted by the Xianyuan clan, accusing him of consorting with demons. But all he did was adopt a little cat. Zhou Yuzhao could clearly hear this chatter, and surely Luo Shu could as well. Indeed, she tightened her grip on his hand, her expression growing somewhat peculiar. Zhou Yuzhao leaned closer to her, whispering, "Do not let your imagination run wild. There is no such consorting. It is quite evident that I have merely benefited from the situation." As he spoke, Zhou Yuzhao leaned forward slightly, resting his forehead against Luo Shu's. The steward turned back, intending to ask Zhou Yuzhao something, but upon witnessing their intimate posture, he hastily turned away, placing a firm hand on a nearby servant's shoulder. "Do not turn around." "Why not?" "I said do not turn. Trust me, it will not lead you astray." Zhao Zhen's mind gradually cleared, though he felt a fog of confusion enveloping his memories, recalling only the night he had entered Zhou Mu's estate and nothing that followed. He lifted his head, intending to explain something, when suddenly a rotten vegetable leaf flew towards him. Shaking his head, he managed to flick the decayed leaf off his face. Just then, a chicken egg splattered against his forehead, and a viscous, yellow liquid began to trickle down. "What is that smell?" Zhao Zhen sniffed carefully and confirmed that the odor emanated from the egg on his forehead. "This egg is spoiled." As Zhao Zhen's voice faded, someone in the crowd immediately responded, "What's wrong? You still want a good egg?" With that, an elderly man clutching an egg scrutinized the disheveled Zhao Zhen and his companions. "TSK, TSK, TSK." He shook his head and threw the egg at Zhao Zhen's head once more. Noticing the look of disgust on Zhao Zhen's face, the old man remarked, "Look at all your issues. It's because you've been spoiled. You need to be remade." Watching Zhao Zhen and his companions being incessantly berated, the steward wiped a tear from the corner of his eye, overwhelmed with joy. "Everyone, Let us not go overboard. Thankfully, our household is effective. Otherwise, when a master returns, he might say we failed in our duties. Observing the old man's fervent cries, the crowd's actions became increasingly ruthless. Look at the misdeeds of your Xianyuan clan. Managing a household is no easy task for an elder, and yet you add to the trouble, unable to stand to see others do well. Indeed, learn from the Zhou Yu household. Whenever they encounter difficulties, they never hesitate to lend a hand. Yet your Xianyuan family runs faster than anyone else, and it's no wonder their household flourishes. Zhao Yuzhao opened his mouth, wanting to explain, but as soon as he did, a piece of rotten tofu mixed with the remnants of the egg landed on his tongue. Luo Shu, watching the steward's performance from behind the door, covered her face with her sleeve and giggled, joining in the laughter. The girl's voice was melodious, reminiscent of a bell hanging from the rafters. What are you laughing at? Do you not find the steward amusing? Him? He is always so shrewd. After saying this, Zhou Yuzhao gently ruffled Luo Shu's hair, exhaling a contented sigh. You've grown taller. It's not easy. What nonsense are you spouting? The third young master. The steward had quietly approached the two, bowing slightly and awaiting Zhou Yuzhao's orders. What shall we do? Zhou Yuzhao surveyed the chaos outside, where Zhao Zhen and others were being tormented by the common folk, and stated, "Write to the Xianyuan clan, instructing them to come and collect their own." Understood. As the steward turned to leave to carry out this task, Zhou Yuzhao called out, "Wait. Third young master, is there any further instruction?" Deliver the letter ostentatiously, ensuring everyone around is aware of Zhao Zhen's situation. The steward regarded Zhou Yuzhao, recognizing that this directive was entirely contrary to his usual approach, yet upon reflection, he deemed such a public display of humiliation to be quite fitting. A smile instantly spread across his face as he bowed to Zhou Yuzhao. "Yes, I will attend to it right away." Luo Shu poked Zhou Yuzhao in the side, slightly lifting her head to express her admiration for his cunning method. "Zhou Yuzhao, your strategy is truly clever, albeit a bit cruel. This embarrassment will spread far and wide." Zhou Yuzhao, as was his custom, received the compliment without modesty and looked at Luo Shu. "This is all thanks to Mr. Luo." "Not me," Luo Shu stammered, lagging slightly behind Zhou Yuzhao. "Zhou Yuzhao, wait. I have never been this ruthless." The implication was that she had been merciless before, but not to such an extent. As the saying goes, a great teacher produces an excellent student. I call this a case of cruelty upon cruelty. The Xianyuan clan arrived that very night after receiving the letter, reaching the Zhou Yu residence while it was still early, even before the main gate had opened. The second chief of the Xianyuan clan stood at the entrance with his men, while passers-by glanced over and whispered among themselves. The second chief initially wished to ignore them, but the commotion made that impossible. After waiting for a long while, the door finally opened from within, startling the servant who had come to greet them. "Ah!" The second chief's face darkened, and upon hearing the servant's exclamation, he waved his hand and led his men into the Zhou Yu residence. "Hey, what are you doing? I haven't even reported to Mr. Zhou yet." The second chief pushed the servant aside, saying, "We stood outside for an incense stick's time, and you didn't come out to welcome us." As they stepped into the courtyard, Zhou Yuzhao's figure appeared before them. He waved his hand at the servants. "Prepare tea." "Zhou Yuzhao, is this how your Xianyuan family teaches you?" The man raised an eyebrow, as if any further defiance from the second chief would render negotiations unnecessary. The second chief's demeanor softened immediately. He couldn't ruin the task assigned by the Xianyuan clan and could only mutter a complaint under his breath. "What a troublesome affair has fallen upon me. What bad luck." Seeing the second chief's anger dissipate somewhat, Zhou Yuzhao turned and entered the main hall. The second chief angrily followed Zhou Yuzhao inside, but as he crossed the threshold, his followers were halted behind him. "Second chief, I'm afraid my hall cannot accommodate so many of you." As he spoke, Zhou Yuzhao cast a light glance at him, seated himself, and gestured towards an empty seat. "Sit there." After the second chief sat down, Zhou Yuzhao fell silent. The man looked around, feeling uncomfortable in his seat. Though he was still angry, he had no outlet for it. "Zhou Yuzhao, I'm here, what's the rush?" Zhou Yuzhao interrupted the second chief, casting a sidelong glance at him. as if he were on the brink of anger. Since you're here, you should know that I didn't summon you just for simple matters. The second chief swallowed hard, his hands resting on his knees, balled into fists, whether from tension or some other reason. What do you need? The Xianyuan clan will certainly do its utmost to comply. What I desire, I fear, is beyond what the Xianyuan clan can provide. The second chief met Zhou Yuzhao's gaze, noticing the depth in his eyes and the seriousness of his expression, and he realized the gravity of the situation. Quietly, he thought, there can't possibly be anything the Xianyuan clan cannot provide. No sooner had he finished that thought than he heard Zhou Yuzhao's voice from his elevated position. Indeed, there are things the Xianyuan clan cannot provide. The second chief felt a mix of confusion and trepidation, wondering if Zhou Yuzhao had disowned his thoughts. He had not. Looking into the second chief's eyes, Zhou Yuzhao merely smiled lightly, just as tea was served. The second chief took the cup in hand, grateful for the distraction. What I want is something the Xianyuan clan possesses, but it is not within your authority to decide. I am the second in command. What is it that I cannot decide? Zhou Yuzhao raised an eyebrow, slightly parting his lips, voicing a single syllable of confusion. Oh? The man's slender fingers tapped lightly on the teacup's lid, stating, as the second chief, you should know about the Xianyuan clan's betrayal of the Zhou family. Observing the second chief's changing expression, Zhou Yuzhao continued, the Xianyuan clan's chief has been ungrateful, not only failing to appreciate the Zhou family's kindness, but also seeking to monopolize the spotlight. I want you to apologize to the Zhou family on behalf of the Xianyuan clan. Do you dare represent them? Seeing the second chief's expression, Zhou Yuzhao already understood. However, your Xianyuan clan's chief possesses quite the skill, managing to withstand the effects of Menghui soup and establishing a sect in the martial world with stolen techniques. As he spoke, the sound of Zhou Yuzhao tapping on the porcelain cup grew louder. Indeed, you learned quite well. Mr. Zhou Yu, I am merely following the orders of the head of the family to escort you back. I hope you do not make things difficult for me. Zhou Yuzhao observed the second in command, who was now bowing his head, too timid to meet his gaze. There is no rush, since I have summoned you. I shall not impose any hardship upon you. After all, we cannot allow your actions to tarnish the reputation of the Zhou family. Why not share with me the rumors surrounding our family that circulate within your Xianyuan clan? The second in command pressed his lips together in silence. Zhou Yuzhao's fingers resumed their gentle tapping against the porcelain cup. Slowly, the second in command raised his head, his tightly sealed lips beginning to part. His expression was one of confusion, as if he were unsure why he felt compelled to speak. Upon seeing the smile on Zhou Yuzhao's face, he seemed to grasp the situation, glancing down at his teacup, suspecting that something had been slipped into it beforehand. He felt his lips move lightly, and the world around him began to blur. He vaguely heard his own voice emanating from his throat. The Xianyuan clan has long rumored that the Zhou family does not merely refer to this estate, but rather to a utopian realm where the inhabitants possess supreme magical abilities and enjoy immortality. Do you know where the Zhou family you speak of truly resides? What kind of people inhabit that place? The head of the family claimed that he had been bewitched by the Zhou family and had long forgotten. Yet he believed it must exist, inhabited by those who have achieved immortality. He recalled a wind chime from that place, the sound of which was particularly enchanting. Unlike the chimes outside, Zhou Yuzhao's tapping fingers on the porcelain cup gradually came to a halt. It appears that the current Xianyuan remains a fool, still unaware of the Zhou family. He snapped his fingers gently, and the dazed second in command's vacant expression slowly began to sharpen, regaining focus. The second in command felt a sense of confusion in his mind, as if there were a blank space where he had lost some memories. As he regained clarity, he heard Zhou Yuzhao's voice from above. Second in command, why do you seem so drowsy in my presence? Did you not rest well last night? The second in command's mind buzzed, unsure of what was wrong with him, and could only nod absent-mindedly. Observing the second in command's vacant expression, Zhou Yuzhao merely curled his lips in a slight smile and waved his hand, saying, "You may leave now and take your people back." The second in command obediently stood up from his chair, bowed in farewell to Zhou Yuzhao, and exited the hall, being escorted to the prison by the servants. Once the sound of footsteps faded, Luo Shu entered the hall. Upon her arrival, Zhou Yuzhao was extinguishing the incense that had been placed on the table. Zhou Yuzhao, how could you let them go so easily? The man nodded gently, turning to Luo Shu and extending his hand. They pose no threat to the Zhou Yu family at present. Naturally, we cannot strike first. Once we initiate an attack, countless lives will be lost. Chapter 77. If one day I must leave, will you control me? The duty of the Zhou Yu family is to maintain balance. War cannot be initiated without necessity. I believe the Zhou Yu family possesses a remarkable ability to control others. Why do you say that? Luo Shu glanced at the uncovered incense on the table and remarked, I detected its unusual nature from the start. Indeed, it is not ordinary. He picked up the incense that had yet to be covered, revealing that the ash within was an unusual shade of black, resembling the deep blue depths of the ocean, obscured from view. This is a product of that tree. The Zhou Yu family is not particularly special. We have merely been endowed with certain functions by the underworld over the years. If one day I must leave you, will you control me? At these words, a shadow enveloped Zhou Yuzhao's gaze. Luo Shu gently patted his shoulder, saying, I was only speaking hypothetically. Why take it so seriously? Zhou Yuzhao grasped her hand, his expression becoming strange as he looked into her eyes. What day could that possibly come? As he spoke, his brow bore a hint of amusement, yet his eyes remained devoid of warmth, a smile that did not reach the depths of his soul. I believe even a cat would not wish to leave me. After all, you are so obedient. I treat you well, and there is no one in this world more suited to one another than us. Upon hearing this, Luo Shu nodded blankly. Meanwhile, the system in her mind suddenly chimed in, Host, do not be ensnared by Zhou Yuzhao's CPU. Remain calm. Luo Shu's mind cleared suddenly, gazing at Zhou Yuzhao, who was holding her hand, and her expression turned increasingly peculiar. What just happened to me? Did you not feel anything? The 886 system was astonished by Luo Shu's current reaction, finding it unexpected, given that the incense had already been extinguished. How could Zhou Yuzhao still exert influence over her? Luo Shu observed Zhou Yuzhao's gaze grow increasingly odd, questioning why he seemed to drift further from her initial impression. Host, I sense that Zhou Yuzhao may pose a danger. Exercise caution. After the second in command exited the hall, he appeared disoriented, trailing behind several companions as they followed the servants to retrieve their kin. One of his companions, noticing his peculiar demeanor, quietly inquired, Second in command, what has happened to you? The second in command shook his head. Did you not say you were going to confront that brat? Why did you not react at all after entering? The second in command also found it strange, yet could not articulate what was amiss, only managing to murmur, I'm not sure. Upon entering, everything felt odd, and I felt unwell. You are not afraid of that brat, are you? I have heard that Zhou Yuzhao has quite the peculiar temperament. What nonsense are you spouting? The second in command brandished his fists. Am I afraid of that brat? Look at his slender arms and legs. He cannot possibly compare to me. As he spoke, he flexed the muscles of his arms, appearing exceedingly fierce. Arriving at the prison door, the servants halted, gesturing for them to enter. Everyone, this is where your path ends. Do not worry. You will not be unable to see each other. Only your family is confined within. The emphasis at the end of the servant's statement was unmistakable. Even a fool could discern its meaning. The second in command took the key from the servant and led his companions inside. The interior was not particularly dark. Compared to a typical prison, it resembled a storage cellar. The second in command's companions surveyed their surroundings, letting out a soft sigh as they inhaled the air. The Zhou Yu family's prison is indeed different. It poses no issue for habitation, albeit the air is slightly damp. Upon hearing this, the second in command immediately turned his head to glare at the speaker. If looks could kill, the young man would have been slaughtered 1,000 times over. If you wish to remain here, you may speak with Zhou Yuzhao. Perhaps he would be kind enough to agree. However, once the head of the family discovers this, I wonder how long you could survive. I was merely speaking casually. The second in command scoffed, turning away. Yet his suppressed anger flared upon seeing Zhao Zhen and the others in such a disheveled state, escalating further. Father, you have finally arrived. Zhao Zhen exclaimed excitedly, rising from the ground and rushing to the prison door, grasping the bars. The stench of rotten eggs had transformed the inhabitants into creatures of the sewage system after several days of fermentation. The second-in-command erupted in fury. "You brainless fools have utterly disgraced the Xian Yuan family." "Father, listen to my defense. No, my explanation." Just as the second-in-command prepared to retort, he suddenly heard his subordinates whispering behind him. No wonder that person refused to come down. It appears things have fermented. As he covered his mouth and nose, stifling laughter, the second-in-command turned his head sharply, glaring at the group. The hand that had been concealing the odor immediately dropped, the smile vanished, and the demeanor became subdued. "Ifu." Zhao Zhan's voice came through weakly. "You will be dealt with later." Inserting the key into the lock, he released the captive, but was intercepted at the cell door. The newcomer held cleaning supplies in hand. "What is the meaning of this?" The second-in-command's anger was palpable, although he restrained it, knowing it was prudent not to attract trouble on Zhou Yuzhao's territory. "Our young master has instructed that you must clean the cell before you are allowed to leave." The servant from Zhou Yufu directed at Zhao Zhan, making it evident the message was meant for him. "This topmost cell is the cleanest. We expect it to remain so when you depart, as it was upon your arrival." Zhao Zhan raised his hand to point accusingly at the man, but was interrupted by the second-in-command. "Zhao Zhan, are you not hastening to take your men away? Do you wish to remain in disgrace?" Zhao Zhan glared at the servant, who covered his nose with his sleeve, his brows tightly knotted in displeasure. "Fine, we will go at once," he gritted through clenched teeth, snatching the broom that was offered. Noticing the servant disdainfully dusting off his hands, Zhao Zhan's lips parted to utter a refined retort, but faltered at the second-in-command's expression, swallowing his words instead. Chapter 78. Recent activity at Hualan Lu. Zhao Zhan and his companions, armed with brooms and buckets, set about cleaning the cell, all the while listening to the second-in-command's admonitions. "Did you not tell me you found a way to the Zhou Yuzhao family? Was it not said to be within this estate?" Zhao Zhan halted his sweeping, gazing at the second-in-command with an expression of profound grievance. "Was it not the case that Haidang from Hualan Lu informed me there would surely be discoveries within Zhou Yufu?" The second-in-command spread his hands, addressing Zhao Zhan. "And what have you discovered?" Embarrassed, Zhao Zhan rubbed his nose, cautiously assessing the second-in-command's demeanor. "Upon our arrival, we seem to have fallen into an ambush, as if Zhou Yufu was already aware of our coming." The second-in-command flicked his sleeves, shaking his head in frustration, turning away from Zhao Zhan. "It appears you have been used. It is utterly foolish." Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Zhao Zhan. Indeed, it has long been said that Haidang and Zhou Yuzhao are childhood friends. How could she possibly conspire against Zhou Yufu? The second-in-command scoffed. "Hurry up with the work. Do you intend to sweep here all day?" "Yes, yes," came a reply. A figure vanished around the corner of the cell. In the main hall, a servant stood before Zhou Yuzhao, reporting what he had just overheard. "Third young master, I have gathered information. The mastermind behind this is none other than Haidang from Hualan Lu." "What a cunning strategist," Zhou Yuzhao remarked, lifting his pen from the paper and gently shaking it before handing it to the servant. The servant accepted it with both hands, glancing at the list of precious herbs and pills. "Do you wish for me to procure these?" he asked, visibly puzzled, seemingly unable to grasp Zhou Yuzhao's intent. Zhou Yuzhao smiled lightly, gesturing towards the direction of the cells. "Are there not individuals present? Must we pay a premium to seek them out ourselves?" "Oh, understood. I will go at once." Just as Zhou Yuzhao anticipated, the second-in-command nearly fainted upon reading the paper. As he prepared to confront Zhou Yuzhao, he realized the latter stood directly behind him. Taking a deep breath to calm his rising discontent, he spoke. "Mr. Zhou Yuzhao, your demands are rather excessive. Is it too much?" Zhou Yuzhao feigned a look of embarrassment. "However, you trespassed upon my estate at night. Surely, compensation for the damages incurred is not unreasonable." The second-in-command exchanged glances with Zhao Zhan, silently questioning, "Did you not say you were incapacitated upon entry? How could there be damages?" "Mr. Zhou, my Xianyuan people have been unconscious since entering your premises. How could there be any talk of damages?" Zhou Yuzhao shrugged, observing the servants who had rolled up their sleeves, revealing a myriad of wounds on their skin. Zhao Zhan fell silent, unable to recall such occurrences. The second-in-command regarded Zhao Zhan with a complex expression, doubting his earlier claims. No, Ifu, let me explain. I truly have no recollection of this. Lack of memory does not equate to absence. Zhou Yuzhao's gaze held a mix of mockery and seriousness. Furthermore, it was your Xianyuan who erred first. If I were to take some of your treasures, it would hardly be inappropriate, would it? Mr. Zhou speaks truthfully. If you agree, then please take your leave. Mid-next month, delivering to Zhou Yufu should pose no issue, correct? The second-in-command hesitated, his mind racing to concoct a plausible excuse. Yet Zhou Yuzhao offered him no opportunity, probing, I trust, as a second-in-command, you still hold some sway within Xianyuan. Surely, you can manage this minor task? This is no trivial matter. It concerns a significant portion of Xuanyuan's territory. The second-in-command furrowed his brow, his anxious demeanor nearly prompting him to stomp his feet. However, Zhou Yuzhao showed no intention of relenting, meticulously dissecting his words. The second-in-command had mentioned a significant portion. Thus, there must still be a greater part remaining. Before he could voice further objections, he noticed Zhou Yuzhao's countenance shift. Immediately, he fell silent, refraining from further protest. He bowed to Zhou Yuzhao, resigned to accept this penalty. Safe travels. As the Xianyuan individuals departed, Zhou Yuzhao's expression grew grave. Did Haitang visit Zhou Yufu recently? Indeed, she came and lingered in the courtyard for a time. But I assure you, she discovered nothing. Zhou Yuzhao's eyes narrowed, glinting like a fox. The secrets of the Zhou Yuzhao family can only be uncovered if you revert to your original forms. Thus, it appears Haitang's intent is to sow discord within Zhou Yufu. Third young master, shall I send someone to teach her a lesson? The servant spoke without hesitation, prioritizing the preservation of the Zhou Yuzhao family. Zhou Yuzhao raised his hand, already having formed a conclusion. No need. She has changed significantly and is no longer the person she once was. I will handle it. Understood. Zhou Yuzhao. A voice called from behind, and he turned to see Luo Shu descending the stairs, her skirt held up as she hurried down. The young girl looked anxious, as though there was something of great importance. What is it? Zhou Yuzhao caught the girl as she leaped into his arms. The cloud of gloom that had once shadowed his face dissipating as he teased. You have not been bullied by Tian-E again, have you? And come to complain? Zhou Yuzhao, I bring urgent news. Speak, I am listening. Luo Shu handed him a piece of enchanted communication paper, stating, This is a message from Hong Hu. Haitang has recently been sending people to hover around the valley's barrier, indicating that a significant event may be imminent and inquiring when we will return. The departing servant, upon hearing Luo Shu's words, retraced his steps. Third young master, it seems Haitang is quite restless. Please permit us to apprehend her. There is no rush. Your duty is to guard this estate, providing the Zhou Yuzhao family a foothold in the outside world. Regarding the matter across the valley, I shall personally attend to it. The servant hesitated, not immediately acquiescing. Zhou Yuzhao, aware of his concerns, extended his hand to pat the man's shoulder. Do not worry, it is merely Hualan Lo. It cannot harm me. Rest assured. On the way back to the valley, Luo Shu inquired, Why does that individual appear so reluctant to see you depart? Earlier, the second son of the Zhou family had suffered a blow to his foundation while dealing with matters in the outside world, inflicted by a practitioner of the Tao. Consequently, those residing within the Zhou estate became increasingly concerned about the safety of all, especially those in charge. Luo Shu nodded, her gaze cast downward, and after a moment, spoke. Individuals like you are born for the greater good. Such notions hardly amount to righteousness. It is merely for the sake of one's family. Zhou Yuzhao placed his hand gently on the nape of Luo Shu's neck, his fingers deftly soothing the young girl. The Zhou family had been granted blessings from the underworld. Thus they were bound to pay a corresponding price. The Zhou family maintained a delicate balance, yet now they could only remain in the shadows. There will come a day when the Zhou family shall open the barrier and confront the outside world. Zhou Yuzhao nodded, filled with dreams of the future. Indeed, that day will arrive, and then we could be together with the cat. Wherever you wish to go, we shall go. Upon hearing this, Luo Shu turned her head. She had heard such words many times before, yet they still stirred sadness within her. What if the day the Zhou family faces the outside world coincides with my departure? The system had never provided me with a definitive answer. What are you pondering? Zhou Yuzhao gently adjusted Luo Shu's hair, and she replied, I was wondering if we might have children in the future. Can cats and trees have offspring? However, Luo Shu's heart held a different thought. She mused that at least when she departed, he would have a thought of her. Yet Zhou Yuzhao's response left her slightly stunned. I do not desire children. Luo Shu nearly thought she misheard him. Was this a sentiment befitting a normal man? You do not want them? Is it because you fear they would be neither cat nor tree? Such thoughts are perilous, Luo Shu countered. Your perspective is the true danger. Zhou Yuzhao grasped Luo Shu's hand, which was still small enough to be enveloped by his. I have heard women say that childbirth is excruciating, akin to traversing the gates of hell. I do not want it. I only desire you. Luo Shu shuddered, momentarily lost for words, before Zhou Yuzhao continued, after having children. You will spend more time with them. I do not want that. Zhou Yuzhao, you cannot possibly feel jealousy even towards your own child? Luo Shu's expression was a mixture of laughter and tears, recalling the early days of his interactions with Tian Yao, when Zhou Yuzhao had indeed behaved quite childishly. After a moment of hesitation, Zhou Yuzhao spoke again. If you wish for one, you may bear it, but no more than one. Luo Shu turned and embraced Zhou Yuzhao, resting her head against his chest, thinking to herself, this is precisely one and only one. She shook her head and said, in truth, I do not wish to give birth. It is painfully arduous. Yes, indeed, it is painful. Zhou Yuzhao gently patted Luo Shu's back, as he often did to comfort her. His voice was enchanting, laced with a hint of persuasion. A cat needs only me. I shall care for the cat and will never abandon you. He tightened his embrace, as if wishing to meld her into his very being, ensuring they would never part. Uncertain if it was a mere figment of her imagination, Luo Shu felt that Zhou Yuzhao's words carried an unspoken plea, prompting memories of the time he had been abandoned by hunters. A pang of sympathy surged within her. Noticing Luo Shu's emotions, the 886 system chimed in her mind with a warning. Host, do not fall under Zhou Yuzhao's influence. Something is amiss. Disregarding the system's voice, Luo Shu remained steadfast, embodying a stubbornness akin to a bull-headed refusal to turn back until she faced the wall. He will not. Zhou Yuzhao is good. Seeing Luo Shu's feelings for Zhou Yuzhao deepen, the system felt a pang of sympathy and was tempted to reveal the truth, yet found itself unable to voice it. Host, do not become too entangled. Did you not say you are not infatuated? But if it is Zhou Yuzhao, I would leap into the abyss. The 886 system was abruptly forced offline, yet it had come to comprehend that the most poignant fall is a conscious one. The fate of the host, Luo Shu, was no longer within its predetermined control. Outside the barrier near the valley, Zhou Yuzhao and the others halted their steps. The shadowy spirit lingered above Tian Yao's head. Sensing the sudden alertness of Tian Yao, the energy here is quite potent. Luo Shu remained oblivious and nearly collided with Zhou Yuzhao's shoulder as she turned back. It is fine. Let us proceed. Guided by Zhou Yuzhao, they quickly located the entrance to the barrier. Within the valley, the red fox sensed a disturbance in the barrier and gently nudged the little girl resting on his knee. Xiaoyun, awaken. Something is amiss. Xiaoyun suddenly sat up, gazing toward the barrier with vigilance. Has that wicked woman brought people here? The red fox shook his head gently. It should not be. Remain here and wait for me. I shall return shortly. He departed hastily, not pausing to await the little rabbit's agreement, and vanished from sight. Upon entering the barrier, everything within the valley appeared as it should, save for the blossoms on the branches, which had bloomed even more splendidly. Zhou Yuzhao looked. The flowers have blossomed. Yes, the flowers have been blooming for some time. A stream of radiant light appeared before them, transforming into the figure of the red fox upon reaching the ground. Upon seeing Zhou Yuzhao's return, his eyes were filled with astonishment and joy. Welcome back, Mr. Zhou Yuzhao and Miss Luo. Luo Shu felt a warm familiarity with the red fox, who no longer appeared as daunting as before. Red fox, it has been a long time. How is Xiaoyun? With me. She is well. Luo Shu nodded, glancing back at Zhou Yuzhao and waving her hand. I will go find Xiaoyun. Farewell for now. All right, See you shortly. Tian Yao glanced up at Zhou Yuzhao, carrying the shadowy spirit on his back and pursuing after Luo Shu. Little cat, wait for me. After their figures faded into the distance, Zhou Yuzhao and the red fox settled onto the stone bench beneath the tree. Did your recent endeavors go smoothly? Zhou Yuzhao nodded, then shook his head, saying, upon my return, there are numerous matters to address. I may require your assistance to oversee the valley. That is only fitting. Your kindness in saving my life is a debt I can repay with this trifling matter. Zhou Yuzhao nodded and produced a small vial of medicine, offering it to the red fox. This is a potion I recently prepared for you. If recovery is swift, half a vial will suffice. If not, further recuperation will be necessary. The red fox contemplated expressing his gratitude, but refrained from taking the vial. Zhou Yuzhao, seeing through his thoughts, set the vial on the table. You have been hiding in my valley for several years now. Even with this medicine, you still refuse to return? The red fox rose from the stone bench, bowing his head to Zhou Yuzhao. Mr. Zhou. Before he could finish, Zhou Yuzhao interrupted him. He extended his hand, signaling the red fox to sit. You bear your own responsibilities. How can you continue to hide here? The valley requires guardians to routinely inspect the barrier for vulnerabilities. I am willing. I am unwilling. Zhou Yuzhao countered firmly, advising, your kin among the fox spirits may be waiting for your return. The red fox's eyes gradually dimmed. But I do not wish to be a leader. I desire to live for myself. Zhou Yuzhao found himself at a loss for words, only to hear the red fox inquire once more, are you attempting to drive me away? Zhou Yuzhao shook his head and rose, saying, perhaps I have been too abrupt. I did not intend to drive you away. It is certainly beneficial for you to remain in this valley. I wish to entrust you with a matter. Please speak, sir. In the coming days, I will be quite busy and may not have the opportunity to return to the valley. Since you do not plan to leave, I ask you to take care of the valley and Luo Shu. Everyone should refrain from leaving the valley for now. The red fox once again bowed to Zhou Yuzhao, stating, this is my duty. Rest assured, I shall fulfill your instructions diligently. Zhou Yuzhao, indeed occupied after giving his orders, did not even enter the wooden cabin or meet Luo Shu before turning to leave the valley. Red Fox, please convey a message to Luo Shu for me. I shall not be returning for the time being. Understood, sir. After Zhou Yuzhao departed, he went directly to the branch in the city, donning a mask and altering his voice, remaining unrecognized by anyone. In the hall, he produced his jade token and took his seat amidst the assassin's respectful greetings. How has the harvest at Hualan Tower been of late? The others exchanged glances, seemingly aware of the underlying implications in the leader's words. Whenever he posed such inquiries, it subtly indicated that someone from that location was to be dismissed. The recent harvest at Hualan Tower is 10% lower than usual. Why? The leader's voice carried an air of pressure, laden with meaning, given his nature. It was inconceivable that he would care about a mere 10% loss. The subordinates swallowed hard, not daring to raise their heads. It has come to my attention that due to personal reasons, the owner of Hualan Tower, Haitang, has neglected her duties and closed the establishment prematurely. The subordinates understood that the leader's questioning was merely a pretext to find grounds for dismissing Haitang. Should he grow more ruthless, he could easily issue a dismissal order without objection from anyone below. The rhythmic tapping of his fingers on the table ceased once he received a satisfactory answer. Along with the cessation of the tapping, the tension that had hung over the subordinates also dissipated. Proceed accordingly. Draft the dismissal letter. Yes. By the time Luo Shu returned, Zhou Yuzhao had long since departed. Holding a floral wreath in her hands, she gazed at the tightly shut wooden door, a sense of foreboding settling in her heart. Quickening her pace, she took in the emptiness of the room, and her spirits began to sink. The voice of the red fox echoed behind her. The sir has been rather busy lately and has already left. Perhaps because Zhou Yuzhao had previously mentioned this to Luo Shu. Hearing it from another's lips did not evoke excessive sorrow. I know. He spoke to me earlier. The red fox nodded, observing the floral ornament on Luo Shu's forehead. When you returned, I noticed this adornment atop your head. It resembles a contract, yet it is not a pact with a beast. What is it? Upon being questioned, a faint blush appeared on Luo Shu's face. This is a marriage contract. The red fox was momentarily taken aback, then joyfully exclaimed, "Congratulations!" Luo Shu softly thanked him for his well wishes, and, as the red fox turned to leave, she said, "The sir instructed that we should not leave the valley for the time being. Very well. If you find yourself bored, feel free to seek us in the woods. The conditions have improved significantly. Come and see. I shall surely visit another day." After bidding farewell to the red fox, Luo Shu turned back to the empty room, still feeling a sense of hollowness. The celestial beast at her feet seemed to sense her emotions, tugging at her skirt with its claws. "Little cat, you still have us." Luo Shu looked down at the celestial beast and the lingering spirit upon its head, feeling a flicker of renewed confidence. "I know I still have you." As she spoke, she extended her hand. The celestial beast lowered its proud head, waiting to be petted, yet it did not receive the expected touch. Instead, it heard her voice. "Good little one." The celestial beast opened its eyes, realizing that she was actually stroking the small head of the spirit. Lon Lon has been quite obedient lately, even knowing to bow its head. A fleeting look of displeasure crossed the celestial beast's face, which Luo Shu caught in time. "Are you waiting for me to pet you? But I recall you saying you disliked having your head touched." The celestial beast's tail was caught, and it responded, flustered, "Stop dreaming. I loathe having anyone touch my head." "Oh, is that so?" Luo Shu playfully pinched its drooping ears, teasingly engaging it. "How could it not be? You ought not to slander me." It seemed that Haidang, having learned of Zhou Yuzhao's return, ceased her patrol of the barrier near the valley and did not close the establishment early today. However, unexpectedly, Haitang's door above was shut. As those below prepared to knock, they were halted by a companion. Shaking her head, she glanced toward the room where Haitang often resided, saying, "The master has arrived and is speaking with Sister Haidang. Why close the door for a conversation?" While they were speculating, a sudden crash resonated from within, the sound of a porcelain cup shattering on the ground. It was loud enough to suggest considerable force had been employed. This incident immediately dispelled their suspicions, causing their shoulders to tremble as though the cup had shattered right before them. In truth, the porcelain cup had indeed been flung by the master within the room for the benefit of the two below. "Do you truly think I cannot hear the gossip outside? Please, temper your wrath." "Master." Haitang knelt before the masked master, uncertain whether her previous words had provoked desire. "Rise," he waved his hand. Haitang looked at the master with a puzzled gaze, and the next words he uttered resolved her confusion. Chapter 81. Haitang is dismissed and leaves Hualan Tower, you people below. Your words are rather unrefined. When did you gain the audacity to speculate on your master's thoughts? "Master, it is I who failed to manage properly and neglected my duties." The master nodded, producing a scroll from his sleeve and handing it to Haitang. "What does the master require of me?" The man remained silent, merely pointing at the scroll in her hands. Haitang took it with both hands and slowly unfurled it, gazing at the black ink upon white paper, before collapsing to her knees with a thud. "Master, is the content not sufficiently clear?" Haitang's voice grew frantic, as she had never anticipated this day would come. "Master, if I have erred, I beseech you to grant me another opportunity." "Opportunity?" The master's tone rose in a questioning inflection, laden with skepticism. "On what ground should I grant you an opportunity? Were it not for the previous occupant's departure, where would you be now?" "Master," Haitang sought to plead further, but the figure before her shattered her illusions. "Pack your belongings tonight and prepare to leave. Someone will come for you." As the master rose to depart, Haitang's voice dripped with self-mockery. "If you wish to expel me from the tower, why seek such a flimsy excuse? Do you dare claim you have not transgressed? But how could I have committed such a grievous offense?" Haitang shouted at the master's back, seemingly venting her frustrations built up over time. "I merely aimed to ensure your departure was dignified, providing you with a pretext." With that, the master vanished from sight, leaving Haitang in a daze upon the floor. It was not until a maid entered and helped her to her feet that she regained her senses. Grasping the maid's arm, she looked at her helplessly. "Why has it come to this?" The maid did not comprehend Haitang's meaning, merely feeling the pain in her arm from Haitang's grip. "Sister Haitang, what are you saying?" "I do not understand." Haitang's vacant gaze finally focused. Indeed, why could Zhou Yuzhao not comprehend? She is a cat demon. Why would she choose to remain in the company of a mere cat? Were it not for Luo Shu, Zhou Yuzhao would not have been so captivated by her presence. Nor would he have altered the barriers within the valley, leading me to my current predicament. Hai Tong's grip grew ever stronger, and the man withdrew a silver needle from his hand, plunging it forcefully into the nape of Hai Tong's neck, causing her to faint instantly. Finally liberated, she glanced at her arm, where Hai Tong's grasp had left a mark. Clutching her arm, she gazed at the unconscious Hai Tong, her mind racing. Ultimately, she reached out to lift Hai Tong from the ground, bringing her to the bedside and covering her with a quilt before departing. On the very night the master left Hualan Lo, visitors indeed arrived. A man entered the establishment, accompanied by several others. It was just as the closing hour approached, and the sudden influx of men startled the staff. The leader was the one who had lured Zhou Yuzhao into the alley that day. Someone stepped forward and said, "Esteemed guest, we are closing. Please return tomorrow if you wish to purchase anything." "I do not wish to buy anything." As he spoke, the leader produced a property deed, an item of which only the owner possessed one copy, with the other residing in Hai Tong's possession. Clearly, the document in the man's hand was the very one belonging to Hai Tong. "Isn't this Sister Hai Tong's? How did it end up here?" Realizing that the staff had recognized the situation, he stowed the deed away and declared, "Our master has stated that Hai Tong has been dismissed. From this day forth, I am the steward here. Those wishing to leave may do so now." None among the gathered moved, whether from disbelief or reluctance to depart. "Where's Hai Tong now? She has not left her room all afternoon. She should be there now. Lead the way." The man waved his hand, signaling for one of his companions carrying a small box to follow him upstairs. Upon opening the door, they found Hai Tong seated before a vanity mirror, delicately combing her long hair with a wooden comb. She seemed to have been waiting for this moment in serene anticipation. "Hai Tong, this is the remuneration you deserve for your years of service. Upon your departure, you should receive it." The man gestured for his subordinate to place the box on the table before Hai Tong. Lifting the lid revealed bundles of silver notes and another property deed from elsewhere. Hai Tong rose to acknowledge the man, expressing her gratitude for the care she had received over the years, which had spared her from destitution after her family's decline, allowing her to live independently away from her relatives' control. As the man approached her, he spoke, "The establishment has rules. Once you depart, you may not act in the name of the establishment or divulge any information. Should this be discovered, you are aware of the consequences." "Understood." The man stood on the second floor, observing Hai Tong's silhouette receding, when one of his companions remarked, "Lord Baizhou, do you truly believe this woman will obey? I have my reservations about her trustworthiness. What if she divulges our location? There is no need for alarm. She has never visited the main family. Even if she were to lead someone to our branch, it would be futile. Indeed, our branch moves at irregular intervals." Baizhou glanced at those below, uncertain whether they were departing or lingering, suddenly recalling, "Tomorrow, investigate the identities of these individuals. Those with loose tongues, prone to gossip, must be eliminated." "Understood." That night, the master sat at his desk, gazing at the flickering candlelight, momentarily lost in thought. After a brief interlude, his expression softened as if recalling someone dear. Yet, he soon withdrew his gaze, focusing on the open booklet before him, letting out a gentle sigh. His eyes fell upon the name inscribed within, Hai Tong. Earlier, Hai Tong's family had indeed shown some favor to the Zhou Yu family. Otherwise, why would he have taken the initiative to bring her into the establishment, granting her the means to live independently and escape the clutches of her relatives? Furthermore, as Zhou Yuzhao, he had sought treasures for her to restore her health. In this regard, one could argue that the debt of gratitude had been repaid. Zhou Yuzhao was indeed busy. After resolving matters concerning Hai Tong, he made a long journey back to his family estate. Although the Xuanyuan clan did not openly stir beneath his watchful eyes, they were secretly maneuvering under the guise of others within the Zhou family's enterprises. Meanwhile, Luoshu spent her days in the valley, practicing her cultivation, and the monotony of time began to weigh heavily upon her. With a gentle wave of her hand, a small glimmer of light appeared. "Little cat, your cultivation seems to be progressing smoothly." Chapter 82. Host, your time is running short. Luoshu nodded, observing her fingers as she absent-mindedly toyed with her nails. "What troubles you? Are you unhappy?" Tianhui looked at Luoshu, who had raised her head, her brow furrowed, and her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The shadowy spirit floated from Tianhui's neck to rest on Luoshu's shoulder. "Do not cry. What is the matter?" Luoshu turned her head away, wiping her tears and taking a deep breath. Then, in a soft voice, she confessed, "I miss Zhou Yuzhao. Perhaps he will return soon. Just wait a little longer." Luoshu nodded gently and then asked Tianhui, "If one day I were to leave, would you remember me?" Tianhui did not grasp the meaning behind her words and simply gazed at her, puzzled. "Where would you go?" Luoshu lowered her eyes, unable to answer, uncertain of how to respond. Then, as if realizing something, Tianhui exclaimed, "Wait, aren't you the little wildcat Zhou Yuzhao found on the mountain? Where could you possibly go?" Luoshu shook her head lightly, saying, "What if I accidentally fell from the mountain? Perhaps one day I might leave. Are you not just a little wildcat?" Luoshu fell silent. And just as Tianhui grew anxious, they noticed the shadowy spirit on Luoshu's shoulder nodding. Tianhui's eyes sparkled with newfound color, musing, "Indeed, she possesses another identity." Tianhui's gaze shifted toward Luoshu, now infused with a touch of admiration. "Very clever. Despite appearing foolish, her true identity is well concealed." It spoke. What would leaving entail? "As long as you do not wish to depart." As Tianhui contemplated this, an inkling of uncertainty crossed its mind while watching Luoshu slowly speak, as if seeking confirmation of an answer. "You would not leave, would you?" Luoshu shook her head firmly. "No, I do not wish to leave." "Then, that is settled. Since you do not wish to leave, Zhou Yuzhao will undoubtedly bring you back. However, the place I reside is inaccessible to Zhou Yuzhao." These words bewildered Tianhui. Is there truly a place in this world beyond the isolation of the Zhou family? After a moment, Tianhui realized, indeed, the world is vast. Perhaps such a place exists. Suddenly, it felt a tightness in the fur atop its head. Tianhui glanced at the shadowy spirit on Luoshu's shoulder, realizing it was the spirit's doing. Just as it was about to scold, it saw the spirit elongate its form, indicating Luoshu's plight. Indeed, the young girl appeared quite despondent. Tianhui's ears perked up instantly, its demeanor shifting to one of concern as it glanced at Luoshu. "Little cat, do not be sad. Do not overthink it. Zhou Yuzhao is an omnipotent being. You need not worry. Furthermore, you have us. If Zhou Yuzhao's strength is insufficient, we will surely step forward to aid you. Do not cry." Luoshu nodded, her emotions gradually stabilizing. At last, Tianhui cautiously inquired, "What prompted this sudden line of thought?" "While cultivating recently, I have felt somewhat unwell. Perhaps time is drawing near." Tian Peng leapt onto Luoshu's lap, extending its pudgy paw to gently pat her hand. "Have you become too engrossed in your training lately? Be cautious of letting your imagination run wild." With that, it nestled its head into the palm of Luoshu's hand. "Come now, stop pondering. Let me give your head a pat." Tian Peng, nestled in Luoshu's embrace, managed to coax a smile from the young girl at last. That night, Luoshu stood before Zhou Yuzhao's door, gazing at the pitch-black room, her thoughts drifting into the unknown. Just as she raised her hand to knock, her body suddenly froze in place. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to suspend. The voice of the 886 system echoed behind her. "Host, your time is running short." Luoshu remained silent, yet her silence spoke volumes about her stance. The 886 system sighed softly, stating, "Zhou Yuzhao is not a suitable choice. Leaving sooner would be in your best interest. System, you lack the authority to make decisions for me. In my heart, Zhou Yuzhao is indeed a wonderful person. Host, I wish to help you. I do not want you to continue down this path. Have you forgotten? You once told me this is a journey through time, promising to protect me. I will not leave this place." The system's response faltered, its lips parting without uttering a word. It turned to observe the blossoms blooming in the valley, which were already radiant. Luoshu heard the system's sigh behind her, tinged with resignation, as if it were compelled to speak. "Host, I wish to preserve you. Hence I must take you away. I hope that upon returning, you can forget Zhou Yuzhao. For when destiny arrives, you will." "I cannot do that." Luoshu's interruption cut through the 886 system's words. "Initially, you encouraged me to approach Zhou Yuzhao, secretly aiding me in drawing closer to him. Yet now, you ask me to betray my own convictions. I do not wish for you to betray your convictions, host. I have changed since the first time I met you. I do not want to become. Just as the 886 system began to speak, its voice was suddenly interrupted, followed by the sound of a power surge. Luo Shu regained control of her body, and, as she turned her head, her vision began to blur. Yet the system's voice remained strikingly clear. Zhou Yuzhao does not truly like you. He is heartless and will never fall in love with anyone. After the system's voice vanished, Luo Shu struggled to sit up from the bed, gazing around in confusion, her eyes gradually focusing on the darkened room. Tian Pang, sleeping in the little shop beneath the bed, stirred at the sound of Luo Shu's movements and opened its eyes. As it lifted its head, the ethereal spirit that had been resting on it tumbled down, flopping softly onto the ground. After rolling over, it propped itself up and promptly fell back asleep. Little one, what troubles you? Tian Pang rose from the floor, inadvertently stepping on the spirit. The little creature deflated as if losing air, sinking in the middle while its edges propped up. Luo Shu shook her head, glancing out the window, then threw back the covers, preparing to rise. I am fine. I just cannot sleep, so I will take a stroll. Do not wander too far. Tian Pang observed Luo Shu's retreating figure, noting her pallor, as if she had awakened from a troubling dream. Chapter 83. Zhou Yuzhao, I believe staying here is quite favorable. Concerned, Tian Pang watched as Luo Shu moved away, lifting its leg to pursue her, when suddenly its hind leg was caught by the spirit lying on the ground. Losing its rear support, Tian Pang nearly toppled over. It neither grew angry nor annoyed, but shook its hind leg, attempting to dislodge the spirit. However, it clung stubbornly to Tian Pang's leg like a stubborn adhesive. Oh dear, what are you doing? I'm merely going out to check on the little one. The spirit shook its head, clinging even tighter to Tian Pang's leg. Despite its ethereal appearance, it was surprisingly strong, akin to a lead weight tethered to Tian Pang's hind leg. If you do not let go, I shall truly become agitated. The spirit loosened its grip slightly, but did not fully release its hold. The wisps of black smoke beneath its white robe slowly ascended into the air, dispersing to form two characters. Come back? Tian Pang read the characters aloud, sensing that the spirit had more to convey. The black smoke continued to drift upwards, morphing into Zhou Yuzhao's name. Tian Pang suddenly realized, you mean Zhou Yuzhao has returned? The spirit nodded vigorously, finally releasing Tian Pang's leg. Initially relieved that Tian Pang had stayed, it then noticed a change in its expression as it raised its leg to head outside. Are you trying to deceive a 3-year-old? If Zhou Yuzhao had returned, would I not know? As Tian Pang reached the door, it raised its paw to open it. But the spirit moved with the speed of a rocket, clinging to Tian Pang at the last moment. With a crash, Tian Pang was knocked to the ground, its head hitting the floor with a dull thud. It gasped in surprise, grasping the spirit, ready to deliver a reprimand when suddenly it heard Zhou Yuzhao's voice from outside. The flames of its anger were instantly extinguished, and it looked at the spirit with disbelief. You truly have a remarkable sense of prediction? The spirit nodded in affirmation. Given your accuracy, I shall let you off this time. After Luo Shu exited her room, she gently closed the door behind her, almost unconsciously making her way toward Zhou Yuzhao's chamber. Standing at the door, she turned to look back at the valley, where the petals on the trees appeared to shimmer under the moonlight. The petals, as delicate as gossamer, seemed vulnerable to the slightest breeze. Bathed in moonlight, the valley appeared cloaked in a veil of mystery. In that moment, Luo Shu nearly conflated the scene before her with that of a dream. Turning back, she raised her hand to push open Zhou Yuzhao's door, her familiar motion once again resonating in her mind. Little cat. Zhou Yuzhao's voice called from behind her, prompting Luo Shu to turn back. She saw the man in his moonlight-colored robes, appearing ethereal and otherworldly. The young girl nearly ran into his embrace, seeking refuge. Zhou Yuzhao opened his arms and enveloped Luo Shu within his embrace, gently patting her back. The weather had grown colder, yet she still wore thin clothing, as if she had just risen from bed. Why are you still awake at this hour? Luo Shu remained silent, clutching his garment. When he called her name, her heart nearly skipped a beat, fearing that upon turning, it would not be Zhou Yuzhao she saw, but the system urging her to leave. Zhou Yuzhao tilted his head slightly, gazing at the girl in his arms, and patted her back once more. Did you have a nightmare? This time, Luo Shu replied, yes. I dreamt that someone was trying to take me away. No one will take you away. Dreams are often the opposite of reality, are they not? Nestled in Zhou Yuzhao's neck, Luo Shu nodded gently. Zhou Yuzhao had only rested for a while when the dawn began to break. He turned to find a slight ache in his scalp, noticing that a strand of hair had been grasped tightly in Luo Shu's hand. He carefully pulled his hair free, one by one, from her grasp. The young girl showed no signs of waking, so Zhou Yuzhao gently pinched her cheek. Her face was no longer as soft and plump as before. As she grew, the baby fat gradually diminished. Zhou Yuzhao's gaze shifted upward, catching sight of the floral ornament beneath the delicate bangs of the young girl. As the distance between the two individuals diminished, his lips gently rested upon Luo Shu's flower mark. This subtle action, however, stirred Luo Shu from her slumber. The young girl, still in a state of drowsiness, opened her eyes to behold Zhou Yuzhao. She reached out her hand toward him and grasped his warm palm. I feel a bit cold. Zhou Yuzhao chuckled softly, withdrawing his hand from the warmth of Luo Shu's grasp. Just as she was about to protest, he enveloped her in his embrace, adjusting the quilt around her back to snugly encase her between himself and the bedding. Are you warmer now? Luo Shu nodded, still toying with a strand of Zhou Yuzhao's hair in her hand. Winter hasn't even arrived yet, and you are already so afraid of the cold. What will you do when it comes? Luo Shu bit her lower lip, contemplating for a moment before replying. I could hold on to you, or I could just stay wrapped up in the quilt. How warm that would be. Clever indeed. Zhou Yuzhao playfully tapped Luo Shu's head and suggested, let us sleep a bit longer. It's still early. All right. Luo Shu acquiesced, though her mind was brewing a mischievous idea. She clenched her fist, feeling the chill in her fingers, and, taking advantage of Zhou Yuzhao's inattention, swiftly slipped her hand beneath the hem of his clothing. As she anticipated, her icy fingertips made contact with his warm skin, sending a jolt through his entire being. Luo Shu giggled, her laughter resembling a duck's quack. She looked at Zhou Yuzhao, covering her clothes, and said, Zhou Yuzhao, you cannot treat me this way. We must maintain propriety, lest I accuse you of impropriety. Come back to sleep, Zhou Yuzhao said, pulling her once again into his embrace, as one would soothe a child, gently patting her back. Let us sleep a little longer. Luo Shu nodded lightly, planting a fleeting kiss on his jaw, just a whisper of affection. Zhou Yuzhao, I feel so content here. What are you saying? Zhou Yuzhao inquired. Luo Shu, having succeeded in her playful endeavor, smiled mischievously. If you do not know, then let it be. Chapter 84. Luo Shu's flower contract fades. Morning arrived, and the blossoms on the trees opened and fell, scattering petals across the ground. Luo Shu gazed at Zhou Yuzhao's silhouette, her eyes filled with affection and tenderness. A slow realization blossomed in her heart. How wonderful it would be to remain with Zhou Yuzhao forever. Zhou Yuzhao looked up, about to lose himself in the depths of her gaze, which sparkled like a galaxy brimming with stars, vibrant and resplendent. Why do you look at me like that? He asked, extending his hand toward Luo Shu. In the next moment, her hand rested upon his. Luo Shu gently shook her head, a smile blossoming at the corners of her mouth. I just feel that sometimes when I don't see you, I miss you a bit. This time, I truly want to leave. Zhou Yuzhao's thumb caressed the joints of Luo Shu's fingers, seemingly to soothe her little emotions. All right. After a while, Zhou Yuzhao's gaze fell upon the flower mark on her brow. With a mere glance, he detected something amiss. Mao'er, why is your flower contract faded? Luo Shu, perplexed by Zhou Yuzhao's words, placed her finger upon her brow to feel. However, as the flower mark was flat, how could she discern anything unusual? Is there? She asked, her confusion evident, as she caught Zhou Yuzhao's gentle smile. I am not referring to the color, but rather the magic cast upon the flower contract. Why is it faded? I do not know, Luo Shu replied, a hint of unease creeping in her voice, as she vaguely suspected it might be due to the system granting her limited time. Zhou Yuzhao scrutinized Luo Shu. Her evasive eyes and fidgeting hands betrayed her anxiety. Mao'er? I have not changed my heart. Upon hearing Luo Shu's response, Zhou Yuzhao appeared momentarily stunned, and after a pause, he stated, I am not doubting you. This caused Luo Shu's expression to shift into one of curiosity, until Zhou Yuzhao continued, even if you truly had changed your heart, the flower contract would not reveal it. As he spoke, Zhou Yuzhao grew increasingly perplexed, reaching out to lightly touch Luo Shu's brow. The flower contract of the Zhou family should not easily dissipate. This is indeed strange. Luo Shu pouted, clasping Zhou Yuzhao's hand in return. What does it matter? I am still here. This is different, Zhou Yuzhao replied earnestly. The Zhou family's flower contract only dissipates after we marry, sanctioned by the family head's blessing, and then the flower mark will automatically fade. What you are experiencing is truly unprecedented. Luo Shu remained silent, uncertain if the cause lay with the system. Yet, Zhou Yuzhao seemed particularly concerned and began to peruse through books. Luo Shu stood by, watching as he flipped through one tome after another, diligently searching for all spells related to contracts. Zhou Yuzhao, why are you so fixated? Luo Shu inquired, clutching a flower branch she had plucked from the tree outside. This fading is rather peculiar. Luo Shu exhaled softly, observing the flower branch in her hand before placing it back into the vase, just as Zhou Yuzhao approached. He felt a gentle weight on his back, and upon turning, he found the young girl resting her head on his shoulder, her expression somewhat sullen. Zhou Yuzhao realized he had overlooked her and closed the book in his hands. I will stop looking, all right? Luo Shu nodded, relieved. Deep down, however, she felt a sense of fear, apprehensive that Zhou Yuzhao might uncover something alarming. Recently, her dreams often featured the system not as she had encountered it, but as a being with a true human form, though it was but a dream, and she could never see the system's true visage. She sensed an undeniable connection between it and this world. The last time in the bamboo forest, many of those creatures had already cultivated into human forms. Though their forms were mostly imperfect, they lived without issue. Their original forms had suffered irreparable damage, making such imperfections inevitable. Luo Shu nodded, seemingly grateful that her encounter with Zhou Yuzhao had spared her from harm, yet feeling a pang of sympathy for those creatures. The young girl's lips moved softly as she continued. They built houses in the bamboo forest and lived happily. It was like a paradise, untouched by the mundane world. Zhou Yuzhao gently grasped Luo Shu's hand and remarked, You appear quite envious. Do I? She replied, her mind buzzing with thoughts, akin to the crackling sound of an old television set. Zhou Yuzhao, do you not wish to see it? Then let us go. After traversing the bamboo forest and a stretch of mountain path, they finally arrived at the exit. The red foxes seemed to have anticipated Zhou Yuzhao's arrival and were already waiting there. In the crowd, they appeared to have endless conversations with him. Luo Shu felt a gentle tug on her dress and turned to find the little rabbit, Xiao Yun. Luo Shu, over here, come along. Luo Shu lightly tapped Zhou Yuzhao's hand, and upon their exchanged glances, he understood and gradually released her. Xiao Yun led Luo Shu to her room, offering her a plate of pastries she had prepared. Luo Shu, look, the pastries I made today. Luo Shu gazed at the array of treats, remaining silent, but expressed her gratitude as she accepted the sweets from Xiao Yun. The thought crossed her mind. How could these men be so adept at cooking? It made me appear somewhat dull in comparison. Luo Shu, may I share something with you? Luo Shu nodded and said to Xiao Yun, Speak, I am listening. Just moments ago, Xiao Yun had been laughing, but now her expression turned solemn. Recently, my brother has been taking a certain medication, one with potent restorative powers, and I can sense it. Are you concerned that the medicine may be harmful to his health? Xiao Yun shook her head, her eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness as she looked at Luo Shu. The medicine was prescribed by Mr. Zhou Yu. Upon hearing the name Zhou Yu, Luo Shu felt a wave of reassurance. The medicine prescribed by him should not be of the hasty and reckless variety, so there was no need for concern. It's not that I distrust him. Xiao Yun grasped Luo Shu's hand tightly, her voice laced with worry as she continued. You know, my brother's transformation into human form has its drawbacks. This medicine is restorative, He might be leaving soon. Luo Shu was momentarily taken aback. To her, this seemed like a positive development, so why the worry? Chapter 85. Zhou Yun senses the departure of the red fox, my brother, is different from us. His magical prowess and commanding presence compel the creatures here to heed his words. I once witnessed him preparing to engage in a battle with Lon Lon, and he can even restore the barriers left by the master. As she spoke, Zhou Yun shook her head firmly, declaring, he is no mere woodland creature. He may belong to a significant lineage, perhaps seeking refuge under the master's wing after encountering some ordeal. After hearing Zhou Yun's words, Luo Shu felt as if she were gazing at her former self, equally unable to detach from Zhou Yu and fearful of being abandoned by him. You may be overthinking. Luo Shu gently patted the back of Zhou Yun's hand. Yet Zhou Yun resolutely shook her head, unwavering in her conviction. I cannot be mistaken. I sensed years ago that my brother would leave. However, encountering this situation so suddenly has left me with a tinge of reluctance. Then do not speculate. You may directly inquire with him. Whatever is on your mind, feel free to ask without reservation. I have asked, but he evades the question, deflecting the topic and urging me not to overthink. The blossoms of the divine tree had fully bloomed, and the breeze gently scattered the petals that had fallen to the ground. Even those petals that lay upon the earth were tenderly swept up by the wind. The red fox, in human form, yet with the visage of a fox, stood beneath the tree, slightly lifting his gaze to observe a branch adorned with a flower. His focus was drawn to a bud that had yet to bloom, a delicate little flower. As Luo Shu rounded the corner, she caught sight of the red fox's silhouette. He remained unchanged, and gazing at him reminded her of their first encounter, when she had fled through the bamboo grove. Perhaps having spent so much time together had dulled her initial fear. Reflecting on it now, everything had transformed. The red fox seemed to sense Luo Shu's approach, casting a brief glance over his shoulder, confirming her presence. The master must have accompanied you. Luo Shu nodded, replying, indeed, nothing escapes your notice. It is not that remarkable. I often patrol the edges of the valley, searching for any vulnerabilities to mend, and thus naturally became aware of the fluctuations in the barrier. Luo Shu merely responded with a soft acknowledgement, and for a long while, silence enveloped them. Raising her gaze to the vibrant blossoms above, she mused that perhaps time was indeed as splendid as the blooms themselves. Eventually, Luo Shu broke the silence. Are you preparing to depart? The red fox tilted his head, regarding Luo Shu with a hint of surprise that she was aware of this matter, yet also seeming to find it anticipated. Yes, he replied softly. A precise answer settled within Luo Shu's heart. It seemed Zhou Yun's words were indeed true. Did Mr. Zhou speak of this? Upon hearing the red fox's inquiry, Luo Shu hesitated, caught in a small internal conflict between Zhou Yun and Zhou Yu. Yes, he mentioned you. The red fox's gaze lingered on Luo Shu, seemingly confirming something within him. I am not merely a trivial woodland creature. I bear responsibilities as the master has stated. I cannot forsake them for my own sake. Luo Shu looked at the red fox, slightly astonished. It was evident that he hailed from a distinguished background. Now that the master has prepared this portion of the medicine for me, if it proves effective, I shall leave immediately. What then of Zhou Yun? What do you intend to do? Luo Shu's visit was primarily for Zhou Yun. Must her fate be confined to this valley? The red fox hesitated, failing to provide a definitive answer, clearly troubled. After a moment, he responded, albeit not directly addressing her question. Foxes and rabbits are natural enemies, with Zhou Yun following me. Perhaps she hesitates, or perhaps she is reluctant to voice her feelings. It may not be very safe. Perhaps for Zhou Yun, safety was not her foremost concern. She had been raised by you, and her attachment to you is profound. She likely places you above all else. The red fox remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. Luo Shu turned her face to observe him, sensing that he appeared lost in contemplation, not truly listening. Initially intending to persuade him further, she reconsidered, reflecting on her own situation and ultimately abandoned her intent. If I cannot assist myself, how can the red fox lack his own burdens? Perhaps not receiving a response from Luo Shu, the red fox's gaze held a hint of surprise, as if he hadn't anticipated her silence. Do you have no further questions? Hearing the hint of confusion in his voice, Luo Shu did not dwell on it. She shook her head, exhaling as if relieved, and replied, "No." The red fox stood in place for a moment, finally coming to a resolution, bidding farewell to Luo Shu before turning to leave. As he departed, he spoke to Luo Shu, and in that instant, she felt as if he had seen through her very essence. "Did Xiaoyan share something with you that prompted your inquiry?" Luo Shu felt as if she had been caught off guard. Feigning ignorance, she responded, "What does my matter have to do with Xiaoyan? Mr. Zhou Yu would not discuss my affairs with others unless someone inquired. Moreover, if he had indeed spoken to you, you should know more." Luo Shu stood frozen, dazed, and somewhat guilty for having intruded upon private matters. Turning around, she called out to the red fox, who was now retreating. "Red fox." Hearing his name, he paused, and Luo Shu continued, "I did not intend to pry into your affairs." Her words came out hurriedly, perhaps because she lacked a coherent explanation. The red fox, sensing her intent, interjected, "I understand." He uttered only half a sentence, and Luo Shu worried that her explanation might become increasingly convoluted. Just as she was about to speak, the red fox continued, "I know what you wish to convey. I too have been troubled by this matter recently, unsure of how to proceed. Thank you for your inquiry today. It has provided me with a definitive answer." As she watched the red fox's figure gradually fade into the distance, Luo Shu felt a twinge of confusion. She realized that she had not truly communicated anything meaningful to him, let alone offered any advice. Perhaps a clever creature like the red fox had already arrived at a clear understanding, merely needing a catalyst to express it. And at this moment, she had unwittingly become that catalyst for his thoughts. Chapter 86. The Barrier Discovered. Safety in peril beneath the divine tree. Luo Shu looked up at the blossoms above, her mind gradually emptying. Perhaps due to holding her head at an angle for too long, she felt fatigued and tilted her head to adopt a new position. The system had not manifested for quite some time, and the unease within Luo Shu gradually intensified. As she contemplated her impending departure, the sorrow in her heart became increasingly palpable. She extended her hand to caress the trunk of a tree, a gesture that seemed to embody both reluctance and nostalgia. She pondered, would Zhou Yuzhao feel sadness if I were to leave one day? Would he forget me? It seemed as if the divine tree had heard Luo Shu's innermost thoughts as the branches swayed, showering her with a cascade of petals. Upon his arrival, Zhou Yuzhao beheld the serene figure of the young girl standing beneath the tree, her essence already mingling with the fallen blossoms. From a distance, the silhouette of the girl appeared ethereal, reminiscent of a dream, elusive and hard to capture. Luo Shu felt a gentle pressure around her waist, followed by the warmth of Zhou Yuzhao's chest against her back as he leaned slightly on her shoulder, softly calling her name. Luo Shu. It was a rare occurrence to hear Zhou Yuzhao utter her name, and instantly, her thoughts returned to the present as she turned to face him. Perhaps it was the inexplicable feeling that something was amiss that unsettled her today. Before she could voice her concerns, Zhou Yuzhao spoke again. I sense that you have not been happy lately, burdened with worry. Is there something you are concealing from me? I long to share my thoughts with you, but I fear that speaking them may bring unforeseen consequences, perhaps shortening my time by your side. Luo Shu silently replied to Zhou Yuzhao in her heart, refraining from voicing her thoughts. No. She crafted a rationale, attributing her recent disquiet to an unfounded premonition of impending misfortune. Zhou Yuzhao released her, turning her to face him. Grasping her shoulders, he gazed in her eyes and resolutely declared, Do not worry, I will be here for you. Nothing will happen. Though his words were meant to comfort, Luo Shu felt an unusual heaviness in her eyes, her eyelids moistening as if tears were imminent. She grasped Zhou Yuzhao's hand, saying, Zhou Yuzhao, do not shoulder everything alone. You have me, and I will remain by your side. After speaking, the young girl tilted her head back, her hand caressing the side of Zhou Yuzhao's face, their proximity growing ever closer as the petals continued to fall, enveloping them in a delicate veil. The heart of the divine tree blushed an increasingly vivid hue, as if intentionally stained with watercolor. As Luo Shu's fingers wove through Zhou Yuzhao's hair, they were suddenly halted by an unexpected obstruction, a flower bud sprouting from his locks. Vibrant and alluring, irresistible in its beauty. Captivated by the bloom, Luo Shu seemed to draw Zhou Yuzhao's discontent as she abruptly paused. He embraced her waist, exerting a gentle pressure as he cradled her head. Indeed, Zhou Yuzhao had spent several days within the valley with Luo Shu, basking under the sun while observing him tending to the flowers and plants, as if everything was unfolding in blissful leisure. However, without today, as unsettling occurrences, Luo Shu might have truly immersed herself in this tranquility, forgetting the existence of the system and losing herself entirely. As Tianhua and Hong Hu returned from their patrol, Luo Shu was unable to discern their conversation with Zhou Yuzhao due to the distance, but she could see his expression darken, observing Tianhua and Hong Hu depart. Seemingly to inspect another section of the barrier, Luo Shu approached Zhou Yuzhao and settled on a stone bench. She inquired, "What is wrong? Is there something amiss?" Zhou Yuzhao initially remained silent, seemingly in contemplation before he replied, "There have been numerous outsiders around the perimeter of the barrier, and they have left their marks. In a few days, they will likely map out the terrain here." Upon hearing this, Luo Shu's gaze drifted towards the already departed Hong Hu and Tianhua. The sorrow of her impending departure intertwined with this news, causing her brow to furrow. How much longer can we endure? At most 5 days before they fully comprehend this place. Luo Shu looked towards Zhou Yuzhao, asking hopefully, "Is it possible to alter the barrier here?" Zhou Yuzhao nodded, then added, "It can be changed, but they have already discerned the general location. Even if we shift it, it would only take a day or two before they discover it again. Given this, you must have your own thoughts, correct? I plan to return to the sect, to relinquish the name of Zhou Yuzhao and sever ties with the sect." Luo Shu was taken aback by Zhou Yuzhao's intention, her surprise evident as he articulated it. Sensing her confusion, he elaborated, "Their assault on the valley indicates they are fully prepared, perhaps even having organized everything behind the scenes. As a demon, should I reveal my true nature in an unforeseen circumstance, it would undoubtedly implicate the sect." Luo Shu tightened her grip on Zhou Yuzhao's hand and, after a moment, asked, "Did Lanlan share something with you?" "Yes, the predictive abilities of demon beasts are indeed reliable, which is why I must remain vigilant. Furthermore, many years ago, when my master accepted me as his disciple, he warned that my demon form would lead to a calamity within the sect, suggesting he had foreseen this all along." Zhou Yuzhao departed with haste, intending to set out for the sect that very afternoon. Luo Shu gazed at him, their eyes locking as he spoke. "Come with me. My master is not at the sect, but is in the mountains for cultivation." "All right," Luo Shu readily agreed, as if she had awaited his words. "I will be right back." Rushing to her room, she startled when Tianhua suddenly sat up from her small bed. Luo Shu gasped, placing a hand over her heart and exhaling, "I thought you had gone to the bamboo forest with Hong Hu. Why are you here?" Tianhua looked at Luo Shu, his gaze vacant, as if he had yet to awaken from a dream. "Lanlan, stay safe in the valley. Zhou Yuzhao and I will return soon." As Luo Shu's figure began to fade from the doorway, Tianhua leaped up, catching hold of the hem of her skirt. "What is it? We cannot take you with us this time. You must stay with Hong Hu in the valley to guard the barrier. Little one, always trust in Zhou Yuzhao, no matter what." Luo Shu cast a glance at Zhou Yuzhao outside, then turned to Tianhua, kneeling down to whisper, "Did you have another dream? Please tell me about it." Tianhua shook his head, answering with utmost seriousness, "Your cultivation is too low. If I reveal it to you, we may both incur heavenly wrath." "How can it be that severe?" Luo Shu regarded him skeptically, extending 2 fingers. "Just tell me a little. A rough idea will suffice. A person like Zhou Yuzhao, I can only provide a warning, let alone you." "Very well. I will place my faith in Zhou Yuzhao. Remember, I must take my leave now." The next day, as Luo Shu and Zhou Yuzhao departed, the barrier of the valley was suddenly breached, as if someone had meticulously orchestrated the entire affair from the shadows. Hong Hu stood within the valley, gazing skyward as the barrier began to disintegrate layer by layer. "Tianhua, you enter the bamboo forest first and watch over the little demons. They must not be allowed to emerge." "What about you?" Hong Hu's eyes were fixated on the only entrance into the valley, declaring, "I will be fine. You enter first, and I will hold them off. If they discover that this valley is filled with demons, it would only serve to become our weakness." Tianhua hesitated, glancing at Hong Hu. before gritting his teeth and sprinting towards the bamboo forest. Having consumed Zhou Yuzhao's medicine, Hong Hu was now able to compensate for the deficiencies caused by his transformation. He raised his hand, his sleeve concealing his face. When he lowered it, his fox visage had vanished, replaced by a human form. The red fox extended his hand to touch his own face, seemingly unable to believe that it had returned to its former state. His hand conjured a mirror in the air. Gazing at the face reflected back at him, he felt a strange sense of familiarity mixed with unfamiliarity. However, this was not the moment for self-admiration. He lowered the mirror and straightened his posture, ready to await the arrival of the group outside. When they had entered, they had anticipated a hellish place, yet they were met with such a beautiful scene. Beneath a tree sat a figure, turned away from them, seemingly asleep. "Zhou Yuzhao, why are you not bringing forth your demon offering?" called out a voice from the crowd, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the red fox. Otherwise, how could they not even recognize him? Wait, this person does not seem to be Zhou Yuzhao. Someone among them had keen eyes. The red fox thought to himself as he turned around. The distinct mark of a fox on his brow had yet to fade and was immediately recognized by the person before him. Fox demon. A sword hilt was pointed at the red fox from within the crowd, indicating that they still did not recognize his identity. They were merely juniors, thought the red fox, as he scrutinized their attire to ascertain their familial origins. Hearing the red fox's words, some in the crowd expressed their discontent, but were halted by someone in front of them. Noting the reaction of the person who stopped them, the red fox merely curled his lips in a slight smile, surprised to find that among this group there was someone with discerning eyes. "From the attire you wear, I surmise you belong to the same sect as Mr. Zhou Yu. I wonder, however, what brings you and these individuals here?" The individual spoke forcefully, as if particularly justified. "We have come under the orders of our sect's leader to apprehend Zhou Yuzhao and return him to the sect. Your words sound quite pleasant." As he spoke, the red fox subtly placed his hand behind his back, seemingly transmitting a message to someone. He conveyed the message while countering. "Apprehend? What charges have been laid? Associating with demons?" The red fox posed several questions, but the others dared not respond. Due to his identity, they could only respectfully assert, "You are the young master of the Fox Demon clan. Our mention of associating with demons is certainly not directed at you. Then who do you refer to? Or is it that while Mr. Zhou Yu and I converse here, you juniors feel free to gossip behind our backs? Our sect does not intend this. It would be best if that were truly the case." The red fox interjected sternly, showing no inclination to engage further with them. "You should manage your own sect well. Mingling with the Xianyuan clan could tarnish your reputation." Given the red fox's status, the newcomers hesitated to press further, let alone seek out Zhou Yuzhao himself. Once they departed, the red fox, who had maintained a firm stance, felt his body soften, and his human visage was swiftly replaced by that of a fox. He propped himself against the table, his slightly parted lips gasping for air. Had those individuals lingered a moment longer, he would have been compelled to reveal his fox form before them. They would then recognize his injuries and strike at him mercilessly. On the third day of waiting in the valley, the red fox had yet to catch sight of Zhou Yuzhao or Luo Shu. He gazed towards the entrance of the valley, momentarily at a loss. Should he take the lesser demons within the valley and leave, or remain here to await further provocations from the Xianyuan clan? The petals on the branches before him began to fall, one by one, ultimately presenting a dismal sight of decay. A sense of foreboding gripped his heart. Something was amiss. "Red Fox, this is bad." The voice of Tian Yin came from behind him as it rushed back from the bamboo grove, panting heavily and looking quite anxious. "Red Fox, you must hurry to see. The divine tree is beginning to wither." The red fox almost ran towards the depths of the valley, ultimately succumbing to his worries and transforming into his original form. Racing towards the divine tree. The petals of the divine tree had largely fallen, resulting in a heavy shower of blossoms. The branches, stripped bare, appeared desolate and forlorn. Under the red fox's gaze, the divine tree seemed to exhibit reverse growth. Its branches were retracting as if preparing for hibernation. What is happening? He anxiously reached out to probe the divine tree's veins, only to discover that its spiritual energy was dissipating. Tianyin shook its head and replied, "I do not know. When I arrived, it was already in this state. The red fox withdrew his magic, reflecting on the events of the past few days. Realizing that perhaps the issue lay not within the valley, but with Zhou Yuzhao. This is bad. Something has happened to Zhou Yuzhao. In a panic, as he turned to leave, Tian seized his clothing. I'm going too. Noticing the red fox's hesitation, Tian felt a surge of urgency. There is no time to hesitate. The tree is in this state. Zhou Yuzhao must be in trouble. Very well. As they departed the valley, the red fox took out his talisman and handed it to Xiao Yun, instructing, "This is the barrier talisman. I will cast a barrier. You must ensure that no matter who arrives, they are not to enter. Do you understand?" Xiao Yun lifted her head, having never seen the red fox so anxious. Her heart already knowing something had gone wrong. She nodded, gripping the red fox's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. Will brother return? He will be good. Amidst the hurried moments, he took time to softly reassure Xiao Yun before hastily departing. Once they truly left the valley, the red fox and Tian discovered the city in ruins. The once bustling streets were now devoid of any pedestrians. The red fox released his paper butterflies, sending them to seek out the whereabouts of Zhou Yuzhao and Luo Shu. Before leaving, Zhou Yuzhao had mentioned going to see his master, who was in seclusion on a mountain. Did you know which mountain? Tian shook its head, and just as the two were at a loss, the ground beneath them suddenly trembled. The fox and the dog turned back to see a pillar of energy rising into the sky in the distance. Is a life sacrifice. Chapter 88. What family do I have? I have only Zhou Yuzhao. The beam of light and the vibrations from afar caught the attention of Tian and the red fox. As they turned to look, the ascending energy wave left the red fox in shock. Is this a life sacrifice? The energy within the light beam emanated from a demon's lifetime of cultivation, marking the end of a life. Tian's pupils widened in astonishment as it whispered, Luo Shu. In the next moment, both hurried their pace towards the source of the colossal energy beam. As they approached, the magnificent scene began to fade until all the energy had dissipated. Only upon reaching the forest did the red fox and Tian realize they were at the foot of the mountain. Surrounding trees had been utterly destroyed, and the open ground lay in disarray. The soil was mixed with blood, the origin of which was unknown, and fallen trees emitted thick black smoke, presenting a scene of devastation. It was evident that this place had previously witnessed a fierce battle. Amidst the smoke-filled battlefield, the red fox and Tian's gazes fell upon a little girl. She knelt with her back to them, hunched over as if in prayer or plea. Luo Shu. They called her name as they rushed towards her. Seeing Luo Shu, Tian felt relieved that she was safe. In her daze, it seemed that Luo Shu heard the voices of Tian and the red fox. She lifted her head just as the two reached her side. Her condition appeared dire. Her face was pale, her lips cracked from prolonged thirst, her sleeves torn by sharp objects, and small cuts adorned her face. Her slightly swollen eyes seemed to convey a silent message to the two. Just a moment ago, Tian had felt fortunate for Luo Shu's safety. But in the next moment, concern took hold. Where is Zhou Yuzhao? The red fox inquired anxiously, its gaze following Luo Shu's to the white jade octagonal pendant in her hand, which bore cracks, and the blue tassel had vanished without a trace. Tian bowed its head, as if it had come to realize the source of the previous fluctuations. It was Zhou Yuzhao. They had been overly apprehensive. How could someone of Luo Shu's cultivation possibly provoke such a significant disturbance? Tian's attention lingered on the red mark that appeared on Luo Shu's forehead. Finally, it understood that the concerns it initially harbored would not come to pass. In the original trajectory of life, Luo Shu would have been ensnared by the words of others, leading to entanglements with Zhou Yuzhao. Her indecision would have pushed Zhou Yuzhao far away, resulting in her being besieged and ultimately suffering grave injuries at his hands. It seemed that such a fate had been averted. Zhou Yuzhao had exchanged his life for her clarity. Tian finally comprehended the concept of destiny that the red fox had spoken of. Luo Shu, return home. The young girl smiled wryly, her grip tightening around Zhou Yuzhao's pendant as she replied, What home do I have? In this unfamiliar world, I have only Zhou Yuzhao. As the sacred tree of the valley stood tall, the red fox's words seemed to ignite a fleeting thought in Luo Shu, prompting her to rise. Yet, at that very moment, a voice echoed from afar. Demon, you have brought about Zhou Yuzhao's demise. Where do you intend to go now? It was a familiar female voice. By the time Tian Tai and the red fox reacted, the figure had already drawn her sword, slicing past Luo Shu's shoulder. The girl leaned back, her hair severed by the arrow in the woman's hand. As her footing faltered, a rush of blood filled her head, and the world around her dimmed. If only I had held onto Zhou Yuzhao's hand and not come here. Zhou Yuzhao, I am coming. The girl emerged from the wooden house, her eyes fixed on Zhou Yuzhao's position as she dashed toward him. Why are you so slow? The man gently brushed her hair aside, tucking it behind her ear with practiced tenderness. He then took her hand, leading her away from the valley. I had a conversation with Lan Lan. Upon hearing Luo Shu's response, Zhou Yuzhao furrowed his brow slightly and pressed on with his inquiry. What did she say? Luo Shu smiled and shook her head, continuing. It felt like she said something, yet nothing at all. I couldn't grasp anything. She only urged me to trust you, no matter the circumstances. And what about you? Will you trust me? A flicker of uncertainty crossed the man's eyes, tinged with a hint of fear. Naturally, Luo Shu replied without hesitation. You will always be my only choice. Her face radiated joy, brimming with unwavering conviction. At her affirmative response, Zhou Yuzhao's anxieties eased. Let us depart. If we linger, time may slip away. All right. Tian Tai observed their every movement from behind. As they turned to leave, Zhou Yuzhao cast a meaningful glance, and Tian Tai felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and convey its thoughts to him. Yet, as it took a step forward, Zhou Yuzhao's piercing gaze halted its advance. In that moment, Tian Tai discerned his silent warning. Do not move. Thus, it remained rooted in place, watching their figures fade into the distance. Do you wish to inform him? The red fox's voice shattered the valley's momentary stillness. Tian Tai turned its head, glancing at the red fox before lowering its gaze. Ears drooping, and nodded yes. Do you not realize that this could endanger Luo Shu and the master as well? If I were to inform the little cat, she would surely prepare in advance, preventing any rift between them. Tian Tai's emotions surged, as if it foresaw a terrifying future. The red fox shook its head, simply stating, You are aware that not every beast possesses the gift of foresight. To foresee is to remain a spectator, not a participant. If I were to say that Luo Shu's journey would be fraught with peril, the master is formidable, is he not? The red fox's reply silenced the words Tian Tai was about to utter, suggesting deeper implications. What do you mean? The red fox remained silent. Do you know something? It simply shook its head, attempting to turn away, but Tian Tai grasped its paw. Red fox, Luo Shu must not come to harm. None of them can. Destiny. Under Tian Tai's pressing inquiry, the red fox reluctantly uttered these two words. Upon seeing the confusion etched on Tian Tai's face, it shook its head, freeing its garment from the creature's grasp, and as it departed, declared, What you foresee may not be the truth, and you underestimate the bond between them. As if recalling something, the red fox paused, gazing up at the sky obscured by heavy clouds. Could their intertwined fates truly be within our comprehension? Chapter 89, Master. I have never regretted entering the sect in this lifetime. As Zhou Yuzhao turned, he cast a fleeting glance at Tian Tai, as if perceiving something unspoken but chose not to articulate it. Instead, he gradually tightened his grip around the young girl's wrist, silently vowing, I will be here always. What are you thinking? Upon regaining his senses, he realized they had already traversed a considerable distance from the valley. Hearing Luo Shu's voice beside him, Zhou Yuzhao returned to reality, offering an apologetic smile. Nothing, just pondering how to move faster. If you wouldn't daydream, we could walk faster, Luo Shu pouted, her eyes reflecting a hint of reproach. All right, I shall heed your words, he replied, appearing submissive, akin to a docile puppy. Although he had employed magic to lead Luo Shu into the mountains, his mind wandered along the way, as if some pressing matter preoccupied his thoughts. Upon reaching the forest, where clouds and mist entwined, even a simple survey was challenging. Luo Shu grasped Zhou Yuzhao's garment tightly, her steps retreating slightly as her eyes scrutinized the fog, anxiety swelling within her. Zhou! Before she could finish, Zhou Yuzhao interrupted her, uncertain if it was intentional or accidental. The man turned his palm, taking her hand into his, guiding her forward as he had done before. In the woods, a small courtyard lay nestled beneath a patch of clear sky, untouched by mist. The courtyard was eerily silent, and after searching, they found no sign of the awaited person. Zhou Yuzhao stood in the courtyard, holding Luo Shu's hand, and turned to glance at the house behind them, his gaze falling upon a small bell tied at the corner of the building. The bell had weather time. Its exquisite patterns were nearly indistinguishable due to the ravages of wind and snow. Occasionally, it chimed softly with the breeze. When the bell sounded again, Zhou Yuzhao seemed to recall something. "Little cat, wait for me here. I will return shortly." Almost as soon as he spoke, he released Luo Shu's hand and strode out of the courtyard. She looked toward his direction, about to call out to him, but the words caught in her throat, as if she understood that Zhou Yuzhao had his own matters to attend to. Luo Shu watched as Zhou Yuzhao vanished into the mist until he was no longer visible, then turned her gaze back to the house, realizing its owner must have stepped out and not yet returned. Just as she was about to withdraw her gaze, her attention was drawn to the bell hanging from the eaves, a bell that had been smoothed by the elements over time. In the tranquil woods, devoid of wind, one could still hear the melodious chime of bells resonating softly. The sound was ethereal, seemingly capable of purifying the impurities within one's heart. Yet for some inexplicable reason, Luo Shu felt a subtle constriction in her chest, akin to the sensation of having misplaced something of great significance. She raised her gaze once more towards the bell, a chill coursing through her body, momentarily uncertain whether it was merely an illusion or a product of her overthinking. She pressed her hand against her chest, feeling a slight difficulty in breathing. What could be the matter? Why did she feel such distress? "Little mistress, are you seeking the lord of the underworld again? He departed this morning." A vague image flickered in her mind, obscured yet accompanied by the clarity of those words. Luo Shu's heart instinctively raced, her steps retreating as she stumbled upon a small stone, leading her to fall to the ground. A muffled sound escaped her lips as she observed her palm, marred by the jagged stones, blood oozing from the tiny wound. Strangely, she seemed oblivious to the pain, her eyes fixated on the bell, as if yearning to unveil a hidden truth. Who was speaking? Why did it feel so familiar? In a moment of reverie, Luo Shu nearly believed it to be her own memory, but the next instant, she shook her head, jolted into awareness. She had traversed time, wholly unconnected to this era. Moreover, what these memories? Perhaps it was just a figment of her imagination. She released her grip from her chest, suddenly feeling the constriction dissipate, only to recall that the system had not manifested in quite some time. 886, are you there? 1 minute, 2 minutes. Just as the anticipation in Luo Shu's heart began to wane, she heard the system's voice. "I am here." At that moment, waves of relief surged within her, a gentle smile gracing her lips. It was as if the very existence of the system affirmed her reality, preventing her from becoming utterly lost in this world. Not far away, a figure emerged beside Zhou Yuzhao, standing at the same height. Clad in simple attire and a straw hat, his once dark hair had turned white, held back by a mere ribbon. The man exuded an aura of ethereal grace, untouched by the mundane world. His gaze fell upon the small courtyard where Luo Shu resided, and he sighed softly, tinged with a hint of melancholy. This day has indeed arrived. Zhou Yuzhao emitted a soft sound of acknowledgement, glancing at the figure beside him, reminiscent of an old acquaintance reunited. "Master, I have never regretted joining the sect," he declared. The man remained silent for a long while, his face obscured beneath the brim of his hat, before finally responding in a hushed tone. "Once you step beyond the sect's gates, you shall be forever expelled, never to return. Do you understand? My resolve is unwavering, master. I beseech your approval." Luo Shu, growing weary in the courtyard, observed her hands when a sudden gust of wind swept through, prompting her to turn. She witnessed a tremendous surge of energy erupting from the direction Zhou Yuzhao had departed. It seemed something had breached the confines of a barrier. Zhou Yuzhao. Luo Shu silently called his name, pursuing the direction he had taken. Upon arrival, she beheld a formation inscribed upon the ground, within which stood Zhou Yuzhao, emanating an intense aura of menace, not one to be trifled with. Outside the formation stood the man, ethereal and composed, the orchestrator of this unfolding drama. The man with the straw hat cast his gaze towards Luo Shu's position, scrutinizing her with concern, fearful she might inadvertently step into the formation. Yet, she was not so reckless. Her focus was unwaveringly drawn to the unspoken messages within Zhou Yuzhao's eyes. Do not come closer. I understand. I am here and will not act rashly. Chapter 90. The heaviness of malice precludes rebirth. The winds swirling within the formation felt like piercing blades, glimmering with a malevolent light as they passed through Zhou Yuzhao, leaving crimson trails upon his skin. In that moment, it was indiscernible whether the formation was meant to aid or harm him. The young girl's gaze remained locked on Zhou Yuzhao, not once wavering, even as the man behind her made his move. A sudden pain shot through her neck, her eyelids growing heavy, and she gradually withdrew her gaze from Zhou Yuzhao. In the fading moments of consciousness, she beheld blossoms blooming amidst his hair. Little mistress, the time is approaching. The voice echoed from the depths of her mind, as if summoned from a distant realm. Yet, I have yet to see him today. A female voice responded, altered as if to mask its true identity. Auntie has said that upon your return this time, it is hoped you can relinquish your romantic entanglements. You are well aware that I have long since fallen for him. I implore you to reconsider. The Lord of the Underworld is heartless, devoid of romantic inclinations. He walks the righteous path and will not bend for a single soul. After a moment, a soft sigh escaped the young girl. Luo Shu felt a throbbing headache, the dialogues in her mind echoing as if eavesdropping on others, leaving her in a state of sorrow. A chill crept along her wrist, urging her to awaken. Yet her eyelids felt unbearably heavy. Greetings. I am System 886 at your service. I hope you grasp that developing feelings for the characters here will yield no fruitful outcome. You will inevitably depart, leaving no trace in anyone's memory, not even as a recollection. I advise against harboring feelings for Zhou Yuzhao. Knowing the conclusion renders further attachment unnecessary. The words of 886 replayed incessantly in her mind, and Luo Shu felt her eyes welling with tears. What was her purpose for being here? Was her desire too insatiable? The system's voice persisted in her thoughts, while unbeknownst to her, the formation surrounding Zhou Yuzhao had dissipated. His aura of righteousness had been retracted, revealing an undeniable hint of demonic energy. The flora surrounding him bloomed vibrantly, suffused with Zhou Yuzhao's essence, painting the mountainside in vivid colors. He turned his neck, the sound of bones cracking resonating through the air. Is this truly your decision? The man inquired, his gaze fixed upon Zhou Yuzhao. His eyes lingered on Luo Shu before a smile graced his lips, nodding in affirmation. The man, however, shook his head, exhaling a sigh. What drives your relentless efforts? You still have many tasks left undone. To sever ties with this world is no simple matter. With that, Zhou Yuzhao cradled Luo Shu gently, intertwining their fingers. He silently chanted, and upon their clasped hands, destiny locks materialized. Without hesitation, he connected Luo Shu's fate to his own arm, intent on exchanging their destinies. The man, witnessing Zhou Yuzhao's actions through the veil, found himself momentarily speechless. Having watched Zhou Yuzhao grow, he now felt powerless as the sect sought to punish him, only able to observe as he took on the weight of all burdens. Perhaps feeling defeated, he turned to leave, leaving behind a parting remark. Should she ever find herself in need, she may return here. Thank you, Master. As the demonic essence flared, Zhou Yuzhao refrained from calling out Master yet again. When Luo Shu awoke, it was already afternoon. The mist in the mountains had lifted, revealing a breathtaking view of the sunset, casting an orange hue across the horizon, an embodiment of dusk's gentleness. Standing at the cliff's edge was Zhou Yuzhao, the wind tousling his dark hair, while Luo Shu's gaze was drawn to the white strands weaving through his locks. Zhou Yuzhao appeared deep in thought, his gaze fixed on the bottom of the cliff, remaining utterly still. It was a peculiar sensation. When Luo Shu looked at Zhou Yuzhao, she felt a sense of heaviness in her heart rather than joy. Zhou Yuzhao, she softly called his name, and upon hearing it, he turned to her, realizing she had awakened at some point. The man donned a gentle smile, approached the young girl, and brushed the leaves that had fallen from the tree off her head. "You are awake." Zhou Yuzhao extended his hand, gently pinching the soft flesh of Luo Shu's face with his fingertips. Despite the tenderness of the gesture, Luo Shu felt an undeniable sense of melancholy. "Aren't you happy?" Luo Shu inquired. As expected, Zhou Yuzhao shook his head, saying, "I was merely reminded of certain individuals, and it troubles me. Not to worry, I will take care of them for you, and you will no longer feel bothered." Zhou Yuzhao paused, taken aback by Luo Shu's words. Noticing his silence, Luo Shu straightened her posture, looking at him with innocent confusion in her eyes. He ruffled her hair gently and replied, "There is too much killing and resentment. One cannot enter the cycle of reincarnation with such burdens. If I do not have this lifetime, do not speak to me of the next." Meeting Luo Shu's tender gaze, Zhou Yuzhao embraced her, resting his head on her shoulder and holding her tightly. Perhaps sensing the gravity of the moment, Luo Shu softly patted his back. "When we go home?" "Home." The light in Zhou Yuzhao's eyes dimmed, yet he concealed it from Luo Shu, responding, "We will return shortly." Luo Shu murmured in agreement, relishing the warmth of the embrace. It would be a lie to claim she did not cherish such tenderness. As they descended the mountain, Luo Shu asked, "Are we just leaving like this?" "The master has always preferred seclusion. If you ever need him in the future, you may come here. He will surely be present." Luo Shu did not detect any discrepancies in his words and earnestly replied, "I can find you. Why must I come here?" Seeing the expression on her face, Zhou Yuzhao merely smiled and nodded. "Very well." As they approached the valley, Zhou Yuzhao slowed down, seemingly waiting for something. Luo Shu noticed the change and was about to speak when Zhou Yuzhao suddenly halted. "Kitten, let us go this way." Luo Shu glanced ahead, then back at Zhou Yuzhao. Although confused, she obediently nodded. "Why are we going this way?" Chapter 91. I earn over 10,000 a month, and you want me to wash dishes? Luo Shu looked back repeatedly, sensing the presence of others nearby. If she continued forward, she would surely encounter them. Could it be them? Her gaze sharpened, yet that intensity felt foreign to her, a look she had never possessed before. "Kitten, once we return, give this to the owner of the inn in the city. Someone will take it from there." Luo Shu looked at the white jade octagonal pendant in Zhou Yuzhao's hand. She recognized it but did not understand its purpose. "All right." She reached out to take the pendant, glancing at it briefly before putting it away, seemingly indifferent. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuzhao's expression grew increasingly somber. "Zhou Yuzhao, why must demons always be driven away? I wonder what the King of Hell is doing. Why hasn't he completed the contract and disappeared?" Zhou Yuzhao merely nodded in agreement. Yet Luo Shu failed to notice anything amiss with him. She continued, "Do you think that after we die, we truly enter the underworld? Is there really a king of hell overseeing life there?" The young girl spoke eagerly, her words flowing as if she had endless topics to discuss with Zhou Yuzhao. The underworld's Yin-Si Hall conducts a selection, reviewing a person's life. If one is mortal, their merits will be assessed for reincarnation. Upon mentioning the underworld, Luo Shu's interest piqued, her eyes sparkling as they turned to Zhou Yuzhao. "Are there beings who are not mortals? In heaven and earth, there are often deities undergoing trials. Some endure for 10 lifetimes, and there may even be preordained scripts." Luo Shu nodded, eager to ask more, when Zhou Yuzhao interjected. "Did you remember what I taught you about cooking last time?" Luo Shu's gaze faltered, her voice faltering as she replied, "Of course, how could I not?" Zhou Yuzhao saw through her hesitation and tightened his grip on her hand, asking, "But is that truly the case?" Zhou Yuzhao feigned ignorance, and Luo Shu frowned slightly. Reluctant to admit, "Fine, I confess I can't start fire." Zhou Yuzhao smiled gently, unaware of her thoughts. How could a modern girl from the 21st century possibly know how to start a fire? "That's all right. If you cannot, you can go to that and I mentioned. However, what he teaches you, you must learn." Do you understand? Luo Shu's expression turned serious. You're not suggesting I wash dishes, are you? Zhou Yuzhao did not respond. He was curious to hear what Luo Shu would come up with, given her sharp mind. Then I want tea. I can wash dishes. As soon as she said this, Luo Shu realized, you wouldn't want me to wash dishes for a meal, would you? Zhou Yuzhao had not considered that possibility, but upon hearing her thoughts, he found acceptable. If you wish, it's not out of the question. No. Even if you want me to experience life, it shouldn't be like this. Luo Shu looked at Zhou Yuzhao with pleading eyes. Seemingly genuinely worried he would send her out to experience life. I earn a decent salary. You can't make me a server washing dishes. Zhou Yuzhao had elaborated a bit too much, causing Luo Shu to feel uneasy. Each time she attempted to interject, he would speak first. Suddenly, he stopped and looked at her, saying, I forgot something. You wait for me ahead. After saying this, Zhou Yuzhao released Luo Shu's hand and walked back quickly, as if something unsavory were following him. Luo Shu had to swallow her words back down. Looking down, she saw the hem of Zhou Yuzhao's clothing and, when she looked up, realized he had returned. In an instant, Zhou Yuzhao enveloped her in his embrace. Luo Shu questioned, moving cautiously against his neck, reminiscent of a kitten nuzzling him. What's wrong? Nothing, just wanted a hug. As he spoke, Zhou Yuzhao tightened his arms around her. The young girl was elated, basking in his warmth. When he finally released her, Luo Shu looked up and placed a kiss on the corner of Zhou Yuzhao's lips. Her eyes seemed to hold the stars, filled with delight as she gazed at him. Zhou Yuzhao was momentarily taken aback, then filled with joy. Kitten, girls shouldn't be so frivolous, do you understand? We've done it before. Why are you shy now? Her words were unfiltered, and Zhou Yuzhao smiled, momentarily at a loss for words. Good. He gently stroked her head with tenderness. What has gotten into you today? Why are you dawdling? Let us go. We still need to return to the valley. All right. She responded affirmatively, but in reality, she bent down slightly, leaning towards Luo Shu. Her heart soared, and she understood Zhou Yuzhao's intentions, eagerly closing her eyes in anticipation. In such an ambiguous atmosphere, Luo Shu felt a gentle kiss from Zhou Yuzhao at the corner of her lips. She opened her eyes, puzzled, furrowing her brow as she gazed at Zhou Yuzhao, saying, Why don't you kiss me? The little girl's voice was tinged with clear complaint, almost like a playful pout. I just mentioned that you, as a girl, should exhibit a bit of restraint. Luo Shu huffed, seemingly quite dissatisfied with Zhou Yuzhao. All right, I shall return for my belongings. Very well. Go ahead, Zhou Yuzhao replied. Luo Shu released Zhou Yuzhao's hand, gently nudging him with her outstretched palm, urging, do return quickly. Zhou Yuzhao turned back repeatedly as he walked away. She looked at his receding figure, her heart aching rhythmically. Luo Shu inhaled sharply, feeling as if there were unspoken words lingering between them. She murmured to herself, Forget it. I shall wait for your return to discuss it further. Little did Luo Shu realize that this departure would mark a final farewell. Gazing at the jade pendant in her hand, she traced her fingers over its surface, discovering that the seemingly smooth jade was intricately carved with delicate patterns, only discernible through gentle caresses. If this were to be replicated, one would easily discern its authenticity. Duplicating it would be exceedingly difficult. A greedy smile crept across her face, as if she had stumbled upon a treasure. It's mine. Moments later, a woman's voice emerged from behind her. On the orders of the sect master. I am here to escort you home, madam. Luo Shu turned around in confusion, spotting a group led by a woman who had appeared behind her unbeknownst to her. Upon hearing the voice from behind, Luo Shu turned, still somewhat puzzled. Who are you? Holding the jade pendant tightly, she noticed the leading woman's gaze fixed on it. And suddenly, everything clicked. Ah, you are Zhou Yuzhao's people. Then there is no cause for concern. He hasn't returned yet. I shall wait a bit longer. The woman's expression showed a hint of hesitation, as if she wanted to say something but could not find the words. Noticing the change in the woman's demeanor and glancing at those behind her, Luo Shu sensed something was amiss. Her grip on the pendant tightened as she cautiously spoke. But has something happened? No one responded to her inquiry. Luo Shu's heart raced as she wished to ask further, only to find her palm emanating twinkling starlight. What is this? It is Sanling, Luo Shu finally received an answer to her question, yet it was not the response she had hoped for. Sailing. She felt no discomfort in her body. Rather, a wave of pleasure surged from deep within her bones, akin to a cleansing of her marrow. Zhou Yuzhao, she whispered the name, and in the next instant, she turned and dashed towards the direction where Zhou Yuzhao had departed. Madam, the woman reached out, attempting to grasp Luo Shu's arm to prevent her from returning. But the girl moved with such lightness that she had already ventured several meters away with a mere turn. Luo Shu's figure darted through the forest. The cleansing sensation within her still ongoing, her entire being radiating a spiritual energy that was beyond the reach of ordinary spirits. At that moment, Luo Shu had fully unleashed the speed of a cat demon. Yet, no matter how swiftly she moved, Zhou Yuzhao's presence seemed elusive. Clearly, this place had been deliberately altered by Zhou Yuzhao. As she searched for Zhou Yuzhao, the girl suddenly halted. Luo Shu anxiously surveyed her surroundings, finding nothing amiss. The area was eerily quiet, devoid of any danger. The silence only deepened her unease. It felt like the calm before a storm. Where could he be? As she looked around, the whole world appeared to spin, encircling her. At that moment, a crescent-shaped mark appeared on her brow, reminiscent of a unique imprint left by someone. Her gaze shifted, seemingly locking onto something, and Luo Shu sprinted toward that direction. Before her stood a shimmering barrier. Without hesitation, she charged through, only to be confronted by fallen trees and a chaotic scene. The ground was littered with debris, charred wood, and shattered stones, leaving her utterly astonished. In a daze, she momentarily believed she had stumbled into another realm. Zhou Yuzhao's voice yielded no response, yet the starlight on her hand intensified. A sudden pain shot through her throat, and Luo Shu instinctively covered her neck, feeling a sticky liquid. The pain was strange and swift when she released her grip. She looked at her palm, now stained with crimson liquid. Blood. As she reached for her neck, she felt an inexplicable wound, and her mind instinctively recalled the notion of exchanging destinies. In the early stages of fate exchange, there is a shared sensation of pain, referred to as mutual importation. Zhou Yuzhao, you infiltrated my righteous sect, utterly tarnishing the clan's integrity. You should surrender at once. Zhou Yuzhao stood before the crowd, his attire in tatters, revealing glimpses of bloodied flesh beneath. He pressed his hand against his neck, and when he lowered it again, he saw blood smeared across his palm, causing him to smile instantly. He lifted his gaze towards the crowd, his eyes devoid of their former coldness, now exhibiting a stark madness. He uttered no words. A mere glance instilled fear in those present. What are you staring at? Once I sever your head, I shall personally pluck out your eyes. Suddenly, Zhou Yuzhao burst into laughter, his palms swirling gently as spiritual energy coalesced within. Let's see who kills him first. With that, he waved his hand, unleashing his spell. The individuals before him had no time to react before they were hurled into the air, crashing to the ground like ragged cloth, their cries echoing. Blood streamed from the back of a man's hand, trickling down his arm, ultimately dripping onto the earth. Zhou Yuzhao glanced at his palm, then slightly parted his lips, murmuring, "It is nearly complete." Those present felt a chill creep up their necks upon hearing his voice. What is nearing completion? As they pondered, they saw Zhou Yuzhao slowly lift his head, a smile playing on his lips. Zhou Yuzhao, what tricks do you have left? Tricks? He questioned, followed by a reckless laugh. Why not witness it for yourselves? Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Yuzhao formed hand seals, summoning countless small luminous pillars that encircled him and his kin, resembling a prison. The heavens shall cover, the earth shall imprison. In an instant, the light pillars interconnected, and even with the crowd's quick reactions, escape was futile. This is bad. It's a demon formation. A discerning voice rang out among the throng, revealing the formation's sinister nature. Zhou Yuzhao, do you truly fear divine retribution? Divine retribution? Shouldn't I be questioning you instead? His grip tightened, escalating the intensity of the evaporating energy. The ritual to extract souls had officially commenced. Do not foolishly challenge my limits, understood? He cast a glance at the leader among them, relishing the sight of his pained expression unable to utter a word, bringing him immense satisfaction. However, just as he reveled in this fleeting moment of triumph, Zhou Yuzhao's smile vanished. At that moment, it felt as though a jolt of electricity surged through my mind, and the next second, a tingling sensation enveloped my entire body. Blood streamed down my arm, an increasing cascade. His fate had intertwined with Luo Shu's, taking with it a portion of his own spells, and now he was in a state of overload. My vision became slightly blurred, and Zhou Yuzhao struggled to blink, gradually regaining consciousness. Upon lifting his gaze, he beheld an assailant rushing toward him with a knife. Zhou Yuzhao, meet your end. Chapter 93. Zhou Yuzhao. He ultimately departed from me. Luo Shu darted through the forest, which resembled a forsaken battlefield, surrounded by desolation. The strands of hair on the young girl's forehead were gradually dampened by the sweat trickling down her brow, and in her frantic search for an exit, she felt the pain blossoming across her body, pushing her spirit to the brink of torment. She realized she had not yet escaped the illusion, still ensnared within the barrier established by Zhou Yuzhao, whose purpose was to impede her. Zhou Yuzhao, let me out. Where are you? The only response to Luo Shu was the echo of her own voice, further solidifying her belief that she had entered an illusion constructed by Zhou Yuzhao in the realm of reality. The cleansing within her body remained uncompleted. If this continued, Zhou Yuzhao would surely perish, sacrificing himself for her salvation. Sensing that her abilities could shatter the barrier, Luo Shu unleashed her magic. Yet, the barrier was peculiarly resilient. Before her spells could even touch it, it shattered like a broken mirror, cascading down in orderly fragments. As the barrier disintegrated, Zhou Yuzhao's silhouette finally came into view. Zhou Yuzhao. Luo Shu gazed at his figure, her eyes brimming with joy. However, before she could fully revel in the moment, her smile faltered upon seeing a sword protruding from his back, having pierced through his chest. Zhou Yuzhao. The exhilaration in Luo Shu's heart plummeted. The sword's owner, reveling in the success of his strike, wore a triumphant grin, as if basking in immense glory. What are your limits? The man, with a sinister grin, provocatively addressed Zhou Yuzhao, continuing, that cat demon? How utterly beastly, reeking of foulness. Before he could finish, Zhou Yuzhao struck him with a palm, sending him sprawling to the ground, tumbling several times. The man's sword slipped from his grasp, impaling Zhou Yuzhao's chest. As he utilized his magic, Zhou Yuzhao's wounds deepened severely. He reached for the sword lodged in his chest and pulled it out, seemingly oblivious to the pain. Grasping the weapon, now stained with his own blood, Zhou Yuzhao appeared indifferent to his injuries. Gazing at the activated formation before him, the man exhaled in relief, relinquishing his sword as his body uncontrollably toppled backward. Witnessing the man's towering figure about to crash down, Luo Shu rushed forward, half embracing Zhou Yuzhao to prevent him from hitting the ground. Zhou Yuzhao, surprised to see Luo Shu, had not anticipated that the young girl would breach the barrier he had erected so swiftly. What are you doing here? Upon seeing Luo Shu, Zhou Yuzhao gradually relaxed his defenses. Yet, his words only deepened Luo Shu's discomfort. Why had it come to this? How could someone as formidable as Zhou Yuzhao be unaware that the barrier had not been broken by her? His magic had diminished to such a lowly state. Luo Shu glanced at Zhou Yuzhao's chest, where blood painted a crimson expanse, seeping into his garments. The words she wished to utter caught in her throat, while Zhou Yuzhao's gaze fell upon her neck. Does it hurt? He extended his hand, gently caressing the edges of Luo Shu's wound, hesitant to touch the torn flesh. Luo Shu fought back her tears, stubbornly shaking her head, biting her lip, unable to voice a single word. I'm sorry, I know you fear pain. Even now, Zhou Yuzhao continued to apologize to Luo Shu. Can we go home? Despite knowing the inevitable outcome, Luo Shu uttered those words. Zhou Yuzhao, reclining in the young girl's embrace, felt her movements and grasped her forearm. She averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Cat, will you go with them? Zhou Yuzhao had long anticipated this day, preparing a series of hurtful words to drive Luo Shu away. Yet, when the day arrived, all the sentiments he wished to convey melted into that single phrase. Luo Shu understood whom he referred to as them, the individuals accompanying the woman she had just encountered. How much have you hidden from me? Luo Shu suppressed her voice, questioning Zhou Yuzhao, striving to quell the tremor in her tone. It no longer matters. Zhou Yuzhao responded lightly, his tone cheerful. Yet Luo Shu felt an underlying bitterness in his words. There will be nothing left to conceal from you. There will be no future. Luo Shu hesitated to acknowledge this truth. Yet she could distinctly sense Zhou Yuzhao's waning life force diminishing rapidly. You are so powerful. How can you not defeat them? I am merely human, susceptible to fatigue, especially when faced with a multitude. Luo Shu nodded, momentarily leaving Zhou Yuzhao perplexed by her reaction. Suddenly, footsteps echoed, and Luo Shu lifted her head to see Zhao Zhan staggering to his feet, attempting to approach, his gaze fixated on the sword Zhou Yuzhao had discarded, muttering incoherently. Zhou Yuzhao, it is all your fault that our Xianyuan clan has been ridiculed by the world. Luo Shu glared at Zhao Zhan, her disdain evident, her pupils shimmering with a light reminiscent of a cat demon's ethereal glow. Zhao Zhao, I will help you kill him, using his soul to extend your life. Hearing this, Zhou Yuzhao's concern surged, grasping Luo Shu's wrist, clutching her garment. Do not harm him. Do not indulge in bloodshed. At Zhou Yuzhao's words, Luo Shu regained her composure slightly. The formation's intensity seemed to have reached its zenith. Everyone within, except for Luo Shu and Zhou Yuzhao, was on the brink of asphyxiation. Once we return, forget me. As Luo Shu spoke these words, she noticed Zhou Yuzhao's form beginning to fade. Her fears and anxieties had materialized. No, Zhao Zhao, please don't go. Luo Shu clung desperately to Zhou Yuzhao, as though her grasp could tether him to this world. Do not abandon me, we promised. Then consider it a broken promise. Chapter 94. I forgot. Zhou Yuzhao has already departed, then consider it a broken promise. In the next instant, the formation abruptly ceased its operation. Yet Zhou Yuzhao's dissolution reached its peak, his spirit nearing its end. Like a bouquet of flowers dissipating in Luo Shu's embrace, he vanished from existence. And as the spirit departed within the formation, a pillar of light erupted. It was a life sacrifice. Zhou Yuzhao. Luo Shu's voice echoed in the air, hoarse and desperate, yet leaving nothing behind. Shu Shu, remember to return home. Zhou Yuzhao's voice resonated in Luo Shu's ears as she looked at the crowd before her, realizing the formation had vanished. The individuals before her not only survived, but the starlight Zhou Yuzhao had left behind had saved them. Why did Luo Shu collapse onto the ground? Her gaze fixed on Zhao Zhan, filled with utter confusion. Why, at the critical moment, did you choose to spare them? Why such softness of heart? Zhao Zhan looked at his hands, observing how the starlight, falling from the sky, gradually mended the wounds upon his body. He turned to Luo Shu, whose eyes were red from crying, looking at him helplessly, reminiscent of a homeless child abandoned in the streets. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Zhan seemed to grasp something profound. I leave, Zhao Zhan began, only to be interrupted by Luo Shu. He gazed at the frighteningly calm Luo Shu, momentarily at a loss for words. Go, I command you to leave. In the next instant, Luo Shu's spirit shattered to its limits. Her sweet face twisted dangerously, as if she were on the verge of attacking the person before her. Elder, leave, hurry. Someone behind him grasped Zhao Zhan's arm, pulling him back while whispering. The cat demon possesses Sang-Yue, and with Zhou Yuzhao's teachings, we cannot contend. After much hesitation, Zhao Zhan stepped back and chose to depart. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Shu possessed keen hearing and absorbed every word. She stared blankly at the spot where they had vanished, a tempest of emotions swirling within her. She yearned to slay them in vengeance for Zhou Yuzhao, yet they were all saved by him. Sang-Yue, a foolish expression crossed Luo Shu's lips, followed by a fleeting smile, tinged with self-mockery. Raising her gaze to the surroundings, the starlight that fell as a consequence of Zhou Yuzhao's passing restored the area. The trees regained vitality. New grass sprouted from the soil, and the foliage flourished. Though Zhou Yuzhao was absent, his presence lingered everywhere. The restraints within her heart tightened and began to fracture due to Luo Shu's immense emotional turmoil. She lowered her head, gazing at her palms. Memories of moments spent with Zhou Yuzhao surfacing in her mind. A bitter smile appeared as she looked skyward, murmuring to herself, "You were so selfless. Yet now you selfishly seek to reclaim all our memories?" As she spoke, a spell manifested in her hand, threads of light gathering towards the incantation before finally converging into the jade pendant she held. Behind Luo Shu, the voices of the Red Fox and Tianjai broke through her reverie, prompting her to react. Observing the surroundings being mended by an unseen force, everything began to make sense. Luo Shu, return home. The words of Zhou Yuzhao echoed in her mind, and she gazed vacantly at the Red Fox, momentarily believing Zhou Yuzhao was by her side. "Shu Shu, remember to go home." However, upon seeing the Red Fox's face, she instantly regained her senses. "You're not him." "What?" Tianjai looked at Luo Shu, then noticed her shaking her head as she spoke. "What home do I have? There's merely a Zhou Yuzhao in this world." As she walked, flowers wilted and trees withered. The divine tree in the valley had already succumbed to decay. Upon hearing the latter part of the statement, Luo Shu's heart finally stirred. "Divine tree." Luo Shu stood up from the ground, ready to leave, when a familiar voice pierced the air. "Where do you think you're going?" It was Haitang. As Luo Shu turned, an arrow grazed her neck, severing her silken hair. The oppressive aura of the sword pierced her wound, flooding her body, and her vision darkened. Just as her consciousness began to fade, she heard another woman's voice. "Madam, take Haiding down." Zhou Yuzhao. If only he had not held his hand. If only he had not let go. When she awoke again, it was night. Her eyes felt swollen and sore as Luo Shu reached for the bedside, hoarsely whispering, "Zhou Yuzhao." When she felt the emptiness beside her, she froze, then rose to put on her shoes. Opening the door, she headed towards Zhou Yuzhao's room. As she opened the door, she complained, "You clearly promised to sleep beside me. I just had a nightmare." Yet, her words faltered upon seeing Zhou Yuzhao's bed, neatly made, devoid of any signs of having been slept in. This sight seemed to touch upon a painful memory Luo Shu wished to avoid. "No, this isn't real. This can't be real." Luo Shu's steps slowly retreated, and she exited the room, tears spilling from her eyes. Just as she stepped outside, someone outside struck her and knocked her unconscious. A woman embraced Luo Shu from behind, and with the Red Fox and Tianjai trailing, they returned to the room. They laid Luo Shu on the bed, and, after checking her throat, the woman left, closing the door behind her. Hearing the door click shut, Luo Shu finally opened her eyes, tears streaming down her face and soaking into the pillow. She pulled the blanket over her head. Outside the door, the woman said, "When a madam awakens, I will inquire about her wishes before deciding whether to take her away. However, my chamber cannot remain without a master. She must become the head." The Red Fox nodded, seemingly aware of everything. When they departed, they glanced back multiple times, clearly uneasy about leaving Luo Shu alone. As dawn broke, light poured into the valley, allowing Luo Shu to see the devastation that lay before her. The valley appeared desolate. Flowers that had struggled to bloom now withered, petals strewn across the ground, resembling the aftermath of a storm. The once vibrant green leaves had also succumbed to decay, now reduced to barren branches. Had the valley truly lost its vitality upon Zhou Yuzhao's departure? "Madam." Upon hearing the woman's voice, Luo Shu's attention snapped back from the desolation. "Please wait a moment." The woman nodded, and Luo Shu descended the stairs, moving deeper into the valley. The Red Fox watched Luo Shu's retreating figure, momentarily at a loss for words. Deep within the valley, the small demons seemed to anticipate Luo Shu's arrival, waiting in a cave ahead. As Luo Shu entered the depths of the valley, she glanced at the small demons, offering them a polite smile before bypassing them and advancing deeper into the valley. Silence reigned in the valley, with not a single creature daring to speak. Observing Luo Shu's back as she approached the divine tree, a somber atmosphere enveloped the air. She was not the same as before. Upon reaching the towering divine tree, Luo Shu halted, standing at a respectful distance. She gazed at the once vibrant tree, now withered and lacking its former luster, its leaves dull and flowers nearly all fallen. In that moment, she finally comprehended Zhou Yuzhao's earlier peculiar behaviors. His teachings of advanced spells were not merely for her education. They were preparations for this very day, enabling her to wield his magic after his departure. He had not wished to embrace her in those final moments, having presumably made preparations for his eternal farewell. Everything he did was for her. Realizing this, a faint smile graced Luo Shu's lips as she murmured to herself, "So it was all for me." She approached the divine tree, slowly extending her hand, her fingers gently brushing against the trunk. The moment her skin met the bark, she felt the tree's essence intertwine with her own. The spiritual energy within the divine tree continued to flow, akin to blood coursing through veins. As if sensing the presence of Luo Shu, the branches of the divine tree gently bent, their tendrils lightly resting upon the back of Luo Shu's hand, as if to convey that he was still there and would always remain. The young girl gazed at the scene before her, uttering not a single word, merely crouching down slowly. She watched the petals drifting to the ground, lingering in silence as if lost in thought. "Zhou Yuzhao, I did not sleep well last night. I am truly exhausted." Having spoken, Luo Shu leaned against the trunk of the divine tree, her body gradually relaxing as she closed her eyes, inhaling the fragrant aroma emanating from the tree. Above the divine tree was a small opening, through which light quietly filtered in. The tree seemed to possess a spirit of its own, bending its branches to shield the sunlight from entering. The rays, passing through the leaves, were transformed into a gentle afternoon glow, reminiscent of a nostalgic prelude. "Zhao Zhao," the young girl, half awake and half dreaming, murmured Zhou Yuzhao's name, subconsciously believing she had returned to his embrace. "Would you like to come home with me?" A voice emerged beside Luo Shu, familiar yet seemingly impossible. She hesitated to open her eyes, fearing that doing so would reveal the truth that everything was a mere illusion. Mao'er, the endearment, accompanied by the familiar tone, compelled Luo Shu to open her eyes. Upon doing so, she beheld the man before her, his gentle smile and high ponytail exuding youthful defiance. In an instant, tears welled in Luo Shu's eyes, and in a tone laced with desperation, she called out, "Zhou Yuzhao." Meeting Luo Shu's glistening gaze, Zhou Yuzhao extended his hand, gently brushing away her tears with his thumb. "Why are you crying? Am I not still here?" The more tenderly he spoke, the more unreal it felt to Luo Shu. His gesture of wiping her tears only seemed to exacerbate her sorrow. "All right, my little ancestor. Please do not cry. I have not wronged you." Upon hearing this, Luo Shu's tears did not cease, but rather intensified. "Why did you leave me? Why did you break your promise?" "But I have returned, haven't I?" Zhou Yuzhao replied, extending his hand before her, his palm open as if to help her rise. Concerned that Luo Shu might doubt him, he reassured her, "This time, I truly will not leave." Before he could finish, Luo Shu had already used his arm to pull herself up from the ground. In her eyes gleamed a mix of relief and an indescribable emotion as she looked at Zhou Yuzhao. He grasped her hand, gently pulling her into his embrace. Leaning close to her ear, resting his head on her shoulder like a clingy puppy, he whispered, "I will never abandon you, Shushi." With that, Zhou Yuzhao tightened his embrace, cherishing her as if she were an invaluable treasure, handling her with utmost care. "But you lied, Zhou Yuzhao, you lied," Luo Shu accused him, as if seeking to prolong his presence through her words. "Well, have I told?" Zhou Yuzhao loosened his grip slightly, creating a distance between them, their noses nearly touching in an intimate manner. At his inquiry, Luo Shu's ears flushed crimson, shaking her head as if to deny her previous words. "Please do not leave me again." The young girl's voice quivered with the sound of impending tears, reminiscent of a puppy pleading on the street. "I will not. I will never leave again." Upon hearing this, Luo Shu finally felt at ease. Under Zhou Yuzhao's guidance, she departed from the place, only to discover that it had returned to a vibrant state. "What is it?" Noticing Luo Shu had halted, Zhou Yuzhao turned to look at her, the young girl. Her eyes, glistening with unshed tears, appeared exceedingly vulnerable. Luo Shu pressed her lips together and shook her head, saying, "It is nothing. The light outside is too bright, and my eyes are uncomfortable." Almost as soon as she finished speaking, the sunlight before her was obscured. She looked up to find that Zhou Yuzhao had stepped in front of her, his tall shadow casting a protective cover over her, blocking much of the sunlight. His face, illuminated against the light, revealed the fine hairs of his skin, remarkably delicate. The warm glow enveloping him added an ethereal aura of youth, a glow that existed only in the past, a remnant of memories. Zhou Yuzhao's return was a boon for Luo Shu. Perhaps she understood this, as her gaze often followed him. Yet she never uttered a word out of turn. It was not until nightfall, as she gazed at the starry sky alongside Zhou Yuzhao, that she finally spoke the words she had long withheld. "I must return, thank you." However, Zhao Zhao once said, "I cannot always be content with the present." Chapter 96. But you are not Zhou Yuzhao. She turned to face the man beside her, her gaze lingering on his brows and eyes, as if recalling something. Her outstretched finger trembled slightly, yearning to touch Zhou Yuzhao's cheek, only to withdraw in disappointment. Her focus shifted back to the resplendent night sky. "Thank you for being so good to me, but I must go back." As she spoke, her gaze returned to Zhou Yuzhao. At the moment of her words, Zhou Yuzhao's expression faltered. Their eyes met, and he appeared momentarily stunned before looking at her again. The dim light in his eyes flickered back to life upon seeing Luo Shu, as if he were enacting a heartfelt scene. "Shushi, what are you saying?" Zhou Yuzhao reached out as if to embrace the young girl's shoulders, but she evaded him. "But you are not Zhou Yuzhao." Luo Shu spoke softly, yet her tone carried a hint of regret. She scrutinized him, then shifted her gaze elsewhere. Zhou Yuzhao feigned ignorance, looking away as if to mask his feelings. "Shushi, what are you talking about? I did not understand." Luo Shu lowered her head and smiled faintly, replying, "Of course you do not understand, because he would never call me Shushi." Zhou Yuzhao's expression suddenly froze. He reached out, wanting to hold Luo Shu back, but she stood up, avoiding his hand without hesitation. As Zhou Yuzhao stepped forward, Luo Shu retreated until she turned away, a tear escaping her eye. Only then did Zhou Yuzhao halt, gazing at Luo Shu with a touch of confusion in his voice. "Why, isn't it better to stay?" His tone bore an unusual note of sorrow, sounding quite pitiful. "But you're not him." Luo Shu's voice quivered. Then she added, "You are merely my desire." Zhou Yuzhao suddenly stepped forward, gripping Luo Shu's shoulders, his eyes reddening as he desperately sought to prove himself. "Shushi, I am him. I truly am him. I cannot be without you." Luo Shu shook her head. Her lips pressed together, the reluctance evident in her eyes as she met Zhou Yuzhao's gaze, seeing the veins within his eyes. In that moment, Luo Shu understood. She covered her lips, a smile gracing her face. She recognized this as Zhou Yuzhao's rare selfishness. "Shushi, I truly am Zhou Yuzhao. I am no one else." As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes. Luo Shu reached out, wiping away the tears as they fell with her thumb. "Zhou Yuzhao, I will find you. I will find you." As she spoke, Luo Shu gradually faded away before Zhou Yuzhao. She witnessed the man's south eyes close, tears cascading from his lashes and falling to the ground, his sorrow rendered silent. Luo Shu's body emanated a faint glow as she stretched out her hand, barely able to touch Zhou Yuzhao's head. Swallowing hard to suppress the urge to weep, she declared, "We shall meet again. Even if your soul returns to the river of oblivion, I will find you." The world around her was engulfed in a bleak whiteness, and when clarity returned, Luo Shu found herself awakening beneath a tree. "Zhou Yuzhao." Her voice was hoarse, her eyes slightly reddened, and upon feeling the bond upon her hand, she looked down. The leaves and branches of the divine tree rested upon her dress, too many to count, all bearing traces of decay. A few twigs had entwined around Luo Shu's fingers, gently grasping her pinky. Upon witnessing this scene, for reasons unknown, she suddenly smiled. "Zhou Yuzhao, I must return now." At her words, the branches released their hold on her fingers. She rose, adjusted her dress, and, as she was about to leave, she abruptly halted, unwilling to look back, fearing that if she did, she might never depart. "Zhou Yuzhao, wait for me." Ultimately, Luo Shu exited the valley, assuming the role of the new pavilion master. The red fox, as Xiao Yun had anticipated, departed the valley, though it remained a mystery how Xiao Yun convinced the red fox to take her along. The transformed creatures retreated into the depths of the valley, never to re-emerge, and the trees within ceased to blossom, causing the once vibrant valley to lose its vitality. Jingzhong Pavilion, we welcome our master. Amidst the gazes and shouts of several onlookers, Luoshu appeared in a crimson attire. She donned a half-mask, reminiscent of Zhou Yuzhao's. Slowly, she approached the high platform, an esteemed position of authority. Gazing at the grandeur before her, Luoshu felt a sense of disorientation. The last time she had witnessed such a grand ceremony was when she and Zhou Yuzhao had established their floral pact, vowing to be together for eternity in the Zhou family. Master, a woman clad in black gently reminded Luoshu that it was time to proceed. She merely lifted her gaze slightly and made her way toward the platform. At the end of her path, there stood immense authority, but no sign of Zhou Yuzhao awaiting her. Zhou Yuzhao, I miss you. Luoshu's eyes grew moist as she ascended toward the heights, her memories of Zhou Yuzhao flooding back. You, a cat demon, certainly have quite the temper. How about Luoshu? Cat, I am enamored with you. The vision before her gradually blurred, and Luoshu felt a lump in her throat. As she finally reached the platform, through her hazy vision, she seemed to catch a glimpse of Zhou Yuzhao's silhouette. Yet, it was merely a figure from behind, not the high ponytailed youth of her memories, but a leader cloaked in black, wearing a mask. Zhou Yuzhao, I am afraid. I cannot face this. I fear I will fail. She murmured, but it seemed the figure heard her voice and slowly turned to face her. The corners of his mouth curled upward slightly, his lips parting, yet Luoshu could not discern his words. Tears glistened in her eyes as she lingered on the spot where Zhou Yuzhao's specter appeared for what felt like an eternity. Below, the daylight and the crimson moon exchanged glances before resounding. We welcome our master back. As the proclamation echoed, the forces behind her joined in, a deafening roar. Amidst the cacophony, Luoshu turned, glanced back, and took her seat of power. Observing the throngs of kneeling subjects below, the tears in her eyes surged with greater intensity. She gently raised her hand, and without uttering a word, the assembly stood in unison. Zhou Yuzhao, is this the height for which you gaze down upon them? The ancestral home of Jingzhong Pavilion was well concealed, nestled within the deep mountains, standing tall at the pinnacle of desolate peaks. She stood outside the hall, gazing at the night enveloping the valley, shrouded in mist, suddenly overwhelmed with an urge to leap down. Her hand grasped the railing outside the hall, and with a forceful pull, she halted, refraining from taking another step. Master, the daylight appeared behind Luoshu, his voice low and evidently weeping. Chapter 97. Only my husband has died. Luoshu remained silent for a while before finally speaking. I once heard him say that the underworld has the Yin-Si Hall, which judges the goodness or wickedness of a person's life. The former master, such a good person, will undoubtedly be rewarded in the next life. I do not desire a next life. Subsequently, Luoshu spoke with unwavering conviction, I demand this life. Where is the entrance to the underworld? Daylight raised his head, observing Luoshu's demeanor cautiously, and replied, the former master spoke of the inevitability of life and death, and that wealth lies within the Zhou family. Luoshu interrupted him, tilting her head slightly to gaze at the increasingly thickening clouds above. Master, the Zhou family has been granted authority by the underworld. You must know this. Master, the abuse of power will incur divine retribution. Luoshu chuckled softly, her tone light as she said, Daylight, is Zhou Yuzhao still alive? She seemed at peace, yet indifferent. Asking again, Daylight, is Zhou Yuzhao still alive? Daylight had yet to respond when Luoshu continued, he is so formidable. How could he leave so easily? Master, exchanging life forces. He paused, observing Luoshu's calm demeanor, and added, is a grave taboo that could lead to soul annihilation. Luoshu lowered her head, then laughter echoed from her, her smile in the darkness appearing somewhat unsettling. Agravitavu. The two fell silent for a moment before Daylight suddenly requested, please, master, give the order to eliminate Xian Yuan. Luoshu turned, appraising Daylight from head to toe before finally sighing. Xian Yuan betrayed the Zhou family. However, he did not carry out a complete extermination. Daylight, if he were here, he would surely be cautious of the Zhou family and would not strike with lethal intent. It was Xian Yuan who acted first, relentlessly pursuing us. Luoshu nodded in agreement. Recalling how he had withdrawn the formation as he departed, sparing them. Daylight suddenly awakened to the realization that on the day Zhou Yuzhao left, the scattered light from the sky healed everyone's wounds and revived all surrounding trees. He was so kind, unwilling to let a single blade of grass perish due to their conflict. He was not a god, yet he sheltered all living beings. Daylight suddenly recognized he had overstepped and took his leave. As he departed, he suddenly heard Luo Shu say, "In that massacre, only my husband has perished." He abruptly halted, fists clenched tightly before relaxing. However, as he left, his eyes reddened once more. It is said that men do not shed tears easily. Yet his mind revisited the words spoken upon first meeting Zhou Yuzhao. "You sure can fight. Want to join me? What is your name?" The affairs of Jingzhong Pavilion were few, yet required Luo Shu's full attention, and thus she busied herself. She was so occupied that from dawn till dusk, she had only a single meal. Beneath the flickering candlelight, a bowl of porridge appeared before Luo Shu. The subtle sound of the plate meeting the table caused her hand to pause in its perusal. Joyful, she lifted her gaze, the name almost escaping her lips, only to stifle her smile upon recognizing the person before her, her delight replaced by disappointment. Gripping the scroll tightly, Luo Shu surveyed her surroundings, only to realize she was no longer in the valley, nor in that small house. Her gaze circled the room before finally landing on the flickering candlelight. So that was the light shining in the wrong place. She thought quietly, murmuring, "I thought it was him." Hongwei's fingers stirred slightly, as if wishing to say something, but when the words reached her lips, she abruptly changed her mind. "Master, the night is already deep, and you have hardly eaten today." Luo Shu did not refuse, setting aside her documents and bringing the food closer. Under the gaze of the red moon, Luo Shu scooped porridge with a spoon and brought it to her lips. After tasting a spoonful, she heard a noticeable sigh of relief from Hongyu. Upon hearing this, Luo Shu lifted her head to gaze at Hongyu. She took another spoonful and remarked, "Hongyu, I feel as though I no longer harbor any affection for Zhou Yuzhao. When I think of him, I do not feel the slightest urge to cry." Upon hearing these words, Hongyu was momentarily taken aback, turning her head to face Luo Shu sideways. Observing Hongyu's expression, Luo Shu did not perceive anything amiss. She continued to feed herself spoonfuls of porridge, completely devoid of the sorrow and reluctance she once displayed. After swallowing several mouthfuls with some effort, Hongyu composed herself and said, "Master should rest for now." With that, she swiftly departed from Luo Shu's presence. At the corner of the room, she encountered Bai Zhou, who had been waiting there. Noticing her dazed demeanor, Bai Zhou uncrossed his arms and ceased leaning against the pillar. He inquired, "How is she?" Recalling the potion she had added to the porridge, she replied, "When the master was present, she was subjected to the memory extraction spell. Somehow, it has paused, and she is unable to forget the memories from that time." Paused? Bai Zhou expressed slight confusion at the term. "Indeed, the spell has not progressed as anticipated. Could it be that you miscalculated the dosage?" Hongyu shook her head. "Zhou Yuzhao's abilities are unquestionable. There is no way Luo Shu could break free from them. The spell left by Zhou Yuzhao could only reverse if her own resolve to forget was strong enough." Hongyu added, "When she recalls the former master, she no longer feels sorrow." Bai Zhou pondered over this, never having anticipated that after such a long wait, he would receive news of Luo Shu's diminished perceptiveness. Originally, according to the spell cast by Zhou Yuzhao, she would gradually forget all that transpired while she was with him. In due time, only a fragmented impression of their initial encounter would remain in her mind. At that juncture, both Hongyu and Bai Zhou would instruct Luo Shu in the arts and the affairs of the Mirror Pavilion. Luo Shu set aside her empty bowl, staring vacantly at it, lost in thought. When she regained her focus, she picked up a scroll placed beside her and resumed reading. As the scroll slowly unfurled, a piece of differently colored paper emerged, revealing a small portrait of a woman. It was none other than herself. Her fingers traced the lines of the brushstrokes, gently caressing the image. As her gaze followed the contours downward, she noticed that the ink had somewhat blurred. It seemed that repeated touches had altered its appearance over time. "This is his brushwork." She flipped the portrait over and discovered it was inscribed with the words Mao'er in an abundance of characters. densely filling every available space on the paper, leaving no gaps. A flicker of surprise crossed Luo Shu's eyes before she carefully slid the portrait back into the scroll. A tightness gripped her heart, yet she could not articulate the sensation, merely attributing it to fatigue. Chapter 98. In this lifetime, I hope to see you again. A smile masked with pretense graced Luo Shu's lips as she grasped the portrait once more, her hand trembling slightly. Attempting to steady her arm only intensified the tremors. Why am I shaking? Luo Shu returned the portrait to the scroll, finally managing to close it with a quivering hand, letting out a sigh of relief. She patted her chest, reassuring herself, "It's all right, it's all right." The swift motion of releasing the scroll resembled that of relinquishing a hot potato. Perhaps unbeknownst to her, a strained smile had formed on her face. What could possibly be the matter? It is merely a portrait. As she spoke, her movements were tinged with tremors as she walked towards the bed. I should rest now. Yes, I should rest, she murmured. Yet, lying in bed, Luo Shu found herself unable to sleep. As the night deepened, the silence outside was unsettling, and she clutched the quilt tightly. Mao'er. In that fleeting moment, Zhou Yuzhao's voice echoed within the stillness of the room. She abruptly opened her eyes, her body tense to the utmost, paralyzed with fear. In that instant, every memory of Zhou Yuzhao surged through her mind like a film, magnifying and freezing in place, as if choreographed. Suddenly, her mind erupted, and Luo Shu shot up from the bed, trying to scream but unable to produce a sound. Tears of helplessness streamed down her cheeks. Z886 online successfully, sleep mode activated. As the words faded, Luo Shu collapsed back onto the bed, lifeless, quickly succumbing to silence. The door to the room seemed to creak open, yet it remained shut. A dark mist seeped in through the door, materializing within the room. The figure clad in black attire, a voluminous cloak obscuring his form, surveyed the surroundings before striding towards the bed where Luo Shu lay. Observing her peaceful slumber, he lingered by the bedside for an extended time. Eventually, he circled the incense burner at the table before returning. He gazed longingly at Luo Shu's sleeping face, his eyes filled with a bittersweet yearning, until he extended his gloved hand to gently brush her face, withdrawing with a sense of fulfillment. Zhou Yuzhao is dead. I no longer need to remain by your side. After today, I shall depart. Take care of yourself. I wonder if, in this lifetime, we shall meet again. With that, his gaze shifted to the incense burner. It was a silent plea, unvoiced and ambiguous. Sensing a disturbance outside the window, he waved his hand lightly and vanished instantly. A tattered cloth crept in through the window, emanating wisps of dark mist beneath it. Once it had surveyed the surroundings, it cautiously entered Luo Shu's room. It was a specter, having returned. Perhaps sensing the lingering essence of the previous figure, the specter hesitated, carefully scrutinizing its surroundings until confirming that the figure had departed, allowing it to settle before Luo Shu. She appeared different than before, yet it was indescribable what had changed. Perhaps sensing Luo Shu's current unease, it transformed into a wisp of green smoke, entering through her brow. The surroundings were engulfed in a white mist, and the specter looked around, feeling as though the fog had no boundaries. After aimlessly drifting, it discovered the mist before it slowly dissipating, revealing a breach through which it could escape. What lay beyond was a tangled prison, one it recognized. It was the very place where Luo Shu had been trapped, from which Zhou Yuzhao had rescued her. Yet, unlike before, the darkness had dissipated, revealing a land of vibrant life. There were valleys, grasslands, and even a blue sky adorned with white clouds. The specter was clearly astounded, unaware that a person's spiritual sea could expand to such an extent. However, the sky appeared somewhat peculiar. Behind the hills hung a moon, radiating sunlight like brilliance. As the sun seemed to be setting, casting an orange hue across the sky, indicative of dusk. Such beauty seemed to clash with the presence of the black prison, rendering the scene truly bizarre. The specter circled the prison for a considerable time before realizing that it appeared to have taken root, firmly embedded in the ground below, much like a malignant tumor. Why had this entity not dissipated? The spectral entity found itself engulfed in confusion. Logically, It should have dissipated the moment Zhou Yuzhao took Luo Shu away. Moreover, Luo Shu had been diligently cultivating. How could she not dispel this trivial prison? As it pondered, the entity seemed to catch a whiff of Luo Shu's presence. It turned and soared into the forest, ultimately coming to a halt beneath a tree where it beheld Luo Shu. She stood with her back to him, her gaze seemingly lost in the distance, neither entirely lowered nor fully gazing outward. As if sensing the presence behind her, Luo Shu gradually turned around. Her pair of eyes, devoid of any emotions, locked onto the entity, rendering it momentarily speechless. Why did those eyes appear so strikingly calm? I seem to have developed an aversion to Zhou Yuzhao, she uttered, leaving the entity utterly astonished. It vigorously shook its head, as if in denial. Luo Shu, with a hint of seriousness, stated, "Truly, I seem to have lost my fondness for him. He has departed, yet I feel no sorrow." The entity appeared anxious, eager to convey something, only to realize it lacked the ability to speak. As it attempted to draw closer, it suddenly sensed an immense pulling force from behind. Upon turning, it was swiftly sucked into a swirling vortex that had appeared, and after a bout of dizziness, the entity found itself back in the room. After tumbling through the air several times, it finally managed to stabilize its form. The shadowy, smoke-like body almost got entirely shredded by the earlier washing machine. Glancing in Luo Shu's direction, the entity was met with a vision of stars swirling around it. Luo Shu, lying on the bed, showed no signs of awakening, and the entity recalled how she had forcefully expelled it moments ago. The lingering aura of the cat demon within her was gradually dissipating. Had Zhou Yuzhao's cleansing truly taken effect? The entity felt both alarmed and elated, hastily departing through the window. It flew across the lake and ventured deeper into the forest, traversing lush green leaves to barren branches, ultimately reaching a rocky wall. There, a barrier connected the human realm to the underworld. It passed through, intent on informing others of Luo Shu's condition. The next moment, a figure approached from ahead, blocking its path. The entity, taken by surprise, collided with the person's chest and, as expected, was sent crashing to the ground. Though it could not speak, one could imagine the harsh words it would have uttered. The man's face instantly paled. Chapter 99. The king of the underworld awakens at last. The entity rose from the ground, preparing to unleash its flames, but as it beheld the figure before it, all courage evaporated, akin to a deflated balloon. It lowered its head slightly, and then heard Baici remark, "In such a hurry, you seem to have been idling all day." The entity's head shot up, staring at Baici, recalling the dark tales shared by its companions regarding him. Ruthless and mischievous, he thrived on creating trouble for others. The entity maintained a stoic expression, yet internally it had already dismembered the man before it. The king has yet to awaken. Do you truly treat this realm as your home, traversing between the human world and the underworld at will? The entity kept its head down, silent, unable to respond, especially as Baici was rather nagging. It had intended to wait for Baici's reprimand, but sensed a wave of energy emanating from the underworld palace behind Baici. The hand hanging by his side stiffened. He seemed to have realized something. The energy wave bore a faint dark green hue, and as it passed, the flora of the underworld trembled slightly. In that instant, withered leaves regained their vitality, and flowers bloomed more vibrantly. "Mind your next steps," Baici admonished before turning to leave. The entity watched his retreating figure, which gradually shifted from a brisk pace to a hurried run. It suddenly forgot its intentions, wishing to follow, yet found itself immobilized in place. Baici dashed through the corridor, maneuvering swiftly, eventually deeming it too slow, and teleported into the icy chamber. Inside, the man lying on the ice bed had already awakened. Clad in a mask, with disheveled hair cascading behind him, he reached out in a daze, repeatedly examining his hand. "Welcome back, Your Majesty." Hearing Baici's voice, the underworld king turned to look. Through the mask's eye holes, he scrutinized Baici from head to toe. Having not awakened in a long time, the underworld king's voice was slightly hoarse. Baici, sensing the underworld king's confusion and distance, replied, "Your Majesty has been away for several years. You may find it somewhat disorienting upon your return, but you will adjust in a few days." The underworld king nodded, closing his eyes, appearing somewhat fatigued. He was not sorrowful. Rather, he simply shut his eyes, his mind a blank slate, unable to find direction, momentarily feeling as if events were beyond his control. "Your Majesty, you should rest for a few days." However, before Bicey could finish, the underworld king abruptly coughed up a mouthful of blood. His hand, with prominent knuckles, gripped the edge of the ice bed tightly, as if relying on it for support. With a hoarse voice, he muttered, "It's nothing." He then raised his hand, using his fingertip to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. The sun from a human realm had risen from behind the concealed mountains, officially commencing its daily journey. The first ray of sunlight cascaded onto the solitary tree on the mountain behind the mirror pavilion. Light filtered through the leaves, scattering upon the ground, revealing that beneath the tree sat a person, Luo Shu. With her eyes closed, she sat cross-legged, seemingly in meditation. Perhaps she had been there for quite some time. Her flowing garments spread across the ground, now speckled with leaves that had fallen from above. Such stillness enveloped her, a tranquility that seemed uncharacteristic of Luo Shu. As the sun continued to ascend, its rays perfectly illuminated her form. It was then that she appeared to contemplate halting her practice. Her hands, previously gathered at her dantian, slowly unfolded, the energy dissipating seamlessly as she exhaled. Opening her eyes to the scenery before her, the clouds atop the mountains had yet to fully disperse, and the morning sun cast a gentle glow upon the clouds. The edges of the clouds appeared as if gilded, and taking in this sight, her heart found a measure of solace. Rising to her feet, she gazed at the sea of clouds before her, standing still for a moment, and then, as if having made a resolute decision, she turned back towards the path she had come from. Having walked only a few steps, she spotted Han Yue at the mountain's bend. Leaning against the stone wall with her eyes closed, faint bruises marked her under-eye area, suggesting she had not slept well for several nights. It seemed she had kept vigil there for Luo Shu throughout the night. Just as Luo Shu intended to awaken Han Yue and urge her to return, Han Yue suddenly stirred. The gentle approach of Luo Shu's outstretched hand triggered Han Yue's instinctual perception of danger. Her subconscious identified the figure before her as a threat, causing her to awaken abruptly. Her mind reacted swiftly. Before her hand could instinctively strike at Luo Shu, her eyes had already recognized her. The command from her mind forbade Han Yue from attacking Luo Shu. "Master, you are awake." Luo Shu nodded, her gaze appraising Han Yue once more. She then remarked, "Next time, do not keep watch here." With that, Luo Shu turned and departed, her decisiveness echoing the grace and charm of that particular individual. In that fleeting moment, even Han Yue was momentarily taken aback. She hesitated briefly before drawing her sword and following. "Master, it is my duty to ensure your safety." Luo Shu shook her hand and replied, "There is no need. I have no intention of seeking a premature end. Do not worry. By the way, please refrain from calling me master. It feels somewhat awkward." She paused, as if contemplating saying something more, but hesitated, ultimately holding her tongue. "Do as you wish." For reasons unknown, Luo Shu felt that her magical abilities had significantly improved, and even walking no longer felt as exhausting as before. With a light and buoyant step, she was pursued by Han Yue, who, being adept in swordsmanship, needed to expend some true energy to keep up. As Luo Shu gradually slowed her pace, Han Yue quietly remarked, "This progress seems rather swift, does it not?" "Han Yue, I intend to leave for a while," Luo Shu stated. Han Yue nodded, her thoughts racing. This was a good thing. But in the next moment, she realized that Luo Shu was talking about leaving. Her nodding head abruptly halted as she flew forward on her sword, urgently asking, "Young master, where are you going?" Luo Shu gently shook her head, gazing at her hands, and with a somewhat dazed expression, replied, "I don't know." Han Yue let out a small sigh of relief, only to hear Luo Shu murmur, "I just feel as if there is something I have yet to accomplish." Luo Shu waved her hand lightly, signaling Han Yue to depart. Complying, Han Yue left the room, and upon hearing the sound of the door closing, Luo Shu's eyes began to scan the room. She formed a hand seal in the air, and the lingering aura in the room converged into her palm. As she gently rubbed her fingertips, she sensed that someone had recently been in the room. No, there is something in this room. Since that night, when she had dreamt of Zhou Yuzhao, Luo Shu had been too frightened to enter this room, always using her training as an excuse. Unexpectedly, someone had breached her sanctuary. After searching the room without success, Luo Shu used her magic and finally detected something unusual in the incense on her desk. As she approached, the incense spontaneously ignited, and the scent wafted into her nostrils. In the next instant, a wave of dizziness surged through her mind. This is bad. Chapter 100. Zhou Yuzhao's soul is beyond the control of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Zhou Yuzhao, will you leave me? Why do you ask so suddenly? Will you or will you not? The man gently grasped her cat ear, whispering, I will not. His smile appeared hazy in Luo Shu's eyes, and gradually, his figure transformed into bubbles, dissipating into nothingness. Zhou Yuzhao. Luo Shu at the desk abruptly awoke, the name escaping her lips almost instinctively. As her emotions calmed, she felt a sense of numbness, unsure why she had been so agitated. Young master, what is wrong? Hong Yue's voice drifted from outside, and Luo Shu, as if awakening from a dream, replied, It's nothing. After her words, silence enveloped the room. Just as Hong Yue prepared to leave, the door swung open from within. Young master, there is nothing scheduled for today. I wish to see the tree at the cliff. Upon noticing the faint dark circles under her eyes, Hong Yue stepped aside to clear a path, saying, Very well, shall I arrange for an escort? No need, I will go alone. Once Luo Shu had walked some distance, Hong Yue slowly raised her head, watching her figure grow smaller and smaller. On the sea, the woman's dress fluttered in the wind, her slender silhouette seemingly poised to soar into the sky. The Zhou family appeared to have been aware of Luo Shu's return, as within the barrier, someone had long been waiting. You have arrived. Luo Shu slightly bowed to the person before her. In just a few short months apart, no one would have expected her lively spirit to transform into such a composed demeanor. You once said that I was fated to be apart from him, that in this lifetime we could hardly be together. Your words have indeed come to fruition. Young master, I merely wish to take a look. There is no need for you to accompany me. The sea at the cliff had grown dim, as if rain from the ocean was approaching. Luo Shu stood before the mountain steps, her eyes devoid of luster. When she looked up again, in a moment of confusion, she seemed to see the figures of Zhou Yuzhao and herself walking together as they once had. Yet, as she turned, the scene vanished completely. How long has it been? She could not recall. The once vague memories of Zhou Yuzhao, for some reason, had become both blurred and clear upon waking from slumber. It felt as if someone intentionally wanted her to remember something. Above the hall, black smoke swirled, occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning. The 3 incenses within the hall had burned down significantly. Beneath the empty high seat stood several figures, seemingly waiting for something. A great crack of thunder reverberated as lightning struck the high seat, causing several fissures to appear in the floor, resembling a pot that had exploded. Amidst the thick smoke, a human figure gradually emerged. We welcome the king's return. The man's fingers, which had been gripping the armrest, stirred slightly, indicating a response. Is all well in the underworld? Rest assured, my king, all is in order. After these words, the man remained silent for a protracted period. As the smoke dissipated, the true visage of the man became visible, his eyes remaining closed for an extended duration. It was a familiar face, almost indistinguishable from Zhou Yuzhao. However, the expression in his eyes was entirely different, filled with compassion and benevolence, unlike the cold aloofness of the man before her. Seeing the figure on the platform remain silent, a subordinate ventured to ask, My king, is there anything amiss? The man pressed his finger against his temple and softly replied, This body is not quite accustomed. Before he could respond further, someone rushed in from outside the hall, reporting to the king, There are people at the cliff seeking their wishes. A sudden throb of pain surged through the man's head, and he expressed mild irritation. Such trivial matters. The underworld has its messengers. Why report this to me? The person was none other than Zhou Yuzhao. The man opened his eyes, black smoke swirling around him, revealing a pair of nearly emerald green irises. His lips moved slightly as he made a decision. yet seemed to draw discontent from those below. Master, this action is unwise. Thus it is decided. Master, if you continue to prattle, I shall cast you out as well. Zhou Yuzhao, you tell me, if I were to ascend from here, would I still have a chance to meet you? The feelings regarding Zhou Yuzhao gradually faded, along with the memories of their shared experiences slowly dissipating from her mind. The person Zhou Yuzhao had described, who had once climbed up the cliff, had now become her, and for a moment she felt a twinge of bittersweet nostalgia. It seemed as if that person's words echoed anew in her ears. I must remind both of you, even the creations of Meng Pa, while more enduring than the threads of a matchmaker, may find it difficult to intertwine their fates, perhaps even impossible to last. Atop the cliff stood only that solitary divine tree, nothing else. Luo Shu maintained her posture for a while, until the dark clouds from the sea rolled in, causing her form to suddenly weaken. Nothing appeared. The blood on her forehead had dried, and after a moment, she stood up and approached the tree, her steps aimless. With each meter closer to the divine tree, Luo Shu's memories became increasingly muddled due to its interference, until they gradually faded away. She raised her gaze to the fabric tied at the top. Stretching out her hand, the fabric flew down from the tree and landed in her palm. The writing had become blurred, and among the characters, she could barely discern the name Zhou Yuzhao. Deceiver, claiming this is genuine and will not be easily erased. Yet here we are, it is still vulnerable to the elements. Luo Shu's fingers traced the characters of Zhou Yuzhao, her brow calm, as if she were a mere bystander. Upon further inspection, her surname, Zhou Yuzhao, was nearly invisible. Moreover, the knot that had once secured the two strips of fabric had loosened. Zhou Yuzhao, it seems that everything concerning you is disappearing, as if someone does not wish for me to remember you. With this thought, her gaze suddenly sharpened, only to dim in an instant, as though she had forgotten. This person, do I truly know them? She lifted her gaze towards the divine tree, a chill coursing through her as she recalled the purpose of her journey. Where was the link to the underworld? It must be the Zhou Yu family. She was certain of this, gripping the prayer strip tightly in her hand as she approached the side of the divine tree step by step. There should be a barrier here, she speculated, cautiously advancing and already sensing the inexplicable breeze brushing against her, carrying a chilling aura. She could even detect a powerful soul force. Zhou Yuzhao, Zhou Yuzhao, Zhou Yu. She repeated his name in her mind, as if wishing to keep his memory alive. Little pavilion master. Someone called out to her from behind, and Luo Shu paused slightly, sensing that the individual was attempting to obstruct her. She immediately quickened her pace, but it was too late. The spell cast by the wizard successfully isolated her from entering. Little pavilion master, you cannot cross the divine tree. I hope you understand, she said, calming her tone to speak kindly to the wizard. Beyond the barrier, what lay ahead? The wizard remained silent. Is it the underworld? It must be the underworld, right? His soul is there. The underworld is not a place for ordinary people to trespass. The wizard suddenly raised his voice, seemingly attempting to deter her. Moreover, the third young master's soul will not be there. Your obstruction indicates that I am indeed able to enter. Faced with Luo Shu's questioning and assertive gaze, the wizard dared not meet her eyes, responding in a hushed tone. The third young master's soul will not be there. His fate is not governed by the cycle of reincarnation. Chapter 101. Upon her return, she ordered the execution of Xinyuan. You knew all along. Luo Shu's voice hesitated slightly before she continued slowly. You knew from the very beginning. I do not know. I only know that the third young master has no fate for marriage in this life, and his kin are cold and distant. You fortune tellers are always spouting nonsense. Finish your words. Realizing she would gain no resolution here, Luo Shu chose to leave. Before departing, she softly murmured to herself, You cannot stop me, little wizard. Little pavilion master, behind that barrier, no living person can enter, the wizard said helplessly, trembling as he revealed some information. Luo Shu then halted her steps, turned to face the wizard, and heard her say, If crossing this barrier could bring back the third young master, we would have done so long ago. However, little pavilion master, if this barrier is forcibly opened, the entire Zhou Yu family will pay the price. The family has already declined to this state. We can hardly withstand further upheaval. Luo Shu's gaze transcended the wizard, resting upon the divine tree swaying in the sea breeze. She understood that this was Zhou Yuzhao's home and recognized its significance. Her lips parted slightly, and as she spoke, the color of her eyes suddenly shifted to a deep green, shimmering gently. Then let's extinguish Xianyuan. Luo Shu withdrew her gaze from the divine tree, then smiled at the wizard before turning and vanishing from the scene. The wizard sensed something amiss and attempted to pursue her, only to be abruptly seized by someone who appeared beside him, allowing Luo Shu to depart. Once her figure had fully faded from view, the family had remarked, "Some matters cannot be altered by human will. Let her go." But that is Xianyuan, whom the third young master has protected time and again. Is the little pavilion master intent on destroying them? The wizard's voice became urgent. That was a branch of the family respected by the third young master. "Do you not harbor hatred for Xianyuan?" The family head inquired. "Of course I do. It is their betrayal that has led the Zhou Yu family to this plight." Her gaze turned fierce, yet softened at the thought of Zhou Yuzhao. The third young master once said that only with both righteousness and wickedness could balance be achieved in this world. Moreover, Xianyuan carries the bloodline of our Zhou Yu family. The family head remained silent for a moment before sighing, appearing somewhat weary. With a damaged spiritual root and an incomplete soul, even if she truly inherited the third young master's cultivation, how could she wield its power? Having said this, the family head turned to leave, continuing, "If she can indeed eliminate Xianyuan through her hand, it may not be a bad thing. Fate cannot be defied. Let her be." On the fourth day after leaving the Zhou Yu family, chaos had erupted outside due to Luo Shu's actions. The Xianyuan clan lay in ruins, and the surrounding devastation seemed to narrate the events that had occurred. "Luo Shu, you have slaughtered my Xianyuan clan today, and in the future, you will inevitably face retaliation from many families." Luo Shu withdrew her blade from the body of her victim, turning to face the speaker, Zhao Zhen. "Yet you abandoned the Zhou Yu family. What was your reason? Have you considered that the predicament you face today is of your own making, courtesy of the Xianyuan clan?" Zhao Zhen's pupils quivered slightly, his mind racing as if searching for a way to placate Luo Shu. Seeing Luo Shu approach, her expression fierce and reminiscent of a malevolent spirit emerging from the abyss, he had not the chance to utter his words before she swung her blade down. He desperately attempted to evade, yet Luo Shu severed one of his arms, a scream piercing the sky. In a fit of rage, Zhao Zhen exclaimed, "Do not forget, the prosperity of the Xianyuan clan today is all due to his benevolence. Even as he faced death, he still protected the family. Your actions are a deliberate affront to Zhou Yuzhao." Luo Shu revealed a scornful smile, raising her blade once more, showing no intention of relenting. "Ah, so you're aware that your survival until now is a result of his kindness. To attempt to use Zhou Yuzhao to intimidate me is but a dream." She slightly lifted her gaze, her lips stretching into a grin that reached her ears, allowing the wind to tousle her hair into her mouth. "Someone must take on the role of the villain in this world. The Zhou Yu family is benevolent, and Zhou Yuzhao is compassionate, but I refuse to be so. I shall reclaim all that you have stolen from me over the years." After the final battle, peace returned. Bai Zhou and Hong Yu came to report to Luo Shu. "Little pavilion master, there are no living witnesses left." "Are you certain?" Her voice trailed off before she continued, "We cannot spare the children either." With that, she turned to Hong Yu, noticing the surprise in her eyes. Sensing that she was about to speak, Luo Shu placed a finger against her lips, silencing her. "Do not speak further. There are no good people in the Xianyuan clan. If this continues, when will the cycle of vengeance end?" Hong Yu maintained her opposing stance, seemingly wanting to alter Luo Shu's decision. But Luo Shu declared, "No, exterminating them will ensure that no one comes seeking revenge." A triumphant smile graced Luo Shu's face before she vanished from sight. "I leave this to you. Do not make me intervene personally." Hong Yu watched as Luo Shu departed, turning to Bai Zhou as if to salvage something, only to hear Bai Zhou say, "It is futile. This massacre has been sealed by the little pavilion master with a barrier. By the time the outside world learns of this, the Xianyuan clan will have been completely eradicated." Having spoken, Bai Zhou intended to seek out any remaining Xianyuan bloodlines, but was interrupted by Hong Yu. The pavilion master previously stated that the little pavilion master must not engage in slaughter under these circumstances. How can we know if she has been blinded by the desire to kill? Are you suggesting that the little pavilion master may not be herself right now? Bai Zhou's simple retort revealed a reversal in Hong Yu's thoughts. The little pavilion master had always maintained a calm demeanor. Why, after just one outing, had she returned in such a state? Hong Yu, have you lost your mind? Bai Zhou interrupted her without hesitation. Who is truly responsible for the pavilion master's death? You should know well. In that farcical slaughter, only Mr. Zhou Yu perished. Are you now inclined to pity your enemies? Bai Zhou's questioning left Hong Yu unable to lift her head, and she could only respond, no, absolutely not. Upon returning to the mirror pavilion, Luo Shu had no time to change from her bloodied attire before calling out, "Where is Yin Hun? Bring it to me." Since Mr. Zhou Yu's departure, she had not encountered the Yin Hun again. Luo Shu's brows furrowed slightly, irritation rising within her. It had left, and she had lost her only connection to the underworld. Tianyue surveyed the person before her, feeling the pressure weighing heavily upon her, rendering her hesitant to speak. She could only cautiously swallow a mouthful of saliva, utterly devoid of her former playful demeanor. "What are your plans moving forward?" asked Xiangshu, reclining in a high chair. She took a deep breath, her brow furrowing and then relaxing in a rhythm, before finally uttering a few words. "I do not know." Tianyue hesitated for a while, her lips moving as if she wished to propose something, but Xiangshu seemed to have anticipated her thoughts and interjected. "Let us first eliminate the remnants of the Xianyuan clan." Upon hearing this, Tianyue understood and nodded, swallowing the words she had intended to voice. The operation to capture the remnants of the Xianyuan clan was conducted openly in the Jianghu, quickly becoming known to various sections. In the forest, the glint of blades and swords flickered, only to fall into silence moments later. The blade was withdrawn from the still warm corpse of a woman, with droplets of her hot blood steadily dripping onto the ground from the blade's tip. "Demonic creature." A voice from the outsiders suddenly rang out, yet Xiangshu remained unperturbed, her gaze calmly shifting from the blade to the individual before her. How familiar. Her eyes roamed over the figures in front of her. They are those from the sections. Chapter 102. They are indeed remnants of the Xianyuan clan. Her gaze followed the eyes of these individuals to the body on the ground, resting upon the slightly swollen abdomen of the female corpse, her eyes devoid of any softness. "You truly do not change your demonic nature." She was already with child. And what of it? Xiangshu calmly tossed the knife in her hand to the waiting Bai Zhao behind her, simply wiping the blood from her hands before slowly responding. That woman was from a Xianyuan clan. Naturally, she carried the remnants of Xianyuan. "You filthy creature." Almost as soon as the words left the speaker's lips, Bai Zhao's weapon struck, mercilessly slicing a gash across the throat of the one who spoke. Fortunately, the individual had dodged quickly, otherwise, it would not have merely been a superficial wound. "Why are you silent now?" Xiangshu feigned innocence, asking, "Are you naturally averse to speaking?" The man trembled as he raised his hand, clearly terrified by the recent action. "Get lost." The young woman's eyes turned sharp, revealing the heart of a beast, her face morphing into a fierce countenance. "Shall we just let them go, little master?" "Let them go? I never said to let them go." "Then what do you mean?" Bai Zhao reached for his weapon, surmising that Xiangshu likely intended to pursue them now, leaving no survivors. Observing Bai Zhao's movement, Xiangshu remarked, "Bai Zhao, I did not imply that. They are merely here to scout. Upon returning, they will undoubtedly report back to their superiors. Given this opportunity, I wish to meet that person." As she spoke, Xiangshu's gaze gradually softened. "Little master, do you mean you do not intend to eliminate the sects?" Xiangshu smiled gently, yet her expression eluded Bai Zhao's understanding. "I shall not now kill anyone other than the Xianyuan clan. I am well aware that the sects bear responsibility for Zhou Yuzhao's death, but Bai Zhao, you must understand that I am not yet driven to madness. If I truly lost my sanity, not just you, but all of us would meet our demise." Her voice lowered, sending a chill down Bai Zhao's spine. When he turned around, he found Xiangshu had vanished from sight. Indeed, as Xiangshu had anticipated before nightfall. Those from the sects arrived at her resting place, swiftly surrounding her. Here they come. Her tone was nonchalant, imbued with the calm of someone who had expected their arrival. If you return with us today, you may avoid some physical punishment. When you first learned Zhou Yuzhao was a demon, you said the same to him, did you not? Her tone turned icy, as if interrogating a criminal. The man muttered incoherently, but Xiangshu chose to disregard him, her gaze drifting past the crowd to the final figure among them. With silver hair and dressed in dark robes, he resembled an otherworldly being. Xiangshu spotted him among the throng. After a brief moment of eye contact, the figure turned and departed. Xiangshu's expression finally shifted. She rose, intending to pursue the figure. With a resounding clang, a weapon abruptly obstructed her path. She felt a surge of anger, fearing that the current situation would delay her opportunity to meet him. Get out of my way. Xiangshu waved her hand, and the individual before her was sent reeling back by her magic, collapsing to the ground. Capture her. When they noticed Xiangshu attempting to escape, someone immediately commanded her capture. The scene erupted into chaos. Xiangshu moved swiftly, reappearing behind the one who had given the order, her grip tightening around his throat. Demonic creature. Though Xianyuan executed Zhou Yuzhao, that act was justified. As a great demon, he must be eradicated. Do not think I am unaware. When he was surrounded by Xianyuan on the mountain and the slaughter ensued, you were complicit. Realizing Xiangshu had seen through him, the man felt a twinge of panic, though he did not show it outwardly. He merely raised his hand, signaling his disciples to halt. Demonic creature, do not speak recklessly. Whether I speak falsely, you know better than anyone. She tightened her grip on his throat, dragging him backward as a hostage, her hands stained with blood. You envied him, intent on forcing him out of the sect. Zhou Yuzhao was not ignorant of your schemes, and I am not a fool. What do you intend to do? Hearing the tremor in his voice brought Xiangshu a sense of satisfaction. What can I do? That fool Zhou Yuzhao, even in death, failed to silence you scoundrels. What more can I plan for him? Just as they reached the entrance, Xiangshu was about to release her hostage when she heard someone shout, Cat Demon, if you dare to flee today, I will lead the celestial sects to bloodily purge the Zhou family. With a clang, a surge of turmoil stirred within Xiangshu. What did you say? Xiangshu retorted, her hand tightening around the man's neck once more. What? Are you afraid now? Xiangshu fell silent, yet turmoil raged within her. Why should the affluent Zhou family harbor demons and protect Zhou Yuzhao? Their crimes warrant execution. With this, he added, yes, I almost forgot. The Zhou family is large and prosperous, and it seems they have become ravenous wolves, seeking to collaborate with the lowly demon clan for gain. Suddenly sensing warmth around her neck, the man found his voice silenced before he could finish a sentence. Elde. His neck was severed by Xiangshu with a single stroke. He barely registered the pain before meeting his end. Using her magic from a distance to take the man's life sent shockwaves through his disciples. A potent aura of demonic energy mingled with the air, thick with the scent of death. In that instant, it became nearly impossible to discern whether Xiangshu before them was a demon or a vengeful spirit. Demon, a young disciple stammered, unable to articulate further, quickly silencing himself upon meeting Xiangshu's fierce gaze. Xiangshu's hand, hanging by her side, twitched slightly, her long nails reminiscent of cats, exuding an air of bloodthirst. Even at this distance, I could easily kill him. Those with sense should realize that if I wish to take a life, none can hinder me. The blade was thirsty for blood, and Xiangshu felt an insatiable urge to kill. I longed to slay them, she thought, tightening her grip on the man's neck once more. No one dared to speak out anymore, and the atmosphere grew increasingly ominous. Xiangshu glanced at them, her heart filled with disdain. Merely a bunch of sanctimonious individuals. Those who dwell in the gutter should remain there forever and not emerge to wreak havoc upon others. As these thoughts swirled within her, the haunting image of Zhou Yuzhao's tragic demise resurfaced in her mind, his soul shattered, leaving not a trace of his remains. I'm aware you seek me. Might you, for my sake, show mercy upon them? An ethereal voice resonated within Luo Shu's consciousness, gradually awakening her mind. After a moment's hesitation, she relinquished her grip on the person before her and forcefully pushed forward, causing no one to dare approach. The individual fell bare and unceremoniously to the ground. A motley crew of cowards fearing for their lives. A quiet whisper echoed in her heart, and she departed. When Luo Shu beheld the true form of the immortal, he stood before her, his back turned, with a precipice looming ahead. The sparse clouds allowed glimpses of the mortal realm below. "You have arrived." The immortal's voice was gentle, and upon turning, he discovered the young girl before him was not as pristine as he had imagined. Her visage marred with blood, fresh stains adorning her sleeves. "I did not slay them." Anticipating the immortal's inquiry, Luo Shu preemptively interjected. Yet how could the immortal not comprehend? What purpose did her disheveled appearance serve, if not to convey a deeper intent? "How should I address you now?" Daozhong. Chapter 103. An unexpected guest approaches the silent valley. Zhou Yuzhao. Shall we descend the mountain now? Indeed, we shall return home at once. The echoes of words once heard at the sect's entrance resounded in her ears. The immortal gazed at the woman before him, struggling to reconcile the memory of the playful kitten demon with the formidable figure she had become. "You have changed significantly." After a prolonged silence, the immortal uttered these words. A smile graced Luo Shu's lips, acknowledging the courtesy. The two fell into a brief tranquility. Standing beside the immortal, Luo Shu's gaze drifted towards the floating clouds. Though she had no desire to pierce through their veil to glimpse the lives of the common folk below. "Why do you not look upon those commoners who toil for their livelihood? My heart is indifferent, thus I see not." The immortal remained silent, exhaling a long breath from his chest. In recent days, she must have witnessed the extent of his spiritual prowess. If he truly wished to eradicate Xian Yuan and all who opposed him, it would be an effortless endeavor. "Do you wish to persuade me to spare them?" The immortal shook his head, yet Luo Shu merely chuckled lightly. "Did you not know that when Zhou Yuzhao brought me to seek you, Xuanyuan's people lay in ambush within the mountains? I was unaware." Luo Shu doubted. "Your cultivation is profound. How could you not detect hidden presences within the forest? By unbinding Zhou Yuzhao's demonic powers, you surely foresaw the inevitable battle he would face. Did you tacitly allow Zhou Yuzhao's demise? If that is truly what you believe, why then did you seek me?" Luo Shu fell silent for a moment, the tension in the air gradually easing. She then spoke softly. "He has aided countless souls in this world, yet the one he holds dear, the only person I can think of, is you." Her gaze fell upon the immortal, seeking remnants of Zhou Yuzhao within him. Her eyes burned with fervor, prompting the immortal to respond gently. "The reason he was so eager to escort you down a mountain that day was because once he fell in love with you, the demonic markings upon his face would manifest more prominently under the sword's pressure of the sect." "What? He loved me even then?" Luo Shu was taken aback, unable to fathom the revelation. The immortal continued. "When I first encountered him, I sensed a faint trace of demonic energy surrounding him. He sought me as a master, yearning to cultivate, claiming he wished to experience the wonders of human cultivation. Why are you suddenly sharing this with me?" Luo Shu absorbed every word, the significance of which dawned upon her. She finally comprehended that Zhou Yuzhao's relentless desire to integrate into the realm of human cultivators was for the sake of the demon kin. The Zhou family, as guardians of the underworld, had likely been privy to the unratified equality pact for the demon race. From the very beginning, Zhou Yuzhao harbored the ambition of elevating the demon race from the depths. Yet he was ultimately betrayed by Xian Yuan in the desolate mountains. Her thoughts became tumultuous, and instinctively, her body returned to the Jingzhong pavilion. "Young pavilion master." The guard's voice barely reached Luo Shu, who remained lost in contemplation, observing her unsteady figure. The guards murmured to one another. "What has happened to the young pavilion master these past few days? She has returned in such a state, unlike when the previous pavilion master departed." Another guard shook his head, about to respond when they were interrupted by Baizhou. "Why are you two loitering here instead of standing guard?" "Lord Baizhou, the young pavilion master has returned. Just in time, I have business to discuss with her." With that, he hastened his pace, disregarding the guard's murmurs. Upon entering the great hall, he halted, taken aback by the sight of Luo Shu, her vibrant attire stained with blood. "Young pavilion master, do you require a physician?" Luo Shu offered no response. Bai Zhou observed her, seated in her lofty position, exuding an air of aloofness. "Young pavilion master?" Luo Shu remained unresponsive. Bai Zhou bit his lip and cleared his throat. "Mr. Zhou Yuzhao." His voice finally broke through a reverie. Luo Shu instinctively raised her head, meeting Bai Zhou's awkward gaze standing before her, and only then did she realize she had returned to the Jingzhong pavilion. She shifted her arms at her sides, exhaling slowly. "What is it?" Bai Zhou's gaze rose, resting upon the bloodied garment she wore. "Do you need me to summon the apothecary?" "Not necessary. This is not my blood." She extended her hand, gently brushing away the bloodstains from her attire, save for the torn hem that could not be restored. "Speak, what is the matter?" "A scout reports that there are outsiders wandering near the valley, suspected of surveying the terrain." Luo Shu sprang from her elevated position, her mind instantly sharpening. That place was her forbidden zone. How could outsiders dare to tread upon it? Xianyuan has been eradicated, and with no sacred artifacts in the valley, who dares linger there? In an instant, she flashed before Bai Zhou. "Do you know who they are?" "Red Moon has already gone to investigate." "Good." Luo Shu acquiesced, striding towards the exit. "Young pavilion master, perhaps you should rest for a moment. Red Moon will return shortly." Ignoring his suggestion, she continued, "Bring my dagger." "Let's go." "Yes." Bai Zhou followed without hesitation. The valley had not seen such commotion in quite some time. By the time Luo Shu arrived, a considerable portion of the trees had suffered damage, as if a fierce battle had transpired. The air was thick with the lingering scent of smoke from the conflict and a faint trace of spiritual essence. Luo Shu's fingers grazed the jagged wounds on the trees, gently kneading the fissures, then vanished from her fingertips. It carries a scent akin to that of the underworld. She momentarily lost focus, surveying her surroundings. Could it be the denizens of the underworld? "Young pavilion master, no sign of Red Moon has been found nearby. Search deeper." Panic surged within her as she approached the boundary of the valley, only to discover that the barrier remained intact. Strange, the barrier has not been breached. What could these intruders desire? She conjured a spell that spiraled through the air, ultimately transforming into strands of light, guiding her towards a specific direction. "This way." Following the luminous strands, Luo Shu advanced in the opposite direction of the barrier, her pace quickening. "Young pavilion master." She turned at the sound of Bai Zhou's voice calling to her, spotting him rushing towards her, a weapon in hand, the sharp blade of Red Moon. "I found this lodged deep within a tree." It was a weapon with a chipped edge, looking severely worn. Few in this world could so thoroughly deplete Red Moon's weapon. The adversary who faced it must possess no ordinary item. Quickly, Luo Shu quickened her pace, ultimately catching sight of Hong Yu, guided by the ethereal threads of scent. Her gown billowed from behind a tree, stained with blood that had soaked through, mingling with the dust of the earth. Her hands hung limply at her sides, blood trickling from her fingertips onto the ground, vanishing into the soil. Hong Yu. Chapter 104. The underworld sends assassins after Luo Shu. Familiar faces appear. A piercing strike pierced her shoulder, a sharp weapon driving through her scapula and embedding into the wood behind her, effectively pinning Hong Yu to the tree. "Little pavilion master." Her voice was soft, struggling to maintain consciousness, summoning her last breath. With a swift motion, Luo Shu wrenched the weapon free from Hong Yu. Without the support, Hong Yu's body slumped, and just as she was about to fall, she was caught in the embrace of Bai Zhou. Luo Shu barely had time to inquire before Bai Nian heard Hong Yu's anxious and trembling voice. "The valley." They headed towards the valley. No sooner had the words escaped her lips than a blinding white light erupted from the direction Luo Shu had come. This was troubling. It pointed towards the valley. She looked at Hong Yu, realizing then that Hong Yu was merely their bait. "Take care of Hong Yu." With this parting phrase, Luo Shu transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished from sight. Outside the barrier, a squad clad in black cloaks stood at the breach of the torn barrier. As they attempted to step through, they were halted by the suddenly reappearing barrier. "Damn it, the underworld spells cannot breach the seals I've set in the mortal realm." While muttering curses under his breath, the leader seemed to sense someone approaching from behind. He immediately commanded withdraw. When Luo Shu arrived, she discovered cracks in the barrier. Doubtful, she entered the barrier, unaware that someone was closely following her as it sealed shut. The person trailed behind Luo Shu, maintaining a distance, observing her silhouette. As thoughts in their mind began to crystallize, wasn't the fate of the cat demon a deadlock? Why was it that the one who ultimately perished was Zhou Yuzhao? My lord, we have discovered that Zhou Yuzhao secretly swapped his fate with the cat demon. The figure on the platform fell silent, seemingly unable to find a suitable solution. After a long contemplation, he murmured, "The underworld king has awakened. If we still wish to eliminate the cat demon now, he who governs life and death will undoubtedly notice." Pondering further, he still could not conjure a viable plan. Were they to simply let it go? Finally, the man appeared to have an epiphany, stating, "No, the underworld king has only just returned. This body must still be incompatible. Yin Li, go to the mortal realm and, while the underworld king has yet to regain his strength, eliminate that cat demon." When Yin Li heard this, she slightly lifted her head, revealing a small face hidden beneath her hood. She hesitated to respond. "Do you wish for me to spare her?" Yin Li dared not speak lightly, fearing that a single word could cost her the right to this mission. "Yin Li, have you lost your mind? You put so much effort into bringing her back here for this very day. My lord, we have already added a heartless poison to the cat demon's incense. In a short while, she will. That cat demon is incomplete in soul. Moreover, lacking the emotional soul, this heartless poison poses no lethal threat to her. Without a complete soul and emotional essence, she will never wholeheartedly love anyone." Yin Li's thoughts returned, watching Luo Shu's retreating figure. In a mere glance, she discerned that the Tsang Yu devoured by Luo Shu was being gradually absorbed. It was imperative to kill him before Tsang Yu completely vanished. Yet, Yin Li hesitated. To her, Luo Shu was not merely a cat demon. Was there truly no other way? Suddenly, Luo Shu accelerated her steps, running forward as if she had uncovered something significant. Yin Li, too, was roused from her reverie by Luo Shu's sudden burst of speed. "Pursue." She almost exerted her magic to catch up, but soon realized something was amiss. Luo Shu had vanished. The surrounding withered trees seemed to close in around her. This was bad. She had been deceived. A rush of air swept past, prompting Yin Li to distance herself from the presence behind her and turn around, only to find her speed was still lacking, with Luo Shu's sword poised at her throat. What was the purpose of luring me here with such effort? Yin Li quietly observed the girl she had raised, the blade resting against her throat, and remained silent for a long time. Luo Shu, too, grew puzzled but did not relent in her grip on the weapon. Better to mistakenly kill than to let her go. Just as Luo Shu was about to strike, Yin Li interjected, "Luo Shu, do not linger here for Zhou Yuzhao any longer. I will protect your safety." Though the voice was unfamiliar, Luo Shu sensed an aura of familiarity within it. "Do we know each other?" Yin Li hesitated for a moment before replying, "No." With that, she struck Luo Shu's weapon away from her neck and swiftly created distance between them. "What is your purpose here?" Yin Li slightly lifted her head, a sliver of her snow-white chin visible beneath her hood, softly declaring, "For you." The one filled with confusion became Luo Shu. However, she remained undistracted by Yin Li's words. Any slight movement from Yin Li would leave Luo Shu on high alert. "Luo Shu, I do not wish to harm you, while they have yet to arrive. Come with me." Yin Li stepped forward, only to have Luo Shu's blade pressed against her chest. "Do not come closer. I do not trust you. In this world, I am the only truth. Luo Shu, someone wishes to kill you. You must come with me. If they wish to kill, then let them. My life is of little worth. Your life was exchanged for Zhou Yuzhao's. Do you still consider it worthless?" Facing Yin Li's retort, Luo Shu hesitated. A gust of wind swept in from behind as someone breached the crack in the barrier. Time was of the essence. Yin Li called softly, suddenly appearing before Luo Shu, attempting to grasp her wrist, only to be met with Luo Shu's swift counter, sending her sprawling to the ground, disbelief written across her face. "Luo Shu, I am sorry. I trust no one." "Seize her." Dark smoke morphed into human shapes, encircling Luo Shu. Observing the hooded figures before her, she caught a whiff of their scent, which was distinctly unearthly. They were denizens of the underworld. She turned to see Yin Li, whom she had knocked down, now being assisted by her companions. Kill! An unknown voice issued the command, and the surrounding figures immediately launched an assault on Luo Shu. Their techniques were foreign to her, shrouded in mystery. Adept at vanishing from sight only to reappear behind her in an instant. Luo Shu endured several strikes until she finally managed to distance herself from her assailants. Gasping for breath, "I have no ties to the underworld. Why do you persecute me so?" Yin Li, it seems you have yet to tell her for whom she is to die. Luo Shu's gaze shifted to Yin Li, who remained silent in place. Since you refuse to recall old affections and are unwilling to act, then let us proceed. As she spoke, Luo Shu did not have time to react before the assailants charged at her once more. Chapter 105. Luo Shu discovers the true form of System 886. After several exchanges, Luo Shu found herself perpetually on the defensive, rendered quite passive. During another clash, one of them remarked, "Surrender. Cease this futile resistance. I bear no grudge against you. Why treat me this way? Some truths are better left unknown, lest they shatter your worldview." As it appeared that this individual would overpower Luo Shu, achieving ultimate victory. However, unexpectedly, the silent Yan Li behind suddenly struck, knocking her companion to the ground. Not only Luo Shu, but the entire group of mysterious individuals was taken aback. "Yan Li, what are you doing? It is her you should kill, not me. You are the one to be killed." With a swift motion, Yan Li conjured her weapon and then raised her eyes to Luo Shu, saying, "Hurry, kill them all. Otherwise, none of us will leave here alive." "Yan Li, have you lost your mind? Are you defying the master's orders?" Her furious roar was met with Yan Li's relentless attack. Seeing Yan Li's unyielding assault, Luo Shu finally believed that Yan Li was indeed on her side. With Yan Li's support, Luo Shu's actions became considerably smoother. However, she soon discovered that her blade could inflict little damage upon these foes. "Your mortal power cannot kill them," used San Yue. "Yan Li, you traitor." Upon realizing that Yan Li was genuinely intent on assisting Luo Shu, the suppressed companion erupted in fury. Yet his powers were no match for Yan Li, who quickly subdued him. After several strikes that landed on his vital points, the man roared, "You betray the master. You will surely suffer eternal damnation. As long as you all perish, the master will remain unaware of our affairs in the mortal realm." With that, Yan Li mercilessly dispatched her longtime companion. And only after eliminating these foes alongside Luo Shu did she finally relax. Holding the knife firmly, Luo Shu gazed at Yan Li, whose hood had fallen during the struggle, revealing her true visage. Looking at Yan Li's face, Luo Shu felt an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity. Who exactly was this person? Lowering her gaze to the corpses on the ground, she noticed they all exhibited signs of feathering. Even more astonishing was that Luo Shu discovered that Sang Yue within her body emanated a similar aura to that of the underworld. For a moment, she could not discern whether it was these individuals who had imbued her with the underworld's essence, or if this power had always contained an essence not belonging to the mortal realm. The fierce battle had severely damaged the vegetation in the valley, now shrouded in the aura of death from the underworld. It would be challenging for this land to regenerate in the near future. Now you see, the denizens of the underworld are pursuing you. This is merely a common guard. Yet you have never told me why you seek to kill me? Yan Li sighed softly, a hint of headache evident. "There are things I cannot divulge at present. In your current demonic form, would not withstand the consequences. Given the current situation, what more do I have to fear?" Yan Li readjusted her hood and stated, "Find a place to hide. Anywhere will do, as long as you are not found by those from the underworld. When order is restored in the underworld, I hope to come back for you." As she spoke, Yan Li turned to leave, and as she passed by Luo Shu, something suddenly clicked in Luo Shu's mind. Threads of memory were abruptly tugged. Luo Shu turned to look at Yan Li's retreating figure, her silhouette merging in Luo Shu's mind with the familiar visage from her dreams. Despite the incredulity of the moment, Luo Shu called out to Yan Li. "System?" Yan Li halted her steps, seemingly surprised that Luo Shu had recognized her identity. "Is it you? You're 886, right?" Luo Shu moved in front of Yan Li, her gaze scanning her, as if searching for something that could confirm Yan Li as the system. Noticing Yanli's silence, the answer in Luo Shu's heart grew more insistent. Luo Shu, what are you talking about? You once said this was a journey for me. Do you have a way to bring Zhou Yuzhao back? Yanli's brows furrowed deeply, a look of helplessness crossing her face. I do not know what you were speaking of. As Yanli attempted to leave, Luo Shu grasped her arm tightly. You are it. You must be. Why did you gradually stop appearing? Luo Shu, I do not know what nonsense you are spouting. I must return. Yet, Luo Shu clung to Yanli's arm, refusing to release her. You clearly said this was a journey, that you would ensure my safety. Why did you take Zhou Yuzhao away? Didn't you know from the start about the plot against Zhou Yuzhao? Did you cease to appear because you foresaw the outcome? You knew Zhou Yuzhao would die in the mountains. Why did you not tell me? He could have lived. I do not know. Yanli erupted. I was unaware that the plot against Zhou Yuzhao would succeed. I only discovered later that it was Zhou Yuzhao who exchanged fates with you. Luo Shu's expression shifted from shock to joy, her face frozen in disbelief. Finally, a triumphant smile appeared. You truly are the system. But her joy quickly faded into sorrow. So, in the script you penned, the one who dies should be me, right? There are some things I cannot yet tell you. Pretend I did not appear today. As she spoke, Yanli attempted to remove Luo Shu's hand from her arm, but was met with a barrage of questions. Why? Zhou Yuzhao is gone. The story has reached its conclusion. Why can you not tell me? Speak. Tell me how I can bring Zhou Yuzhao back. Aren't you the system? I'm not. Yanli felt utterly powerless. Meeting Luo Shu's gaze only made her feel guilty. Your story is not yet over. I beg you. Luo Shu suddenly knelt before the system, her hands gripping Yanli's garment. You know, in that world, I have no parents. It is only here that Zhou Yuzhao has shown me a glimpse of sincerity. Yet, this is but a fleeting dream. Why can you not grant me this? Until now, do you still believe you are merely an ordinary traveler? Did you not choose me? I have never asked anything of you. System, please help me. How many points do I need? What must I do? I can do anything. I only wish to see him once more. I am sorry. Yanli tore a portion of her garment, fragments fluttering into Luo Shu's hands. Seeing her relentless approach, Yanli swiftly departed. Little cat, live well. As long as you're not slain by those from the underworld, you shall meet him again in this life. Only your survival can ensure his. Chapter 106. This body is again yearning for that person. Wait. Luo Shu reached out to grasp Yanli's hand, but in the next moment, she vanished before her eyes. You have not told me when I can return. Did you not say the time is near? You cannot go back, little cat. There is no returning. Yanli left only those words, never responding again. Luo Shu could not comprehend their meaning, unwilling to take them at face value. For a moment, she was uncertain whether this response was good or bad. After Zhou Yuzhao's departure, the spiritual energy remaining in the valley could no longer sustain the flourishing of the trees, rendering the area desolate. Luo Shu had no intention of leaving and walked deeper into the valley. Yanli had no desire to harm her, thus her hiding place remained concealed. She stepped forward, and upon crossing a small hill, she beheld the wooden house where she had once lived with Zhou Yuzhao. The tree connected to Zhou Yuzhao had not withered. It merely lacked the lushness of its leaves. Tiny buds had begun to sprout on the branches, and from a distance, one could see hints of green on the vines. There were no signs of growth, nor any indication of decay. It seemed frozen in that moment of blossoming. Zhou Yuzhao, I suddenly miss you. With this thought, Luo Shu felt as if she could once again see the branches blooming before her, bursting forth with flowers. She remembered that day when she leaned against Zhou Yuzhao's shoulder and asked him why she had never seen this tree bloom. Zhou Yuzhao, what kind of tree is this? It neither flowers nor bears fruit. The seasons have always been like this. The flowers bloom. When does that happen? Zhou Yuzhao did not answer, merely dodging the question. But now she understands. It was at night, on that evening when the entire valley burst into bloom, at the moment when the flowers in Zhou Yuzhao's hair cherished her the most. The door of the wooden cabin was pushed open from the outside, and Luo Shu stood at the threshold, gazing at the place where Zhou Yuzhao once resided, the past now blurred in her mind. On the sunlit part of the table lay a porcelain cat missing an ear, no longer empty, but filled with soil. The tightly shut window blocked the sunlight that attempted to stream in each day, yet from that shattered porcelain, a new sprout emerged. The girl's fingers brushed against the edge of the porcelain, feeling a warmth beneath her fingertips. She gently pushed open the window, and in that fleeting moment, she saw a girl standing on the ground outside. The girl appeared somewhat familiar, though Luo Shu could not be certain. Surprise was etched on her face, which soon transformed into joy under Luo Shu's gaze. "Sister, you're back. So, have you been here all along since we left?" Xiaoyan nodded, forcing a smile. "Yes. You know, I was raised by him. After you all left, he too departed, and I had nowhere to go." Luo Shu looked at the little rabbit before her, gradually merging her image with the memory of herself. "Zhou Yuzhao, I have nowhere to go. Why not seek out the red fox?" He said he returned for revenge, that there were things he must reclaim. "I cannot leave with him. I would become his Achilles heel, and he cannot afford to have one." Luo Shu's hand holding the cup paused slightly, as if recalling something. "What's wrong?" Luo Shu snapped back to reality, smiled, and replied, "It's nothing. By the way, will you leave again this time?" "Yes, it's been so long since I returned. It seems I haven't come back since Zhou Yuzhao left. After all these years, perhaps it's time for me to settle down. Don't go. Stay here with me." The two conversed joyfully, refraining from mentioning that person. That night, Luo Shu opened her eyes in bed, the corners of her eyes tinged with a moist crimson hue, her dark hair cascading to the floor. Pushing open the door, the night wind swept in, lifting her skirt. She released the doorknob and walked towards the valley she had stumbled into when they first met. Passing through the bamboo forest, Luo Shu glimpsed houses of various sizes. Has it been so well renovated? The night had deepened, and the lights inside the houses had been extinguished. Holding her breath, Luo Shu could even hear the sounds of slumber emanating from the beings within. "Zhou Yuzhao, is this what you wish for?" She ventured towards the place in her memory, eventually spotting the divine tree. Dew hung from its branches, the leaves neither unfurling nor withered. The divine tree seemed to sense Luo Shu's presence, gently swaying as if offering the highest tribute of welcome back home. "I have returned." Luo Shu extended her hand to caress the trunk of the divine tree, feeling the flow of spiritual energy within it. It seemed that with Luo Shu's arrival, the energy flowed more swiftly, like a heart beating in rhythm. "Aren't you a divine tree? Zhou Yuzhao, why can't you cultivate back in a human form? How many years will it take? 1,000 years, 10,000 years, it matters not." In truth, at this moment, Luo Shu was more aware than anyone else that a divine tree, without a spirit, could never cultivate back in a human form. "Zhou Yuzhao." The girl's heart-wrenching voice echoed in her mind, causing the king of the underworld, who was grading papers, to tremble, a sharp pain striking his chest. The pen slipped from his fingers, and he drew in a sharp breath, frowning helplessly. "Your Majesty, what troubles you? This body yearns for that person. I shall bring her back." Ba-Si turned ahead towards the underworld, but was halted by the king of the underworld. "Stop. It is this body that misses her. Bringing her here is of no use to me. Do not disturb her." "Your Majesty." The king of the underworld raised his hand, signaling Ba-Si to refrain from further words. Ba-Si observed the king of the underworld continuing to write, knowing him to be the impartial figure among the 6 realms, and thus took his leave. Once Ba-Si departed, the king paused his writing, his gaze settling on the small flower pot on his desk. Luo Shu had stayed in the valley for several days, and Xiao Yun gradually noticed the change in her. She often stared off into space for no reason, lost in thought for an entire day, suddenly falling silent and remaining quiet for an afternoon. She was becoming more beautiful, cold and proud, like a high mountain flower untouched by the world. Though uncertain why the demonic aura around her was gradually dissipating, she was undeniably improving, increasingly resembling someone not of this mundane world. As usual, Xiao Yun arrived at Luo Shu's door, wishing to spend more time with her. "Are you going out?" "Yes." Xiao Yun grasped Luo Shu's wrist, urgently inquiring, "You will return tonight, right?" Luo Shu's gaze fell on Xiao Yun's hand holding her own, recalling how she had once asked Zhou Yuzhao the same question with equal urgency. "I will." Chapter 107. Zhou Yuzhao, what was the purpose of our meeting? Again, Luo Shu stood at the door, but this time it was not the small shop of yore, but a large establishment. She did not dare to enter, feeling that everything before her had changed. How many years had passed? They might not even recognize me now. With this thought, Luo Shu turned to leave. Sister? A familiar voice resonated before her. She looked up to see Wen Yang, though now streaks of white had mingled with her once dark hair. Ah, it really is you. Wen Yang grasped Luo Shu's arm, her excitement causing her to grip a little too tightly. It's me. Wen Yang glanced down at herself and remarked, You see, I've aged. You hardly recognized me. Not at all. It's just a surprise to see you. Come, let's go to my home. Once seated, Luo Shu took in her surroundings. Noticing Luo Shu's gaze, Wen Yang began, Our family is fortunate to have this fortune, all thanks to the gentleman. Upon hearing Zhou Yuzhao's name, Luo Shu quickly fell silent. Observing Luo Shu's reaction, Wen Yang realized she had misspoken. Oh dear, Understanding the concern in Wen Yang's eyes, Luo Shu promptly reassured her. It's all right, speak more of him. I fear I might forget him myself. Gaining Luo Shu's permission, Wen Yang spoke freely. It's been many years. Old Chun was once bullied and injured his hand. That obstinate young man demanded a fortune from us. How could we possibly afford that? In our time of distress, the gentleman happened to arrive, bringing that fellow along. You and T believe how badly he was beaten by the gentleman. He was forced to bow and apologize to us. When the gentleman left, he left us a bag of gold. At that time, we had no idea it was gold. Had we known, we surely wouldn't have accepted it. He also said we should not feel burdened. We didn't understand at the time, but when we opened it, Old Chun and I were utterly shocked. Luo Shu's lips curled into a slight smile. Hearing news of Zhou Yuzhao still felt fresh to her. He has always been like that. I was discussing with Old Chun about returning it to the gentleman, only knowing he lived outside the city, but not the exact location. After searching aimlessly multiple times without success, we thought we would give it to you the next time you came to the city, but we never saw you again. How embarrassing, I kept thinking. Luo Shu interjected. No need. The gentleman acts without expecting anything in return. There is no need for such guilt. After chatting for a while, Luo Shu never expected that in her lifetime she would still hear the name Zhao Zhen. Indeed, the obstinate young man was named Zhao Zhen, the same Zhao Zhen of Xianyuan. However, it is said that the Xianyuan clan was annihilated overnight, a testament to the heaven's justice, as the virtuous were ultimately avenged. But was it truly overnight? It was merely the span of a morning. As she contemplated this, Luo Shu felt a hint of pride, thinking to herself that it was because they had become foul and decayed that the world finally took notice of them. These matters he had never divulged to me. Zhao Zhen harbored ill intentions towards you. How could he possibly inform you of such? Men, after all, tend to regard women as their own possessions. Not so. Zhou Yuzhao is not like that. Luo Shu instinctively retorted. Zhou Yuzhao was not the man she spoke of. He allowed her to be herself and supported her in her authenticity. Ah, what do you mean? Wen Yang failed to grasp the negation in Luo Shu's words and continued. Zhao Zhen was aware of the connection between the Old Chun family and you. He specifically inquired about you. Perhaps he sought to learn of my residence. For Xianyuan had always held a disdain for him. Ah, that is not the case. Wen Yang's denial did not pique Luo Shu's interest, yet she remained patient, allowing Wen Yang to finish her thoughts. As night fell, Luo Shu gazed at the sky, remembering her intention to return to the valley. She looked at Wen Yang, uncertain when they might meet again. After all these years, you have seen my unchanging visage. Do you not fear me? Wen Yang chuckled as if hearing a jest, replying, Fear you? The true terror in this world lies within the human heart. What are demons in comparison? Especially those like you, who are good-hearted. Time was getting late. I must take my leave now. Why not stay for a meal? Old Chin will return shortly. No, darkness will soon descend. I must leave now. Very well. Wen Yang escorted Luo Shu to the door, gently patting her shoulder, exhaling deeply before reluctantly saying, This is... Her words trailed off abruptly. Here, take this. Wen Yang handed Luo Shu the brocade box she had been holding, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. It was the gaze of an elder towards a younger one. And Luo Shu, understanding, reached out and embraced Wen Yang. She suddenly relished this feeling of being regarded with the tender eyes of an adult looking at a child. Are you still afraid of the dark on your way back? Not anymore, Luo Shu replied softly. After bidding farewell to Luo Shu, Wen Yang returned indoors. only to discover the box resting on the table. Inside were gold bars and 2 vials, accompanied by a note. 3 times a day, take care of yourself. Wen Yang rushed to the door, gazing in the direction Luo Shu had departed, but the alley was already devoid of her figure. On her way back, Luo Shu opened the box, revealing a pendant crafted from withered wood and a letter inscribed with spiritual energy. To my dear cat, by the time you read this letter, I will no longer be in this world. With this spell, you shall forget all the stories between us. My dear, forgive my selfishness. I do not wish for you to grieve for me, nor do I want you to fall in love with another. So, you have always known. My fate is a predetermined dead end. Why deceive me so? Even upon discovering the items concerning Zhou Yuzhao within this box, Luo Shu felt little sorrow. Rather, she was more incensed by Zhou Yuzhao's deceit. If this is the case, what was the purpose of our initial encounter? Luo Shu muttered to herself, unaware that someone behind her had overheard. It was destined, the king of the underworld replied, but Luo Shu could not hear him. She only felt a chill in the wind behind her. Turning around, she locked eyes with the king of the underworld. His gaze faltered as he took a step back. Yet Luo Shu did not perceive him, for he had rendered himself invisible and had been following her for some time. It was undoubtedly due to this body's overwhelming yearning for Luo Shu. Otherwise, how could his heart ache so painfully? Zhou Yuzhao, I still wish to see you. Just once. Luo Shu's sudden utterance almost made the king of the underworld believe she could see him. However, upon witnessing the woman turning towards the valley, he breathed a sigh of relief. He then murmured to himself, now she can be at peace, she is still alive. This statement seemed to resonate with the body he inhabited, as if addressing both it and himself. Chapter 108. She is not a cat demon. She is the crystal orchid nurtured by you, the king. How'd it go? Yanli knelt on the ground, hearing the inquiry from the high platform. I am incompetent, the subordinate replied. Silence enveloped the hall, and just as Yanli pondered the unusual behavior of the underworld's ruler, he looked up only to be struck to the ground by the ruler's magic. I provided you with so many personnel. How could you return alone? Yanli dared not speak, merely kneeling again. The ruler rose from his seat and approached Yanli, saying, Yanli, surely you did not protect her out of favoritism? I would not dare. Dare not? The ruler retorted. I initially instructed you to set a trap to bring her back from another time and space. Did your prolonged companionship lead you to develop feelings for her? My lord, I would never disrespect you. That cat demon carries Zhang Yu. Now, she has even gained Zhou Yuzhao's abilities, making her exceedingly difficult to handle. Indeed, Zhang Yu is indeed a troublesome entity. This remark seemed to awaken the ruler's memory as he muttered, Zhang Yu is a part of the king of the underworld. Now that it has fallen into the mortal realm, it is undoubtedly a potent treasure. Since those of the underworld cannot kill her, he narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly contemplating a suitable candidate. You previously mentioned a person in the mortal realm named Haidang. Such a person exists. Good, very good. Yanli, do not forget that my current predicament is entirely due to him. Since Zhang Yu cannot be extracted, let us eliminate that cat demon as well. She must die. Your Majesty, you have returned. Was everything smooth? The king of the underworld nodded, having already encountered the little cat demon. Bosi hesitated for a moment before proposing, Your Majesty, why not bring her back? Bosi, you seem particularly concerned about her. I would not dare. Upon seeing the king of the underworld depart, Bosi's plan fell through. And he soon heard the king inquire, how much longer does she have to live in the mortal realm? She, like Your Majesty, does not belong to the cycle of reincarnation. Her lifespan on the life ledger remains uncertain. Upon hearing the king of the underworld suddenly inquire about Luo Shu, Bosi felt a surge of joy, thinking the king finally cared for Luo Shu. However, he soon heard the king say, present the life ledger. I shall add a few more years for her. Bosi was momentarily taken aback, and then he heard the king continue, she has lived too easily in this life. Such a person, should she ever come to my underworld, cannot be regarded as part of the cycle of reincarnation. I implore you to reconsider, Your Majesty. Are you now attempting to defy me? I shall go at once. After watching Bosi leave, the king of the underworld looked up at the starry sky. It was night. He extended his hand, and the stars above shifted in appearance. The starlight was bright, showing no signs of fading. It seems she still has a long time left in the mortal realm. Your Majesty, Zhou presented Zhou Yuzhao's life scroll with both hands and with a gentle wave. The scroll floated before the king, unfolding before him. With another gesture, a pen appeared in the king's hand, the tool for inscribing the life scroll. When a mortal's life scroll enters the cycle of reincarnation, their destiny is automatically inscribed, unless defying the celestial order brings about changes, or unless the king of the underworld personally revises it. He lightly waved the pen, causing Zhou to realize that the king was extending Zhou Yuzhao's lifespan. For ordinary people, extending life is a blessing. Yet for those who have endured much suffering, it is undoubtedly a prolonged torment. Why does the king treat her this way? The king of the underworld found nothing amiss, merely responding, "Do you think she is pitiable simply because she lost Zhou Yuzhao? Countless women have lost their beloved ones. She is merely one among many. However, Your Majesty, Zhou Yuzhao had only just begun to utter the title of the king of the underworld when she realized her mistake, prompting Bai to immediately correct herself. Only Zhou Yuzhao remained present. The king of the underworld's hand paused momentarily, and Bai continued, stating that her 3 souls and 7 spirits were incomplete due to her primordial spirit being weak, with shallow ties to her kin. Her budding feelings were solely for Zhou Yuzhao, the only person in this world who had encountered true sincerity. Ultimately, the king of the underworld did not act upon Bai's words. He retracted his hand, and his calligraphy inscribed upon the decree faded. Bai, I had never perceived you as so loquacious before. If all beings in the underworld were like you, would there be any need for rules? Your Majesty, why do you repeatedly allow such a trivial cat demon to offend me? I am the sovereign of the underworld, not the young Master Zhou Yu of the mortal realm. He was indeed enraged. She is not a cat demon. She is the crystal orchid you personally nurtured, Your Majesty. Have you forgotten your own words? As the two engaged in their argument, the decree suspended in the air emitted a faint sound, accompanied by a slight tremor. The fate wheel that the king of the underworld had just inscribed began to dissolve into the wind before his eyes. Her decree was uncontrollable. Upon witnessing this, the king of the underworld had no choice but to reluctantly retract his hand and put away the decree, resigning to the situation. Has there been any development with Lord Yin-Si today? Since Lord Yin-Si's demotion, he has remained within the city, making no moves. He's been too honest. This is not characteristic of our Lord Yin-Si. Rest assured, Your Majesty, Lord Yin-Si is bound by your decree, forever barred from entering the mortal realm. Good. Having gradually forgotten Zhou Yuzhao, Hai Tang encountered someone in the picturesque waters of Jiangnan. The individual wore a fitted garment and a high ponytail, wielding a long sword. And Hai Tang recognized him from a distance, feeling a sense of familiarity. Young master. Hai Tang approached, but before she could utter a word, the figure turned and departed, seemingly leading her to a secluded place. Gazing at his silhouette, Hai Tang's mind was almost on the verge of recalling his name, yet it remained elusive. Hai Tang, do you not remember me? We grew up together, childhood sweethearts. As he spoke, the figure slowly turned around, revealing the face of Zhou Yuzhao. You look familiar. Zhou Yuzhao's lips curled into a smug smile, thinking to himself, it seems the potion I administered to you truly works wonders. Since you have forgotten, allow me to help you remember. The spell to unlock sealed memories must be cast from the fingertips of Zhou Yuzhao, landing on Hai Tang's brow. Memories began to resurface in her mind. She slowly opened her eyes, her lips parting. Zhou Yuzhao. The woman's gaze was momentarily vacant, but she quickly regained her composure. She reached out to grasp Zhou Yuzhao, scrutinizing him from head to toe, exclaiming with relief, You are alive. Weren't you supposed to have been killed by that cat demon? I did not resurrect. This is merely a fragment of my soul. Hai Tang, please help me, will you? That cat demon has usurped my position. She has manipulated me. Observing Zhou Yuzhao before her, Hai Tang suddenly sensed something amiss and released her grip, stepping back several paces. No, you're not Zhou Yuzhao. She extended her hand. After many years without wielding a sword, she grasped it once more, pointing it at Zhou Yuzhao. Who are you truly? Chapter 109. What if I possess a method to bring Zhou Yuzhao back to life? Who are you really? Hai Tang questioned the figure before her, tightening her grip on the sword. I see no sign of fear in you. Should I wish to kill you now? It would not be difficult. Indeed, the one speaking with Zhou Yuzhao's visage felt no threat and merely replied nonchalantly. But you must understand that I, capable of restoring all your memories with a mere gesture, am no ordinary spirit. Even upon hearing this, Hai Tang did not lower her sword. This is not your true form. You have merely borrowed the body of another spirit to appear before me. As far as I know, spirits that borrow bodies have committed offenses and are bound by prohibitions against entering the mortal realm. Does this matter? Zhou Yuzhao raised an eyebrow slightly. Even if I am a cursed immortal, so what? Do you not wish to avenge, Zhou Yuzhao? I have no interest in the deceased. If you have grievances with Zhou Yuzhao, you should not seek me. Farewell. Hai Tang retracted her sword and turned to leave. Zhou Yuzhao called out from behind. Do you not remember who caused Zhou Yuzhao's demise? Upon hearing this, Hai Tang's steps faltered. Zhou Yuzhao continued. I recall you were originally the owner of Hualan Lu. Why were you replaced? Surely you remember that? Hai Tang's fingers curled inward, then tightened as she turned to interrogate. You have investigated me? There are matters I can uncover with but a flick of my finger. Hai Tang took a deep breath, then relaxed. All these years concerning Zhou Yuzhao, I have always been an outsider. That was his choice, and it has nothing to do with me. What if I possess a method to bring Zhou Yuzhao back to life? A glimmer of hope flickered in Hai Tang's eyes, revealing her wavering resolve. An opportunity Zhou Yuzhao would not allow to slip away. Childhood sweethearts, innocent and unguarded. He searched for remedies for you, enduring countless hardships to save you. How could he be heartless? Hai Tang remained silent, saying nothing further. We share a common enemy. Why can we not become allies? After a prolonged internal struggle, Hai Tang finally spoke. What do you propose? I grant you the power to wield the weapons of the underworld. You need only slay the cat demon with these weapons. Once Song Yu emerges, Zhou Yuzhao's return is merely a matter of time. Hai Tang did not immediately agree, seemingly in contemplation. He is a demon. You are aware of this. The divine tree takes form, and it must have roots. If the roots are intact, why can he not take shape? What he lacks is the power to transform that comes from Song Yu. Only by defeating the cat demon can the complete Song Yu be extracted. Hasn't she already refined it? Seeing Hai Tang still hesitating, Zhou Yuzhao felt compelled to continue persuading her. Song Yu is not an ordinary artifact. Even if she did refine it, does she not still possess her demon core? Within her demon core lies all of Zhou Yuzhao's cultivation. If it is truly possible to kill Luo Shu, what if the person before me is merely acting out of selfish desire? I now dwell in this desolate place, all thanks to her. Very well, I shall agree to your terms. Luo Shu had returned to the valley long ago, and the Jingzhong pavilion had not sent any messages for some time, allowing her a moment of tranquility. After the last sip of warm tea, Luo Shu placed the cup on the table, and the barrier above her head immediately emitted a sound of shattering. Someone from the outside had breached the barrier. The leaves before Luo Shu were scattered by the wind, and she pondered the divination. Shallow ties to kin, a solitary soul entering the world. Could this be the reason I caused Zhou Yuzhao's demise? Contemplating this, Luo Shu lifted her gaze and beheld a figure descending from the sky. Clad in red, she was as stunning as when they first met. Luo Shu, it has been a long time. In response to Hai Tang's provocation, Luo Shu calmly replied, It has been a long time. I remember everything now. Remembered everything? And so what? Had it not been for my persistent forbearance, you would have been struck dead by Hong Yu the moment you offended me. Now, with your memory sealed, cast back to the wilderness, what grievances do you have? If it were not for you, how could I have fallen to such a fate? It was your instigation that pulled me from my rightful place. No, it was your folly. As Luo Shu uttered these words, a faint smile graced her lips, as if she were amused by Hai Tang's plight. Her gaze then fell upon the weapon in Hai Tang's hand. It was a long crescent blade, radiating a thick aura of bloodshed. This is not an artifact of the mortal realm. At the first glance of this object, Luo Shu was struck by a singular thought. As she pondered, she felt a chill creeping up from behind her, prompting her to swiftly rise from her seated position. Twirling in the air, she retreated. only to find someone from the underworld charging at her. Having learned from her previous encounter, Lo Shu engaged effortlessly this time. She gazed down at the fallen adversary from her lofty perch, her expression laced with disdain. What is there to be proud of? Had it not been for Zhou Yuzhao's prowess, do you truly believe you could contend with us? Upon hearing Zhou Yuzhao's name, a flicker of annoyance crossed Lo Shu's brow. Haitong was bewildered by Lo Shu's sudden appearance. As Lo Shu materialized before her, their eyes locked, leaving Haitong no time to react before she was struck down, her weapon clattering to the ground. Do not mention Zhou Yuzhao to me. He is utterly incorrigible. If it were not for me, none of us would have met such a fate. Zhou Yuzhao should never have allowed you, this scourge, to remain. I should have killed you when I had the chance. Seated, Lo Shu raised her hand, and 6 crystalline spikes floated before her palm. Without a hint of hesitation, the spikes plunged into Haitong's body. As the pain surged, Haitong could not discern which wound was the most agonizing. Her screams echoed throughout the valley, yet they did not reach the depths of the hidden Tuanju. For she had previously sensed the instability of the barrier and had established a new protective shield in advance. This was to safeguard the beast there, as well as Zhou Yuzhao's true form. She cast a glance at the weapon that lay on the ground and remarked, "What sort of person is so blind as to lend you such a fine artifact?" As she reached for the crescent blade, it was swiftly snatched away by another. "Little cat, that is the judgment blade of the Insi Dian. A mortal cannot wield it." Yanli appeared at Lo Shu's side. "I thought you would refrain from coming to thwart my plans for slaughter this time." Lo Shu jested, soon realizing something was amiss with Yanli. Noticing Yanli's labored breathing, Lo Shu scrutinized her appearance and discerned her dishevelment. "Have you just crawled out from a pile of corpses?" Lo Shu feigned disgust, as if a foul odor emanated from Yanli. "Do notiest. If you were to be struck down by this judgment blade, neither you nor Zhou Yuzhao would ever meet again in this lifetime. By saying that, you clearly indicate he is still alive. Why do you persist in withholding this from me?" During their exchange, Haitong had managed to rise once more. With an outstretched hand, she cast a spell, causing the judgment blade in Yanli's possession to tremble in response to her call. Yanli appeared astonished. The Insi had transferred the authority to wield the judgment blade to a mortal. "It seems you are not trusted by your master." Lo Shu smiled lightly, then turned her gaze back to Haitong, assessing her once more. Seeing that she could not overpower Lo Shu, Haitong addressed the underworld guards encircling them, exclaiming, "What are you waiting for?" Almost immediately after Haitong's words, Lo Shu vanished from her sight again, and Yanli, unable to withstand the malevolent aura radiating from the judgment blade, was forced to relinquish her hold. The crescent blade returned to Haitong's grasp, and at that moment, she felt a hand on her shoulder. Lo Shu's voice followed closely behind. "Can you guess why, after all these years, those who vowed to annihilate my sect have yet to take significant action?" Her voice was cold, devoid of warmth, exhaling a chill that spoke of transformation. Feeling Lo Shu's fingers glide along her neck, Haitong stammered, "Why do you lack demonic energy? Is this difficult to comprehend?" As Haitong subtly raised her wrist, preparing to strike, Lo Shu anticipated her move and swiftly slashed her nails across Haitong's neck. Haitong recoiled, clutching her neck and distancing herself. Just like this, Lo Shu observed the blood on her nails and remarked, "At night, I infiltrate various sects, eliminating those who boast the loudest. Anyone who dares to rally their sect against me is courting death. It seems, in hindsight, there is hardly anyone left to govern the sect now. Is there? What has become of you? You lunatic." Haitong's furious tirade elicited no response from Lo Shu, who remarked that without a leader, if she were to slay a few more, the sects would either collapse or require millennia to recuperate. The scene descended into chaos, yet Lo Shu merely observed with indifference, fixing her gaze solely on Haitong. "Do not think that wielding a weapon from the underworld will suffice to slay me. The only one capable of ending my life is myself." With that, she slowly approached Haitong, lowering her voice. "Unless I desire to perish, there is no one in this world who can kill me." She stood a mere 2 steps away from Haitong, a smirk gracing her lips. "Go wash up and sleep." She extended her hand, leading Haitong to believe she would attack. Yet Lo Shu merely expelled her from the valley. casting a final glance at Yanli, who was leaning against her sword for support while the underworld guards continued their relentless pursuit. Lo Shu declared, Yanli, betraying the Yin-Si will cost you your life. Yanli remained silent as Lo Shu's voice echoed nearby. Hey, turn around. Lo Shu watched as the underworld guards obediently turned back. With a wave of her hand, countless vines erupted from the earth beneath their feet, expanding and converging like a colossal claw. The guards were ensnared tightly, and when released, they were crushed to dust within Lo Shu's grasp. Where are you headed now? With nowhere to go, then stay. Lo Shu murmured before turning to re-enter the dwelling. Yanli observed as the door slowly closed and, wanting to speak, noticed the barrier above her head re-emerging. Can she now conjure this barrier with a single hand? Yanli marveled at Lo Shu's rapid advancement in power. She calculated silently. In due time, Lo Shu's demonic core would be thoroughly refined, and she would soon return to the underworld, rendering the Yin-Si powerless against her. Meanwhile, Haitong, having been cast out by Lo Shu, rose from the ground, immediately feeling her qi and blood surging, as if her very essence were in reverse. Dizziness clouded her vision, and she was compelled to kneel, wiping the blood from her lips before exclaiming, I knew that cat demon would not let me off so easily. Sensing a surge of spiritual energy behind her, Haitong turned to see the breached barrier being mended and reformed. She felt a premonition that once this barrier sealed, she would find it nearly impossible to locate its position again. Wait! Alas, she was still a moment too late. As her outstretched hand failed to graze the original barrier's edge, and she lunged forward, her body passed directly through. This place was empty, devoid of any barrier's protection. Damn! She had completely isolated the valley's barrier. That night, Yanli was awakened by the presence of life stirring outside the valley. Just as she pondered whether to venture out, the door of the wooden house swung open from within, revealing Lo Shu. Clad in loose, flowing garments, she moved gracefully, resembling a celestial being untouched by worldly affairs. I will go. The Tianhua has returned. Good. Upon reaching the edge of the barrier, Lo Shu spotted the Tianhua wandering restlessly outside. It remained oblivious to the barrier's newly altered formation, but had an inkling of its location. From inside, she could see it, while the Tianhua outside was shrouded in an endless night. What brings you here? Lo Shu's voice drifted from behind the Tianhua, and as it turned, it beheld the long-lost Lo Shu. In a state of euphoric joy, he dashed towards Luo Shu. Upon reaching her, he felt his body pass through a barrier. Confused, he saw Luo Shu raise her hand to close the barrier, returning to the direction they had come from. I sensed an anomaly in the valley from the pavilion. I surmise you may have encountered someone you ought not to have. What constitutes someone one should not encounter? Just as Tianxi was about to respond, he noticed Yanli standing beneath a tree. Her fur bristled, emitting a series of cautious sounds at the sight of Yanli. What is this soul from the underworld still doing here? Is this the person you refer to as one who should not be met? Generally, souls from the underworld do not manifest in the mortal realm. They only appear when a person's lifespan is nearing its end. This woman undoubtedly intends to forcibly take you back to the underworld. Yanli remarked, you mentioned they generally do not appear. What other circumstances would prompt our underworld emissaries to present themselves? You have not disclosed the entirety. Yanli glanced at Luo Shu, then at Tianxi, her slightly raised eyebrow, seeming to encourage Tianxi to continue. If you remain silent, I shall speak. Those who have committed excessive acts of slaughter must be returned to the underworld for judgment. Chapter 111, she is destined to perish in the heavenly tribulation as she ascends to divinity. You shall not succeed, Tianxi bellowed. Luo Shu, uninterested in this farcical exchange, brushed her sleeves and said, this is my friend. Friend? Friend. Tianxi was taken aback, scrutinizing Yanli in hopes of finding evidence that she was not from the underworld. Rest assured, she cannot return to the underworld. She has already betrayed it. Is that true? Yanli nodded. Only then did Tianxi feel reassured enough to follow Luo Shu, asking, you should be fine. I see the demonic energy around you is nearly dissipated. I am perfectly fine. Those who are troubled are already beneath my blade. Once the demonic energy is entirely dispersed, the cleansing of the marrow will be complete. At that moment, the door slammed shut from within, and Tianxi, nearly colliding with it, erupted in frustration before quickly calming down. Will you, then, ascend to the ranks of the immortals? Upon hearing this, Luoshu halted her steps, then replied, You think too much. There is no need to worry. Just get some rest. I'm tired. Only then did Tianxi have no choice but to silence himself, turning to see Yanli staring intently at him. Unperturbed, she approached Yanli and queried, What brings you here? Upon completion of the marrow cleansing, she would not ascend to the immortals. Why is that? Once her cleansing is complete, her spiritual energy will be pure, her magical prowess formidable. Yet, she is destined to perish in the heavenly tribulation as she ascends to divinity. Moreover, we from the underworld are also immortals. Why must we covet the celestial immortals of the 9 heavens? The rules of the heavenly realm are exceedingly tedious. However, Tianxi was unconcerned with such matters. His only focus was on Luoshu's fate. On what grounds? Is it merely because she has committed too many heinous acts? Since you are aware, why do you pose such questions? Yanli observed Tianxi with keen interest, thinking, This hound possesses quite an understanding. Her cleansing was facilitated by Zhou Yuzhao, rather than her own transformation. Once her slaughter begins, it becomes difficult to halt given her own abilities. Today it is Xianyuan. Tomorrow it may be the leader of a sect, and the day after could see her at the helm of an entire cultivation faction. Yet all of this is due to their instigation. If such a mistake falls upon us, should the wicked live in peace? Hence, there exists a saying in the mortal realm, someone must play the villain in this world. As dawn broke, Luoshu suddenly opened her eyes, a hollow light flashing within them. It was as if she had succumbed to a sudden frenzy. Killed him. Above her, a shadow of a blade began to materialize, swirling as Luoshu's spiritual energy converged and ultimately flowed into the blade's root. Moments later, she slowly closed her eyes as if nothing had transpired. When the day finally dawned, Luoshu opened the door, dressed in fitted attire, appearing ready to step outside. Yanli, how long does it take to traverse from the underworld to the mortal realm? If it is a proper crossing, it takes but an instant. If it is a clandestine passage, according to mortal calculations, it would be several years. There is a faster method, which is possession, though it is perilous. Should one be injured in the mortal realm, the true form in the underworld would sustain grievous harm. So, you must be crossing clandestinely then. Yanli lowered her head, speaking softly, Yes. Luoshu approached Yanli, whispering in her ear, Yanli, since you have informed me of your inability to return, it stands to reason that you and your master are conspiring something. Should you remain silent, I shall not blame you. However, if you dare to obstruct any of my decisions in the future, I shall not hesitate to act decisively. Having said this, Luoshu vanished beside Yanli, and the open barrier slowly closed, forming a prison around the area. What did she just say to you? Yanli gazed at the spot where Luoshu had disappeared and remarked, It is finished. She must be off to seek revenge. Who? It must be the woman appointed by the underworld, not a sect member. At present, the barrier is even less likely to be breached. It is forged from Sanyue, and, given Luoshu's cultivation level, it is surely impossible for her to open it. Moreover, the signal she secretly sent to the underworld king. Who knows if it will successfully reach him? If intercepted, it is feared that the mortal realm will be engulfed in a storm of bloodshed. At that time, the lives that Luoshu carries will face severe judgment from the underworld. If that is the case, then the gravity of her crimes will only intensify. Tianxi, filled with anxiety, found himself powerless in his confinement, asking, Are you not from the underworld? Is there no way to alter her fate? Or some other means? Yanli shook her head, stating, With my abilities, I can only remain a bystander in this slaughter. Luoshu appeared in a desolate forest, gazing at the starlight floating in her palm. The distant glimmers of Sanyue guiding her to the location with the weakest yang energy in the mortal realm. Only here is it most likely to encounter Haidang. I presume you will possess. A triumphant smile graced Luoshu's lips as she seemed thrilled at the prospect of soon meeting that soul from the underworld. Haidang, will you not come out to greet me? The deathly aura here was nearly overwhelming, and Luoshu was certain Haidang was present, and even if not, there would undoubtedly be remnants of death nearby. Knowing Haidang was here made Luoshu's steps lighter. As she advanced, she suddenly heard rustling sound behind her, and with a smirk, she thought, "Here we go." She turned around, reaching out to seize the moment. Unfortunately, her outstretched hand failed to grasp the figure, for Haidang had anticipated the sound, skillfully appearing directly before Luo Shu. Just as Luo Shu turned to check behind her, Haidang seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful strike to Luo Shu's back. The scattered starlight conjured by Zhang Yue swirled around like fireflies in the air. Luo Shu was knocked back, nearly falling to the ground. Steadying herself, she finally turned to confront Haitang's true visage. Her lips were a dark crimson, resembling a gathering of long stagnant, tainted blood. Strands of her once-bound hair had come undone, interspersed with white strands due to the overwhelming spiritual energy. Should I address you as Haitang now, or is a different title more fitting? Ha ha! You truly possess a discerning eye. When Haitang spoke, her voice was unreservedly revealing. The original tone was a cacophony of male voices from the underworld, a chaotic blend. I am quite curious. Will it be I who slays you today, or you who vanquishes me? Luo Shu eagerly extended her hand, a formidable blade materializing in an instant. I greatly admire you. Were it not for your inextricable ties to the underworld king, I would certainly wish to have you under my command. Luo Shu charged forward with her blade, as if she had long suppressed her thirst for blood, yearning to see the ground stained red. The two individuals engaged in combat for quite some time, yet the outcome remained a stalemate. As their weapons clashed once more, Luo Shu inquired, "What connection do I have with the Mingwang? Perhaps I would be willing to sever it." Yin Si shook his head, asserting no, you would never wish to relinquish it. Chapter 112. The demon creature Luo Shu, in a frenzy, relentlessly urged Yin Si to launch an assault until she had him firmly suppressed beneath her. Only then did she pause to bellow, Why do you dismiss me in such a manner?" Realizing something was amiss with Luo Shu, Yin Si attempted to escape her grasp, channeling all his spiritual energy. Luo Shu was forcefully thrown back, her legs sliding across the ground for a considerable distance before she came to a halt, her blade carving a long gash into the earth. As Yin Si rose using Haitang's body, he coughed up a copious amount of blood. Cursed be it, he had yet to fully assimilate into this vessel. Luo Shu discerned Yin Si's discomfort within this body and lifted her blade from the ground, approaching him once more, saying, "Surely, a mortal's body cannot withstand your presence?" Upon this inquiry, she noted a slight tremor in Haitang's form, as Yin Si's soul was being summoned by the underworld, caught in a tug-of-war between the body and the realm of the dead. In the blink of an eye, Luo Shu appeared before him, raising her weapon high and declaring, "Allow me to send you back." With that, Luo Shu's great blade swung toward Haitang's body, yet did not harm her in the slightest. Rather, it entirely separated Yin Si's soul from Haidang. The black hole of the underworld's barrier strained to reclaim the wandering soul, but he remained undeterred. "Do you think returning to the underworld leaves me powerless? All the wounds upon you were inflicted by the judgment blade. Await the onset of its venom, and you, the star of slaughter, shall surely experience a fate worse than death." It was then that Luo Shu noticed the wounds upon her own arm. Initially, she had felt nothing, but upon realization, a fiery pain surged around the injury. She even sensed slight numbness. Were it to worsen, she might truly lose her sense of touch. Luo Shu extended her hand and grasped Yin Si's soul, demanding, "Tell me, is Zhou Yuzhao still alive?" Upon hearing Luo Shu mention Zhou Yuzhao, Yin Si seized the opportunity to provoke her. "Is he truly that important? Perhaps you should focus on your valley instead." The moment he finished speaking, Luo Shu heard a sound emanating from above. She looked up to witness a sky ablaze, heading toward the valley. The realm of the underworld shattered in her hands. Do you know of the underworld's spectral flames? They do not extinguish when met with water. Why are you doing this? I have never provoked you, because you are a crystal orchid under his command, just as he is. I do not even know the he you speak of." As they argued, the gravitational pull of the underworld intensified. In the next moment, Yin Si's soul was forcibly extracted from Luo Shu's grasp. Cursed be this. She glanced at her empty palms, then raised her gaze toward the spectral flames above, finally settling on Haitang, who had just coughed blood and was forcibly occupied by Yin Si. Haidang was undoubtedly weakened. Yet Luo Shu still managed to carry her out of the desolate forest. She placed Haidang behind a large rock that could barely shield one person and then returned alone to the valley. I cannot take you with me. If you survive, consider it a stroke of good fortune. The previously established barrier of the valley had been breached by the spectral flames. The trees within the valley had already caught fire. When Luo Shu arrived, she saw the members of her sect amidst the swirling smoke and flames. They stood there silently, lacking any intention of extinguishing the fire. Their indifferent demeanor suggesting they viewed it as an occurrence wholly unrelated to them. Indeed, it was of no concern to them. However, to observe the sect remain so apathetic as the flames of the underworld raged signified a loss of the once cherished sense of responsibility for the world. You have finally returned. Upon seeing Luo Shu's figure, the sect members raised their blades and proclaimed with pride, "This is your retribution, cat demon. Heavenly fire descends. Even the heavens cannot condone your actions." Luo Shu sheathed her weapon with a flick of her wrist, her lips moving as she muttered, "Truly ignorant." Her hand gathered the power of Tsang Yu, gesturing toward the heavens. The spiritual energy reached its zenith, blooming like a fountain. The falling starry energy coalesced within the barrier, forming a rain imbued with spiritual power. What are you waiting for? Act now. Truly, the heavens assist me. Luo Shu braced herself, watching the sect members charge toward her. Reluctantly having to withdraw, the rain continued to fall, and with swift precision, Luo Shu drew her blade, thrusting it directly through the chest of the individual before her. The collective actions of the crowd momentarily faltered, not anticipating her swiftness. Luo Shu lifted her gaze, the rain cascading down her face, mingling with the strands of hair clinging to her skin. "Shall we continue?" She spoke calmly, though it was not a question posed to those before her. She withdrew her weapon from the man's chest and kicked him away. "Fear not, everyone. Haidang has said that this cat demon has been poisoned by the denizens of the underworld. She is surely just holding on." Upon hearing this, Luo Shu tightened her grip on her weapon, recalling Haidang, whispering, "Then let none of you survive." The flames raged fiercely. The underworld rain she conjured could not extinguish its fiery breath, and even its effect of slowing its spread was minimal. As she fought, she surveyed the engulfing flames, a sense of helplessness swelling within her. Is the bamboo grove safe? Where are Yin Li and Tianyu? A dreadful thought crossed her mind. Yin Li, would you betray me at such a time? With this thought, Luo Shu's strength surged. She felled the person before her to the ground, gazing at the individual attempting to rise and continue tormenting her. Suspending her weapon in the air, she summoned her spiritual energy, blood droplets emerging from her fingertips, forming a blood array in the air. Heaven and earth are prisoners. Blood is the array. The demon creature Luo Shu binds her soul, invoking the god-slaying sword. As Luo Shu recited this incantation, her fingers swiftly formed seals in the air. Perhaps due to her body struggling to endure such strain, her arms trembled. Sectmaster, that cat demon is invoking the god-slaying. The crowd found themselves immobilized by the oppressive force of the spell. Yet one man remained skeptical, declaring, "How can it be? She lacks the tokens of the underworld. She cannot possibly invoke this forbidden spell." However, the moment the Taoist uttered this, the sky erupted with swords. What is happening? Turning to look, they beheld a colossal demonic figure emerging behind Luo Shu, the blurred silhouette of the Godslayer. "Who are you? You truly summoned the Godslayer." By the time they wished to retract their statements, it was too late. The myriad swords rained down upon them like a tempest. No. Some fell to their knees before Luo Shu, pleading for mercy. For a fleeting moment, doubt flickered in Luo Shu's hand. Yet, the one kneeling before her stealthily raised his sword and charged at her. Cat demon. That sword ultimately did not wound Luo Shu. However, this action destabilized the array in her hand, causing the myriad swords to descend with even greater ferocity. The blades severed the spread of the spectral flames. And as the rain gradually ceased, the flames of the underworld were extinguished, blood pooling on the ground and flowing toward Luo Shu's feet. Chapter 113, It is the Valley. It is the valley where you grew up with her. Over 100 elite members of the sect perished within this valley. Luo Shu drove her blade deep into the earth, slowly kneeling against its hilt, the array behind her fading as the God Slayer likewise dissipated. She contemplated the words of the man from earlier, now enveloped in confusion. Who am I? I am a cat demon. I am the cat demon raised by Zhou Yuzhao. Subsequently, Luo Shu glanced at her palms, unable to count the countless lives that had stained her hands with blood. I do not know who I am. As she gazed at the somber sky, a valley scorched by the flames of the underworld lay in disarray before her. Rising unsteadily from the ground, she staggered toward the bamboo forest, whispering to herself, "Do not let anything happen. It must not happen." Meanwhile, Insi was forcibly summoned back by the barrier of the underworld. As his soul re-entered his body, he was violently thrown to the ground by an inexplicable force. Could this not have killed her? Kill her? She's a crystal orchid nurtured on the resentments of the underworld. How could you hope to slay her so easily? Hearing the voice of the underworld king, Insi finally comprehended. His gaze fell upon the ghostly claw lanterns in the king's hand, two of which had been extinguished, leaving only one flickering. In an instant, he understood why he could not wield his spiritual power within the confines of Haidang. No wonder he was incapable of fighting back. The more he thought about it, the more enraged he became, glaring at the underworld king and shouting, "It is you again. Because of you, I have failed once more. You smuggled into the human realm, assuming another's form, stole the blade of judgment, and unleashed the flames of the underworld upon the human world. Any one of these acts could condemn you to the cycle of reincarnation and suffer for 10 lifetimes." The underworld king recounted In-Si's transgressions. Yet In-Si suddenly erupted into laughter. "You still do not realize where those flames of the underworld are directed, do you? It is the valley, the very valley where you raised her." A flicker of emotion finally crossed the face of the underworld, only to be interrupted by In-Si's relentless pursuit. The flames of the underworld cannot be halted by the power of the human realm. She will activate the power of Tsangyue. After so many years, the resources of Tsangyue have been depleted and will no longer offer her protection. Await your demise. Underworld King, prepare for death. When she perishes beneath the blade of judgment, you shall meet your end. Beneath the blade of judgment, souls scatter, with no hope of reincarnation. To whom did you lend the blade of judgment? The underworld king seized In-Si by the collar and nearly lifted him off the ground. "Speak." In-Si meditates mind foolishly. The underworld king observed him, veins bulging on his forehead. Beside them, Bo-Si, witnessing the king's unprecedented fury, remarked, "Your Majesty." His words were cut short by a disturbance in the skies above the underworld. The light above took on an eerie dark red hue, and the very ground trembled. The waters of Wangchuan began to boil violently, bubbling like boiling water, while threads of spiritual energy coalesced above, manifesting a form reminiscent of a God Slayer. "The God Slayer is here. Have you seen it? Underworld King, your people in the human realm have summoned the God Slayer." Laughter erupted from In-Si. "If the God Slayer descends, the human realm shall face widespread devastation. Bo-Si, confine In-Si. I must venture to the human realm." At last, Luo Shu reached the entrance of the bamboo forest, dragging her weapon as she stood at the threshold. She saw Yan Li and Tian Qian had already made preparations. The bamboo forest had not suffered greatly. With Yan Li's foresight, she had isolated it before the flames of the underworld arrived. No calamity had befallen them. Several places on her body bore wounds from the underworld flames, yet fortunately, none were grievous. Thankfully, the beasts of the forest remained unharmed. Her gaze fell upon Yan Li, and she expressed her relief. "I am glad you are still here." Yan Li returned her a faint smile. "I shall always be here. I was here before, and I remain now." Yan Li sensed the scent of Luo Shu and felt the tremors from the outside world. With a hint of suspicion, she inquired, "What is it on you?" "I summoned the God Slayer." "What did you say?" Yan Li exclaimed, grasping Luo Shu's arm. Her eyes filled with urgency as she searched for any sign of deceit in Luo Shu's gaze. Luo Shu, exhausted from her earlier exertions, struggled to withstand Yan Li's fervent grip, but held firm. "It is nothing. They are already dead." With that, Luo Shu attempted to move past Yin Li, but Yin Li clutched her arm tightly. Do you not realize your cleansing will be completed today? Why? Why must your hands be stained with blood today? Luo Shu felt helpless. Yin Li, I have no choice. If I do not kill them, they will kill me. Hearing this, Yin Li's eyes filled with compassion as she held Luo Shu's hand tightly. But little cat, once the God Slayer is unleashed, many places in the human realm will be affected, leading to massacre. The lives on your hands will only multiply, and divine punishment will grow more severe, even to the extent of, I do not care. Luo Shu interrupted Yin Li, continuing, I already bear so many lives on my hands. Did you not say that someone must play the villain in this world? I am not suited to be a good person. Being good is far too difficult. Yin Li shook her head, nearly in tears. Little cat retracted. Bring back the God Slayer. I cannot. I do not know where the God Slayer's sword is at this moment. Luo Shu turned to the beasts, who cowered in fear of her blood-stained form, feeling a pang of loneliness. At that moment, she sensed a familiar presence approaching the valley. Reinvigorated, she withdrew her hand from Yin Li's grasp and stated, Now that we have arrived at this point, are you still unwilling to tell me where Zhou Yuzhao is? Luo Shu had a premonition that this outing might be her last, though she did not voice it. In the underworld, he waits for you. A relieved smile broke across Luo Shu's face, the first genuine smile she had shown in many years. Yin Li, thank you. As the beast behind her called out, Madam, please stay safe, a long-forgotten title. Luo Shu nodded and departed amidst their repeated admonitions. I shall accompany you. Luo Shu turned down Yin Li's offer, replying, This place requires guardians, and I need you, Yin Li. I can bear all of this alone. Little cat, beware of the blade of judgment. Should you perish beneath it, there will be no chance of revival. He still awaits you in the underworld. Also, return safely. Luo Shu merely turned back to offer a faint smile, saying nothing. Yin Li, I am truly weary. System, I wish to return home. Chapter 114. What manner of demon are you? Just as Luo Shu departed the bamboo forest, she halted her steps, turning back to establish a barrier around it. With this boundary, all realms shall be void. Watching the barrier slowly coalesce, Luo Shu smiled with relief and confidently brandished her blade as she departed. Haitang stood amidst the scorched valley, her weary form surveying her surroundings. A faint breeze brushed past her, prompting Haitang to sidestep, her gaze locking onto Luo Shu, who approached with her weapon drawn. Seeing Haitang evade her, Luo Shu twisted her wrist, showing no intention of sparing her. Haitang, I have let you go multiple times for Zhou Yuzhao's sake. Do not test my patience. Upon hearing this laughter, Haitang felt a sting of irony. For Zhou Yuzhao's sake? She retorted, once again swinging the blade of judgment toward Luo Shu. The waters of Wangchuan, lingering and unyielding, rise. In the midst of their clash, Luo Shu faintly heard Haitang's voice. The incantation sounded vaguely familiar, but before Luo Shu could react, she felt the sting of the blade of judgment tearing through her flesh. This was dire, Luo Shu thought, already sensing the sharp pain radiating from her arm, rendering her unable to continue fighting. Taking advantage of this opening, Haitang struck her down. As Luo Shu attempted to rise, the blade of judgment was poised at her throat. There is no need to feel pity for me, due to Zhou Yuzhao's repeated kindness. Luo Shu, you may not know this, but if you die, extracting the inner core that binds your body with Sangyue will allow Zhou Yuzhao to return. If I were to perish, Zhou Yuzhao would vanish forever. In this moment, Luo Shu chose to trust Yin Li, as she always had. But that no longer mattered. The only thing that held significance was the desire to eliminate you. Haitang's voice, strained to the point of exhaustion, caused Luo Shu to pause momentarily before staring intently at her and declaring, You are deceiving yourself. You do not truly care for Zhou Yuzhao. You do not love him. Indeed, Haitang's eyes burned with a crimson hue, as if she had lost her sanity. The path I have walked with him to this point was not as I envisioned. Yet it is all due to you. It is your presence that has led everything astray. As she spoke, the blade of judgment in Haitang's hand was poised to strike Luo Shu. Initially resolved to end her life, her thoughts drifted back to Zhou Yuzhao, igniting a flicker of determination within her. The magic she conjured was both a means of resistance and a source of energy absorbed by the blade of judgment. Luo Shu struggled significantly. In that instant, she pondered whether all antagonists ought to be vanquished by the sword. A sudden crash interrupted the battle between Haitang and Luo Shu, as an external force of spiritual energy disrupted their clash. Haitang, unable to withstand the backlash, was flung a considerable distance away. "Little Pavilion Master, are you all right?" Hong Yue extended her hand to help Luo Shu rise, her gaze sweeping over the wound on Luo Shu's body. She observed the peculiar black smoke emanating from the injury. "Little Pavilion Master, your wound." As she spoke, Hong Yue reached for a vial of medicine from within her spatial pouch, but Luo Shu swiftly halted her. "No need. This is a weapon of the underworld, and earthly remedies are ineffective. Did I not instruct you to guard the pavilion? Why are you here? Everything in the pavilion is stable. It is you, Little Pavilion Master, who is in peril." Luo Shu shook her head, only to be struck by a sudden wave of intense pain in her chest. "Little Pavilion Master." Haitang gazed at Luo Shu, witnessing her erosion from the wound, and a manic smile crept upon her lips. This day has finally arrived. In the bamboo forest, Yanli sensed the formation of a barrier and immediately recognized something was amiss. No, why would she establish such a barrier? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yanli hastily fled. Tianwei followed closely behind, managing to escape just as the barrier solidified. "Why did you suddenly?" Tianwei turned to see the barrier behind them had sealed off, realizing it was a life-binding barrier. Yanli recalled the wound on Luo Shu's body. It had been her oversight. That was the injury inflicted by the blade of judgment, and without earthly medicine, the wound would continuously drain the host's essence and spiritual energy. Upon reaching the scene, Yanli could only find Hong Yue unconscious on the ground, surrounded by a group from the mirror pavilion, while the figures of Haitang and Luo Shu were nowhere to be found. "Hong Yue, Hong Yue!" Yanli shook the fallen Hong Yue, using a bit of magic to rouse her. "Where is Luo Shu? Speak quickly." Hong Yue pointed towards the other side of the valley, where a precipice loomed. Yanli furrowed her brow. It was likely that Luo Shu's cleansing had been completed today. Wait, today is the day of the white moon. No, under the summons of the blade of judgment. Luo Shu's wounds worsened, and as Haitang struck her once more, her 9 tails were exposed. She felt her rationality slipping away. Haitang appeared utterly exhausted, panting heavily, her grip on the blade becoming increasingly laborious. "The thought of killing you excites me immensely." Luo Shu smiled, her feline tail swaying freely. "Haitang, have you forgotten? I am a cat demon, and cats possess 9 lives. How many lives do you have to expend against me?" As she spoke, Luo Shu grasped her weapon, her fingers gracefully sweeping through the air, transforming the large blade into a bow. She tightened her grip around the bow. "This bow was crafted for me by Zhou Yuzhao during his lifetime, though it was left unfinished. I sought many practitioners, yet none could perfect it." As she drew the bowstring, Haitang attempted to retreat, only to find black vines sprouting from the earth, binding her feet like ropes. "This is not a cat demon's ability. What on earth is this? What manner of creature are you?" With a swift motion, an arrow pierced through Haitang's chest. She looked down to see a gaping wound from which blood flowed, and turning her gaze, she found the arrow embedded in a nearby tree. Luo Shu's hand fell limp, the bow tumbling to the ground as she approached the kneeling Haitang, dragging her weary body closer. "In truth, you are correct. Perhaps I do not love Zhou Yuzhao, but I am fervently devoted to eliminating every one of you." Luo Shu knelt before Haitang, observing her futile attempts to grasp the blade of judgment, only to seize her throat and lift her forcefully. "Haitang, I have never hated you, but at this moment, I loathe you entirely. I detest your foolishness, willing to sacrifice your own life for a man." Haitang's eyes met Luo Shu's feline gaze, and at that moment, she felt no fear. "Are you speaking of me? Or of yourself?" As the words left her lips, Haitang's grip on Luo Shu's arm weakened, and she slid to the ground. The torment of judgment coursed through Luo Shu, difficult to ignore. Over time, the blade of judgment would pierce her body, and she would perish beneath its edge. Luo Shu glanced at her wound, which showed no signs of ceasing, the blood continuously staining her garments. Once judgment had commenced, it could not be halted. Exhaling a heavy breath, Luo Shu turned towards the cliff's edge. Chapter 115. The king of the underworld's moment of inaction rendered her unable to find her way home. No, she could not die beneath the blade of judgment. Reluctance surged within her. As Yanli searched for Luo Shu amidst the forest, her entire being jolted, as if an electric current coursed through her. At that moment, tears streamed down her cheeks. Luo Shu, where are you? She called out to Luo Shu in her mind, only to hear the sound of Luo Shu's mocking laughter. Yanli, do you remember my name in the mortal realm? I do not recall. Neither do I. At that moment, Luo Shu had released Haitong's lifeless body and was making her way towards the cliff. Yanli, are you still trying to deceive me? Zhou Yuzhao cannot return. Luo Shu, please do not do anything foolish. Luo Shu continued her solitary march towards the edge of the cliff. I have seen it. At the boundary between the mortal realm and the underworld, Zhou Yuzhao's name is absent. He is not a human. He is not reincarnated, as you claim. Luo Shu's hand elongated into sharp claws, reaching towards her dantian. With the sound of flesh tearing, she extracted her inner Dan from within. Gazing at her inner Dan, she thought, Zhou Yuzhao, I lack your expansive heart. She turned her gaze back to Yanli and said, Yanli, you have taken a wrong turn. Just then, Yanli emerged from the forest, failing to notice the precipice, only seeing the endless expanse of trees. Suddenly, she realized she had exited the valley's barrier. Yanli, if I jump from here, can I return to my original world? No, you belong here. Yanli's voice was almost a scream, but alas, Luo Shu could not hear. She released her grip, the blood-stained inner Dan falling to the ground. With arms outstretched, she leaned backward, surrendering herself to the abyss. Zhou Yuzhao, this world is utterly wretched. In her final moments, she seemed to perceive Zhou Yuzhao's silhouette desperately rushing towards her. Zhou Yuzhao, I knew you could not bear to part with me. It hurts so much. Luo Shu, the king of the underworld, followed the aura of a dying soul to this very spot, only to arrive a moment too late. The scene was already blurred with blood. The one he sought to save had not a shred of longing for this world, plunging directly into the valley. As the figure advanced, the inner elixir that had fallen to the ground suddenly floated into the air, emitting a blinding light that halted the king of the underworld in his tracks. By the time the king grasped the inner elixir in his hand with a wave, it was already too late. The voice of Yanli echoed behind him, and he turned to see Bosi and his men apprehending Yanli. He glanced once more at the precipice and addressed Bosi. Take the collaborator Yanli back to the underworld. Understood, Bosi replied hesitantly, noticing the king's gaze lingering on the cliff's edge. Your Majesty, shall we return to the underworld together? Lord, Bosi's voice trailed off as Baizhou's voice chimed in beside him. Lord, you have returned. Will you accompany me? In the past. Zhou Yuzhao's voice resonated beside Baizhou as he rushed towards the king of the underworld like a child. However, he was sent flying by Bosi's magic, who drew his sword in a display of authority. Impudent. Lord. With that blow, Baizhou finally raised his head to scrutinize the person before him. He truly bore a resemblance to Zhou Yuzhao, yet was distinctly different. The king's gaze finally settled upon Baizhou. I entrusted you with her protection. What has transpired? Baizhou was momentarily taken aback by these words, only to be met with the king's command. Are you not returning? Hong Yue is unconscious, and the mirror pavilion is leaderless. Do you still linger here? Baizhou immediately complied, rising from the ground. As he departed, he turned to Bosi and then to the king. With new companions by the Lord's side, do we no longer serve a purpose? The king of the underworld's demeanor was icy, in the blink of an eye. He and Yanli vanished from the spot. The valley's depths were cold, with a small river at the bottom, emerging from the dark waters below. The sound of footsteps traversing the grass was quite pronounced. In the silent valley, the rustling of footsteps echoed. The king found Luo Shu, who had long ceased to breathe. Mere meters from the cliff's edge, blood flowed from her dantian, threatening to stain the small river crimson. The glaring red hue made the king's breath laborious. Her half-closed eyes stared blankly into the sky, seemingly narrating her helplessness. Memories of the past flooded his mind. How many times had she gazed at him with her lively eyes? Zhou Yuzhao, where do people go after death? Zhou Yuzhao, many times I've felt that I did not come for you, but rather, you came for me. If one day I leave and forget my affection for you, what then? Zhou Yuzhao, you have deceived me. Zhou Yuzhao, will you abandon me? Zhou Yuzhao, I suddenly miss you. Can you hear me? Witnessing the girl he had nurtured twice now lying before him, the king's fingertips trembled slightly as he reached out to touch her face once more, only for her body to dissipate at his touch. He encountered only a wisp of air, a soul on the verge of vanishing from this world. She had always been incomplete, unable to traverse the path of reincarnation. Where then should he seek her fractured soul? The king's inaction had rendered her lost, unable to find her way home. As her spirit began to scatter, the lush grass around began to wither, while the scorched earth of the valley slowly sprouted green once again. The barrier that had been erected gradually started to fade. Han Yue, watching the sky clear, suddenly broke free from Baizhou's support and dashed towards the bamboo grove. The slumbering divine tree was rapidly withering, soon to vanish as Zhou Yuzhao's essence in the human realm began to dissipate. They would never return. Han Yue collapsed to the ground, gazing at the disappearing divine tree, her vacant eyes devoid of any emotion. Han Yue, I miss Zhou Yuzhao a bit. Let us return to the valley. You and Baizhou must take good care of the pavilion. If anything goes awry, you alone are accountable. Your Majesty, the entire Yin division has been apprehended. The king waved his hand, signaling Bosi to depart. Noticing what the king held in his other hand, Bosi's attention was drawn to the inner elixir of Luo Shu. Not a demon's elixir. Your Majesty, today is the day of the white moon. We might try the crystal orchid. Perhaps it could summon some souls. With that, Bosi descended to seek the crystal orchid. Chapter 116. Not Luo Shu, but the Festival of the Moon. The young master of the underworld, the king of the underworld, watched as Bosi brought forth the crystal orchid, hesitating to take action. Your Majesty, the young master has completed the purification and shed all demonic energy. She ought to return to the underworld. Please grant her this. The king appeared lost in thought, his gaze fixed on the crystal orchid, recalling the moment he first brought Luo Shu back to the king's palace. Bring it forth. The crystal orchid was pulled from the earth, and the king's spell transformed into a formation. The crystal orchid spun within the threads of magical energy, its petals swaying gracefully. Moments later, a sudden wind swept through the underworld. Realizing something was amiss, the king attempted to retract the spell, only to find himself repelled by the formation, as petals of the crystal orchid gathered from all corners of the underworld. Meanwhile, a torrential downpour began in the human realm. The sky, which had been solemn over the valley, suddenly seemed to catch a whiff of something, and the clouds lifted, revealing the leaves caught in the wind. As Tian Fei exclaimed joyfully, Luo Shu, is it you returning? Yet, in but a moment, the essence of Luo Shu vanished from the air, and the valley fell silent once more. Tian Fei's spirits plummeted, and soon the rain began to fall heavily in the valley. Large raindrops pelted the ground, growing ever more intense, the sound of the rain filtering through the leaves akin to the weeping of a soul. The king extended his hand, forcibly halting the self-operating formation. The petals of the crystal orchid fell to the ground, as if declaring the failure of this soul-summoning attempt. Your Majesty, her essence is too fragmented. The formation cannot retrieve her. The king then turned his gaze towards the gathering points of spiritual light in the air, extending his hand, and the light gently settled into his palm. With a wave of his hand, the light transformed into a tiny kitten. Sleepy-eyed, it gazed up at the king before opening its mouth without sound, then nestled back into the king's hand, as if yearning for his touch. Your Majesty, what is this? Wasn't the purification already completed? This is her spiritual form. Her essence has not vanished, but she is likely drifting somewhere in this world. Without a spiritual form, her essence will drift aimlessly in this world. I shall dispatch someone to search, but her essence may be hidden in some corner of this world. And even if you find it, you cannot bring her back. Bosi hesitated in his steps before the king commanded, let the 3 departments search for her. Yes, wait. The king pondered for a moment, stroking the small kitten in his hand, and said, do not draw too much attention. We cannot risk the Yin division being incomplete. Whether it was due to the kitten's small size or its status as a spiritual form, it appeared exceedingly drowsy. The king placed the kitten atop a high surface, and with a snap of his fingers, a soft rug appeared beneath it. He then turned to depart for the Yin prison. Upon seeing the king, the once despondent captives of the Yin division suddenly exhibited a glimmer of hope. You not expect, did you? The young master you sent to the mortal realm has long been delivered to the human world. Did you think she was safe there? She is dead. The words of the Yin division were abruptly interrupted by the king, whose expression shifted from shock to disbelief. Then how? How are you still alive? The king replied, Yin division, do you believe now? Impossible. Though you may be heartless, you cannot have lost your mind. She is dead. We both know this. The blade of judgment did not kill her. Thus you remain unharmed. The Yin division grasped the bars of his cage, roaring at the king in a desperate quest for truth. Yin division, when you were one of the 5 heads, you should have heard in private. To become the king of the underworld, one must possess no weaknesses nor heart. Long ago, the heart of the king of the underworld was shattered into pieces. But does she not possess Zhou Yuzhao? She is connected to your very life. Zhou Yuzhao is but a mere fragment of the heart of the Mingwang. How could it be intertwined with my existence? Even if she were truly to perish beneath your judgment's blade, this world would merely be deprived of a commonplace Shwijinglin. As he gazed upon the collapse of his meticulously devised plans, Insi sank to the ground, murmuring to himself. Insi, having fallen from the esteemed rank of the 5 heads to a mere Insi, have you ever felt a trace of regret? Regret? Insi lifted his gaze, retorting to the Mingwang as if he had heard an absurd jest. My descent to this state was never by choice, yet all of this is inextricably linked to you. The torrential rain in the mortal realm eventually ceased by evening. In the shadows, a figure of a young girl emerged from the ground, the wind swirling leaves around her. Clad in ink-toned garments, with hair cascading to her waist, she bore an innocence reminiscent of the moment Shwijinglin took form. Her eyes sparkled with a clarity that could encompass the entire starry sea. She rose, raising her hand to observe the sleeves sliding down to her wrists. With a bewildered gaze, she surveyed her surroundings, finally stepping out of the woods in utter confusion. Beneath the dusky twilight, birds commenced their return home, the sun's afterglow painting the horizon in hues of crimson. A gust of wind arose, causing the girl to glance down at the hem of her dress being lifted by the breeze. Her expression transitioned from initial bewilderment to sheer delight. Jiyue! Someone called out to her from behind, and she instinctively turned around, only to realize she did not recognize the figure behind her. A man emerged from beneath the trees, bathed in the evening light. As he approached, the girl found herself unable to recall his identity. Who are you? You seem familiar. The man, unperturbed by her amnesia, extended his hand and gently ruffled her hair. Just as he was about to speak, the girl exclaimed, Zhao Zhen, you are Zhao Zhen? The man's smile faltered for a moment, before swiftly returning to its normalcy. That was merely a name I adopted while traversing the mortal realm. I am Shun. The girl nodded, then added, but I seem not to remember you. You have just returned. It is only natural that you do not recall. In due time, it will come back to you. Shun's gaze upon the girl softened further, yet after a brief pause, his expression darkened once more. Beautiful as the Luo goddess, pure as the quiet maiden, I am Luo Shu. No. Upon hearing this, it was as if Shun had touched a raw nerve, his gentle caress transforming into a vice grip upon her arm. You are Jiyue. Luo Shu is merely a name you bore in the mortal realm. You are Jiyue. Witnessing Shun's sudden transformation into a menacing figure, Luo Shu felt her courage wane, and she whispered, You are hurting me. Realizing his grip, Shun immediately released her arm, tenderly rubbing her elbow. I apologize. I was overly agitated. Jiyue, forgive me. Luo Shu stepped back several paces, creating distance between them, her hand instinctively brushing against her arm, as if to erase the mark left by Shun's touch. I do not like this side of you. Hearing Luo Shu's words, Shun did not react with anger, but instead responded in a conciliatory tone. All right, I shall amend my ways. This time, I will forgive you. You are Jiyue. Do you understand? You must say, I am Jiyue, Shun coaxed half-teasingly. Luo Shu sensed something amiss and attempted to retreat, but her foot stumbled upon a small stone, leaving her with no choice but to reluctantly repeat, "I am Jiue." "Very good, Your Majesty. Orders have been discreetly conveyed to our personnel. Once news of the young master emerges, it will be reported immediately." The Mingwang nodded, gently caressing the head of a sleeping kitten. "Shall we release the imprisoned spirit now?" Upon this mention, the Mingwang recalled the spirit that had lingered by Luo Shu's side. The last time it appeared in the Ming realm, its loquacious nature had inadvertently revealed Luo Shu's identity, resulting in her confinement. Reflecting on the spirit, the Mingwang remembered it had been a companion to her since the moment Shuijinglin took form. As his thoughts wandered, the Mingwang replied, "Release it." "Yes, Your Majesty. There's another matter." "Speak." "One of the 5 heads, Shun, has returned. He claims to be unable to meet you at present due to injuries sustained." The Mingwang's hand momentarily stilled as Zhao Zhun's visage surfaced in his mind. That cunning elder, Zhao Zhun. How has he returned so swiftly? Was he not meant to remain in the mortal realm for several more years? The young master, during her time in the mortal realm, decimated the entire Xinyuan clan. Zhao Zhun did not escape this calamity. How intriguing it is that one of the 5 heads, while undergoing tribulation in the mortal realm, was vanquished by a single Shuijinglin. Why was this not communicated to me sooner? After a moment's reflection, Bosi realized the Mingwang referred to the massacre of the Xinyuan clan. While the young master was in the mortal realm, we in the Ming realm possessed no authority to interfere or pry. This information was relayed by the emissaries of the Black and White Impermanence. What has become of those departed souls? The Yinsi Hall has been vacated and is now under direct jurisdiction of the judge. Good. However, the individuals slain by the young master have already appeared in the registry, awaiting adjudication at any moment. At this juncture, the once sleeping kitten opened its eyes, gazing innocently at Bosi. The Mingwang stroked its fur, only to witness the kitten half closing its eyes and drifting back into slumber. Let us suppress this matter for now. Her fate remains uncertain. Should she indeed return to the Ming realm, we shall resume the trial then. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately. Once Bosi's footsteps faded, the Mingwang's hand ceased its gentle caress of the kitten. The inner elixir left by Luo Shu signified her concern for its destruction. Zhou Yuzhao would have no chance of returning. Ultimately, she had not provided herself with an escape route, resulting in her spirit being unable to harness the elixir's energy. The Mingwang gazed at the inner elixir in his hand, a beautiful orb birth from the numerous treasures Zhou Yuzhao had nurtured. From the perspective of cultivation, Luo Shu was indeed suited to become a furnace for alchemical refinement. Zhou Yuzhao's affection for you was not rooted in love, but rather because you embodied a part of him. The system's voice echoed in Jiue's ears, its meaning obscured, yet Jiue felt a profound discomfort, as if an unfamiliar emotion were rising within her. The dream was deep, ensnaring her like a prisoner in the depths of the sea. Within the dream, she sat upon a throne of power, the only warmth in the desolate loft emanating from flickering candlelight. Observing from a third-person perspective, she witnessed a girl strikingly similar to herself linger in that place year after year. Jiue discerned that this girl found solace in gazing out the window year after year, the spark in her eyes gradually dimming. Many years later, within this dream, Jiue saw a man and a woman alongside a celestial beast the entirety of her existence. Though she observed from an outside perspective, she could palpably feel the solitude of that girl. She was profoundly lonely, often weeping in silence when alone. Once more, Jiue crouched before the weeping girl, offering comfort, "Do not cry." Alas, how unfortunate that she could not hear. Unbeknownst to Jiue, the person she wished to console was, in fact, her former self. Luo Shu murmured a name, Zhou Yuzhao. Upon hearing this name, a tempest surged within Jiue's heart. She awoke abruptly, gradually regaining her composure, exhaling deeply as she surveyed her surroundings, realizing she was in the room arranged by Shun. After lingering on the bed for a considerable time, Jiue finally rose, pushing open the door to find only servants in the courtyard engaged in watering and sweeping. She understood that Shun was not present. As Jiue made her way toward the entrance, she yearned to step outside for a while, Miss Jiyue, are you planning to go out? As she ventured outside for a brief stroll, Jiyue assured that she would not stray far and would return swiftly. Upon uttering these words, she had already stepped beyond the courtyard. Since her return from the tribulation, she had yet to visit the bustling markets of the human realm. For Shen had cautioned her about the overwhelming impurities that inhabit human bodies. Lacking a spiritual form, her fragmented soul was at great risk of returning in a diminished state. This warning had rendered her reluctant to leave even the confines of her courtyard. Suddenly, she heard the rustling of leaves behind her. Before she could turn, she was knocked to the ground by a fleeing soul. With a sharp intake of breath, Jiyue was not so much pained by the fall, but rather distressed that her pristine attire had been sullied by the specter. Rising to her feet, she observed the soul being restrained by Bai Wuchang and, brushing off her clothes, remarked with mild exasperation, "You are quite the untidy one." Bai Wuchang scrutinized Yue before she slightly lifted her gaze, and the familiar face of Biao Wuchang recognized her. Apologetically, he said, "I beg your pardon, young mistress, for interrupting your enjoyment." Jiyue furrowed her brow at Bai Wuchang, unable to comprehend the term of endearment he used, and murmured, Shen was right. Even the spirits outside are rather erratic. With that, she turned and began her slow return. Bai Wuchang watched her depart with a respectful demeanor until he slowly lifted his head to join He Wuchang, who had taken a different route. The soul, observing Bai Wuchang's respectful posture, disdainfully commented, "The most contemptible beings in my life are those who pander and curry favor with the powerful." Bai Wuchang shot him a glare and waved his hand, capturing the soul. "What did you say? Did you see the young mistress? You foolish wretch. The king is searching for her. That is the young mistress." Upon hearing Bai Wuchang recount the earlier events, He Wuchang expressed his astonishment in dialect. "The solitary spirit our Lord instructed us to keep an eye on is indeed the young mistress." As he spoke, he hastened in the direction of Bai Wuchang, only to realize that Jiyue had already departed. Oh dear, how could she vanish so suddenly? After scanning the area with a soul-searching incantation, he found no trace of her. He Wuchang shot a fierce glare at Bai Wuchang. Bai Wuchang's mind reeled as he grasped He Wuchang's wrist, questioning, "Are you certain?" "Oh, my ancestors! Pay attention during morning court. Where has your hearing gone?" Bai Wuchang's long white eyelashes fluttered, unable to conceal his embarrassment. Watching He Wuchang leave hastily, he inquired, "Where are you off to?" "What else?" "To report to the king." Wait for me." On the road to the underworld, Bosi returned from errands, intending to report to the Ming Palace, when he was abruptly pulled by the rushing He Wuchang. Stumbling slightly, he scrutinized He Wuchang's flustered demeanor. "What is the matter?" "On Huangquan Mountain, the young mistress, Little Bai, has seen her." "Is that true? Where is she now?" He Wuchang shook his head and continued, "When I went to search, she was already nowhere to be seen. I must inform the king." Upon learning of the situation, the Ming Wang set aside his scroll and sprang to his feet. "Dispatch someone to find her quickly at Huangshan, the border between the human realm and the underworld, a place most conducive to nurturing souls." He lamented how he had not considered this sooner. Meanwhile, on her return to the courtyard, Jiyue encountered Shen, who had come searching for her. From a distance, upon spotting Shen, she waved, exclaiming, "You've come." As she hurried forward, Shen seized her shoulders and demanded, "Where have you been? Did I not instruct you not to leave the courtyard?" Jiyue's smile faded, and before she could explain, Shen's voice interrupted. "I have made it clear that the human realm is not a place for you. Why do you not heed my words?" Once he finished speaking, Jiyue softly replied, "I did not go to the human realm. I merely stepped outside for a walk. That is still unacceptable." Under Shen's stern reprimand, Jiyue sensed a note of fear in his tone. "What are you afraid of?" She timidly examined Shen's expression, her voice barely above a whisper. Hearing her question, Shen's tone gradually softened, and he cautiously embraced her, murmuring in her ear, "I was merely worried you might get lost." "Jiyue, I am sorry, I am so sorry." His voice lingered in her ears until Jiyue offered her forgiveness, allowing Shen to release her with a sigh of relief. "Jiyue, all of this is for your own good. Only I can protect you, only I." As he grasped her hand, Jiyue timidly attempted to withdraw, yet Shen tightened his grip. "I wish to return. It is somewhat chilly outside." "Very well, let us return home." At the mention of home, Shun's demeanor softened considerably. Upon entering, Jua noticed the servants had assumed new appearances. Why the change? They did not attend to you properly. Their incompetence warranted their return to the underworld to fulfill their duties. Jua nodded, but caught sight of a fallen accessory on the ground, a half of a maid's waist token. She remained silent, already suspecting the fate of the servants. Suddenly, her shoulder was gripped, and Jua turned to meet Shin's gaze. Did you encounter anyone outside? As she opened her mouth to mention the figure in white from the underworld, an instinct warned her against naming by Wuchang. Acting on impulse, she replied, no one. Really? Jua nodded obediently, her clear eyes betraying no hint of deception. Of course it is true. The forest was deserted, and I found it dull, so I returned, believing this would placate Shin. She was startled to find he had no intention of letting her off so easily. But how do I detect the scent of another spirit on you? You have met someone behind my back. The latter part of his statement was delivered with an air of certainty. Before Jiyue could protest, the world around her spun, and a sharp pain struck her lower back. By the time she regained her senses, she found herself in her chamber, having knocked over neatly arranged chairs in the process. Looking up at the light streaming through the doorway, she was abruptly enveloped in darkness as Shin cast a spell to close it. Jiyue, you should not deceive me. You shall reflect upon your actions in this room. As his words fell, the windows too were shut, plunging the entire chamber into shadow. In that instant, Jiyue's hair stood on end. She had always harbored a fear of darkness. In the human realm, she had possessed the keen eyes of a cat, but now, as a mere fragment of a soul, how could she endure the night alone? Your Highness, the Ming Wang has arrived, a servant abruptly reported. Shin glanced at the room before exiting, casting an additional barrier before pausing at the corner. Your Highness, what troubles you? He remained silent, merely gazing at the room where Jiyue was confined. The Ming Wang stood at the courtyard entrance, observing the door that had yet to open. He promptly decided to have Bosi unlock it, just as the door creaked open from within. Zhao Zhun's face appeared, indistinguishable from his mortal self, save for the absence of vitality and a newfound composure. Your Majesty, Shin bowed respectfully to the Ming Wang, yet was ignored as the latter strode into the courtyard. His gaze swept the surroundings without concealment, and Shin could discern that he was searching for something. He sought Jiyue. Though aware of this, Shin dared not voice it, maintaining a facade of cheerfulness as he said, during the human realm's crossing, I did not wish to encounter you. I hope for your understanding regarding any offense. You did not hesitate to issue death warrants against me while in the human realm. With an awkward smile, Shin feared the Ming Wang was not seeking what he thought, and as he prepared to defend himself, he heard the Ming Wang remark, in this extended life, your desire to extinguish my heart remains unabated. Your Majesty, forgive my transgressions. Shun immediately knelt down, pleading for the mercy of the Lord of the Underworld, asserting that he had no intention of defying authority in this lifetime, and imploring the king to see his sincerity. The Lord of the Underworld paid him no heed, his gaze shifting toward the corner of the room as he strode forward. Observing this, Shun rose to intercept, but was swiftly repelled by a wave of the Lord's hand, crashing to the ground. In the darkness, Ji was oblivious to the passage of time, only feeling her back drenched in sweat. Her delicate fingers clutched the carpet tightly, as if trying to claw a hole through it. As her consciousness began to fade, she heard a familiar voice, Mao'er. Merely hearing it seemed to alleviate her discomfort. Suddenly, the door burst open, flooding the room with light, and Jiyu's tense body finally relaxed. In the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, she thought she glimpsed a figure resembling the man from her memories. Chapter 119. I want to be as my king. The Lord of the Underworld forcefully opened the door, yet did not find the presence he had anticipated. In the dim room, he only saw a flustered woman, half-clad, emerging from behind a screen. She bore a light sheen of moisture upon her shoulders, with droplets of water still clinging to her skin. Upon spotting a stranger, the woman panicked, clutching her garments and retreating behind the screen, kneeling on the floor. Her fearful voice followed. I did not know His Majesty had arrived. I, Wanu, was unable to greet you. Please punish me, Your Highness. The Lord of the Underworld turned his back, muttering a curse under his breath. Fool! In that moment, It was unclear to whom he directed his ire. Nearby, Shun observed the Lord's discomfort, rising from the ground and prostrating himself. Addressing the departing figure, "I bid farewell to the Lord of the underworld." Upon hearing his voice, the Lord halted before Shun, stating, "I was unaware that you would create such obstacles. If your majesty desires, I shall promptly present this woman to your hall." The Lord scoffed, flicking his sleeve as he departed. "Keep her for your own amusement." After taking a few steps, he paused, slightly turning his head, and cautioned Shun, "Let me advise you, do not covet what does not belong to you, including her." "Your majesty, I do not comprehend your meaning." "No, you do. Mind your actions, lest you one day find yourself in my grasp." "Farewell, your majesty." On the return journey to the underworld, Bosi trailed closely behind the Lord. "Your majesty, it was my oversight." "No," the Lord interrupted, halting in his tracks and gazing towards the courtyard. His mind recalled the carpet he had glimpsed, marked with fresh scratches, the chair bearing shallow claw marks, and the floor behind the screen devoid of water stains, revealing that the woman had donned her shoes. Everything indicated that another person was concealed within that room. "Your majesty, what is the matter?" The Lord's gaze remained fixed on the courtyard, his expression resolute. "Keep a close watch on this wretched courtyard, and you, Shun." "Yes." Once the Lord had distanced himself, Shun entered the room, where the maidens had already dressed Zhou, who lay hidden in the shadowy corner behind the bed, her consciousness fading. She clenched her fists, her nails digging in her flesh, struggling to maintain her awareness through the pain. "Your Highness." Shun exhaled in relief, waving his hand to dismiss the maidens. "Well done, you may leave." The door to the room was closed once more, yet fortunately, the window remained ajar, allowing a sliver of light to grant Zhou a moment of respite. Shun crouched before Zhou, gently ruffling her hair, expressing with gratitude, "Fortunately, he did not take you away. You were so obedient." She, utterly exhausted, gazed at Shun's familiar visage, unable to withstand her weariness any longer, and succumbed to slumber. Though the man cradled her face in his hands, he smiled in relief. Lifting Zhou onto the bed, he adjusted the blanket, ensuring it covered her neck before releasing her. His gaze returned to her face, his finger hesitating in the air before finally smoothing the furrowed lines on her brow. He withdrew his hand, standing at a distance, watching over Zhou for an extended period, and finally uttered, "Stay with me. Just like this, will you?" Shun regarded the darkening sky, illuminating every shadowy corner of the room with the flickering candlelight, creating a dazzling glow. Even Zhou's eyelids fluttered, though it was uncertain whether it was due to the light within the room. He turned to exit, quietly closing the door behind him. "You see, he knows Zhou fears the dark." "Your Highness, what shall we do now?" Shun's eyes hardened with determination. They needed to find a new location immediately, for the Lord of the Underworld would certainly sense something amiss and return soon. "Yes. Wait," proceed with caution. On the opposite side of the door, Zhou sat on the bed, having overheard everything from outside. Her mind quickly formulated a plan. The Lord of the Underworld, whom Shun feared, was her only hope for assistance. With this thought, she resolved to take action. The newly assigned servants in the courtyard appeared rather aloof, no matter what Zhou said. They responded only with the most basic courtesy. Growing impatient with their silence, she felt her agitation rising, so she inquired, "No matter what I ask, you will not respond, will you?" Sensing the young lady's distress, the servants knelt, their voices trembling. "Miss, please, do not ask anymore. We only wish to survive." Ypsilonue, seated in a wrought-tan chair, scrutinized the pleading woman, finding her face eerily familiar. "You are the one who was half undressed in the room, assisting Shun, are you not?" Upon hearing this, the woman trembled involuntarily. It is often said that women are envious, and this mistress before her seemed no easy adversary. "Miss, at that moment, it was an emergency. I was merely, do you wish to stand by Shun's side?" Zhou interjected abruptly, steering the conversation. "Miss, do not speak recklessly." Zhou regarded the servants kneeling before her delicate fingers brushing against a conspicuous scar on her wrist. "Everyone may leave." Upon hearing this, the servants sighed in relief, and Zhou turned her attention to the woman, commanding, "You stay." The woman looked up in shock, unable to comprehend Zhou's intention. Once the others had vacated, The empty courtyard was left with only her and Ji-yu. Ji-yu rose from the wrought-tan chair, gently lifting the woman's chin and caressing her face with her fingertip, saying, "You're more beautiful than I." As she spoke, she squatted down to meet the woman's gaze. "I remember your name is Wan-nu. Is that correct?" Wan-nu remained silent. Ji-yu propped her chin on her hand, continuing, "I possess no spiritual body. Only within the Twilight Mountains can I sustain my fragmented soul. By serving me closely, you must have sensed my soul gradually fading. Do not speak foolishly. You shall live a long life." Ji-yu chuckled lightly. "You mentioned a long life. A long life is for mortals, and mortals do not endure long. Tell me, do you wish to stand by Shun's side? In this world, men take multiple wives. If you can stand by his side, according to the laws of the underworld, you shall wield some power. Do you wish to be ordered around for a lifetime, or—" She leaned closer, her hand resting on Wan-nu's shoulder, enticingly whispering, "Or become one of Shun's. To be his woman. I want to be his." Chapter 120. Does she despise me so much? Willing to extract her own soul fragment, seeing her objective achieved, Ji-yu turned away, the corners of her mouth curving upward in a subtle smile. How foolish to aspire to be Shun's woman and gain a foothold through his status. Once again, on this day, Ji-yu reclined in a wicker chair beneath the eaves, observing the figures of the Shun and the servants engaged in discussion at the entrance. From a distance, Ji-yu tilted her head slightly, watching their lips as they conversed, although she could not hear their words. The shapes of their mouths allowed her to discern the general meaning. As their dialogue concluded and they turned to leave, Ji-yu adjusted her posture and offered a gentle smile to Shun, who was looking her way. His gaze softened, filled with an affection he once dared not dream of. There is no place more suitable for nurturing souls than Huangdun Mountain, as Ji-yu had heard. Her own spirit was fragmented, lacking a physical form, and her survival over the years had relied on the burning of her own essence, despite Huangdun Mountain's suitability for soul cultivation. The sustenance it offered paled in comparison to Ji-yu's daily consumption. The presence of a figure known as the Ming Wang had already been sensed, and it was only a matter of time before she was discovered. Shun was devising a means to safely remove Ji-yu and find a suitable place for her soul's nurturing, while also seeking a compatible physical form for her. Nurturing a soul was not a long-term solution, yet finding a suitable physical form for Ji-yu proved arduous. The most appropriate form would likely require extracting fragments from multiple souls, piecing them together to construct one that best suited her. But was this not fraught with peril? Ji-yu raised her head to glance at the woman, Wan-nu, pruning flower branches nearby, then slowly closed her eyes. Tonight would be decisive. Her time was running short, and yet she felt a lingering sense of identity that remained unfulfilled. As night fell, the air around Huangdun Mountain grew particularly cold. Shun had been summoned by the Ming Wang and returned late at night. On his way back, he faced the biting cold wind, his heart racing with an ominous premonition of separation. Ji-yu. He pushed open the door, and the chilling air rushed into the courtyard, which still held a trace of warmth. Shun's gaze fell upon a corner of the courtyard, where the candlelight in the room flickered on. A testament to Ji-yu's fear of darkness, she would surely light a lamp to sleep. He had once filled the room with candles for her, only to extinguish that warmth, confining her within this frigid cage. The flickering candlelight pierced through his heart, gradually dispelling the chill within him, easing his unease. He tread lightly, fearful of disturbing the sleeping girl inside. Gently pushing the door, he beheld Ji-yu asleep with her back turned to him, and quietly closed the door to shield her from the cold draft. Without a physical form, Ji-yu could not withstand the cold. He had vowed to always care for her with utmost caution. Ypsilonue. Shun reached out to adjust her blanket, instinctively tucking aside her hair to tenderly caress her profile. He called to her, but she remained unresponsive, likely deep in slumber. A satisfied smile graced his lips, as if he were gazing upon a beloved pet. He rose to leave, unwilling to disturb her any further. Yet, as he heard his own footsteps receding, Ji-yu, pretending to be asleep, finally exhaled in relief. However, just as Shun was about to close the door, his peripheral vision caught sight of Ji-yu's coat rack. Indeed, a thick outer garment hung there. The wind tonight was frigid, Yet that garment was missing. Shun released the door he was about to close, his gaze snapping back to Ji-yu, who lay in bed. "Where do you intend to go?" He hurried to the bed and yanked the sleeping Ji-yu upright. Startled, she gazed at him in her nightgown, tears brimming in her sorrowful eyes. In that fleeting moment, Shun recognized something was amiss. He loosened his grip, and Ji-yu tumbled back onto the bed. When she looked up, she saw him retreating. "Shun, do not call me that. You are not her, you are not her." As he muttered, his gaze transformed from disbelief to a murderous intent. Ji-yu barely comprehended how Shun had appeared at her bedside, and before she could react, he had seized her throat. Does she truly detest me so? Is she willing to extract her own soul fragments just to mask her scent and become more like her, to deceive me better? The veins in his temples bulged, his fingers turning white from exertion. Ji-yu could no longer maintain her human form, reverting to her original state. Wan Nu. Shun glanced at the woman on the bed and turned to leave. "Guards, take Wan Nu to the dungeon of the Shun Wang Palace." Meanwhile, within the Ming Wang Palace, the Ming Wang had already opened his eyes, watching the direction where Shun had just departed. He addressed the ever-ready Bays, the time has come. In the woods, on this chilly night, Ji-yu donned her outer garment and sprinted through the forest. Perhaps to guard against outsiders, the enchantments outside the courtyard had been significantly strengthened, and the late hour compounded her fear, rendering her directionless. After a considerable detour, she finally glimpsed the forest's edge. If she could escape from here, moving a bit further would lead her to the entrance of the underworld. She sought the Ming Wang, yearning to uncover her true identity. "Ji-yu, do you believe you can escape?" Suddenly, Shun's figure appeared above her in the dark forest, a relentless nightmare that had haunted her for years. Yet, Ji-yu's feet did not falter in fear. Instead, as her strength waned, she summoned every ounce of energy to continue fleeing. Just as she was on the verge of breaking free, she felt a tightening around her ankle, a grip that seized her foot. A force pulled her backward, sending her crashing to the ground, her arms striking the earth, pain radiating from her joints. The grip persisted, dragging her back. And as she sensed all her efforts slipping away, Ji-yu fought back with all her might, unwilling to return to that courtyard. She extended her hand, channeling her spiritual energy to strike against the force holding her ankle, yet the binding remained unbroken. "I cannot yield, I cannot give up." With this thought, Ji-yu intensified her resistance. Her screams echoed through the forest, her back searing with pain, as if an old wound had been torn open anew. The sound of flesh ripping echoed, and it felt as though a bone would pierce through the skin. A flash of light danced before her eyes, and at last, the constraints around her ankle were severed. She rose, drenched in sweat, gazing at the wooden talisman hovering in the air, an object that had just freed her from her bonds. The talisman was damp, stained with her blood. Ji-yu reached out, and the talisman flew towards her, but instead of settling in her hand, it passed right through, returning to her body. A warm current spread from her spine, enveloping her entire being in warmth. Flee. Escape quickly. This singular thought consumed Ji-yu's mind. I have warned you. You cannot leave the courtyard. A sharp pain gripped her neck, and in the next instant, she was pinned to the ground. Why must you always defy me? It was too late to escape now. This was Huang Dun Mountain, a domain ensnared by Shun's barriers, with which he was all too familiar. Why must you always defy me? The pain spreading from her neck was swift, and before Ji-yu could react, Shun had forced her to the ground. The sound of her body hitting the ground was loud, disturbing the withered branches and leaves around her. Ji-yu felt the back of her head strike the ground, a sharp pain accompanied by waves of dizziness. Do you know why I return late, every day, and what it is for? Shun's hands had inexplicably filled with fragments of various souls. Ji-yu's gaze fell upon them, and in that instant, she sensed an overwhelming resentment. These were shards of the souls of wandering spirits. He had killed those ghosts, searching their essence for the parts that would most closely resemble her. Ji-yu gazed at the fragments of spiritual essence in Shin's hand, unable to fathom how many lives Shin had taken to acquire them. All of this was for you. It was solely for you. I know your fate is frail and your blessings few, and I have searched far and wide for the most suitable spiritual essence for you. Why do you still wish to escape? As Gus spoke, she watched the fragments of spiritual essence in Shen's hand slowly inch closer to her. What was he intending to do? Did he mean to force her to consume it? Go ahead, eat. Why won't you eat? It was utterly repulsive. He actually intended to ingest the flesh and blood of his own kin. Gus' strength was no match for Shen. Her resistance was pinned beneath him, all her energy devoted to fighting back, leaving her too weak to even cry, with tears helplessly cascading down her cheeks to her earlobes, ultimately dripping to the ground. Why? Why have you never looked at me properly? In the underworld, just as in the mortal realm, even to this day, you remain unchanged. Are you so obsessed with him? The object drew near to Gus' lips, and due to her struggles, it rubbed repeatedly against her face. Gus could not cry out. Her tears merely flowed downwards in despair. She dared not contemplate that soon, when her strength waned, she would be at Shen's mercy. She refused to consume that thing. She did not wish to become a monster. Get away! Amidst her cries, a protective aura enveloped Gus, and from the ground around her surged forth numerous blades of spiritual energy. Shen sidestepped, and Gus seized the opportunity to escape. She collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, her ears filled with the sounds of clashing swords. Had someone come to rescue her? Gus dared not linger, scrambling to her feet, glancing back only once at the person engaged in battle with Shen. The individual bore no vitality. Likely another inhabitant of the underworld. Their magical prowess surpassed Shen's, repeatedly forcing him down. She had to flee. Otherwise, once this person dealt with Shen, she would surely be next. With a pale face, Gus stumbled away, no longer aware of the direction she was heading. Xiaozhu, later, Baici, witnessing Gus' flight, hurried to pursue her, but his voice transformed in her ears into that of a vengeful ghost. Xiaozhu, do not run anymore. I will not harm you. Gus did not heed him, not daring to look back. Meanwhile, the king of the underworld had successfully subdued Shen, and Baici received the king's summons. Baici, do not pursue her. Escort Shen back to the underworld. Baici glanced at Gus, who had fallen to the ground, and upon learning of the king's orders, refrained from offering assistance, quickly turning back to prevent Shen's escape. Gus collapsed beneath a tree, realizing that Baici had departed, allowing her to relax slightly. Supporting herself with her palms on the ground, she attempted to rise. She needed to run as swiftly as possible. However, she vaguely sensed something hard beneath her palms. Releasing her grip, she discovered it was a half of a jade tablet, which she recognized. The other half she had seen in the courtyard when she witnessed the exchange of subjects. The wind that night was fierce, stirring up the soil and revealing the fragmented spiritual essence clutching the half-jade tablet. This essence was shattered, evidently having endured inhumane torment in life. Gus understood that, given Shen's character, those individuals would not return safely to the underworld to continue their duties after being released from the courtyard. Yet, she had never imagined they would appear here, beneath this tree. Among the scattered spiritual essences on the ground, did any belong to those individuals? Gus dared not contemplate further. Rising, she had yet to steady herself before fleeing again. Do not run. You're going the wrong way. Gus did not stop. It was only when she saw the familiar courtyard that she dared to believe. Finally halting her steps, she stumbled back several paces before turning, only to be met by the king of the underworld. She lost all desire to flee, not due to the king, but entirely because of her exhaustion. The dagger materializing in her hand pressed against her throat, her drowsy eyes fixed on the king. Do not come closer. Her voice had grown hoarse, her entire being tense and frail, as if she might collapse at any moment. The remnants of souls were not human. Thus, self-destruction was impossible. Upon hearing this, Gus' grip on the dagger slackened considerably, though she did not dare release it, merely speaking in a tone tinged with desperation. Do not kill me. I cannot die yet. The king regarded her, observing the once delicately nurtured flower now in such a dire state. His heart aching with torment, suppressing his murderous intent, he spoke softly. Come here. Gus shook her head weakly, her face pale, feebly shaking her head. I seek the king of the underworld. I am the one you seek. Noting Gus' indifference, the king extended his hand, swirling in the air, and behind him, A grand haze of spiritual energy appeared, revealing the jade seal he held. She ultimately believed, and her hand relaxed around the dagger, her body following suit. The king observed her, noting her swaying form, seemingly on the verge of collapsing. He immediately appeared by Jiu's side, wrapping an arm around her and half supporting her to the ground. Hearing the young girl softly murmur, "I have finally found you." "So have I. I have finally found you." As dawn broke, Huangwen Mountain returned to tranquility, the once dark courtyard now leveled to the ground. The king of the underworld's capture of Shun had become the talk of the underworld overnight. Chapter 122. The waters of Wangchuan disturbed. The dawn in the underworld is the most terrifying. At the boundary between the sky and the underworld river, a half-moon hung in the air, its other half seemingly consumed by the river. Surrounding desiccated trees and unidentifiable birds perched on their branches, their dark red eyes resembling the judgment of hell. When the king of the underworld returned to the underworld palace with the unconscious Jiue, the wraiths were encircling the cat atop the king's desk. It was rare to see this spirit awaken with such vigor. The wraiths observed as the spirit repeatedly attempted to leap from the table, seemingly intent on fleeing. "Xiao Zhu, do not run away." Without the king by her side, this spirit was restless. As these words were spoken, the spirit indeed paused. But the wraith noticed the cat's legs trembled before gradually stiffening, seemingly gathering strength. The wraith muttered to itself, "Could it be that it's about to pounce suddenly?" With that thought, the wraith prepared to counter the cat's attack at a moment's notice. The small cloud of smoke suddenly expanded like a balloon, resembling a wall. "I asked you to keep an eye on the spirit. What are you doing?" Upon hearing the king's voice, the wraith immediately deflated. "Xiao Zhu wants to slip away." As it said this, it turned to show the king the cat's appearance to validate its words. However, unexpectedly, the spirit had changed its demeanor so quickly that when the wraith moved aside, the cat was already lying down. It seemed to have fallen asleep, no longer resembling its previous state. The wraith was left dumbfounded. The king, however, tightened his grip, accustomed to her cunning nature. Only when the king carried Jiue into the room did the wraith notice that he was holding someone who looked strangely familiar. "Xiao Zhu, do not make a sound. Let her rest well." The wraith nodded, and after the king covered Jiue with a blanket, it left the vicinity. The wraith had only taken a fleeting glance when it sensed something amiss with Jiue. Although her spirit had been retrieved, it was now even more fragmented than when she was in the underworld. It was feared that her spirit, upon returning to her body, would struggle to endure the chilling atmosphere of the underworld. Something was wrong. The wraith turned to look at the sleeping cat on the table, finally understanding why the king wished to maintain her human form. The crystal orchid was heavy with negative energy and had grown for years amidst overwhelming resentment. Such a fragmented spirit might prove incapable of mastering it. While pondering this, the king entered from outside, carrying warm water and a small cloth. Was he going to wash Jiue's face? The wraith was puzzled, as it had not witnessed such behavior from him when Jiue first arrived at the king's palace. However, if this action were to be placed upon the shoulders of Zhou Yuzhao in the realm of mortals, it would appear exceedingly reasonable. "What are you lingering here for?" The spectral entity, regaining its senses, promptly departed. The room was left with only the king of the underworld and Jiue. He picked up a small cloth from the basin of water, wrung it out, and began to wipe away the dust and blood from her face. His gaze fell upon her collar, yet he had no intention of changing her garments. The man slightly turned his head and called out to the outer chamber, "Bring a maidservant here." The spectral entity responded repeatedly, floating out several steps before suddenly recalling, returning to say, "Your Majesty, there are no maidservants assigned to the hall of the king of the underworld." This reminder prompted the king to remember that the hall had not had a maidservant for many years. Only when Jiue first arrived at the hall had a teaching maidservant been summoned. After Jiue ventured into the mortal realm, the teaching maidservant was released, and the hall returned to its solitude devoid of women. Perhaps it would be better to borrow a young maidservant from another hall. No, the fewer people who know of her return, the better. The later they know, the better. "You may leave." The king of the underworld exited the room and went to the chamber where Jiue had previously resided, retrieving a set of clothes before returning. His gaze fell upon the dress he had placed on the couch, glancing at Zhou, ultimately abandoning the notion of changing her attire. He picked up the small cloth from the water again, reaching out to clean his hands, only to discover that the young girl was clutching a wooden seal. Upon seeing the seal, the king paused. He had thought this item lost long ago, yet remained firmly in her grasp. He extended his hand to retrieve it, but Zhou clutched it tightly. Perhaps his movement was too abrupt. Zhou's brow furrowed in her slumber. Concerned about awakening her, the king extended a hand, casting a spell upon her wrist. Gradually, her grip softened, and her fingers slowly loosened. Only then could the king easily take the wooden seal from her hand. He recognized the seal. He recalled when Zhou Yuzhao had handed it over to Wenyang. It was still pristine. Now in his hand, its edges were worn smooth, and the rough wooden surface had acquired a sheen, even reflecting light. The king dared not contemplate how many years Zhou had gazed upon this wooden seal while in the mortal realm. On its polished surface, remnants of dried blood remained. Zhou's blood. He recalled the gaping wound on her back and reached out to infuse her with spiritual power. How cherished this object must be for Zhou to have severed a part of her spine, merging this rigid item with her very essence. Merging it with her essence. Suddenly, the king comprehended something profound. In the act of merging with this object, she must have known that her demise was imminent. She had long harbored thoughts of death. Perhaps it was because she had returned to her place of growth that Zhou slept far more soundly. In her dreams, the figure and voice of that person no longer appeared. When she awoke once more, she gazed at the unfamiliar canopy above her bed, unable to summon even a trace of fear, nor any semblance of familiarity. Her entire body lay in a state of relaxation. Her eyelids, heavy, struggled to open, and with the slightest movement, pain shot through her spine. Yet, she lacked the strength to voice her discomfort. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Zhou beheld a tall figure appear at her bedside. Yet before she could see the person's face, she succumbed to unconsciousness once again. Only her tightly grasping hand beneath the covers conveyed to the king her desire to awaken. Be obedient. Rest well, the man said, his finger pressing gently upon her brow, dispelling the nightmares in her mind. His gaze lingered on Zhou's face for a long while, as if attempting to see through her very soul. Footsteps echoed from outside, and only then did the king gradually withdraw his gaze. Your Majesty, Mengpa has reported that the waters of the Wangchuan River have begun to boil. As he spoke, Bai Si's gaze turned toward the inner chamber. He was uncertain when the young mistress would awaken, for they were in dire need of her at this moment. Had the vengeful spirits within noticed her return so swiftly? The king of the underworld swiftly moved to the edge of the Wangchuan River. He surveyed the surging waters, his brow furrowing. While he had means to address matters of the underworld, the vengeful sentiments tied to the Wangchuan River left him utterly powerless. Your Majesty, when can the young mistress return from the mortal realm? The waters of the Wangchuan may very well flow into the realm of mortals. Chapter 123. Do we know each other? When she awakens, the king's brow furrowed even more tightly. Even if Zhou were to awaken now, her fragmented soul, utilizing her cat-like spirit form, would find it futile to contend against the Wangchuan. Resigned, the king turned away and ordered his subordinates to strengthen the boundaries of the Wangchuan River. Your Majesty, with all due respect, I have a brilliant plan. Speak. The mortal realm lies but a half-month's journey from the underworld. I am willing to volunteer to venture into the mortal realm and bring the young mistress back. They were still unaware of Zhou's return to this timeline, nor did they comprehend that the tumult in the mortal realm stemmed from the young mistress he mentioned. In the next moment, when the minister raised his head, he met the king's piercing gaze. Realizing his expression lacked warmth, the king averted his eyes, focusing straight ahead. The round trip will take at least a month, and that does not account for the time spent searching for her. If we include that, the underworld may have to wait for several months for you. I had not considered that. The king waved his hand, but the old man showed no sign of departing. What more is there? Your Majesty, the young mistress is transformed from the crystal orchid. We have discussed privately and decided to seek a new crystal orchid to cultivate. Are you suggesting to me that you wish to nurture a new crystal orchid to replace the one I possess? Before he could finish, the king interrupted him sharply. the change in tone causing the minister to realize the king's displeasure. Or are you implying you wish to support a new young mistress? The minister, kneeling on the ground, trembled, evidently intimidated by the king. Your Majesty, I assure you, there is no treasonous intent. It is merely that the current situation is dire, and we have resorted to this desperate measure. Do you know why, in the span of 10,000 years, only she has successfully cultivated sentience and taken on human form? Naturally, the minister stumbled over his words, unable to articulate a complete thought. The crystal orchid is surrounded by vengeful spirits. Only a being with a pure heart can successfully transform. Only through experiencing a true life can one develop emotions and awareness. Do you think your group of stubborn old fools can cultivate it at will? Your Majesty, I acknowledge my error. This absurd notion will never again reach your ears. Recognizing it was a case of hasty measures, the king waved his hand. You may leave. I will find a solution. Yes. After the minister had departed, the king turned back to the Wang Chuan, beginning to contemplate the feasibility of this solution seriously. If it were indeed possible to cultivate a new crystal orchid, it might not be out of the question. As he pondered, the image of Jiue's youthful face appeared in his mind. Your Majesty, look at my diligence today. Would you take me to the mortal realm for a visit? I have many matters to attend to. Why not explore the underworld instead? For reasons unknown. Whenever he thought of Jiue, images of his past refusals to her in the underworld followed. Cultivating a new crystal orchid was an exceedingly challenging endeavor. He had previously attempted this method, only to meet with failure. The pure crystal orchid had witnessed numerous vengeful spirits of the Wang Chuan and heard the whispers of reincarnated beings by her side. She had encountered countless individuals who, amidst the chaos along the riverbank, maintained a heart of purity, untainted by vengeful thoughts. From a moment of transformation, she was capable of discerning right from wrong. How could she ever be something that could be cultivated by mere mortals? If one day the crystal orchid were truly cultivated, what might it resemble? When the Ming Wang returned to the Ming Wang Dian, Ji Yu had already awakened. She stood barefoot before his desk, her back to him, seemingly engrossed in examining the items around him. Upon hearing the footsteps behind her, Ji Yu turned around. The moment she laid eyes on the Ming Wang, she was momentarily taken aback. This person before her seemed remarkably familiar. Her eyes began to well up, and before she could comprehend, tears streamed down her cheeks unabated. Do we know each other? The Ming Wang regarded her with equal curiosity, their gazes intertwined briefly in the air, before he shook his head, replying, "We do not." Yet, as he spoke, the Ming Wang gently wiped away the tears from the young girl's face. His lips moved, but no words escaped them. Nevertheless, Ji Yu discerned his silent message, "Do not cry." Her pupils widened in astonishment, perplexed by his contradictory nature and the reason for his words. Feeling the warmth of his fingers, Ji Yu instinctively took a step back, increasing the distance between them. This action momentarily stunned even the Ming Wang, but he quickly regained his composure. After a brief pause, he withdrew his hand and spoke curtly, "I apologize." Ji Yu then noticed the Ming Wang's gaze and instinctively pulled the wooden seal she held closer to her. "This is mine." The Ming Wang nodded. Yet when he spoke again, he inquired, "How will you prove it?" Ji Yu remained silent. The Ming Wang understood that she had forgotten the past. "It resides within me." Recalling the pain in her back, Ji Yu found the courage to speak. The Ming Wang nodded again. Yet his eyes remained fixed on the wooden seal in Ji Yu's grasp. The seal concealed memories forcefully locked away during her time in the mortal realm. Memories of all the beautiful moments shared with Zhou Yuzhao. Should he destroy this object? The Ming Wang hesitated in his heart. Only by obliterating it could Ji Yu completely forget everything that transpired in the mortal world. What she would recall henceforth would solely be memories of the Ming realm. She had merely taken a brief sojourn in the mortal realm and had now returned to where she truly belonged. This was indeed preferable. Why do you always fixate on what belongs to me? Ji Yu's voice interrupted the Ming Wang's thoughts. He watched as she concealed the object behind her. Do you know what this is? The Ming Wang's question left Ji Yu at a loss for a response. After much contemplation, she could not concoct a plausible explanation. In a soft voice, she replied, "This is my possession. Could it possibly belong to you?" As she spoke, Ji Yu slowly lifted her head, scrutinizing the Ming Wang. her gaze appraising him from head to toe. You seem rather affluent. Why would you covet my trinket? A chuckle escaped the Ming Wang at her words, and he shook his head in resignation. I have arrived, came the voice of Yin Hun as it entered, carrying a pair of shoes. Upon seeing the awakened Ji Yu, the Yin Hun visibly gasped. Little master, you have finally awakened. As it spoke, the Yin Hun placed the shoes at Ji Yu's feet. The Ming Wang gestured towards the shoes, instructing, put them on. Oh, right, Ji replied. Observing the Yin Hun's enthusiastic attention towards Ji Yu, the Ming Wang chose to withdraw, opting not to intrude further. Yin Hun, I have previously informed you to speak with discretion. Understood, Your Majesty. I will remember. Since the Ming Wang did not wish for Ji Yu to recall her past, the Yin Hun would refrain from mentioning it again. Chapter 124. Amongst the blossoms, a crystal orchid with a delicate heart is hard to find. Ji Yu's return stirred unease within the Ming Wang. In an attempt to alter the original conclusion of their tale, he concealed her within his palace. He believed this would suffice to evade fate. Once more, Ji Yu awoke from her slumber. This time, she did not dream of Zhou Yuzhao. Instead, she found herself in the realm of the Ming, at the banks of the Wang Chuan River. Little master, the Yin Hun, nearly miscalling her title, followed Ji Yu as she wandered restlessly within the Ming Wang Dian. What troubles you? Since you awoke, you have been pacing back and forth. I feel as though I have forgotten something of great importance. With that, Ji Yu halted, turning towards the door, her feet carrying her forward. Hey! In the corridor, the Yin Hun blocked her path. Why are you stopping me? Where are you going? They spoke almost in unison. Meeting Ji Yu's gaze, the Yin Hun, feeling a twinge of guilt, averted its eyes, yet it did not allow her passage. You cannot leave here. Why not? Facing ye ipsonoes inquiri. The Yin Hun ceased to provide answers. Ji Yu stared at the barrier that had risen before her, realizing she could not pass through it. What do you intend to do? Ji Yu's heart raced. She sensed the absence of something crucial and was determined to retrieve it. What are you two doing? The Ming Wang's voice shattered the standoff, and upon seeing him, Ji Yu's anxiety gradually subsided. She gazed at him with a naive expression, her heart believing that the Ming Wang's presence could offer her solace. Due to this misunderstanding, the Ming Wang Dian was filled with their shared essence. Finally, as the Ming Wang came to a halt and Ji Yu collided with his back, he could no longer refrain from asking, "Can you not attend to your own matters? Will you allow me to come and go freely?" The Ming Wang's disapproval was evident. Ji Yu, undeterred, candidly replied, "I feel as though I am ill. My heart is often anxious, and, at times it aches. It is only when I see you that I feel somewhat better." As she spoke, Ji Yu lifted her gaze to meet the Ming Wang's eyes, but as their eyes were about to connect, she hastily lowered her head. How could she dare to gaze directly into the eyes of a sovereign? The Ming Wang averted his gaze, explaining, "The pain in your heart is due to your current lack of a spiritual body. With time, I shall assist you in your restoration. Is it not possible now?" Ji Yu pressed, sensing that since departing from Huang Siyuan Mountain, her soul was dissipating at an alarming rate. Did he, perhaps, have no intention of allowing her to regain her spiritual form? The Ming Wang interpreted the unspoken doubts in her eyes with resignation, aware of the peculiarities harbored by both Ji Yu and Luo Shu. "Are you not afraid that I might feed you fragments of spiritual bodies from the souls like Shen?" Ji Yu shook her head resolutely, asserting, "You are not like him. You are better than he is." A laugh escaped the Ming Wang, bewildered by how he had inadvertently made Ji Yu believe he was a benevolent figure. Seizing the moment, Ji Yu continued, "I sought you out to uncover my identity." As her words lingered in the air, a brief silence enveloped them. Nervously, Ji Yu added, "I have heard that you govern the fate records, and I wish your fate does not reside within the cycle of reincarnation. Thus it is beyond my reach to examine or alter." Upon uttering this, the Ming Wang observed Ji Yu's stunned expression. His hand instinctively moved, yearning to stroke the young girl's head before rationality prevailed, restraining the impulse within his heart. "I shall expedite the process." With that, the Ming Wang turned to leave. Ji Yu gazed down at her hands, finally comprehending that the Ming Wang meant to assist her in returning to her spiritual form. Although the Ming Wang kept to himself since his return to the Ming realm, He often secluded himself in a small courtyard behind a room, remaining indoors for days on end. It was rather amusing. Here was the illustrious Ming Wang, tending to flowers. He gazed at the crystal orchid on the flower rack, extending his hand to nourish the plant, wishing to aid it in its cultivation to sentience. Yet, the crystal orchid was a being of resentment. Amidst the blossoms, could one truly find a crystal orchid with a delicate heart? As the Ming Wang withdrew his hand, the crystal orchid strained to bloom, yearning for higher growth, only to wither in an instant. The Ming Wang gazed at the failed crystal orchid once more, his mood darkening in tandem. Why had it failed again? In this vast realm of the underworld, he could not fathom the inability to find a second crystal orchid. Zhou had no restrictions within the Ming Wang's palace, allowing her to enter his floral sanctuary today. To her surprise, the Ming Wang had an affinity for these flowers and plants. Standing in a room, she turned her gaze toward another exit that led to a small courtyard. Inside, various flora adorned the shelves, and although Zhou did not recognize them, she could sense their precious essence. Little did she know, these seemingly valuable plants served as nourishment for countless crystal orchids. As she glanced around the room, she refrained from touching anything, her eyes eventually landing on a desk by the window. Approaching, she noticed a crystal orchid planted in a pot within the shadowy confines where sunlight could not penetrate. The sight struck her as familiar, and as she moved closer, a cat unexpectedly emerged from beneath the desk, startling her momentarily before she regained her composure, exhaling in relief. "Oh, it's you. You gave me quite a fright." She had encountered this cat in the Ming Wang's palace before, finding it oddly familiar from their first meeting. Locking eyes with it, she perceived a soul's essence within those feline orbs that mirrored her own. Yet, the cat bore traces of the Ming Wang's aura, making Zhou hesitant to associate it with herself. The cat did not retreat. Instead, it fixed its gaze upon Zhou. In that sheer glance, she felt an overwhelming pull, as if bewitched, moving closer to the desk. When the small cat reached out to touch the crystal orchid, Zhou instinctively mimicked the gesture. In that moment of contact, a resonance surged within her restless soul. A brilliant light enveloped her, compelling Zhou to shut her eyes. While her hand felt ensnared by the orchid, unable to withdraw, within the white light, images of her awakening in the underworld flashed through her mind. Brought back by the Ming Wang, she had transformed in his presence, never straying far from his side, much like her current existence. "Your Majesty, look how my skills have improved today." "Zhou, you must not approach Wangchuan." "But why? That is where I have grown. Why can't I go there?" "Why? Can you be quiet for a moment? You chatter like a sparrow." Chapter 125. Zhou's spirit returns, reappearing before all the images in Zhou's mind flowed like water, leaving no lasting impression. The voices around her persisted, seemingly trying to help her recall the memories of her transformation. "Your Majesty, Mengpa said my mind is incomplete. She claimed I lack full emotions. For a crystal orchid growing by Wangchuan, simply being able to transform is remarkable. Not being consumed is already impressive. That is not the point. I can cry. I can laugh. I possess all the joys and sorrows." Within the white light, Zhou anticipated the day she would possess genuine emotions, yet the Ming Wang appeared less than pleased. "Zhou, I must send you to the mortal realm. From there, you shall acquire emotions, experience life and death, trials? Why not in this realm? If you miss me, you could visit me in the mortal world. The mortal realm is somewhat safer." "Very well." As the white light began to fade, Zhou glimpsed the Ming Wang inserting a small white moon into her body, just as she was about to transition to the mortal realm. Wangchuan, the waters of Wangchuan, under the soothing power of the Ming Wang, gradually calmed the vengeful spirits, returning to tranquility. Just as the Ming Wang believed the situation had settled, a strange wind arose over Wangchuan, seeming to be driven by spiritual energy, lifting the blooming crystal orchids from the banks. The wind uprooted the orchids, which danced joyfully above Wangchuan before suddenly losing vitality and cascading into its depths. At the boundary where Wangchuan met the sky, a cloud of grayish-white emerged, swiftly expanding across the entire expanse above. The denizens of the underworld looked up, fully aware of the significance of such an omen. When Zhou had transformed from the crystal orchid, the heavens bore a similar portent. The young master has returned. The resentment of Wang Chuan can now be quelled. The only crystal orchid in the world has returned. The inhabitants of Wang Chuan rejoiced. Yet the Ming Wang found no joy in the spectacle. Your Majesty, Bai Si observed the troubled expression on the Ming Wang's face. As he began to speak, the Ming Wang raised his hand, interrupting him. He gazed up at the vanishing clouds, reminiscent of an ink-wash painting. It is fate, let it come. What is meant to arrive cannot be obstructed. Despite the Ming Wang's attempts to delay the merging of Zhiyu's spirit and soul, destiny seemed impatient with his procrastination, deliberately guiding Zhiyu into the sight of all. Zhiyu had still not regained her memories, not even those of her transformation, merely perceiving the beginning of a film as an outsider. Yet she understood that the figure within those images was herself. Zhiyu's body had returned, having transformed by Wang Chuan. Her primary task was to soothe the waters of Wang Chuan. The Ming Wang had no choice but to lift her restrictions, allowing her to appear before the public. As the crystal orchid birthed from Wang Chuan, she found it easier to calm the increasingly agitated waters than the Ming Wang himself. On her way back to the Ming Wang's palace, Zhiyu passed by Meng Pe. The woman draped in a black cloak suddenly inquired, "When did you return?" Zhiyu scrutinized Meng Pe, lacking any memories of the past, and hesitated before replying, "I do not know." Through the half-hidden face of the cloak, Meng Pe caught sight of Zhiyu's eyes and understood instantly that Zhiyu had yet to recover her memories. Seeing that Meng Pe had no further words, Zhiyu turned to leave. "Young master," Meng Pe called, halting Zhiyu in her tracks. When Zhiyu turned around, Meng Pe's figure had vanished from the bridge, leaving only her voice in the air. "Take care." Zhiyu, somewhat puzzled, nodded in acknowledgement. Upon arriving before the Ming Wang's palace once more, Zhiyu paused again, for she spotted the Ming Wang standing at its entrance. Upon seeing Zhiyu, the Ming Wang finally felt at ease and entered the palace. With the Ming Wang's pressure lifted, the souls approached Zhiyu, floating beside her, saying, "Seeing that you have not returned, the Ming Wang has been waiting for you." Zhiyu quietly inquired, "I hope I haven't caused any trouble?" "Oh, that silly girl. The Ming Wang is merely worried about you." The souls puffed up with pride. "You truly lack romantic spirit." A hint of embarrassment crept onto Zhiyu's face. "I haven't remembered yet." "You've seen it all and still haven't recalled?" Zhiyu shook her head, then seemed to realize something, grabbing hold of the soul. As it struggled, she remarked, "I must be the master, right? Your tone is quite inappropriate." She pretended to raise her fist, intimidating the soul, but did not strike. The soul, now released from her grip, retorted, "What kind of good person remembers everything after just one viewing? Honestly, I wish I had that talent." In the Ming Wang's palace, Zhiyu ceased to cling to him, though her eyes instinctively sought his presence. When they encountered each other in the corridor again, Zhiyu bowed respectfully, which momentarily threw the Ming Wang off balance. His hand instinctively reached out several times before awkwardly retracting. He inquired politely, "Where are you headed?" Wang Chuan is in a state of heightened agitation today. To avert any potential mishaps, I decided to conduct a thorough inspection. The words that the king of the underworld left unspoken lingered in his throat, and Zhiyu, no longer as vivacious as when she first took form, had transformed into a mere dullard, consumed by her duties. Sensing the king's hesitation, Zhiyu tactfully reassured him, "Your Majesty, rest assured, having been brought back from Wang Chuan by you, I shall not indulge in idleness, but will diligently assist you." The king waved his hand, granting Zhiyu permission to leave. He turned to the shadowy specter beside him and inquired, "Do you recall what she said upon her initial transformation in my underworld palace?" The specter replied, "She claimed she would enjoy free meals here, teaching you the lesson that cheap goods lack quality." The king chuckled, a hint of helplessness in his smile. Why did the person before him, having returned with no memory, act as though she had lost all semblance of emotion? The specter found the king's laughter unsettling and boldly remarked, "The young mistress has just returned, bereft of her memories. We must ensure she does not remember." This was a thought the specter had entertained before, yet hearing the king articulate, it was still hard to fathom. After all, the once passionate Zhou Yuzhao had loved Luo Shu with fervor. As previously stated, let her believe she merely ventured into the mortal realm and has now returned. Let the past remain in the past. Your Majesty. Chapter 126. She has entered the human realm. The king turned his back, for he still had to make a trip to the Yao-Chi in the heavenly realm today, since the crystal orchid reacted too strongly to the waters of Wang Chuan. He would fetch the pristine waters from Yao-Chi in the heavenly realm. The king, devoid of concern, instructed the specter, follow her closely, ensuring she does not encounter those she ought not to meet, nor recall things she should forget. Understood. One cannot deny the fervent romance between Zhou Yuzhao and Luo Shu. While the king worried, Jiyu found herself embroiled in something else. She has entered the human realm. While patrolling Wang Chuan, Jiyu stumbled upon souls along the Yellow Springs Road. What is the human realm like? Curiosity bubbled within her, prompting Jiyu to traverse from Yellow Springs Road to the human realm. It was evening in the human realm, and as a wooden seal slipped from her grasp, she reached to retrieve it, only to see the seal levitate from the ground. Jiyu extended her hand to catch it, but the seal evaded her, gliding forward. Hey, where are you going? The seal seemed to possess a purpose, beckoning Jiyu to follow. She pursued the seal to a bustling marketplace, observing the people around her and the floating seal above their heads, realizing that mortals could not perceive it. After scanning the market, Jiyu watched as the seal soared ahead once more. Wait, where are you going? As she chased, the seal, almost as if sentient, paused just as she was about to catch it, only to take flight again. What a cunning trick! Jiyu vowed that once she captured the seal, she would uncover the secrets it harbored, daring to toy with her. Just as she intended to strike down the seal, it abruptly halted in midair, seemingly about to fall. Hey, don't land on anyone. As fate would have it, the seal plummeted, striking a youth with a high ponytail below. Ouch! Who did that? Jiyu rolled her eyes internally, feeling exasperated. Great. Now it's a case of forced collision. The youth clutched his head and picked up the fallen seal. The moment he held it in his palm, he sensed a familiar aura. It's her. She has returned. Excuse me, that's mine. Could you please return it to me? A familiar voice echoed from behind, one the youth could never forget. Hesitant, he tightened his grip on the seal, then turned around, hoping against hope. Upon seeing the familiar features before him, his expression froze. He could never misidentify Luo Shu's face. The person before him was not an illusion, and her essence still bore the faint trace of familiarity. What has happened to you? Jiyu regarded the youth, contemplating. Could it be that he's been rendered foolish by the impact? This is troublesome. No, it's nothing. The youth snapped back to reality, returning the seal to Jiyu, exclaiming with excitement, Little cat, it's me. Seeing Jiyu's puzzled expression, he continued, I'm Lon Lon, the dog you raised before. Lon Lon would never admit to being a dog, unless he was truly overwhelmed with emotion. Jiyu, faced with Lon Lon, awkwardly pulled at the corners of her mouth. Though her keen eyes discerned that the youth was not a mere mortal, the sight of such a majestic dog before her, wagging its tail, was quite the novelty. In the gaze of Lon Lon, who was gradually filled with doubt, he heard Jiyu utter the very phrase he dreaded. You might have mistaken me for someone else. With that, Jiyu brushed Lon Lon's hand off her arm. However, Lon Lon did not relent. You truly do not recognize me? Observing Jiyu shake her head, Lon Lon was not overly shocked. As long as she was back, that was what mattered. You named me. Have you forgotten? And what about Zhou Yuzhao? Do you remember him? Lon Lon was now filled with excitement, perhaps unaware that his enthusiasm was a tad overwhelming for Jiyu. I say, young Master Lon, shouldn't you calm down a bit? Calm down? That's impossible. Lon Lon grasped Jiyu's wrist again, pulling her away from the marketplace. Come with me. I'll take you back to the valley. You will surely remember. Lon Lon was tall and robust, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, yet he seemed oblivious to the disparity between them. Hey, slow down. Can't we just use magic to get there in an instant? Suddenly enlightened, Lon Lon realized, oh right. The next moment, Jiyu found herself brought to the boundary of the valley by Lon Lon. Watching him open the barrier, Jiyu followed behind, asking, what treasures lie within that necessitate such a large barrier? You set this up. During the years you were away, we have merely maintained it. Entering the valley, Jiyu beheld the verdant landscape, teeming with life. She noted the withered branches on the slopes and felt that the trees here should be flourishing. Lon Lon explained, After the divine tree vanished, the valley's spiritual energy did not dissipate completely, but the tree has fallen into a state of dormancy, neither living nor dead. Zhou remained silent, extending her hand to touch a withered branch, a small glimmer of light emanating from her fingertips, as if a mechanism had been activated. The dormant tree began to awaken, sprouting new buds as its branches trembled. In an instant, the trees on either side burst into bloom. Lan observed this spectacle, his conviction solidifying as he declared, "Now do you believe me? You are indeed Luo Shu." Zhou looked at the aura swirling around her fingertip, then calmly addressed Lan. "This tree carries the essence of death from the underworld. Indeed, it's only natural that this place, having suffered the ravages of the underworld, would bear such traces." Zhou shook her head, dismissing Lanlin's previous statement. "I am not the Luo Shu you speak of. My true form is the crystal orchid, which possesses the ability to regenerate. Thus, when I disrupted the underworld's essence, it awakened naturally." Lan frowned, perplexed by Y's contradiction. Just as he was about to retort, Zhou conjured a crystal orchid in her palm, leaving Lan momentarily speechless. "See, this is my true form." Lan stared blankly for a few seconds before grasping Zhu's shoulders. "If that's the case, it proves your former essence was indeed the crystal orchid, and you have endured trials in the human realm." Zhou shook her head again, stating, "I have faced tribulations, but not here." In a fleeting moment, Lanlin's expression froze once more, but he quickly regained his confidence. He would not be mistaken. "Certainly. Xiaoyun, do you remember?" Zhou shook her head, and as Lan named familiar individuals, Zhou continued to shake her head. Chapter 127. Farewell to Old Friends. "Hai Tang, I do not recognize her. It is perhaps for the best to forget such a wicked woman." From the underworld, Zhou emerged from that realm, and Lan seemed to recall someone. "Yinli, yes. You must know Yinli, right? She is also from the underworld and knows you. She can certainly help you remember." Upon mentioning Yinli, Zhou finally ceased shaking her head, and a hint of a smile appeared on Lanlin's face. "You know Yinli, don't you?" Zhou nodded. Suddenly, clarity surged in Lanlin's mind as he recalled the incessant disturbances from the underworld in those years. It was likely not due to Zhu's killings, but rather because she belonged to the underworld. Though he was unaware of how the dissipated Zhu had reunited, the mysteries of the underworld surely held many secrets. However, I have heard that Yinli is affiliated with the old faction of the Yin division. What? Is she not from your side? What are you saying? She is Zhu. How could she possibly stand against the king of the underworld? Everyone associated with the old faction has been imprisoned. Besides, how could I possibly align myself with someone like Yinli? After speaking, Zhu scrutinized Lan, asking, "You are not connected to the old faction, are you?" "How could that be?" Lan reacted vehemently, declaring, "I know nothing of the new or old factions. I stand with you." Zhu nodded, appearing somewhat dismissive. "Wait a moment." Lan suddenly spoke, seemingly recalling something. "Yinli is not from the old faction." Zhu looked at Lan as if he were deranged. "Little cat, your gaze chills me. Speak your mind." Oh. Yinli has already defected from the underworld." Zhu's response twisted through many convolutions. "Defected from the underworld? Then Yinli ought to be imprisoned." "No, not that kind of defection. Is the other kind. Yinli is on your side." Zhu, exasperated, rubbed her forehead. Looking at Lan, "Do you even know what you're saying? Once you find Yinli, you will understand that I speak the truth." Zhu turned to leave, and Lan realized that someone intent on departing could not be stopped. He called out to her back. "The wooden seal you hold was crafted from the original form of Zhou Yuzhao. Recalling that the wooden seal in her possession had been extracted from the spine of her back when she had taken it from Huanghuan Mountain. Such an item embedded within her soul's spine must be of great significance, given the pain she had endured. Seeing Zhu halt, Lan hurried to catch up, asking, "What the Yin soul? You remember it, right? It is among us." "Impossible." Zhu immediately refuted Lan without a moment's thought. Then, realizing her overreaction, she steadied her voice and inquired anew, "Which Yin soul are you referring to? How many Yin souls exist in this realm that possess consciousness and wish to accompany you?" Zhu's eyes flickered with emotion, The odds of such a coincidence were exceedingly slim. Ask him. Lon Lon clutched Ji Yu's shoulders, as if pleading, little cat. Your name is Luo Shu. You have merely forgotten. Then who is Zhou Yuzhao? And where is he? Zhou Yuzhao. Lanlan's gaze fell, unable to reveal to Ji Yu that he was no longer of this world. In contemplation, he recalled Yin Li's words and continued. Yin Li once said that as long as you are alive, you shall meet him. After Ji Yu departed, Lan Lan immediately proceeded to Jingzhong Pavilion. Years ago, it was said that Bai Zhou had encountered someone resembling the king of the underworld, but upon waking, the memory had become hazy. He sought to inquire. Perhaps Zhou Yuzhao truly still lived, and perhaps he was inextricably linked to the king of the underworld. Ji Yu was dazed on her return journey. Although the king of the underworld and those around her had informed her that she had sustained injuries during her trials in the mortal realm, resulting in her amnesia, Ji Yu felt deep within that she had forgotten more than they claimed. Upon encountering Lan Lan today, she suddenly sensed that perhaps all he said was indeed true. As the little master, she roamed freely without the king of the underworld's decree to confine her. Ultimately, she heeded Lanlan's advice and arrived at the corner of Wangchuan, where the Yin Division's old faction was imprisoned. Little master. The guard at the entrance bowed to Ji Yu, and she waved her hand, signaling them to open the door. Little master, what brings you here? As she was about to enter, Ji Yu paused and asked, Is there a sinner named Yin Li inside? Yes. A faint smile graced Ji Yu's face, akin to a drifting vessel finally finding harbor upon the vast sea. The soldiers exchanged wary glances and cautiously asked, Does the little master have a grievance with this sinner? Ji Yu shook her head. The soldiers could not comprehend her meaning. They merely watched as Ji Yu entered, closing the door behind her to resume their vigil. The dungeons of the underworld were not as dim and damp as those in the mortal realm. Yet they were not particularly bright either, especially at this border of Wangchuan, devoid of daylight. Yin Li. Ji Yu did not recognize the individual, but upon entering the dungeon, she began to call out Yin Li's name. Eventually, she stopped before a cell, for she saw the person within gazing at her with tears in their eyes. You are Yin Li. Ji Yu spoke with an inexplicable certainty, perhaps due to her heart's instinct. Little master. Upon seeing the glimmering eyes of Ji Yu, Yin Li was assured that the person before her was indeed the little master of the underworld. You have returned to the underworld after leaving this world? Ypsilonue, looking at her tear-streaked face, found it hard to dismiss the notion that there had once been a connection between them, as Lan Lan had suggested. You were about to call me little cat, weren't you? You have not forgotten. You have ascended and returned to the underworld? Yin Li gazed into Ji Yu's eyes. Yet her current appearance did not seem to exude the aura of one who had attained enlightenment. Moreover, she had witnessed the king of the underworld holding her inner core at the cliff's edge. As Yin Li's speculation arose, Ji Yu shook her head. No. Before Yin Li could inquire about the reason for her visit, Ji Yu preemptively spoke. I have seen Lan Lan. Do you know him? Yin Li nodded. I do. The two fell into silence, not uttering a word for quite some time. Why do you look at me like that? Are you not one of the Yin Division's subordinates? Yin Li lowered her head, tears streaming down her cheeks and falling to the ground as she choked out, I'm so glad to see you alive. Chapter 128. You and I shared a connection, did we not? Ji Yu could never comprehend the depth of Yin Li's feelings during her days here. With closed eyes, she saw only the visage of Ji Yu. The Yin Division was correct. Amidst the execution of her duties, she had developed feelings for Ji Yu. Countless nights of restless dreams led her back to the day Ji Yu vanished. She wandered through a forest in her dreams, unable to find the exit, unable to save Ji Yu from the precipice, reminiscent of that moment when she had been reminded by Ji Yu that she had taken the wrong path while pursuing her. In countless dreams, Yin Li beheld Ji Yu's form. Initially, she could still hear Ji Yu's playful calls of 886, but as time passed, she could no longer see Ji Yu's figure nor hear her voice. On the day at the cliff, when she was mended, Yin Li had asked the king of the underworld if she would ever return. Bing Wang remained silent, while Yin Li's gaze fell upon the orb in his hand. A manifestation of Niden. Her heart turned to ash. Some truths no longer required words to be understood. Even as she was taken to the dungeon by Si, Yin Li could hardly comprehend the reality that the little lord of the underworld was truly in such a predicament. The voice of Zhou pulled her thoughts back. She looked up at her and heard her say, Lan Lan said that as long as we find you, we will know everything. Can you help me restore my memories? In response to Zhiu's expectant gaze, Yanli shook her head. Yet it mattered not. At the very least, Yan Li's existence bore witness to the authenticity of a story that once was. However, Yan Li spoke, I can tell you why you returned from the mortal realm. With her wrists shackled, Yan Li concentrated and conjured a key in the palm of her hand, handing it to Zhiu while whispering, Go to Yin-Si Dian. Behind my room, where a recording is left. The now desolate Yin-Si Dian welcomed Zhiu without hindrance. After locating Yan Li's essence, Zhiu successfully found her chamber. In the rear of the room, as Zhiu beheld the small box emerging from its hidden place, her heart raced with a mix of anxiety and excitement. Little Lord, I am not your system. Yan Li's voice emanated from the open box. Both worlds exist in reality. The other side is a different temporal realm. The Ming Wang sent you to the mortal realm to awaken your emotions. He, in his indifference, placed a fragment of his heart within you solely for your protection. However, the Yin-Si, unaware of the Ming Wang's indifference, believed that your body housed his entire essence. They sought to use you to eliminate the Ming Wang. The Yin-Si urged me to bring you back from the mortal realm, perhaps sensing that the Ming Wang had already detected our actions. He ventured into the human world to endure trials, deliberately exposing himself to the Yin-Si's gaze. Because you possess a part of the Ming Wang's heart, you are destined to be drawn to him, fated to fall in love with him. Yet, the Ming Wang's indifference is not mere rumor. It is a harsh truth. To love him is to enter a dead end. The light within the box gradually dimmed, and Zhiu, feeling restless, closed her eyes, her mind flashing with fragmented memories. Yet she could still recall nothing. Likely, Yan Li wished to leave no evidence behind. As Zhiu absorbed the last words, the box slowly dissipated in her grasp. Zhiu collapsed onto the lifeless floor of Yin-Si Dian, recalling Lan Lan's words, convinced that she was Luo Shu. She remembered Lan Lan's assertion that Zhou Yuzhao loved Luo Shu fervently. One might wonder if someone as seemingly indifferent as the Ming Wang could truly harbor such deep affections. Yet, Zhiu recalled the pain in her heart upon her return when she could not see the Ming Wang, a pain that only eased in his presence. She reflected on the complexity of the Ming Wang's gaze upon her, his hand awkwardly retracting from the air. It seemed that everything had a traceable origin. However, Zhiu grasped one undeniable truth. The Ming Wang would never acknowledge his feelings for her. How could such a dignified sovereign bend for a mere crystal orchid like her? As she walked back to the Ming Wang's palace, her feet felt leaden, her mind a blank slate, uncertain of whether to return to Yin-Si Dian. Yet, it was the only place she could go. From afar, the wandering soul, searching for her, finally spotted Zhiu. Oh, my ancestor, I have finally found you. Where have you been? If the king inquires about your whereabouts and I cannot answer, he will surely scatter me. Unlike before, Zhiu did not refute the soul's words. The soul, sensing something amiss, observed Zhiu's despondent demeanor and suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. Little Lord, who did you meet during your disappearance? Since I took form, you have always been by my side. The soul proudly replied, Of course. In our past, we were as one. Though not by blood, we are closer than kin. Then why did you conspire with them to deceive me? Zhiu suddenly raised her gaze, sending the soul into a frenzy. What deception? I have always been with you. Zhiu fell silent. The soul stammered, You are the little lord, the one and only of the underworld. You deceived me from the mortal realm. Before the soul could finish, Zhiu hoarsely interrogated, You remember everything? I saw and heard, the soul replied, lowering its head. Realizing that it could not provide the answer she sought, Zhiu remarked as she brushed past, Soul, we have drifted apart. No, the soul protested, darting in front of Zhiu. I am on your side. Then why did you deceive me alongside them? The Ming Wang is indifferent. Are you not as well? The soul hesitated. Finally speaking, you cannot restore your memories because the Ming Wang sealed them. He cannot erase your memories. Does he loathe me so much? Does he fear that once I regain my memories, I will cling to him? Little Lord, you cause great carnage in the mortal realm. The king dares not let you remember, for with the revival of your memories, the aura of your past slaughter will return. The reason you have been detained is that the underworld officials cannot locate the one responsible for the widespread carnage in the mortal realm. I should be grateful to the king for taking me in. The soul's spirits plummeted, trailing behind Ji as she headed towards the garden where the Ming Wang often resided. Upon entering, the Ming Wang looked at Ji, noting her reddened eyes, and casually asked, "Have you been arguing with your soul again? Did you lose the argument?" He watered the plants with a gourd in hand. Perhaps due to the awakening of some memories, Ji found the sight of the Ming Wang watering the plants reminiscent of the man who once tended flowers beneath a tree in her mind. Seeing Ji silent, the Ming Wang glanced her way, his movements remaining steady. Zhou Yuzhao, as the name escaped his lips, the act of watering came to an abrupt halt before resuming its rhythm. Ji, observing the Ming Wang's reaction, felt an inexplicable pain in her heart and slowly spoke. "You once had feelings for me, did you not? Since you have acknowledged that it was once true, you should not bring it up nor inquire further." Chapter 129. Here, there is no Zhou Yuzhao, only the king of the underworld. After a single scoop of water, the Ming Wang stood to leave. Ji remained rooted in place. Though her memories had not returned, the longing in her heart was undeniable. The Ming Wang had deceived her, claiming that the pain in her heart was due to an unstable soul. In truth, it was because her beloved was so near. As the ache in her heart gradually subsided, Ji pursued him. She observed the Ming Wang's hurried steps and reached out to halt him. "You love me, do you not? Step aside." The Ming Wang disregarded her obstinacy, attempting to bypass her, yet she grasped him once more. Hearing the young girl's plaintive inquiry, "They all say you once loved me deeply, yet why did you suddenly abandon me? That was merely a tribulation of the mortal realm, and you were but a crystal orchid I nurtured." The Ming Wang made his position clear, causing Ji to slowly release her hold on his arm. He stated that the affair in the mortal realm was but a trial. Once more, Ji's chest ached painfully, compelling her to press a hand against it. Struggling to breathe, the Ming Wang heard the sound of her torment. As he turned, he found the young girl crouched on the ground. Uncertain whether it was due to lingering attachments or some other reason, he unexpectedly turned back. He gazed down at Ji, extending his hand to channel spiritual energy into her being. Gradually regaining her composure, Ji stubbornly grasped the fabric of the Ming Wang's robe, filled with countless questions, particularly why he could not restore her memories. Was it because those memories bore the marks of their past love, or was there another reason? Noticing Ji's breathing becoming more even, the Ming Wang withdrew his hand, only to discover that she had tightly clutched a corner of his garment. "Release it. Do take a look at yourself. You, the esteemed little master of the underworld, squatting on the ground. What a sight." Ji shook her head, and faced with her unreasonable demeanor, the Ming Wang decisively severed his own robe. "If you are truly eager to marry, I can arrange for the underworld to hold a suitor selection for you, with all of heaven and earth at your disposal. Zhou Yuzhao, I only want you." Zhou Yuzhao is already dead. The one standing here now is merely the sovereign of the underworld. The Ming Wang's declaration shattered her illusions. His gaze falling upon the fabric she clutched in her hand. With a wave, he severed the cloth and turned to leave. The souls in the Ming Wang's palace had yet to react when they were suddenly seized by his orders. "What is happening?" "His Highness, the Ming Wang invites you to receive punishment." "The Ming Wang's punishment is far beyond what I can endure." "Wait, what trouble have I caused?" No sooner had the words escaped than the soul was cast to the ground, landing in a human form. The Ming Wang stood on the high platform before it. You are the Ming Wang. I instructed you to watch over her. Yet she has ventured to the human realm. My lord, this is unjust. You ordered me to keep an eye on her, and she vanished right after. Vanished, and you did not report it? Did you not send the Heibai Wu Chang to search for her? The soul, unable to defend itself, was held accountable for its failure. When the whip fell upon it, the soul never imagined that the human form it had cultivated was now for the purpose of enduring punishment. The cries of lament echoed in its ears, and the Ming Wang could no longer tolerate the wails, ultimately commanding the punishment to cease. In the human realm, had it not been for Basie's prior spell, you would have betrayed me. I have yet to settle that score with you, and now you cannot even fulfill your duty of protection. The soul had witnessed Zhou grow, observing her transformation from Shui Jinglan. In the human realm, her suffering due to Zhou Yuzhao had been profound. How could it possibly disregard her? Your Majesty, if Zhou were not burdened by the grievances of Wangchuan, would you not show her a fraction of your true heart? Absurd. She was born from the resentment of Wangchuan. Do you not understand the purpose of her existence? I do. Zhou, born of Wangchuan, is destined to quell its grievances. The resentment of Wangchuan has intensified. As the saying goes, there must be an antidote within 3 steps, and Zhou is that remedy. I understand. The soul looked up at him. If her transformation. There is no if. From the moment of her transformation, it was decreed. In the past, I had thought the Ming Wang selfless. Now, it appears that his lack of concern is indeed heartless. I see now. The following day, Basie was about to journey to the heavenly realm when he fortuitously encountered Zhou at a crossroad. Little master, I hear you wish to go to the heavenly realm? Zhou's eyes were red, clearly having cried recently, with a hint of swelling at the corners. Little master, what prompts you to suddenly wish to accompany me to the heavenly realm? Zhou shook her head, having overheard some conversations and wished to verify matters in the heavenly realm. The heavenly monarch had hosted a banquet in the heavenly realm for the celestial beings to discuss the grievances of Wangchuan. When Basie went to the great hall to present gifts, Zhou did not accompany him, but instead went to the Tianqi. Heavenly monarch, His Highness the Ming Wang, is occupied with affairs of state and has sent me to convey his regards. Upon hearing Basie's words, the celestial beings in the hall began to murmur. Among them, someone remarked, I recall our Ming Wang returning from the human realm and visiting the Yaoqi several times. Is he truly so busy, or does he simply refuse to acknowledge our heavenly monarch? Basie clenched his fists, reflecting that he must not provoke trouble for the Ming Wang at this moment. Yet I have heard that your little master from Wangchuan has returned from the mortal world. What? She cannot suppress the grievances of Wangchuan. Basie cast a sidelong glance at the one who interrupted him, feeling that this person was truly courting disaster. The heavenly monarch instructed a celestial maiden to take the gift box Basie brought, then turned to him, contemplating the current difficulties of the heavenly realm. The grievances of Wangchuan have already surged into my heavenly domain. I have heard that the little master of the underworld is transformed from Shui Jinglan, born precisely to address the grievances of Wangchuan. Now that she possesses sentience, why does the Ming Wang still hesitate? This old fool is also entangled in his little master's thoughts, Basie thought, annoyed, grinding his back teeth. The heavenly monarch understood that the transformation from Shui Jinglan was not easy. There was only one little master in all of heaven and earth. Now that she has been born, she ought to grasp her mission. The heavenly monarch was renowned for his compassion. Must he now insist on detaining my little master? Outrageous! Basie, you truly rely on your master, speaking with ever-increasing audacity. The heavenly monarch raised a hand to halt the speaker. I am well aware of the fragility of life, yet the grievances of Wangchuan are pressing upon the heavenly realm, as you can plainly see. To be candid, although my little master from the underworld has returned, she is currently injured, and her sentience is not complete. Chapter 130, Turbulence. The waters of Wangchuan stir uneasily. Meanwhile, Zhou, guided by the celestial maiden, arrived at the Tianqi. She gazed at the pool, which should have been shrouded in mist, now tainted by a faint darkness. Extending her hand, the dark energy responded to her guidance, settling upon her palm. Observing the resentments entwined within the darkness, she realized the severity of the situation. This was the resentment emanating from the Wangchuan of the underworld. Has it truly escalated to such a degree? Using her other hand, she cast a spell upon the dark energy, watching as it transformed, becoming clean in an instant. Finally, she returned the cloud to the Tianqi. Witnessing the lingering darkness above, Zhou's gaze dimmed, contemplating what they said is indeed true. She opened her palm, revealing a tiny Shui Jinglan resting within. I truly am born to quell Wangchuan. When Basie arrived to escort Zhou back to the underworld, he found her standing at the edge of the Tianqi, lost in thought. Little master, we must return to the underworld. All right. As they departed, Basie observed the Tianqi, noting its deterioration since his last visit. His gaze fell upon Zhou, who walked ahead, his emotions growing increasingly complex. Could it be that only the little master can make the sacrifice? Let's go, Basie. Zhou halted, turning to face him, her smile gentle yet heart-wrenching. Back in the underworld, Zhou sat at the table, watching the flickering candlelight, lost in her thoughts. The flame danced in her eyes as the wax slowly melted. Is this truly how it must be? Zhou caressed the wooden seal in her hand. The soul floated nearby, inquiring, "Little master, what occupies your thoughts?" Zhou remained silent, merely shaking her head. Yet the soul sensed her sorrow, mirroring her emotions. "Little master, are you thinking of the Wang? Why should I think of him?" Surprised by Zhiu's retort, the soul listened as she continued, "I cannot recall him. I know he was the one who sealed my memories." Lowering her head, she murmured, "How could a person as rational as the Ming Wang truly love me to such an extent?" Yet the truth remained. Zhou Yuzhao loved you deeply, even willing to oppose the entire sect for your sake. Ypsilonue chuckled softly, shaking her head as she wiped away the faint traces of tears at the corners of her eyes. "You all said that at that time. Zhou Yuzhao was not the king of the underworld. Was he not?" The spectral presence found it difficult to articulate its thoughts, recalling the true significance of the king of the underworld's tribulations. What had initially compelled the king to undergo such trials? The spectral presence struggled to find a reason, until finally a bold notion emerged. Could have been for Zhou? Why not? While I have yet to recall, let me pursue my own affairs without any attachments. But you still love him, do you not? Can you truly achieve this because of him? Zhou shook her head and replied gently, "Perhaps it is not I who loves him, but the remnants of emotions lingering within this body. My relationship with Zhou Yuzhao is now a thing of the past." Just as she was about to say more, the spectral presence noticed Zhou suddenly rise from her chair, her expression turning alert. "What is it, young master?" Zhou gazed towards the door, pressing her hand against her chest, as if she could see the boiling waters of Wangchuan. Wangchuan was restless once more. "Huh? Why is it so quick this time?" As the spectral presence turned around, it saw Zhou vanish from her spot, swiftly flying towards Wangchuan. The surging waters of Wangchuan had already splashed onto the shore, and the ground was exuding dark vapors, hinting at signs of corrosion. Upon seeing Zhou appear here, the citizens of the underworld finally felt a sense of relief. "Young master, the young master has returned. Wonderful. The king is not in the underworld right now. Thankfully, the young master is back." Zhou extended her hand, and the crystallized orchid materialized from her palm, subsequently hovering over Wangchuan. The crystallized orchid scattered flecks of starlight, and the waves of Wangchuan gradually subdued. Zhou infused the crystallized orchid with additional spiritual energy to sustain its power. Just as she was about to withdraw her hand, Zhou sensed that Wangchuan was about to boil over once more. When she exerted more strength, Wangchuan erupted simultaneously. The surging waters formed a colossal wall, crashing towards the shore. As the citizens recoiled, Zhou swiftly intervened, intercepting the waters of Wangchuan outside the barrier. The waters that struck the barrier ultimately fell back into Wangchuan, creating a tremendous splash. With the enhancement of spiritual energy, the spell confronted the resentment of Wangchuan, and the swirling winds tousled Zhiu's hair and skirt. She found herself struggling against the force, retreating slightly, leaving behind a trace pushed aside by power. What is happening? Why is there so much resentment in Wangchuan today? "Young master, I'm here." Zhou turned at the voice, only to see the spectral presence floating over with a bow. She recognized this bow, which had long been treasured in the king of the underworld's chamber. It was said that the bow had been brought from the human realm by the king, a relic of a deceased acquaintance. Without delay, Zhou had no time to ponder, urgently needing a weapon to leverage. She promptly gathered her strength, and as she grasped the bow, she soared into the air, drawing it back. The arrow transformed in her hand, entwined with the crystallized orchid, resembling a thorny bramble. She released her grip, watching as the arrow imbued with her spiritual energy flew into the sky, exploding at the center of Wangchuan. Waves of spiritual energy rippled outward, expanding in circles. In the air, the crystallized orchid materialized, intertwining with the expanding waves, forming a vast net that ensnared Wang Chuan. Zhou drew the bow once more, and 3 arrows appeared, launching forcefully into Wang Chuan. The arrowheads unfurled, becoming layers of barriers that suppressed the waters of Wang Chuan beneath her restraints. Observing the gradually calming waters, Zhou finally withdrew her hand and reached to reclaim the crystallized orchid suspended above Wang Chuan. She clasped the orchid tightly, channeling her energy, as the tranquil barrier above the waters of Wang Chuan shattered into glimmers of new light, cascading into the waters below. In an instant, Wang Chuan's waters became significantly clearer. Spectral presence, young master, your power has strengthened again. Zhou nodded, as the cheers of the citizens resounded behind her. Turning to walk back, she gazed at the bow in her hands. She sensed that this bow was not yet fully crafted, yet it felt surprisingly comfortable to wield, as though it had been tailor-made for her. Could it be that the king of the underworld's acquaintance in the human realm is her? As this thought emerged, Zhou tightened her grip on the bow, an arrow. Young master, almost in an instant, as the spectral presence called out to her. Zhou felt an immense pull from behind. She was forced to flip in the air before landing on the ground, using the force of her grip to barely stabilize herself, preventing herself from being drawn away. What was happening? Chapter 131. Startled, Zhou plunges into Wang Chuan, recalling everything. Zhou gazed at the previously calm center of Wang Chuan, now swirling with a vortex, as if a hand reached out from its center, grasping her and attempting to drag her into Wang Chuan. A citizen behind her gasped and exclaimed, "The king should be on the road to Huangquan by now. You must hurry and find him. Quickly, the young master is about to be pulled in." The spectral presence used its spiritual energy to pull, and the citizens joined in to help. However, Wang Chuan seemed oddly focused solely on capturing her. Just as they were about to close in, the ground beneath Zhou suddenly loosened, and her body was drawn into the air, subsequently entangled by the black tendrils extending from the vortex of Wang Chuan. Sangyu. Instinctively calling out this name, Zhou felt the wooden seal in her arms respond to an unseen command, appearing before her. The surging waters of Wang Chuan, aimed at Zhou, were blocked by the wooden seal just as they were about to pierce through her. In the air, the wooden seal shattered into 2 pieces, falling alongside her. At the same moment Zhou fell, Wang Chuan closed the vortex, leaving only the faint ripples on its surface to inform the onlookers of the earlier turmoil. It is over. The road to Huangquan. The king of the underworld walked at a leisurely pace, holding a basin of crystallized orchids, when Basi suddenly appeared before him. "Your Majesty, the waters of Huangquan are quite strange today. The young master, since she is already gone, there is no need for worry. No, it is the waters of Huangquan rebounding, dragging the young master in." The king of the underworld placed the crystallized orchids he was protecting into Basi's arms before vanishing from sight. Below Wang Chuan, Zhou saw numerous resentful spirits darting before her. As she turned, she spotted the bow that had fallen behind her. She swam towards it, eager to retrieve the bow, but a resentful spirit snatched it away first. Zhou attempted to chase after it, but felt a sudden sinking beneath her feet. Looking down, she saw a grotesque, resentful spirit grasping her ankle, pulling her downwards. Zhou watched helplessly as the bow was taken away by the resentful spirit, and she was dragged deeper into Wang Chuan, bubbles escaping from her lips in her agitation. No! When her consciousness faded, Zhou could no longer recall when it had disappeared. When she opened her eyes, she found herself submerged in the eerie, green waters. Aware that she was still in Wang Chuan, perhaps due to the frigid temperature, she felt an unbearable chill coursing through her body, as if she had fallen into an icy pond. The wooden seal, descending alongside her, remained unaffected by the resentful spirits. The crack in the wooden seal suddenly emitted light, enveloping Zhou and gradually warming her body as her consciousness began to awaken. She moved her fingers, sensing an oddly familiar aura surrounding her. Half closing her eyes, she beheld the resentful spirits weaving around her, and gradually, a strange yet familiar scene unfolded before her. Luo Shu. A voice emerged in her ears, indiscernible between male and female, Yet Ji felt a strong urge to discern the identity of the figure before her. God, are you happy today? The tender voice of a man resonated in Ji's ears, stirring a profound ripple within her. Zhou Yuzhao. Almost instinctively, she called out that name in her heart. The man before her, with a high ponytail and a sword cradled in his arms, seemed to have heard the call of Ji. He slightly turned his body, just as she was about to discern Zhou Yuzhao's features. The scene before her was shattered by a vengeful spirit. The spirit broke through the vision and collided directly with Ji's abdomen, causing her to plunge deeper into the abyss of Wangchuan. Mao'er, do not fear me. I shall protect you. Do you wish to return home with me? To the Zhou Yuzhao family, shall we? Mao'er, let us marry. As the image before her became increasingly vivid, Ji's eyes widened in astonishment upon recognizing Zhou Yuzhao's visage. It was indeed a face identical to that of the King of Hell. Ji reached out to touch Zhou Yuzhao's face, but in that fleeting moment, the image dispersed, transforming into a wisp of spiritual energy that coiled around her fingertips before gradually merging with her being. The waters of Wangchuan beside her seemed to unveil a long-sealed album, revealing one tranquil lake after another around Ji. Mao'er, will you walk with them? Zhou Yuzhao's breathy voice echoed in Ji's ears, prompting her to turn and gaze back. The man in the image had lost his earlier vigor. His hair was disheveled, his face marred by wounds, blood seeping from his body. It hurt so much. Ji felt a familiar pain in her heart, reminiscent of the anguish she experienced in the presence of the King of Hell. When you return, forget me. No. Ji, in fear, reached out to grasp the vanishing image, but all she held tightly was the ungraspable water of Wangchuan. Zhou Yuzhao. As Ji surveyed her surroundings, the scenes dissipated, transforming into strands of spiritual essence that flowed into her body. A strand entered her brow, freezing her in place. Heaven above, I, Luo Shu, wager my spirit, binding my past memories to the marrow of Zhou Yuzhao. When the marrow shatters, I shall surely return, cleansing the mortal realm with blood. Above Wangchuan, the citizens, filled with concern, witnessed the waters surge once more. Vengeful spirits leapt from the depths of Wangchuan, only to vanish into wisps of blue smoke. Other spiritual energies began to traverse the waters, staining them a murky crimson, a sight both unsightly and terrifying. Look, what is that above Wangchuan? A massive silhouette slowly emerged, its upper body obscured. Yet, the continuous influx of spiritual energy made the figure increasingly distinct. It resembled not a human, but rather, when the King of Hell manifested here, the citizens knelt in unison. The lost souls seemed to sense his presence, drifting toward the King of Hell's side. Your Majesty, the young master has fallen in. It approached the king, inquiring anxiously, is it not time to act? We shall discuss this later. The King of Hell began to weave a spell, intent on shattering the incipient spiritual image. Just as he prepared to strike, a colossal column of water erupted from Wangchuan, scattering as he aimed to break it. An arrow shot forth from within. That bow, how did it return to Ji's hands? The King of Hell swiftly severed the arrow in two, as the spiritual image above Wangchuan took shape. Emerging from the whirlpool of Wangchuan was a woman, bow in hand, drenched and standing before the crowd. Behind her loomed the manifestation of the Godslayer. Chapter 132. His love, restrained yet tender. As Ji slowly opened her eyes, a crimson glow illuminated them, and the Godslayer behind her also awakened, roaring at the world before them. It truly was the Godslayer. She was the cat demon who once wrought immense slaughter in the mortal realm, the one who stirred the waters of Wangchuan and summoned the Godslayer. It should have been obvious. The crystal orchid thrived on Wangchuan, and only she could invoke the Godslayer. Whispers surrounded her. Yet Ji's gaze remained fixed on the King of Hell. A faint smile graced her lips as she cast aside the bow and arrow. The bow fell to the ground, its intricate patterns capturing the King of Hell's attention. The bow, infused with the vengeful power of Wangchuan, was also entwined with the essence of the Godslayer's wrath. The void within the bow was finally mended. Yet Ji never anticipated that a weapon so formidable would be forged from her misfortunes. No wonder Zhou Yuzhao, could not find the most suitable material in the mortal realm. Had he known that this bow would be crafted from such a substance, he surely would not have let it go. The king of hell's gaze shifted from the bow to Zhou, observing her retreating steps, her eyes reflecting despair. All along, what I desired was merely him. He had withheld the bow from Zhou, hoping she would not awaken the urge to kill in the underworld, thus ensuring her safety. Yet, by a twist of fate, she fell into Wangchuan, and the bow returned to her grasp. Everything was being set in motion. King of Hell, do you feel any regret upon seeing me in this state? Zhou pondered, her steps faltering, causing her to stumble backward. She saw the King of Hell rushing toward her, and in that moment, she once again beheld the man of yesteryear. It hurts so much, Zhou Yuzhao. I am in pain. In the final moment of consciousness, she felt herself falling into a warm embrace. Amidst the chatter, the King of Hell extended his hand to disperse the unstable godslayer in the air. He then carried Zhou toward the palace of the King of Hell. Your Majesty, the slayer has been located. Shall we not adjudicate? He shall decidefridi. The citizens pressed on. The prison still holds the lost souls, awaiting the capture of the slayer before trial. Do you now wish to protect her? Who dares to presume such audacity against me? Enraged, the King of Hell ignited the surrounding ethereal fires, turning his back on the accuser. Banish all those who spread rumors into the prison. They shall be judged together. Yes. The King of Hell returned to the palace, kicking the door open, glaring at the souls attempting to follow. He turned slightly, igniting the ethereal flames behind him. As the souls and the bow they carried exchanged glances. Do you still have the audacity to return? With that, the king closed the door. Inside, he gently laid Zhou upon the bed. Then, he reached out to tenderly replace her damp garments with a fresh gown. Her hair cascaded before her, and the King of Hell softly grasped a strand. Among her many tresses, he noticed a single white hair. In his ear, Zhou's voice from the mortal realm echoed once more. Zhou Yuzhao, they say that if we share the snow today, we shall grow old together. No need for snow. We shall grow old together. Remembering her words, the King of Hell smiled gently, and with a tender touch, the white hair transformed back into black. He gazed quietly at Zhou, observing her slightly furrowed brow, and felt an irresistible urge to smooth it. Just as he was about to withdraw, he noticed Zhou slowly opening her eyes. The King of Hell was taken aback, not expecting her to awaken so soon. As Zhou blinked again, he retracted his hand and sat at the edge of her bed. Watching her struggle to rise, he made no move to assist her. It was the unusual wooden seal that had prompted him not to shatter Zhou's final wish. He thought to himself, her cherished possession would not be so easily destroyed. Yet, he never anticipated this day would come. Now that you are awake, I shall take my leave. Zhou reached out and grasped the sleeve of the King of Hell, compelling him to sit once more as he attempted to rise. Do not go. Mingwang turned his gaze towards her, the beloved he had encountered with each dawn, now looking at him with such a pitiful expression. He averted his eyes, feeling somewhat helpless, finally resting them on the hand of Zhou, which clutched his sleeve. The back of her hand bore the ghastly marks from the moment she fell into the river of forgetfulness, a haunting sight on her jade-like skin. Do not leave me again, Zhou Yuzhao, do not leave me again. Binwang paused for a moment, his fingers trembling slightly. Perhaps, for an instant, he felt a flicker of doubt. Yet, when he spoke, he shattered Zhou's illusions. I have made myself perfectly clear. My sojourn in the mortal realm was merely a trial. He reached out and held Zhou's hand, then gently pried away the one that clung tightly to his sleeve. All previous promises were rendered meaningless. Zhou's heart sank along with the hand that Binwang had withdrawn. Nevertheless, she remained undeterred and pressed on. Then why did you come to the human world? You do not wish for my demise, do you? Mingwang met her gaze momentarily before hurriedly looking away. He remained silent, rising to flee. Zhao. His form hesitated, and Zhou seized the opportunity to pull him closer, wrapping her arms around his neck. She tilted her head to kiss his lips. Softness enveloped them, and, momentarily lost in the sensation, attempted to push her away, only to be drawn down onto the bed by Zhou. Instinctively, Binwang propped himself up beside her to avoid crushing her. while his other hand swiftly protected the back of her head. Even Yu felt a thrill at Ming's reaction. She entwined herself around him, lost in a tender embrace. Realizing Ming's intention to push her away, she cradled his chin, gently biting his lip, leaving a faint mark. Just then, Wang forcefully pushed her aside and stood up, his fingertip brushing against the indentation on his lip as he gazed at the cunning girl before him. His ears betrayed him, flushing crimson, and he hurriedly exited the room. Once Ming Wang departed, Yu could no longer maintain her smile. Tears shimmered in her eyes. Shu, remember to go home. Zhou Yuzhao's voice echoed in her mind. Until the very last moment, he had remained concerned for her well-being. Yet, she could only watch as his figure vanished around the corner, forever out of reach. Zhou Yuzhao, I have returned, but it seems you have broken your promise. Meanwhile, Ming Wang had firmly shut the door. The candles on the table flickered softly, producing a gentle sound. His gaze fell upon the candlestick, the warm light casting a tender glow upon his face. The image of their kiss replayed in his mind. He cautiously touched the spot where Yu had bitten him, still feeling the imprint. Suddenly, he realized what he was doing, and his expression regained its composure. Yu, residing in the Beng's palace, understood the gravity of her situation better than anyone else. Once she stepped outside, she would be exposed. She sat on the steps, contemplating her hands and the bloodshed she had caused. Truth be told, she felt no regret. If given the chance to start anew, she would assuredly be the one to execute those people first. In that war, only Zhou Yuzhao from the Zhou family had perished. Had she eliminated those individuals before these events unfolded, perhaps Zhou Yuzhao would not have left the mortal realm. They could have spent a lifetime together in the human world, a mere lifetime, which for the realm of the dead was but a fleeting moment. Why was she not granted this? A voice from behind her called, "Little master." Yu paused, slowly turning her head to face the spirit, beckoning it closer. "Come here." She cradled the tiny spirit in her hands. "Do not venture outside. The Bing's palace is not to be trifled with." "I understand." Yu looked up at the sky of the Bingji, murmuring, "The sky here has never been as beautiful as that of the human realm. Why do you think Zhao suddenly abandoned me? He used to come to my side out of concern when I was in the human world. Perhaps some things are better left unsaid. Otherwise, you may continue to dwell in her fantasies." To the Bing Wang, the human realm was merely a fleeting moment. He had lived for so many years. If he truly had feelings, he would have acted upon them long ago. The spirit spoke cautiously, observing Yu, and noted that instead of feeling despondent, she appeared somewhat cheerful. "If that is the case, then I must be his first love. Little master, you may call me little cat. If Zhou Yuzhao were but a dream of mine, then let me remain in this dream. It would be delightful." Yu rose from the ground, glancing at the spirit floating in the air, smiling. "The Bing Jade is dull. Let us go to the human realm. Little master, right now, the Bing Jade is sending people to surround you. How can you go to the human realm? The valley carries the essence of the Bing Jade. Now that all my memories have returned, creating a temporary passage is no challenge for me." With that, the spirit felt the world spin, and when it regained its bearings, they found themselves in the valley. It was both surprised and delighted, breaking free from Yu's grasp. "I cannot believe you have become this powerful. With the revival of my memories and the restoration of my soul's power, how could I not be formidable?" Yu retorted, then turned and ventured deeper into the valley. The trees Zhou Yuzhao had planted now flourished, vibrant and unyielding, yet the old friends could never return. She halted before the wooden cabin, not daring to approach, merely gazing from a distance, as if she had reached her limit. The spirit floated ahead. Noticing Yu's halted steps, it turned curiously. "What is the matter?" "I will not go closer. Those stories shall remain here." The spirit suddenly paused, taken aback. The girl who had been so insistent on Bing Wang had suddenly changed her demeanor upon arriving in the human realm. "Have you returned?" A boy's voice came from behind. Yu stiffened, recalling an old acquaintance. She steadied her emotions and slowly turned to face the boy, arms outstretched. Feigning ease, her voice trembled slightly. "Yes, I have returned." In the next moment, the boy dropped the basket he had been carrying, which tumbled to the ground, spilling its contents. He rushed forward and embraced Yu. as if holding onto a version of himself from years past. Long time no see. His lowered gaze fell upon the spirit floating nearby, and only then did he release her. "It is good that you have returned." Subsequently, he seized the spirit, playfully ruffling it in his hands. "It has been a while." "You traitor." The spirit protested. "Tianyu, you shall not slander me so. You are merely a latecomer." Zhou observed the playful banter between the boy and the spirit, smiling as the scene before her fused with memories from years ago. Her recollections were indeed beautiful. Then she sensed a piercing gaze upon her, intense and undeniable. Turning, she saw her. "Would you like to visit the mirror pavilion?" Zhou hesitated. During her time in the Bingjith, she had lost track of the passage of time in the human realm. She feared that this visit would be too much. After a moment of contemplation, the boy said, "Hong Yue and the others are waiting for you." Though it was an invitation to stay, Zhou shook her head, masking her complex emotions with a gentle smile. "No, humans and spirits differ. Our lifespans are limited. Their knowledge of my existence is sufficient." With that, Zhou stepped towards the bewildered young girl. "This foolish rabbit has finally grown up. As of today, Xiao Yun has yet to encounter the red fox, but fortunately, their clandestine correspondence has not been severed by distance. In the mortal realm, no news has arrived from Wenyang, and Jiyu understands that it is time to return to the netherworld." The shadow accompanying her can distinctly sense her despondent mood. "My lord, are you unhappy?" "Of course not," she replies. On the road back to the netherworld, the flowers along the Huangquan path blossom in response to her presence, akin to a withered tree encountering spring after a century. The vibrant scene naturally attracts the attention of numerous souls heading to report to the netherworld. The shadow, observing the increasing number of spirits around them, suddenly awakens, exclaiming, "My lord, we must be discreet. The number of souls is growing. What if?" In the next moment, a spirit is halted by the soldiers of the netherworld, who approach Jiyu with shackles in hand. "My lord, please accompany us," they request. The shadow positions itself in front of Jiyu, attempting to shield her. Should she be taken away, even if she survives, they would surely flay her alive. "I tell you, this is a matter concerning the king of the netherworld." While frantically explaining in an attempt to retain Jiyu, the shadow suddenly hears a calm, "all right" from behind. It whips around to see Jiyu accepting her fate with a serene expression, feeling as though it might shatter. In the final moment before Jiyu is taken away, the shadow catches a wink from her, a silent reassurance of "do not worry." The shadow, realizing the misunderstanding, promptly turns and hastens back to the king of the netherworld's residence. "Your Majesty, your Majesty," as soon as it reaches the entrance, the shadow's voice echoes into the king's flower chamber. Upon hearing this, the king of the netherworld, drawn from his reverie, frowns in displeasure. "Your Majesty, something has happened." Seated at his desk, the king gazes at the empty flower pot before retracting his attention, casually dismissing, "You know full well that the entire netherworld is hunting for her. Yet you still accompany her to the mortal realm. Your Majesty, this is not the time for such discussions." The king ignores this and rises, circumventing the floating shadow, and strides toward the door. "Your Majesty, I knew you would not stand idly by." However, the shadow realizes that the king's direction does not seem to lead out of the residence. "Your Majesty, you are going the wrong way. It should be that way." The shadow floats past the king to block his path. "Who said I was going to save her?" The shadow is taken aback, then hears the king continue. "She bears grave sins. The punishment department will punish her severely, and that is fulfilling their duty." As the king bypasses it and continues forward, his detached demeanor breeds resentment within the shadow. "Have you forgotten the slaughter you caused in the mortal realm?" The king halts, hands clasped behind his back, slightly turning to glance at the shadow. "I am unaware of where you have gleaned such hearsay. In that battle, only the Zhou family's Zhou Yuzhao perished." Chapter 134. My affection blossoms because of you. My heart yearns for you. At the entrance, Basie observes the outside, estimating the time with growing anxiety. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he declares, "Your Majesty, the punishment department has already begun the torture. 8 lashes of the soul-binding whip. How can my lord endure such suffering?" The king, somewhat irritated by the noise, lazily replies as his gaze falls on the table. The punishment department will punish her, but will not kill her. Your Majesty, the incessant chatter is unbearable. With that, he grabs a cup from the table and hurls it away. Basie leans back to evade it and turns to see the king's darkened expression. The punishment department's barbed whip descends upon Zhou, leaving trails of blood. The thorns pierce her skin, then are yanked out with force, taking flesh along with it. If you sign this, I shall absolve you of the 8 lashes, considering your status as the Netherworld's little lord. Zhou stands tall, her hand curling inward, fists clenched tightly, nails digging into her flesh. With her back ablaze with pain, she gasps, I will not comply with your wishes. They deserve to die. I only regret not torturing them to death. The crystal orchid truly cannot change its wicked nature. Strike her until she deems it sufficient. The lashes continue to rain down, and Zhou nearly collapses to the ground. As she sways, the executing ghost hesitates, seemingly unsure of proceeding. What are you dawdling for? Yes. As another lash falls, Zhou collapses to her knees. Sweat beads on her forehead, mixing with the blood at her mouth and dripping to the ground. I tell you, if you kill me, the Wangchuan will be unrestrained. At this, those on the platform momentarily hesitate. The resentment of Wangchuan is something even the king of the Netherworld cannot suppress. Should she truly perish here, it would be troubling. Seeing the hesitation before her, Zhou forces herself back up to kneel. She brushes aside her disheveled hair, slightly tilting her head back to breathe, presenting a pitiful sight. When I was in the mortal realm, I thought the Netherworld was just in its rewards and punishments. Little did I know you were just as detestable as the Yin officials. Do you not realize how many lives are in your hands? If you possessed even a shred of guilt, how could you utter such blasphemous words? Blasphemous? Zhou repeats, her tone tinged with mockery. Why do you not interrogate those so-called cultivation sects? How many lives have they slaughtered? The mortal realm possesses its own judgments. How dare you impose your selfish desires as a measure? I simply wish to be with him. What wrong have I committed? Yet they persistently make things difficult for me, seeking to exterminate me solely because I am a demon. The figures on the platform are at a loss for words, averting their gazes from Zhou. How could they not know? In the Netherworld, Zhou is also the cherished little lord of Wangchuan. However, there are indeed discrepancies in the matters of the mortal realm. Just as one is about to speak, Zhou scoffs coldly. From the beginning, you have merely sought to use me, while simultaneously fearing me. Wangchuan cannot exist without me. Keep me here, yet worry that I will bring disaster to the entire Netherworld. You desire both, but you are nothing but hypocrites. As soon as her words fall, Zhou suddenly collapses, causing the figures on the platform to stand abruptly, evidently startled. Suddenly, a figure appears in the hall, commanding all to kneel. Your Majesty. The king of the Netherworld says nothing, merely casting a faint glance at the trembling figure on the ground, before lifting the unconscious Zhou into his embrace. He inquires, how many lashes remain? 3 lashes. You certainly wield that whip with ease. Hearing the king's cold scoff, the spirit feels a surge of panic, internally lamenting. Wasn't this permitted by you? Your Majesty, I. Do not interrogate any further. It is meaningless. As the words hang in the air, the king of the Netherworld lifts the small bloodied figure from the ground, observing Zhou's brow furrow slightly in pain before diverting his gaze to the spirit on the ground. Lock them up. I shall personally interrogate them later. With that, he slowly strides out. Only after the king's figure disappears from sight do those on the ground rise. My lord, what does the king mean? No interrogation? The man sighs softly, understanding. The little lord, born for Wangchuan, is destined for its demise. Whether there is an interrogation or not, it ultimately alters not her fate. Then why does the king still orchestrate this? Bah! Without this performance, the gossipers in the Netherworld would not believe it. You should have mentioned earlier that my strength. Silence. If the king asks later, none of us will escape unscathed. In the king's hall, a man gazes at the still unconscious Zhou sprawled on the bed, his gaze falling upon her crimson and mutilated back. The strikes were indeed merciless. He had initially intended to wait until the 8 lashes were complete before intervening. Now it seems it cannot be delayed. He must arrive sooner. Tossing the bloodied cloth back into the basin, he applies medicine, only to hear the girl grit her teeth and cry out in pain. After several attempts, he had no choice but to relent and extended his hand, using his spiritual power to heal her wounds. His gaze fell upon the girl's slightly trembling eyelashes, and his thoughts drifted away to an unknown place. It was only when he saw Zhou Yuzhao slowly open her eyes that he averted his gaze. "Zhao Zhao," the girl said, her voice hoarse and soft, carrying the remnants of sleep. Noticing her shoulder moving slightly, she reached out to grasp his clothing. Perhaps there was still a trace of tenderness within him. The voice of the king of the underworld softened considerably as he said, "Do not move. If you tug at your wound, you will cry out in pain." Zhou Yuzhao's fingers clutched at the hem of the king's robe, her grip feeble and almost imperceptible. "If I were to remain injured, would you stay by my side forever? Do not speak nonsense." Zhou Yuzhao smiled faintly, her gaze resting on the king's face. She slightly wiggled her fingers, reaching out for more, yet fell silent. The king felt a flush creeping up his ears under her gaze, and his grip softened further. As the resentment from her wound was drawn out and finally scabbed over, the king withdrew his hand. He pulled the blanket from the foot of the bed and covered her, saying, "Rest well." Zhou Yuzhao did not let go. She knew that as soon as he moved, her hand would slip away, yet he made no move to rise. It was as if he awaited her to release her hold. However, the girl seemed to understand his intentions and remained silent. The king's gaze lingered on Zhou Yuzhao's downcast eyes, where a sense of reluctance lingered. "If you grant me a little more time, Wang Chuan does not necessarily need you." Zhou Yuzhao softly responded with an yet countered, "We both know that the crystal orchid is difficult to nurture, let alone transform." After speaking, Zhou Yuzhao withdrew her hand. "You claim you do not love me. Yet why do you wish to keep me?" Just as the king was about to provide a textbook-worthy answer, Zhou Yuzhao interjected, "Do not say you love all beings. I know your heart. My emotional roots sprang from you. Thus, loving you is a choice I do not regret. It is the direction of my heart." Chapter 135, A Dream of Yellow Millet. The young master voluntarily took on the mission to Wang Chuan. It was several days later when Zhou Yuzhao could finally rise from bed. In the flower hall, she swung her arms, moving slowly, as if her limbs were somewhat uncooperative. The Yin soul, resting on the table in the flower hall, observed her playful movements with concern and asked, "Do you truly not need me to find a physician?" Zhou Yuzhao shook her head, adjusting her misaligned arm and exhaling heavily before saying, "No need. You wouldn't believe it, but this spiritual whip feels like a dislocated bone." The Yin soul twitched its lips. "Is it possible that it is not just an illusion?" "Huh." Just as it was curious and wished to inquire further, it suddenly heard footsteps approaching from the corridor. Zhou Yuzhao turned to see the king of the underworld approaching. "Zhao Zhao." The girl leaped forward, halting just half a meter away, gazing up at him with delight. "What brings you here?" The king handed her a small box, the design familiar, as it was from the human realm. "I happened to pass by and thought to bring it for you." Zhou Yuzhao paused slightly, took the box with both hands, and concealed her emotions behind a smile as she looked at him. "Thank you. Are you feeling better? With you healing me daily, I've almost recovered." The Yin soul, observing their exchange, was filled with great confusion. When did they become this close? As Zhou Yuzhao waved goodbye to the departing king, it was astonished to see him respond with a wave of his own. After watching the king leave, Zhou Yuzhao turned to the exquisite box on the table, her expression clearly lacking the previous joy. "What is going on between you and the king?" The Yin soul tentatively began to voice its thoughts, yet reconsidered, valuing its own life. Zhou Yuzhao placed the box down, returned to her chair, and sighed softly. "Is it not as it has always been?" "What do you mean? What always? Is it the past you are thinking of?" "Just me and my transformation, merely his little master." The Yin soul's anxieties finally subsided. "Oh, that past, not the one you envisioned. As long as I do not cling to him, discussing the trivialities of the human realm, he will treat me just as well as he did in the past. And you? Can you truly act as though nothing has happened?" Ypsilonue hesitated, her fingers momentarily pausing on the table, trembling slightly as ripples of uncertainty stirred within her heart. "You." Zhou Yuzhao's gaze fell upon the Yin soul. She gently flicked its head with her finger, hearing it yelp in pain. A smile returned to her face as she continued, "Why do you always oppose me? I'm trying to comply with him and let go of the past." Why do you insist on me repeating my mistakes? Being's soul jumped around, seemingly eager to defend itself, but saw Yu waving her hand. All right, enough. I actually have a task for you. Go on, what is it? Being's soul leaned back in the air, adopting a posture of eager anticipation. It's nothing major. There's a small porcelain cat in my cabin in the valley of the human realm that got broken. Do you remember? Of course. The one you filled with soil and planted grass in. Yes, that one. Please help me bring it back. Being's soul looked at Yu with disdain, scanning her from head to toe, seeing her clasp her hands together and plead softly, please, I just want to keep a memory. Help me out. Then you need to come with me. No, I've already asked you to bring it back. Why should I go with you? Yu immediately switched back to her previous tone, warning him not to provoke her. Being's soul sighed in relief, saying, this is the feeling I've been looking for. Do you want to be scolded? Being's soul chuckled and was about to fly away when Yu suddenly called out to it. Remember to say hello to Lon Lon and Xiao Yun for me. Got it. Those two are both spirits. Even if you live for 10,000 years, they won't die unless something unexpected happens. After the Being's soul departed, Gu's smile vanished once more, her gaze falling on the exquisite box on the table. She reached out to open it, looking at the intricately crafted pastries inside. She could no longer see the splendor of the past. She murmured, decades in the human realm pass in the blink of an eye. This place may be improving, but that person has long since departed. Ultimately, Yu did not touch the box of pastries. With a turn of her form, she appeared before the king's flower room, where he sat at the table, staring blankly at a leaf. The empty flower pot on the table had yet to be removed. She quietly stood outside, choosing not to disturb him. Initially, she had thought his obsession with cultivating the crystal orchid was for the realm of the dead. But now it seemed clear. He hid in the shadows, perpetually watching over her. Remaining here, was he not seeking a way to achieve completeness? After her transformation, she left only a flower room and the lingering scent of her crystal orchid. The tales of the king of the underworld, once indifferent, could not withstand the present moment. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a smile curved upon Gu's lips. How could she not feel joy? Yet, she dared not wish for more. For now, this was enough. Today, a strong wind swept through the realm of the dead, a sight not seen in a long time. The king stood in Gu's room, finding her absence. As he turned, he saw Bai hurriedly appear before him. Master, the young master has stolen the judgment blade. The others in the manor were unable to stop her, and they are now in pursuit. Why has she suddenly taken that item? The brain of the king of the underworld raced as he recalled the peculiarities of the recent festival of the moon. A sense of dread emerged within him. Indeed, the words that escaped Bai's lips the next moment confirmed his fears. The young master had voluntarily ventured into Wangchuan. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the king of the underworld vanished from before Bai. He stood there, momentarily stunned, before quickly pursuing the king to Wangchuan. Today, the winds in the underworld were particularly fierce. Chilling winds, swirling remnants of the manzashawa flowers, and uprooted crystal orchids from the banks of Wangchuan. The air was thick with deep-seated resentments, creating an unsettling atmosphere. The sky bore witness to an ominous fire cloud, a true spectacle. The citizens of the underworld dared not venture outside, bolting their doors and retracting the wooden sticks that propped their windows, peering cautiously through a small crack to glimpse the outside world. What they saw was nothing short of horrifying. The tranquil waters of Wangchuan suddenly roiled, a vortex forming at its center, spinning faster and faster, ascending into the sky like a great water dragon. Chapter 136. I thought that passing through that path would lead to his wife. A fierce wind erupted over Wangchuan, churning the waters and slaughtering the malevolent spirits within. The crimson essence became increasingly vivid, coalescing in the sky until it took shape. Gradually, that familiar yet terrifying spirit became clearer. Those watching from behind their windows were astonished to see that the entity taking form in the sky was one of carnage. What was the young master planning? Hadn't she just been punished a few days ago? Was she now intending to wage war against the underworld? Amidst rampant speculation, a maiden by the edge of Wangchuan extended her hand towards the sky, a longbow materializing in her grasp. She gazed at the god-slaying entity, aimed her arrow at its heart, slightly tilted her head, drew the bow, close her eyes, and released. Apologies. The long arrow slipped from her fingertips, launching towards the godslayer, vanishing into the splashes of water. With a gentle motion of her hand, the judgment blade appeared. As her hand brushed against the sharp blade, her skin was cut, and vibrant blood stained the entire blade. The blade slipped from her grasp, soaring upwards. The formed godslayer seemed to sense the threat to its life and finally exhibited signs of resistance. The maiden's fingers danced quickly over her chest, resembling a butterfly fluttering its wings. A seal was formed. The dark clouds swirling in the sky parted in several places, casting countless beams of light that encircled the godslayer, forming a massive prison. The heavens served as a roof, the ground as a cell. Imprisoned, the godslayer let out a furious roar, seemingly questioning the maiden's actions. She did not respond, her formation continuing as the dark clouds dispersed. A full moon hung in the sky, casting its light upon her, bestowing a touch of divinity. The power accumulated by the judgment blade grew immensely, ever ready to heed the call of its master. The light beams were shattered as the godslayer's long arm reached out from the prison, seizing the maiden and pulling her close. Was she now to use this very tactic to destroy herself, the same one Zhou Yuzhao had employed to trap many? The maiden offered no reply, merely raising her gaze to the outstretched moon, only to suddenly see a bright light pierce the godslayer's chest. It paused, losing strength, and at that moment, the maiden's lips bled a putrid red. She slipped away from the godslayer's grasp, falling back to the ground. Half kneeling, she supported her shattered body, suddenly hearing the sound of glass shattering nearby. Looking up, she realized her spirit had fractured. In the long night of Wangchuan, dark light emerged as she vowed to her old friend, never to return, an absolute slaughter formation. As she chanted the incantation, her pupils darkened, blossoming into a brilliant flower. Simultaneously, the waters of Wangchuan ceased their flow. The crystal orchids, summoned by her call, revived in the king of the underworld's flower room, transforming into glimmers of starlight as they flew towards Wangchuan. A fierce wind surged, sand and dust blinding her. It wasn't until countless crystal orchids, descending in the moonlight, pierced the body of the godslayer that the winds finally calmed. Just as one wave settled, another arose. A great blade descended from the heavens like a beheading. The godslayer met its demise. The judgment blade fell into Wangchuan, its whereabouts lost. The waters of Wangchuan regained their tranquility while on the shore. A weary figure wore pale lips. Cat, a familiar voice suddenly called from behind. The king of the underworld, his tone reminiscent of an old friend. The maiden turned, gazing at the king before her. Her vision blurred, unable to discern his features, her mind failing to conjure his visage. Merely extending her hand exhausted her remaining strength. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through her outstretched hand, and when she reacted, she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. Her blurred vision cleared momentarily, revealing a long arrow piercing her chest. It was the very arrow she had fired moments ago, now returning to her. Her vision blurred once more, and she saw the shadow of a figure rushing toward her, hearing his voice but unable to comprehend his words. Zhao Zhao, in this slaughter there is only me, no one else. I have harmed no one. Her beloved was within reach, yet as the king of the underworld reached out to grasp her, she dissolved from sight. In his hand, only a tumultuous void remained. In the end, he could not touch even a fragment of her essence. An energy fluctuation suddenly rippled through the jade pool of the celestial realm, causing the heavenly soldiers to tremble. When calm resumed, the ominous shadows had long since vanished, leaving only the seven-colored, auspicious clouds. The waters of Wangchuan became crystal clear, the mist that had shrouded the underworld for years finally dissipating today. The clouds in the sky revealed their brilliance once more. Yet by the banks of Wangchuan, not a single crystal orchid could be found. Bai Si stood at the entrance, contemplating whether to enter or retreat, gazing at the king of the underworld who had not emerged from the flower room for several days. What is the matter? The case of the old divisions in the underworld can no longer be delayed. The king of the underworld's eyes finally focused on the empty flower pot, and after a moment of contemplation, he sighed. First, send them to purgatory. Dispose of them as you deem fit, but leave them with a breath of life. Let them serve in the mortal realm, toiling as they may, but ensure their bodies are not too intact to prevent them from rising again. In conclusion, the king added, in the mortal realm for decades, be mindful of the passage of time. When they return to the underworld, let them linger a few more days. They should reflect on their past tribulations. Visage paused in his writing, swallowing hard, quietly reminding, Your Majesty, this seems a bit unorthodox. The king of the underworld ignored him. Visage reluctantly closed his notebook, bowing his head, this subordinate shall attend to it immediately. As he departed, he heard a faint sound behind him. In this room, her presence could no longer be felt. When he turned again, the king of the underworld had vanished from sight. That day, not only did the crystal orchids leave with the maiden, but also the small cat grass held by the souls of the departed. The tiny creature lay beside the broken porcelain cat, softly weeping. Deceiver. The underworld was oblivious to the passage of time. Only remembering the day the full moon reappeared. No, it was the white moon. On the waters of Wangshuan, Mengpa inadvertently spilled the soup she held, a petal falling into it. She looked up towards the tumult, then lowered her gaze, softly murmuring, The soup is ready. The king of the underworld felt a slight sweat in his palms, indicating his tension. Amidst the cascading moonlight, he beheld a figure gradually gathering spirit, the moonlight outlining a graceful woman. Her brows and eyes were adorned with silver floral embellishments, appearing unlike anything from the underworld. In her gaze directed at the king, the calmness gradually transformed into a well of tenderness. As their gazes intertwined, a silent exchange of emotions ensued, reminiscent of an unspoken bond, yet untouched by transgressions. If I were to confess that my descent into the mortal realm stemmed from selfish desires, yearning to share eternity with you, would you still believe me? The woman offered no verbal response, merely nodding with a soft smile. I am grateful for your grace that has brought me into existence. Under the luminous glow of the crystal orchid moon, the long-awaited resurrection of legend has finally returned. Days later, a grand banquet unfolded in the realm of the dead. Fiery fireworks illuminated the night sky, while a crimson carpet stretched from the Hall of Shadows to the exalted altar of the underworld. Birds flocked towards the phoenix, and the horizon was adorned with vibrant clouds, heralding auspicious omens. The woman's lotus feet graced the soft carpet, clad in a flowing gown of bright crimson, its delicate hems adorned with fine white fur that danced without a breeze. The skirt was embellished with vast silver embroidery, reminiscent of the radiant moon above. She approached her destination, where the king of the underworld awaited her from his elevated position. The scene before her blurred slightly, evoking memories of the illustrious Zhou Yuzhao clan, where a spirited youth had once forged a floral bond with her. This spectacle was indeed magnificent, surpassing that of yesteryears, yet lacked the pair of red candles. In those days, she had believed that traversing such a path would lead her to become his wife. Within the gaze of the king of the underworld, the figure of the newcomer became indistinct, conjuring the image of standing side by side, only to find her now kneeling before the man. From this moment forth, I shall serve by your side. Thus, the new shadow envoy was appointed. A small wisp of dark energy returned from the mortal world, settling upon the bed's edge. Observing her as she reviewed the documents, she placed the chipped porcelain cat from her embrace before her. Little shadow envoy, you clearly remember him. Why? Her pen did not falter, completing the final sentence before resting it aside. Perhaps the king would not impart knowledge, for he had not revealed that the emotions of this world encompass more than mere love. What does that mean? She remained silent, gently shaking her head, picking up the porcelain cat, her fingers tracing the chip, and within it, life was finally reborn. I speak of a necessity for the king of the underworld to be devoid of selfishness, lest he sacrifice the world for personal gain. In time, I will understand, and so shall you. The end.